What is it like to be toppled by the last night before the annihilation of one's clan? Vortex Liuxing, thank you for the invitation. I have just awakened, feeling rather numb. The one who has knocked me down is none other than the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. This collision has directly triggered my destiny sign-in system. Encountering the child of fate grants me 100-fold critical sign-in. By coming into contact with Kushina, I have acquired the Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. Upon meeting Tsunade, I sign in for the Sage Art. Creation Rebirth. As the Allied forces of the 5 great nations encircle the last remnants of the Vortex village with sinister grins, I stand atop the crumbling city wall, and behind me, the summoned creature is not a mere toad, but a colossal divine tree that obscures the sky. In my left hand, I wield the 10 tails, and in my right another 10 tails. Uchiha Madara sits upright from his coffin. This unforeseen variable is even darker than Kaguya. Kaguya Otsutsuki opens her eyes from the moon. His chakra is lamenting. Many years hence, Vortex New City stands tall amidst the clouds, while interstellar fleets cruise through the depths of space powered by chakra. Naruto and Sasuke roll up their sleeves. It's our turn to take down the next Otsutsuki deity. And beside me, the red-haired Hokage and the blonde medical minister exchange glances, simultaneously pinching my ear. Speak. Where did you go to sign in last night? Chapter 1. Toppled by Kushina. In the world of Naruto, within the land of whirlpools, lies the Vortex Village. The setting sun cascades like molten gold, casting its glow upon the wide river that meanders through the heart of Vortex Village. The water flows gently, its surface shimmering like scattered gold dust. On either side of the river, the once spacious streets are now thronged with crowds engaged in the twilight trade of their catch, leaving behind only a narrow path that accommodates but a single passerby. At this moment, Vortex Liuxing is returning from outside the village, his long crimson hair cascading down to the ground, the tips trailing behind him, oblivious to it all. His eyes appear somewhat dazed, instinctively moving forward. Deep within the recesses of Liuxing's mind, a tempest brews. Damn. My nearly completed project, the program to which I have devoted countless hours, is abruptly cut short as I succumb to an untimely death. Liuxing's heart is awash with a tumult of emotions. He was but an ordinary worker on Blue Star, who, after 3 months of consecutive late-night work, found himself unwittingly transported into the body of a similarly named Vortex Liuxing. Yet here I am, Vortex Liuxing, with red hair, in Vortex Village, armed with ninjutsu and allies from Konoha. Have I truly crossed over into the world of Naruto? As memories begin to coalesce in his mind, the light returns to Liuxing's eyes. The world of Naruto, the Vortex clan. This realm far surpasses the one I once inhabited. How ironic. I am still preoccupied with that project that led to my demise. Unable to restrain himself, Liuxing delivers a self-inflicted slap. As an avid fan of Naruto, being transported into this universe has fulfilled a long-held dream, and now that fantasy has materialized into reality. According to my memories, this is the time before the obliteration of the land of whirlpools, and my original identity is that of a lowly genin from Vortex Village. Who would have thought I'd find myself in this era? Even if it's not the same time as Naruto and Sasuke, I could share the timeline with Kakashi and Guy. Should I manage to survive until Naruto's birth, I would at least be of the same generation as Naruto's grandfather. I wonder how long it will be until the Vortex clan meets its end. With my understanding of the Naruto storyline, is there still a chance to acquire the strength necessary to alter the course of fate before that tragedy unfolds? However, as a 20-year-old genin, I can only cultivate the transformation technique and shadow clone technique. No wonder I am derided by my clansmen as the eternal genin. Upon reaching this point in his memories, Liuxing cannot help but smile. Although the original body was mocked as an eternal genin, his abilities are not without merit. He possesses the Vortex clan's unique bloodline. It is merely due to his inability to master any other ninjutsu or sealing techniques that he has never participated in the promotion exams. Moreover, Vortex Village is markedly different from Konoha. The majority of its inhabitants belong to the Vortex clan, a tightly knit family. While the clansmen may outwardly ridicule the original, in both daily life and missions, they exhibit profound care for him. In this chaotic ninja world, a mere genin, though endowed with the Vortex clan's vitality and chakra, would be fortunate to survive to the age of 20, thanks to the protection of his clan. The merging of memories and feelings is intensely profound. Liuxing, an orphan by nature, now feels the warmth of familial affection for the first time as he experiences the care the Vortex clan has for Vortex Liuxing. Nonetheless, the original truly lacks ambition. After 10 years of contributions, he finally acquired the multi-shadow clone technique, only for his first attempt at cultivation to spiral out of control, resulting in tens of thousands of clones. Did he truly believe himself to be the protagonist Naruto, wielding such extraordinary luck? Liuxing inwardly sighs. Is it merely because he can practice shadow clones that he yearned to attempt the multi-shadow clone technique? However, the cultivation of the multi-shadow clone technique is inherently perilous. Hashirama even classified it as a forbidden technique. Though it is particularly suitable for the chakra-abundant Vortex clan, Vortex Ashina had to exchange the fire sealing technique with Senju Tobarama for this ninjutsu. Typically, clan ninjas practicing this ninjutsu would have a strong companion to supervise them. Yet the original, having struggled for years to master any other ninjutsu, spent over a decade diligently refining his chakra. After acquiring the multi-shadow clone technique, he foolishly ventured outside the village to practice alone, ultimately resulting in the chaotic creation of tens of thousands of clones. Unaware of the risks associated with the multi-shadow clone technique, he excitedly allowed the clones to roam freely for 5 minutes. The moment the clones dissipated, the overwhelming surge of memories and fatigue shattered his soul, thus allowing Liuxing to inhabit this body. Truly, what a terrifying chakra! Tens of thousands of shadow clones. Even Naruto, under the influence of the Nine-Tails Chakra, only managed to produce 1,000 on his first attempt. Clan records indicate that even the elite of the Vortex clan must restrict themselves to 100 clones. Liuxing understands that perhaps it is the long-standing suppression of his inability to master other ninjutsu and sealing techniques that drove the original to recklessly pursue the multi-shadow clone technique. The Vortex clan will meet its demise before the Second Shinobi World War, but I am aware of all that is to come. I shall not allow such tragedies to recur. I will uncover the reasons behind this body's inability to master other ninjutsu and sealing techniques and will not squander my immense potential. I have come to realize, Vortex Liuxing, your ninja way is to protect the Vortex clan, safeguard Vortex village, and defend the land of whirlpools. Since I have crossed over into your body, I shall ensure that I protect all that you wish to safeguard. From this moment forth, I am Vortex Liuxing. Clear a path, clear a path. A delicate voice calls out from amidst the crowd as a petite figure weaves through the narrow alley, her fiery red hair trailing behind her like a blazing comet. Flanking her sides, one figure races along the river surface, while another darts swiftly across the rooftops, their distance from the girl steadily diminishing. What is happening? At this moment, Liuxing is jolted awake by the commotion in the streets. His consciousness returns, and he gazes ahead, where a little girl glances back at the rooftops while maintaining her forward momentum. Ouch! The speeding girl collides heavily with Liuxing, who had just regained awareness and is yet unfamiliar with chakra. Without a moment's resistance, he is sent tumbling to the ground, the girl landing atop him. Ha! Isn't that our Vortex Village's eternal genin? Even little Kushina can knock you over. Liuxing, you truly are disgraced in ninjas, being so easily toppled by Kushina. Remember to join our squad on the next mission. With your feeble strength, being with us will ensure your safety. The onlookers erupted into laughter at this scene, for most of those who resided in this place were members of the Uzumaki clan, and thus, all were familiar with Ryusei Kukinai. At that moment, Ryusei had already disregarded the words of the crowd. The instant he laid eyes on the girl before him, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host has made contact with the pivotal character of the Naruto universe, Kukinai. The Ninja World sign-in system has been bound. Ding! System loading complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving 3 opportunities for a 100-fold sign-in bonus. Ding! Detected sign-in target, Kukinai. This sign-in is for a 100-fold bonus. Will the host proceed with the sign-in? The mechanical voice echoed in his mind as Ryusei gazed at the 3 lines of prompts that appear before him, his heart soaring with joy. The existence of a system, a staple for travelers, truly exists, and I possess the most convenient sign-in system. Is it not said that there is always a way out? Now, even if I cannot learn ninjutsu, I can continually grow stronger through this system. System, initiate my sign-in. Chapter 2. signing in with Kukinai. A reward of the Nine-Tails seems reasonable, doesn't it? System, initiate my sign-in. Ding. 100-fold sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the reward. Tailed Beast, Nine-Tails. Would you like to extract your reward? Why is Uzumaki Ryusei still not waking up? Kukinai is fine. He can't possibly have been knocked senseless. At that moment, the two individuals who had been chasing Kukinai had already seized her, and the crowd that had initially gathered to watch the spectacle had unknowingly encircled them. Sigh. Ryusei has always been a low-ranking ninja with limited strength, while Kukinai is a prodigy within the clan. Though young, she has already attained the strength of a low-ranking ninja. She wouldn't have knocked him out, would she? I have previously executed missions alongside Ryusei. He simply struggles to learn ninjutsu and sealing techniques. His taijutsu is already comparable to a middle-ranking ninja, so he shouldn't be this fragile. Ryusei is known for his diligent training. I often see him practicing taijutsu alone. Could it be that he has sustained an injury from his training? Do we have any medical ninjas here to take a look? Huh. Suddenly, Ryusei, who had been silent, burst into laughter, his mirth silencing the crowd around him. I told you he must have been knocked senseless. Look, the child has begun to laugh foolishly. Uncle Ryusei, are you all right? Kukinai inquired with a hint of concern. Though it was her first encounter with Uzumaki Ryusei, his reputation had long since spread throughout the village, and she was no stranger to his situation. Haha, Kukinai, you are truly my lucky star. At the sight of the system's reward, Ryusei could no longer contain his ecstatic laughter, which boomed unabashedly. Seeing Kukinai before him only compelled him to lift her and spin her around in delight. Let me go, Uncle Ryusei. Taken by surprise, Kukinai's cheeks flushed crimson as Ryusei finally realized his indiscretion and hastily set her down. Perverted Uncle Ryusei. After being released, Kukinai quickly hid behind the female ninja who had been pursuing her, peeking out to make a silly face at Ryusei. Ryusei, are you all right? At this moment, Ryusei recognized the faces of the two individuals before him, memories flooding back to reveal their identities as Kukinai's parents. Senior Chozei, Senior Swearin, I sincerely apologize. I'm simply overwhelmed with excitement as I have finally learned ninjutsu beyond the body flicker technique, which led to my earlier behavior. Ryusei hastily explained, not wishing to be regarded as a pervert by his fellow clansmen. It is no trouble. We have not been strict enough in our guidance. It was Kukinai who knocked you down first. Uzumaki Swearin cast a gentle glance at her daughter, who was still hiding behind her. Kukinai, you should apologize to Uncle Ryusei. I'm sorry, Uncle Ryusei. It was my fault for not watching where I was going and accidentally knocking you over. Kukinai pouted, her cheeks slightly puffed out. Haha, Ryusei, knocked down by a little one. You should hurry and dig a hole to hide, and instead of shamelessly accepting an apology from a little girl. You cannot say that. An eternal low-ranking ninja will always be an eternal low-ranking ninja. Perhaps in no time, Kukinai will rise to become a middle-ranking ninja and be his superior. The crowd surrounding Uzumaki Ryusei erupted into laughter. Initially, they had worried when Ryusei seemed unresponsive, but upon seeing him unharmed, they relaxed and began to jest about his predicament. If the original Ryusei were here, he would have long been accustomed to the mockery of his clansmen and would silently leave the scene. However, although Ryusei was a traveler, he was also an ordinary youth who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, and he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at this moment. You all, how can you tarnish my reputation without cause? What reputation? We all saw you get knocked over by Kukinai. Ryusei's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he argued. As a ninja, how could I be knocked down? I fell because I tried to protect Kukinai. He continued to spout incomprehensible phrases, such as God of Chakra and System, which only provoked further laughter from the crowd, filling the street with an atmosphere of merriment. All right, Ryusei, this is not the place for idle chatter. Come with us, Senior Chozei intervened, breaking the awkwardness, guiding the crowd to disperse before leading the way into the village, with Uzumaki Swearin and Kukinai closely following. Behind. Will what comes next still involve me? Ryusei, disregarding the rewards of his sign-in, hastened to follow the three into the village. I will eat. I will eat. I wonder if there will be such delicious dumplings in Konoha. In the Uzumaki dumpling shop, Ryusei sat across from Senior Chozei, while Kukinai had already stuffed her cheeks full with skewers of 3-colored dumplings. Ryusei, I know you are curious about the reason I invited you to talk. Senior Chozii took a sip of tea before speaking. Do you remember that 12 years ago, the clan leader summoned you? Ryusei quickly rifled through his memories, recalling the recently merged recollections, and after careful reflection, he finally remembered the incident. Indeed, I recall undergoing a thorough examination at that time. Reflecting on that moment, Ryusei frowned slightly, for, from his current perspective, the examination was anything but ordinary. I believe you are puzzled by the circumstances then. Originally, this matter was meant to be kept confidential, but it seems it has also happened to Kukinai. Senior Chozii glanced at the dumpling-stuffed Kukinai, affection evident in his eyes. What exactly transpired? Senior Chozii. Looking at Kukinai, an ominous premonition stirred within Ryusei. My next words are top secret for the village. You must not disclose them to anyone else. Senior Chozii's expression turned serious. The examination you underwent was to determine whether you possess the ability to seal a tailed beast. Unfortunately, the clan leader concluded that despite your potent bloodline, you had no potential for learning sealing techniques. Senior Chozii spoke with a tone of lament. Recently, Kukinai underwent the same examination, and the results revealed that she possesses a unique chakra that can suppress tailed beasts and is exceptionally suited for training in the clan's sealing techniques. Consequently, Kukinai has been designated as the next Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Today, Swearin and I received a mission to escort Kukinai to Konoha for her new life, which led to the earlier incident. Does Kushina know her fate? Ryusei gazed at Kushina with a complex expression, not merely lamenting her destined role as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but more importantly, realizing his current position within the timeline of the ninja world as she was about to head to Konoha. Chapter 3. The Night of Annihilation. We have not concealed anything from Kushina. We have disclosed everything to her. Uzumaki Swearin caressed Kushina's vibrant crimson hair, her eyes filled with affection. Yet, precisely because of this, she, not wishing to go to Konoha, chose to evade us and escaped. By the time we caught up, the incident of her colliding with you had already transpired. Perhaps it was destined that you would meet on this day. But why must our Uzumaki clan send a member to Konoha to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Our Uzumaki village is also an independent ninja village, is it not? Uzumaki Ryusei questioned in confusion. Despite the close ties between the Uzumaki and Senju clans, given the current timeline, the Senju clan had long become a part of history. Why then, was the Uzumaki clan still sending its kin to Konoha? Haha. Uzumaki Chao Shang laughed self-deprecatingly. You are correct, Ryusei. Perhaps it is because you are a genin and have yet to encounter the darkness of the ninja world. Our Uzumaki clan established the land of whirlpools on this land and gathered ninjas to form Uzumaki village. However, apart from our clan, Uzumaki village is populated solely by the common ninjas we have trained. There are no powerful clans among them. Do you know why? Before Ryusei could respond, Uzumaki Chao Shang continued. Because all the nations and powerful clans in the ninja world covet our clan's sealing techniques. With our own strength, we cannot secure a foothold in the ninja world. We can only survive under the protection of Konoha. Isn't it ironic? Our clan, possessing the most powerful sealing techniques in the ninja world, must depend on the protection of Konoha. This is the fate of our weak ninja village. Uzumaki Chao Shang down his cup of tea and then stood up under Ryusei's gaze. To be honest, Ryusei, I wish you had the potential for sealing techniques. If that were the case, you would be the one going to Konoha to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Kushina would not have to bear this responsibility. Uzumaki Swearin cast a slightly apologetic glance at Ryusei before rising with Kushina. We must depart, Ryusei. The ninjas from Konoha are waiting outside the village. Swearin and I will accompany Kushina to live in Konoha. I hope that when we meet again, you will have mastered more jutsu and will not squander the potential of this powerful bloodline. Rest assured, Senior Chao Shang, I will not disappoint your expectations. One day, I will grow to a point where even Konoha must look up to me. Ryusei earnestly pledged to Uzumaki Chao Shang, while secretly in his heart he murmured, System, I would like to use another sign-in opportunity, targeting Kushina. Beep. The sign-in opportunity is available only once daily and can accumulate if unused. The next sign-in will refresh at midnight. Whoosh. Whoosh. Uzumaki Chao Shang and Uzumaki Swearin vanished from the dumpling shop with Kushina, leaving Ryusei alone, furrowing his brow. I had hoped to sign in once more before Kushina left the village, but I did not expect the system to limit sign-ins to once a day. It seems my plan to reap rewards from Kushina has fallen short. However, the sealing techniques I might acquire from her are not particularly rare within our clan. I can certainly target the clan leader for my sign-in. Moreover, since Kushina will depart for Konoha today, it is now 33 years into the Konoha era, and the time of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation is likely drawing near. Ryusei picked up a skewer of 3 colored dumplings, each adorned with the same whirlpool emblem as the Uzumaki clan. Truly distinctive. Even the dumplings bear the Uzumaki clan's insignia. Ryusei suddenly chuckled. What was I worried about? The system rewarded me with the 9 tails on my first sign-in. With merely 300-fold sign-in rewards, I would likely stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world during the Second Great Ninja War. Fear not, Uzumaki Ryusei, I shall safeguard the Uzumaki clan. Regardless of the force that invades, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 3 dumplings whole, savoring the unique flavors while attempting to communicate with the system in his heart. System, will the reward distribution cause any significant commotion? The fluctuations from all rewards will be contained within the host's body, so there is no need for the host to worry about being detected by others. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed in Ryusei's mind, and upon hearing the system's response, he finally felt at ease. System, extract the 9 tails reward. Beep. Reward has been distributed. In an instant, Ryusei sensed a peculiar chakra manifesting within him, which he could summon to the external world at will. So this is the 9 tails. Why do I not sense any malice or hatred emanating from it? As he felt an overwhelming chakra far surpassing his own within, Ryusei was somewhat puzzled. Now that the 9 tails resides within me, does that mean the original 9 tails in the ninja world will simply vanish? System rewards do not affect the original entities and lives in the ninja world. After this brief explanation, the system fell silent once more. Is that so? If that is the case, I might potentially acquire 2 identical tailed beasts. Ryusei's eyes sparkled with excitement. If his speculation proved correct, he could very well possess 2 or even more 10 tails. However, the 9 tails granted by the system dwells within me in a manner akin to a summoning beast. For now, if I wish to harness its power, I can only engage in battle through summoning. I wonder if the 9 tails I possess is the same as Kurama sealed within Mido Uzumaki. By the way, I have yet to see the true form of the 9 tails. The village is not suitable for summoning it. It seems I must venture outside the village once more. With this thought, Ryusei swiftly stood up, swallowing the remaining skewers of 3 colored dumplings in haste, then immediately headed towards the exit. Has it become foggy? At that moment, the sun had already set, and Uzumaki village was enveloped in a thin layer of mist, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. It has been foggy every night lately. This situation did not occur in previous years. Although Ryusei felt puzzled, he recalled that this fog had persisted for 10 days, so he did not delve too deeply into it. He quickly made his way along the street towards the path leading out of the village. Wait, this fog seems different from before. Suddenly, Ryusei halted his steps. Within less than 10 minutes of walking along the street, the fog had thickened to the point where he could not distinguish his own fingers. The scent of blood. Something has happened in the village. A faint metallic scent suddenly wafted into Ryusei's nostrils, and just then, a cold glint silently sliced through the fog, heading straight for his brow. Enemy attack. A danger alert flashed frantically in Ryusei's mind. Trusting his instincts, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Thud! A shuriken embedded itself into Ryusei's left arm, the sound of the blade slicing through flesh ringing clearly in his ears. A mere genin managed to block my attack. A voice of confusion emerged from the mist, followed by a shrill alarm echoing throughout the village. It seems I cannot indulge in a delightful massacre under this fog. However, encountering an intriguing genin, I might as well have some fun. A sinister voice drew closer through the mist, and soon the figure's face was pressed against Ryusei's arms, allowing him to finally discern the identity of the intruder. It is no wonder that the parents of Kushina Uzumaki are not depicted in Naruto. It transpires that the very night she departed from the Whirlpool village for the Leaf village marked the fateful night of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. It is likely that they encountered misfortune on their way out of the village while striving to protect Kushina. And indeed, it was you, the mist ninjas, who took action. Chapter 4. The ambush. Has the mist in the land of the whirlpools always been this dense? It has been a while since we left your village. Yet the fog still lingers. Amidst the mountains and forests, 3 leaf ninjas advanced swiftly. One of them unable to contain their curiosity as they inquired of the whirlpool-born Chao Sheng trailing behind them. This season rarely sees fog, but since 10 days ago, thick mist has arisen every night. Observing the surrounding haze, Chao Sheng noted that while visibility had not yet been completely obscured, it had begun to impose certain limitations. Quickly, evade. We are under attack. Suddenly, the alarmed cry of Ling Yin rang out, prompting the group to evade without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. Several shurikens shot forth from the dense fog, embedding themselves deep into the tree trunks where they had just stood. The fog is too thick. Can you discern the enemy's position, Ling Yin? Chao Sheng swiftly produced 2 shuriken, ready for action. Mother! Ling Yin clung tightly to Kushina, yet refrained from further disturbing her. Well aware that this was not the moment for distractions. Kagura's eye activate. Ling Yin closed her eyes, her perception expanding outward. The enemy is at 4 o'clock. Wind release, violent gale. Upon hearing Ling Yin confirm the enemy's position, Chao Sheng formed hand seals, conjuring 2 massive gusts of wind that instantly dispelled the fog in that direction. Unexpectedly, they managed to detect our ambush. Truly, the Whirlpool clan is remarkable. As the mist dispersed, 7 figures of varied forms, each wielding unique weapons, came into view. It is you, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Chao Sheng identified the figures before him. The 7 ninja swordsmen belonged to the mist, confirming that this fog was indeed a technique of theirs. The leaf ninjas recognized their identities, bracing themselves for confrontation. While we had no intention of concealing our identities, if you cannot even disperse that fog, there is no need for you to see us. The orange-haired Jinhai of the 7 swordsmen slammed his massive blade, Samahata, into the ground. Apologies, but the path ahead is closed. Tonight, in the village of Chao Yin, entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. Only entry, no exit? Is their goal the village? Ling Yin and Chao Sheng exchanged glances, worry for their village reflected in their eyes. The battle within the village was beyond their control. They could only hope the clan leader would guide the villagers through this peril. Their immediate concern was to escort Kushina out of the land of the whirlpools. Once in the land of fire, the leaf would surely come to their aid. What are we waiting for? Let us cut them down, and none shall escape. The wielder of the decapitating blade, Pipa Juzo, could no longer contain himself and charged towards Chao Sheng. Earth release, earth barrier. Chao Sheng quickly formed seals, raising a colossal earthen wall that completely separated them from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ling Yin, take Kushina and go. I will hold them off. I understand. Seeing her husband's resolute gaze, Ling Yin grasped his intent without the need for persuasion. With one last glance at Chao Sheng, she swiftly approached the leaf ninjas. I have collaborated with Chao Sheng. I will remain here to assist him. The Hokage has ordered that we must bring back the member of the Whirlpool clan at all costs. The 3 leaf ninjas exchanged glances before 2 figures joined Ling Yin, rapidly advancing in another direction. Have a few little mice scurried away? At that moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen had circled around the earth wall erected by Chao Sheng, spotting Ling Yin and the others fleeing in haste. Not to worry, they won't escape far. Once we deal with these 2 left behind to die, we can pursue them at our leisure. Hey, kid, what are you staring at? The mist ninja cackled as he plucked a shuriken from Ryusei's arm, pausing before striking, scrutinizing the boy from head to toe. Boring. Killing like this lacks excitement. Unfortunately, orders are orders. Kid, being weak is your original sin. Blame your fate for being born in Chao Yin. Water release, hidden mist technique. The mist enveloped the area once more, obscuring Ryusei's vision entirely, including the figure of the mist ninja. Damn it, this body can't even master the Kagura's eye? Ryusei retrieved a shuriken, his arm still bleeding from prior wounds. Far from healing. Ready to die, kid? The mocking tone of the mist ninja emerged from the fog, laughter laced with derision, while Ryusei quickly pinpointed the direction of the voice. Is it over there? He turned to glance at his left rear. Wrong. The taunting voice echoed again, and Ryusei felt another wound open on his back. Do you intend to toy with me like this? Ryusei gripped his shuriken, alert to his surroundings. Yet new injuries continued to emerge on his body. Boring. A mere genin cannot provide me with much amusement. Let us end your life here. Losing patience with the game. The Mist Ninja hurled another shuriken from the mist, this time aimed directly at Ryusei's heart. Thud! Suddenly, once again struck by the shuriken, Ryusei transformed into a wooden stump, while the real him had stealthily maneuvered behind the Mist Ninja. Got you. When did you? The Mist Ninja gasped in astonishment, only to feel Ryusei's shuriken pierce through his body. Wait, the enemy is not so easily dealt with. This sensation, it's a water clone. Ryusei hastily attempted to retreat, but the melting water clone morphed into a water sphere, enveloping him entirely. Water release, water prison technique. The true Mist Ninja emerged from the fog, one hand touching the surface of the water prison, while inside, a new water clone held a shuriken that had already pierced Ryusei's body. Kid, remember, the one who kills you is. I have no interest in your name, and by the way, I'm not Hey. The shuriken that had fallen outside the water prison suddenly transformed into a plume of smoke, and Ryusei's form burst forth from the mist, shuriken in hand, having slashed the Mist Ninja's throat. Thud! The Ryusei within the water prison dissolved into smoke, while the Mist Ninja clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground in defeat. A mere Chunin dares to toy with me, thinking I've never witnessed the execution of this technique before? Ryusei cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Mist Ninja, preparing to head towards the village's center when suddenly, an aged yet commanding voice resonated across the entirety of Chaoyin Village. Sealing Technique, Water Seal. Chapter 5, The Alliance of Two Shadows Leader, the village is under attack. The pervasive mist confirms it is the Mist Ninjas. In the highest building of the Whirlpool clan, dozens of red-haired ninjas knelt on one knee. Before them stood an elderly man clad in a black, billowing combat uniform, fastening a blue armor to his body. To think this old bone of mine would still engage with the mist. May the situation not evolve into the most dire of circumstances. Send a distress signal to the leaf. Chao Yu sighed softly as he completed donning his armor. Sealing team, follow me into battle. The rest quickly gather the Chunin and above. Once the mist disperses, evacuate the villagers across the Whirlpool River. With the elder's command, most of the figures vanished in an instant, leaving only 5 individuals bearing scrolls to accompany the elder to the rooftop of their building. The fog concealment technique enveloping the entire village seems to have brought forth something terrifying. It is uncertain whether it is the 3-tailed beast or the 6-tailed beast. Or perhaps both have arrived. In the mind of Uzumaki Arena, thoughts flashed rapidly, and then he swiftly formed hand seals. Beside him, 5 ninjas from the Uzumaki clan unfurled their massive scrolls, synchronizing their hand seals with Arena. Sealing technique, water sealing method. As the final seal was placed, Arena's voice resonated throughout the entire Whirlpool village, accompanied by a unique pull emanating from the 5 enormous scrolls. In an instant, the fog that had shrouded the village began to rush towards the scrolls. That voice belongs to the clan leader. Liuxing looked up at the sky. Along with the voice echoing through the village, 5 spirals formed from the gathered mist appeared. At that moment, the fog surrounding Liuxing began to dissipate rapidly. Has the clan leader intervened? Truly impressive. He has completely nullified the fog concealment technique with just one sealing method. Uzumaki clan, how dare you slay our mist village's Chunin? A cold light flickered as a figure, wielding shuriken, swiftly approached Liuxing from the dissipating mist. Earth release, decapitation technique. Suddenly, 2 hands emerged from beneath the feet of the Mist Ninja, dragging the unsuspecting ninja underground, leaving only his head exposed. Liuxing, well done. You managed to take down a Chunin from the Mist Village under the fog concealment technique. A red-haired figure, donning the Whirlpool Village ninja forehead protector, emerged from the ground beside Liuxing. Brother Toki. Liuxing turned to the newcomer, who was a jonin from the village that had previously accompanied him on several missions. I sensed the commotion of battle here while the village was still shrouded in mist, which is why I rushed over. Upon arrival, I discovered you had utilized a transformation technique to eliminate the Mist Chunin. As Uzumaki Toki spoke, he formed hand seals, and the Mist Ninja he had dragged underground soon fell silent under the pressure of the earth release. Excellent work, Liuxing. Since my promotion to jonin, this is the first time I have witnessed you in battle, and you have certainly improved. Well then, enough reminiscing. I received an order from the clan leader to organize the Jinin and Chunin to escort the villagers across to the other side of the Whirlpool River. However, considering we are up against the mist, they will likely not allow us to cross peacefully. You will accompany me as we gather and protect the villagers in this vicinity. Protecting the villagers? Understood. Liuxing responded while following Uzumaki Toki, leaping onto the rooftops. At this moment, the mist had completely vanished, revealing a massive sea monster standing prominently before the tallest structure in Whirlpool, truly worthy of being hailed as the founder of Konoha's sealing arts. You have effortlessly sealed the fog concealment technique that I exerted considerable effort to spread. At this juncture, in Uzumaki Arena's view, a black-haired man stood atop the colossal water monster, which towered even higher than the tallest building in Whirlpool Village. Strangely, the black-haired man had his eyes closed, as if he could perceive everything without sight. You, the whelp from the Rongchuan family. Why are you not dutifully serving as the Mizukage, but have come to Whirlpool Village instead? Upon witnessing the immense sea monster and the black-haired man atop it after the mist dissipated, Uzumaki Arena felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Senior Arena, I wish to observe the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Would you be willing to grant me this request? Rongchuan Taki. The sealing technique is the foundation of the Uzumaki clan's existence in the ninja world. You should propose a different condition. We came to Whirlpool Village not to return empty-handed. A boisterous voice approached, and with a resounding thud, a dark figure landed before Uzumaki Arena, surrounded by blue chakra, causing the ground beneath to crack like a spider's web. Third Reikage AI. Observing the large lightning tattoo on the man's right shoulder, Uzumaki Arena's heart sank further. Uzumaki Arena, surrender the sealing techniques, and we may grant Whirlpool Village a chance for survival. With lightning crackling around him, Reikage AI shouted angrily at Uzumaki Arena. Am I not your senior? Do you have no respect for your elders? Uzumaki Arena's expression turned grave as he produced 4 small scrolls, pinched between his fingers. As the leader of the Uzumaki clan, he would not relinquish the sealing techniques easily, knowing that even if he did, the 2 most powerful ninja villages would not simply withdraw. In the battlefield, there is no room for politeness. Only strength determines everything. The third Reikage's light yellow hair flared wildly behind him due to the immense chakra he exuded, and his gaze lacked any emotion, embodying sheer brutality. I never expected to encounter both the third Mizukage and the third Reikage. I wonder how long my old bones can withstand you two. The corner of Uzumaki Arena's I caught a hint from the sealing team, alleviating some of his worries. I have heard that the third Reikage possesses the strongest physical defense in the ninja world, known as the strongest shield. But I wonder which formidable opponent could inflict such a horrific wound upon your chest? You're courting death. The third Reikage exploded with fury upon hearing Uzumaki Arena's inquiry. The humiliation of injuring himself was a topic he would never wish to discuss. The previously orderly swirling chakra around him surged violently, forming a chakra barrier. Mizukage, I'll handle Uzumaki Arena. You and your summoned beast swiftly obliterate everything in this village. Chapter 6. The Uzumaki clan's desperation. You two, as the leaders of the Mist and Cloud villages, dare to join forces and attempt to slaughter the villagers of Whirlpool? Are you not afraid of the repercussions from other nations? Upon hearing Reikage AI shout, Uzumaki Arena quickly interjected, hoping to use the threat of other nations against them. Today marks the day of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. If we kill everyone here, not even a mosquito will escape Whirlpool Village, and thus no nation will know we orchestrated this. The third Mizukage, standing atop the towering sea monster, coldly retorted before commanding the monster to commence its massacre. Do not underestimate my old bones, nor the strength of Whirlpool Village. Uzumaki Arena clasped his hands together, intricate sealing runes rapidly spreading from beneath his feet. After all, I have endured the trials of the Warring States period. With just the 2 of you, you cannot act recklessly before me. Sealing technique, Whirlpool Barrier. A transparent barrier rapidly expanded from Uzumaki Arena, enveloping him, the third Mizukage, the Reikage, and the Mizukage summoned beast within. What? You can cast such a wide barrier without hand seals? The third Reikage's pupils constricted. He had been researching combat without hand seals. At this moment, small whirlpools began to form around his body, and both the Reikage and Mizukage sensed the impending danger. This barrier is continuously draining my chakra. We can no longer wait. Before he finished speaking, the third Reikage launched an attack, his feet covered in chakra as he forcefully stomped the ground, causing the already cracked rooftop to collapse. And he transformed into a flash of lightning, dashing towards Uzumaki Arena. Uzumaki Arena reacted swiftly, his hands performing Tai Chi, and a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within him, forming a massive vortex that pushed everything away in all directions. Huh. Hell's piercing forehands. The formidable fingers of the third Reikage transformed into lethal blades, imbued with purple lightning, and struck against the vortex, only to be repelled by the vortex's overwhelming repulsive force, redirecting the attack and sending it careening past the shoulder of Uzumaki Ashina, demolishing the structures behind him. At that very moment, 5 members of the barrier team positioned beside Uzumaki Ashina shouted in unison as chains materialized from the adamantine sealing technique, entwining in the air to form an impenetrable net aimed at the location of the Reikage. Simultaneously, the third Mizukage, standing atop the sea monster, swiftly unleashed a jutsu. Torrents of water gushing forth from his mouth like crashing waves, seemingly intent on filling the entire barrier space. You've witnessed my sealing techniques and still dare to attempt to defeat me with water release? The scroll nestled between his fingers was thrown by Uzumaki Ashina onto the water's surface, and he clasped his hands once more in prayer. From the scroll emerged a powerful suction force, drawing in the surging waves as if they were mere droplets, quickly reaching a delicate balance with the Mizukage's output. This cannot continue. My chakra will be depleted. Realizing the futility of his water release technique, the third Mizukage abruptly ceased its execution. The original plan was no longer viable. It appeared he would have to resort to that technique. Dissolution release, dissolving monster technique. The third Mizukage inhaled deeply, then released a cloud of steaming acid that enveloped Uzumaki Ashina and the entire rooftop where the sealing team stood. Such a technique is troublesome. Uzumaki Ashina narrowed his eyes, and without hesitation, he hurled another scroll. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. Above the scroll, the 5 elemental seals of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning unfurled, with the earth and water seals swelling in brilliance. As the third Mizukage's dissolution technique came into contact with the seals, it began to quietly dissolve. Beyond the reach of the seals, the viscous and highly corrosive acid cascaded downwards, rapidly eroding the already precarious building, forcing Uzumaki Ashina and the 5 sealing team members to retreat to the ground. What a fearsome acid! If hit directly by this technique, even I would not escape unscathed. Observing the corrosive dissolution technique still ravaging the ground, Uzumaki Ashina's respect for his opponent intensified. Suddenly, from his left, a piercing sound sliced through the air as the third Reikage reappeared beside him, while the sea monster beneath the third Mizukage swung its harpoon in tandem. Too quick. With no time to turn, Uzumaki Ashina hastily enacted the Tai Chi, but the Reikage's 3-finger-formed lightning blades sliced through his armor, leaving a long gash across his back. Cough. Uzumaki Ashina spat out blood, yet his hands did not falter. He quickly smeared his own blood to draw a crimson sealing rune. Sealing technique, contract seal. The blood-red rune rapidly expanded in midair, swiftly covering the sea monster as the harpoon bore down on Uzumaki Ashina. With a resounding bang, just as the harpoon was about to strike, the sea monster and the harpoon disintegrated into smoke. How is this possible? He forcibly sealed my summoning contract. Though his eyes were tightly shut, the previously unperturbed visage of the third Mizukage was now etched with astonishment, as the sudden disappearance of the summoned beast sent him plummeting from above. Indeed, troublesome. I had already considered the unpredictable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to be challenging. It appears that the countermeasures I devised have proven largely ineffective. The third Mizukage landed steadily on the ground, while the Reikage, like a flash of lightning, materialized beside him. Opposite them, Uzumaki Ashina remained in a prayer position, surrounded by 25 chains generated by the adamantine sealing technique, establishing a formidable defense. It seems we can no longer afford to underestimate our opponent. Unleash your trump card, Mizukage. Must we resort to such measures so soon? However, the strength demonstrated by our adversary indeed warrants the use of that power. The third Mizukage formed hand seals, then dropped his hands, revealing no immediate signs of a jutsu. Have you given up? No, that seal was watching the third Mizukage's actions. Uzumaki Ashina's previously calm heart surged with anxiety. Communication? In such circumstances, who could the Mizukage be contacting? The dread grew within Uzumaki Ashina. It seemed the most terrifying scenario he had feared was about to unfold. Chapter 7. Summoning the Nine-Tails. Everyone, move in this direction. Once we cross that bridge, we will be temporarily safe. On the village streets, Uzumaki Ryusei was aiding several lower-ranking ninjas in evacuating the villagers. With the addition of the hidden cloud ninjas following the dissipating mist, the village's defenses became increasingly precarious. The originally tasked Chunin to evacuate the villagers were now compelled to join the frontline battle. Damn it, tonight is the night of the Uzumaki clan's extermination. Witnessing the injuries and deaths of his kin and comrades in the ongoing battles, Uzumaki Ryusei felt his heart bleed. If only I had time, even just 3 days, I could attain sufficient strength through training to join this fight. Had I known the timing of the massacre, I would have had ample opportunity to seek the clan leader's assistance in becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. But now Uzumaki Ryusei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even if he summoned the Nine-Tails now, he would still be unqualified to join the battlefield alongside the clan leader. His own frailty would be the greatest vulnerability, and he was uncertain whether the Nine-Tails would heed his commands. Inquiring with the system yielded no response. Ryusei, come help. At that moment, another breach opened in the defense formed by the village, as 6 Chunin from the hidden cloud charged toward the fleeing crowd, marking the 3rd time the defenses had been broken. Damn the mist and cloud. If this battle could last for several days, once I have acquired sufficient strength, I will certainly repel you, and then visit each of your villages one by one. Silently promising this, Ryusei quickly propelled himself toward the approaching cloud ninjas, launching several shuriken with his right hand. Lightning release. Lightning Serpent. A blue lightning serpent surged towards Ryusei, who remained steadfast, colliding directly with the lightning serpent. Uzumaki Ryusei. His comrades shouted in alarm, witnessing the impact, while the cloud ninja who unleashed the technique laughed heartily. Scared silly? This is what a lowly ninja from a small village looks like. They seem even weaker than our academy trainees. Suddenly, his laughter was cut short as Ryusei's shuriken, flung at an unexpected moment, transformed, revealing Ryusei himself, who plunged the shuriken into the chest of the cloud ninja. How is this possible? Even a shadow clone would crumble upon contact with the lightning serpent. Do you still not understand? Ryusei grinned widely. What is attacking you now is a shadow clone. The one making contact with your lightning serpent is my true self. With that, the Ryusei in front of the cloud ninja dissipated into smoke, while the Ryusei who had engaged the lightning serpent stood with his hair standing on end, resembling a legendary warrior from another realm. Excellent work, Ryusei-senpai. Observing Ryusei's unscathed form, aside from his slightly tousled hair, the lower-ranking ninjas of the Uzumaki clan sighed in relief, then erupted in excitement. In their eyes, the long-standing underdog Ryusei had quickly dispatched an enemy Chunin, revealing that the foe was not as formidable as they had imagined. Be cautious. I merely took advantage of his carelessness. Ryusei felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, though he had withstood the cloud ninja's lightning technique due to his robust physique. The numbness lingered, refusing to dissipate. Kill these invaders and protect the village. One by one, the young genin rushed toward the remaining cloud ninjas, while Ryusei, worried for their safety, forced himself to move forward despite his discomfort. Suddenly, a strange, enormous roar echoed in the ears of everyone present, followed by a piercing shriek that reverberated throughout the ninja village. Ah, look quickly. What is that creature in the swirling river? As the roar reached them, all eyes turned toward its source, where a monster, resembling a small mountain, emerged from the water, its massive form causing the flow of the wide river to become obstructed. This creature, akin to a slug and endowed with 6 tails, was none other than the tailed beast, the 6 tails. Familiar with the world of Naruto, Ryusei instantly recognized the identity of the beast. Its pale violet body awakened memories of the 6 tails within him. At the moment the 6 tails appeared, as if premeditated, the mist and cloud ninjas began their retreat, while the Uzumaki ninjas refrained from pursuing. Instead, the upper ninjas immediately turned to confront the 6 tails that had materialized in the river. No, don't get close, Ryusei shouted with all his strength, trying to stop the upper ninjas from approaching the 6 tails. Yet, the upper ninjas moved with astonishing speed. By the time he spoke, 5 of them were already nearing the 6 tails, one of whom was the very ninja who had previously saved Ryusei, Uzumaki Toki. In the center of the river, the 6 tails danced wildly. It seemed to sense the approaching ninjas. Taking a deep breath, it unleashed a thick cloud of mist that rapidly spread, corroding everything it touched. The 5 Uzumaki upper ninjas, who drew near, were instantly dissolved without a sound, leaving no trace behind. Run. The mist is corrosive. Quickly, get the villagers off the bridge. The remaining upper ninjas quickly assessed the situation, realizing the Six-Tails mist was highly corrosive. Those skilled in wind release began to employ jutsu to contain the mist's advance. However, the Six-Tails attack was no ordinary wind technique. The highly corrosive acid mist diffused everywhere, silently consuming countless villagers who were still fleeing in panic. Damn it! The mist ninjas have actually controlled the Six-Tails to appear in the most densely populated area, causing the deaths of so many villagers. At that moment, Ryusei's eyes turned red with fury, as he recognized for the first time that the ninja world was a cold reality filled with war and death. Nine-Tails, come forth. Quickly stop it. As he saw the Six-Tails preparing to inhale again, Ryusei could no longer hold back. With his shout, the Nine-Tails, long concealed within him, manifested before him, and with a powerful swing of its tail, sent the inhaling Six-Tails flying out of the swirling river toward the distant edge of the village. The Nine-Tails, belonging to Ryusei, stood protectively in front of him, its massive form stretching gracefully under the moonlight, its snow-white fur emanating an otherworldly sheen, resembling a mythical snow fox rather than the malevolent beast known in the ninja world. The chakra devoid of any attribute enveloped its body, akin to a rising milky flame, completely dissipating the corrosive acid mist upon contact, causing no harm whatsoever. Is this truly the Nine-Tails that belongs solely to me? Chapter 8, named Frost and Snow. What is this? It managed to send the terrifying beast flying with a single blow. I heard that it was summoned by Uzumaki Ryusei. Could it be that this is Ryusei's summoning beast? Possessing such a powerful summon, Ryusei still allowed himself to be called a mere low-level ninja. Truly, I am overwhelmed with emotion. After the manifestation of the Nine-Tails summoned by Ryusei, the previously chaotic crowd became even more boisterous, and those near Ryusei were more curious about him than fearful. Meanwhile, Ryusei, immersed in sorrow, felt the Nine-Tails' warmth and the connection they shared, decisively accepting the Nine-Tails' invitation as it gently lifted him onto its head. Are you saying that you have just been born and have no name yet, and wish for me to give you one? Gently stroking the snow-white fur atop the Nine-Tails' head, Ryusei instantly comprehended its thoughts as if they were in sync. Since I am naming you, it shall naturally differ from the naming conventions of the ninja world, untainted by notions of good and evil. Your fur is like frost and snow, and your spirit is pure and unblemished. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall call you Frost and Snow. Frost and Snow. Frost and Snow. Ryusei sensed the Nine-Tails' fondness for this name through their connection, and his previously sorrowful heart calmed slightly. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from the direction where the Six-Tails had been struck away. Ryusei looked up once more at the Six-Tails and saw the terrifying sphere forming in its mouth. Attack, Frost and Snow. Do not allow it to unleash the tail beast bomb within the village. With a fierce roar, Frost and Snow accelerated, covering the previously vast distance to the Six-Tails in mere seconds. The humanoid eyes of the Six-Tails showed a flicker of fear and confusion. It could not comprehend why the Nine-Tails that suddenly appeared before it felt entirely different from the one it had known. But this did not prevent it from attacking. Within seconds, the tailed beast bomb had taken shape in its mouth. With a resounding boom, the tailed beast bomb shot forth from the Six-Tails, its fearsome chakra possessing a corrosive quality capable of dissolving everything in its path. As the tailed beast bomb hurtled toward them, Frost and Snow regarded it with disdain. The Nine-Tails coalesced into a single form and lashed out like a whip, striking the tailed beast bomb with tremendous force. The Six-Tails tailed beast bomb was deflected, changing direction and speeding toward the lush forest in the distance. Six-Tails, cease your actions immediately. We can discuss this. Seizing the brief moment of opportunity, Ryusei amplified his voice with chakra, hoping to reach the Six-Tails. However, the Six-Tails was not so easily swayed. Its long-standing hatred for humanity drove it to eliminate all enemies within sight, and even the presence of the Nine-Tails could not compel it to relent. Bubbles erupted from the Six-Tails' maw, followed by a torrent of highly corrosive liquid spewing forth, aiming to engulf Frost and Snow entirely. Are you completely ignoring me? Ryusei's eyes narrowed as he beheld the overwhelming deluge of liquid. Frost and Snow, do not hesitate. Subdue it first. With an excited roar, Frost and Snow raised its Nine-Tails before it, swiftly gathering chakra to form a gigantic barrier composed entirely of pure chakra. The corrosive liquid met the barrier, initiating an intense clash of energies. Terrifying steam enveloped both colossal beasts, Yet the Nine-Tails barrier showed no signs of deterioration. At last, the liquid released by the Six Tails was entirely neutralized, and Frost and Snow's 9 snowy tails swiftly parted, revealing a massive tailed beast bomb it had formed. Even larger than the Six Tails itself, coalesced using a chakra ratio of yin and yang at 2:8. Is it going all out right from the start? The Six Tails' anthropomorphic eyes widened in shock as its antennae retracted into its body, and the ground beneath it began to dissolve as it sank rapidly into the earth. It intends to burrow underground. Ryusei realized the Six Tails' intent, but Frost and Snow responded even quicker. The previously separated Nine Tails shot out like tentacles, ensnaring the Six Tails' body. The completed tailed beast bomb was then unleashed directly at the Six Tails. Boom! The tailed beast bomb exploded upon contact with the Six Tails, sending powerful shockwaves outward, all directed towards the forest beyond the village. The rising smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a landscape that seemed to have been plowed, with the distant forests split down the middle. At the epicenter of the explosion, amidst 9 pristine white tails, the silhouette of the six-tailed beast had vanished without a trace. Had it escaped? Aided by the slickness of its own mucus? Lu Xing gazed at the vast pit where the Six Tails had once stood, showing little surprise. Although the Nine Tails possessed formidable strength, it could not easily vanquish its six-tailed counterpart. Had it fled in that direction? At that moment, the consciousness of Shuangxue flowed into Lu Xing's mind, and he followed the guidance to look towards the subterranean path traversed by the Six Tails. That path led directly to the site of the tallest building in Wuchao Village, now enveloped by a colossal and transparent barrier. Let us proceed. Though unaware of why the Six Tails would approach that location, Lu Xing, having summoned Shuangxue, felt justified in intervening in this great battle and did not hesitate further. In an instant, Shuangxue transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly rushing toward the barrier. Meanwhile, the Six Tails, moving rapidly underground, seemed to sense the fluctuations of the sealing technique emanating from the barrier, emerging above ground. Boom! In the next moment, the immense head of the Six Tails struck fiercely against the barrier, causing it to tremble but remain steadfast. Lord Chieftain and the captains of the sealing squad. Lu Xing finally beheld the scene within the barrier. At that moment, Uchiha Madara was bent over, gasping for breath, his hands trembling as he clutched an empty scroll. The 5 upper ninjas of the sealing squad lay weakly on the ground. The chains formed by the Vajra sealing technique dimmed and fell lifelessly. Opposite them stood a black-haired man with closed eyes, surrounded by swirling water, while a towering, burly figure beside him bore a full head of standing yellow hair, his body crackling with countless purple bolts of lightning, interspersed with hints of black. The third Mizukage and the third Reikage. Lu Xing, well versed in the lore of the hidden leaf, instantly recognized the powerful figures before him, his heart filled with astonishment. It was indeed them, joining forces against the chieftain. No wonder the Uzumaki clan had been nearly eradicated overnight. Coupled with the Six Tails, this combination was more daunting than the infamous night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. You have truly gone mad, transforming tailed beasts into instruments of aggression against other ninja villages. If Hashirama were to witness this scene, he would surely prefer to release the tailed beasts rather than entrust them to your villages for safeguarding. Uchiha Arashi's aged voice resonated within the barrier. He was nearing his limit, battling 2 immensely powerful shadow-level opponents while maintaining a vast barrier. Despite the resilience of the Uzumaki clan's physique, he could not endure much longer. The god of shinobi entrusted the tailed beasts to our villages with the intention of using them as forbidden weapons. Our current application does not deviate from his original intent. The third Mizukage retorted without reservation. The figure of the god of shinobi, Hashirama, was now but a relic of history, and he would not retreat merely due to a name. Moreover, your village is not without its secrets. That fox, aside from its distinctive coloration, resembles the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, the Kyubi. Was it not supposed to remain in Konoha? How did it come to be in your village? The third Reikage's voice boomed like thunder, yet he dared not act recklessly, casting wary glances at Shuangxue. He had fought against the 8 Tails numerous times, each encounter requiring him to exert himself to the brink of exhaustion merely to suppress the sealed beast. Now, the legendary Kyubi was likely present just outside the barrier. Has Mito's child truly come to the land of waves to retrieve Kushina? It seems Konoha has not entirely restricted the freedom of Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara had long since noticed Shuangxue and the figure of Lu Xing atop her head. However, having personally sealed the Kyuubi within Mito. He assumed it was Mito who had intervened to save Lu Xing from peril, for he could never have fathomed the emergence of a second Kyuubi in the ninja world. The strength of the Uzumaki clan is far from exhausted. I have yet to reach my limit. Uchiha Arashi's silver hair began to billow as his chakra surged, the last vestiges of pink vanishing from his hair during the prior battle. Was this truly the end? It appeared I must resort to that technique. As the leader of the Uzumaki clan, the head of Wachao village, and the daimyo of the Land of Waves, I shall ensure that none can erase the existence of the Land of Waves before my demise. Lord Chieftain, we can still fight. Please do not use that technique. The 5 members of the sealing squad paled at the sight of Uchiha Arashi's actions, hastily attempting to interrupt him. Lu Xing, atop Shuangshue's head, recognized the ninjutsu the chieftain intended to employ. Has it truly come to the point of using the Shikifujin? A thought flashed through Lu Xing's mind. But before he could voice his concerns, the third Reikage, sensing the anomaly, transformed into a bolt of lightning and pierced through Uchiha Arashi's form. Boom! The vast barrier encompassing the space, which had merely trembled under Shuangshue's attack, now shattered explosively, as the third Reikage strike was terrifyingly swift. It was only upon the barrier's collapse that everyone realized what had transpired. No, Lord Chieftain. The 5 members of the sealing squad cried out in anguish. Their previously limp chains of the Vajra sealing technique now springing to life, attempting to ensnare the Reikage from various angles. Too slow. At this moment, the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had long since passed, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was still a child, yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Reikage, wielded the speed of the ninja world, effortlessly retreating to the Mizukage side even under the encirclement of 25 chains. Cease this at once. Do not expend your efforts in vain. At that moment, Uchiha Arashi's aged voice echoed from beneath the ground as his figure slowly emerged. Lord Chieftain, your arm. The 5 rushed to protect the chieftain, who appeared utterly beleaguered, his silver hair shattered, standing on end, and his left arm completely severed. What terrifying speed and force! Had I not slightly altered his trajectory with the Tai Chi push, my head would surely have been lost. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Uchiha Arashi's eyes. The speed unleashed by the third Reikage far surpassed anything he had previously encountered in battle. Has he truly shown restraint? I underestimated this individual. To become the shadow of a formidable ninja village, his power is indeed formidable. Is he still alive? The third Reikage regarded Uchiha Arasher, now protected by 5 Uzumaki ninjas, with a mix of disbelief. Having lost an arm, you should be incapable of employing that ninjutsu again. The third Mizukage also gazed at Uchiha Arasher, who was in a woeful state. Although he was equally astonished by the speed the third Reikage had exhibited, he was now allied with him, and naturally, the strength of his ally was advantageous. Even if your village possesses the Kyuubi to hinder the 6 tails, what of it? Once we dispose of you, erasing the existence of the Land of Waves will be effortless. The third Mizukage sneered. Moreover, the presence of the Kyuubi here provides a reason for the annihilation of the Land of Waves. When news spreads that the Kyuubi's rampage led to the overnight destruction of your village, it will surely send shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Even if the Land of Water falls, the Land of Waves will continue to stand amidst the ninja world. Remember this, it is I, Uzumaki Lu Xing, who declares it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated above the village of Wachao, followed by Shuangshua, dragging the 6 tails, positioning herself before Uchiha Arasher and the others. Lu Xing stood atop Shuangshue's head. And at that moment, for the first time since arriving in the ninja world, he proclaimed himself as Uzumaki Lu Xing. The Vortex clan truly lives up to its reputation, having cultivated a Jinchuriki capable of unleashing the power of tailed beasts to such an extent, even subduing the wild 6 tails. Upon hearing Liu Xing's words, the third Mizukage erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard something utterly ridiculous. How laughable it is that a mere Jinchuriki of a tailed beast dares to boast so brazenly. A small nation on the fringes of the world, if not for the existence of the Vortex clan, would be nothing more than an inconsequential joke. A joke, is it? Soon, you shall discover who the true jest is. Standing atop Shuangshue, Liu Xing's eyes brimmed with cold indifference as he gazed at the 2 principal architects of the impending doom of the Vortex nation, his voice icy. Shuangshue, make your move. With a roar filled with battle intent, Shuangxue hurled the six tails towards the Mizukage while simultaneously unleashing 9 fox tails that blotted out the sky towards the Reikage. At that very moment, a notification resonated in Liuxing's mind. Ding! Detected sign-in targets. 3rd Reikage, 3rd Mizukage, 6 tails, and Vortex Amina, etc. This sign-in rewards 100-fold. Please select a target for sign-in. Chapter 10, Sage Body. Could it be that it's just past midnight? Overwhelmed with joy at the system's prompt, Liuxing unhesitatingly selected his target in his heart. Sign-in target selected. Vortex Amina, sign in now. Ding! 100-fold sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Sage Body, Ashura. System, extract the reward. Liuxing's heart soared with elation upon hearing the sign-in reward. Although he did not acquire the sealing technique he had planned for, the Ashura Sage Body is undeniably a force far more formidable than the sealing arts of the Vortex clan, almost equivalent to the Sage Body of the Six Paths. Aside from the truth-seeking balls and the ability to disregard ninjutsu. Ding! Reward has been distributed. In an instant, a chakra nearly equal to that of the Nine-Tails erupted within Liuxing, and his body underwent a transformation, effortlessly resisting the overwhelming surge of chakra. Soon, Liuxing's body experienced a metamorphosis as visible wounds on his arms healed before the naked eye, and the energy within him became on par with Shuangxue. His long hair, which had previously dragged on the ground, swiftly grew, regaining its silky flow and cascading like a waterfall, staining a large area of Shuangxue red. Is this the Sage Body forged at the peak of Ashura's power? Compared to my previous Vortex Sage Body, it feels like a mere oversized ant, and it has compensated for the Vortex clan's lack of recovery abilities. As Liuxing reveled in the sensations brought forth by the Sage Body, the 3rd Reikage pierced through Shuangxue's foxtail barrier, advancing with his ultimate technique, known as the strongest spear capable of penetrating all. With a piercing cry, the sharp lightning spear formed at the tip of the Reikage's fingertip created a violent friction with the air, producing a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds taking flight, distorting the surrounding space due to the compression of chakra. Although Liuxing could perceive everything, he could not completely evade it. Just a ninja from a weak village. Even a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails ultimately lacks the strength to survive such an attack. As if speaking to himself, the 3rd Reikage maintained his attack posture as he brushed past Liuxing. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest spear, even the Sage Body cannot withstand it entirely. Liuxing observed the rapidly expanding fingertip-sized hole in his left side, showing no trace of surprise. Yet, this is where it ends. I now possess a recovery and vitality far more terrifying than that of the god of shinobi. Even in a battle of attrition, I can outlast you. Moreover, I need not engage your main body in combat. Liuxing severed his long hair with a shuriken and swiftly formed hand seals, an endless torrent of chakra surging within him. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of Liuxings appeared on the battlefield. Having learned from the past lessons of Vortex Liuxing, he refrained from creating too many clones at once. Furthermore, with the Sage Body, his clones now differed entirely from those before. You, who should have battled the rock-hidden village for 3 days and nights, it seems today you shall meet your end in the Vortex-Tide village. Liuxing uttered words that the 3rd Reikage could not comprehend, for the Second Great Ninja War had yet to fully commence. However, the Reikage was already astounded by the thousands of clones Liuxing had summoned, entirely oblivious to what the real Liuxing was saying. How could this be? That strike. I was certain I had struck true. How is he unscathed, merely missing a piece of clothing? Indeed, within the blink of an eye, the hole in Liuxing's abdomen had already healed, though his clothing could not restore itself. Do you wish to know the reason? Defeat me, and I shall reveal my secret. Liuxing was far from speaking aimlessly. At this moment, he possessed absolute confidence in his strength. The 3rd Reikage, observing the encirclement of Liuxing's clones, was visibly shaken. What immense chakra must one possess to create so many shadow clones? Is this the might of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Yet, they are merely clones. Those that dissipate upon taking damage can hardly influence the outcome of this battle, merely wasting time in cleanup. With that, the 3rd Reikage charged in a specific direction. As Liuxing's clones surrounded him, many overlapped in a straight line. The Hellspike thrust. The powerful explosion was still shocking, under the Reikage's assault. Dozens of Liuxing's clones were instantly pierced through the abdomen. Impossible. How could the physical strength of the clones be so formidable? After the attack, the 3rd Reikage turned his gaze towards the clones he had pierced. only to witness a scene that shattered his worldview. The wounds of all Liuxing's clones were merely shallow cuts, and at this moment, the wounds were visibly healing. Moreover, this healing ability far surpassed that of the Jinchuriki in the village. For a moment, the third Reikage stood frozen in place, while Liuxing looked at his rapidly regenerating clones. A sense of helplessness filling his gaze. Do you truly believe I wish to engage in a war of attrition? If it weren't for the fact that I currently possess no explosive means of attack, the very moment I grasped the sage body, you would be fortunate to stand here conversing with me. Silently mocking, Liuxing commanded his clones to launch an attack on the third Reikage. Meanwhile, the third Mizukage was not merely a spectator, as Xuanxue, in sync with Liuxing's intentions, redirected her assault towards the evading third Mizukage after failing to harm the Reikage. Xuanxue's 9 tails descended like celestial pillars, smashing down repeatedly, reducing the already eroded ground into utter ruin, with not a single flat surface remaining. At this moment, the third Mizukage found himself in a desperate situation under Xuanxue's relentless assault. His melting technique proved utterly ineffective against Xuanxue, and lacking the speed and physique of the third Reikage, he could only clumsily evade and deflect the attacks. Cursed be the clones and substitutes. Such techniques cannot deceive it. Each of its strikes can accurately locate my position, leaving me with no choice but to dodge or fend off its onslaught. At this rate, my plans shall come to ruin. But is this the 9 tails? A being far more powerful than the 3 tails and 6 tails combined. If only it could belong to our mist-hidden village, then we could surely become the mightiest village in the ninja world. Though he was clumsily dodging, the third Mizukage's tightly closed eyes now opened, revealing a pair of eyes that should never exist in that body, filled with unrestrained greed for the 9 tails. Chapter 11. The emergence of the Sharingan. At this moment, as Ryusei took over the battle, Uzumaki Ashina was recovering his chakra under the care of 5 members of the sealing team. One of them gasped in surprise upon witnessing the eyes of the third Mizukage as he opened them. You were correct in your judgment. Those eyes indeed belonged to the Uchiha clan, a prestigious lineage of Kiraigakure, possessing the Sharingan. How could this be? How could the Mizukage of Kiraigakure possess the Sharingan? With the Uchiha clan's reverence for their eyes, they would never allow the Sharingan to fall into external hands. I am uncertain about that, but seeing these eyes, I finally comprehend how Kiraigakure could manipulate the 6 tails to assault our village. No wonder the third Mizukage has kept his eyes shut since ascending to power. A look of gravity filled Uzumaki Ashina's gaze. Perhaps others were unaware, but he had witnessed Uchiha Madara utilizing the Sharingan to control the 9 tails during the legendary battle against Senju Hashirama, in which he was merely a spectator, and subsequently sealed the 9 tails. However, with such eyes, it would be troublesome for Mido if the 9 tails were under the influence of the Sharingan. The tide of battle could easily shift. Indeed, until now, Uzumaki Ashina had believed the 9 tails to be under the control of Uzumaki Mido. Yet it seemed that Ryusei had finally unleashed his potential. By evening, he learned that Ryusei had mastered a new ninjutsu, though he had exchanged numerous techniques over the years. The only recent acquisition was the shadow clone technique, and it appeared he had indeed learned this skill. However, even if Ryusei possessed an immense amount of chakra, this technique could only entangle the Reikage for a limited duration. It was impossible to defeat the third Reikage solely through this method. Before his chakra was exhausted, he must restore enough chakra. With this thought, Uzumaki Ashina focused on replenishing his chakra, aware that in the current manageable situation, restoring his chakra swiftly was paramount. Is it truly the Sharingan? Ryusei had also discerned the 3 Tomo eyes that the third Mizukage revealed upon opening his eyes. However, it was not entirely unexpected. It seemed the people of Kiraigakure had a penchant for appropriating the eyes of others, as the third Mizukage had done before Ao integrated the Byakugan into his own vision. Yet, a mere 3 Tomo Sharingan should not possess the power to control tailed beasts, right? Slightly concerned, Ryusei transmitted the information regarding the Sharingan to Xuanxue through their mental connection. Although it was known that those who could control tailed beasts, such as Madara, Obito, and Sasuke, had done so only after mastering the Mangekyo Sharingan. The fact that the third Mizukage could control the 6 tails here warranted caution. After all, the anime depicted merely a fraction of the entire ninja world, and Ryusei was truly living in this realm where any discrepancies from the original narrative could manifest, especially concerning settings not explicitly stated in the source material. Bang! The frequency of Shuangshue's attacks accelerated, causing the very earth to tremble. Heeding Ryuseai's warning, Shuangshue concealed her eyes beneath the veil of her fox tails, rendering the third Mizukage unable to mount a proper defense or utilize any Jinjutsu with his Sharingan. Damn the Nine-Tails, it has recognized the threat posed by the Sharingan. It is indeed connected to Konoha. After all, these eyes originate from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The third Mizukage evaded clumsily. Although Shuangshue's attacks posed no immediate threat to his life, the chakra consumption from his Sharingan, coupled with dodging the Nine-Tails onslaught, would eventually lead to his depletion. Yet, the Mizukage dared not close his Sharingan again, as Shuangshue's attacks intensified, covering a vast area. At this point, his own reflexes were insufficient to evade in time. Another attack saw the Raikage piercing through over 20 of Ryuseai's clones, but the damage sustained rapidly healed due to his formidable recovery abilities. While the clones surrounding him seemed endless, it appeared that if this continued, victory would ultimately belong to me. Even if the third Raikage could battle for 3 days and nights, my clones were not like the ninja army of the Land of Earth. Among the thousands of ninja from that nation, there were likely fewer than 100 Jonin, whereas each of my clones possessed the physical prowess of a Jonin, along with defenses far surpassing that of a Jonin. Due to the lack of mastery over specific taijutsu techniques, Ryuseai could only rely on the significantly enhanced physical capabilities granted by Sage Mode to contend with the third Raikage in combat. The battle had surpassed an hour, and the number of times Ryuseai had struck the Raikage was minimal. My frequency of hitting the Raikage was rising. Indeed, even someone as powerful as the Raikage would gradually wane under relentless combat. Boom! Shuangshue's massive foxtail struck down once more, and this time, the third Mizukage seemed to finally be at his limit, unable to evade the attack, and was forcefully slammed into the ground. Shuangshue's consciousness conveyed a sense of joy. At last, through my and Shuangshue's clumsy assaults, we had finally dealt with one adversary. Now, if we could just overcome the third Raikage, this battle could come to an end. Indeed, it was a rather foolish attack. Not only did Ryuseai have to rely solely on his physicality to wear down the Raikage, but Shuangshue had never once utilized the tailed beast bomb in this battle, fearing a miss would leave her vulnerable to counterattack. Having just traversed into the world of Naruto, encountering a clan extermination crisis, time was too tight. If only I had 3 days, even without gaining offensive ninjutsu, I could attempt to master the Rasengan or become Shuangshue's Jinchuriki. While Ryuseai pondered this, Shuangshue had already shaped the chakra on the surface of her tail into a massive hand, pulling the third Mizukage from the earth, while quickly condensing a tailed beast bomb in her mouth. Mizukage. Though surrounded by Ryuseai's clones, the Raikage nonetheless beheld the captured Mizukage. In a desperate moment, dark as ink, lightning erupted from his body, instantly enveloping dozens of Ryuseai's clones nearest to him. Then, like a virus, the black lightning rapidly spread among Ryuseai's clones, paralyzing all of them in an instant, leaving them helpless to witness the Raikage transform into a bolt of lightning racing toward Shuangshue. Intent on liberating the Mizukage from her grasp, the Hell Spike technique swiftly severed the massive hand of chakra that Shuangshue had formed, and in that moment, the Mizukage broke free from her control. At the same time, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, unleashing an intangible Jinjutsu in an instant. Cursed be! How did I forget that the third Raikage also mastered the Black Lightning technique specifically designed to counter numerous foes? Paralyzed, Ryuseai could only watch helplessly as the Sharingan of the Mizukage locked eyes with Shuangshue, his heart racing with urgency. The ordinary Jinjutsu of the Sharingan must not take hold. Shuangshue. Chapter 12. The Anomaly of the Six-Tails Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb shot forth from Shuangshue's mouth like a dark red meteor ablaze with destructive power, carrying enough force to obliterate a mountain, hurtling directly toward the third Mizukage. How is this possible? The Sharingan's Jinjutsu has completely failed? The third Mizukage's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet the tailed beast bomb was now perilously close. If he did not act swiftly, he would become the first renowned ninja to perish beneath its might. One last chance. Mizukage. Once more, the third Raikage transformed into a streak of light, pulling the Mizukage from the tailed beast bomb's impending doom. Upon stabilizing, Raikage A cast a dissatisfied glance at the Mizukage. These eyes you spoke of as your trump card, were it not for my intervention twice, your village would already be preparing to appoint the next Mizukage. My apologies. For some unknown reason, The Jinjutsu wielded by the Sharingan did not affect the Nine-Tails this time. The third Mizukage had shut his eyes once more, the overexertion of chakra rendering his body exceedingly weak. It seems our plan has failed this time. We must retreat. Now, we must prepare for the backlash from Uzumaki and Konoha. According to the plan, when the Six Tails made its move, the ninjas from our villages had already withdrawn from the Uzumaki village. Now, it seems that only you and I remain within the confines of Uzumaki village. As long as we manage to escape successfully, the losses will be considered minimal, and I believe that Konoha will not instigate a war over Uzumaki. It must be this way. The final appearance of the Nine-Tails and the Uzumaki ninjas who fought me exuded an oddity, seemingly lacking any combat experience against formidable foes. Otherwise, I would not have stood a chance against that youth of the Uzumaki clan. The third Raikage cast a glance at the formidable Ryusei, who stood above Shuangxue. The terrifying regenerative abilities and the thousands of strong shadow clones Ryusei had previously displayed left a profound impression on him. At this moment, having freed himself from the constraints of the Black Lightning and dispelled the multiple shadow clone jutsu, Ryusei turned his gaze towards the Raikage and the Mizukage. While his mind hurriedly communicated with Shuangxue, was it merely a slight dizziness? Hearing Shuangxue's explanation, Ryusei breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could promptly retract Shuangxue into his body, even if she were controlled, he realized that he would be utterly incapable of defeating the Raikage and the Mizukage alone. Indeed, lacking the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the three-tomo was wholly insufficient to cast the Jinjutsu capable of controlling tailed beasts. It seemed there was more to the Six Tails control than met the eye. The image of Uchiha Madara surfaced in Ryusei's mind. Madara, was this all part of your design? Perhaps the third Mizukage Sharingan was intentionally left for him. The entirety of the Hidden Mist village might even be under your invisible manipulation, though it was merely conjecture. Ryusei was convinced that his suspicion held a 95% probability of being true. Little Ryusei, are you unharmed? Just as Ryusei pondered the truth in his mind, the voice of Uzumaki Rina reached his ears, and without any signal from Ryusei, Shuangxue instantly swung her tail toward Uzumaki Rina. Stop, Shuangxue! Ryusei called out urgently. And sensing his intent, Shuangxue immediately slowed her assault. Uzumaki Rina also recognized the impending danger and used the reduced momentum of Shuangxue's tail to return to the ground. An opportunity. In that fleeting moment when Shuangxue attacked Uzumaki Rina, the third Mizukage and the third Raikage seized this rare chance simultaneously. The Raikage transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards the opposite direction of Ryusei and the others. The third Mizukage was merely a step behind, just as he leaped. A colossal figure erupted from beneath the ground in his path. The wolf carcass, a caustic solution akin to a lake, enveloped every avenue of escape available to the Mizukage. This technique, which would later be employed against Uchiha Madara, effectively sealed off all retreat for the third Mizukage upon its first appearance. I was attacked by the tailed beast I controlled? Truly untrustworthy comrades. This time, I cannot save you. The fleeing third Raikage also noted the Mizukage's predicament. However, he would not extend a hand this time. After all, the universally understood principle was clear. When fleeing, one need not outrun the enemy, but merely outpace the last comrade. Good luck, third Mizukage. I hope to see you again someday. Back on the battlefield, under the relentless onslaught of the corrosive solution, the third Mizukage's expression darkened as he hastily formed hand seals. Dissolution release, dissolving dragon technique. In an instant, a massive dragon formed from the acid spewed forth from the Mizukage's mouth, clashing against the potent acid released by the Six Tails until it was utterly exhausted. Cough, cough. The third Mizukage coughed violently. His chakra reserves had already been nearly depleted, and now they were entirely spent. Above him, the enormous tailed beast ball was rapidly coalescing in the mouth of the Six Tails. It aims to destroy those eyes. Stop it. Ryusei sensed the Six Tails anomaly and shouted desperately. Vajra sealing. Suddenly, from behind Shuangxue, 5 chains formed from the Vajra sealing technique ensnared the third Mizukage tightly, while the remaining 20 chains bound the Six Tails, pulling taut in an instant. Boom. The tailed beast ball had taken shape, but due to the sudden tension of the chains, its trajectory was altered, narrowly missing the third Mizukage. However, the lower half of his body and 3 chains were completely dissolved. Subsequently, the tailed beast ball struck the ground. not producing an earth-shattering explosion akin to the Nine-Tails attack, but instead dissolving the earth until a sizable pit was formed beneath. Uft. The sealing team member who bound the third Mizukage spat out a mouthful of blood. The dissolution of the 3 chains inflicted severe injuries on him, leaving only 2 chains precariously wrapped around the upper half of the Mizukage's body. Ultimately, did he perish at the hands of the Six Tails? Alas, my plan has ultimately failed. Had I become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, such injuries could have been easily mended. With a final pang of reluctance, the consciousness of the third Mizukage faded, and the destruction of the Uzumaki clan he had envisioned became mere castles in the air. Grandfather, the Six Tails condition is abnormal. It may be under someone else's control. Uzumaki Rina also immediately sensed the irregularity. Swiftly, with one hand, she formed hand seals, and soon, 7 types of chakra coalesced into a massive sealing formation in the air, which then enveloped the Six Tails entirely. Glub, glub. The Six Tails emitted deafening bubble sounds, yet this time, no attack ensued. Its eyes regained clarity, and its previously struggling body gradually calmed. Xie Quan, do not act rashly. We can negotiate. Chapter 13. The Predicament of Kushina's parents. The battlefield lay in ruins. Uzumaki Chao Sheng was currently riddled with nearly 10 wounds, while the Jonin from Konoha lay behind him, unaware of their fate. This fellow is remarkably tenacious. My shark skin has absorbed 3 substantial bites. Truly, the legacy of the Uzumaki clan is formidable. At this moment, facing Uzumaki Chao Sheng were the 7 ninja swordsmen, all of whom bore injuries. Despite their strength being at the elite Jonin level, they could not secure a decisive advantage against the determined Uzumaki Chao Sheng. We delayed too long. At this rate, those who fled earlier may not be caught. Wu Li Toma observed the red-haired man still obstructing their path, as the explosive blade, shark skin, became once again saturated with explosive tags. Leave this fellow to me. You all head out to pursue the pair of mother and son who fled, along with the Konoha ninjas. Suigetsu Hozuki raised his great blade, shark skin, which had shed all of its bandages in the previous battle, revealing its true form. This is somewhat overreaching. We initially intended to obstruct Konoha's reinforcements. Yet it is simply a single member of the Uzumaki clan who has managed to delay us for so long. The hideous visage of Kiba Shizo glimmered with a bloodthirsty light as he cast a deep glance at Uzumaki Chao Sheng, seemingly committing his appearance to memory before he began moving towards the direction where Uzumaki Rin and her companions had fled. We're leaving. You shall not pass. Vajra sealing. Just as 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen began to take action, Uzumaki Chao Sheng bellowed, and 4 golden chains shot through the night sky, swiftly heading towards the enemies. You are my opponent. Witnessing the chains slicing through the air, Suigetsu Hozuki brandished the great blade shark skin, cleaving down upon the chains. What is happening? Why can I not absorb chakra? Why do I feel this strange sensation of sealing? The moment he made contact, Suigetsu Hozuki realized something was amiss. However, at that moment, he and Shark Skin were ensnared by a chain, helplessly watching the remaining 3 chains hurtle towards his teammates. Dodge! Do not come into contact with those chains. Suigetsu Hozuki yelled urgently, but it was too late. The other 3 chains unleashed by Uzumaki Chao Sheng had already connected with Kiba Shizo, Kosuke Yabe, and Kuroki Reiga, momentarily sealing the 3 of them. Disregard them. That individual has reached the end of his strength and will not endure much longer. It is merely a matter of time before the 4 of them can deal with one. Uzumaki Takuma glanced back momentarily before dismissing the concern, accelerating alongside the remaining 2 to pursue the 4 who had fled. Mom, Dad, he will catch up with us, won't he? In the embrace of Uzumaki Rin, Kushinai's voice trembled. Since parting from Uzumaki Chozei, they had covered quite a distance. Your father is certainly safe and will be in pursuit. Our immediate task is to reach Konoha as swiftly as possible and request their assistance for Uzumaki village. Whoosh! Look out! Uzumaki Rin swiftly dodged to the side while clutching Kushinai, reminding the 2 Konoha ninjas as well. To have evaded my long knife's needle, what keen perception! Hidden beneath a mask, the bandaged figure of Kurasame Yujin resembled a mummy, eerily pulling at a nearly invisible steel wire connected to the massive steel needle that had almost pierced Uzumaki Rin. How can it be? They've caught up with us so quickly? Uzumaki Rin fell silent, yet the worry in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. It truly astonishes us how far we have escaped in such a short time. I had thought capturing you would prove challenging. As if suspended in midair, Kurosame Yujin lifted the long knife needle, the faint steel wire extending around him. Only he has pursued us. Let us dispose of him swiftly. The two Konoha ninjas exchanged glances and simultaneously launched an attack against Kurosame Yujin. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. A simple ninjutsu, yet when combined. The wind fueled the flames, and in an instant, a colossal fire dragon enveloped Kurosame Yujin and the space surrounding him entirely. Have we succeeded? The Konoha duo observed the fire-enshrouded area, their spirits unrelaxed. They were confident their ninjutsu had struck, yet the opponent was not one to be easily vanquished. Long knife ninjutsu, spider's web. Suddenly, countless steel wires emerged ominously within the forest, ensnaring both Konoha ninjas. As expected, he is not so easily dealt with. Bang! Bang! Two figures transformed into smoke, becoming wooden stakes, while behind Kurosame Yujin, the intense flames distorted the air. Fire release, great flame technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Another combination of wind and fire ninjutsu. The previously sluggish flames surged forward, propelled by the vacuum sphere's air cannon, instantly engulfing Kurosame Yujin. It is over. The great flame technique can turn enemies to ash in an instant. No one can survive a direct hit from this technique. Be cautious, his chakra has not dissipated. Just as Uzumaki Rin narrowly dodged the steel wire trap laid by the long knife needle, she urgently warned, for in her perception, Kurosame Yujin's chakra remained unweakened beneath the flames. How is this possible? As the flames gradually dissipated, a water prison technique manifested, perfectly encasing Kurosame Yujin. Damn it! It's water release. Seeing their target unharmed ignited a furious response within the fire-releasing Konoha ninja, who prepared to unleash another ninjutsu. Quick evade. Long needle ninjutsu. Earth spider stitch. Kurosame Yujin pulled the long knife needle back with a strange motion, and beneath the feet of the two Konoha ninjas, countless steel wires abruptly lifted. Uzumaki Rin attempted to warn them, but the ninjutsu activation was swifter than her voice. The Konoha ninja who had unleashed the fire release found his feet severed by the wires, followed by the dismemberment of his body, while the wind-releasing ninja narrowly escaped. Propelled back to Uzumaki Rin's side. Well done, Yujin, you swiftly dispatched a Konoha Jonin. Uzumaki Takuma and the last of the Yuka Seas members finally arrived at the battlefield, wielding a bomb-laden blade. You are too slow. Had you arrived any later, I would have already slain them all. Without pausing, Kurosame Yujin instantly launched the long knife needle, rapidly advancing toward Uzumaki Rin. Chapter 14. Corpse Demon Sealing. One individual has rendered us incapable of handling him even when united. The newcomers appear equally formidable. The last Konoha Jonin's face darkened, realizing he was in a dire situation. Please take her to Konoha. She is of great importance to the Hokage. Even if it costs my life, I will do my utmost to hold them off for a while. Promise me you will bring her before the Hokage. You cannot stop them. If I take Kushina and flee, the outcome will only lead to our demise, and Kushina will never safely reach Konoha. Gazing at the three figures and the rapidly approaching long knife needle, Uzumaki Rin's eyes reflected determination. Diamond lock. In an instant, 5 chains gleaming with metallic luster erupted from behind her, coiling toward the three enemies like an enraged dragon, the chains slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, far surpassing the speed of the long knife needle. Not good. It is the same sealing technique used to control all 4 of them. Quick dodge. As Kurosame Yujin beheld the oncoming chains, he hastily sidestepped, manipulating the long knife needle to accelerate once more, while the other 2 swiftly evaded. The diamond lock capable of binding tailed beasts was not something one could easily escape from, and in the next moment, each of the 3 was ensnared by a chain. Thud. Almost simultaneously, the long knife needle struck first, completely penetrating the abdomen of Uzumaki Rin, who had already pushed Kushina away. Mom. Kushina rushed to her mother's side in tears. Despite her strength, the sight of her mother gravely injured shattered the composure of the 6-year-old girl. Mom, please stop the bleeding. I beg you, save Mom. I'm sorry, Kushina. Mommy can't stay with you in Konoha any longer. Blood seeped from the corner of Uzumaki Rin's mouth as she knelt upon the ground. Yet a gentle smile graced her face as she struggled to control her voice. Kushina, you must be strong. Konoha needs your strength. There, they will protect you well, and Lady Mito also resides in Konoha. Trust she will take good care of you. No, I don't want to. I want to be with Mom. Kushina was inconsolable, clinging tightly to Uzumaki Rin. Dear Kushina, do you not remember our promise? You are destined to become the first female Hokage, a being stronger than even the clan leader. Promise me you will train diligently in Konoha. Your father and I will always be watching over you from above. Now, let this uncle take you to Konoha. With that, regardless of Kushina's cries, Uzumaki Rin, suppressing her inner sorrow, pushed Kushina into the arms of the Konoha ninja. I entrust her to you, Mitakashi Shizuka. Ensure Kushina reaches Konoha safely. Rest assured, even if it costs my life, I will bring Kushina to Konoha. Mitakashi Shizuka embraced Kushina tightly, having discerned Uzumaki Rin's resolve to sacrifice herself. Quickly leave this place. I assure you they will not pursue you, but 4 others may arrive at any moment, and your situation is far from secure. With that, Uzumaki Rin dared not look at Kushina any longer. Enduring the intense pain in her abdomen, she rose, the 5 robust chains clashing behind her with a cacophony of sound. Uzumaki Rin, I entrust this to you. I guarantee Kushina will reach Konoha safely. Mitsurashi Shikio was acutely aware that this was not the time for indecision. Clutching Kushina tightly, he swiftly darted toward the direction of Konoha. To his surprise, you were capable of manifesting 5 chains, exhibiting a strength that surpassed that of the previous individual. Wary Takuma watched helplessly as the Konoha ninja departed with Kushina, his body held firmly in place by the unyielding grip of the diamond prison, rendering him immobile. This technique can only bind us. Your body has been pierced by my long blade, and your life cannot be sustained for much longer. I refuse to believe you can maintain control over us indefinitely. Kurasame Yudo, too, found himself ensnared, his voice the sole means of expression. It appeared that you were utterly oblivious to the resilience of the Uzumaki clan. With such injuries, one could naturally recuperate without the need for treatment. Uzumaki Swearin chuckled softly. For Kushina had already been taken by Mitsurashi Shikio, and now she was free to employ any means without concern. Yet I shall not linger in this manner with you. Although I remain unaware of your presence outside of the Uzumaki village, your intentions are far from peaceful. The Uzumaki clan, while not seeking conflict, does not fear the incursions of any nation or power. Do you understand why my husband, despite being an elite jonin of the village, holds a status inferior to my own as a special jonin? With this, Uzumaki Swearin began to weave hand seals. Si, hi, wei meow, su, zi, yu wu si clap. Uzumaki Swearin's hands came together in prayer. This is because, as a member of the village's sealing team, I command the most formidable sealing techniques of the village. Now, allow you to taste the essence of the Uzumaki clan's most potent sealing art, the ultimate sealing technique, Shiki Fujin. As Uzumaki Swearin completed her hand seals, the surrounding air grew cold and oppressive, an eerie aura enveloping the space. Behind her, a colossal specter of death began to materialize. What is that? At this moment, the 3 individuals ensnared by the diamond prison beheld the terrifying phantom that loomed behind Uzumaki Swearin, cloaked in a black robe, its visage fearsome and grotesque, as if harboring a sinister smile. Its inward curving horns crowned a head that wielded a massive scythe, radiating a chilling light. Never had they heard of the Uzumaki clan possessing such dread power. The presence emanating from that specter seemed even more terrifying than the 6 tails. What on earth is it? The trio from Kiraigakure felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, the overwhelming pressure of the apparition compelling them to muster every ounce of strength to resist. Outsiders, of course, remain ignorant of the Uzumaki clan's most potent sealing arts, for those who have witnessed this technique have all perished at the hands of the Reaper's scythe. Uzumaki Swearin's palms converged. At that moment, the chains binding the 3 began to tremble slightly. The diamond prison can only be wielded by those of the Uzumaki clan, inheritors of sealing techniques, and its true purpose is to assist in the execution of the technique I am currently employing, known as Shiki Fujin. The chains began to tighten, and before the incredulous gazes of the 3 from Kiraigakure, they started to penetrate their bodies. Chapter 15. Kiraigakure reinforcements impossible. This cannot be. How could the Uzumaki clan possess such terrifying ninjutsu? The trio from Kiraigakure futilely struggled, their souls seemingly bound completely, their bodies rendered immobile. Whoosh! The specter of death behind Uzumaki Swearin swung its scythe, severing the connection between their souls and bodies, including Swearin herself. The chains acted silently, and Uzumaki Swearin's soul ascended from her body, 5 chains still taut behind her. Soon, The ethereal souls of the three Kiraigakure ninjas were extracted, soaring toward the massive form of the Reaper. Uzumaki Swearin regarded the extracted souls of the three Kiraigakure ninjas with no trace of pity in her eyes. She understood this was necessary to protect her village, safeguard Kushina, and shield all she held dear. We shall have our souls devoured by the Reaper, within its belly. We shall eternally harbor hatred for one another, destined for eternal strife. The souls of the three Kiraigakure ninjas continued to writhe in resistance. Yet how could they escape the control of the diamond prison? Uzumaki Swearin chose not to glance back at them, instead casting a lingering gaze toward the direction from which Kushina had departed. Subsequently, along with Uzumaki Swearin, for souls were consumed by the specter of death, which bore an even more pronounced grin upon its mask before gradually dissipating, revealing the dark sealing symbols etched into the back of Uzumaki Swearin's remains. Alas, yet another brave child has employed the forbidden sealing technique, has she? At this moment, in a corner of Uzumaki village, a concealed barrier enveloped the Namen Hall, rendering it imperceptible within this space. At the entrance of the hall, an elder observing the tumult of Uzumaki village turned, sensing something, and glanced at the first death mask hanging upon the wall. I wonder if my Uzumaki clan can survive this dire predicament. Alas, my strength is too insignificant in such a battle, and I can only strive to protect the Namen Hall from destruction. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Uzumaki Choshin faced the remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the stalemate between the diamond prison and the 4 from Kiraigakure persisted. Indeed, my ability to manifest only 4 chains pales in comparison to Swearin's sealing prowess. Uzumaki Choshin took a deep breath. During the earlier standoff, his condition had somewhat improved. With only 3 opponents, Swearin would surely be able to handle them. Given Konoha's regard for Kushina, the Konoha ninja would undoubtedly escort her safely into the land of fire, ensuring her security. His state had recovered sufficiently, yet regrettably, he could not employ Shiki Fujin. Had he been able to cast that technique, he could have undoubtedly sealed all 4 of them. Moreover, knowing Swearin as he did, she would likely use Shiki Fujin without hesitation. With that thought, a radiant smile graced Uzumaki Choshin's face. I shall not lag behind, to perish alongside the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of Kiraigakure. Even they would feel a pang of regret. With this in mind, Uzumaki Choshin began to weave his hand seals, an ominous chakra coalescing within him, even spilling forth. This sensation must not allow him to unleash this ninjutsu. Sensing the ominous energy emanating from behind Uzumaki Choshin, Suigetsu, and the other 3 began to struggle violently, the iron chains of the diamond prison clattering ominously. No, there is no way to break free from the chains in such a short time. Curse this sealing technique. Pabatsi gritted his teeth, yet regardless of how he fought, he could not escape the chain's grasp. Suddenly, a delicate voice echoed from deep within the woods, followed by water balls, resembling cannonballs, hurtling from the forest behind the 4 Kiraigakure ninjas, instantly shattering Uzumaki Choshin's hands. A bunch of useless fools. 4 of them nearly bested by a single Uzumaki ninja. Emerging from the woods was a green-haired child wielding a long, hooked weapon, its length exceeding his own height. This figure, it is you, Kirigakure's Gaki Yagura. Uzumaki Choshin stifled the pain of his shattered arms, continuing to maintain the diamond prison. As a veteran of battles against Kiraigakure, he quickly recognized the intruder's identity. To think he could employ such an unusual sealing technique. We were caught off guard. Kiraigakure scoffed. For the 7 ninja swordsmen were directly under the water shadow, and while Yagura was the leader of the assassination unit, he was not worthy of such humiliation. However, given their current predicament, they could not retort. Heedless negligence shall not earn you respect. Yagura brandished his weapon in the air, conjuring 4 massive water orbs that accelerated toward the chains extending from the diamond prison. The vortex, Chaoxing utilized the diamond binding to control 4 individuals, reaching the limits of his abilities. Under this assault, the 4 chains finally succumbed and broke, allowing the Mist Ninja Quartet to liberate themselves. As for the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, your life shall be claimed by me. The remaining 3 have vanished, indicating that others have escaped your encirclement. Guachi Shikura cast a disdainful glance at the Mist Ninja, then swiftly made his way deeper into the forest. After dealing with him, follow closely behind. I wish for no one to escape from Vortex Village. He bears himself as if he were the Water Shadow himself. Hei Chualeya snorted in disapproval. Being a member of the Water Shadow faction, He naturally disdained Uchiha Shikura's actions. This time we have faltered. But one day he too may fall into someone else's hands. Let us hope he retains his bravado then. Hurry after him. I have a foreboding sense. Soon, the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon struck down on the defenseless vortex Chaoxing, his great blade devouring the last remnants of chakra within him without restraint. The quartet rapidly advanced, following the markers left by the three who had fled. It seems we have arrived too late. Deep within the forest, an intricate web of steel wires ensnared a vast area, within which three figures knelt in terror, gazing at the female ninja before them, pierced through the chest by a long blade, as if witnessing a horrific sight. Another such demise, indeed. Vortex Village possesses forbidden techniques capable of ensuring mutual destruction with any adversary. The green-haired youth, with a grim expression, surveyed the area cloaked in wire. As the leader of the assassination unit, he immediately recognized that at least one person had escaped their blockade. Your mission has failed. You need not be told what awaits you upon returning to the village. Chapter 16. Tears. When the remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen arrived outside the steel web, Uchiha Shikura's fury was on the verge of eruption. How could they all be dead? What forbidden jutsu did the Vortex clan employ, that every fallen victim bore a look of fear yet showed no wounds? Jiraiya had approached the lifeless forms of his 3 companions, meticulously inspecting them. Tong Chao Yi ran. You shall remain to recover the 3 blades. The rest of you swiftly pursue the traces left by the fleeing leaf ninja. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, aware that Uchiha Shikura was ready to explode, knew that if they did not act soon, the assassination unit leader would turn his wrath upon them. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the other side of the forest, as a fierce gale swept through, launching fragments of trees in every direction. What has occurred? Realizing that an unexpected event might have arisen, Uchiha Shikura immediately dashed to the treetops. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld 2-tailed beasts, towering several times higher than the tallest structures of Vortex Village. Is it the 6 tails? Has the situation escalated to the point of deploying tailed beasts against them? Could it be that he is combating a tailed beast capable of subduing the 6 tails? Even from such a great distance, they could still see the colossal forms of the battling tailed beasts. One of these monstrous foxes possessed 9 tails. Could it be the legendary Nine-Tails? Look over there. The earlier commotion seemed to emanate from that direction. To their right, the forest had been devastated into a fan-shaped area. Who would have thought that the destruction wrought by 2-tailed beasts could extend over such a vast expanse? No matter what transpires within Vortex Village, it is of no concern to us. Our singular mission is to guard the periphery and prevent any ninja from escaping the confines of Vortex Village. Uchiha Shikura swiftly redirected his gaze, casting a cold glance at Pai Pa Shirzong and the others. Leaf Ninja. I shall head directly towards the borders of the Land of Fire in a straight line, moving with utmost speed to intercept, should I fail to catch the last escapee. Even with the Water Shadow's protection, you shall not evade punishment. With that, Uchiha Shikura vanished, leaving the remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen with grim expressions. They had been immobilized for far too long, fully aware that the likelihood of catching up with the Leaf Ninja was nearly 0. It is too late for any further discussion. Let us be on our way, hoping we can still intercept the fleeing Leaf Ninja. At this moment, on the border between the Land of Fire and Vortex, Yushin Murasaki held the young Kushina as they arrived at a castle atop a mountain. Finally, we have reached safety. Senior Murasaki, Captain White Fang has been waiting for you for quite some time. The Leaf Ninja were already aware of the crisis engulfing Vortex Village and knew that Yushin Murasaki had successfully fled with Kushina, thus strong allies awaited at the border. I have received the distress signal you sent, but due to the agreement with the Land of Vortex, I cannot easily step into its territory. I must await you here. The robust figure of Kakashi Hatake approached, wearing a mask resembling a dog's face, clad in a special green vest denoting his status as a Leaf Jonin. With the emblem of the Hokage embroidered on his short sleeves, a mark bestowed by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. This must be the Kushina that the Hokage mentioned, still so young, yet she has endured such calamity. Kakashi Hatake was barely in his 20s, but in the world of ninja, he was already a pillar of Konoha. Just then, Kushina, who had been gazing up at White Fang, suddenly burst into tears, silently sobbing. Daddy, Mommy. In that instant, Kushina felt an overwhelming emptiness, as if something significant was drifting away from her. she turned to look behind her, remembering that her parents had remained behind to fend off the enemies, allowing her to escape. What is happening to her? At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki, who had intended to approach Kushina, found himself momentarily flustered at her sudden outburst of tears. Did she sense something? The 7 ninja swordsmen were notorious in the ninja world, and the Vortex Chaoxing and Vortex Swearin left behind to thwart them surely had no chance of survival. They were likely meeting a grim fate. Yushin Murasaki looked at Kushina with sorrow. Though such tragedies often occurred in the ninja world, when it strikes close to home, no one can escape the anguish. Cry it out, it will be all right. Once we return to Konoha, you will be able to start anew. Look over there. Just then, a ninja responsible for monitoring Vortex Village suddenly shouted, prompting everyone to gaze towards the direction of Vortex Village. Though they were far removed from Vortex Village, their elevated position allowed them to clearly see the immense figure that had suddenly appeared within the village. A colossal beast, entirely cloaked in chakra. Could it be that a tailed beast had emerged within Vortex Village? Everyone stared in shock at the enormous silhouette within the village, and soon, another massive white figure materialized, boasting 9 gigantic snow-white tails. Even under the cover of night, Kushina and the others could clearly make out the form of the tailed beast. Another one. Is Vortex Village on the brink of annihilation by these monstrous creatures? Kushina gazed longingly at her village, her heart heavy with worry for her parents and their home, tears flowing silently from her eyes, beyond her control. Look, what is that? Like a small sun, a massive fireball erupted from the mouth of the 9-tailed beast, detonating within the confines of Vortex Village, and the shockwaves spread through the forest, creating a vast, empty fan-shaped area within the sprawling woodland. Document everything that transpires within Vortex Village, and immediately relay the intelligence back to Konoha. Kakashi Hitaki's visage, concealed beneath a mask, was marked by a complexity of emotions. The occurrences within the village of Uzumaki had surpassed his expectations, leaving everyone oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding there. As dusk fell, the borders remained perilously unsafe. It was imperative that you escort Kushina to Konoha without falter, for the orders of the Hokage must be executed flawlessly. With a fleeting glance at the youthful Kushina, a flicker of compassion crossed Kakashi's eyes. Upon receiving the call for aid from Uzumaki village, the Hokage had promptly dispatched a nearby team for support, and he hoped they would arrive in time to rescue her parents. Chapter 17. The 6-Tails Jinchuriki Little One. How do you know my name? The chakra within the 6 tails, the Saiken, ceased its turbulent thrumming upon hearing the name called out by Ryusei, settling into an unexpected calm. Its voice, now reminiscent of a youthful tone, was devoid of the previous sharpness. I am called Uzumaki Ryusei. I know your name because I have glimpsed fragments of the past and the future. Fragments of the past and future? The Saiken's face bore no visible sign of confusion, yet its tone betrayed an inner perplexity. It is a long story, Saiken. Can you first describe the one who controls you? Ryusei gazed intently at the Saiken, eager to discern whether his suspicions held any merit. The one who controls me is the 3rd Mizukage. After locking eyes with him, I fell into a genjutsu, and when I regained consciousness, I was struck by the tailed beast bomb beneath you. The 3rd Mizukage? Ryusei's brow furrowed. He had not received the answers he sought from the Saiken. Is it truly the 3rd Mizukage who wields control, or is it Uchiha Madara's machinations that run deeper? Regardless, Madara's grand designs will take decades to fully unfold. My impatience now serves little purpose. In that moment of realization, Ryusei's features softened as he gently stroked the fur atop Shimo's head. Her name is Shimo, unlike the Kyuubi. She is my unique companion, entirely unrelated to your kind. I sense a special connection among all 9-tailed beasts, yet I do not perceive this from her. The 6 tails nodded in understanding. Aside from Ryusei calling its name, curiosity about Shimo had also prompted its calm demeanor. By sheer happenstance, I witnessed glimpses of the past and future in my dreams. Long ago, the Sage of 6 Paths foretold the fate of you 9-tailed beasts. The azure-eyed boy who playfully called out the names of the 9 beasts is the revelation you seek. In the not-so-distant future, this boy will emerge in the ninja world and join forces with you to vanquish formidable foes. Is the prophecy at last to be fulfilled? I have awaited the arrival of the boy foretold by the sage for far too long. The Saiken's voice brimmed with excitement, having longed to meet the boy of prophecy. However, I must clarify, the sage only foretold disasters within the ninja realm, Yet beyond it, threats from the cosmos loom, destined to bring ruin to our world. Ryusui's tone shifted, his expression now grave. A cosmic threat? The Six-Tails paused, taken aback. The very danger the sage had once feared truly existed. Could we be unable to escape our fates? No. The moment I glimpsed the future, it became rife with possibilities. Ryusui asserted confidently, the Uzumaki clan, which should have perished in this attack, has been preserved through my efforts. The future has already been altered. I am resolute in mastering the strength needed to confront those who descend from beyond the stars. The Six-Tails perceived an unwavering conviction within Ryusui's gaze. I see the shadow of the Sage of Six Paths within you. Perhaps a miracle may indeed be born from you. I, who should have roamed freely within the ninja world, have been confined by your kind for decades, and now you seek to manipulate me with illusions. I cannot believe your intentions are benevolent. The Saiken's eyes, perched atop its antennae, surveyed the adamant chains binding it, then turned its gaze to Ryusui. Speak. What do you truly desire from me? Saiken, I require you to be sealed within me. Ryusui declared solemnly, locking eyes with the beast. The ninja world is on the brink of chaos. The power of the tailed beasts will be crucial. I intend to carve a luminous future as a Jinchuriki. And for that, I need the strength of all 9-tailed beasts. I possess a physique capable of suppressing tailed beasts. Yet I understand that only by harmonizing with them can I unlock true power that transcends their own. I share this with you in hopes of gaining your approval. Your approval? The Saiken faltered slightly, having anticipated myriad reasons, yet never did it conceive that Ryusui sought its endorsement. Though I despise residing within a Jinchuriki, if it is your request, I cannot refuse. The massive head of the Six-Tails inched closer to Ryusui, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his heart. Moreover, I wish to see how far you can progress, claiming to have glimpsed the future. Ryusui, I have entrusted my hope of escaping the ultimate fate of all tailed beasts to you. Do not let me down. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Ryusui affirmed with resolute determination, then turned his attention to the clan leader, Uzumaki Namikaze. I entrust this task to you, clan leader. Please utilize the four-symbol seal to bind the Six-Tails within me. After battling alongside Shimo, Ryusui dismissed the notion of becoming her Jinchuriki. After all, Shimo was a reward from the system, capable of residing directly within him, although this meant he could not wield her power in battle. His sage body granted him sufficient strength. Becoming the QB's Jinchuriki would merely be an embellishment rather than a necessity. Additionally, having convinced the Six-Tails, he would still possess its power upon becoming its Jinchuriki, and it could temporarily compensate for Ryusui's lack of offensive ninjutsu. Ryusui, though I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding you, are you certain you wish to become the Six-Tails Jinchuriki? Namikaze inquired. Fear not, clan leader. The Saiken shall merely be my companion. Becoming a Jinchuriki is necessary for me to harness its powers more effectively. In that case, prepare yourself and remove your shirt before me. Upon hearing Uzumaki Namikaze's command, Ryusui leaped down from Shimo's back and swiftly approached the clan leader, shedding his shirt to reveal a well-defined physique, only marginally less impressive than that of esteemed reader's grandfathers. SEAL team now? The members of the sealing team responded in unison. Except for one who bore injuries while dragging the remains of the third Mizukage forward, the others' chains, generated by the adamantine locks, began to tighten. Ryusui, as you lack mastery in sealing techniques, I shall enlist the assistance of the sealing team. Prepare yourself. I am about to commence. Chapter 18. After the great battle, it begins. As Uzumaki Namikaze swiftly formed hand seals, he expertly controlled chakra to inscribe a whirlpool-shaped sealing formula upon Ryusui's abdomen. Sealing team. Now, draw the Six-Tails into Ryusui's body. Upon hearing Namikaze's command, the four members of the sealing team immediately maneuvered the chains to draw the Six-Tails into the sealing space within Ryusui's abdomen. But before they could act, the Six-Tails approached Ryusui of its own accord. No need for you to intervene. Having agreed to let him become my Jinchuriki, I shall not go back on my word. The voice of the Six-Tails was clear as it made contact with the sealing technique inscribed on Lu Xing's abdomen. In an instant, the power of consumption surged forth, causing the massive form of the Six-Tails to shrink and enter Lu Xing's body. Was it truly so simple to seal a tailed beast and become a Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Ashino was taken aback. He recalled that in the early days, a vast amount of chakra was expended in the attempt to seal the Nine-Tails within Uzumaki Mido. requiring Mito's collaboration and the assistance of Hashirama to succeed. With that in mind, he invoked the four-symbol seal. The spiraling sealing technique rotated around Lu Xing's abdomen, firmly establishing itself, while the six tails was completely sealed within Lu Xing. The sealing was complete, and from this moment onward, you shall be the Jinchuriki of the six tails. Uzumaki Ashina gazed at the young boy before him with a complex expression from the very beginning. He found it difficult to fathom this boy who had once been mockingly referred to as a perennial genin. Suddenly, Uzumaki Ashina coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing heavily to the ground like a candle flickering in the wind. Chief. The members of the sealing team rushed anxiously to his side, while Lu Xing, unable to investigate the six tails sealed within himself, hurriedly reached out toward Uzumaki Ashina. No, without the Sage of Six Paths blessing. My chakra's inherent yang power is far too insufficient to sustain another's life. Placing his hand on Ashina's body, Lu Xing realized the gravity of his error. Although he had gained the sage body, it was devoid of yang power and could only serve for combat, lacking any healing capabilities. Kid, I thought you were knowledgeable. Why do you seem so foolish at this moment? At that moment, the six tails within Lu Xing could no longer hold its tongue. Have the nine tails cover him with its chakra. At the very least, it may delay his injuries. Right, the chakra cloak. The six-tail suggestion enlightened Lu Xing. The chakra cloak also possessed healing properties. While it might not heal the injuries sustained by Guy after opening the 8 gates, it would suffice to mitigate Uzumaki Ashina's current condition. Frost Snow, please use your chakra to create a chakra cloak for the chief. Frost Snow, in sync with Lu Xing's thoughts, immediately understood his intent. Its massive claws touched Uzumaki Ashina, and soon, a white chakra enveloped his body entirely. Lu Xing, what is this? The members of the sealing team, who had hastened to the scene, were familiar with Lu Xing's voice and did not intervene in Frost Snow's actions. Seeing the chakra cloak on Uzumaki Ashina, all 5 were filled with confusion. Frost Snow's power can assist the chief in healing his external injuries, but it may not be enough to save him. Quickly, summon the medical team. Also, although the Mizukage has been defeated and the Reikage has retreated, we must not let our guard down. The organization's Chunin and Jonin should heighten their vigilance. Lu Xing calmly organized everything, and soon, 4 members of the sealing team dashed away, leaving only 1 injured member behind. Captain Hato, please seal the remaining body of the 3rd Mizukage in a scroll. Perhaps it may be of use in the future. Lu Xing, we owe you a great debt this time. Uzumaki Hato cast a deep glance at Lu Xing before retrieving a scroll and preparing the sealing technique. Before long, the half-body of the 3rd Mizukage, Yagura, along with his Sharingan, was sealed within the scroll. Meanwhile, Lu Xing had already leaped onto Frost Snow's back, cradling the unconscious Uzumaki Ashina. This was the destructive power that elite shinobi and tailed beasts could unleash. Observing the devastated landscape, with flames still flickering amidst the ruins, Lu Xing was once again reminded of the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Previously, he had always believed that the world of Hokage was filled with the passionate battles of youth, never anticipating that upon entering it, he would only encounter death and strife. In less than a day, through the words of his elder Choshin and the experiences of the Uzumaki clan, he had gained a profound understanding of the cruelty of the shinobi world. This world should not be like this. Immense power should not be wielded as a tool to harm the weak. In a shinobi world filled with various nations and factions, do they not realize that this chaos is the very essence of the shinobi world? The shinobi world cannot wait for Naruto. I shall be the one to reshape its landscape. Lu Xing gazed at the smoke-filled battlefield. Tonight marked his first act of taking a life and his first experience of war, yet he felt no psychological discomfort. Instead, it was the state of the shinobi world that ignited within him a desire to change everything. Frost Snow, take me to the other side of the river. Returning his gaze, Lu Xing stood atop Frost Snow, who began to race across the ground, swiftly transporting him to the riverbank. Frost Snow, your size can cause catastrophic consequences with even the slightest movement, so please return to my body to rest. Leaping down from Frost Snow's back, Lu Xing looked at the massive creature and reluctantly prepared to seal it back within himself. If I shrink, can I stay by Lu Xing's side? Frost Snow expressed its confusion before, under Lu Xing's watchful gaze. Its form, originally towering over 70 meters, quickly diminished to a charming snow fox no taller than 1 meter. You can actually shrink? Lu Xing exclaimed in delight, for in the original story, Kurama had never demonstrated such a skill. Such a fuss. We-tailed beasts are collections of chakra. Our size can indeed be controlled at will. What we usually display is merely our most comfortable form. We do not shrink just because others do. The six tails began to jest within Lu Xing's mind, while Frost Snow's consciousness also chimed in. When I was born, I instinctively could control my size. My previous form was the most suited for battle, but in this smaller state, I cannot unleash my chakra freely. Lu Xing, now that I have transformed, can I stay by your side? Chapter 19. Acting village leader, of course, come with me. Lu Xing readily accepted Frost Snow's company, as their consciousness was intertwined, making Frost Snow feel like the most cherished being to him. Wonderful. I can remain by Lu Xing's side. Frost Snow joyfully nestled closer to Lu Xing, eager to explore the world together, having just been born and eager to stay with him. Look, that's Lu Xing. In his arms, it seems he carries the chief. At that moment, the elite shinobi from Uzumaki village, drawn by Frost Snow's presence, exclaimed, rushing towards Lu Xing. The chief's life hangs by a thread. Where's the medical team? The cries of his companions also caught Lu Xing's attention. Without wasting any words, he urgently inquired about the medical team's location. The medical team is at the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy? Upon hearing the response, Lu Xing's chakra surged, transforming into a shadow as he sped toward the academy. Frost Snow followed closely behind, leaving behind a group of astonished shinobi. He had not thoroughly examined his memories before, but now it seemed that everything in Uzumaki village mirrored that of Kiraigakure. Lu Xing was certainly familiar with the Ninja Academy, having graduated from the Uzumaki Ninja Academy himself, making the place vividly recognizable from his memories. Soon, Lu Xing arrived at the Ninja Academy, where the sealing team S. Jonin, assigned to locate the medical team, was already waiting. Captain Ryujin, is the medical team ready? The medical team is prepared. Entrust the chief to them. He will receive the best treatment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing immediately placed Uzumaki Ashina on the medical stretcher. Village chief, clan leader. At that moment, other Jonin who had received the news also began to arrive. The chief requires treatment. Everyone, please do not crowd around. Noticing the approaching Jonin, Uzumaki Ryanosuke immediately assumed his role as the captain of the sealing team. In the village of Uzumaki, as the captain, he stood as the foremost authority beneath the village chief. Captain Ryanosuke, please assist me in finding two Jonin familiar with the route to Konoha. Elder Chao and Elder Lingyin have taken Kushina out of the village, and I fear for their safety. At this moment, Liuxing was still worried about the safety of Kushina and her companions. Although he knew that Kushina could undoubtedly reach Konoha safely, he feared that Chao and Lingyin might not escape misfortune. Perhaps there was still time to offer them aid. Chao and Lingyin had departed before the village fell into crisis, making them susceptible to interception by the mist or cloud villages. As the captain of the sealing team, Uzumaki Ryanosuke was indeed well versed in the intelligence concerning Kushina. Liuxing, during your battle with the Raikage and Mizukage, the clan leader mentioned that should he encounter any misfortune, you would temporarily assume the role of village chief, supported by the five of us. I will take care of all matters within the village, so I entrust the affairs outside to you. Kushina must not be lost. Uzumaki Yuya, Yamashiro Hikari, accompany Liuxing as he heads towards Konoha, searching for Chao and the others along the way. Me, acting as the temporary village chief? Upon hearing this news, Liuxing was momentarily taken aback until Uzumaki Ryanosuke arranged for two individuals to accompany him to Konoha, bringing him back to his senses. I understand now, let us depart. Casting a deep glance at Ryanosuke, Liuxing promptly set off towards the village's outskirts. How could they let Liuxing act as the temporary village chief? Isn Tihia Jinin? Jinin, did you not witness the summoning beast summoned by Liuxing earlier? Even that colossal creature was no match for him. Did you not hear Captain Ryanosuke just now? Liuxing was indeed able to contend with both the Raikage and Mizukage. Does that not reflect his strength? Once Liuxing departed, the crowd began to murmur, unable to grasp the entire situation on the battlefield. The scene of Liuxing summoning frost and snow was only seen by those near the swirling river, while the battle with the Raikage and Mizukage was known solely to Uzumaki Rumina and the 5 members of the sealing team. Enough of this chatter. The village's crisis is far from over. Following this, Uzumaki Ryanosuke began to organize all affairs within the village, while Liuxing and the others hastened towards Konoha. Liuxing, we should head in this direction. Uzumaki Yuya closed his eyes to probe the surroundings. They had left Uzumaki village for some time, and now, within his probing range, he finally detected signs of battle. Let us move. Liuxing set off immediately, and soon, the remnants of the ravaged forest from the conflict appeared before them. Look, those are Konoha's ninjas. Yamashiro Hikari quickly spotted the dismembered body of a Konoha ninja, while Liuxing's gaze fell upon a lifeless corpse kneeling on the ground. Elder Chao. Liuxing silently muttered the identity of the corpse, having memorized Chao's features despite their brief encounter at the dumpling shop. Liuxing, are you alright? Noticing Liuxing's silence, Uzumaki Yuya expressed his concern. Do not worry, I am fine. Yuya, please collect the two remains. This appears to be merely a battleground. We must continue our journey. Upon hearing Liuxing's command, Uzumaki Yuya nodded, retrieving a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, quickly sealing the remains of the Konoha ninja and Uzumaki Chao within it. In this direction, it seems they were in quite a hurry and did not conceal their tracks. It appears 3 groups passed through here. Following the trail, as they advanced closer to the border, they finally discovered a second battlefield. No bodies left behind. I have scanned a radius of 3 kilometers. There are no traces of other ninjas. Uzumaki Yuya opened his tightly closed eyes, his furrowed brow betraying his inner turmoil. It seems we have arrived too late. The bloodstains and signs of conflict indicated that a fierce battle had transpired here, yet no corpses remained, suggesting that someone had cleared the battlefield. However, as Uzumaki Lingyin and the others were in the midst of fleeing, they surely had no time to clean up the site. Thus, the identity of those who had tidied the battlefield became abundantly clear. Do not lose hope. Perhaps they have already escaped. The remnants here suggest the third wave of enemies tidied up. We are still not at the border, and all may yet be salvaged. Liuxing observed the downcast expressions of his companions, aware that, as Jonin, they understood the implications of such traces far better than he. We shall proceed in this direction. Uzumaki Yuya quickly deduced from the unhidden tracks in the forest that the last group had split into 2 directions, racing unmasked towards the Konoha border. Chapter 20. Liuxing's intent to kill the forest soon came to an end, and Liuxing and his companions finally entered the mountainous region. Ahead lay the border. Due to its proximity to the Land of Fire, there were no checkpoints established, and only Konoha's fortress remained. If Uzumaki Kushina and her group truly managed to escape, they must have passed through there, correct? Indeed, as a border area, Konoha has many ninjas stationed there. There must be personnel to assist them. Finding no traces of battle in the area behind them, they decided to head directly to the Konoha fortress, hoping for good news. Outside the Enryu fortress, Kakashi Hitaki, concealed beneath his mask, bore a deep expression of concern. What exactly was the colossal monster that had appeared in Uzumaki village, and what dire state had the village reached? Only 2 hours prior, the immense creature had vanished from Uzumaki village, causing them to lose direct intelligence on the battlefield. Everything had unfolded too swiftly. He hoped Uzumaki village could endure a bit longer. Without a command from the Hokage, no one dared to intrude upon the territory of the Land of Water. Captain. Just then, a figure flashed to Kakashi's side, respectfully calling out. What is it? 3 ninjas are approaching from the direction of the Land of Water. 2 are from the Uzumaki clan, and the other is a recorded jonin from Uzumaki village. Allow them to pass. Kakashi pondered for a moment before giving the order. Soon, Liuxing and his companions arrived at the edge of the Enryu fortress. To their surprise, the one stationed there was none other than the formidable Kakashi Hitaki, known as the White Fang of Konoha. Concerned that Liuxing might not recognize the strongman of Konoha, Uzumaki Yuya spoke first. Uzumaki Yuya, Yamashiro Hikari. We did not expect to find 2 jonin from Uzumaki village here. Kakashi, familiar with the 2 jonin from Uzumaki village, was well aware that each village had only a handful of jonin. Memorizing their information was hardly a challenge, especially since Uzumaki village was an ally of Konoha. Since this friend from the Uzumaki clan is able to accompany both of you, he must also be a newly appointed jonin from Uzumaki village. Since you have arrived safely, it seems the troubles in Uzumaki village have been resolved. Upon learning of the attack on Uzumaki, the Hokage dispatched 3 of his disciples to assist, hoping to help you avert the crisis. Thankfully, you successfully navigated through this peril. Thank you for the Hokage's support. Although the Uzumaki clan has repelled the enemy, the village's situation remains precarious. The assistance from the Hokage's disciples will undoubtedly expedite our recovery. Uzumaki Yuya echoed the formalities, accustomed to such diplomatic exchanges between villages. As for the individual beside me, He is our new acting village chief, Uzumaki Liushing. While Uzumaki Yuya was conversing with Kakashi, Liushing silently observed the White Fang, who was slightly stronger than the Sannin. Unlike other powerful figures, the title of the White Fang was earned through sheer strength in battle, making him one of the most formidable presences on the battlefield. However, as of now, Kakashi had yet to slay any renowned adversaries, and his strength could only be classified as that of an elite jonin. Kikaku Sakomo, I wish to ascertain whether Kushina has entered the land of fire. Ryusei finally spoke, and upon hearing the name Kikaku Sakomo from his lips, a look of terror instantly crossed the face hidden beneath Sakomo's mask. How could this be? The title of Konoha's White Fang was one I had only earned after joining the Umbu, and even in Konoha, fewer than 10 individuals were privy to my true identity. Why would he know my name? Despite the drastic change in Sakomo's expression, he managed to maintain his composure, responding calmly, the acting village chief of the Uzumaki clan. You must be mistaken. However, it is true that Kushina was escorted through here by Konoha's ninja, and is now within the borders of the Land of Fire. Escorted by Konoha's ninja? Were there no other members of my Uzumaki clan present? Kushina's parents accompanied her to Konoha, after all. Ryusei paid little heed to Sakomo's concealment of his identity, for he had merely invoked Sakomo's name to capture his attention. Kushina's parents had chosen to remain behind to intercept the enemy, enabling her to escape safely to the Land of Fire, and their fates were now uncertain. If you did not encounter them on your journey, it is likely they have met with misfortune. Sakomo spoke plainly. The world of shinobi is hardly a peaceful one. If one cannot accept the reality of comrades falling in battle, it would be wise to reconsider the path of a ninja. Do you know who was responsible for the attack? Upon hearing Sakomo's response, Ryusei, despite having prepared himself, felt a sense of disorientation. The two individuals with whom he had just conversed in the evening had vanished into the void of death in less than half a night. At this moment, Ryusei suppressed the killing intent surging within him, but the cold glint in his eyes did not escape Sakomo's notice. The acting village chief of Uzumaki village was certainly formidable, instilling a fear greater than that of the third Hokage. At least the third Hokage had not left me feeling utterly at a loss. As Sakomo regarded Ryusei, he perceived numerous vulnerabilities within him, yet an instinct honed over many years warned him that should he strike, it would be his own demise. From what I gathered from the surviving jonin of Konoha, the assailants were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Shortly after Kushina and the others fled, the infamous Kinkaku appeared at the border but quickly vanished again. The 7 ninja swordsmen, along with the future 4th Mizukage, Kinkaku? The images of these figures flashed through Ryusei's mind, and a powerful killing intent surged within him. I wonder if you could enlighten me regarding the factions that have targeted Uzumaki village, and what the identities of those 2 colossal beasts are. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, it is likely that all nations are now aware of the conflict that has transpired within Uzumaki village. Sakomo inquired cautiously. Furthermore, Konoha and Uzumaki are allied. Should the opportunity arise, we are willing to join forces with Uzumaki to confront the enemy. Are the Mizukage and Reikage truly willing to assist Uzumaki in confronting these 2? Ryusei's tone dripped with sarcasm. While there may have been a possibility of military action during the reign of other Hokage, the valiant third Hokage would never engage in battle against both the mist and cloud simultaneously. It is worth noting that after the fall of Uzumaki village, Konoha did not even mention seeking vengeance for Uzumaki. As for the 2 beasts, one is the tailed beast, the 6 tails, brought by the Mizukage, while the identity of the other will soon be revealed to you. Chapter 21. Black and White Absolute. What a pity. We cannot intervene. And such a fine vessel has escaped. On a distant mountain peak, far from the castle of Inkaku Fortress, a colossal pitcher plant emerged from the ground, its 2 leaves parting to reveal the face of Black and White Absolute. She was merely a contingency. Had she failed to escape, there might have been potential for further utilization. Should she reach Konoha, she could serve as the Jinchuriki for the Nine-Tails, maintaining the balance of the tailed beasts. Alas, this plan has unraveled. The Uzumaki clan has produced an unexpectedly formidable warrior who withstood the assaults of both the mist and cloud. What are we to do now? The voice of White Absolute, Ah Fei, remained as exaggerated as ever, yet his face bore no trace of concern. Due to the Uzumaki clan's unique sensory abilities, we could only observe the battle from a distance, unable to discern many details. The voice of Black Absolute was hoarse, like dry leaves, tinged with confusion and perplexity. However, that peculiar Nine-Tails indeed raises questions. We have kept the Nine-Tails of Konoha under surveillance, but from whence does the Nine-Tails of the Uzumaki clan originate? Moreover, this young man of the Uzumaki clan appears to be rather extraordinary. Oh, how fascinating. I can hardly wait to see the expression on Uchiha Madara's face. Ah-Fei chuckled in his peculiar manner, paying no mind to Black Absolute's displeased demeanor. Of course, it is difficult to discern Black Absolute's expression due to his dark visage. The immense chakra within the Uzumaki clan is not unusual, but that remarkable regenerative ability, I have only seen it in Otsutsuki Ashura and Senju Hashirama. What has transpired to grant him such power? Black Absolute's thoughts swirled. Over millennia, he had encountered countless surprises, yet this unexpected discovery left him bewildered. Having followed him closely, I found no remarkable traits. Aside from his vast chakra and astonishing recovery, there seemed to be no other abnormalities. He did not even employ ninjutsu or sealing techniques. Could it truly be that the lineage of the Uzumaki clan has returned to its ancestral roots, enhancing his physique? It seems prudent to keep a close watch on this Uzumaki Ryusei. Perhaps he will provide us with a delightful surprise. The pitcher plant slowly closed and descended back into the earth, while Black Absolute's voice faded into the distance. We shall leave a spore here to monitor. Let us return. Although the land of water has not been annihilated, the items sought by the mist have already been acquired. And sealing techniques are no longer the exclusive domain of the Uzumaki clan. Soon we shall know. Upon hearing Ryusei's response, Tsukumo, though filled with doubt, did not press further. From the outset, he had sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from Ryusei. Since Kushina's parents could not accompany her into Konoha, dispatching 2 more individuals to protect her would not violate our agreement. Would it, Tsukumo? Ryusei deliberately emphasized the name Tsukumo, causing the eyes hidden beneath the mask to flicker. Of course, there is no issue. Konoha welcomes its allies. Lord Mito has long desired the presence of kin, and the Hokage's early invitation for Kushina to enter Konoha reflects this consideration. Tsukumo did not oppose Ryusei's title. He understood that Ryusei had discerned his identity. Likewise, he refrained from answering Ryusei's inquiry regarding the confrontation with the enemy, for even Konoha would not engage in war against both the mist and cloud simultaneously. In that case, Yuya-senpai and Hikari-senpai, you two shall replace Chaoshing-senpai and Suzune-senpai in going to Konoha to look after Kushina. Observing that Tsukumo had not objected, Ryusei promptly assigned the 2 individuals beside him to Konoha to care for Kushina. He was acutely aware that Kushina would not thrive in Konoha without the attention of her clan. Kushina will not be in danger in Konoha, but the village. Uzumaki Yuya sought to refuse, yet Ryusei interrupted him. The village requires development. Your presence here holds no decisive significance. However, if you reach Konoha, you may secure support from them for the village. I see now. We are willing to go to Konoha. Upon hearing Ryusei's explanation, Uzumaki Yuya ceased his resistance, and Ryusei's position as acting village chief was sufficient to command their actions. Remember, you must take good care of Kushina. If any insurmountable issues arise, contact the village directly, and I shall intervene to resolve them. After reiterating his instructions, Ryusei turned his gaze towards Tsukumo. Kikuki Tsukumo, as a peer, I offer you a piece of counsel. More crucial than the mission is the life of a companion. A being that disregards the very existence of its comrades is unworthy of being called human. Perhaps it is with a touch of regret for Tsukumo's original fate that Ryusei cannot help but impart this warning. Suddenly, Frost Snow conveys a message to Ryusei. Sensing malice, is it over there on the mountain peak? Ryusei furrows his brow, his mind racing through images of formidable figures from the ninja world, ultimately settling on a singular silhouette. Will it be the true body or merely a clone? Frost Snow strike. Without hesitation, Ryusei instructs Frost Snow to unleash its full power. A deafening roar reverberates in the ears of those present, as Frost Snow's petite form transforms into a brilliant flash of white, expanding magnificently as it approaches the target mountain. By the time it nears the summit, it has grown to nearly 100 meters tall. With a resounding crash, half of the mountain peak crumbles beneath Frost Snow's claws, catching the half-exposed body of White Zetsu unawares, who is unable to utilize his flight technique in time and is seized within Frost Snow's grasp. What transpired, Ryusei? It is only after Frost Snow has captured White Zetsu that the others react, with the inhabitants of Konoha now on high alert. Vortex Yuya casts a puzzled glance at Ryusei. So, the colossal beast that has been beside you all along was one of those that appeared in the village of the whirlpools? Tsukumo finally comprehends Ryusei's earlier words. The other beast engaged in battle with the Six Tails is none other than the seemingly harmless snow-white fox that accompanies Ryusei. This is my summoning beast, Frost Snow. The sudden action was prompted by its perception of a malicious enemy on that mountain peak. As Ryusei explains, he hastens towards Frost Snow's location. A distance that is but a fleeting moment for Frost Snow, yet requires several minutes of travel for him. Ryusei, there is a strange white creature concealed here. I have captured it. Upon seeing Ryusei approach, Frost Snow unfurls its claws, revealing a white humanoid being controlled by its chakra to those present. Chapter 22. Uchiha Madara. It is White Zetsu. Indeed, we are under the watchful gaze of Uchiha Madara. Upon recognizing White Zetsu's form, Ryusei instantly realizes that he has been exposed to Madara's scrutiny. As Ryusei contemplates, the white humanoid controlled by Frost Snow grins ominously, its surface covered in fleshy growths that begin to expand rapidly. Quickly, Iya-senpai. Use the sealing technique to bind it within the scroll. This creature may prove useful to me. From the message relayed by Frost Snow, Ryusei understands that White Zetsu has commenced absorbing Frost Snow's chakra, with the changes in its surface confirming this fact. Yuya remains on guard against the humanoid creature controlled by Frost Snow. Upon hearing Ryusei's words, he promptly unfurls a scroll, activating the sealing technique that had been prepared in advance, successfully drawing White Zetsu's form entirely into the scroll. What an eerie creature. I sense no life from it whatsoever. Observing Yuya seal White Zetsu, Tsukumo seizes the opportunity to speak. To him, White Zetsu resembles a lifeless wooden stump. When did this creature appear here? It displays no life signs, and most of my detection methods have proven ineffective. Moreover, it is evidently aware of Konoha's surveillance techniques. As this location conveniently lies beyond the range of the Byakugan's scrutiny, you will need to investigate further on your own, for this is my first encounter with it. Ryusei accepts 2 scrolls handed over by Yuya and, in turn, presents a third scroll to Tsukumo. This scroll contains the remains of a Konoha ninja, one of those who was likely protecting Kushina. I leave it in your capable hands. Tsukumo solemnly accepts the scroll. It is indeed a rare fortune to find a corpse, as most ninjas pass away without a trace. Now that Kushina has entered the land of fire, I can rest easy. The crisis in the village of the whirlpools is not yet resolved. I must continue to safeguard the village, so farewell. Frost Snow gently lifts Ryusei onto its head with a tail, and, without waiting for Tsukumo's farewell, speeds away towards the village of the whirlpools. It seems the land of water has produced an extraordinary individual. Watching Frost Snow's retreating figure, even in the dead of night, that snow-white silhouette is indelibly etched in Tsukumo's mind. Gentlemen, I have no other trivial matters at the border. Allow me to guide you both to Konoha. In the land of iron, within the graveyard of mountains, in a vast subterranean space, a skeletal structure, far larger than the tailed beasts, looms at the center, with a colossal outer path golem partially visible at its forefront. Madara. The plan has encountered unforeseen complications. The Vortex clan has not been entirely annihilated. A peculiar young lad's combat prowess exceeds our expectations. Moreover, my clone left to monitor the border has been discovered and has yet to utilize the flight technique before being sealed within a scroll. A pitcher plant emerges from the ground, followed by Black Zetsu's form fully emerging from the earth. Before him sits an elderly man, his hair white as snow, in a stone chair, with numerous conduits connecting his back to the outer path golem. Upon hearing Zetsu's words, the elder lifts his gaze, his violet eyes rippling with waves of energy. I have witnessed all that transpired in the village of the whirlpools. The shadows of 2 villages, coupled with the 6 tails under my control, failed to completely obliterate that village. Indeed, the Vortex clan is formidable. Madara's voice carries a hint of curiosity. Furthermore, the youth from the Vortex clan summoned a white fox spirit, which, aside from lacking a savage aura, bears an uncanny resemblance to the original Nine-Tails. Could it be that a second Nine-Tails exists within the ninja world? However, it matters not, regardless of whether it is the Nine-Tails, under the scrutiny of my eyes. It is utterly defenseless and poses no significant threat to my plans. This time, I manipulated the 6 tails to eliminate the third Mizukage. Surely, the Mist Village will soon descend into chaos. Losing a tailed beast should plunge the village into a brief dormancy. This state of affairs is not what I desire to witness. Yet it is true that the Mist Village currently lacks the strength to wage war against the other major ninja villages. Thus, I shall incite internal discord within their ranks. The Mist Village may find itself embroiled in a situation that the Uchiha clan might also intervene in. Black Zetsu chuckles. Although you have slain the third Mizukage, you have failed to destroy the Sharingan. The remaining half of the Mizukage's body, including the Sharingan, has fallen into the hands of a ninja named Vortex Ryusei. Given the relationship between the Vortex clan and Konoha, this intelligence will inevitably reach Konoha village, and the Uchiha clan is likely to receive word of it. Should the Uchiha clan learn that their kin's eyes have been transplanted and exploited by another village, they will surely pursue the Mist Village relentlessly. Black Zetsu shows no concern for Madara's presence, despite the fact that the third Mizukage Sharingan was deliberately left in the Mist Village by Madara. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Since I left Konoha without anyone to follow me, they have ceased to deserve the Uchiha name. Madara's expression remains unchanged, as if the current Uchiha clan holds no interest for him whatsoever. Nevertheless, if the Uchiha clan can intervene, perhaps my plans can be realized even sooner. I must swiftly identify whether any worthy candidates for cultivation exist within the Uchiha clan, for my time grows short. Have the candidates to nurture these eyes been determined? The originally selected target, designated as the next Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, has now entered the borders of the Land of Fire. In the Land of Rain, I have discovered a suitable candidate, a newborn who has already abandoned the Vortex surname and is highly compatible for the transplantation of the Rinnegan. With his distinctive eyes gazing into the distance, the profound purple Rinnegan seemed to transcend the limitations of space, seeking clarity on the situation in the Land of Rain. What is this child's name? Nagato. Black Zetsu had long since gathered all pertinent information, and the area where Nagato resided was now saturated with his spores. Indeed, the Land of Rain was a most suitable nation. Let hatred ignite here, for one day, the seeds of vengeance shall take root and flourish. Uchiha Madara rose to his feet, causing the conduits connecting him to the outer path golem to sway with each movement. Without hesitation or the use of any tools, Madara reached into his own eyes, extracting the Rinnegan, which now lay quietly in his palm. Take this, transplant these eyes into that child. It is time to set my plans into motion. Chapter 23. Training Frost and Snow. Come to a halt. The village lies ahead. Ryusei, making his way back, approached Uzumaki village, having traversed the distance in less than a tenth of the time it took on his outward journey, thanks to the urgency of Frost and Snow. Soon, Frost and Snow, having reverted to the form of a petite snow fox, followed closely behind Ryusei as they returned to the ninja academy. How is the clan leader faring? Upon entering the academy, Ryusei made his way directly to the location of Uzumaki Ashina. Frost and Snow, utilizing its perceptive abilities, had already ascertained the situation within the academy. Not very optimistic. The clan leader's time is drawing near, and this last battle has drained what little vitality remained. Uzumaki Ryanosuke appeared pale, still recovering from the previous battle. His worries for the clan leader and the management of clan affairs weighing heavily upon him. For now, we can only sustain the clan leader's life. It seems he will not awaken in the near future. Casting a glance at the clan leader within the room, Ryanosuke turned his gaze toward Ryusei. Ryusei, in your pursuit, did you happen to discover any traces of Kushina and her companions? Why have you returned alone to the village? Brother Choshin fell in battle. The weight of sorrow bore heavily on Uzumaki Ryusei. Sister Suerin's fate is uncertain. By the time we arrived, the enemy had already cleared the battlefield. However, under Sister Suerin's protection, Kushina successfully escaped into the Land of Fire. Concerned for Kushina's safety in Konoha, and with the village still not entirely secure, I dispatched Senior Yuya and Senior Yamashiro to Konoha to safeguard Kushina. You acted wisely. Konoha, after all, is not like our village. Kushina, alone in Konoha, will undoubtedly face great difficulties, but with the care of two Jonin, she can rest more easily. Hearing Ryusei's explanation, Uzumaki Ryanosuke nodded in agreement. Ryusei, it seems you have matured significantly overnight. Entrusting the management of the village to you during this time was indeed a wise decision. What are your plans moving forward? Senior Ryanosuke, for the time being, let you manage the affairs of the village. Ryusei's eyes flared with barely contained rage. I have learned from a Konoha ninja that the third Hokage has dispatched his 3 disciples towards our village, once the powerful ninjas from Konoha arrive. I will accompany them to Kiraigakure and demand Sister Suerin's return. Ryusei, while hatred is not inherently frightening, you must not allow it to consume you. Fear not, Senior Ryanosuke. I am confident that I can emerge unscathed in Kiraigakure. Ryusei interrupted Ryanosuke's counsel, jesting that with his sage body, there was no one in the vast ninja world, save for the formidable Uchiha Madara with his Rinnegan, that he feared. By the way, among the Hokage's disciples, there appears to be a princess of the Senju clan, renowned for her exceptional medical ninjutsu. If she is willing to lend her aid, perhaps it could hasten the clan leader's recovery. I have heard of Princess Tsunade's reputation. Uzumaki Ryanosuke's eyes brightened. Although Tsunade had yet to earn the title of Sannin, her medical skills were already legendary throughout the ninja world. The Uzumaki clan is distantly related to the Senju. I believe persuading Princess Tsunade should not be a daunting task. In that case, let us await Konoha's support to arrive at the village. Ryusei stood and made his way towards the exit of the Ninja Academy, with Frost and Snow faithfully trailing behind him. Senior Ryanosuke, the village has just endured the ravages of war. I will first check if there are ways I can assist. As the acting village leader, I must lead by example. This child, Uzumaki Ryanosuke, watched as Ryusei gradually vanished from sight, unable to suppress his admiration. Thank goodness the new generation of the village includes a strong figure like Ryusei. Otherwise, the village would surely face utter devastation. A vision of the third Raikage interrupting Uzumaki Ashina's use of the dead demon consuming seal flashed in Ryanosuke's mind. At that speed, even possessing such a powerful sealing technique would offer no opportunity for execution. Frost and Snow, please investigate whether there are any survivors amidst the ruins. Having exited the Ninja Academy, Ryusei now stood on the other side of the swirling river, where the aftermath of the previous battle lay scattered in ruins, devoid of any intact structures. Ryusei, 100 meters to your right, there is a child trapped beneath the debris. For 100 meters ahead, 5 individuals are likewise trapped. Under Frost and Snow's keen perception, several survivors buried beneath the rubble were promptly identified. All right, now it's my turn to shine. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, thousands of Ryusei's clones began to scour the ruins, swiftly rescuing person after person from the debris. Is this Ryusei's true strength? Many ninja within the village, currently engaged in rescue efforts amidst the ruins, beheld this astonishing scene. As the Jonin had been dispatched to guard the perimeter, the primary rescue force consisted entirely of Chunin and Genin, despite having sensory ninjas skilled in the Kage Bunshin technique searching for survivors. Their pace was no match for the collective prowess of Ryusei, who had channeled all his strength into his physical abilities. Before long, with the efforts of Ryusei's thousands of clones, hundreds of survivors were freed from beneath the rubble. Phew! Ryusei exhaled deeply. Although the thousands of clones posed no strain on him, the mental fatigue was undeniable. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, Ryusei set off in a specific direction. From the memories left behind by his clones, it seemed he had discovered something essential amidst the ruins. Soon, Ryusei arrived at a disturbed house's debris and retrieved a large bag filled with various balloons from the opening. Indeed, balloons. Ryusei's heart soared. The original host had been unable to learn other ninjutsu, and while he had yet to explore the reasons, Ryusei did not currently possess the confidence to master other techniques. However, the Rasengan was different. While it was an A-rank ninjutsu, it could be executed without hand seals and could be unleashed instantly once mastered. More importantly, the greater the chakra volume, the more potent the Rasengan became, making it perfectly suited for Ryusei's current state. Just as well, the affairs of the village are in the capable hands of Captain Ryanosuke and the other Jonin. My priority now is to rapidly enhance my own strength. Thus, I have resolved to master the Rasengan within a day. Before long, Ryusei returned to the vicinity of the swirling river, producing 100 clones, each filling a water balloon to the brim. Bang, bang, bang. With no difficulty whatsoever, the water-filled balloons burst quickly in Ryusei's hands. I nearly forgot. With my current chakra level, merely releasing it outside is enough to easily pop a balloon. Realizing this, Ryusei immediately filled a rubber ball, which, being much sturdier than a balloon, also failed to withstand even 3 seconds in Ryusei's grip before it exploded with a resounding pop. Indeed, bursting a rubber ball posed no challenge either. Ryusei retrieved another balloon, inflated it, and placed it in his palm. Puff! The moment chakra surged from Ryusei's palm. The fragile balloon instantly detonated. It seems this final step will be the challenge that blocks my path. Lu Xing let out a bitter smile. His chakra surged too swiftly, and his fine control over it was currently inferior to that of a Chunin. Mastering the ultimate form of chakra manipulation, such as the Sharingan, was a challenge even for Jonin. As dawn broke, in the forest leading from Uzumaki village to the land of fire, a diminutive figure was unfolding intelligence retrieved from a ninja pigeon. The Mizukage is dead? Yuzuru stared incredulously at the news he had just received, which explicitly stated that the third Mizukage had perished in Uzumaki village. It was astonishing that such formidable power resided in Uzumaki village. Even when the Mizukage and Reikage joined forces, bolstered by the terrifying Six Tails, they could not secure victory in the conflict, and now the Mizukage remained eternally in Uzumaki village. Spinning the long scythe in his hand, Yuzuru observed the chaos unfolding in Kiraigakure upon the revelation of the third Mizukage's demise. Family factions were on high alert, each coveting the position of Mizukage. With the Mizukage recently deceased, many had turned their eyes toward that coveted seat. Yet who truly possessed the qualifications to ascend to such a position? The intelligence in Yuzuru's grasp ignited with an inner fire. Without sufficient strength and merit, no one could aspire to the position of Mizukage. A cold smile adorned the youth's face, despite his youthful appearance. Yuzuru had surpassed 30 years of age and was a formidable contender for the role of Mizukage. Although he had capitalized on the chaos to acquire part of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, this alone was insufficient to elevate him to the rank of Mizukage. It seemed he could not return just yet. This was a crucial juncture on the path from Konoha to Uzumaki village. With the village under siege, Konoha would undoubtedly dispatch powerful reinforcements. If he could intercept the support ninja from Konoha, he could scheme to sow discord between Konoha and Uzumaki. However, relying solely on his own strength would likely not suffice to overcome the Konoha reinforcements. He would need to enlist the aid of several others. With this thought, Yuzuru hastened toward the agreed-upon rendezvous, the very location of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Jiraiya, how long until we reach Uzumaki village? At that moment, on the border between the land of fire and the land of water, 3 figures were racing toward Uzumaki village, with the sole female among them displaying a sense of urgency. The mountaintop ahead is the Enkaio fortress. Once we pass through there, we will enter the land of water. The young Jiraiya's white hair billowed in the wind as he cast a furtive glance at Tsunade. Do not fret, Tsunade. News from before the third's passing has already reached us. Uzumaki village has repelled the invading forces, and there is no danger at present. Orochimaru, who trailed behind, spoke calmly. Though his skin was pale, he bore no hint of femininity. Before we departed, Granny Mito entrusted me with the solemn task of protecting Uzumaki village. I cannot afford to be lax. Tsunade remained at the forefront, marching relentlessly for a day and a night, and even she now felt the weariness in her body. I see. Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, Jiraiya replied with confidence, at our pace, we shall surely arrive at Uzumaki village within 2 hours. Suddenly, Jiraiya's voice rang out, halt. The 3 figures came to an immediate stop, with Tsunade and Orochimaru following suit without hesitation. Steel wire. There's an ambush. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly recognized the steel wires entangled among the treetops. Could the war in Uzumaki village still be ongoing? To encounter an ambush less than 100 kilometers from the village? Jiraiya's expression darkened. What had seemed like an easy mission was now fraught with complications. A fog has rolled in. It must be the mist ninja. A thick mist enveloped the area surrounding the trio, and Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips as he swiftly formed hand signs. It appears we shall have to fight our way into Uzumaki village. Wind release, great breakthrough. A mere C-rank ninjutsu, yet in Orochimaru's hands. The powerful gust not only dispersed the dense fog, but also sent a dark-haired man wielding a large blade tumbling several meters away. This is bad. It's the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Each of them is an elite jonin and possesses a highly compatible sword. Jiraiya immediately recognized the identities of those who had revealed themselves as the mist cleared. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable foes so far from Uzumaki village. Tsunade bit her finger and slammed her palm against the ground. Summoning technique. In the next moment, a massive slug appeared beneath the feet of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, its enormous form breaking through the fog's cover. Upon closer inspection, one could see smaller slugs perched on the shoulders of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Water release. Water Mirror Technique. At that instant, a smaller figure burst forth from the mist, brandishing a long scythe to draw in the air, conjuring a water mirror that vividly reflected the shapes of Tsunade and the others. It was the mist Kaido Yuzuru. He too had arrived. As an intelligence expert, Jiraiya was well acquainted with Yuzuru's profile. He had not anticipated that, apart from the 7 ninja swordsmen, there would be another formidable adversary present. Just as Jiraiya intended to speak further, the reflections in the water mirror began to shift, and Yuzuru lunged at them from within the mirror. We cannot hold back. They are all renowned ninjas. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously, they bit their fingers and began forming hand signs. Summoning technique. As they completed their hand signs, 2 colossal figures materialized on the battlefield. Orochimaru, you summon me again. Have you prepared the sacrificial offerings? Upon appearing, Manda began to bellow, but fell silent as he surveyed the surrounding situation. Jiraiya, it appears our opponents will not be easily dispatched. Wanta exhaled a cloud of smoke. It had just taken a puff from its pipe, which had never left its mouth. Frog Boss, we will need your assistance once more. Our foes are formidable. Jiraiya and Orochimaru took their positions atop Wanta and Manda's heads as their enemies launched their assault. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The Jiraiya, emerging from the water mirror, swiftly formed hand signs. In an instant, the ground beneath the 3 summoned beasts transformed into a dark swamp, their enormous forms beginning to sink slowly. Could the mirror's doppelganger replicate combat experience as well? Jiraiya's expression grew grave. The Yellow Spring Swamp was a technique he often employed to restrict gigantic summoning beasts. Chapter 25. Mastering the Rasengan. Lu Xing had been training by the river for an entire day. As the moonlight once again bathed the swirling waters of the river, silvery reflections danced upon Lu Xing as he practiced the Rasengan. Since rescuing villagers trapped beneath the ruins that morning, he had not wasted a moment, even for a meal. It was no wonder his sudden surge of power was so formidable. Diligent training was indeed the finest reward for his efforts. At that moment, on the opposite bank of the swirling river, many villagers were watching Lu Xing's training, with several ninjas also fixated on his progress. Having divided himself into hundreds of clones and trained tirelessly throughout the day, this young man's chakra was truly remarkable. Uzumaki Ryuji had unknowingly left the ninja academy, observing Lu Xing's training from atop a building across the river. Unfortunately, his control over chakra remained too crude after a day of practice. He had merely developed a rudimentary form of a ninjutsu. With a swift motion of his palm, Ryanosuke summoned forth a surge of chakra within him, quickly coalescing it into a minuscule sphere of chakra in his hand. This is the effect you wish to achieve, is it not? A splendid concept indeed. Requiring no hand seals, merely relying on the transformation of chakra to complete this technique. While it may not be suitable for other ninjas, it is exceptionally fitting for the mighty Uzumaki clan. As the Rasengan dissipated from his grasp, Ryanosuke turned his gaze once more to Ryusei. Alas, it appears you lack the aptitude for sealing techniques. The demands of chakra transformation in sealing arts far exceed those of this ninjutsu, not to mention the requisite mastery of chakra nature alterations. Without the mastery of sealing techniques, your position as clan leader shall remain precarious. Observing Ryusei's diligent practice, Ryanosuke fell into contemplation, while Ryusei's eyes began to gleam with excitement. After over 8,000 attempts, I have finally grasped the foundational transformation of the Rasengan. Raising his right hand, chakra began to gather once more, and a sphere of chakra gradually manifested in his palm. Rasengan. Boom. He struck the ground forcefully with the Rasengan, leaving a deep imprint upon the earth. At last, I have accomplished it. Ryusei sat beside the crater he had created, all his shadow clones dissipating behind him, while Xuanxue, who had been lazily lounging by the riverbank, rushed over to snuggle against him. Are you happy for me too, Xuanxue? What is there to celebrate? A mere transformation. And you needed to practice over 800,000 times. Before Xuanxue could respond, the 6-tailed beast within Ryusei couldn't help but mock, reminding him that their tailed beasts inherently possessed mastery over the most advanced forms of chakra transformation and nature alteration. Over 8,000 attempts for a single clone means at least 800,000 for 100 clones. My talent for training is indeed not exceptional. Hearing the jibe from the 6-tailed beast, Ryusei offered a wry smile, recalling that even with the Sage Mode's enhancement, he had spent an entire day training. While in the original story, Jiraiya, whose talent for training was not particularly remarkable, had learned the Rasengan in merely 3 days. However, he had finally mastered an offensive technique. And the success of the Rasengan proved that the original body was indeed capable of learning ninjutsu. It was merely certain factors that had caused previous training attempts to fail. Once more, Ryusei gathered a Rasengan in his hand, and with the assistance of Sage Mode, he had already dispelled the fatigue of training, even with hundreds of shadow clones. His condition remained unaffected. Regrettably, the original's chakra was an extremely rare, formless type, necessitating personal training for any chakra nature transformation, and despite the years, he had yet to master any. Without mastery of chakra nature transformation, Ryusei's plans to practice the Rasen Shuriken were dashed. A new opportunity for signing in had refreshed. He had initially considered obtaining sealing techniques from the clan leader, but since the legendary Sannin were soon to arrive in the Uzumaki village, targeting them for sign-in rewards might yield better results. Perhaps it is best to have something to eat first. The last time I enjoyed a meal was when Brother Chow invited me for dumplings. Suddenly, Shuangxue sensed a disturbance in the distant forest, and at that moment, the six-tailed beast also issued a warning to Ryusei. A powerful presence is engaged in battle. Just as this thought flickered through Ryusei's mind, a massive toad emerged into view from the forest. Tsunade, could it be that the Sannin are under attack? Following closely, enormous toads and snakes appeared in the forest, further confirming Ryusei's suspicions. Mist, could it be that the people of the Mist village dare to attack Leaf Ninja outside of Uzumaki village after the death of the Mizukage? It seems they have completely disregarded us. A fierce killing intent flickered in Ryusei's eyes, and with a thought, Shuangxue's form began to expand rapidly as they hastened towards the site of the battle. I hope it is you there, the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with the future 4th Mizukage, Kajitsun Yuzora. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the toad beneath Tsunade began to dissolve, with numerous small toads swiftly burrowing into the Hell Swamp. This tactic is of no use against us. The toads naturally dwell in swamps, and the Hell Swamp will not hinder them, but rather allow us to thrive. Jiraiya wore a confident smile. Their years of teamwork extended beyond mere personal synergy, as even their summoning beasts shared a connection. Lightning release, lightning fong. At that moment, from the mist generated by the mist technique, a powerful surge of lightning erupted, followed closely by 2 peculiar blades plunging into the swamp created by the Hell Swamp. This is not good. It is lightning release. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earthen wall. In an instant, a massive wall resembling a fortress rose from beneath the swamp, completely isolating the lightning from breaching the wall. An opening has appeared. Behead him. Behind Jiraiya, the silent figure of Kiba Taizang, wielding a beheading sword, emerged, the blade already nearing Jiraiya's neck. Ninjutsu, Shadow Snake Hand. Just as Jiraiya was under attack, Orochimaru did not remain idle. His left hand transformed into a writhing serpent, ensnaring Kiba Taizang along with his sword. Boom! Another figure burst forth from the mist, wielding a massive axe-like weapon, striking the snake's body, and then following up with a strange hammer that slammed against the axe's back, cleaving the enormous serpent in two. On the other side, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch that collided with the equally forceful punch of her doppelganger emerging from the water mirror, the impact creating a shockwave that dispersed the mist around them for dozens of meters. Ninjutsu, Lion's Barrage. Ninjutsu, Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. The hair of the doppelganger Jiraiya expanded and wrapped around Tsunade, while the doppelganger Orochimaru's hands transformed into multiple serpents, launching an assault on Tsunade. Chapter 26. First Encounter, Painful Earthquake. Tsunade stomped heavily on the ground, and with a resounding boom, ripples spread from beneath her feet in all directions. Akin to ripples in water, the doppelgangers were unable to stabilize themselves, watching helplessly as Tsunade leaped to Jiraiya's side. The opponents are rather troublesome. While the water mirror doppelgangers may be slightly inferior in chakra, they wield the same ninjutsu as us. At this moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen, who had been attacking Jiraiya, vanished once more into the mist technique, while the doppelgangers of Jiraiya steadied themselves and swiftly followed Tsunade. Toad Boss, prepare. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, and Fukasaku began to swell his cheeks as he gathered energy. Fire release, Toad Oil Fireball. The oil spewed from Fukasaku engulfed the 3 doppelgangers completely, and then Jiraiya unleashed flames that instantly ignited the toad oil. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. Behind the doppelgangers, Yuzura's figure quietly appeared. A massive water sphere colliding with the toad oil fireball in midair, creating a tremendous surge of steam that seemed to expand the range of the mist technique manifold. I did not expect the leaf ninja dispatched for support to be so formidable. In the midst of the water mist, Yuzura gripped his long hook. Having previously expended a significant amount of chakra using the water mirror to replicate, the current clash of water release with Jiraiya's fire release was rapidly depleting his chakra reserves. Where has the watermelon mountain pufferfish gone? Why has he not made an appearance in this battle? Yuzura frowned, knowing that such a commotion would have surely alerted the ninja of Uzumaki village to the ongoing battle. If they delayed any further, the only ones escaping would be them when reinforcements from Uzumaki village arrived. Within the mist technique, the remaining 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were also searching for the whereabouts of the watermelon mountain pufferfish, having realized they had lost contact with their companion since the battle began. Unite. At this moment, the countless slugs had already extricated Gamabunta and the myriad snakes from the confines of the Yellow Spring swamp, reassembling into a colossal form beneath Tsunade. The enemy has withstood my attack. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. Tsunade, Orochimaru, grant me 3 minutes, and I shall conclude this battle with sage arts. Are you going to use sage arts? Upon witnessing Jiraiya sitting atop Gamabunta with his hands clasped together, Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded solemnly. As comrades, they were well aware of the formidable power of Jiraiya's sage techniques. Ninjutsu, Serpent's World. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, and then a multitude of snakes erupted from the mouth of the myriad serpents, flooding the battlefield like an impenetrable swarm. Lightning Funeral, Feast of Thunder. The Black Hoe Thunder Fong surged forth from the thick mist, 2 peculiar blades embedding themselves into the ground, causing countless blue lightning bolts to flicker like branches across the terrain, disintegrating every snake that came into contact with them into puffs of smoke. Taking advantage of Black Hoe Thunder Fong's defense against the serpentine horde, the remaining enemies hidden in the mist concealment technique began forming hand seals to cast their ninjutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. Water Release, Iron Cannonball. The ninjutsu of the 3 from the mist aimed at Tsunade and her companions, while the clones of Jiraiya and Orochimaru unleashed wide-ranging techniques. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release, Fireball. The clone of Orochimaru hurled a gigantic shuriken, which, during its flight, began to spawn thousands of shadow clones, followed closely by an oil ignited by the clone of Jiraiya, engulfing all the shuriken clones in flames. In an instant, the burning shuriken enveloped Tsunade, her companions, and their summoned beasts entirely. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, forming hand seals to prepare for another ninjutsu. Summoning Technique. Triple. Apologies. Leaf Village friends, the support from Kiraigakure should not be too late. Just as Orochimaru's hand seals were nearly complete, a voice swept in, borne by chakra, interrupting him entirely. Then, the colossal figure of the snow-white frost snow descended before Tsunade and the others. With a sweep of its tail, it scattered all ninjutsu attacks and the flaming shuriken. How is this possible? From such a distance, how could the support from Kiraigakure arrive so swiftly? Witnessing the enormous fox spirit blocking the path of the leaf ninjas, Citrus Yagura's previously confident demeanor was suddenly tinged with fear. You must be the acting village chief of Kiraigakure, Uzumaki Ryusei. Observing the figure atop the fox spirit, which dwarfed even the myriad snakes, Orochimaru spoke first. Clearly, intelligence regarding Ryusei had long reached the leaf village, allowing Orochimaru to recognize him by certain characteristics during their first encounter. Indeed, I am Uzumaki Ryusei, positioned atop frost snow. Ryusei gazed down at the trio who had yet to earn the title of the legendary 3, while a prompt from the system quietly resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected sign-in targets, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Citrus Yagura, etc. This sign-in grants a 100-fold reward. Please select a target for sign-in. Tsunade, Jiraiya, 4th Mizuki Yagura. Ryusei fell into contemplation. Orochimaru's formidable abilities could not be transformed into immediate combat strength, rendering him useless to me. The 3 tails, potentially obtainable from Yagura, would likewise offer no assistance for now. Therefore, Jiraiya's sage arts and the wood release likely attainable from Tsunade became the most advantageous choices. Ryusei felt a dilemma. The likelihood of acquiring sage arts from Jiraiya was high, Yet there was a slender chance of obtaining wood release from Tsunade, especially as she was one of the closest living individuals to the first Hokage, Hashirama. I must take the plunge. Wood release is currently the most suitable means to significantly enhance my combat prowess, and it can only be obtained through sign-in. Meanwhile, the Frog Sage arts could be learned by seeking an opportunity to visit Mount Myaboku. Ryusei gritted his teeth, solidifying his decision in his heart. Select sign-in target, Senju Tsunade. Sign in immediately. In pursuit of wood release, Ryusei even presumptuously reinstated Tsunade's surname, yet the system's notification ultimately shattered his delusions. Ding! 100-fold sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Slug Sage Art, Wet Bone Forest. Though described at length, in reality, it took but a fleeting moment for Ryusei to finalize his decision and complete the sign-in. Observing the shifting expressions on Ryusei's face, Tsunade, feeling the familiarity coursing through her blood, unexpectedly exclaimed, "Hey, kid, you're laying it on a bit thick, aren't you? That hard-fought battle in Kiraigakure must have left you with some hidden injuries. Leave this battlefield to us three. Once we finish this fight, I can personally help you with your chakra." Chapter 27, Slug Sage Art. Princess Tsunade, thank you for your kindness. Hearing Tsunade's words, the frustration Ryusei felt from not acquiring wood release dissipated entirely, and the warmth transmitted through his bloodline filled him with fondness for Tsunade. "I deeply apologize for the ambush you leaf ninjas encountered at the hands of the mist. Once I deal with these mist scoundrels, we shall head to Kiraigakure together." "You actually know me?" Tsunade was somewhat taken aback. Ever since the Senju clan relinquished their surname under the decision of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, their ties with the Uzumaki clan had ceased, making this her first visit to the land of whirlpools. Meanwhile, Ryusei had turned his gaze toward the figures partially concealed within the mist technique, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Hearing Tsunade's voice, he refrained from responding further and silently intoned in his heart, "System, extract rewards." Ding! Rewards have been distributed. In an instant, a torrent of information regarding the sage arts of the Wet Bone Forest surged into Ryusei's mind, as if he had rehearsed it countless times before, allowing him to instinctively grasp the Slug Sage art. Sage Mode. Ryusei clasped his hands together, and a tremendous surge of natural energy flooded into his body, merging with his chakra in a precise ratio, enabling the full manifestation of his sage body. The deluge of natural energy and the unceasing flow of chakra within Ryusei continuously intertwined, resulting in faint white shadows appearing around his eyes. Yet his body exhibited no other discernible changes. He too can utilize sage arts, and the natural energy pouring into him is astonishing. At this moment, Jiraiya, who was accumulating natural energy atop Gamabunta, began to manifest frog-like traits on his face, allowing him to perceive Ryusei's gathering of natural energy with remarkable clarity. This formidable natural energy left Jiraiya astonished and at a loss for words. Has he also mastered sage arts? Orochimaru licked his lips. As a contract holder of one of the three great sage lands, the Dragon Cave, he naturally possessed the legacy of sage arts. However, the snake sage arts did not suit him, and his chakra could not sustain sage arts, thus he never mastered them. Tsunade was equally astounded. The moment Ryusei unleashed the Slug Sage art, the slug sensed a kinship with the sage energy flowing within him and promptly communicated this revelation to Tsunade. The sage arts sharing a lineage with the Slug Sage? Indeed. Granny Mito once informed me that the Uzumaki clan has long been devoid of a recognized contract holder by the Wet Bone Forest, and I am the sole one to have gained such acknowledgement. Tsunade pondered silently. Perhaps, long ago, there existed members of the Uzumaki clan who were recognized by the Wet Bone Forest, thereby mastering the Slug Sage art and passing it down to Uzumaki Ryusei. At this moment, Ryusei was immersed in the surging sage chakra within him, entirely unaware that Tsunade had fabricated a reasonable explanation for his mastery of the Slug Sage art. We can no longer remain idle. Let us strike. Within the mist technique, Citrus Yagura coldly observed the enormous frost snow and the figure of Ryusei standing atop it. An invisible pressure permeating his heart. Water release, water mirror technique. Yagura wielded a long hook, which shimmered in the air, conjuring a water mirror that reflected Ryusei's image. Bang! As the shimmering figure of Ryusei sought to exit the water mirror, an abrupt cracking sound resonated, causing the mirror to shatter and cascade into droplets upon the ground. What a terrifying chakra. Beads of sweat trickled down Yasakura's forehead, just as he intended to employ the water mirror technique to replicate Ryusui. An overwhelming surge of chakra flooded into the mirror from within him, yet he could not achieve even a fraction of the target's form before severing the chakra supply. I have yet to make my move, and you could not restrain yourself? Under the perception of sage energy, the technique of mist concealment seemed futile, allowing Ryusui to discern every movement of Yasakura with clarity. How audacious to think you could replicate me with the water mirror technique. Had you become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, perhaps there would be some possibility, but at this moment, you are utterly unqualified to undertake such a feat. Frost Snow. Refrain from intervening. Allow me to test my newly acquired strength, Ryusui instructed Frost Snow, then leaped from her towering form. Possessing the body of a sage, he required no accumulation of natural energy, having already completed the sage mode, previously only attuning himself to the sage chakra within. Without hesitation, Ryusui unleashed the recently mastered Sharingan, which, in its normal state, was merely the size of a ball, now expanded to a diameter of 1 meter under the enhancement of sage chakra. Boom! The Sharingan collided with its target, producing a thunderous roar as Pipajuzu was sent flying, his blade shattered into 3 pieces by the force of the impact. Indeed, it is you, the 7 ninja swordsmen. A chilling voice escaped Ryusui's lips, causing the remaining 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to tremble in the thick mist. Such a fearsome attack, my Raijin blade may not withstand it. Kiraigakure gritted his teeth, crossing the 2 blades in his grasp. It seems I must resort to my final technique. Lightning release, Black Dragon Tornado. Dark lightning swirled rapidly, coalescing into a tornado that ultimately morphed into a mighty dragon. Charging towards Ryusui. Is that the attack of the Raijin blade? Ryusui had sensed Kiraigukure's impending strike long ago, but to assess his current strength, he only acted once the attack was fully executed. Ryusui's right palm continued to gather a colossal Sharingan, which then clashed with the lightning dragon tornado, resulting in a stalemate. Sage Art, Great Ball Sharingan. Realizing that the ordinary Sharingan could not secure an advantage, Ryusui once more infused a vast amount of chakra into the Sharingan. During his mastery of sage arts, he had discovered a remarkable enhancement in his ability to manipulate chakra forms. Thus, effortlessly forming the Great Ball Sharingan confirmed that his perceptions were not mere illusions. As chakra surged forth, the originally 1 meter diameter Sharingan rapidly expanded, subsequently tearing through the lightning dragon and relentlessly striking Kiraigakure. No, armor of lightning. Kiraigakure recognized the imminent danger and desperately enveloped his body in a layer of electricity. Bang! Kiraigukure's body was hurled backward, crashing into over 10 large trees before becoming embedded in one of them. Indeed, the attribute-less Sharingan's characteristic of wounding without killing exists even in the real ninja world. Sensing Kiraigukure's faint but still lingering presence, Ryusui couldn't help but scoff, then redirected his focus towards the remaining member, Tsukasa Yagura. Chapter 28, Capturing Yasakura. How could it be? Even Kiraigukure's ultimate technique was so easily thwarted. The slowest of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsukasa Yagura, wielding a dull blade, had chosen not to flee and thus witnessed Ryusui's defeat of Kiraigakure firsthand. I must give it my all. If I can strike him with my blade, victory may still be within reach. As Ryusui charged forward, Tsukasa swung his dull blade, resembling an axe, directly at him. Hound, I wish to borrow your strength. Ryusui communicated with the sealed 6 tails within him. Just some chakra. Don't disturb my slumber, the 6 tails replied, comfortably rolling over in its sealed space within Ryusui. Hearing the response, Ryusui smiled, and soon, the chakra of the 6 tails began to surge within him, gathering in his palm. Sage Art, Dissolution Sharingan. Although dissolution is a rare bloodline limit in the ninja world and not particularly renowned, its power is formidable, and the 6 tails dissolution surpasses the strength of typical dissolution bloodline limits. In no time, the dissolution Sharingan collided with the dull blade, lacking a violent crash or thunderous sound. The blade was silently corroded and melted away as if made of paper. Leaving a few alive will suffice. For scum like you, it is best to descend into hell sooner rather than later. Ryusui's indifferent right hand advanced, the dissolution Sharingan's momentum unabated. As the 1 meter diameter sphere passed through Tsukasa Yagura's body, corroding half of him away. Only you remain, Yasakura. The grim visage of Vortex, Choshin manifested in Ryusei's mind. Though he was unaware why only 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were present, he was resolute that none would escape, including the future 4th Mizukage, Yasakura. Indeed, as Ryusei battled Kurokuro Raya, Yasakura had swiftly fled the battlefield under the cover of mist, yet with the mastery of Sage Mode. Ryusei's sensory range surpassed even that of Kagura's heart, and Frost Snow's perception was even more formidable. Do you truly believe you can escape? Frost Snow, pursue the fleeing enemy. Ryusei opted not to chase himself, although Sage Mode had significantly enhanced his speed. He lacked the body flicker technique and would require considerable time to catch up to the fleeing Yasakura. Howl! Frost Snow let out a mighty roar, transforming into a bolt of white lightning as she sped through the forest, towering trees appearing diminutive beneath her colossal form, each stride covering hundreds of meters. While Frost Snow pursued, Ryusei raised his hand, beginning to accumulate Sage Chakra in the air. Soon, a gargantuan Rasengan, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, formed in his palm. Sage Art, Super Great Ball Rasengan. Just as Ryusei completed the assembly of the Super Great Ball Rasengan, Frost Snow caught up to the fleeing Yasakura. In the next instant, the terrifying Super Great Ball Rasengan, under Ryusei's control, descended violently upon the escaping Yasakura. Quick, block it! Yasakura was not fleeing alone. The 3 clones created using the water mirror technique were close behind, and at this moment, the clones were exhausting the last remnants of chakra in a desperate attempt to resist the Super Great Ball Rasengan. Water release, clear water mirror. While the clones braced against the Super Great Ball Rasengan, Yasakura did not remain idle, knowing escape was futile. He conjured a massive water mirror at the tip of his long hook. Subsequently, the 3 clones, having exhausted their chakra, dissipated within the Super Great Ball Rasengan, which then collided with the mirror Yasakura had formed. Crack! The immense mirror shattered in less than half a minute under the force of the Super Great Ball Rasengan, and Yasakura swiftly dodged to the side, yet his arm and the long hook he wielded were caught in the swirling Rasengan. A cry of agony escaped Yasakura's lips as his body was sent hurtling to the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, the pain of losing an arm distorting his youthful visage. Bang! The falling star descended from the heavens, crashing upon the body of Yuzuki Shikura, causing the ground to fracture under the force of the impact. As the dust settled, the scene revealed itself. Shikura was embedded in the earth, while the star stood dominantly upon him, gazing down into Shikura's eyes. Where have you taken the other female ninja of the Uzumaki clan with whom you battled? At this moment, the star remained unaware that Uzumaki Rin had already opted for the corpse demon consuming seal, ultimately perishing alongside 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He mistakenly believed that the weaker Uzumaki Rin had been captured by the mist ninjas after her defeat. What female ninja? Shikura's consciousness was still hazy. The last defensive ninjutsu he employed had drained the last vestiges of his chakra. The final blow from the star left him feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced, and the loss of blood from his severed arm only worsened his plight. Do you still wish to conceal the truth? Upon hearing Shikura's response, the star's gaze grew icy, chakra coalescing beneath his feet as he prepared for another assault. As the acting village leader of the Uzumaki, if you persist in your attack, this mist ninja's life may very well be forfeit. Just then, Manda, accompanied by Orochimaru, arrived beside the star. Seeing the star's intent to continue his assault, Orochimaru hastily interjected. Orochimaru. Hearing the serpentine voice, the star ceased his movements, lifting his gaze to the figure of Orochimaru, who had leaped down from Manda. It seems that even the esteemed village leader is aware of my name. I am truly flattered. At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to tread the path of vivisection, and although his voice was similarly sibilant, it did not evoke discomfort. Enough with the flattery, Orochimaru. We are of the same generation, let us converse as equals. The star had finally quelled the fury within, though his murderous intent remained. He was no longer as aggressive, which relieved Orochimaru. Are you seeking information about someone? Orochimaru inquired curiously. Although Manda was swift, he was still outpaced by the snow. And fortunately, Shikura had not managed to escape far. Thus, he was able to catch up to the star in time. Yet he still had not heard the specific question the star had asked earlier. Chapter 29. Interrogation. Kushina's parents, along with the Konoha escort ninja, were ambushed by him and the 7 ninja swordsmen en route to Konoha. The star did not conceal the truth, for among the attacked were also Konoha's ninjas. He was not adept at interrogating for information and perhaps needed Orochimaru's assistance to learn of Uzumaki Rin's whereabouts. I have only recovered the corpse of Kushina's father and the remains of one of your Konoha ninjas, while Kushina's mother and another Konoha ninja have vanished from the battlefield. I see. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, influenced deeply by the third Hokage, as his acknowledgement of Konoha was at its zenith. I presume you are aware of the identity of the person you stand upon. Shikura, the demon child, is the captain of the Mist's assassination unit. They are well-versed in interrogation and counter-interrogation techniques, making it difficult for us to extract information from him. If he cannot provide intelligence, I shall simply go to the hidden mist village and find someone who can. The star's voice carried a potent, murderous intent. Kushina was the first familiar face he encountered after traversing into the ninja world, activating his most crucial system. Having failed to save Kushina's parents could be attributed to his initial unfamiliarity with the current state of the ninja world. However, now he possessed sufficient strength. If he could not even locate Kushina's mother, he would not hesitate to raise the entirety of the hidden mist. There is no need for such trouble. Orochimaru regarded the star with surprise, clearly discerning that the latter was not jesting. Did you not previously state that the attackers included the 7 ninja swordsmen? As Orochimaru approached the embedded Shikura, he continued to explain, the dull blade master you directly killed still has a relatively intact head. In that state, he had no chance to employ counter-interrogation techniques. I happen to possess some knowledge of mental interrogation. Perhaps I can extract the necessary information from his memories. However, for now, I must trouble you to seal this elite Jounin of the Mist. Otherwise, once he regains some strength, even if he cannot escape, taking his own life will not prove difficult. At Orochimaru's request, the star felt slightly embarrassed. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he had not mastered any sealing techniques. I am rather unique. I have yet to practice sealing techniques, so I fear I cannot fulfill this request. Oh, Orochimaru was astonished. Having not anticipated that the acting village leader of the Uzumaki, the strongest of the younger generation, had not mastered any sealing techniques. Then let me handle the sealing. Though it may not be as powerful as the Uzumaki sealing techniques, I do possess a suitable sealing method. With that, Orochimaru gestured for the star to remove his foot from Shikura, and with his right hand, 5 fingers each emanated a different chakra: lightning, wind, water, fire, earth, 5-element sealing. In the next moment, Orochimaru struck Shikura's abdomen with his fingertip imbued with the 5-elemental chakra, a relatively simple sealing technique manifesting on Shikura's skin, and in an instant, he lost control over his body and chakra. That should suffice. Village leader, let us return. My 2 companions should have finished their tasks at the previous battlefield. Very well. The star nodded, then leapt back onto the back of Shuangxue, who, in perfect harmony with the star, condensed her chakra into a large hand, lifting Shikura from the ground into her palm. Such terrifying chakra. Sensing the chakra aura of Shuangxue, Orochimaru silently marveled, while the once arrogant Manda now remained obediently silent in place, not daring to make a sound. Let us depart as well, Manda. Soon, 2 colossal figures returned to the previous battlefield, where Manda dissipated into smoke, and Shuangxue shrank her form to follow closely behind the star, leaving behind a chakra arm to control the sealed Shikura. It seems the mist ninjas ultimately could not escape. The mist generated by the mist technique had entirely dissipated once the chakra sustaining it was lost. The slug and Jiraiya had also vanished at some point. Upon seeing Shikura ensnared by the special chakra hand, Jiraiya could not help but exclaim, "Fool, saying that makes it seem like we are allies of the mist." Tsunade, with annoyance, clenched her fist and struck Jiraiya atop his head, while the star regarded Jiraiya with curiosity, observing the swelling bump that had quietly formed on his head. Indeed, this world of the Hokage is quite something. Being struck by Tsunade truly results in a prominent bump. All the ninja swordsmen you defeated are here. I have given a simple treatment to the 2 you defeated, while the last one is beyond saving. Even his weapon has been largely destroyed by your assault. Tsunade explained to the star, her cheeks slightly reddening as she recalled her earlier forceful words to him. Under the moonlight, the area, once flattened by the previous battle, was not particularly dark, and as the star had yet to exit Sage Mode, his perception of the surroundings was exceptionally clear, allowing him to notice Tsunade's unusual demeanor. Why are your cheeks flushed? Did you sustain an injury during the recent battle? You are the one who is injured. That trivial skirmish could never harm me. Upon hearing the star's inquiry, Tsunade's face reddened further as she adamantly refuted his claim. Furthermore, do not mistake my flushed visage. I am not at all embarrassed. The night is so dark that you must be mistaken. Indeed, you are mistaken. Tsunade sought to conceal her unusual demeanor with words. Yet such a response revealed her peculiar state to the three individuals beside her. Mistaken? Ryusei continued to sense Tsunade's condition. Indeed, we are all well. Ryusei village chief. Let us first interrogate them for the information you seek. Noticing the abnormality, Orochimaru hastily interrupted Ryusei. If he were to continue probing, the atmosphere would likely become untenable. Allow me to employ mental interrogation techniques. Jiraiya, these two captives are in your hands. Extract information regarding the female jonin of the Uzumaki clan and our Konoha Anbu from them. Ah, I understand. Jiraiya, observing Tsunade from a distance, noted her unusual state. Upon hearing Orochimaru's arrangement, he shifted his focus to the two mist ninjas he had previously sealed. Leave them to me, rest assured. I shall extract any information you wish to know. Chapter 30. The Tidings of Uzumaki Rinni beneath the luminous moonlight. A vast expanse of trees in the forest appeared as though they had been raised, revealing an open space where several figures stood. The scene was enveloped in silence. With Orochimaru employing mental interrogation to delve into the memories of the captured Tsukasa Yoko, while Jiraiya utilized his summoning technique to conjure a sealed space for questioning. Though Jiraiya's bravado was somewhat audacious, he undeniably possessed a remarkable talent for information gathering. Unable to endure the oppressive silence, Tsunade took the initiative to break the ice. I comprehend. This news is of paramount importance to me, hence my urgency to commence the interrogation here. Ryusei, well aware of Jiraiya's formidable information-gathering abilities, understood that despite Jiraiya's ultimate defeat due to intelligence issues, he would never have chosen to risk obtaining information had he not been facing a disciple of Jiraiya. Is that female ninja of the Uzumaki clan a relative of yours? Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued by Ryusei's response. The Uzumaki clan is akin to my kin. However, my urgency in seeking her information does not stem from blood relations. Ryusei turned to Tsunade, his voice gradually rising in intensity. She is the mother of Uzumaki Kushina, who has already ventured to Konoha. It is inherently challenging for Kushina to live in Konoha as an outsider, and her parents' sacrifice to shield her from enemies will leave an indelible scar on her life. I have witnessed the cruelty of the ninja world. I do not expect Sister Rinni to survive, but whether alive or deceased, I shall not permit anyone to tarnish the honor of my Uzumaki clan, not even their remains. I understand now. Grasping the resolve in Ryusei's words, Tsunade finally comprehended his urgency for the information. If there is any way I can assist, I will intervene to procure the information you seek. Just then, the enormous toad stomach conjured by Jiraiya vanished, revealing the unconscious mist ninjas and the shouting Jiraiya. I have fulfilled my duty, Ryusei village chief. I have also discerned the information you wish to uncover. Orochimaru simultaneously opened his eyes, smiling at Ryusei. You may simply refer to me as Ryusei. Is Sister Rinni still alive? What is her current predicament? I regret to inform you, Ryusei. I fear I must disappoint you. Jiraiya, no longer resembling his previous self, felt a tinge of sorrow upon learning the information. The attackers on your Uzumaki clan and our Konoha ninjas were, in fact, the complete 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, due to obstructions, they were divided into 2 groups. The trio, along with the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, engaged in battle against the male jonin of the Uzumaki clan, while the remaining 3 pursued the fleeing individuals. Subsequently, the rogue Akatsuki member joined the fray, aiding their 4 members in vanquishing the male jonin of the Uzumaki clan. By the time they pursued the next battlefield, the female jonin of the Uzumaki clan and 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had already perished. It was the very Tsukasa Yoko you have slain who was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. From his memories, I discovered that all corpses from that battlefield were collected and transported back to the hidden mist village by their retreating forces. Orochimaru continued, building upon Jiraiya's account. They were quite curious as to how an ordinary Uzumaki jonin managed to perish alongside 3 elite mist jonin. The notorious Kiraigakure also examined all the corpses at the scene, aside from our Konoha ninjas, who were slain by a long blade. The other 4 bore no fatal injuries, yet all 3 mist ninjas died in terror, as if they had witnessed some unspeakable horror. Did she truly employ the corpse sealing technique? Upon hearing the information relayed by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Ryusei comprehended the circumstances surrounding Rinnene's demise. Truly, she was a predecessor of the sealing class. Sister Rinnene had already mastered the corpse sealing technique, explaining how she was able to confront 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. However, it is audacious of the Mist ninjas to take Sister Rinnene's remains back to the hidden Mist village. Clearly, the death of Amir Mizukage has not instilled a proper understanding of the Uzumaki clan's wrath. Ryusei's fury surged within, a palpable killing intent emanating from his being, sending a chill down the spines of the 3 beside him. Ryusei, what do you plan to do? Sensing Ryusei's abnormality, Tsunade hastily inquired, now understanding the significance of this information to him. Since the hidden Mist village perceives our Uzumaki village as a target for unwarranted aggression, let them not blame me for retaliating. Ryusei's voice was frigid, and sensing his murderous intent, Shimo quickly transformed into her formidable 70-meter form. Time is of the essence. I must journey to the hidden Mist village to retrieve Sister Rinnene's remains. Are you truly planning to confront the hidden Mist village alone? Is that not a rather fanciful notion? Tsunade urgently attempted to intervene, her concern for Ryusei's safety arising despite their first meeting. Fear not. I still possess the hostages of Gaki Akatsuki and 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I shall barter their lives for Sister Rinnene's remains. Ryusei understood that recovering Rinnene's remains was of utmost importance, yet he was prepared to scour the hidden Mist village should the Uzumaki village refuse the exchange. In that case, we shall accompany you, for they have also taken the remains of one of our Konoha Jonin. Tsunade swiftly replied, still apprehensive about Ryusei's safety in the hidden Mist village. Tsunade, during the previous battle, our clan's leader sustained grave injuries and remains in a coma. Ryusei did not acquiesce to Tsunade's request to accompany him, fully aware that he alone possessed the strength necessary to protect the entire village. Should he depart, another attack could plunge the village into peril. I have long heard that within the Senju clan, you alone possess the medical ninjutsu capable of reviving the dead. I implore you to travel to the Uzumaki village to tend to our clan leader. Once I depart, the protective strength of the Uzumaki village will be severely diminished. Jiraiya, I am aware that you also possess sage techniques. I beseech you to safeguard the Uzumaki village for a day. Ryusei earnestly requested, and upon hearing his plea, Jiraiya could not help but scratch his head and laugh heartily. Haha, since you have earnestly requested it, as the sage of Mount Myaboku, I shall assist in safeguarding the Uzumaki village. Fool! Tsunade once again struck Jiraiya on the head. Our task, assigned by our master, is to ensure the safety of the Uzumaki village. Even without Ryusei's request, you should uphold this duty. With that, Tsunade turned to face Ryusei. Rest assured, I shall employ the most potent medical ninjutsu in my endeavor to save Lord Uzumaki. Before our departure, Lord Mito entrusted this task to me. Chapter 31, Journey to Hidden Mist Village. Does Lord Mito still concern himself with the safety of Whirlpool Village from within Konoha? Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Ryusei envisioned the figure of Uzumaki Mito in his mind. It appears that the annihilation of Whirlpool Village transpired too swiftly before Konoha could extend its aid. It had already been erased from the ninja world. Regrettably, Konoha's vigilance over the Nine-Tails is excessively stringent, and I fear that Lord Mito may lack effective means to assist the obliterated Whirlpool Village and the Uzumaki clan. After a moment of introspection, Ryusei spoke again. Naturally, there is also the matter of retrieving the remains of a certain Jonin from Konoha. Let Orochimaru accompany me to Hidden Mist Village. With our combined strength, even the Hidden Mist Village shall not be able to hinder our passage. In that case, I shall accompany you to Hidden Mist Village. For I am equally curious about what kind of village it truly is, Orochimaru remarked with a hint of amusement, still addressing Ryusei with honorifics despite no longer referring to him as the village head. Then let us part ways here. I am well aware of the route to Whirlpool Village and need not trouble you for guidance. Ryusei, Jiraiya chuckled, absent-mindedly touching the spot Tsunade had struck, as if accustomed to his fate of being struck. Wait a moment. Whirlpool Village is currently under strict surveillance. If you proceed like this, you may encounter some trouble. Ryusei intercepted Jiraiya, who was about to set off. He then formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone to his side. Let my clone guide you into Whirlpool Village. This will alleviate some of your troubles. With a shadow clone to lead the way, it certainly makes things more convenient. Then let us directly head to see clan leader Uzumaki, so that I may begin the healing process forthwith. Upon seeing Ryusei's clone, Tsunade's eyes brightened. While others might struggle to maintain a clone for long, it was a trivial feat for a member of the Uzumaki clan. There's no time to waste. Let us depart at once. A shadow clone. Indeed, Ryusei-kun has considered this thoroughly. We can set off now? Observing Jiraiya and Tsunade following Ryusei's clone, Orochimaru regarded Ryusei with keen interest. That is only natural. However, this time we face one of the most formidable ninja villages in the world. Does Orochimaru not feel fear? Ryusei's gaze locked onto Orochimaru. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would genuinely agree to accompany him to Hidden Mist Village. At present, Orochimaru had yet to create his cursed seals and thus lacked means of resurrection. Fear is hardly the term. While I may not be able to contend with the entirety of Hidden Mist, I am confident in my ability to escape, Orochimaru replied, his crimson tongue licking his lips as his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if beholding a rare treasure. What intrigues me more is how Ryusei-kun intends to confront the entire Hidden Mist village with mere personal strength. If it truly comes to war with Hidden Mist, Orochimaru, you shall witness the techniques I employ. Ryusei refrained from elaborating further. After uttering this, he leaped atop Xuanshue's head. It is time to set forth. But we must be swift. At that moment, a smile unexpectedly graced Ryusei's lips. In sync with Ryusei's intentions, Xuanshue swiftly flicked a tail, ensnaring Orochimaru entirely before hastily racing towards the seaside. Upon the tranquil sea, a simple sailboat sped across the waters. A closer inspection would reveal Ryusei at the stern, his hands coalescing a colossal Rasengan. As the Rasengan made contact with the water's surface, the entire vessel surged forward like an arrow. Since the fifth wave of enemies launched their assault, no Hidden Mist ninja had obstructed their path. At the bow of the boat, Orochimaru gazed at the distant, indistinct massive island, while Ryusei stood atop the mast, his expression devoid of emotion, with merely a clone accelerating the vessel from the stern. Initially, the higher-ups of Hidden Mist merely misjudged their strength. Upon realizing that no matter how many ordinary ninjas they dispatched would only meet a dead end, their only recourse was to fortify their endpoint against them. Since Ryusei-kun is aware that Hidden Mist has begun its preparations, why proceed via boat? Would it not be swifter to have your summoning beast carry us directly to the land of water? Orochimaru glanced at Xuanshue beside Ryusei, who merely cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru before continuing to follow Ryusei's gaze into the distance. That is precisely my intention, Orochimaru. At this juncture, the land began to gradually materialize, and a faint glimmer of murderous intent crept into Ryusei's previously indifferent gaze. Only by effortlessly obliterating their efforts to resist me can I truly instill fear in them. After all, the paramount objective of our journey is to retrieve our comrades' remains. To completely eradicate all of Hidden Mist's defenses? Upon hearing Ryusei's confident assertion, Orochimaru felt an unusual heat coursing through his veins. He had never imagined that someone could so brazenly disregard an entire formidable ninja village through sheer personal strength. We are nearly there, Orochimaru. Keep a close watch on this battle. Should our mission proceed smoothly, upon our return, I shall present you with a subject worthy of your lifelong study. The sailboat, propelled by the mighty Rasengan, surged forth with remarkable speed, and the coastal scenery became increasingly discernible. The Hidden Mist ninjas spanning the entire coastline, upon spotting the sailboat bearing Ryusei and his companions, simultaneously began forming hand seals. Water release, combined ninjutsu, tsunami assault. Thousands of Hidden Mist ninjas channeled their chakra into the sea before them, accumulating an unfathomable force beneath the surface. In the next moment, a towering tsunami surged along the coastline, sweeping towards the now diminutive sailboat. Xuanshue. As the cataclysmic tsunami approached, Ryusei called out softly to Xuanshue. In the blink of an eye, Xuanshue's form expanded to nearly 100 meters in height, and within its maw, a pitch-black-tailed beast ball rapidly formed, continuously swelling in size. Once the tailed beast ball exceeded the dimensions of its current body, Xuanshue deftly propelled it forward, rendering the tsunami barely 10 meters high. A mere puddle in comparison to the enormous tailed beast ball with a diameter surpassing 70 meters. With a splashing sound, the seawater that contacted the tailed beast ball instantly evaporated, cleaving the tsunami, which had extended for miles, in twain as the colossal sphere advanced relentlessly toward the coast. Water release, Combined ninjutsu, giant whale of the ocean. A long, ethereal call resonated over the surface of the sea, and the next moment, a gargantuan whale, composed of water and exceeding 100 meters in size, leaped from the depths of the ocean, colliding with the side of the tailed beast ball. The impact caused steam to rise from the point of collision, and the tremendous force diverted the tailed beast ball's trajectory, ultimately causing it to strike the coast several dozen kilometers away after shrinking in size. Chapter 32, Deterrence. Boom. In the next instant, the tailed beast ball detonated, unleashing a shockwave akin to a nuclear explosion, indiscriminately devastating everything upon the shore and generating a tsunami no less formidable than the one previously conjured by the combined ninjutsu of the hidden mist ninjas. After the chaos subsided, the once meandering coastline appeared as though it had been severed, retreating several thousand meters inland from the point of the tailed beast ball's explosion. Gulp. Orochimaru swallowed hard, his gaze ablaze as he beheld the terrifying chasm resembling a canyon created by the tailed beast ball. Did it truly hold them off? Ryusei marveled at the redirected tailed beast ball. He had long been aware that a fully charged tailed beast ball from the Nine-Tails was undoubtedly one of the most potent area of effect attacks within the ninja world. While it may not have been lethal in the original narrative, this was the authentic world of Naruto, where no such phenomenon of harmlessness existed. In that case, let us unleash another. Shuangxue utilized the tailed beast cannon this time, sweeping away the entire coastline. Upon hearing Liuxing's arrangement, Shuangxue did not hesitate. The yin-yang chakra swiftly coalesced in a ratio of 2:8, and soon, a tailed beast ball formed once more in Shuangxue's mouth. In the next instant, Shuangxue swallowed the tailed beast ball, and a tremendous energy erupted from her mouth in the form of a shockwave, directly targeting the mist ninja forces scattered along the coastline. The water release, joint ninjutsu, water dragon rampage, water dragon bullet technique combined, summoned a colossal, serpentine dragon that breached the surface of the sea. Its size magnitudes greater than that of the water dragon bullet, confronting the impact of the tailed beast bomb, leading to a stalemate. Over 1,000 mist ninjas, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, continuously channeled their chakra to maintain the dragon's integrity. They understood that if the tailed beast bomb were to breach their defenses and reach the shore, many of them would perish under such a dreadful attack. Finally, the mist ninjas, lying in ambush deep within the ocean, commenced their offensive. Hundreds of ninjas collaborated to execute their jutsu, guiding the sea water to spiral downward beneath the massive form of Shuangxue, creating a vast whirlpool. With a thunderous clap, the nine tails behind Shuangxue struck the ocean's surface. The immense sound reverberated, and Shuangxue leveraged the force of the impact to leap into the air, narrowly escaping the whirlpool's grasp. Albeit at the cost of ceasing her tailed beast bomb's execution. Could they have blocked this attack once more? Indeed, one must not underestimate any ninja village. Even without formidable strength, a multitude of ninjas can create a significant transformation through their combined jutsu. Please, as a member of the Water Shadow's direct elite, I assure you there is a misunderstanding. We of the Mist have no intention of being your adversary. A blue-haired ninja clad in the Mist Jonin attire shouted from the surface of the sea. Unintentionally opposing me? It appears you have yet to grasp the current predicament. Liuxing scoffed. Despite the Mist's seemingly grand display, not one true high-ranking member of the Mist was present among them. I am directly affiliated with Lord Mizukage. Whatever your needs, I can convey them to him. Convey them to the Mizukage? Liuxing could not suppress a laugh. He had not anticipated a Mist ninja would propose such terms. Your swiftness in appointing a new Mizukage is somewhat beyond my expectations. The third Mizukage has only been deceased for 2 days, and yet you have already selected the fourth. What transpired? How has news of Lord Mizukage's death spread so quickly? The Mist Jonin's expression changed drastically, believing the news of the Mizukage's demise had been thoroughly concealed by the village. Did you not notice his hair color? That shade of red is unmistakably characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. It is known that Lord Mizukage met his end in the Uzumaki village. At that moment, another Mist ninja shouted, casting a gaze filled with hatred towards Liuxing, who stood atop Shuangxue. Is this hatred directed at me due to the Mizukage's death? Liuxing remained composed, his gaze sweeping over the Mist ninjas, keenly aware of the unmasked animosity in their eyes. This scene provided him with a clearer understanding of the conflicts wrought by the war in the ninja world. In this land, hatred proliferates like wild grass. Each encounter and every death only serves to fan the flames of animosity. Nagato was not wrong. Humanity is inherently incapable of mutual understanding. Even I, prior to experiencing the ravages of war, believed that the disputes within the ninja world could be resolved through peaceful means. Yet, Nagato lacked the requisite strength and ambition. He possessed the desire to transform the ninja realm, but could only wander in pain and confusion, ultimately becoming a tool for others' exploitation. Madara's Moon Eye plan was likewise a misguided endeavor. That seemingly beautiful illusion was but a fleeting dream, and once ensnared, it would plunge the entire ninja world into a deeper abyss. The ninja realm is devoid of genuine reform, lacking a force capable of dismantling the antiquated order and guiding all towards a new future. Images flashed through Liuxing's mind, the displaced civilians ravaged by war, the ninjas engaged in brutal combat on the battlefield, and the blood-soaked land, all culminating in the imposing figure of a tall man draped in black robes with ebony hair. Our ancestors have long imparted the ideologies and methods to end division and achieve unity. Since no one in the ninja realm is willing to take that step, I shall undertake the reform myself. However, for now, let the Mist Village also experience the taste of suffering. Only by truly understanding pain will they comprehend the consequences of this interminable war. Liuxing's gaze turned frigid, the once tragic fate of the Uzumaki clan resurfacing in his mind. And the grim demise of Uzumaki, Chao deeply pricked his nerves. Shuangxue, are you prepared to perform the jutsu with me? With a resounding howl, Shuangxue understood Liuxing's intentions and intensified the chakra enveloping her form. Senjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, Liuxing entered Sage mode, and with a series of hand seals, 100 Shuangxue appeared upon the surface of the sea, each crowned with Liuxing's figure. I have never underestimated the combined ninjutsu in the ninja realm. After all, the coalition formed during the Fourth Great Ninja War was able to restrain the Ten-Tails through their joint efforts. However, while there is only one Ten-Tails, the allied forces of the ninja realm number in the thousands. I am eager to discover how your Mist Village intends to obstruct this hundredfold combination of jutsu between Shuangxue and me. Combined ninjutsu. Senjutsu tailed beast ball spiral sphere. A sharp whistling echoed from each Shuangxue's mouth as the massive tailed beast balls rapidly condensed. In the next moment, Liuxing's Sage Chakra centered around the tailed beast balls. Forged colossal spiral spheres. What is this? Liuxing possesses such terrifying strength. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident on his pale visage. Before encountering Liuxing, Orochimaru had been trained under the renowned ninjutsu professor Hiruzen Sarutobi and was regarded as one of the foremost scientific ninjas in the ninja realm. He believed he had studied various ninjutsu, secret arts, and bloodline limits. Yet this amalgamation of tailed beast power and sage chakra exceeded his comprehension. Truly, Liuxing is remarkable, capable of single-handedly defeating the Reikage and Mizukage. He cannot be measured by conventional standards. Orochimaru scrutinized each Shuangxue and Liuxing's figures, fearful of missing any detail. At that moment, the 100-tailed beast ball spiral spheres created by the combined efforts of Liuxing and Shuangxue distorted the surrounding space. In the next instant, the tailed beast ball spiral spheres hurtled forth like 100 meteors ablaze with flames of destruction, engulfing the entire coastline. The speed of the tailed beast ball spiral spheres was astonishing, and the Mist Ninja forces along the coastline could not muster any effective countermeasures in time. Forced to watch in terror and despair as the dreadful attack approached. Quick, activate the defensive barrier. The high-ranking Mist Ninjas screamed hoarsely, striving to establish a final line of defense. However, their earlier concentrated efforts had merely deflected one-tailed beast ball slightly off course, and now, in the face of these hundreds of even more formidable tailed beast ball spiral spheres, their endeavors appeared utterly insignificant and powerless. Crack! The once impenetrable defensive barrier now resembled fragile parchment, instantly torn to shreds under the impact of the tailed beast ball spiral spheres. The spheres crashed down upon the coastline, and in the next moment, a deafening roar resonated throughout the land, causing the earth to tremble and massive shockwaves to send towering waves surging dozens of meters high across the surface of the sea. All those beyond the explosion's radius could only watch helplessly as the horrific waves generated by the blast approached, none daring to venture near the range of the tailed beast ball spiral sphere's attack, even from the residual shockwaves. What manner of terrifying existence is this? Is this truly the extent to which a human can attain? Outside the range of Ryusei's attack, the mist ninjas whispered in hushed tones, their worldview shattered by the scene before them. The assault did not last long. Almost simultaneously, the thunderous roar of 100-tailed beast Raisingans completely enveloped the coastline. At that moment, as the shockwaves of the explosion spread, the landscape along the shore was laid bare for all to see. It was a horrifying sight. The once flat beach had been replaced by bottomless pits, with seawater gushing into them. The myriad of deep craters resembled portals to hell, with molten lava yet to solidify. And countless rocks, melted by the intense heat, quickly turned black under the relentless waves, their acrid scent overpowering even the sea. A demon, he is a demon. The crimson-haired demon. All of Ryusei's attacks had targeted the coastline, sparing the mist ninjas who had previously lain in ambush upon the sea. Now, witnessing the hellish scene at the shoreline, a bone-chilling cold gripped them, rendering them too fearful to even glance at Ryusei. Having endured this calamity, surely you now comprehend the sensation of suffering. Ryusei exhaled a breath of murky air, and in the next instant, he and his clone, Shuangxue, vanished into thin air, the murderous intent surrounding him dissipating somewhat. Let us depart, Shuangxue. I doubt there will be any more obstacles in our path. Shuangxue, in a state of exhilaration, realized that for the first time since his inception, he was unleashing his full strength without reservation. With a resounding howl, he elegantly strode towards the shore. Vortex Clan strong ones, please hold. Just as Shuangxue and Ryusei approached the coastline, an elderly man with graying hair appeared, having waited by the shore. Upon noticing that Ryusei had acknowledged him, the old man slowly bowed, adopting an exceedingly respectful and humble demeanor, performing a grand gesture of reverence towards Ryusei. What is your connection to the mist? The moment Ryusei laid eyes on the elder, he had already formed a conjecture about his identity, though the newcomer bore graying hair. Entirely different from the visage etched in Ryusei's memory, the staff he held, intricately carved with a unique beast's face, revealed his true identity. I am known as Yuanshi, an elder of the Mist Village, possessing authority and status equal to that of the Mizukichi. The elder gradually straightened his bent back, his eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness. All actions taken by the third Mizukichi were decisions made in private without my knowledge. By the time I learned of the Mizukichi's attack on the Vortex Village, he had already met his demise within your territory. This statement was not meant to conceal the Mizukichi's transgressions against the Vortex Village. His reckless instigation of war led to his own death, a consequence he fully deserved. Yet, the innocent civilians in the Mist Village, deceived by the Mizukichi, bore no guilt. I am willing to represent the Mist Village and accept all terms proposed by the Vortex Village, pleading only for you to spare the lives of all those residing in the mist. Yuanshi's posture was exceedingly low, his previously raised back once again bent towards the ground. No one could fathom that this elder, who bowed so humbly before Ryusei, was in fact one of the most formidable powers within the Mist Village. Ryusei-kun, how will you choose in such a moment? Orochimaru had also approached Shuangxue's side, his serpentine gaze filled with curiosity about Ryusei's decision. With such power at your disposal, even the annihilation of the Mist Village would hardly pose a challenge. In this circumstance, would you be inclined to accept the Mist's surrender? Ryusei remained silent in contemplation for nearly 10 minutes, until all remaining ninjas of the Mist had gathered behind Yuanshi, before finally speaking. The war initiated by the Mist Village must bear the consequences of its defeat. My sole purpose in entering the Land of Water is to reclaim the remains of my Vortex ninjas and those of the Leaf. With a soft thud, Shuangxue unfurled one of his tails, causing a figure to tumble before Yuanshi. I came with sincerity. Exchanging the live captain of your assassination unit for 2 corpses should have been a foolproof choice for you. Yet I was taken aback that your Mist Village would dare to obstruct this matter with a ninja force. Chapter 34. The return. We were merely taking precautions against border threats. You indiscriminately launched an attack. A Mist Jonin, who had previously conversed with Ryusei upon the sea, could not refrain from speaking. However, before he could utter more than a few words, Yuanshi silenced him with a glance. Survival of the fittest. From the moment you followed the Mizukichi to wage war against the Vortex Village, you should have anticipated the consequences of defeat. Yuanshi's words caused the expressions of all the Mist ninjas behind him to shift dramatically. Lord Yuanshi, just moments ago, we lost thousands of comrades at the hands of this demon. Even if we cannot defeat him, I am willing to give everything. We cannot simply concede. The mist Jonin attempted to persuade, oblivious to the cold glimmer rising in Yuanshi's eyes. Swish. In the next moment, Yuanshi's staff swung, and a massive head was severed from its body, landing at Yuanshi's feet. Since when did my decisions become subject to your scrutiny? Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was frozen in place by Yuanshi's sudden action, though Ryusei and Orochimaru were clearly exceptions. Impressive, truly worthy of a veteran of the Warring States period. Such a decisive attack, showing no sign of diminished strength with age. Orochimaru regarded Yuanshi with a sly glint in his eyes, clearly aware of Yuanshi's background. Aging, indeed. In the days of the Warring States, I was but a fledgling, much like you are now. Presently, I can scarcely lift this staff anymore. Yuanshi gently set his staff back upon the ground as if nothing had transpired. Yuanshi, I harbor no interest in the internal strife of your mist village. Nor do I care for your strength, so cease your theatrics before me. Ryusei's gaze remained calm. He recognized that while Yuanshi's demeanor was still respectful, his earlier act of killing the Mist Jonin was a display of power, coupled with the intent to eliminate the remnants of the deceased Third Mizukage faction. May I address you as Ryusei, the acting village leader of the Vortex? Yuanshi showed no sign of disturbance at Ryusei's words, maintaining his respectful tone. The Third Mizukage's ideology has influenced many ninjas of the Mist. My recent action was merely to admonish the younger generation within the village who have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. I hope you do not hold the entire Mist village accountable for the actions of such individuals. Yuanshi gestured, and two ninjas behind him promptly brought forth two large bundles of items to Yuanshi. I came prepared to visit the Vortex village to personally apologize to village chief Ashina. So all items brought back from the Vortex village by the Mist have been carried by my attendants. The two large bundles were soon neatly placed on the ground. Ryusei leaped down from atop Shuangshue's head and swiftly examined the items laid out before him. Indeed, the majority consisted of records and insights on sealing techniques. Although the Mist Village had not obtained the core inheritance of the Vortex clan's sealing arts, these records would significantly deepen their understanding of sealing techniques. Ryusei understood that since these items had appeared here, it signified that the Mist Village had already prepared backups, even if these items were returned. The inheritance had already leaked to the Mist. Village Chief Ryusei, this is the scroll we use for storing items. I believe the remains of your village and the leaf strong will be kept within. Yuanshi retrieved a scroll from the items on the ground and presented it to Ryusei. Fully aware of everything contained within the storage scroll, it was precisely upon witnessing the remains of the members of the Vortex clan that he chose to await at the crossroads between the land of water and the land of Vortex. Ready to relinquish all his belongings should he find himself at a disadvantage in the encounter with the village of Vortex Tides. However, what he never anticipated was that before the tides of battle could be discerned, Liuxing would unleash a ninjutsu, far surpassing his expectations, capturing thousands of mist ninjas along the coastline, rendering his plans utterly futile, forcing him to hastily appear and offer his apologies. Liuxing took the scroll handed to him by Yuan Master and promptly passed it to Orochimaru, lacking the means to unseal it himself. He placed his hopes on Orochimaru's ability to unlock the storage seal. Unseal. Upon receiving the scroll from Liuxing, Orochimaru instantly comprehended Liuxing's intent. Having already discerned in prior battles that Liuxing did not possess sealing techniques, a puff of white smoke erupted, revealing the corpses of a Konoha Jonin, who had perished beneath the blade, and Uzumaki Ringo, who had met her demise while executing the corpse demon technique. Upon seeing the familiar red-haired figure, an overwhelming sorrow surged within Liuxing. I'm sorry, Senior Ringo, I have arrived too late. After confirming the identities, Orochimaru swiftly retracted the two corpses. From the moment they appeared, he could sense an intense killing intent emanating from Liuxing, accompanied by the sorrow that lurked beneath it. Liuxing, now is not the time for grief, Orochimaru gently reminded him. Although he understood Liuxing's sorrow over the loss of his comrade, such emotional display was unbecoming of a qualified ninja. Village Chief Liuxing, I am acutely aware that no apology can mend the damage inflicted, nor can it resurrect the lost lives. However, I sincerely hope that our two villages can resolve this conflict. We are willing to compensate for all losses incurred by the village of Vortex Tides. Yuan Master could also sense the emotions radiating from Liuxing. Though he did not comprehend why someone of Liuxing's strength displayed such palpable emotions, he mistakenly perceived it as a test of his sincerity. Resurrect the lost lives. Among all of Yuan Master's statements, Liuxing only caught this particular phrase, and in that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Indeed, this was the shinobi world, rife with peculiar ninjutsu, and techniques capable of bringing individuals back to life were certainly not absent, especially with Orochimaru, a master of such knowledge, right beside him. Let us depart, Orochimaru. I can hardly wait to present the research topic I have envisioned for you to explore. As Liuxing's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor, Orochimaru felt an unsettling sensation, as if some ominous presence had fixated upon him. Village Chief Liuxing will set out first. Once I assemble the envoy, I shall personally lead the team to the village of Vortex Tides to negotiate the matter of compensation with you and the higher echelons of your village. Hearing that Liuxing intended to leave, Yuan Master felt a surge of joy, and without waiting for Orochimaru's response, he bid farewell. The residual effects of the ninjutsu Liuxing had unleashed still lingered, and he wished to prevent Liuxing from delving deeper into the land of water. Chapter 35. The excited Orochimaru. The sea lay as a mirror, tranquil and clear, radiating a deep blue luminescence. At that moment, ripples disrupted the placid surface, and from above, one could see a massive sailboat racing across the water at an unimaginable speed. The land of water was indeed renowned for its maritime prowess, and their vessels were undeniably more formidable than those of the land of Vortex. Standing within the cabin were Liuxing and Orochimaru, while at the stern, 3 clones executed the great ball raising gun to accelerate the vessel, allowing it to reach speeds far beyond what a sailboat could typically achieve. After Liuxing expressed his intent to depart, Yuan Master quickly procured this ship for him, anxious that Liuxing might reconsider remaining in the land of water. Liuxing, with your strength, you could easily annihilate the Mist Village. Why then did you ultimately choose to leave the land of water? Once they had departed, Orochimaru finally voiced his lingering curiosity. The shinobi world should not be solely defined by war. Were I to destroy the Mist Village now, all that would result is disaster and suffering, from which I would gain nothing beneficial. Liuxing replied with a smile, stroking the pure white fur of his companion. At that moment, the killing intent that had enveloped him had entirely dissipated. Moreover, while it is easy to destroy a village, exterminating every ninja within the Mist Village is an insurmountable task. Upon my return to the village of Vortex Tides, we would inevitably face endless assassination attempts from the remnants of the mist. Liuxing withheld additional thoughts from Orochimaru, such as how effortlessly he had returned the citrus arrow to Yuan Master. Although the arrow belonged to the same faction as Yuan Master, its aversion to bloodlines would ultimately lead him down the path of blood mist domination. Should he tread the path of becoming a Jinchuriki, he would be entirely subject to the control of the Sharingan. Furthermore, without any direct intervention, the contingencies left by Uchiha Madara would facilitate this outcome, allowing Liuxing merely to wait patiently for the opportune moment to seize the fruits of Madara's machinations. It appears that you harbor an intense disdain for the existence of war. Liuxing, from what I understand, you had remained in obscurity until the crisis faced by the village of Vortex Tides compelled you to reveal your true strength. As he gazed at Liuxing, Orochimaru seemed to admire a magnificent work of art, his eyes brimming with a thirst for exploration. Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? Liuxing cast a peculiar glance at Orochimaru, surprised that Orochimaru had already begun to exhibit a desire for research into the unknown at this juncture. Living research is a dead end, a path leading only to darkness. Should you embark upon it, an eternity of despair awaits you. Upon hearing Liuxing's words, a flicker of fear surged within Orochimaru. He had not anticipated that his mere thoughts of living research, yet to be acted upon, had already been perceived by Liuxing. Liuxing must be jesting. Who would ever cultivate an interest in living research? At least in Konoha, it is strictly prohibited. Is that so? Liuxing replied, his face alight with mirth. While living research may indeed be a perilous path, if one possesses suitable subjects for study, Orochimaru, the ideas that dwell in your mind may yet have a chance to materialize. Suitable subjects for research. Orochimaru regarded Liuxing's smiling countenance, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, as though Liuxing could see through every facet of his being. Indeed, Liuxing produced a scroll and handed it to Orochimaru. This was the very scroll he had previously entrusted to Uzumaki Yuya to seal Kurizetsu. To think it employs the 4-symbol seal to bind such an entity. It seems the being sealed within this scroll is anything but ordinary. Orochimaru exclaimed, recognizing the sealing technique inscribed upon the scroll. The sealing technique contained within was already predetermined, requiring only specific methods for activation and unsealing, thus not necessitating a profound understanding of the underlying principles of sealing techniques. This should not pose a challenge for you. Liuxing handed Orochimaru a smaller scroll, detailing the usage method for the sealing scroll. Ah, I see. If it is merely a matter of unsealing, it is indeed quite simple for me. After thoroughly reading the contents of the scroll, Orochimaru quickly grasped the method for utilizing the sealing scroll. The entity sealed within should be the experimental subject you have long coveted. Any hypothesis you can conceive may find realization within him. Upon hearing that Orochimaru had mastered the usage of the sealing scroll, a hint of envy flickered across Liuxing's expression. He had attempted numerous times to master techniques requiring more than one seal, yet to no avail. The being sealed within is likely a doppelganger of a certain entity whom I refer to as Kurizetsu. However, this being possesses its own consciousness, and if it comes into contact with any medium in the natural world, aside from air, it may instantly escape. Furthermore, its ability to absorb any chakra it touches allows it to create clones or undergo transformations, so take care not to inadvertently destroy such an invaluable experimental subject. Rest assured, Ryusei-kun, handling experimental subjects is my forte. Upon hearing Ryusei's explanation, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he discerned numerous experimental applications from Ryusei's words. Not so fast. I have yet to finish. Noting Orochimaru's eagerness, Ryusei chuckled. Most importantly, this experimental subject possesses the wood release ability of the first Hokage. Although he can only execute exceedingly simplistic techniques, he fundamentally wields this power. How extensively you can utilize this ability will depend on your capabilities, Orochimaru. The entity sealed within this scroll possesses the formidable ninjutsu that quelled the ninja world, akin to that of the first Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes ignited with fervor, and he could no longer restrain himself, unfurling the scroll upon the ground and swiftly forming hand seals. Release. As Orochimaru completed the hand seals, the sealing technique within the scroll began to alter, and in the next moment, a peculiar entity, White Zetsu, emerged from the scroll, still retaining the state of being sealed. With a swift motion, the Kusanagi sword, unbeknownst to when it had been grasped, slashed through White Zetsu's form, severing a piece of tissue, and promptly, Orochimaru formed seals once more, reactivating the previously opened seal and returning White Zetsu to the scroll. Without a hint of life, yet embodying the perfect experimental specimen, Ryuthikun. Thank you for this gift. Orochimaru produced a scabbard from somewhere and returned the Kusanagi sword to it before offering it to Ryusei. I noticed that Ryusei-kun prefers not to engage in combat using ninjutsu. This Kusanagi sword is a meticulously crafted weapon, and I bestow it upon you, hoping it aids you in battle. Chapter 36. The ambush of Kiraigakure. It seems you are genuinely pleased with the experimental subject I entrusted to you. Ryusei smiled as he accepted the Kusanagi sword, silently critiquing, is it truly that I dislike using ninjutsu in battle? Ever since mastering the Sharingan, I've yearned to employ it in every confrontation. It is merely that my lack of proficiency in other techniques hinders me. Despite his internal musings, Ryusei was quite content with the gift, as this weapon perfectly compensated for his weaknesses in physical combat. It should be noted that even across the vast ninja world, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword qualifies as an artifact of immense power. With a swift motion, the Kusanagi sword was drawn, and Ryusei began to examine it closely. Although referred to as a sword, its overall appearance is based on a tachi, with a snow-white blade adorned with mysterious cloud patterns. The hilt is wrapped in black leather, intricately embroidered with serpentine designs, and set with a resplendent red gem. This sword was forged from materials gathered in the sacred dragon cave, possessing the characteristic of being indestructible. Thus far, I have encountered no target it cannot obliterate. Ryusei nodded in agreement. The sword's sharpness was beyond question. Currently, the only entities capable of withstanding the Kusanagi's assault in Konoha are the transformed Enma and the Nine-Tails, with the third Hokage not needing to summon Enma against Orochimaru, and the Nine-Tails having no opportunity to manifest. Thank you, Orochimaru. I am thoroughly satisfied with this gift. Ryusei returned the sword to its scabbard, the unembellished purple wood casing lending a unique charm to the blade. It pleases me to know you are content, Ryusei-kun, to acquire such valuable experimental material from you. I could not bear to proceed without preparing a satisfactory gift. Hearing Ryusei's praise for the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru's face broke into a smile, and he began to examine the piece of white zetsu tissue he had severed earlier. Observing Orochimaru engrossed in his research, Ryusei chose not to intrude and strolled toward the bow of the ship, accompanied by the wintry chill. Today marks the third day since my arrival in the ninja world, and I have finally grasped the means to establish my footing here. Standing at the ship's bow, Ryusei gazed out at the endless expanse of the sea, waves of contemplation rippling through his mind. Through the system, I have currently acquired 3 rewards: the Nine-Tails, Sage Mode, and Sage Techniques. It appears that the system's rewards are not limited. Perhaps in the future, I may receive even more formidable abilities such as the Rinnegan or Wood Release. Presently, with merely 100-fold sign-in, I have already attained 3 immensely powerful techniques in the ninja world. If I can achieve even higher multipliers, perhaps I can acquire even more terrifying powers through sign-in. Ryusei reflected on the ninja world he was familiar with. Despite having gained 3 formidable techniques from sign-in, he was still among the stronger individuals, yet numerous abilities could still restrict or harm him. Regrettably, among those I have encountered, none possess powerful ocular techniques. Even the 3rd Mizukage Sharingan is merely a transplanted 3-tomo variant. In the ninja world, truly potent techniques predominantly rely on ocular powers. And what I covet most is the 3rd power awakened upon activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, known as the Goddess Power, Susanoo. The scene of the Nine-Tails in its full glory flashed through Ryusei's mind, eliciting an involuntary chuckle. Meanwhile, at the other end of the ninja world, the ninja of Kiraigakure, having taken a detour, have only just entered the land of hot water. What a pity, we have not triumphed over the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, we would not merely be acquiring these non-core sealing techniques. Rakage handed a scrutinized scroll to a nearby guard, letting out a sigh. I never anticipated the Uzumaki clan to conceal such formidable warriors. Even my attacks could only leave minor wounds, and their recovery capabilities are more daunting than those of the legendary ninja god, Senju Hashirama. The 3rd Rakage recalled his battle with Ryusei, a hint of concern still lingering in his heart. Fear not, Lord Rakage. Our Kiraigakure is far removed from the land of whirlpools. They could never traverse such a distance to retaliate against us. Indeed, Lord Rakage, this time, the Mizukage of Kiraigakure fell within the land of whirlpools, and they will surely engage in a great battle, but at this moment, they lack the time and resources to pursue us. The ninjas behind Rakage spoke up. As this operation against the land of whirlpools was a surprise attack, primarily executed by Kiraigakure, leaving Kiraigukure's highest combat strength resting solely in the hands of the 3rd Rakage, without even his guards accompanying him. Let us hope so. A trace of worry crossed Rakage's dark visage, as he sensed a vague unease upon entering the land of hot water. Why is there a messenger pigeon at this time? Just then, a messenger pigeon approached the party from Kiraigakure, and soon, a ninja responsible for relaying messages retrieved the note the pigeon bore. This is not good, Lord Rakage. Your whereabouts in the land of whirlpools have been compromised. The Wagakure has dispatched a large number of ninjas into our territory. As the message was conveyed, the ninja responsible for relaying information cried out in urgency. Unable to maintain composure upon realizing their village might soon face an assault. Upon hearing this news, Rakage's chakra surged. Those scoundrels from a Wagakure dare to attack Kiraigakure while I am away. The 3rd Rakage's thunderous voice reverberated in the ears of every ninja in the Kiraigakure squad. Yasuki, you shall lead this team. Return to the village along the predetermined route. I will hasten back to Kiraigakure at once, and those who dare invade will face the full force of my might. In the next moment, the 3rd Rakage transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight, leaving behind the Kiraigakure ninjas in his wake. Lord Rakage truly acts with lightning speed, not even waiting for my response. In a languid tone, Knight Moonliang spoke. His physique, though not as robust as that of the Rakage, surpassed that of ordinary men. At this moment, his relaxed demeanor created an intriguing juxtaposition. However, since Lord Rakage entrusted this heavy burden to me, I must not disappoint him. Suddenly, the Earth Release, Doton Core interrupted Knight Moonliang's address, causing all the cloud shinobi and the ground beneath them to swiftly descend into the earth. Your Rakage runs remarkably fast, within such a short span. He has already crossed beyond our rock village's detection range. Yet, unbeknownst to him, our true objective lies with those who have returned from Whirlpool Village. Chapter 37. Returned to Whirlpool Village once again. Dusk fell, and the surface of the spiral river shimmered with golden light, reflecting the ruins along the banks. Ryusei and Orochimaru swiftly traversed the spiral river. As Ryusei gazed at the once bustling path now deserted, he felt a momentary disorientation. Just 3 days prior, having just crossed into the world of Naruto, he had encountered Kushina on this very road, yet in less than a night, everything had been utterly destroyed. Ryusei-kun, that should be the ninja school of your Whirlpool Village. At this moment, Orochimaru's suave voice broke through Ryusei's reverie. Indeed, that is the ninja school of Whirlpool Village. Since the hospital was devastated in the previous battle, it is now being used as a temporary medical facility. As they conversed, Ryusei and Orochimaru approached the ninja school, and in the next instant, a white-haired youth appeared at the school's entrance. Stop! This is the domain protected by the Great Sage of Toads. Those who do not belong should leave at once. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Ryusei inquired, puzzled, for the figure at the school gate was none other than Jiraiya, who had entered Whirlpool Village alongside Tsunade. Jiraiya, has it been less than a day that you no longer recognize me? Orochimaru scoffed, assuming Jiraiya was jesting. Ryusei, you have finally returned. Just as Orochimaru prepared to reprimand Jiraiya, a red-haired figure emerged from the school. Ryanosuke-senpai, has something happened in the village? Hearing Ryanosuke's words, Ryusei instinctively furrowed his brow. Since arriving in the shinobi world, he had yet to experience a moment of peace, leading him to unconsciously assume that another disaster had befallen Whirlpool Village. Rest assured, Jiraiya, the one before you is the genuine Ryusei. The individuals accompanying him should also be your companions from Kiraigakure. As Ryanosuke explained, he walked up to Jiraiya. Ryusei, shortly after you departed Whirlpool Village this morning, a mist shinobi transformed into your likeness and infiltrated the village. Concerned that more from the mist or cloud might launch another assault, I maintained vigilance with my Kagura mind's eye. The moment he entered my detection range, I sensed his anomaly. However, fearing there was more than one intruder, I had no time to set an ambush and immediately revealed his true form, but I was unable to capture him, allowing him to escape from Whirlpool Village. Someone transformed into my likeness to enter the village. Ryusei frowned slightly, as he had already formed a hypothesis regarding the identity of the mist shinobi impersonating him. 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had perished at the hands of Senior Swearin, and another 3 were dealt with by him. The one who had yet to confront him, the wielder of the 7th sword, was likely the mist shinobi who infiltrated Whirlpool Village. Upon realizing this, Ryusei promptly dispelled the shadow clone he had left in Whirlpool Village. The clone, situated outside a makeshift operating room, dissipated into smoke, and in the next moment, the clone's memories instantaneously flooded into Ryusei's consciousness. It turned out that the impersonation had caused even his clone, who had personally escorted Tsunade and Jiraiya into Whirlpool Village, to undergo extensive scrutiny before being recognized. This was why Jiraiya had asked him to prove his identity upon seeing him. Ryusei quickly understood why Jiraiya had stopped him. Jiraiya needed to accumulate natural energy to perform Sage techniques and could not maintain Sage mode like him, while ordinary perception was incapable of discerning transformation jutsu. I believe I should know the identity of the mist shinobi who transformed into Ryusei-kun. At this moment, Orochimaru had also pieced together the circumstances. Having previously utilized mental interrogation techniques to probe the memories of the Tokatsu ninja, a figure materialized in his mind. The 7th sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The great sword Samehada was the most formidable among them, and its wielder, Kisame Hoshigaki, was undoubtedly the strongest presence among the group. During the battle earlier today, Orochimaru had not discerned Kisame's whereabouts from the memories he had interrogated. It seemed that during the conflict, Kisame had recognized Ryusei's appearance and opted to leave the battlefield, infiltrating Whirlpool Village. Ryusei also realized this, as the mist shinobi had shrouded the battlefield with mist techniques, preventing him from investigating the situation until he activated Sage mode. It appeared that Kisame had vacated the battlefield before Ryusei entered Sage mode, and even Shosetsu had not noticed him. I suspect that the motive of the mist shinobi who infiltrated Whirlpool Village is to locate and retrieve the corpse of the 3rd Mizukage. At this moment, Jiraiya had become quite serious. In truth, Ryusei had previously misjudged. Jiraiya had already recognized Ryusei's identity upon seeing Orochimaru, as he was most attuned to Orochimaru's chakra from their constant proximity. Retrieve the corpse of the 3rd Mizukage? Ryusei replied with confusion. Although he was aware that one of the missions of the Mist Assassination Unit was to recover the bodies of all deceased Mist Shinobi, he had never heard of them specifically seeking the body of a powerful individual. Indeed, I have previously gathered intelligence regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen. As far as I know, they are entirely subordinate to the Mizukage, and even the elders of the Mist Village cannot command them, Jiraiya continued to elucidate. Furthermore, Kisame Hoshigaki was personally trained by the 3rd Mizukage to reach his current level. Therefore, when the 7 ninja swordsmen learned of the 3rd Mizukage's demise and that his body had been abandoned in Whirlpool Village, Kisame had likely already been devising a plan to reclaim the Mizukage's corpse. Now I see. No wonder he could train someone like Kisame Hoshigaki. It turns out that Kisame is an incredibly loyal individual. Ryusei's thoughts became remarkably clearer. He had previously puzzled over why the elder had never mentioned the request for the 3rd Mizukage's corpse while in the Land of Water. He had assumed it was due to his display of prowess that had rendered others hesitant to broach the topic. Now, it was evident that the elder simply did not care about the 3rd Mizukage's corpse. It seemed that during the forthcoming negotiations with the Mist Village, Kisame's potential ambush should also be mentioned, as allowing such a powerful figure to fixate on Whirlpool Village was far from favorable. Captain Ryanosuke. Suddenly, an anxious voice interrupted Ryusei's thoughts, drawing the attention of everyone present towards the ninja school. A red-haired girl was sprinting out from within the school, calling out loudly. Captain Ryanosuke, the clan leader has awakened. Chapter 38. Exhausted Tsunade within the building of the Whirlpool Village Ninja School. The door to the makeshift operating room swung open, and Tsunade emerged, holding her recently discarded lab coat. I cannot thank you enough, Princess Tsunade. Ryanosuke rushed forward. Having just learned from the medical ninja of the Uzumaki clan that the clan leader had awakened, seeing the operating room door open, he had restrained himself from rushing in immediately. There's no need for gratitude, Captain Ryanosuke. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are already bound by blood. It is my honor to assist clan leader Ashina. Tsunade responded courteously, having spent an entire day in the operating room to treat Uzumaki Amino, leaving her utterly exhausted. The clan leader lay within the surgical suite, in no condition to move and in need of rest. She urged Captain Ryanosuke to watch over him diligently. I understand. Upon hearing Tsunade's instructions, Ryanosuke promptly entered the operating room. At that moment, Tsunade, fatigued, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, causing her to stumble forward. Tsunade. Jiraiya attempted to support her, but for some unknown reason, hesitated for a fleeting moment. In that instant, Ryusei appeared before Tsunade, catching her just before she fell. You've worked hard, Tsunade, Ryusei said apologetically as he infused her with chakra, swiftly replenishing her energy reserves. Thank you. I'm fine. It's just that my chakra and energy have been severely depleted. Supported by Ryusei, Tsunade regained her composure, feeling the warmth of his chakra enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she found herself unwilling to push him away. Did you use the seal? Ryusei had initially believed that Uzumaki Amino's injuries were not severe and that Tsunade would be able to treat him with relative ease. Thus, he chose to head to the Hidden Mist Village to retrieve the remains of Uzumaki Rin. However, he was taken aback to discover that even with Tsunade's intervention, the surgery took a full day to complete. How do you know? Tsunade's expression shifted to one of shock as she looked up at Ryusei. The seal was her greatest secret, one she had never used in front of others, not even before Orochimaru or Jiraiya. The diamond mark on your forehead has vanished. Ryusei released his hold on her, having restored much of her chakra through his efforts. The mark is gone. Tsunade suddenly comprehended. The seal had originally been passed down from Uzumaki Mido. Although Mido had informed her that she was the only one in the entire Uzumaki clan to master the sealing technique, its lineage remained. Perhaps Ryusei had come into contact with this sealing art. Indeed, I employed the seal. The clan leader was nearing his end. His external injuries were merely a facade. The crucial issue was that the vitality within him had become as fragile as a withered leaf, nearly extinguished. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan was meant to nourish life. But during the Great War, the clan leader had exhausted his chakra, hastily consuming his vitality to quickly replenish it, leading to a near-complete cessation of life. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Under the protection of a strange chakra, the clan leader's last flicker of life has yet to be extinguished. I expended all of my chakra, including the 5 years' worth stored in the seal, to finally awaken the clan leader's consciousness. Once his consciousness awakened, the clan leader's vitality was renewed. However, from this point onward, he would no longer be able to engage in intense battles. Tsunade explained the reasons behind Uzumaki Amino's critical condition and her method of treatment. For some reason, she felt there were no secrets between her and Ryusei. With time running out, how long can the clan leader survive? Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, Ryusei finally understood why the medical techniques of the Uzumaki clan could not rouse Uzumaki Amino. The Uzumaki clan possessed the secret art of physical healing. Yet even a dozen medical ninjas skilled in this technique could not awaken him. Do not worry, with the Uzumaki clan's constitution, the old man can survive for another 5 or 6 years without issue. Just then, a hearty laugh resonated from the operating room, followed by Uzumaki Amino emerging, supported by Uzumaki Ryanosuke. Princess of the Senju clan, I never expected my life to be saved by you. The last time I saw you, you were still cradled in Hashirama's arms. Did I not warn you that you are not yet fit for activity? Why have you come down from your sickbed so soon? Seeing Uzumaki Amino step out, Tsunade rushed over, eager to assist him back to his room. Fear not, Princess Senju. I am far from as frail as you might think. With a flick of his remaining right hand, Uzumaki Amino easily shrugged off Tsunade's support and took a few steps toward Ryusei. Come, child. Allow me to see how you have grown into such strength. Ryusei promptly supported Uzumaki Amino, channeling chakra through the point of contact into the elder's body. Grandfather, you should heed Princess Tsunade's advice. You have just awakened, and it is not the time for exertion. Indeed, such pure chakra. Is this the result of ancestral return? The essence of chakra has even transformed. Paying no heed to Ryusei's words, Uzumaki Amino reveled in the chakra flowing into him, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he regarded Ryusei like a work of art. Ryusei, I have long known that you possess the purest blood of the Uzumaki clan. Yet your previous demeanor never matched your lineage. It appears that over these 20 years, your body has been accumulating strength, culminating in your ancestral return on your 20th birthday. Is it truly appropriate to speak of such matters in front of so many? Behind Uzumaki Amino, Uzumaki Ryanosuke looked on helplessly, surprised that the clan leader, who had just insisted on keeping this a secret, would so readily divulge it before outsiders. No need for concern. No need for concern. Uzumaki Amino waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unaware of the peculiarity of his actions. Konoha and our Uzumaki village are steadfast allies. This has been a fact established since the inception of our alliance. Therefore, the ninjas of Konoha are not considered outsiders. Ancestral return, you say? A fleeting glimmer appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. He had witnessed Ryusei's prowess firsthand and understood the magnitude of the power he wielded, sparking an insatiable desire to study his body. Chapter 39. The Fulfillment of the Soul. Ah, how I have aged, becoming useless. I never expected that 2 juniors would nearly lead to my downfall on my own turf. Uzumaki Amino abruptly shifted the topic, casting his gaze toward Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Are you 3 the disciples of the 3rd Hokage? Indeed. Our teacher is none other than Lord 3rd Hokage, replied Orochimaru with a smile, his snake-like eyes narrowing slightly, concealing his true thoughts. Could it be that he sensed my earlier anomaly? Truly, he is the oldest existing entity in the ninja world. Even my fleeting moment of abnormality did not escape his notice. TSK, TSK. It is no wonder you are renowned as the master of ninjutsu. To have trained such outstanding ninjas as you 3. In terms of teaching disciples, I am far outclassed by the 3rd Hokage. Uzumaki Amino laughed heartily, his gaze returning to Ryusei. Ryusei, I previously entrusted you with the position of village leader, and it appears I did not choose poorly. He patted Ryusei's shoulder with his right hand, while casting his eyes toward the land of water. Those who dare to invade our village will certainly taste the bitterness of their actions. Otherwise, they will cling to us like a persistent thorn. Rest assured, grandfather. During your slumber, I ventured to the land of water and decimated the invading forces of the hidden mist. The elder Yuanshire will soon arrive to apologize to our village. You have done well. With power comes the responsibility to display it. Otherwise, anyone may perceive you as an easy target for bullying. The recent joint invasion by the hidden mist and the hidden cloud has taught me this lesson. Patriarch, this is not solely your fault. Those 2 villages launched an offensive against us primarily due to our Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Had it not been for your intervention against the Reikage and Mizukage, our village would have long been obliterated. As if realizing something, Uzumaki Ryanosuke immediately spoke up, drawing closer to Uzumaki Arena. Rest assured, my old friend. After laboring for so many years, I have barely enjoyed any of these good days. How could anything possibly go wrong? Did you not hear me say I could still live for another 5 or 6 years? Now that I see Ryusei, I feel confident that I could easily live another decade. With this, Uzumaki Arena burst into hearty laughter once more. Ryusei. Ryusei, you have truly surprised me. I have decided that from this moment forth, you shall assume the roles of both the village chief of Yuzu village and the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. I shall take on the mantle of the daimyo of the land of whirlpools and relish a few years of leisurely living. For so many years, I have borne these titles without a moment's respite. At last, I see that you, Ryusei, are capable of shouldering this weight. Relinquishing these responsibilities has brought me immense relief. It turns out he meant to relinquish his titles as village chief and patriarch. Uzumaki Ryanosuke felt a wave of relief wash over him, while Ryusei appeared somewhat bewildered. Grandfather Patriarch, my rank is still that of a genin. Suddenly taking on such a heavy responsibility, I fear. Do not worry. There are many old-timers in the clan to assist you. And besides, I remain within the clan. Uzumaki Arena interrupted Ryusei with a smile, not permitting him the opportunity to refuse. Furthermore, you are now the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and in the future, you shall refer to me as the daimyo of the land of whirlpools. Regarding your status as a genin, I recall something. Recently, I took the liberty of signing you up for the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha. July is fast approaching. You should participate directly. Me? Attend Konoha's Chunin exams? Ryusei was momentarily dumbfounded. Although it was not entirely surprising that Uzumaki Arena had signed him up for the exam, the prospect of participating now, in his current state, filled him with dread. One misstep could lead to the destruction of the entire competition venue. Indeed, the Chunin exams are scheduled for next month, and I am the chief examiner for the second round. Orochimaru's smooth voice resonated, and as he envisioned Ryusei participating in the exams, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. It is fortuitous that Ryusei can accompany us to Konoha. We shall extend our hospitality. Ryusei, the chief of Yuzu village, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, participating in Konoha's Chunin exams? Jiraiya appeared utterly astonished, his mind racing to piece together these identities and the Chunin exams. No matter how hard he tried, the image of Ryusei easily defeating several renowned jonin lingered in his mind. Sending you to the Chunin exams is but one reason. The primary reason is that Konoha has repeatedly invited me to attend the Chunin exams as an observer. Uzumaki Arena chuckled, evidently pleased with the changing expressions on Ryusei and the others. However, I am too old to make the journey, which is why I have refrained from attending. This time, with you succeeding as the village chief of Yuzu, your status is sufficient to attend as both a contestant and an observer. This should be a first in the ninja world. Patriarch, Lord Patriarch. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the ninja academy as over a dozen Uzumaki clan ninjas rushed into the school, quickly arriving outside Uzumaki Arena's operating room. What are you lot doing here instead of diligently guarding your assigned areas? Although Uzumaki Arena's tone was reproachful, his expression remained cheerful as he scanned the faces of those gathered. Fear not, Lord Patriarch. Upon learning of your awakening, we relieved one another and returned from our posts. Indeed, Patriarch, we were all quite worried about you. Enough, this is not the place for discussion. Now that you know I am well, return to your duties. After dismissing all the clan members who had rushed back, Uzumaki Arena turned his attention back to Tsunade and the others. I apologize for the commotion. The clan members have lived too comfortably these past years. Their vigilance has waned, and even their duty shifts have become so casual. Everyone was only concerned for your safety, which is why they hurried back. Please do not blame them, Lord Patriarch. Very well, I harbor no blame. Besides, it will be Ryusei managing them from now on. I shall no longer be responsible for them. Uzumaki Arena gently pushed away Ryusei's supporting hand. During the brief time, Ryusei had already infused him with an amount of chakra equivalent to his entire being. That is enough, my child. It is time for you to rest. You must have found this past few days quite taxing, bearing all these burdens. Uzumaki Arena's tone softened, his gentle voice seemingly dispelling the murderous intent and restlessness within Ryusei. Ryusei momentarily froze. Ever since he traversed into the ninja world, he had encountered a series of events in just 3 short days. He had been like a cog in a relentless machine. Only at this moment did he finally gain the slightest reprieve. Thud. It was as if a drop of water had fallen deep within Ryusui's soul. In what felt like a delusion, Ryusui suddenly sensed an unprecedented closeness to the entire ninja world, the dissonance he felt upon his arrival dissipating entirely. Uzumaki Ryusui. I have fulfilled my promise to ensure the safety of the Uzumaki clan. You have witnessed all of this, have you not? Rest assured, this is merely the first step. I shall advance step by step until the entire ninja world, and even the vast cosmos, falls under the dominion of the land of whirlpools. Chapter 40. The spread of news. Lord Hokage. We have received news from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kiraigakure. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, a figure cloaked in the Hokage's ceremonial robe stood by the window, seemingly in a trance, his pipe long extinguished. Is there any new information from Yuzu village? The man at the window was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing the messenger ninja's voice, he appeared to finally regain his senses. Igniting his pipe and taking a deep drag. Reporting to you, Lord Hokage, since Orochimaru and the others entered Yuzu village, it has remained remarkably tranquil, with no news returning. No news returning? It seems the crisis in Yuzu village has been averted. To protect the entire village from the surprise attacks of two Kage, the Uzumaki clan is truly formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, a hint of astonishment clouding his expression. During the Warring States period, the Uzumaki clan was ranked just beneath the Senju clan as a top-tier family. It seems that after establishing their own nation, they have achieved a remarkably terrifying development. Contemplating the fact that only the Uzumaki clan had established its own nation, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. It must be noted that during the recent crisis in Yuzu village, he, as the leader of the Yuzu alliance, Konoha, did not take immediate action to provide aid. Never mind, it is too early to dwell on these matters. Once Orochimaru and the others return with clearer information regarding Yuzu village, I shall decide how to interact with them. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the scroll on his desk, which bore information from Iwagakure, curious as to why news from there had arrived at this time. Upon learning of the Raikage's presence in Yuzu village, Iwagakure dispatched a large-scale ninja army into the Land of Lightning, seemingly preparing to instigate a war with Kumogakure. As he perused the information within the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually relaxed. Since the last battle, a long-standing enmity had brewed between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Their friction had become increasingly severe. It was likely that Iwagakure could no longer restrain itself from launching a larger-scale war. Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored no concerns about the two villages igniting a conflict. The ninja world had been too stable for far too long. Even Konoha had begun to grow dissatisfied with its current economic situation and interests. The seeds for another great war had long been sown. It merely awaited a spark. The Raikage was still on his way back to the Hidden Cloud village. Due to the constraints of his team, he was unlikely to return to the village in time. If the Rock village had been more decisive in their assault, they might have achieved some victories before the Raikage's arrival. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused internally. Given the considerable distance between the Rock village and the Leaf village, this intelligence was nearly a day old. It was likely that the war between the two villages had already commenced. Let me examine the information from the Hidden Cloud village. It might contain more detailed news. The Rock forces were approaching the Hidden Cloud village, yet they had not launched any attacks. At first glance, Hiruzen was incredulous. If the Rock village had indeed resolved to wage war, they would not remain so quiet upon entering the Land of Lightning. Something grave has occurred. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was flung open by an urgent figure. What is it, Danzo? Why the haste? The returning forces from the Land of Waves encountered an ambush from the Rock village within the Land of Water, suffering heavy casualties. Even the legacy of the Uzumaki clan they had seized was taken by the Rock village. Without hesitation, Danzo relayed the news he had just received to Hiruzen. How can this be? Didn't the Rock village head toward the Land of Lightning to attack the Hidden Cloud village? Why are they in the Land of Water? The Root members had been covertly monitoring the movements of the Hidden Cloud forces. This information was first-hand and irrefutable. I suspect the Rock village's assault on the Hidden Cloud village is merely a ruse. Their true objective is to obtain the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Damn it! They managed to seize the Uzumaki clan's legacy. The Rock village possesses two-tailed beasts, but has yet to master the art of creating Jinchuriki. Should they acquire the Uzumaki legacy, the Hidden Cloud village's strength would see a terrifying enhancement. After obtaining this legacy, the forces of the Rock village did not choose to circumvent but instead proceeded directly into the land of fire, preparing to traverse it back to the land of earth. Danzo exclaimed anxiously. The existence of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki laid the foundation for Konoha as the strongest ninja village. If other ninja villages were to possess such power, Konoha's advantage would vanish. Thus, this was the opportune moment to intercept them. We must not allow the Rock Village to gain this sealing technique's legacy. I will instruct the Border Patrol ninjas to intercept them. You must depart immediately. We must retrieve the sealing technique's legacy for Konoha. If the chances seem bleak, we must destroy the legacy, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of the Rock Village. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe. The strength of the Rock Village was already formidable. If they were to master the power of the tailed beasts, even Konoha would no longer hold the advantage. I will bring back the sealing technique's legacy. Upon hearing Hiruzen's directive, Danzo's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible joy before he promptly turned and left. He had long coveted the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and would not miss this chance to obtain their legacy. Let us hope it is not too late to intercept. After making arrangements for the border, Hiruzen released another puff of dense smoke, unaware that his entire office had become enveloped in it. What a tumultuous time. May this conflict not spill over into the land of fire. Hiruzen murmured to himself before opening the third report from the land of water. How can this be? How could anyone wield such terrifying power? The instant he comprehended the information within the scroll, Hiruzen sprang from his chair, even dropping his pipe in shock. It was confirmed that the acting village leader of the Uzumaki village, Uzumaki Ryusei, possessed the capacity to effortlessly obliterate the entire mist village. The last sentence of the report was indelibly etched in Hiruzen's mind, as he finally grasped the horrifying might displayed by Ryusei. To easily destroy the mist village would likely mean that annihilating Konoha would not pose a challenge for him. Why had such a formidable power suddenly emerged in the ninja world? Moreover, how was it that Orochimaru had failed to relay any news to me regarding such a powerhouse? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, but soon made a decisive choice. He would send a message to Orochimaru immediately, requesting all information regarding Uzumaki Ryusei, urging him to gather as much intelligence as possible from the Uzumaki village. Chapter 41. The Gamble from Tsunade, the Red-Haired Demon? Ryusei had just awakened and was brought to the hastily assembled village leader's office, where he was astonished to see the scroll handed to him by Uzumaki Rhinosuke, which detailed his actions in the land of water. Those damned mist ninjas, unable to defeat you on the battlefield. They resort to spreading rumors to tarnish your reputation in the ninja world, Uzumaki Hado remarked, his arms still bandaged as he glared at Ryusei indignantly. Village leader. At this rate, the entire ninja world will perceive you as a bloodthirsty red-haired demon. Fear not, for in the ninja world, only strength remains an unchanging foundation. As for reputation, with the right guidance, even notoriety can yield positive outcomes. Ryusei casually placed the scroll containing the intelligence aside on the table. Captain Rhinosuke, you shall handle the administrative tasks. I have not received any training and am utterly incapable of managing these affairs. Entrusting this to me would only result in chaos. Observing the mountain of scrolls on the desk, Ryusei delegated the responsibility of governance to Rhinosuke, who ranked just below him, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was consumed by greed for power. Captain Hado, the village's losses should have been assessed by now. I wish to know the specifics. Before Rhinosuke could refuse, Ryusei directed his gaze toward Uzumaki Hado. The village has suffered catastrophic losses. Only 79 jonin remain, and more than half of the Chunin have perished, leaving fewer than 2,000. As the Jinin were not the primary targets, they did not engage in combat, sustaining only 1/5 of their numbers, with over 800 remaining. Hado picked up a ledger, his voice trembling as he responded. I require specific casualty figures. Worry not. I am no longer a child and can bear the weight of these numbers. Specific figures. Hado licked his dry lips, gazing at the numbers in the ledger. Before this war, each had been a vibrant life. 53 jonin dead, 2,721 Chunin dead, 264 Jinin dead, nearly 1,000 civilian deaths. Among the deceased, 418 belonged to the Uzumaki clan, with over half of the elite perishing, and the injured are countless. The numbers unfolded before Ryusei, reinforcing his awareness of the brutal reality of the ninja world. For each war, the death toll was merely a string of figures, yet for individuals, it represented an unbearable catastrophe. Prepare accordingly. The village's reconstruction can be postponed. Let us erect a monument at the site of the former village leader's building. I wish to hold a memorial service amidst the village's ruins. This was the most horrifying war the village had ever faced since its inception, even during the First War. The village had never encountered such devastating losses. Ryanosuke nodded slowly. I shall arrange everything. 3 days hence. The entire village shall gather at the old site of the village leader's building for the memorial service. After confirming the date for the memorial, Ryusei departed from the temporary village leader's office, heading toward the ninja academy. He had just learned that Tsunade, after resting for a night, had returned to the temporary hospital to tend to the wounded. I wonder what rewards I might receive under the quadruple sign-in. Indeed, after utilizing the 100-fold sign-in 3 times, Liuxing was astonished to discover that the sign-in multiplier had begun to accumulate. Today marked the 4th day since the system was activated, granting him a 4-fold multiplier for his sign-in. He hoped to receive a reward that would alter his chakra attributes, thereby alleviating the monotony of his attacks. Before long, Liuxing found Tsunade, who was tending to the injured at a temporary hospital. Compared to Uzumaki Rina, the remaining casualties were not severe, and Tsunade could treat them with ease, albeit their sheer number was overwhelming. Uzumaki Liuxing? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, but quickly regained her composure. The memory of their encounter the previous day was still vivid in her mind. It was her first experience of such close proximity to a male outside of a combat scenario. Princess Tsunade, I must trouble you. As the medical ninjas in Uzumaki village are insufficient, and we need your assistance in treating the injured. No problem. As a medical ninja, it is my duty to heal the wounded. Moreover, Granny Mito has entrusted me with this responsibility during my time in Konoha. I must pay her a visit when I return. As Liuxing engaged in polite conversation with Tsunade, he discreetly activated the system in his mind. Although he was uncertain why there was no prompt for a sign-in target, it did not deter him from attempting to sign in. System, select sign-in target, Senju Tsunade. Sign in immediately. Ding. 4-fold sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Tsunade's gambling technique. The reward has been granted directly. Upon the system's notification, it seemed to anticipate that Liuxing might not extract the reward himself, thus directly bestowing it upon him. In the next moment, he felt a plethora of memories regarding gambling techniques flood his mind. Is it possible to acquire such a reward through sign-in? Liuxing's expression darkened, and after bidding farewell to Tsunade, he hastened to the edge of the Whirlpool River. System, explain immediately why a 4-fold sign-in would reward me with a gambling technique? Ding. System self-check in progress, self-check complete. No anomalies found in rewards. The emotionless mechanical voice reverberated in Liuxing's mind. Then tell me why the reward is a gambling technique, which has no relevance to a ninja. Ding. The minimum reward for a 1-fold sign-in is E-rank ninjutsu or equivalent items. Any item existing within the ninja world may potentially be obtained through sign-in, and gambling techniques are included among the rewards. Furthermore, Tsunade's gambling technique possesses its unique characteristics. The system's notification rang out once more, and for reasons unknown. Liuxing felt as though the system was mocking him. Then inform me, what is the highest multiplier for sign-in? Liuxing ceased his internal conflict, since lower multipliers yielded meager rewards. He decided to accumulate a higher multiplier before proceeding to sign in. Ding. In the system's sign-in mechanism, the maximum multiplier is 100. Multipliers from 1 to 99 yield linear rewards, while only the 100-fold sign-in provides exponential rewards. So that is how it is. The 100-fold sign-in indeed yields exponential rewards. No wonder a 1-fold sign-in only grants E-rank ninjutsu, while a 100-fold sign-in can yield rewards such as the Nine-Tails or Sage techniques. Liuxing finally understood why merely the 100-fold sign-in could bestow upon him 3 abilities that stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, and why a 4-fold sign-in would grant Tsunade's gambling technique as a reward. Chapter 42. The Hidden Chamber of Secrets. It seems that I must begin accumulating sign-in multipliers from now on. Beyond the 100-fold sign-in, any other multiplier holds no significance. Liuxing made a silent resolution in his heart. With just 100 days, he could master an item or ability that stands at the zenith of the ninja world. The sign-in system is truly his foundation for becoming formidable in the ninja realm. However, although he could grow stronger with the system's aid, his personal training must not wane. Compared to my capabilities, my foundational skills are utterly inadequate. A decade of being a lowly genin cannot be overlooked. With a wry smile, Liuxing prepared to continue honing his fundamentals, but at that moment, a figure swiftly approached him. Grandpa Rina, why have you come out of the hospital alone? Recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Liuxing hurried over. After all, Uzumaki Rina had not yet fully recovered, and even Tsunade had advised him to rest. Liuxing, I am not as fragile as you might think. Besides, with you by my side, who could possibly harm me? Uzumaki Rina chuckled heartily as he approached Liuxing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Indeed, you have matured considerably. I have heard that the people of Kiraigakure have dubbed you the Crimson Demon. Your calm demeanor in the face of such rumors brings me great relief. Have you come to tease me? Liuxing replied with a smile. Unsure of Rina's intentions but reassured by his jovial expression, indicating it was not a bad matter. Since I have entrusted you with the position of clan leader, it is time you inherit our Uzumaki clan's most significant secret. Follow me. Uzumaki Rina formed a hand seal, and soon, their figures seemed to vanish as if erased, undetectable from the outside world. This is our Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, the Shadow Seal technique. Although mastering sealing techniques may be challenging given your chakra control, familiarizing yourself with the clan's sealing arts will be beneficial. As Uzumaki Rina led Liuxing toward a corner of Uzumaki village, he diligently instructed him until they reached an empty expanse. Upon entering here, you will encounter the deepest secrets of our Uzumaki clan. Enter here? Liuxing gazed at the barren clearing before him, filled with confusion. Haha, from the outside, you cannot see or touch anything. Come along. Uzumaki Rina laughed boisterously, and then, as if passing through an invisible barrier, he instantly vanished from Liuxing's sight. Gone. Liuxing hesitated no longer and hurried toward the spot where Rina had disappeared. Before long, Liuxing sensed an intangible wave sweep over his body, and the next moment, he was able to see Uzumaki Rina once again, alongside an elderly man who bore a striking resemblance to him. Brother, is this the heir you have chosen? He has yet to master sealing techniques and barrier arts. The old man with graying hair spoke bluntly upon seeing Liuxing, showing no regard for his presence. Though you have long guarded the hidden chamber, you must have witnessed the battle that night. This child possesses strength far superior to my own. I acknowledge that he is strong. I have no objections to him succeeding as village leader or even as the daimyo, but he has not mastered sealing techniques. According to clan rules, he cannot inherit the position of clan leader. Enough with the buts. Clan rules are still determined by me, the clan leader. It is high time we abandon the old ways of clan rules. Otherwise, we shall never cultivate a strong heir. Uzumaki Rina's demeanor shifted from jovial to commanding, exuding the authority of one who has long held power. Liuxing, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Uzumaki Lushing, the guardian of the hidden chamber, the repository of our clan's most important secrets and legacies. Indeed, this was the hidden chamber. No wonder I found nothing regarding it in Uzumaki Liuxing's memories. The hidden chamber is an exceedingly secretive place even within the Uzumaki clan, and it has always been shrouded in a barrier. Upon hearing Uzumaki Rina's introduction, Liuxing quickly understood why the hidden chamber remained intact even after the fall of the Uzumaki clan. It appeared that its location within a barrier had spared it from being destroyed by the invading villages, and it was only after the guardian, Uzumaki Lushing, passed away from old age that the barrier lost its power, allowing it to re-emerge in the world and ultimately fall into the hands of Orochimaru. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? How could you be lost in thought at such a moment? Upon observing that Liuxing remained silent for an extended period, Xuanwu Lushing, unaccustomed to such delay, interrupted Liuxing's thoughts. I apologize, Grandfather Lushing. It is indeed astonishing to learn that this is the ancestral site of our Xuanwu clan. Humph, you insolent boy, appearing so ignorant. Lushing retorted, you are usually quite amiable to outsiders. Why then are you so harsh with your own grandson? Grandson? Liuxing was momentarily taken aback. From his memories, he had long known that the original's parents had perished during a mission, and there were no records of any direct relatives. The original had been raised under the care of the clan. Indeed, my brother Xuanwu Lushing is your biological grandfather. However, due to his duty guarding the Nami Hall, he voluntarily severed ties with the outside world and has not left this place for nearly 20 years. Xuanwu Luming gazed at Liuxing with a satisfied smile, as if delighted by Liuxing's astonishment at this revelation. So, grandfather has been guarding this place all along. Enough chatter, brother. You brought him here to accept the most fundamental inheritance, did you not? Follow me. It is time to awaken the legacy of the Xuanwu clan. As if unveiling the deepest of secrets, Xuanwu Lushing promptly interrupted Liuxing's attempt to speak and turned to enter the Nami Hall. After all these years, still so stubborn, Xuanwu Luming shook his head and followed him into the hall. The grand doors of the Nami Hall, imbued with the essence of time, creaked open, revealing a wall adorned with an array of terrifying masks. The Xuanwu clan's legacy is ancient. They existed long before the advent of chakra. As he gazed at the masks hanging on the wall, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Xuanwu Luming's eyes, and he began to recount the secrets of the Xuanwu clan to Liuxing. In ages past, the Xuanwu clan served as the earthly agents of the Grim Reaper. The 27 masks enshrined in this Nami Hall are said to represent the 27 divine visages of the Reaper. Chapter 43. The inheritance site. Before the arrival of the goddess of the rabbit, divine agents walked the earth, performing their duties with incredible abilities. It was only after the Sage of the Six Paths established the ninja sect and spread the power of chakra across the ninja world that the gods began to fade into obscurity. As Xuanwu Luming recalled the clan's legacy, he gradually shared that history with Liuxing. Our ancestors of the Xuanwu clan, upon mastering chakra, did not abandon the legacy of the Grim Reaper. Instead, they combined the powers of chakra and the Reaper to create and refine sealing techniques. Thus, our clan possesses two legacies: the widely known sealing techniques and the rare soul cultivation methods derived from the Reaper's power. Your grandfather, Xuanwu Lushing, is the one who has journeyed furthest along this path within our clan. The realization that the power of the Grim Reaper had been inherited from such ancient times flooded Liuxing's mind. No wonder the Xuanwu clan's most formidable sealing techniques could summon the Grim Reaper. They had been the Reaper's earthly agents long before the existence of chakra. Grandfather Luming, did you bring me here for the purpose of inheriting the cultivation of soul power? If you did not possess your current strength, I would eventually manifest to guide you in the cultivation of soul power, but that is not feasible at present. Before Xuanwu Luming could respond, Xuanwu Lushing, who had been quietly listening, spoke up first. Only those Xuanwu clan ninjas lacking talent in sealing techniques and illusionary arts are chosen to cultivate soul power, as the soul power currently lacks powerful offensive capabilities. To focus on soul power is akin to relinquishing one's combat potential. You, however, stand as the strongest among the Xuanwu clan and have inherited the position of clan leader. Thus, the tedious and feeble soul power is unsuitable for you to inherit. Furthermore, I have already found a more suitable heir. Feeble, Liuxing mused to himself. It was no wonder he had never heard of the Xuanwu clan possessing a legacy of soul power. Having meticulously studied the original text, he had indeed not encountered any mention of such a legacy within the Xuanwu clan. Rather, it was Kato Dan from Kiraigakure who wielded techniques resembling soul cultivation methods. Hey, you, why are you daydreaming again? No wonder you struggle with sealing techniques. With such a lack of focus, how can you hone your control over chakra, which requires high levels of nature transformation and shape transformation? Xuanwu Lushing once more interrupted Liuxing's reverie. For some reason, Liuxing detected a sense of expectation in Lushing's tone. Liuxing, my purpose in bringing you here is twofold. Firstly, to unveil the secrets of the Xuanwu clan to you, and secondly, to allow you to receive the most primordial inheritance of sealing techniques. Finally, Xuanwu Luming spoke, forming hand seals with one hand. An arm composed of chakra coalesced in midair, and under Luming's control, 3 masks were rearranged on the wall. With a resounding crack, the previously flat ground in the center of the Nami Hall began to sink, revealing a passage leading deep underground. Follow me. Xuanwu Lushing, carrying a candle, led the way down the passage, with Xuanwu Luming and Liuxing closely trailing behind. After our ancestors created the sealing techniques and other secret arts, they feared that the lineage might one day face extinction. Thus, they devoted immense effort to construct a sacred site for the Xuanwu clan beneath the Nami Hall. To protect this place, every wall in the underground space is inscribed with sealing formulas, ultimately forming a perfect barrier that completely erases this place from the present world. Only through the underground passage in the Nami Hall can one access it. Furthermore, the Nami Hall itself is concealed by the sealing barrier, ensuring that this location will never be at risk of exposure. As they descended the passage, the space gradually opened up. After what felt like an eternity, they emerged into a vast chamber. Suddenly, a fiery blaze materialized at the center of the expansive space, followed by clusters of flames igniting around the periphery. illuminating the entire area before Liuxing. Isn't this temple magnificent? Xuanwu Luming and Xuanwu Lusheng continued onward towards the center of the temple, and Liuxing, not daring to hesitate, followed closely behind. Before long, the trio arrived at the center of the temple, where dozens of colossal statues stood prominently. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the visages of the statues corresponded with the masks enshrined in the Nami Hall. There were a total of 27 types of inheritances here, encompassing not only sealing techniques but also divine arts such as Kagura's Hard Eye, physical healing, soul power, and all other secret arts and legacies recorded within. As Liuxing gazed upon the 27 statues, he noticed a nostalgic glimmer in Xuanwu Luming's eyes. Nearly 20 years had passed since his last visit. Grandfather Luming, you mentioned these inheritances, but aren't there also inheritance scrolls within the clan? Why must I enter here for the legacy? Liuxing inquired, puzzled. Though he was captivated by everything within the temple, he did not understand why it was necessary to enter this place. He recalled that the secret arts previously mentioned had all been seen within the clan, and he had even attempted to learn Kagura's Hard Eye. It's precisely because your talent is insufficient that your brother had no choice but to bring you here for the inheritance. Xuanwu Lusheng glanced at Liuxing. While his words were still blunt, the tone lacked any reproach, since it is designated as the place of inheritance. The legacy here naturally differs from learning through scrolls in the clan. Each statue here encapsulates the memories of our ancestors' cultivation. To think it could directly seal the memories of cultivation as a form of inheritance. Liuxing was once again astounded, unable to fathom that the Uzumaki clan possessed such a direct method of inheritance. There were only 27 statues in total, signifying merely 27 opportunities for memory transmission. Throughout the clan's lengthy history, 14 of these had already been utilized, indicating that Liuxing was about to partake in the 15th memory inheritance. Uzumaki Luming turned to Liuxing and said, "Child, do not feel overly burdened. In truth, every clan leader of the Uzumaki lineage receives this inheritance once. I was the recipient of the 14th, which is why I have held the position of clan leader for so long, hesitating to pass it on to the next generation." Chapter 44. Accepting the inheritance. Each inheritance is of paramount importance. Thus, the clan leader must meet the standards of talent, temperament, and strength. Yet, over the years, no one has met the criteria I established. Uzumaki Luming sighed softly, seemingly lamenting the absence of a suitable candidate for clan leader within the Uzumaki clan for a long time. Fortunately, I have awaited you, Liuxing. Your strength and temperament far exceed my stipulated standards. As for talent, your bloodline power is exceptionally potent, and you should have displayed remarkable abilities by now. Even after your bloodline's awakening, while your talent has seen some enhancement, it still falls short of the required level. Since my talent does not meet the standards, why have you brought me to the place of inheritance now? Liuxing inquired. I have faith in you, Liuxing. Though you have yet to meet the criteria, your talent has significantly improved since the awakening of your bloodline. Long ago, Longji had informed me of your self-created formidable ninjutsu. Ah, I see. Liuxing mused inwardly. Among the 3 rewards I received through my sign-in, both the immortal body and immortal techniques have greatly enhanced my talent, perhaps due to my initially inferior endowment, which resulted in my inability to reach the established standards even after 2 substantial improvements. With this thought, Liuxing felt a surge of confidence. Although he could obtain all the inheritances here through sign-ins, the prospect of collecting all 27 abilities through a lottery-like system seemed daunting. Even though your talent has not yet reached the required level, this place of inheritance exists to compensate for such deficiencies, Uzumaki Luming continued explaining. However, Liuxing struggled to comprehend this statement and promptly asked, Grandfather Luming, I understand that memory inheritance can significantly reduce the time spent learning, but if one's talent is insufficient, wouldn't it be impossible to successfully execute the corresponding abilities, even if one mastered the techniques? Young man, what do you know? If memory inheritance were merely a means to shorten the learning process of ninjutsu, this place would not hold such significance, Uzumaki Luming replied, unable to restrain himself. The inherited memories left by our ancestors not only allow the recipient to bypass the learning phase, but also serve as a key to unlock hidden potential deep within the bloodline, enabling the inheritor to progress toward mastery of the inheritance and subtly enhance their talent. Such capabilities. Liuxing was astounded. Aside from the fact that it does not take immediate effect, in many ways, this inheritance is not inferior to a bloodline limit. Upon hearing Uzumaki Lumine's explanation, Lu Xing's astonishment was palpable. Indeed, it is shocking. When I first learned of this, I was equally astonished. Yet, over the years, I have gradually mastered the strongest sealing techniques that were once beyond my grasp, allowing me to personally experience the formidable nature of our ancestors. Uzumaki Lumine expressed with a touch of nostalgia. Perhaps the strength of the ancestor who left this inheritance is not what is truly fearsome. Rather, his research into sealing techniques and soul power far surpasses that of anyone in the Uzumaki clan's history. Now, I have conveyed all that you need to know. It is time for you to accept the inheritance, Uzumaki Lumine said, guiding Lu Xing to the 15th statue. He then began forming hand seals, and soon, a series of sealing techniques became visible upon the statue. Lu Xing gazed at the statue that depicted the 5-element sealing technique, unsure of how to accept the memory inheritance within, and could only wait in silence. In the next moment, imperceptible fragments of soul carrying the memory inheritance flew forth from the statue, directly entering Lu Xing's mind. Boom. The sensation was entirely different from when the system dispensed rewards. Lu Xing felt as though a heavy hammer had struck deep within his soul, rendering his consciousness somewhat hazy. Following this, countless memories of cultivation surged into Lu Xing's own recollections like a torrential flood, heedless of whether his soul could endure this influx. At that moment, Lu Xing's consciousness was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if his very soul were on the verge of bursting, with no means to alleviate or mitigate the suffering. Is this how it begins? Are you not concerned that your grandson might crumble under such torment? Uzumaki Lumine observed Lu Xing with a hint of worry, while Uzumaki Lushing, who was facilitating the inheritance beside him, kept a vigilant watch over Lu Xing, fearing any sign of distress. If he cannot withstand the pain of memory inheritance, then what right does he have to become the leader of the Uzumaki clan? Uzumaki Lushing retorted defiantly, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. In the history of the Uzumaki clan, 9 individuals had failed to accept the memory inheritance. Should Lu Xing fail, it would not be unexpected. I do not care about the past. You succeeded in fully accepting the memory inheritance, brother. If Lu Xing fails, it will only prove that his talent is far inferior to yours. Despite his formidable strength, he still cannot become the clan leader of the Uzumaki. Uzumaki Lumine replied solemnly, regretting that he had not forewarned Lu Xing about the perilous and painful process of memory inheritance. You are too harsh on this child. Throughout his growth, you have offered him no assistance, and now you wish to obstruct his path to succession as clan leader? Not every clan leader can endure the memory inheritance. Uzumaki Lushing countered. In fact, only 5 have successfully received the memory inheritance. I hope he can become the 6th. Uzumaki Lushing's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Lu Xing, filled with an intense desire for Lu Xing to withstand the ordeal and successfully acquire the memory inheritance. I do not know how he has attained his current strength, but if he can endure the memory inheritance, the entire legacy of the Uzumaki clan will undoubtedly become his greatest asset, allowing his power to ascend once more. It is now up to this child to prove himself. The time required to accept the memory inheritance will not be lengthy. Lu Xing must be at the most crucial juncture now. While Uzumaki Lumine and Uzumaki Lushing conversed, their eyes never strayed from Lu Xing's form. At that moment, Lu Xing was drenched in sweat. Despite possessing an almost complete immortal body, he could not share the burden of the pressure on his soul with his physical form. Why was I not informed of the pain involved in this process beforehand? I was utterly unprepared. This suffering is truly unbearable. Lu Xing felt as though his soul were being fragmented into countless pieces, each one enduring an indescribable agony, while the memory inheritance continued to flood into his consciousness. Chapter 45. Uzumaki Lushing speculation. This is merely the acceptance of memory inheritance. This pain has yet to reach my limit. Lu Xing's consciousness, akin to diamond, became even more radiant under the pressure and torment. Gradually, the memories of the inheritance began to integrate into Lu Xing's recollections. For symbols sealing, Kagura's hard eye, diamond lock, one by one, the inheritances became vividly clear in Lu Xing's mind. With each complete absorption of a memory inheritance, the pain in his soul diminished incrementally. The 5-element seal, the vortex barrier, and ultimately the corpse demon sealing technique. At last, I have fully embraced the complete memory inheritance of the Vortex clan. As the final fragment of memory was wholly absorbed by Liu Xing, he felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping his entire being. liberating him from the anguish that had once plagued him. As if he had transcended to a celestial realm in that very moment. Liuxing, how do you feel? Is your body exhibiting any abnormalities? In response to the disappearance of Liuxing's pained expression, Vortex Looming immediately inquired, while Vortex Lushing was even more direct. Liuxing, have you successfully accepted the complete memory inheritance? Rest assured, Grandpa Looming and Grandpa Lushing, I have indeed successfully received the full memory inheritance from our ancestors. At this moment, the inherited memories were seamlessly intertwining with Liuxing's own recollections, allowing him to access them at will. As if he had lived through those experiences himself, each detail vividly clear upon careful examination. Excellent. It is a relief to receive the complete inheritance. A heavy weight lifted from Vortex Looming's heart, and he felt significantly more at ease, while Vortex Lushing revealed the first smile since Liuxing had arrived. Now, this period immediately following your inheritance is of utmost importance. You must meticulously review the complete memory inheritance, ensuring that no detail is overlooked. Vortex Looming, remembering something crucial, promptly reminded Liuxing, who recognized the significance of the moment and promptly delved into his memories, diligently perusing the inherited knowledge. Little did they expect this young man's will to be so resilient. It seemed that the harsh reality of being unable to train in most ninjutsu over the years had unexpectedly honed his capabilities in other areas. Observing Liuxing immerse himself once more into the depths of his consciousness, both Vortex Looming and Lushing felt an overwhelming sense of ease instead of tension. Once the memory inheritance is fully accepted, it becomes indelibly etched into the soul, remaining remarkably clear even after decades. The initial review of these memories offers the greatest potential for enhancement. While the memory inheritance might merely be an embellishment for you, its greatest utility lies in your ability to master the vortex barrier. For this young man, however, it is truly a stroke of fortune. Vortex Lushing gazed at the tightly closed eyes of Liuxing, his heart swelling with affection. This child's foundation is far too weak. I witnessed his encounter with the third Reikage, while I was astonished by the formidable power and physique he possessed upon awakening his bloodline. Throughout the battle, he was perpetually on the defensive. Even though the immensely powerful Reikage could not fully breach Liuxing's defenses, he was unable to mount any effective offensive maneuvers. In the world of ninjas, this is laughable, as if a mere child suddenly wielded immense strength. Had he possessed sealing techniques during that battle, even a single form of the adamantine sealing would have rendered the Reikage cautious, perhaps even forcing him to retreat in disarray. Engaging in combat with a figure of such stature is far from the ease one might imagine, were it not for Liuxing's resemblance to the Konoha Nine-Tails spirit beast. The Reikage and Mizukage would not have so readily chosen to withdraw, nor would the Six Tails have been intercepted before wreaking havoc in the village. Vortex Looming glanced at Lushing, and upon seeing his expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. I must say, if you care so much for your grandson, why do you maintain such a stern facade in front of him? Furthermore, you must understand that Liuxing did not join the battle only after his bloodline awakened. When he defeated the Six Tails that stood before me, he had not yet harnessed such terrifying power. It was only after the battle commenced that I witnessed the moment of his bloodline awakening. He hadn't even begun to acclimate to his sudden strength before facing both the third Mizukage and the third Reikage, achieving that was already remarkable. Liuxing's summoned beast is indeed extraordinary. I sensed an aura akin to that of a tailed beast emanating from that fox demon. Perhaps it is a tailed beast that has yet to be discovered. Vortex Lushing speculated. Having silently recorded the energies of everyone present during the night of the Vortex clan's attack. However, I suspect that the Mizukage and Reikage were also manipulated. You should be well aware that in the battle's final moments, it was the Six Tails, controlled by him, that sought to kill and obliterate the Mizukage. Are you suggesting that the Sharingan, which should not have appeared in his possession? A glint of insight flashed in Vortex Looming's eyes. The Vortex clan is also a significant family in the ninja world, yet ever since Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha and his clan, the Uchiha residing in Konoha have been eerily quiet in the ninja realm. Indeed, and not only the Sharingan. I also detected a presence devoid of life waves monitoring the battle occurring in the village's periphery. Perhaps due to my spiritual state, he remained unaware of me, thus allowing me to see his visage clearly. Vortex Lushing's expression turned solemn, acknowledging the bizarre nature of the events that transpired that fateful night. It appears that beneath the tranquil facade of the ninja world, numerous undercurrents are surging. Had Liuxing not awakened so unexpectedly, the Vortex clan might have faced annihilation in the annals of ninja history that night. In the presence of that wreckage, I would not have even had the opportunity to employ the corpse demon sealing technique. Reflecting on the details of that battle, Vortex Looming felt a pang of fear. Even though he successfully intercepted the wreckage and Mizukage at that time, had the Six Tails wreaked unimpeded havoc in the village, ultimately, the fate of Vortex Village would have been one of ruin. Well, that battle is now a thing of the past. Aside from keeping an eye on the individual who may have truly orchestrated the Six Tails, the Mist and Cloud villages should not pose a threat to us in the near future. Indeed, the Cloud and Rock villages are embroiled in conflict, and the Mist village has been thoroughly educated by Liuxing. They have likely lost the courage to confront us head-on. With that thought, Vortex Lushing shifted his gaze back to Liuxing. I wonder how long it will take for Liuxing to thoroughly review the complete inheritance of memories. It seems we may be here to accompany him for quite some time. Chapter 46. The Adamantine Seal that breaks limits. So this is the principle behind the 5-element seal, entirely distinct from what Orochimaru wields. And this Kagura heart requires both bloodline power and inattribute chakra to master. Liuxing diligently perused the inherited memories, grasping concepts that had previously eluded his understanding as if they were instinctual. After what felt like an eternity, Liuxing finally opened his eyes, radiant brilliance illuminating his gaze. You have finally awakened, Liuxing. What are your thoughts? What have you gained? The two elders, who had been safeguarding Liuxing, immediately gathered around him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Excellent. Truly excellent. Grandpa Looming, Grandpa Lushing. The aid provided by this memory inheritance surpasses any assistance I have received during my 20 years of training. A smile blossomed on Liuxing's face, as he had initially believed the memory inheritance would merely shorten the lengthy process of mastering ninjutsu and sealing techniques. However, upon truly absorbing the inheritance, he comprehended the immense benefits it conferred. Moreover, having merely skimmed through the complete inheritance memories once, I have already mastered one of the clan's most crucial sealing techniques. Liuxing, you have successfully mastered a sealing technique? Upon hearing Liuxing's response, Vortex Lushing was overwhelmed with joy. Gripping Liuxing's shoulders tightly. Quickly tell me, which sealing technique have you mastered? Do not rush, Lushing. The sealing technique isn't going to sprout legs and run away. Observing the anxious Vortex Lushing, Vortex Looming couldn't help but tease. Rest assured, Grandpa Lushing, I shall reveal to you which sealing technique I have indeed mastered. Liuxing rose to his feet, and immediately, golden chains burst forth from behind him, swirling majestically throughout the spacious temple. Under Liuxing's exquisite control, not a single chain collided with any object within the temple. 1, 28, 9, 10. Upon witnessing Liuxing perform the diamond lock, Uchiha Runa and Uchiha Rushing appeared spellbound, their eyes fixated on the chains extending from Liuxing's back as they counted them over and over. 10 chains, astonishingly, there were indeed 10. It was utterly incredible. They never anticipated that the limits recorded in the clan's history regarding the diamond lock would be shattered by Liuxing. Grandfather Runa, what on earth is happening? Why do you both look so astonished upon seeing me use the diamond lock? Liuxing inquired, perplexed. In his memory, Kushina, Karen, and several leaders of the sealing team within the clan could manifest 5 chains, so it did not seem surprising that he, as a descendant of an ancestral bloodline, was capable of summoning 10. Liuxing, you are unaware that since the inception of the diamond lock, every clan member who mastered this sealing technique has only been able to generate a maximum of 5 chains, yet you have managed to create 10. Uchiha Runa finally calmed down somewhat and explained to Liuxing. Even so, shouldn't this matter not astonish you to such an extent? Little Liuxing, before you mastered the diamond lock, you naturally remained oblivious to the secrets of this sealing technique. Smiling at Liuxing, Uchiha Rushing regarded him as if he were a rare treasure. Each additional chain generated by the diamond lock doubles the sealing capability. This is a conclusion drawn from countless generations of ancestors, and every clan member who has mastered this technique has verified it. In other words, the strength of the diamond lock increases exponentially. Liuxing was inwardly astonished. Here, there was no means for him to verify the strength of his diamond lock, and thus he remained unaware of the extent to which this sealing technique could achieve. Indeed, as expected from a return to ancestral bloodline, our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are already distant relatives, with you born from the union of Uchiha and Senju. Your ancestral return far exceeds that of our Uchiha predecessors. Uchiha Rushing trembled as he reached out to touch the chains Lu Xing had summoned. And Lu Xing did not shy away. Instead, he actively maneuvered the chains closer to the two elders. Historically, our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have intermarried several times. Yet only you, Lu Xing, have returned to ancestral bloodline. Who would have thought it could bring us such immense joy? Hearing the elder's speculation, Lu Xing dared not question it. Only he knew that all of this stemmed from his possession of a complete sage body. Grandfather Runa, my parents. Your mother married your father after the Senju clan relinquished their surname, so aside from us, no one else knows he is a member of the Senju clan. Uchiha Rushing interjected before Lu Xing could finish speaking. Later, shortly after your birth, they perished during a mission. Such occurrences are commonplace among ninjas, so you need not dwell on them. Lu Xing's intended questions were stifled by Uchiha Rushing's explanation. Dying on a mission indeed seemed a ninja's fate. Yet he sensed there was more to the story. Just then, a strange sound emanated from Lu Xing's stomach, echoing throughout the silent temple. Haha, Lu Xing. Do you know how long you spent perusing the inheritance memories? Uchiha Runa was the first to laugh upon hearing the sound from Lu Xing's belly. A full day and night, twice as long as my first experience with the inheritance. I apologize, Grandfather Runa. I did not realize it would take so long. Lu Xing said apologetically, surprised that possessing a sage body could also induce hunger. All right, let's head out now. You two have been missing for an entire day. Even with Ryunosuke's explanation, others must be exceedingly worried. Uchiha Rushing took the lead towards the passage out of the temple, and Lu Xing promptly retracted the released diamond lock, supporting Uchiha Runa as they walked outside together. With a crisp sound, the mask on the wall returned to its original state, restoring the floor of the Nami Mask Hall to its complete form, leaving no trace of a seam. There is nothing left here for you. You may leave directly. Back in the Nami Mask Hall, Uchiha Rushing resumed his initially frosty demeanor, as if the warmth he had displayed in the temple was merely an illusion. By the way, Lu Xing, do not let the legacy of our ancestors go to waste. I hope you can use your own strength to solidify the prominence of our Uchiha clan within the ninja world. Old man, do not place such immense pressure on the child. Uchiha Runa shot a glare at Rushing, who then performed the ceiling shadow jutsu as he walked outside the Nami Mask Hall. Keep up, Lu Xing. We must ensure that our traces here remain undetected. Understood. Lu Xing followed Uchiha Runa out of the Nami Mask Hall, and just as he exited, he suddenly turned to face Uchiha Rushing. Rest assured, grandfather, I will not let the legacy of our ancestors falter, nor will I disappoint your expectations. Chapter 47. The true harvest sunlight cascaded over the swirling river, and through the crystal-clear waters, the shadows of fish glided gracefully. Uchiha Lu Xing. Suddenly, a coarse shout reverberated across the village, startling even the fish at the riverbed into a frenzy of escape. The clan leader has just awakened from his intoxication, and you are already pulling him for special training. I know you desire strength, but can't you allow the clan leader some time to recuperate? Just as they appeared in the temporary village leader's building, Uchiha Runa and Lu Xing were spotted by a group of anxious jonin who had been waiting for them. What the commotion? If it weren't for Lu Xing, would you even have the opportunity to stand here? Uchiha Runa's voice carried an air of authority, and upon hearing him speak, everyone fell silent. Uchiha Hutaru, if your strength matched the power of your voice, I wouldn't have to stand at the forefront this time. But clan leader, your health is equally crucial. Short-term special training cannot enhance Lu Xing's abilities. Once you recover further, you will have more time to instruct him. Hutaru attempted to retort after being reprimanded by Uchiha Runa. I know my own body better than any of you, and I have already informed you all that as of yesterday. Lu Xing has succeeded me as the leader of the Uchiha clan and the village chief of Uchiha village. Why do you still refer to me as the clan leader? Clan leader, I. Still not changing your address. Remember, from now on, refer to me as Daimyo, and Lu Xing is the clan leader. Grandfather Runa. Hutaru-senpai is just worried about you. Sensing the tension in the building, Lu Xing hurriedly sought to mediate. All right, Lu Xing, after you return from Konoha, we will officially hold the succession ceremony. I want to announce to the entire ninja world that the new chief of Uchiha village is you, Uchiha Lu Xing. Now, you lot, hurry and fetch something to eat. The old man and Lu Xing have been starving all day. At the border of the land of fire. Wind release, vacuum wave. Shimura Danzo swiftly completed his hand seals, and a series of scythe-like gusts silently sliced through the air, cutting down several fleeing IWNing. Lord Danzo. After such a lengthy pursuit, only this last squad of IWNing remains. Perched on a high branch, Danzo's eyes gleamed with cold indifference. Search. We must locate the sealing technique inheritance of Uchiha village. As soon as the words left his lips, more than a dozen root members trailing behind Danzo scattered around the fallen IWNing, beginning their search. Found it, Lord Danzo. Soon, a core member, with eyes filled with surprise hidden beneath a mask, swiftly returned to Danzo's side, presenting him with several scrolls. Humph, that third Tsuchikage. Does he intend for us in Konoha to bear some burden as well? At the moment Danzo opened the scrolls, he realized he had been deceived. Although the scrolls contained some records of the Uzumaki clan's heritage, it was evident that these were all recent entries, suggesting that the contents might very well be false. It turned out these individuals were mere bait. The true sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan had already been taken back to Kiraigakure. My objective was solely the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Since you, Tsuchikage, have devised a scheme to drag all of Konoha into this, I shall not allow you to succeed. Clean up the scene. We shall return to Konoha now. Remember, this time, what we pursued was merely bait released by Kiraigakure. Upon returning to the Uzumaki village, Ryusei, who had just resolved his hunger, slipped out of the village chief's building. It was utterly impossible to expect him to deal with administrative matters. Here we are again. Although the village suffered severe destruction, the area outside remained untouched. Soon, Ryusei arrived at his destination, gazing at a familiar fruit tree, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Such a familiar sight, upon entering the ninja world. The first scene I beheld was this very fruit tree. Alas, the fruits had all been consumed by the clones created by my original self. And I wonder what those fruits tasted like. Never mind, this is not the time to ponder such things. Ryusei shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and proceeded past the fruit tree to the mountaintop. The benefits I gained from the inherited memories are abundant, and mastering the diamond sealing technique is not the most crucial aspect. Far more significant for me is that I have acquired a method to overcome my inability to perform the majority of ninjutsu. Excitement sparkled in Ryusei's eyes. He had attempted to practice the Sharingan numerous times before. With the Sage mode, his control over his body had significantly improved. Coupled with the insights from the Six Tails, he had long since identified the reason behind his inability to perform ninjutsu. Suiken, I need to harness your power to attempt casting ninjutsu. Oh, little brat. Haven't you tried many times before? The crisp voice of the Six Tails, Suiken, echoed within Ryusei. Give it up, boy. You lack the talent for ninjutsu. Your body struggles even to perform hand seals to guide chakra. You cannot cast any ninjutsu that requires more than 2 hand seals, let alone master more complex techniques. You should heed my advice and focus on developing your physical strength. Once you reach the pinnacle of your physical capabilities, no ninjutsu will surpass the might of your mere punch. Rest assured, Suiken, this time I am not merely experimenting. During the previous inheritance, I grasped a special technique, and I firmly believe I can succeed this time. Unfazed by Suiken's pessimism, Ryusei's face radiated joy as he brought his hands together. Immediately, the chakra of the Six Tails began to flow through his body. Although Suiken verbally withheld consent, it showed no signs of defense against Ryusei, allowing him to access its power whenever he needed. Water release, water chaos wave. In the next moment, a torrent of water erupted from Ryusei's mouth. He spared no chakra. What was originally a basic C-rank technique capable of forming a mere puddle transformed into a scene reminiscent of crashing waves, thanks to the immense chakra supplied by Suiken. I can't believe you truly grasped how to perform ninjutsu. Suiken exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Ryusei's successful execution of the water chaos wave. You must understand, Suiken, that when the Sage of Six Paths performed ninjutsu, he never relied on hand seals for assistance. Ryusei finally halted the flow of chakra. Having successfully cast ninjutsu for the first time, he eagerly reveled in the experience. Before him, the once barren valley had transformed into a vast lake. Chapter 48. The arrival of Orochimaru. Ryusei gazed in delight at the lake he had created, astonished that he had truly mastered the long-desired ability. If one were to speak of the techniques that ordinary ninjas envy most in the Naruto world, it would not be the terrifying abilities that involve overwhelming strength, but rather the method of performing any ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. It is known that even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, could not master such techniques. Despite his exceptional talent, he could only simplify the number of hand seals required, unable to completely eliminate them. Ryusei reflected deeply. He had not anticipated that within the ancestral memories, there existed a training method that allowed for the casting of ninjutsu without hand seals. Following the inheritance of memories, it felt as though he had practiced countless times, directly acquiring this ability. Truly remarkable, Ryusei-kun, to be able to perform such formidable water-release ninjutsu. At that moment, a suave voice called from behind him. Ryusei turned to see Orochimaru slowly ascending the mountaintop. So, Orochimaru, have you made any progress in your research? Upon recognizing Orochimaru, Ryusei relaxed his guard. He had been so engrossed in his excitement that he had not noticed the arrival of the renowned figure. Lacking some necessary tools here. My research on the White Zetsu has yet to yield results. However, I have stumbled upon some clues, and the materials you provided, Sharingan, are indeed excellent for experimentation. Since there are no results yet, knowing you, you would not easily abandon your experiments. Speak, what brings you to seek me? Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Ryusei instantly sensed that something else was afoot. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have willingly interrupted his research to find him. Haha, indeed, nothing escapes the keen perception of Ryusei-kun. Orochimaru chuckled lightly as he approached Ryusei. Yesterday, while you underwent special training under the guidance of the Uzumaki clan as predecessor, I received a transmission from Konoha. They are exceedingly interested in you, Ryusei-kun, and have requested that I gather all intel related to you. Surely, Tsunade and Jiraiya have received similar orders. If it is a command from Konoha, why take the trouble to inform me? Ryusei was not surprised by Orochimaru's words. If news concerning him reached Konoha without drawing the attention of the third Hokage and Tsuchikage, it would only imply that these two possessed no political acumen, which was evidently impossible. Ryusei-kun is my most vital partner. Although, as a member of Konoha, I cannot disregard its orders. Merely informing you of this news does not constitute betrayal of my mission. Orochimaru showed no concern for Ryusei's skepticism. In his view, Ryusei's significance far surpassed that of Konoha, and he was filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the secrets Ryusei harbored. Feel free to report to Konoha as you see fit. My information is not secretive. Even if you do not respond, it will soon reach the ears of the Hokage. Furthermore, I intend to accompany you to Konoha shortly, as I prefer not to be monitored by the Umbu upon my arrival. Ryusei replied nonchalantly, understanding that given the strength he had exhibited, even Konoha would not dare to underestimate him. I knew Ryusei-kun would not mind this matter. However, that is not the purpose of my visit. Orochimaru paused momentarily, seemingly hesitant. But soon his excitement broke through that barrier of uncertainty. I have an unusual request. Might Ryusei-kun grant me a drop of your blood? Boom. The moment the words left Orochimaru's lips, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within Ryusei, instantly pressing down upon Orochimaru. You have grown rather greedy, Orochimaru. Ryusei's tone turned frigid as chakra surged forth from his body, relentlessly applying pressure upon Orochimaru, who soon found it difficult even to stand. I understand that this request may seem presumptuous, yet if I do not voice it now, I fear I may struggle to maintain my own path. Orochimaru fought valiantly against the oppressive force of the Ryusei chakra, laboriously articulating the reasons behind his request. It is rather absurd. If one cannot uphold their own journey, they do not deserve the hopes I have placed upon them. The Ryusei chakra continued to exert pressure on Orochimaru, accompanied by a disconcerting sound of bones cracking, as his frail body succumbed to the overwhelming force. I earnestly hope that Ryusei will acquiesce to my audacious request. I would not hesitate to pay any price for it. You are tenacious, Orochimaru. May your abilities align with the trust one have vested in you. Ryusei meticulously observed Orochimaru's every reaction, soon realizing that the latter's fervent desire for exploration stemmed from the prowess he had previously displayed before him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the chakra surging within Ryusei vanished, as a drop of blood swiftly flew towards Orochimaru. This is a one-time occurrence. Do not expect it again, Orochimaru. You must understand the secrets concealed within blood. I hope you do not become my adversary because of this. As Ryusei watched Orochimaru cautiously catch his blood, he turned and made his way toward Uzumaki village. He had already issued all necessary warnings to Orochimaru, and he was eager to discover what insights the latter could glean from the blood of a sage. By the way, Orochimaru, I am also intrigued by your mastery of ninjutsu. Please ensure you replicate all the jutsu you know and present them to me when we head to Konoha. In pursuit of accumulating signing bonuses for greater rewards, Ryusei did not intend to waste his signing opportunities on ordinary ninjutsu. Since Orochimaru had taken a drop of his blood, it was not unreasonable to request all the jutsu he had mastered. As Ryusei returned to Uzumaki village, a figure with white hair appeared seemingly out of nowhere outside the village, surveying the surroundings before advancing into the village. Jiraiya stated that the prophecy had completely failed. The future had turned into chaos, and even he could not glimpse the future. This figure was indeed Jiraiya, who, upon realizing Ryusei's formidable power, had used the reverse summoning technique to travel to Mount Mayaboku in hopes of acquiring information about Ryusei from the great sage Fukusaku. However, the sage's prophecy only deepened his confusion. Was all of this due to the emergence of Uzumaki Ryusei? Prior to my encounter with him, the great sage's prophecies had remained unchanged. Enough of this for now. Since the prophecy has shifted, I shall continue to await the great sage's guidance. Nevertheless, before that, I will attempt to engage with Uzumaki Ryusei, perhaps to gather more intelligence about him. With this thought, Jiraiya quickened his pace, heading straight towards the ninja school. Chapter 49. The Mist Village Envoy Frost and Snow. Hurry up! Ryusei hastened towards Uzumaki village, while behind him, the diminutive Frost and Snow surveyed the surroundings, brimming with curiosity about everything. Owl. Hearing Ryusei's voice, Frost and Snow ceased its exploration and quickly aligned its pace with Ryusei. Frost and Snow. I recall that all tailed beasts comprehend human language. Why have you remained silent? Turning to Frost and Snow, Ryusei voiced his long-standing curiosity. Even if the newly born Frost and Snow did not initially speak human language, it should have learned by now after spending days in his company. Owl. Frost and Snow emitted a soft whimper, and Ryusei immediately understood its meaning. Ah, I see. You do not favor human language, and you need not use words to communicate with me. Ryusei nodded, recognizing that Frost and Snow indeed had no necessity to employ human speech, as it could effortlessly converse through shared thoughts. Owl. Just then, Frost and Snow let out a low growl, abruptly halting its advance as it transmitted everything it sensed to Ryusei. Frost and Snow, do you detect that the people from the Mist Village are approaching Uzumaki village? Ryusei paused beside Frost and Snow, his mind now privy to all that Frost and Snow had sensed. It is Yuanshu. It seems the envoy from the Mist Village has arrived. Through Frost and Snow's perception, the group from the Mist Village was now less than 3 kilometers from Uzumaki village. Poised to enter shortly. Let us return. I trust that the Mist Village will not dare to act recklessly within Uzumaki village. Ryusei set off once more, swiftly entering Uzumaki village alongside Frost and Snow, heading directly towards the temporary village chief's office. Simultaneously, the envoy from the Mist Village reached the outskirts of Uzumaki village, where they were intercepted by a guarding squad. Please announce our presence. We are the envoy from the Mist Village. Yuanshu, standing at the forefront of the Mist Village envoy, immediately declared their identity upon seeing the Uzumaki ninjas. Mist Village? The guarding ninjas of Uzumaki village's eyes turned crimson upon hearing Yuanshu's words. The recent assault had just concluded, and the damage inflicted on Uzumaki village by the Mist Village was still fresh in their memories. How dare you come to Uzumaki village after what you did? I will not allow you to wreak havoc here, even if it costs me my life. We come bearing sincere apologies. I acknowledge the significant harm caused by the Mist Village, and thus I have personally come to apologize on behalf of Village Chief Ryusei. Yuanshu adopted a humble demeanor, understanding that he was the most influential figure in the Mist Village. Yet now he was humbly pleading with the guarding ninjas outside Uzumaki village. Apologies? Who knows what treachery the Mist Village harbors? I will not permit you to step foot in Uzumaki village. The guarding ninjas showed no intention of letting them pass, standing firm against the envoy from the Mist Village. How infuriating! Among the Mist Village envoy, some had not witnessed Ryusei's formidable abilities during the battle at the borders of the water country, and thus were unaware of the terror he commanded. Seeing Yuanshu being obstructed, they immediately expressed their indignation. Lord Yuanshu, how dare the Uzumaki people treat you with such disrespect? We silence. This is not a place for your insolence. Remain still. Yuanshu barked, recalling the significant losses sustained by the Mist Village in their conflict with Uzumaki village, including the deaths of the 3rd Mizukage and the 6 Tails. as well as the disintegration of the elite 7 ninja swordsmen, compounded by the loss of thousands of shinobi due to Ryuchi's retaliation. Under Yuanshi's command, the Mist Village members, though still discontent, could only suppress their grievances and await alongside Yuanshi at the entrance of Uzumaki village. They waited for a full half-day, until the sun dipped toward the horizon, signaling its descent when finally, a figure with red hair approached the gates of Uzumaki village. Esteemed members of the Mist Village, due to the circumstances surrounding Uzumaki village, Village Chief Ryuchi has been preoccupied with affairs of state. He has only just received news of your visit and regrets the inadequate reception. I hope Lord Yuanshi can forgive us. The newcomer was indeed Uzumaki Ryanosuke, who, although respectful in his speech to the Mist Village, exhibited no semblance of reverence toward them. Uzumaki people, how dare you make us wait outside your village for so long? Even the Leaf Village would not treat Lord Yuanshi in such a manner. The Mist Village ninjas could no longer contain their agitation upon seeing Ryanosuke's arrival and were eager to vent their frustrations. I have already stated, this is not a place for your insolence. Be silent. Yuanshi immediately reprimanded the ninja who had spoken out. Although he harbored deep-seated grievances against Uzumaki village, the thought of Ryuchi's demonstrated power deterred him from entertaining any thoughts of hostility. Vortex Ryanosuke gazed coldly at the unfolding scene. The battle at the border of the water country, led by Liuxing, had long since spread throughout the entire shinobi world, and he was acutely aware that the only reason Yuanshi exhibited such tolerance was due to the strength displayed by Liuxing. Our Uzumaki village is but a modest shinobi settlement, incapable of rivaling Konoha or Kiraigakure. Should the esteemed members of Kiraigakure feel we have not extended proper hospitality, they are free to leave at their discretion. We shall not impede their departure. Captain Ryanosuke, your words carry weight. The water country is adjacent to the Uzumaki country, and it is only natural for our Kiraigakure to maintain amicable relations with Uzumaki village. We too condemn the unilateral actions taken by the Third Mizukage against Uzumaki village. Yuanshi smiled at Ryanosuke, having gathered numerous pieces of intelligence prior to arriving at Uzumaki village, fully aware of Ryanosuke's identity. My purpose in bringing this delegation to Uzumaki village is to mend the relationship between our two villages, in the hope that we do not become bitter enemies due to one individual's erroneous decision. With that said, please follow me into the village. Without further ado, Ryanosuke turned coldly and walked towards the village, leading the stationed shinobi to no longer obstruct the delegation from Kiraigakure. Yuanshi and his companions followed closely behind him into Uzumaki village. Soon, Ryanosuke led the Kiraigakure members to the ruins devastated by the recent battle. Esteemed members of Kiraigakure, tomorrow marks the memorial service for our fallen, and due to the busy schedule of our village chief, Liuxing, he is unable to host you today. Given that the battle has obliterated much of Uzumaki village, we have no suitable accommodations for you, so I must ask you to reside here for the night. Chapter 50. The Memorial Service. A memorial service? It appears Uzumaki village intends to commemorate this event, which may hinder our chances of forging an alliance. Ryanosuke had already departed, yet Yuanshi lingered in the ruins, reflecting on Ryanosuke's words before his exit. Yuanshi, they have truly overstepped their bounds, treating us in such a manner. Indeed, Yuanshi, even if we were to become adversaries, Uzumaki village would think twice before initiating war, for after the last battle, their remaining shinobi number scarcely 1,000, far inferior to our own. Silence. Did I not warn you before our arrival? Yuanshi's gaze swept over the members of Kiraigakure. The strength of Uzumaki village does not lie in the sheer number of their shinobi, but rather in their new village chief, Ryanosuke Liuxing. Had the last confrontation occurred within Kiraigakure instead of at the border of the water country, our entire village might very well have been reduced to the ruins we now inhabit. Let us wait. The fact that Uzumaki village has allowed us entry indicates there remains a chance for negotiation. I only hope the costs we ultimately incur will be minimal. Within the temporary village chief's office, Ryanosuke hurriedly entered the workspace. Are the people from Kiraigakure behaving themselves? Liuxing, seated in his rightful place as village chief, inquired as he noticed Ryanosuke's entrance. Yuanshi is indeed exceptional. Despite being left in limbo, they have not resorted to open conflict, which seems to thwart the chief's plans. Ryanosuke, now devoid of his previous indifference, wore a cheerful expression as he regarded Liuxing. No conflict is of no concern, even if Yuanshi can endure. Those he brought with him are not cut from the same cloth. By tomorrow, they will undoubtedly struggle to accept my directives, and at that point, my intervention will be justified. Liuxing remained non-committal, while Yuanshir's restraint caught him off guard. It did not sway his plans in the slightest. Keep a close watch on them. Do not allow them the opportunity to wreak havoc within the village. Once the memorial service concludes tomorrow, we shall discuss the reparations owed to us by Kiraigakure. The following day, the sky was overcast, devoid of rain, yet the entire Uzumaki village seemed shrouded in a pall of gloom. Let us proceed, Liuxing, to the memorial monument. Clad in black mourning attire, Vortex Amina appeared somber, with Liuxing closely following by her side as they made their way towards the newly erected memorial. Chief, the preparations for the memorial service have been completed, but must we truly bring the people of Kiraigakure here? Just as Liuxing and Amina arrived near the monument, Ryanosuke appeared at their side. Let them all come forth. This is the suffering inflicted upon us by Kiraigakure. I wish for everyone to remember the events of today. Not only the villagers of our own clan, but also the individuals from Kiraigakure, who must also etch this day into their memories. Liuxing's voice was icy, carrying an undeniable authority that sent a chill through Ryanosuke. Let us proceed as Liuxing has decreed. Kiraigakure must pay for their actions, and we, Uzumaki village, possess the strength to demand it. Amina nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting Liuxing's decision, as it was indeed necessary for Kiraigakure to remember the harm they had caused to Uzumaki village. Understood. After confirming Liuxing and Amina's decision, Ryanosuke set off towards the location of the Kiraigakure delegation. Let us go to the forefront. After Ryanosuke departed, Amina led Liuxing closer to the memorial, making their way through the throngs of villagers who had already gathered until they finally stood before the monument. Liuxing, the wars of the shinobi world are the most brutal of all. Uzumaki village has enjoyed peace for so long. Yet a single invasion has resulted in a number of fatalities that fills this entire monument. Amina caressed the towering memorial, which stood 5 meters high, inscribed with the names of the shinobi and villagers who perished during the invasion. They all died protecting the village. Had I awakened my bloodline sooner, perhaps they would not have met such fates. As Liuxing gazed upon the names etched into the stone, familiar names occasionally surfaced, filling his heart with profound sorrow. Do not bear all the responsibility alone. You have done remarkably well, Liuxing. Were it not for your restraint of the Six Tails, your repulsion of the Raikage, and your defeat of the Mizukage, Uzumaki village would surely have become a mere footnote in history. Liuxing remained silent, fully aware that Amina's words reflected the true fate of Uzumaki village. The annihilation of the Uzumaki country was but a backdrop in the original narrative, yet now, amidst the ruins of Uzumaki village, the names of the deceased became the most familiar entities in his life. Vortex Toki, Vortex Chao Sheng, Vortex Lingyin. Each name seemed imprinted onto Liuxing's mind, causing a piercing ache deep within his heart. Enough, my child. Death is an inevitable part of existence, and you need not be so harsh on yourself. Amina noticed Liuxing's distress, as an icy killing intent radiated from him, almost palpable. I once believed that war was a path to glory, a means for the strong to rise. Yet I never contemplated how heavy the toll of war is on the living. Liuxing's gaze remained fixed on the memorial, though his thoughts strayed far from the inscriptions. Grandfather Amina, if I express a desire to eradicate the chaos within the shinobi world, ensuring that war never occurs again, would you support my decision? Child, this is a path fraught with immense difficulty, yet I shall not deter you. Should the day come when you find it too burdensome, know that the Vortex clan shall always be your final sanctuary. Amina spoke without hesitation, as if Liuxing's every decision bore no influence on his unwavering support. Chief, the members of Kiraigakure have arrived. At that moment, Ryanosuke returned to the memorial, accompanied by the delegation from Kiraigakure. Let us commence. Liuxing's cold gaze swept over the Kiraigakure delegation, and for reasons unknown, Yuanshir felt an inexplicable chill. Esteemed guests, we gather here today to honor all those who perished in the defense of Uzumaki village during the recent battle. Ryanosuke addressed the villagers gathered before the memorial, and in the solemn atmosphere, all bowed their heads in quiet mourning. Bring forth our adversaries. After a moment of anticipation, Uzumaki Ryanosuke called out to the side, and shortly thereafter, the tightly bound figures of Kurozai Reiga and Biwa Takuzu were brought forth before all. Kneel. With 2 thuds, under the control of the ninjas restraining them, Kurozai Reiga and Biwa Takuzu knelt before the massive memorial stone. Chapter 51. Conflict, those are the strong from our mist village. Suddenly, upon recognizing the apprehended duo, the mist ninjas erupted into chaos. Kurozai Reiga and Biwa Takazu, members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had been captured by the Uzumaki village. What is happening? Did the people of Uzumaki village summon us here merely to humiliate us? Yuan Shi's expression darkened, although he did not voice his thoughts. He made no effort to quell the murmurs among the mist's ranks. These two had been captured personally by the village chief, Uzumaki Ryusei. Ryanosuke paid no heed to the uproar from the mist envoy, for this very scene had been orchestrated for their sake. The village chief had given the command for them to kneel before the memorial stone and atone for their transgressions until the last breath of their lives. As Ryanosuke continued his narration, the mist ninjas were in an uproar. The forced attendance at Uzumaki village's memorial service had already bred discontent, and the blatant targeting only fueled their anger further. In Uzumaki village, the strong are not to be insulted. Our ninjas may fall in battle, but we shall never endure such humiliation. Release them at once, or do not blame us for our outcry. A cold gleam flashed in Ryusei's eyes. In the next moment, 10 adamantine chains surged forth from behind him, roaring like 10 great dragons. In the blink of an eye, they ensnared all the ninjas from the Mist Village within their grasp. The Mist delegation, numbering only 9, found each of them bound by one of the 9 chains, with one chain remaining to coil and hover in the air. This is the adamantine sealing technique. The village chief has mastered the art of sealing. A look of surprise flickered in Ryanosuke's eyes. Until now, everyone had believed Ryusei lacked the mastery of sealing techniques. Although there had been no opposition to his ascension as village chief, some elders within the clan had still not recognized his position. 10 chains. This is unfathomable. No member of the Uzumaki clan has ever exceeded 5 chains. Before the memorial stone, the elders of the Uzumaki clan gazed in astonishment at Ryusei. They had previously dismissed his claim to leadership, but as he demonstrated the adamantine sealing technique, their last vestiges of dissent were utterly obliterated. While the other villagers and ordinary ninjas may not have grasped the significance of Ryusei's display, the sight of their mist adversaries ensnared in chains ignited a wave of excitement among them. What sorcery is this? Release us at once. Are you truly prepared to wage war against our mist village? The mist ninjas, bound by Ryusei's adamantine sealing technique, began to cry out in desperation as their struggles proved futile. In their minds, Uzumaki village was merely a weak ninja settlement. And despite the emergence of a formidable figure like Ryusei, they would never dare to engage in outright war with the Mist Village. Do you still dare to threaten us? Has Yuan Shi not taught you the meaning of humility before your departure? Ryusei showed no mercy to the Mist ninjas, and with a swift motion, he cracked the idle 10th chain against one of them. How dare you? The Mist ninja, struck by the adamantine chain, writhed in agony. Desperately, he attempted to summon all his chakra to resist. Yet the adamantine sealing technique was an incredibly powerful sealing technique capable of binding tailed beasts, no matter how they struggled. They could not release even a sliver of chakra. What is this? At that moment, Ryusei noticed something unusual. The 9 chains that bound the mist ninjas began to absorb their chakra, channeling it back to him through the chains. What is happening? I have never heard of the adamantine sealing technique possessing such an ability. Could this be a unique power of the enhanced version? Though puzzled, Ryusei did not delve further. As he himself lacked any deficiency of chakra, the adamantine sealing technique was not his primary means of combat. His purpose in employing it was solely to demonstrate to his clan that he had indeed mastered the art of sealing. Lord Ryusei, we from Mist Village are willing to concede. Please show mercy and preserve a flicker of hope for us. At that moment, Yuan Shi, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. Before being ensnared by Ryusei's technique, he had foolishly believed that the strength of others might intimidate Uzumaki village into caution. However, once he realized that no matter his attempts, he could not break the ceiling, he came to understand just how foolishly arrogant the Mist Ninjas had been. Lord Yuan Shi, we cannot simply concede like this. Silence. From this moment forth, not a word shall be uttered. Yuan Shi appeared to age by over a decade in an instant. His once steady grip on his serpent staff faltering, resulting in a loud clatter as it fell to the ground. Please, Lord Ryusei, grant us clemency. Our Mist Village is willing to accept all consequences of our defeat in this war and will comply with any reasonable reparations proposed by Uzumaki village. You lack the standing to negotiate terms. Since you refuse to humbly repent in place, You shall quietly participate in the memorial service under my sealing technique. Ryusei showed no intention of releasing the mist ninjas. All 9, including Yuan Shi, remained suspended in the air, bound by the adamantine sealing technique. Forced to witness Kurosei Reiga and Biwa Takuzu kneeling before the memorial stone in atonement. Truly, it is Uzumaki Ryusei. I knew there was a deeper purpose in bringing the mist village here. At the rear of the crowd, Orochimaru observed the events unfolding before the memorial stone, his serpent-like gaze revealing no hint of surprise. Ryusei's murderous intent was palpable, even from this distance. He could sense the killing aura emanating from him, and felt that the mist ninjas would soon be effortlessly wiped out. Jiraiya's eyes were heavy with foreboding. For reasons he could not articulate, he harbored a nagging feeling that Uzumaki Ryusei would bring great calamity to the ninja world. I hope this ends here. If Uzumaki Village truly goes to war with Mist Village, it is likely that Konoha will not remain uninvolved. You still wish to remain uninvolved? Uzumaki Village is Konoha's most significant ally. Our late assistance has already caused great losses to Uzumaki Village. Tsunade. Observing Ryusei at the memorial stone and the cohesion among the Uzumaki clan, began to sense that the dissolution of the Senju clan might have been one of the family's most grievous errors. Though uncertain of what future awaited Uzumaki Village, she felt confident that with Uzumaki Ryusei at the helm, the village could ascend to a status rivaling that of the Rain Village. Chapter 52. To war or not to war? It is raining. A drop of rain cascaded from the heavens, landing on Ryusei's face. Indeed, in the ninja world, even the heavens wept for this occasion. Boom. Coastal weather is notoriously fickle. As thunder rumbled, a torrential downpour ensued. Yet, none among the gathering at the memorial stone entertained thoughts of departing. The memorial service continued unabated. Rest assured, our village has grown formidable. Even the Mist Village must bow to us. All that you have sacrificed shall not be in vain. Everyone in the village shall remember your deeds. Uzumaki Rumina placed a bouquet of chrysanthemums before the memorial stone, then stepped aside. Subsequently, one by one, the ninjas and villagers of Uzumaki Village approached the memorial, laying their own chrysanthemums before the stone. Soon, the area before the memorial was adorned with a profusion of white chrysanthemums. And only after everyone had made their offerings did Ryusei finally release the seal of the adamantine technique. Clatter. The fog-hidden ninja, having their chakra completely absorbed, stumbled helplessly into a water pool formed by the torrential rain. The masters remained motionless, their silence amplifying the tension in the air. Elder Chao, Elder Suzu, rest assured. Although Kushina is in Konoha, I will do everything in my power to protect her. You wish for her to escape the fate of becoming a Jinchuriki, and I have devised a plan to ensure this. With me here, Kushina shall never be a sacrificial choice. Lu Xing slowly approached the memorial tablet, tidying up the flowers that had been scattered by the rain. Brother Toki, the village you fought so hard to protect is now safe. I will inherit your resolve to safeguard it. I shall not allow anyone to threaten the Whirlpool Village again. And to everyone, do not worry. The village will forever remember each of you. Let us proceed, Lu Xing. It is time to address the matters concerning the fog-hidden village. Vortex Ashina gently patted Lu Xing's shoulder, aware of the burden that had been placed upon him. Do not worry, Grandfather Ashina. I am merely fulfilling my commitments. Lu Xing turned, his sorrow washed away by the rain, his vitality restored. Let us return to the village chief's tower. We must discuss what compensation the fog-hidden village owes us. In the temporary village chief's tower of the Whirlpool Village, Lu Xing gathered his chakra, swiftly drying his rain-soaked attire. His long crimson hair flowed behind him, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Master Yuan, you once told me you would come to the Whirlpool Village with sincerity to apologize, yet I see no sincerity among your entourage. Sitting at the forefront, Lu Xing's piercing gaze fell upon Yuan, causing even this seasoned elder to feel a shiver of trepidation. After the death of the third Mizukage, chaos engulfed the village, with various clans vying for the position of the fourth Mizukage. As such, I was unable to invite any clan leaders to join us. Having experienced Lu Xing's capabilities, Yuan dared not delay further, his prepared words spilling forth. It seems you still lack any sincerity, Master Yuan. Lu Xing chuckled lightly. Were it not for his demeanor, others might have believed Yuan's explanation. After all, the bloodline limit clans of the fog-hidden village were the most numerous in the ninja world, and disputes among them were inevitable. Yet Lu Xing understood that within the fog-hidden village, Yuan's authority was akin to that of the Mizukage, even overshadowed by the support of the daimyo. In the absence of a Mizukage, the village could be said to be under his singular command. Lord Lu Xing, you jest. I have already pledged that I would fulfill any conditions that the Whirlpool Village presents. Yuan tightened his grip on the serpent staff, aware that the burden of the village's failure to select a successor for the fourth Mizukage rested solely upon him. Then, Master Yuan, you must listen closely. My conditions are not simple. Lu Xing regarded Yuan, then spoke directly. Captain Ryanosuk, please convey our prepared conditions to Master Yuan. I hope you will honor your promise to meet each of our demands. Every demand. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Yuan felt a tightness in his chest. Before arriving at the Whirlpool Village, he had presumed that a small village like theirs would not make excessive demands. However, Lu Xing's unwavering attitude made him realize that this time, matters would not unfold as he wished. Indeed, the next moment, the first demand for compensation proposed by Vortex Ryanosuk weighed heavily on Yuan's heart. The first compensation for the defeat of the Fog-Hidden Village, a one-time payment to the Whirlpool Village valued at 1 billion ryo in currency or goods. The second, the Fog-Hidden Village must provide 1,000 jutsu, including no less than 20 A-rank techniques. The third, the Land of Water must permanently open its main shipping routes to the Land of Vortex, allowing merchant ships to pass freely for trade. The fourth, the Land of Water must cede 12 islands located in the southwest near the Land of Vortex to the Land of Vortex, with resources and shipping routes in that area directly managed by the Whirlpool Village. The fifth, the Fog-Hidden Village must publicly apologize to the entire ninja world on behalf of the Whirlpool Village and pledge never to infringe upon it again. Each clause of the compensation struck deeply at Yuan, and upon hearing all 5 demands, his complexion darkened considerably. What say you, Master Yuan? Can the Fog-Hidden Village acquiesce to these 5 demands? Lu Xing smiled knowingly, aware that though the demands appeared excessive, each one did not hinder the Fog-Hidden Village's future development, leaving Yuan with little room to refuse. Does the Whirlpool Village truly wish to pursue this course? There exists a possibility for our 2 villages to form an alliance. Yuan clenched his teeth, contemplating for a moment before responding. We both know that alliances are merely superficial. Furthermore, if we are to ally, we must first agree to the aforementioned conditions. Lu Xing recognized Yuan's turmoil, for it was he who had orchestrated this very situation. By the way, Captain Ryanosuk neglected to mention the most crucial point. Allow me to clarify. If the Fog-Hidden Village does not accept this treaty or violates any clause in the future, I shall unilaterally initiate a full-scale war against the Fog-Hidden Village, and rest assured, the Whirlpool Village will only deploy me. Lu Xing, you are coercing me. You must understand that even if I sign this treaty, the daimyo of the Land of Water will never agree to cede territory, Yuan retorted angrily. He had never encountered a leader as politically indifferent as Lu Xing. From their first meeting until now, he had maintained a facade of maturity, but at this moment, he could no longer care for his composure. I care not for the daimyo of the Land of Water. Lu Xing rose, chakras surging wildly, pressing down upon Yuan and the other fog-hidden ninjas. Master Yuan, the demands of the Whirlpool Village are quite simple. The choice of war or peace lies entirely within your hands. Chapter 53, Compromise. Master Yuan, do not agree. When has our fog-hidden village ever endured such humiliation? Indeed, the Whirlpool Village possessed only a singular strong leader. I do not believe that the combined strength of our village can be bested by one man. The other fog-hidden ninjas, unable to restrain themselves, urged Yuan to reconsider. I instructed you all to remain silent. Did you not hear me? Yuan slammed his serpent staff onto the ground, the sound reverberating through the air. Under the pressure of Lu Xing's chakra, the oppressive force emanating from him became palpable. But, Master Yuan, if we accept the Whirlpool Village's conditions, the Fog-Hidden Village will surely become a laughingstock in the ninja world. Are we truly to bow to the Whirlpool Village? No longer able to contain themselves, the villagers all turned their gaze to Yuan. You may contemplate a moment longer. I still possess the patience to offer you a chance for compensation. Lu Xing's smile broadened, and upon seeing Yuan's increasingly dark expression, he anticipated the decision he would make. As expected, in the next instant, the pressure surrounding Yuan dissipated, and he slumped weakly into his chair. I hope that Lord Lu Xing will accept the sincerity of the Fog-Hidden Village. On behalf of the Fog-Hidden Village, I agree to the 5 conditions proposed by the Whirlpool Village. Congratulations on making the correct decision. Trust me, one day, all the people of the fog-hidden village will come to understand just how wise this decision truly is. The chakra radiating from Lu Xing evaporated. The weight pressing down on the fog-hidden ninjas lifted entirely. Yet, after making his decision, Yuan appeared as though he had lost all strength, remaining slumped in his chair. From now on, let Captain Ryanosuke discuss everything with you, Master Yuan. I expect you to honor the decision you have made. From the moment the agreement is signed, I do not wish to see any traces of fog-hidden ninjas within the borders of the land of Vortex. As the words fell, Ryuxing rose and walked outside. Since the master had already agreed to his request, remaining here held no further significance. Observing Ryuxing, it was evident that the discussions with the Hidden Mist village had reached a conclusion. The torrential rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Now, with the skies cleared after the rain, as Ryuxing stepped out of the temporary village leader's office, Orochimaru, who had been waiting, approached him directly. Indeed, the master was quite astute. He understood that compensation was the least detrimental outcome for the Hidden Mist village. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance, Ryuxing. To compel the Hidden Mist village to concede is a feat even Konoha cannot achieve, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. He had witnessed Ryuxing's battle with the Mist ninjas at the borders of the Water Country and understood why the master would acquiesce to Ryuxing's terms, even if he was unaware of the specifics. Now that the negotiations between the Whirlpool Village and the Hidden Mist Village have concluded, Ryuxing, you must accompany us to Konoha. With less than 10 days until the Chunin exams, the other invited villages have already begun to arrive. Are we truly hurrying back to Konoha? You must realize that allowing someone of my nature to enter Konoha may not be the wisest decision. You're jesting, Ryuxing. The alliance between Konoha and the Whirlpool Village is paramount. Inviting you, the current leader of the Whirlpool Village, to participate in the Chunin exams would receive immense support. Even from the Hokage, I am aware that you do not refer to this. Ryuxing shot a playful glance at Orochimaru. Understanding that Orochimaru's invitation was motivated by more than just his participation in the exams. I now possess the most exquisite experimental materials you have provided me. Yet my inability to conduct in-depth research here torments me. If I could return to Konoha, I could commence my studies immediately. Ah, so it is indeed for your research. Orochimaru, originally, the aspiration to unravel all ninjutsu was my lifelong goal, but upon witnessing your prowess, Ryuxing realized the insignificance of that ambition. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of the experimental materials bestowed upon him, eager to dive into his research. At this moment, I yearn to explore the truths of the world. I see the potential for this endeavor through you, Ryuxing, and I am impatient to uncover the secrets embedded within the materials you have given me. Rest assured, the village matters are settled. We shall depart for Konoha early tomorrow morning. I hope this journey will not disappoint me. Noticing Orochimaru's eagerness, Ryuxing chuckled softly, fully aware of the allure his offerings held for Orochimaru. Tomorrow morning, indeed. With your involvement, the Chunin exams in Konoha will undoubtedly be fascinating. Hearing Ryuxing's response, a smile graced Orochimaru's face. He then formed hand seals, and in the next moment, a colossal serpent materialized out of thin air, followed by a massive scroll that fell into his hands. This is the contract scroll signed with the serpents dwelling in the Dragon Cave. By inscribing your name here, Ryuxing, you will gain the ability to summon the Great Serpent. The contract scroll from the Dragon Cave? Ryuxing inquired curiously as he observed the expansive scroll. Noting its similarity to the contract Naruto had signed with Mount Myaboku, the last name inscribed was Orochimaru's. With a cut to his finger, Ryuxing inscribed his name upon the scroll and pressed his 5 fingertips at the bottom. Is this sufficient? That is all that is required. Orochimaru tucked the scroll back into the serpent's mouth, and the giant serpent vanished in a puff of smoke. The summoning technique's hand seals are in. You, Shun, Wei, Ryuxing. You may give it a try. I am quite intrigued by the summoning technique. Let us see who my first summoned beast will be. With this thought, Ryuxing clasped his hands together, then, with his blood-stained right hand, struck the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Orochimaru, you dare disturb my slumber again? Should you fail to provide me with sufficient offerings this time, I will surely swallow you whole. Amidst the towering smoke, the massive form of Manda emerged, sensing an ominous chill, as if a more fearsome beast had set its gaze upon it. Mand, this time, it is not I who summoned you. You must have sensed that. Orochimaru reflected inwardly, marveling at Ryuxing's prowess. It was no surprise that in his first summoning, he had called forth the mightiest of serpents, Manda. Is it you? Manda instantly recognized the contract connection with Ryuxing, and its previously arrogant demeanor shifted, lowering its head in submission before Ryuxing. This new contractor, Manda, is willing to heed your commands. What's this? Do you no longer desire your offerings? Ryuxing was not surprised to have summoned Manda, for among the serpents, it was the strongest. Whatever your command may be, Manda will exert its utmost effort. The offerings are merely Orochimaru's requirements. You need not prepare anything. I willingly obey your every command. Manda lay cautiously on the ground, remembering the overwhelming pressure exerted by Ryuxing and the enormous white fox demon just days prior. Never mind. It is pointless. Return now. I will summon you when battle is needed. Seeing Manda's obsequious demeanor, Ryuxing lost interest instantly. As his words faded, Manda vanished, as if it could not linger for a moment longer. You must be the first to tame Manda, Ryuxing. As Manda disappeared, Orochimaru smiled at Ryuxing and handed him a scroll. Contained within are all the jutsu I have mastered or researched. Since many of my jutsu require the serpents of the dragon cave to execute, I needed you to sign the summoning contract first. Ah, I see. Ryuxing finally understood the significance of Orochimaru's insistence on him signing the summoning contract. I believe you still have many matters to attend to before departing from the Whirlpool Village. So we shall part ways here. Tomorrow morning, we will set off for Konoha together. It is time to journey to Konoha. This will be my first visit. For the original self had never been there. I wonder what the bustling Konoha looks like at this moment. As he gazed in the direction Orochimaru had departed, Ryuxing envisioned the scenes of Konoha. I wonder if I will successfully become a Chunin this time. The Chunin exams in Konoha seemed to be fraught with unexpected events. With a soft chuckle, Ryuxing made his way to where Uzumaki Asuna was located, indifferent to whether he would attain the rank of Chunin. After all, it was no mere boast that many of Konoha's strongest were once genin. However, before leaving the Whirlpool Village, he still needed to bid farewell to Asuna. The architecture of the land of whirlpools stood tall on either side of the swirling river. Though one side had been completely devastated in the recent battle, the other side, housing the feudal lord's mansion and the Uzumaki clan's estate, remained untouched. At this moment, within the feudal lord's mansion of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Asuna lounged comfortably in a rocking chair. Ever since he had shed the burdens of clan leader and village head, he was truly enjoying the privileges of being a feudal lord. Asuna, the Hidden Mist Village has agreed to our terms. They must be in the process of signing the agreement now. As Ryusai journeyed forth, he encountered no obstructions and swiftly arrived before Uzumaki Ashina. Sensing Ryusai's presence, Ashina rose from his rocking chair. I anticipated that the village hidden in mist would acquiesce to our demands. Aside from ceding territory and the shipping lanes, which may displease the daimyo of the land of water, the other conditions posed will not adversely affect the governance of the Mist Village. Ashina calmly sipped his tea before continuing. Should these demands not threaten their authority, the ruling class of the Mist Village would likely remain unopposed. Given the esteemed position of the Yuanshi within the village, he would easily quell any discontent among the common villagers and other clans. However, I am curious as to whom they will designate as the next Mizukichi. I have already provided them with an exceptionally suitable candidate. I believe it will not be long before the fourth Mizukichi becomes a reality. Ryusai chuckled softly, revealing that he had sent Yagura back to the Mist Village with this intention. Following the battle at Uzumaki Village, Yagura would surely choose to seal the three within himself ahead of time. By then, his strength would firmly secure the position of fourth Mizukichi. We need not concern ourselves with the affairs of other villages. As long as the Mist Village delivers the war reparations, we in Uzumaki Village can immediately commence construction. Coupled with the newly acquired shipping lanes, the financial situation of Uzumaki Village will undoubtedly improve, allowing me, as the daimyo, to breathe a little easier. Ashina reclined back into his chair, his spirits lifted upon learning that the Mist Village had agreed to the reparations. Grandfather Ashina, I shall depart for Konoha with the three from the Leaf Village tomorrow morning. Is there anything you wish to impart to me? Ryusai inquired as he noticed Ashina relaxing once more. Ah, so you are preparing to head to Konoha. It appears your status as a genin still leaves you with a hint of reluctance, Ashina remarked, showing no surprise at Ryusai's intention to go to Konoha. It was an undeniable fact that it was impossible for Ryusai to remain in the village to govern. Even during the brief negotiations with the Mist Village, he had not been able to endure to the end, let alone stay in the office to manage affairs. Rest assured, you may travel to Konoha without worry. This recent attack has only served to strengthen the village's defensive systems. Such a situation will not arise again, and with your current strength, returning to Uzumaki village will not take long. Do not worry, Grandfather Ashina. I will leave Shuangshue and a clone behind. With Shuangshue in the village, any intruder will find it impossible to leave unscathed, ensuring that the village remains unharmed. Ryusei smiled, confident in his ability to maintain a clone indefinitely, especially since Shuangshue was not sealed and could remain in Uzumaki village. Since you have made all the necessary arrangements, the village's safety is assured. As long as you do not cause destruction in Konoha, whatever you do there, I shall support you. Ashina's final concerns melted away upon hearing Ryusei's plans. Initially, he had worried that losing an arm would hinder his ability to face formidable opponents. But with Ryusei's clone and the fearsome Kyubi staying behind, the village's safety was guaranteed. Chapter 55. Encountering Kakazu the following morning, Ryusei meticulously organized his belongings before heading to the designated meeting place with Orochimaru. It is time to depart, Ryusei-kun. This should be your first visit to Konoha, correct? Orochimaru, along with Tsunade and Jiraiya, awaited him at the agreed location, and upon Ryusei's arrival, Orochimaru inquired with a smile. Indeed, due to my status as a genin, my previous missions have kept me close to the village, hence I have never visited Konoha. Tsunade, noting that Ryusei had come alone, curiously asked, "Are you the only one from Uzumaki village attending the Chunin exams?" Originally, I was not alone. However, in the earlier battle, several of my comrades, who were among the elite genin in Uzumaki village, perished at the hands of the invading ninja forces. Thus, I instructed the others to forego this joint exam in Konoha. I see. Tsunade quickly grasped the situation. The joint exam was intended to select the elite. An ordinary genin stood no chance of advancing to Chunin. Since there are no others, let us set forth. Jiraiya interjected, eager for a chance to converse with Ryusei, which had been thwarted by the arrival of the mist delegation and the memorial service in Uzumaki village. Isn't anyone coming to see you off? Tsunade asked once more, noticing the absence of farewell company for Ryusei. To the others in the village, I have remained within the village and have never ventured out. So no one has come to see me off, Ryusei explained with a smile, hoping Tsunade would keep this matter confidential. Very well, let us depart. At our pace. We should reach Konoha by tomorrow morning. Orochimaru set off first, their combined strength far exceeding that of elite jonin, making the journey between Uzumaki village and Konoha a mere formality. Within the land of fire, a cloaked figure emerged from a restroom. So, there is someone from Uzumaki village worth 300 million ryo. It seems a visit to the land of whirlpools is necessary. The figure murmured to himself before orienting himself and heading towards the land of whirlpools. Orochimaru, how far are we from Konoha? Ryusei inquired as they advanced swiftly through the dense forest. Having departed Uzumaki village nearly a day prior, dusk had begun to settle, with the sun's rays filtering through the thick canopy, casting dappled light upon the group. At our current pace, we shall arrive in Konoha before the sun rises tomorrow. Orochimaru replied with ease, noting that their speed was far from their limit. Wait, I smell blood, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, followed by countless black threads shooting out from the depths of the forest towards Ryusei and his companions. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Jiraiya was the first to act, unleashing a fiery projectile that engulfed the encroaching black threads, while Ryusei and the others halted, gazing into the forest's depths. Heh, no wonder you all possess such high bounties. Your reactions are swift. You detected the anomaly with remarkable ease. The black threads retreated as a cloaked figure emerged slowly from the forest, dragging 4 corpses behind him with the same black threads. I had intended to deal with these fellows before heading to Uzumaki village, but it seems fortune smiles upon me, for I have encountered such big fish within the land of fire. The figure raised his head, quickly retrieving a book and perusing its contents. Jiraiya, disciple of the 3rd Hokage, bounty of 20 million ryo. Orochimaru, disciple of the 3rd Hokage, bounty of 40 million ryo. Tsunade, princess of the Senju clan, bounty of 50 million ryo. The eyes visible beneath the cloak gleamed with fervor as they scanned Ryusei and the others, as if beholding rare treasures. And you, with red hair and black eyes, and a visage identical to that on the bounty poster, you must be the new village chief of Uzumaki village. Uzumaki Ryusei. A deep, resonant voice emerged from beneath the cloak, seemingly inquiring, yet already confirming Ryusei's identity. With emerald eyes, you must be Kakuzu. I never anticipated encountering you within the borders of the land of fire at this moment. As the cloaked figure lifted his gaze towards him, Ryusei had already begun to form a faint conjecture regarding his identity. When the individual began to recite the bounties of Jiraiya and others, Ryusei's suspicion crystallized into certainty. Kakuzu? The S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure? Upon hearing Ryusei utter his name, Jiraiya instantly recalled the weight that it carried. Did you truly ascertain my identity merely by the color of my eyes? To be regarded with such significance by the leader of the Uzumaki clan leaves me somewhat flabbergasted. Realizing that his identity had been unveiled, Kakuzu shed the dark cloak enveloping him. Indeed, he was Kakuzu, the rogue ninja from Takigakure. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he observed the Takigakure forehead protector, marked with a horizontal line, adorning Kakuzu's brow. Exercise caution. This man gained notoriety even before the third Hokage's time, and I have heard that he absconded with Takigakure's most treasured secret techniques. Haha, if you were anyone else, I might show some restraint, but all 4 of your names are listed in this bounty ledger, especially yours, Ryusei Uzumaki. With a staggering bounty of 300 million ryo, my most coveted prey. Kakuzu's voice, muffled beneath his mask, grew increasingly ominous. In the next moment, 3 masks materialized behind and to the sides of Ryusei and his companions, while Kakuzu himself stood before them, effectively sealing their escape. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, his body transformed into an obsidian form. Hold your fire. Allow me a moment to familiarize myself with this newly acquired technique. With a light chuckle, Ryusei produced a short flute and placed it to his lips. In the next heartbeat, the chakra of the 6 tails surged forth from within him. Lava Release, Bubble. As Ryusei sounded the flute, hundreds of bubbles emerged from its end, drifting slowly towards Kakuzu's position. Chapter 56. The Exchange Bureau. The intelligence suggests your formidable strength relies heavily on a colossal spirit beast akin to a fox demon. It appears you underestimate me, employing such a ludicrous technique for an assault. Kakuzu regarded Ryusei's jutsu with disdain, launching his hands to pierce through the bubbles. Pop! The sound of the bubbles bursting was faint, yet moments later, Kakuzu emitted a muffled groan of pain as both arms, propelled by a sudden force, retreated with alarming speed. How is this possible? Since mastering this technique, no jutsu has been able to inflict direct harm upon me. Kakuzu glanced at the injuries on his hands caused by the bubble explosion and then turned his gaze towards the bubbles that continued to approach him. The contempt in his eyes evaporated instantly. Truly, you are worthy of your 300 million ryo bounty. I may have underestimated you earlier. Kakuzu, where's your 5th heart? With only 4 hearts, you are no match for me. Ryusei assessed the figure of the future member of the immortal duo before him, who, at present, appeared far from shattered as a puppet. How could this person be so well acquainted with my secrets? Even in Takigakure, those who knew the intricacies of this technique have long since been eliminated. As Ryusei effortlessly laid bare his cards once more, a flicker of cold light crossed Kakuzu's eyes, and he hastily formed hand seals. No more testing. I shall unleash my strongest attack and resolve this swiftly. Lightning Release, False Darkness. The mask to Ryusei's left opened wide, unleashing a torrent of fierce lightning, while the other 2 masks began to converge rapidly. Water Release, Water Barrier. Given that Ryusei had only mastered Yang Release Chakra, he could only utilize the 6-Tails Chakra to perform Water Release and Lava Release techniques. However, as long as the chakra was sufficiently vast, even elemental weaknesses could be mitigated. A colossal water barrier surged skyward, swallowing Kakuzu's lightning technique without a trace. Yet, in the next moment, the 2 masks that had drawn near finally fused together. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind raging waves. The 2 masks, now united as the Earth Grudge Fear masks, conjured a vast sea of flames that consumed the surrounding forest. Advancing towards Ryusei and his companions. Are you truly serious now? Even so, this is far from sufficient. Ryusei observed the inferno before him. While the technique was indeed powerful, it paled in comparison to the great fire annihilation unleashed by Uchiha Madara. How splendid! This affords me the opportunity to test my latest mastery. As the ocean of flames surged forward, Ryusei remained unfazed, yet the chakra within him surged forth, mingled with that of the 6 tails. Water Release, Tsunami. In an instant, a tremendous wave erupted from thin air, obliterating the forest before him with unstoppable force, extinguishing the combined fire technique that Kakuzu had unleashed without difficulty. Did you think victory was assured? Not yet. Kakuzu's visage, concealed beneath his mask, twisted into a grimace as the three masks that had reappeared before him fused with his right arm, a violent chakra surge coalescing in front of the masks. Secret technique, final shot. Yet in the following second, the chakra that had gathered before the three masks dissipated instantaneously as golden chains emerged from nowhere, binding Kakuzu's body completely. My chakra is immobilized. Kakuzu's eyes widened in terror as he realized that, bound by the golden chains, his chakra had become stagnant, and the energy he had previously amassed vanished entirely. You may have bound my physical form, but you cannot suppress my other means. The mask that had fused with Kakuzu's right arm detached, but before it could retaliate, 3 additional chains materialized to ensnare the mask. Sealing. Ryusei uttered the word seal softly, and the 3 masks, ensnared by the chains generated from the adamantine sealing, fell silent, rendered as lifeless as stones. How could this be? As Kakuzu sensed the instant demise of 3 hearts, his countenance drained of color. No matter how he struggled, the chakra within him failed to respond to his commands, rendering him as helpless as an ordinary person. Quite cautious, I see. It appears this is not your true form. No wonder you managed to escape from the first Hokage. Upon sealing Kakuzu with the adamantine sealing, Ryusei became acutely aware of the peculiarities, prompting him to enter Sage mode. Consequently, he discerned the true nature of Kakuzu, whom he had sealed. Had I not engaged you in this battle, I might have believed you merely hurled a kunai at the first Hokage from 800 miles away. It seems, before the battle commenced, you had already concealed your most vital form and a heart far from the battlefield. In Sage mode, Ryusei's sensory range expanded dramatically. However, despite scanning a 10-kilometer diameter, he found no trace of Kakuzu's true body. What say you, Ryusei? Shall we eliminate him? Jiraiya was the first to approach Ryusei, cautiously inquiring. This is merely a clone, albeit a peculiar one, yet it does not constitute a genuine life. So this is Takigakure's secret technique? I have long heard of its extraordinary nature, yet I never anticipated it could conjure such formidable clones. Orochimaru approached, scrutinizing the Kakuzu under Ryusei's control as well as the 3 Earth Grudge Fear masks, his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of curiosity. This appears to be the same ledger he used to check our bounties, the Exchange Bureau. This organization truly operates everywhere. Tsunade picked up a booklet that had fallen from Kakuzu's possession, opening it to reveal a character she recognized all too well. 1. The bounty of 1.45 billion is outrageous. The Exchange Bureau has placed such a high reward on my late grandfather, and yet the notice remains unrevoked. 1.45 billion. As I heard Tsunade's murmurs, my gaze inevitably drifted towards the manual of the Exchange Bureau. It is worth noting that my demands for reparations from the defeated Hidden Mist Village amounted to a mere 10 billion ryo. It appears necessary to engage with the Exchange Bureau, as the power wielded by this organization may far exceed my previous understanding. 2. Swiftly, I manipulated the adamantine chains to absorb all the chakra from Haiden's body. In the next moment, Haiden became utterly limp, and the 4th mask appeared ominously upon his chest. It is terrifying. My abilities seem transparent before him. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, far across the fire country, Haiden's true body ruthlessly extracted the heart of a nearby ninja, and soon another masked entity was brought into existence. Fortunately, my true form did not venture into the fire country, otherwise I would have fallen into his hands. It seems that I must seek alternative methods to pursue that bounty of 300 million. 3. Chapter 57, Arrival at Konoha. We are finally nearing our destination. That grand gate ahead must lead to Konoha village. I stifled a yawn, even though I could see the entrance from a distance. I still felt compelled to inquire of Orochimaru and the others beside me. Indeed, once we pass through that gate, we shall enter the realm of Konoha. Tsunade, brimming with vitality, was unlike me. She had long become accustomed to the rigors of travel. The prospect of soon reuniting with her beloved younger brother filled her with renewed vigor. After dealing with that obstruction, we pressed on without pause. Arriving at Konoha only at dawn, the distance from Whirlpool Village to Konoha is indeed considerable. 4. I hastily approached the gates of Konoha, my heart filled with anticipation for this journey. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, must still be a child, just like Kushina. I hope that once I accumulate enough points for a 100-fold reward, I will be able to directly obtain the Flying Thunder God technique. Lu Xingkuan, once we enter Konoha, we must go directly to see our teacher. Will you accompany us to the Hokage building? 5. At last, we stood before the gates of Konoha, where two Chunin I did not recognize stood guard. As Jiraiya filled out the registration, Orochimaru inquired, I have just arrived in Konoha, and it is not yet appropriate for me to meet the Hokage. Please arrange for someone to take me to see Lord Mito and Kushina instead. I wonder if Kushina has adjusted to life in Konoha in such a short time. 6. As I gazed longingly at Konoha's distant landscape, it was clear that Konoha had not yet attained the splendor it would in Naruto's time. Only 3 Hokage statues were carved upon Hokage Rock. If that is the case, let us bid farewell here. Once all is concluded, I shall invite Lu Xingkuan to experience Konoha's unique charm. Orochimaru gestured discreetly into the shadows, and soon 2 masked Umbu appeared at his side. This is the new village leader of Whirlpool Village, Lu Xing. During your time in Konoha, you shall serve as his guides and must accommodate all his reasonable requests. 7. I looked at Orochimaru in astonishment. Although I knew he held a high position in Konoha as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, I had not anticipated that the Umbu would heed his commands. Lu Xingkuan, these 2 shall accompany you in Konoha. You may convey all your needs to them. Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance my way, and I immediately comprehended his implications. Oh, it seems that due to the strength I have displayed, the 3rd Hokage does not trust me to roam freely in Konoha. 8. I understood. With that, I took my leave. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, I allowed the 2 Umbu members to escort me to where Mito resided. It seems the 3rd Hokage maintains certain boundaries, as he did not obstruct my meeting with Mito. 9. Standing outside the Senju clan's territory, I felt a pang of nostalgia. The once mighty Senju clan had completely faded from the shinobi world within merely 30 years of Konoha's establishment, leaving only Mito and Tsunade to inhabit the vast clan grounds. Lu Xing-sama, Lady Mito has been informed of your arrival. She has instructed us to allow you direct entry. The Umbu members spoke respectfully and without hesitation. I stepped into the Senju clan's domain. 10. As I traversed the narrow, open street, I soon spotted a figure with red hair diligently sweeping fallen leaves in a courtyard. You have arrived, child. As if sensing my presence, the figure turned, a gentle smile illuminating her face as she looked at me. Lady Mito, I am the descendant, Lu Xing of the Uzumaki clan. Upon witnessing her visage, I instantly recognized Mito. Even though her hair was unbound, the diamond-shaped seal upon her forehead unmistakably confirmed her identity. 11. Before Kushina came to Konoha, I had not seen a member of the Uzumaki clan for a long time. I never anticipated that upon hearing of the clan's peril, I would soon encounter a 4th member in such a short span. Mito's voice was incredibly soft, her kind gaze resting upon me as if she were beholding her own child. Lu Xing of the Uzumaki clan, I have heard your name. The monkey himself has informed me that you are the new leader of Whirlpool Village and have also inherited the position of clan leader. It seems that Elder Ashina has finally chosen a worthy successor. 12. Elder Ashina often thinks of you. However, due to the pressing matters of the village, he has been unable to come to Konoha and thus has not had the chance to meet you. At this moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. Mito, both in status and bloodline, was undoubtedly my elder. There is no need for such formality. We are of the same clan. At my age, having a clan member visit me brings me great joy. Mito chuckled lightly, setting her broom aside. Come inside with me. Your arrival is too early, and I have yet to tidy up this place. 13. Seeing Mito walk into the room, I hurried to keep pace with her. Upon learning that you would participate in Konoha's Chunin exams, I prepared this room in advance. This exam will last over 2 months, and I thought it best to have a place for you to stay. Observing the room, meticulously organized, a warmth blossomed within me. This was our first meeting. Yet Mito had attended to every detail in anticipation of my arrival. 14. Lu Xing, since I became the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails upon arriving in Konoha, I have acquired the ability to discern good from evil. In you, I sense a warmth filled with sunlight, a kindness I have never felt from others. Mito scrutinized me closely, as if seeking to unveil the depths of my heart. Moreover, I find it peculiar that I perceive a sense of familiarity from you, akin to the presence of the Nine-Tails sealed within me. 15. A completely identical presence? I was taken aback. I had deliberately left Xuanxue in Whirlpool Village, apprehensive that the two Nine-Tails might elicit a unique reaction upon meeting. Yet, it appeared that Mito still sensed a similar essence within me. Lu Xing. I have heard that during the invasion of the Hidden Mist Village, they were able to manipulate the Six Tails to wreak havoc in Whirlpool Village, yet afterward, the Six Tails vanished. Could it be that Elder Ashina sealed the Six Tails within you? 16. Chapter 58, Kurama. Mito's speculation was indeed correct. The Six Tails has been sealed within me by Elder Ashina. A glimmer of insight flashed through Ryusei's mind as he suddenly recalled that the nine-tailed beasts share a common origin. Perhaps Mito's earlier perception merely sensed the presence of the Six Tails. My request to seal the Six Tails within me was deliberate, by harnessing the power of the tailed beast. Our village could stand more firmly in the ninja world. Child, you have borne a heavy fate without hesitation. Uzumaki Mito extended her hand, as if wishing to caress Ryusei's hair, but quickly realized he was not a child like Kushina, and her hand fell back down. It must be arduous to be a Jinchuriki. For those of us like you, a lifetime is spent battling the tailed beast within. Over the years, I have exerted considerable effort to suppress the nine tails. Mito seemed a bit weary as she gently sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at Ryusei. I now understand why Elder Hashirama chose you to succeed as clan leader. The Uzumaki clan is a family brimming with love. Such a sentiment I have never witnessed in any clan within Konoha. The Senju and Uchiha clans regard their family honor too highly, forgetting that the clan members themselves are the true bonds that connect everything. This is the distinguishing mark of the Uzumaki. Through decades of interaction with the Nine Tails, I gradually realized that tailed beasts are akin to humans. They too require love to be touched. To gain the recognition of a tailed beast, the first step is to fill the vessel with love. Ryusei stared at Mito in astonishment. He had thought this realization was something Mito comprehended only at the end of her life. To his surprise, she had understood how to interact with tailed beasts long before Kushina arrived in Konoha. I understand, Mito. The Six Tails and I get along splendidly. Look. Ryusei raised his right hand, and in the next moment, the chakra of the Six Tails surged from within him, enveloping his right hand in a chakra cloak. This level of control could only be achieved after reconciling with a tailed beast. To think you could manage this so soon after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Such mastery is beyond even my capabilities. Seeing Ryusei effortlessly wield the power of the Six Tails, Mito sprang up from the bed, keenly sensing the chakra enveloping Ryusei's hand. Ryusei, I sense the chakra of the Nine Tails. Unlike the previous white creature, I can confirm this feeling is undoubtedly Kurama. At that moment, the Six Tails, Saiken, awoke from slumber, sensing Mito's emotional fluctuations as she detected the chakra of the Nine Tails. Your perception is correct. What is sealed within Mito before me is indeed Kurama. Upon hearing Saiken's inquiry, Ryusei did not conceal the truth. He prepared to delve into Mito's inner world and confront Kurama once she consented. To think that creature is sealed as well. Proud as it is, it will surely not easily accept its imprisonment. Saiken laughed heartily, well aware of Kurama's temperament. Persuading Kurama to remain tranquil within the Jinchuriki is no simple task. Ryusei ceased further communication with Saiken as Mito released her grip and looked at him with eager anticipation. Child, I was right. Through you, I might witness the birth of the most perfect Jinchuriki. Mito, perhaps I can assist you in achieving this. You have already discovered that love can influence tailed beasts. You merely require a key to communicate with the Nine Tails. A key? Mito regarded Ryusei with confusion. Having coexisted with the Nine Tails for decades, she had never known of a key that could quell its struggles. Mito, have you ever pondered what the Nine Tails name truly is? Ryusei's serious gaze met hers, realizing that perhaps no one had ever contemplated this question before. The nine-tailed fox demon, indeed. I have always referred to it as a demon fox, never considering it might possess its own name. Mito quickly grasped the implication. After all, she had discovered the influence of love on tailed beasts without guidance. With Ryusei's prompt, she understood the core of the issue. If you agree, I can attempt to enter the realm of the Nine Tails and speak with it. As she sensed something reassuring in Ryusei, Mito decided to allow him to try. Very well. Ryusei, I shall let you attempt this, for I still possess the strength to suppress the volatile Nine Tails. Rest assured, Mito, even if I fail, I will not allow the Nine Tails an opportunity to rampage. Upon hearing Mito's lingering concerns, Ryusei confidently replied, having already practiced with Shuangxue in Chao Village. The 10 chains of the adamantine ceiling were more than sufficient to subdue the Nine-Tails, leaving Shuangxue with no room to resist. So, Mito, once you are ready, extend your right hand and fist bump me. In truth, Ryusei was uncertain how to enter Mito's inner world. However, in the original story, Naruto communicated with tailed beasts through fist bumps, and he assumed this method would surely succeed. A fist bump? Watching Ryusei extend his right fist, Mito did not hesitate, using her left hand to make contact with his. More bugs have entered. I never expected to see others aside from this woman after being sealed within her. In Mito's inner world, Kurama was tightly confined behind a massive iron gate, and at that moment, Ryusei stood before it. Have you entered? Indeed, a fist bump facilitates consciousness communication. As Ryusei surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had indeed entered Mito's inner world, and he soon caught sight of the orange fox imprisoned behind the enormous iron gate. Grr. Upon noticing Ryusei's gaze, Kurama instinctively opened its massive mouth and roared. However, to its surprise, Ryusei was not afraid. Instead, he took a keen interest in examining it. As expected, you are indeed the isomer of Shuangxue. Aside from the surface color and emitted aura, you are nearly identical in every other aspect. Gazing at the colossal Nine-Tails before him, Ryusei felt as though he were encountering an old friend after many years, and the next moment, he casually greeted Kurama. I am Uzumaki Ryusei, Kurama. I have come to discuss terms with you. Chapter 59, Negotiation with Kurama. Damn it, human brat. How do you know that name? Upon hearing his name uttered from Ryusei's lips, Kurama erupted in fury, rising from its prone position, its nine tails thrashing wildly behind it. Red-haired brat, though I know not your relation to the woman who seals me, should you fail to clarify this matter, I shall ensure you understand the price of uttering that name. Wait, that aura I see, is it similar within you? Let me see who resides within you. It's been a long time, Kurama. Realizing Ryusei had deliberately released his own aura, Saiken no longer concealed himself, his massive form appearing beside Ryusei. So it is you. You are the one who revealed my name to this red-haired brat. Hey. It's quite impolite to constantly call others a red-haired brat. Kurama, I believe I have already introduced myself to you. Seeing that Kurama paid no heed to his words and refused to even acknowledge Saiken's name, Ryusei couldn't help but chuckle. So you are that cautious, Kurama. It seems being sealed within a Jinchuriki has altered your character significantly. Saiken's voice resembled that of a youth, his two antennae stretching out, as if yearning to reach beyond the iron gate. However, you have indeed misjudged this matter. When Lu Xing first encountered me, he was already aware of my name. As for yours, it was certainly not I who disclosed it to him. You did not inform him? The expression on Jiulama's face was laden with suspicion, and his gaze toward Lu Xing deepened significantly. Little spirit, how did you come to know the names of our tailed beasts? Given your keen interest in how I came to know your name, yet you still refer to me as Little Spirit, it seems you are rather unfamiliar with the concept of respect. Lu Xing looked up at Jiulama, feeling as insignificant as an ant before the towering figure. Yet in the next moment, 10 chains erupted from behind Lu Xing with remarkable swiftness. Very well. Let me first teach you the importance of mutual respect. The chains forged from the Vajraseal howled as they pierced through the iron gates created by the sealing technique without any hindrance. Before Jiulama could offer any resistance, the chains ensnared him completely, stretching out into the form of a large character. This is the same sealing technique as that woman S. Release me at once. You little spirit. Jiulama began to struggle violently, yet the 5 chains of the Vajraseal were sufficient to momentarily restrain his movements. Moreover, Lu Xing commanded a total of 10 chains. Even if he were not sealed within the body of the Whirlpool Naruto, escaping Lu Xing's binding was utterly impossible. Are you still oblivious to the situation? Lu Xing was disinclined to waste words, for Jiulama was not Shuangxue, and with Naruto, who shared a bond with him. Yet to arrive, there was no need for him to show mercy. The 10 chains began to delve deeper into Jiulama's body, and torrents of energy unique to him surged into Lu Xing. You dare to siphon my power? Cease at once, little spirit. If you continue, I shall not let this matter rest. Jiulama felt his essence rapidly depleting, even when devoured by the gold and silver horns. He had only lost a fraction of his essence. Yet now, under the Vajra chains, the rate at which it was being drawn toward Lu Xing was astonishing. Jiulama, why do you act thus? The mere fact that he knows our names is proof enough of his significance. Furthermore, Have you not noticed that Lu Xing possesses the same physique as that individual? Seeing Zhu Lama completely under Lu Xing's control, the Six-Tails, Shichuan, could not help but interject. And now, you have already been sealed like a Zongzi. Must you persist in your resistance? To make me bow down, little spirit, you must be dreaming. You cannot keep me sealed here forever. I can already sense that the outer seal is beginning to falter. I only need to wait a little longer. And this cage will no longer confine me. Zhou Lama remained defiant, even in the face of Lu Xing's binding and the draining of his essence. He would never yield before anyone. I understand your desire for freedom, Zhou Lama, but once you escape from here, will you truly attain the freedom you seek? Lu Xing smiled as he regarded Zhou Lama, who was being continually infiltrated by the Vajra seal. He was well aware that Zhou Lama would not easily consent to communicate, for at this moment, he was far from being filled with love, and he was not Naruto, incapable of using verbal persuasion to sway him. Have you forgotten the days when you were also under control? I can tell you that the one who controlled you back then, Uchiha Madara, still lives in the ninja world, and you are among his most crucial targets. Humph, I was merely unprepared back then. Now, I have comprehended his methods. Next time, I will not be ensnared by those eyes of the Uchiha. Zhou Lama's words remained resolute. Yet he did not even notice that his voice had unconsciously softened at the mention of the Sharingan. But in truth, you cannot even break my seal, just as now. I can extract your power from within you despite your utmost resistance. The Vajra chains continued to permeate Zhou Lama's being, and Lu Xing was prepared. Should Zhou Lama continue to resist, he would simply extract a portion of his chakra to bestow upon Whirlpool Mido. Lu Xing, little spirit, I admit I underestimated you before. Tell me, what conditions do you propose? Zhou Lama's eyes bore into Lu Xing's with intensity. Were it not for the seal, he would have torn Lu Xing to shreds without hesitation. So, you are finally willing to negotiate, Zhou Lama. Though aware that Zhou Lama's concession was but temporary, Lu Xing desired this outcome, for he sought not merely a perfect Jinchuriki. I require you to cease your resistance against the seal and share your chakra for Mido to utilize. What? You expect me to share my chakra with the woman who sealed me? Absolutely not. See how impatient you are. Do you not wish to know what conditions I will offer in exchange for your compliance? Lu Xing remained unfazed by Zhou Lama's pressure, now that Zhou Lama had relented. The possibility of his desires being fulfilled had grown. Furthermore, I have already stated, even without your consent, I can still extract your chakra to give to Mido. In the next moment, the 10 chains that had fully penetrated Zhou Lama's interior began to pull toward the iron gate of the seal. And along with the Vajra seal, immense quantities of chakra flowed out from Zhou Lama. Chapter 60. Resolving Hidden Dangers. Fortunately, I did not resist at that time. Otherwise, my treatment would likely have been no better than Zhou Lama's. Observing the vast amount of chakra that Lu Xing was forcibly extracting from Zhou Lama, the Six-Tails, Shichuan, felt a chill run down his spine, while the Nine-Tails was consumed by rage. Lu Xing, little spirit, what on earth have you done? I will never forgive you. Although the 10 chains stripped away a significant amount of chakra from Zhou Lama to the Nine-Tails, this chakra was merely a fraction of his internal energy. Once he sensed the feeling of being sealed dissipate, Zhou Lama opened his massive jaws, and the dark-tailed beast bomb began to coalesce. Truly, Zhou Lama, even this does not weaken you. You have directly formed a tailed beast bomb. Seeing the tailed beast bomb in Zhou Lama's mouth, Lu Xing dared not be careless. After all, they were within Mido's body, and a moment's inattention could lead to unimaginable backlash against her. Perfect timing to test this move. During the latter half of my journey to Konoha, I have tirelessly trained. Lu Xing brought his hands together and instantly entered Sage mode, causing the Sage energy within him to surge. Sage art, sealing technique, myriad Tori gates. In an instant, hundreds of Tori gates rapidly descended from above Zhou Lama, suppressing every joint of his body and all 9 of his massive tails in place. Boom. The final colossal Tori gate crashed down, pinning Zhou Lama's neck. And the enormous tailed beast bomb in his mouth ultimately failed to materialize, dissipating into chakra. Whose sealing technique is this? Could it be? As Zhou Lama beheld the crimson Tori gates that bound him, memories of being sealed resurfaced, recalling the power exhibited by that godlike ninja. A force he had etched into his memory. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had once used this technique to restrict your movements. It appears this technique is indeed suitable for sealing you. Lu Xing approached the iron gate, locking eyes with Zhou Lama. Do you now understand? Were it not for your being sealed within Mito, I would not treat you with such courtesy, for I could extract your power without your consent. The 10 chains dragged the chakra of the Nine-Tails through the iron gate, floating behind Lu Xing, the golden chakra casting a glow upon him. Evoking a sense in Jiu Lama reminiscent of his encounter with the Sage of Six Paths Whirlpool Lu Xing, what is your true intention? I have already made it clear. Jiu Lama, it is quite simple. Just cease your resistance against the seal, refrain from hindering Mito, and share your chakra. Lu Xing gazed at the Nine-Tails. Reflecting on the years that Mito had exhausted her vitality in battling the beast, rendering her seemingly older than even the younger Uzumaki Ashina. You can take my power if you wish. Even if I do not acquiesce to your demands, it will not thwart your ambitions. The Nine-Tails appeared to have relinquished any notion of resistance, languid beneath the suppression of the Myojin Gate. The azure-eyed youth, teasingly invoking the name of the nine-headed beast, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the Nine-Tails' demeanor, prompting him to continue speaking. You must be familiar with this phrase, Nine-Tails. It is the prophecy imparted to us by Sage of the Six Paths. How do you know of it? Are you truly the illegitimate child of that old sage? The Nine-Tails inquired, astonished, while Lu Xing nearly choked on his words at the audacity of the speculation. Nine-Tails, I am a descendant of Ashura. Thus I have no direct ties to the Sage of the Six Paths. The Six-Tails, the rhinoceros dog, regarded Lu Xing with surprise. But Lu Xing, how do you know of the prophecy made by the Sage of the Six Paths concerning us? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I know the true identity of the azure-eyed youth in the prophecy. Lu Xing refrained from answering the canine's question, opting instead to leave room for greater elaboration in the future without disclosing his ability to foresee events. What use is it to know his identity? A prophecy is merely a prophecy, and even the old sage has long since passed away. Although the Nine-Tails feigned disinterest, Lu Xing understood that this was merely a facade. In truth, the Nine-Tails was the closest of the tailed beasts to the Sage of the Six Paths. I assure you, next time, I will seal you within the body of the prophesied child, and together you will fulfill every scene foretold in the prophecy, allowing you to see the Sage of the Six Paths once more. Are you jesting? The Nine-Tails' gaze sharpened, fixating on Lu Xing, who stood outside the iron gate. As he inquired with deliberate emphasis, in the ninja realm, none could possibly provide you such an assurance as I, Lu Xing replied solemnly, and in the next moment, he brought his hands together once more, lifting the suppression of the Nine-Tails from the Myojin Gate. Of course, you must also guarantee that you will never again interfere with Mito, and your chakra must be wholly relinquished for her use. Merely chakra. Even those you have drawn from me shall suffice for her needs. The Nine-Tails remained obstinate, yet Lu Xing perceived that it had acquiesced to his terms, though its pride manifested in its demeanor. Remember, Nine-Tails, when the time is ripe, I shall return. The 10 chains binding the Nine-Tails chakra slackened, returning to Lu Xing. And in the next moment, both he and the Six-Tails vanished from Mito's inner world. What is this sensation? Mito observed as Lu Xing bumped fists with her before closing her eyes. At the instant Lu Xing opened his eyes, golden chakra radiated from her, transforming her into her golden form. Indeed, this is the Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. It seems that upon my release of the seal, the Nine-Tails chakra has seamlessly integrated into Mito. Lu Xing discerned the cause of Mito's transformation, realizing that this development would ensure she would no longer suffer from the Nine-Tails chakra nor need to contend with the beast. What is happening, Lu Xing? I feel a tremendous surge of chakra flooding into my being. Observing the golden chakra enveloping her, Mito experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. Since becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she had never felt such comfort. Mito, this is known as the Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, or the Golden Form, a unique ability that emerges naturally upon mastering the Nine-Tails chakra. Lu Xing keenly observed Mito's transformation, noting how her body, suffused with golden chakra, bore a striking resemblance to Naruto when he utilized the Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. Mito, the Nine-Tails has consented to my request. From this moment forth, it shall no longer disturb you and will share its chakra for your use. The Nine-Tails, you say? Mito regarded Lu Xing incredulously, her suspicions beginning to crystallize. Indeed, Mito. The Nine-Tails is the name of the beast. You may refer to it directly henceforth. Lu Xing replied, retracting his outstretched arm, confirming Mito's inquiry with a smile. Moreover, the Nine-Tails is exceedingly proud. Should you wish to sway it with affection, that may serve as a viable approach. As for this power, you must embrace it. I am certain it will resolve many of your confusions. Younger Lu Xing, I never imagined that the Nine-Tails, which has troubled me for so long, could one day coexist peacefully with me. Mito, experiencing the influx of the Nine-Tails Chakra, now felt as though she possessed a power akin to that of an offensive ninjutsu. This is merely a fraction of the Nine-Tails strength. Over the years, you have sacrificed so much to seal it, even depleting your own vitality. With the nurturing of the Nine-Tails Chakra, I believe your body will gradually recover. The Nine-Tails Chakra is known for its healing properties, a boon of immense significance to Mito, which was the very reason Lu Xing had drawn forth its chakra even before finalizing terms with the Nine-Tails. By the way, Mito, you must not let Konoha know that you have acquired this power. After all, to them, the Nine-Tails will always be merely a tool for warfare. I understand. Since Hashirama's passing, the ninja world has long forgotten his original purpose in distributing the tailed beasts, and even Konoha has gradually come to regard them as a taboo force. Mito's expression grew somber. Although she resided in the Senju clan's territory, she was not entirely oblivious to the outside world's circumstances. Mito. Just then, a clear, youthful voice rang from the doorway, and in the next moment, a petite figure with red hair dashed into the room. Wow, Golden Mito. Kushina, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the Ninja Academy today? Upon seeing the newcomer, Mito swiftly composed herself, and in an instant, the Nine-Tails Chakra was retracted into her body, the golden aura dissipating without a trace. Truly, Mito, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, has mastered the use of the Nine-Tails Chakra in an instant. Lu Xing had already heard Kushina's voice, and at that moment, witnessing Mito's swift reversion from her golden form, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. I heard that the villagers had just arrived at Konoha, and I knew that my grandmother and the clan must be here. I just didn't expect the visitor to be Uncle Lu Xing. Kushina hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from calling him a pervert. You seem not very pleased to see me. Lu Xing smiled as he approached Kushina, fully aware of the reason behind her earlier hesitation. Uncle Lu Xing, what exactly transpired in the village on the night we left? And are my parents all right? Looking at Lu Xing, Kushina finally voiced her long-held concerns, for in Konoha, no one had provided her with answers to these questions. I am sorry, Kushina, Brother Chao and Sister Swearin, they sacrificed themselves that night. Lu Xing did not conceal the truth. Recognizing the strength of Kushina's spirit, to withhold the truth would yield counterproductive results. Dad, Mom. At the moment Lu Xing spoke, Kushina's eyes instantly welled with tears. It is all my fault. My father and mother were killed by enemies solely to protect me. If they had not been worried about my safety, they could have escaped. Kushina, this is not your fault. Although Ryusei had long anticipated the current situation, when he witnessed Kushina crying before him, all his imagined solutions felt utterly inadequate. Child. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki approached Kushina and gently embraced her. You need not blame yourself. The love of your parents is selfless and profound. They would never wish for you to live a life burdened by sorrow and guilt. Mito softly patted Kushina's back, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Kushina, the essence of life lies not in its duration, but in the love and hope it embodies. Though your parents have departed, their love will eternally accompany you, serving as your driving force. I understand, Granny Mito, but I truly wish to see them just once more. Kushina gradually ceased her weeping in Mito's embrace, although her body still trembled occasionally. Kushina, look, you are still alive, and that is the greatest wish of your parents. Sensing that Kushina's emotions had stabilized considerably, Mito released her arms and cradled Kushina's face, her gaze filled with tenderness and encouragement. You must carry their courage and strength forward, living your life fully. You shall never be alone. I will always be by your side, and the Uzumaki clan will forever be your sanctuary. Indeed, Kushina, I and the entire Uzumaki clan will be your strongest support. Ryusei finally seized the opportunity to speak, though he could not match Mito's gentleness. He endeavored to soften his tone as much as possible. While I cannot accompany you as consistently as Granny Mito, I once promised Brother Chozei that I would help you bear the burdens of your destiny. Uncle Ryusei, did you arrange for the two Jonin from the village to protect me? Kushina had wiped away her tears, and though her eyes remained slightly puffy, their brilliance had returned. Indeed, I did summon Elder Uzumaki Yu and Elder Yamashiro to watch over you in Konoha. Surprised by Kushina's inquiry about her protectors, Ryusei had expected her to ask about the identity of the enemies instead. Thank you, Uncle Ryusei. Kushina suddenly hugged Ryusei, who instinctively felt a shiver run through him. But she quickly released him. I understand now. I will not dwell in sorrow and guilt. Mother once told me that my talents are important, and I will strive to learn and grow strong, just like my parents, to protect the village and those I love. That's the spirit, my dear child. Mito stood up, taking Kushina's hand. Starting tomorrow, you will begin learning the fundamentals of sealing techniques from me. I possess a wealth of sealing knowledge passed down through our clan, which I will impart to you. Chapter 62. Journey to the Uchiha clan. On her first day attending school in Konoha, Kushina encountered the disdain of several children. Cherry blossoms danced in the air as Mito strolled through the Senju clan's territory, with Risei following closely behind, admiring the exquisite architecture. Meanwhile, Kushina had set out for the Konoha Ninja Academy. Outsiders often face difficulty in being accepted. Even though the Uzumaki and Konoha are allies, some still attacked Kushina. Mito sighed helplessly, as she could only observe without intervening. As the Jinchuriki, despite her high status, she was restricted in Konoha. After Uzumaki Yu and Yamashiro Kei arrived in Konoha, they began to covertly protect Kushina. Upon discovering that she was being bullied again, they swiftly dealt with the offenders, only to be apprehended by the Konoha guard. The Uchiha clan? Upon hearing Mito mention the Uchiha, Ryusei suddenly recalled that it was the Uchiha clan leading the Konoha guard responsible for maintaining order in the village. Yes, the Uchiha clan. Mito's eyes bore a hint of gravity. Currently, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha was far from harmonious, and thus, if they were taken away, the third Hokage would have difficulty negotiating their release in the short term. In that case, I shall personally visit the Uchiha clan. I doubt they would cause a conflict over something so trivial. As they reached the end of the street, Mito turned back to Ryusei, imparting her thoughts. Konoha differed from Uzumaki village. In Uzumaki village, there was only their clan, but in Konoha, even after the Senju clan disbanded, there remained the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, along with countless smaller families. Mito halted and turned to Ryusei, cautioning him. Though the Uchiha clan has maintained relative stability in recent years, the will of Uchiha Madara still influences some of their members. Our Uzumaki clan has had conflicts with the Uchiha in the past due to our alliance with the Senju clan. Rest assured, Granny Mito, I am the new village leader of Uzumaki village. If they dare to act against me, it would disrupt the harmony between the two villages, Ryusei replied with a smile. While he was not well acquainted with the Uchiha at this time, he was aware that they had never instigated rebellion in Konoha until their downfall. Perhaps I am overthinking this. I used to never consider such matters. Mito shook her head, seemingly amused by her own thoughts. Do not worry, even if I do not go. The two elders from Uzumaki village will be fine. After all, they came to Konoha as representatives of Uzumaki village. The guard will likely only detain them briefly for questioning due to the previous conflict. Moreover, I have a matter that requires me to visit the Uchiha clan. Perhaps they may even become our allies. In that case, you should indeed make the visit. I am curious to see how far you can lead the village. As chosen by Elder Erasure, Mito smiled. Ryusei's reputation had already spread to Konoha, and she recognized his strength. Thus, only his ability to lead as village chief piqued her interest. Under Mito's watchful gaze, Ryusei soon exited the territory of the Senju clan, where two Umbu members appeared outside. Please take me to the Uchiha clan's territory. I have heard that the two envoys from Uzumaki village were taken by them, and I wish to pay a visit to request their release. The two Umbu exchanged glances. The Uchiha clan was an unstable factor in Konoha, and as Umbu members, they were hesitant to directly escort Ryusei to the Uchiha clan. Village leader Ryusei, the third Hokage, is already aware of this matter. Earlier today, Umbu was dispatched to investigate this issue with the guard, and I believe it will be resolved soon. Your two friends from Uzumaki village will regain their freedom shortly. Listen, I am the one who wishes to visit the Uchiha clan. Am I to be the one restricted in my freedom within Konoha? Ryusei was not surprised by the resistance he faced regarding his visit to the Uchiha clan, but that did not mean he would accept Konoha's arrangements. After all, Uzumaki village was not a subordinate of Konoha. He was not beholden to their whims. Of course not, Lord Ryusei. I shall take you to visit the Uchiha clan at once. Noticing the change in Ryusei's expression, the Umbu dared not obstruct him further. For the third Hokage had tasked them with guiding and monitoring Ryusei, not confronting him. However, we must report this matter to the Hokage, as the Uchiha clan is also one of Konoha's prominent clans. Should a conflict arise between you and the Uchiha, Konoha must mediate. After uttering these words, a member of the Umbu swiftly vanished from the scene. Indeed, during this period, Konoha had already risen to such heights. No wonder they were so eager to instigate war. Ryusei had not anticipated that the Umbu would directly disclose such information to him. He had assumed they would quietly relay the message to the third Hokage. Do as you wish. My visit to the Uchiha clan does not imply that I will engage in conflict with them. Lead the way. Just as Ryusei stepped out of the cherry blossom grove with the guiding Umbu member, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. In the blink of an eye, a golden-haired figure stood before him. Tsunade, weren't you supposed to report on your mission? How did you end up here? Although it was somewhat troublesome, the mission report had indeed been completed. The Hokage specifically instructed me to be your guide during your time in Konoha. Tsunade's ponytail swayed as she spoke, and the green pendant at her chest radiated a dazzling glow in the sunlight. Mouse, here is the mission transfer document. Your task is complete. Go report to the Hokage. The remaining Umbu member took the mission scroll from Tsunade, opened it to review, and quickly took his leave, leaving only Tsunade and Ryusei on the streets of Konoha. I thought the Umbu would follow me indefinitely. It seems Konoha is not entirely at ease with me as an ally and village leader. Ryusei smiled at Tsunade. Having a familiar companion was far preferable to facing two cold Umbu members, especially since his guide was the youthful Tsunade. I'm sorry. Every powerful individual visiting Konoha undergoes such scrutiny. After all, allowing a formidable force to unleash an attack from within Konoha would pose a grave threat. Of course, I am not suggesting that you are a threat to Konoha. It is simply that the Hokage must consider all aspects. Tsunade hastily clarified, not wishing for Ryusei to harbor any resentment. Rest assured, I am not so petty. As long as my freedom is not restricted, I have no qualms about being monitored by the Umbu. Ryusei suddenly chuckled, finding Tsunade's demeanor amusing. Very well, Tsunade, my guide, please lead the way. I wish to visit the Uchiha clan. To the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage, seated in his office at the Hokage Tower, furrowed his brow tightly upon hearing the news just relayed by the Umbu, drawing a deep puff from his pipe. Though it was a minor matter, the visit from the leader of Kiraigakure must carry significant meaning. However, there was no need for him to personally go to the Uchiha clan to have the guards release the two individuals. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the third Hokage gazed at the crystal ball on his desk, which reflected the scene of Ryusei and Tsunade. To the Uchiha clan? Tsunade exclaimed, surprised as she looked at Ryusei. What do you intend to do there? The Uchihas are not the most approachable, even though we are both in Konoha. My interactions with them have been quite limited. An incident occurred. Two of my predecessors who came to care for Kushina were detained by the Konoha guard. So I decided to visit the Uchiha clan. Ryusei suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky, sensing a faint feeling of being watched as he answered Tsunade's question. Is someone using the telescope technique to spy on me? Is that you, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? What has transpired? Why were the two predecessors from Kiraigakure taken by the guard? Tsunade, unaware of Ryusei's unusual demeanor, was still pondering his previous response. Let us converse as we walk. Ryusei lowered his head and walked ahead. In that fleeting moment, he had discerned the source of the feeling of being watched. The third Hokage had a penchant for spying, a habit not developed overnight. Since he enjoyed observing, allowing him to watch a bit longer was of no consequence. Hey, I was supposed to be your guide. Do you even know which direction the Uchiha clan is in? Tsunade hurried to Ryusei's side, though she was still unclear on the specifics. Ryusei's desire to visit the Uchiha clan seemed reasonable. At present, she remained oblivious to the underlying currents between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Given the situation, these individuals are truly excessive. As they walked, Ryusei quickly explained the root of the matter to Tsunade, and upon learning the truth, her anger flared. How dare they bully Kushina, who has just arrived in Konoha? If it weren't for my need to fulfill my mission, they would have never had the chance to harass her. However, to be fair, although the two predecessors from Kiraigakure were not in the wrong, personally confronting a few newly minted genin is no wonder they were taken by the Konoha guard. The Uchiha clan has always enforced the law strictly. Missteps warrant consequences. I do not believe the two predecessors were at fault. Kushina, having just arrived in Konoha, must not be swayed by such individuals. Ryusei spoke candidly, noting that bullying among students in Konoha had always been commonplace throughout its history. Methods to deal with such unruly children certainly did not require discretion. Do you think the same way? Tsunade looked at Ryusei in astonishment. She was never one to embody gentleness. Thus she agreed with the actions of the two shinobi from Uzumaki. She simply did not expect the village leader Ryusei to share her perspective, who said that a village leader must be soft-hearted. My principle has always been to respond to violence with violence. Gentleness is reserved for my own people. Ryusei smiled at Tsunade, and in the next moment, their gazes locked. Is that so? After exchanging glances with Ryusei, Tsunade's face suddenly flushed crimson for reasons unbeknownst to her. Up ahead lies the Uchiha clan. Let us hasten. Turning stiffly to face forward, Tsunade quickly moved towards the massive complex ahead, concealing her inner turmoil. Why are you more eager than I am? The Uchiha clan will not grant a princess of the Senju clan any special privileges. While Ryusei did not comprehend why Tsunade was more anxious than himself, the Uchiha clan was now within sight, and he refrained from further questioning. Following closely behind her towards the Uchiha territory. Stop. This is the Uchiha clan territory. Outsiders are not welcome. Two ninjas clad in high-collared robes embroidered with the Fan clan emblem blocked Tsunade and Ryusei at the entrance to the Uchiha clan. Please announce our arrival. The current leader of Uzumaki, Uzumaki, is here to pay a visit. Tsunade would not act recklessly and directly stated Ryusei's identity. Upon hearing this, the two Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances, and one of them promptly entered the clan grounds. Please wait a moment. We need to report this matter to the clan leader. Evidently, the demeanor of the Uchiha clan members who had obstructed Ryusei and Tsunade softened considerably. Although Uzumaki was a small ninja village, Ryusei, as its leader, still held a status comparable to that of the Hokage. Before long, the Uchiha clan member who had departed returned, accompanied by a youth with a furrowed brow. My father has asked me to invite you both inside. Are you Uchiha Fugaku? Ryusei inquired, observing the boy before him, his mind gradually associating the youthful countenance with that of an adult. The leader of Uzumaki knows my name. I am deeply honored. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to its usual composure as he replied with neither servility nor arrogance. Let us inside. Ryusei smiled, pleasantly surprised to encounter Itachi and Sasuke's father on his first visit to the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Tsunade discreetly glanced at Ryusei, astonished that he recognized the identity of the Uchiha clan member, just as he had recognized hers upon their first meeting. In the room of the Uchiha clan leader, Tsunade and Ryusei sat in the living room, facing two figures, one of whom was Fugaku, who had previously guided them into the Uchiha clan's territory. Village Chief Ryusei. It is indeed an honor for the Uchiha clan to receive your visit, said a slightly lean man seated beside Fugaku. You flatter me, Chief Shinyi. I had heard of you from the former village head during my time in Whirlpool Village, Ryusei replied courteously, though he had not known the current Uchiha clan leader's name prior. He had learned about the successor to Madara from the mouth of the Whirlpool clan's Erasure after becoming the village head. The primary reason for this unannounced visit to the Uchiha clan was related to the two esteemed elders from Whirlpool Village who had been apprehended by the Leaf Security Force. Chapter 64. The Shock of the Uchiha. The primary reason? Uchiha Shinyi furrowed his brow. Although he had begun to suspect Ryusei's identity upon hearing his name, it appeared that his conjecture was not entirely accurate. The apprehension of the two jonin from Whirlpool Village was not without cause. Village Chief Ryusei should be aware that they had confronted several young ninjas from the academy, an action that had incited some discontent among the villagers. Discontent among the Leaf villagers. Ryusei scoffed, fully cognizant that the Uchiha clan had never cared for the sentiments of ordinary Leaf villagers. Their pride was the only thing they would defend. I have a second reason for coming to the Uchiha clan, one that I wish to present to Chief Shinyi. Without dwelling on the previous matter, Ryusei understood that resolving an issue fundamentally required addressing larger questions from a higher perspective. Indeed, there is a second reason. Uchiha Shinyi murmured to himself. When Ryusei mentioned that the previous issue was merely the first reason, he realized that there were additional motivations for Ryusei's visit. However, he was surprised that Ryusei had not proposed how to resolve the earlier issue. Unbeknownst to him, Ryusei intended to reveal something significant, necessitating a personal visit to the Uchiha clan. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Uchiha Shinyi sought to reveal no vulnerabilities before Ryusei. Chief Shinyi must understand. The item I bring is of utmost importance to the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. Ryusei unfurled a scroll and, with a gesture, dispelled the seal upon it. In an instant, both Uchiha Shinyi and Fugaku, who had been seated, rose to their feet, their eyes instantly turning crimson. Fugaku, who appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. It was no wonder that Itachi and Sasuke possessed such formidable talents. Ryusei gazed in astonishment at Fugaku's activated Sharingan, while the presence of Shinye's three-tomo did not surprise him. However, Fugaku's early awakening was unexpected, given his relatively smooth path to growth, unlike Itachi's harsh experiences. May I ask, Chief Ryusei, where you obtained this corpse? This matter is of great significance to our Uchiha clan. The three-tomo and Uchiha Shinye's eyes spun rapidly as he anxiously inquired of Ryusei. What has transpired? Tsunade, seated beside Ryusei, was completely unaware of the profound reaction elicited from the two Uchihas upon seeing the corpse Ryusei had brought. Had Ryusei not swiftly grasped her shoulder, she might have already prepared to engage in combat. My sincerity has been laid before you, Chief Shinyi, Ryusei remarked with a semblance of a smile, unwavering in the face of the two formidable Sharingan gazes. Chief Ryusei, I shall immediately command the security force to release our friends from Whirlpool Village. It is now clear that the earlier events were a misunderstanding. Uchiha Shinyi recognized that he was at a disadvantage in this confrontation with Ryusei. Yet the item Ryusei had brought exceeded his expectations, compelling him to acknowledge that he had underestimated this new village chief from Whirlpool. Since Chief Shinyi has grasped my previous point, let us discuss this second matter. Ryusei smiled. He was aware that the item he had brought would undoubtedly command the Uchiha clan's utmost attention, and the prospect of temporarily bending the clan's pride filled him with a sense of satisfaction. I believe the two from Konoha have also heard of it. Just a few days ago, Whirlpool Village faced a joint invasion from the Mist and Cloud villages. At the climax of that battle, when I had cornered the Mizukichi, his eyes, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened to reveal what you now see. This is impossible. The Uchiha clan would never allow the Sharingan to fall into foreign hands. Every pair of our clan's eyes is meticulously reclaimed. Uchiha Shinyi instinctively retorted, only to soon realize that the eyes before him had shattered his certainty. How your Uchiha eyes could have ended up outside the clan is of no concern to me. What I know is that on the night of the attack on Whirlpool Village, it was the six-tailed beast under the control of the Sharingan. I cannot fathom why the control ultimately backfired, driving the Six Tails to attempt to annihilate the Mizukichi, Ryusei continued, fully aware that the control of the Six Tails was undoubtedly orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. However, without evidence, his claims would be dismissed as slander within the Uchiha clan, and it was better to merely address the surface of the matter. The Mizukichi managed to control the tailed beast with these eyes. That is simply unfathomable. Uchiha Shinyi was shocked. As the successor to Uchiha Madara, he understood the implications of this revelation but would never disclose it to Ryusei. Chief Ryusei, thank you for bringing back this pair of eyes. The Uchiha clan will surely investigate the truth hidden behind them. Investigate the truth? Ryusei shot Uchiha Shinyi a derisive glance. His purpose in coming to the Uchiha clan was far more than a mere promise. Are you jesting, Chief Shinyi? After all, these eyes appeared on the Mizukichi, giving me reason to suspect that the Uchiha clan was involved in the conspiracy to invade Whirlpool Village. You speak baseless accusations. The Uchiha clan has lived in Konoha for generations. Even now, few clan members venture outside the village. At Ryusei's insinuation, the youthful Uchiha Fugaku was the first to erupt in anger, directly rebutting him. I am addressing Chief Shinyi. What place is there for a junior like you to speak? Is this how the Uchiha clan educates its next generation? In the next moment, the smile that had adorned Ryusei's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. A tremendous chakra surged forth, pressing down on Uchiha Fugaku and forcing him to the ground. Struggling in desperation. Chief Ryusei, please temper your anger. Fugaku is still young and may speak out of turn. As his father, I must offer my apologies. Uchiha Shinyi quickly interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Fugaku. Yet even he appeared on the verge of collapse under the immense pressure of Ryusei's chakra. This is the only time. There shall be no second. Ryusei retracted his imposing aura, having noticed the hidden ailment within Uchiha Shinyi's body. If he had pressed further, the elder would likely have sustained serious injury. Chapter 65. Ryusei's guidance. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shinyi felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Years of war had left him with a hidden affliction. While it rarely manifested, Exerting full chakra could quickly trigger it. Truly remarkable. Capable of defeating both the Mizukage and Reikage single-handedly. Merely through the pressure of chakra, I nearly reignited my old wounds. Such power is indeed awe-inspiring. Ryusei, do not act impulsively. At this moment, Tsunade regained her composure, as the recent events had entirely exceeded her expectations. She had initially assumed that Ryusei merely sought to visit the Uchiha clan to request the release of 2 Jonin from the Whirlpool village. However, Ryusei had audaciously threatened the current head of the Uchiha clan at the very heart of the Uzumaki territory, all while dozens of powerful Uchiha clan members stood outside. Rest assured, I did not come to the Uchiha clan to incite war. Ryusei turned to Tsunade, seemingly to alleviate her concerns, his face adopting a reassuring smile once more. As I mentioned earlier, I am merely suspicious of the Uchiha clan's involvement in the invasion of Whirlpool Village, and thus, clan leader Jinya must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Of course, if no explanation can be offered, then the Uchiha clan must furnish me with a satisfactory response to ease my mind. Was his intention indeed directed at the Uchiha clan? Hearing Ryusei's conditions, Uchiha Jinya felt an immense bitterness within. After all, the presence of the Sharingan in the Mizukage was an irrefutable fact, yet he could not explain this matter. Village head Ryusei, I comprehend your suspicions, but you must trust that the Uchiha clan would never allow our clan's eyes to appear in the possession of outsiders. Uchiha Jinya took a deep breath, understanding that dispelling Ryusei's suspicions was the only way to resolve the conflict with Whirlpool Village. The appearance of the Sharingan in the Mizukage surely harbored an underlying truth. Perhaps someone had secretly stolen the bloodline power of the Uchiha clan. What becomes of the Sharingan from deceased Uchiha clan members? Ryusei felt a surge of joy within, as the conversation had finally shifted to the direction he wished to guide it. When clan members perish, their bodies are interred in the farthest cemetery of the old clan grounds, and their Sharingan are buried alongside them. At this juncture, Uchiha Jinya felt as if a veil had been lifted from his mind, and a terrifying thought surged forth. Could it be? Jinya dared not ponder further. He had resolved to investigate the condition of the clan cemetery immediately after Ryusei's departure. I have already examined the records in Whirlpool Village. I recall that it was mentioned that Uchiha Kagami, a former member of the second Hokage's personal guard, was annihilated in an ambush by the Cloud Village, leaving no trace of his remains. Among the other 5 members of the guard, the most severely affected merely lost one eye. Noticing that Jinya seemed to grasp something, Ryusei continued to steer the conversation. The most crucial aspect of his visit was to instill suspicion of Konoha within the Uchiha clan, ensuring that when the opportunity arose to unveil the truth, the Uchiha clan would become the most formidable weapon against certain individuals. I wonder if the Uchiha clan has retrieved the remains of Senior Kagami. Such a powerful figure surely possessed at least 3 Tomo in his Sharingan. Are you harboring distrust towards the higher-ups of Konoha? Before Jinya could respond, Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions. She had repeatedly misjudged Ryusei's intentions, and his words had already ensnared her teacher, the 3rd Hokage, within a vortex of complications. Tsunade, concerning the attack on Whirlpool Village, I am naturally cautious. However, I believe Konoha had no involvement in this matter. It is merely the peculiar origins of the Sharingan in the Mizukage that raise questions. Ryusei seemed to finally remember Tsunade was beside him, turning to her. In truth, he had planned for Tsunade to discern the true nature of Konoha's higher-ups in advance. The innocent have nothing to hide. I believe Konoha is certainly unconnected to the attack on Whirlpool Village. It is merely that the Sharingan on the Mizukage may have originated from Uchiha Kagami. That is merely your conjecture. Tsunade was somewhat speechless, but upon considering Ryusei's suspicion towards Konoha's leadership, any fondness she had felt for him dissipated entirely. I will report this matter to Lord Hokage. Tsunade, even if you remain silent, I will seek confirmation from the 3rd Hokage. After all, the Uchiha clan has never suffered the theft of their Sharingan, and the evidence brought forth by village head Ryusei has made me realize that I have become complacent. The outside world has gradually forgotten the glory of the Uchiha clan. At this point, Uchiha Jinya spoke up. The Sharingan within the eyes of the Mizukage was undoubtedly the greatest mockery of the Uchiha clan. Village head Ryusei, the Uchiha clan will not overlook any external enemy that dares to provoke us. I shall uncover the conspiracy hidden behind these eyes. In that case, I will entrust you with the corpse as evidence, and I hope clan leader Jinya will remember the assurances made today. Ryusei stood up expressionlessly. Although he was highly satisfied with the outcome of his visit to the Uchiha clan, it was still premature to reap the rewards. The Uchiha clan will not be vague in investigating this matter. I will ensure that village head Ryusei witnesses the sincerity of the Uchiha clan, Jinnya declared earnestly. Even without Ryusei's request, upon witnessing the Sharingan on the Mizukage, he would mobilize the entire Uchiha clan to uncover the truth. I will remain in Konoha for 3 months, and I hope to receive an explanation from the Uchiha clan before my departure. Ryusei turned to leave, with Tsunade following closely behind. Fugaku, please see off these 2 esteemed guests. Uchiha Jinnya instructed, and Fugaku, having become exceedingly obedient after Ryusei's earlier admonition, hurried to accompany Ryusei out. Where did these eyes originate from, and what information did the new leader of Whirlpool Village possess? Returning to the corpse of the Mizukage, Jinnya began to probe inch by inch. However, apart from the Sharingan, he could glean no other useful information. Clan leader, what has happened to warrant such urgency in calling us here? Soon, the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan arrived at Jinya's residence. You may observe for yourselves. Jinya slightly turned, revealing the 3rd Mizukage's corpse, now exposed before the 3 elders. How is this possible? Why would the Sharingan appear in the possession of an outsider? As you can see, the Uchiha Sharingan has indeed manifested in the eyes of an outsider. Uchiha Jinya's voice was icy, while the other 3 Uchiha elders were seized by rage. Clan leader, from where did you bring this corpse? This was a gift from the village head of Whirlpool Village. You should be unaware of the identity of this corpse. Let me introduce him. He is the 3rd Mizukage of the Mist Village. Jinya pointed at the body, his expression devoid of emotion. Even if he is the Mizukage of the Mist Village, since he dared to covet the Uchiha's eyes, we must not allow them to escape unpunished. The elder slammed his palm onto the nearby table in fury, shattering the wooden surface into splinters that scattered throughout the room. Clan leader, I will immediately rally the clan members and march straight to the Mist Village. They must pay a heavy price for such actions. The 2nd elder's expression was equally furious. His previously mild demeanor now revealed blood-red eyes with spinning tomo, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Clan leader, this is not merely a provocation against the Uchiha. If we do not respond with a swift hand, will other villages not follow the example set by the Mist Village? What dignity will we have left? The 3rd elder clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking under pressure. Clan leader, give the order. We have been silent for too long. It is time to make those Mist ninjas, and indeed the entire ninja world, recognize the strength of our noble clan. And let them know that we are not mere soft persimmons to be bullied at will. 3 elders, I understand your rage. But have you not considered where the Sharingan truly originates? Jinya raised his hand to signal the 3 elders to calm down. Only after they had settled did he continue. What we must investigate first is the true origin of these eyes. The village chief of Wuchao just reminded me that we have consistently buried our kin in the ancestral cemetery. But is the cemetery truly safe? Hearing Xianye's words, the 3 elders' expressions changed dramatically. It is merely speculation at this point. What more is there to speculate? We shall investigate the cemetery immediately, if our fears are confirmed. It would imply that even Konoha is involved in this matter. The anger of the eldest elder flared, and he strode directly towards the exit, ready to head to the cemetery. Let us follow suit. Hopefully, the situation is not as dire as we imagine. Uchiha Xianyi and the remaining 2 elders also made their way outside. Lu Xing, do you genuinely believe Konoha is connected to the invasion of Wuchao village? On the streets of Konoha, Lu Xing and Tsunade had distanced themselves from the Uchiha clan's territory, strolling leisurely down the avenue. I merely harbor such suspicions. Whether they are true or not, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly provide me with answers to clear their name. At that moment, Lu Xing scanned the surroundings of Konoha, seeking familiar sights. However, just as Tsunade was about to continue her inquiry, Lu Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he darted towards a shop at the roadside, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. To his astonishment, it had already opened in Konoha during this time. Tsunade's words caught in her throat as she curiously glanced at the shop Lu Xing rushed towards, which was none other than a ramen shop named Ichiraku. 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, with extra Naruto rolls. Lu Xing lifted the half-draped curtain and promptly seated himself at the counter. Hey! A youthful voice called from behind the counter, and Lu Xing observed a boy swiftly preparing the noodles. What? I thought you had discovered something significant. But it turns out to be just this newly opened ramen shop, Tsunade remarked. lifting the curtain as well and plopping down beside Lu Xing, her eyes scrutinizing him with curiosity. Just moments ago, he had been threatening the Uchiha clan leader. Yet now he was eagerly interested in a bowl of ramen. His behavior was rather perplexing to her. "Tsunade, you simply do not understand." Lu Xing replied with a smile as he watched the boy expertly make the noodles. "Cuisine possesses the power to heal all wounds. I just exerted tremendous energy within the Uchiha clan and require this bowl of ramen to reward myself properly." "Humph, what is so remarkable about a bowl of ramen?" Tsunade scoffed, muttering under her breath. How could a bowl of ramen compare to the joy of winning money through gambling? "Dear customer, do not underestimate this bowl of ramen." The boy, who had just placed the noodles into the pot, looked up at Tsunade. Though his eyes were barely open, they sparkled with enthusiasm. "Hey there, little guy. Do you have any opinions about my ramen?" Seeing his slightly comical demeanor, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle and teased him. Lu Xing noticed her reaction and felt his face flush with embarrassment, stumbling over his words. "The noodles should be done now." Lu Xing finally spoke up, eager to prevent his first bowl of Ichiraku ramen from being overcooked. All right. As if relieved, the boy hurried back to the pot, swiftly retrieving the noodles without realizing Lu Xing had just called his name. How could he know the name of the ramen shop owner? What else might he know? Was everything he had said previously true? Though he missed the detail, Tsunade had caught it, fueling her curiosity about Lu Xing even more. The noodles arrived. The boy brought over 2 steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and the rich aroma of the broth instantly filled the air. "At last, I can taste it." Lu Xing eagerly picked up his chopsticks and slurped a mouthful of noodles, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Truly, Ichiraku ramen lives up to its reputation. Its flavor surpasses all the food I have tasted since arriving in the shinobi world. Is it really that exaggerated? Tsunade stared at Lu Xing's exaggerated delight, watching as he devoured the ramen with abandon, completely unconcerned about his image. "Let me try this ramen as well to see what makes it so special." Unable to resist, Tsunade grabbed her chopsticks and took a bite. The moment it touched her palate, her eyes lit up. "Wow, this is surprisingly good. I didn't expect this newly opened ramen shop to have such flavor." Thus, Tsunade, do not allow the scene before you to cloud your judgment. Lu Xing, having finished one bowl, set down his chopsticks, his gaze sharpening. "Do you truly believe that Konoha would never covet the land of whirlpools or other nations?" Chapter 67, a reminder to Tsunade. Tsunade's pupils contracted. She had not anticipated Lu Xing, who had just been smiling, would suddenly adopt such a piercing demeanor. "You have experienced war, haven't you, Tsunade? I believe you have a profound understanding of its realities." Lu Xing continued without awaiting her response. "This is my first experience with war. Before the invasion of Wachao village, it had remained a place of stability and peace. Only during missions did I encounter danger. Yet this war has reminded me that the shinobi world is rife with cruelty and uncertainty. Those once vibrant lives wither away like fragile flowers under the ravages of conflict." A shadow crossed Lu Xing's eyes, his tone growing somber. "The senseless slaughter of lives, the unending and incurable pain, that is the essence of war." Tsunade stood frozen, the weight of Lu Xing's words pressing heavily upon her. Ninja, at such a young age, must face the battlefield. Some of them may never receive a complete education in the Ninja Academy. This is the grotesque reality of our current shinobi world. I believe your grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could not have envisioned such a shinobi world. His life was dedicated to pursuing peace, yet he only managed to bring about fleeting stability. What I must do is break this incessant cycle of war. I will seek out the roots of all conflicts and resolve them at their source, ultimately leading the shinobi world into lasting peace. Do you comprehend the sacrifices required for such a pursuit? Tsunade's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions as she gazed at Lu Xing, unsure of how to express her thoughts. I am aware of the challenges that lie ahead. I may emerge battered and bruised, face countless failures, and endure endless misunderstandings and scorn. Lu Xing paused, seemingly steeling himself, before solemnly declaring, "But the thought of those struggling amidst the chaos of war, of the lives lost too soon, will keep me moving forward." Uzumaki Lu Xing. Tsunade gazed at Lu Xing in a daze, as if she had seen the shadow of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, in him just moments ago. "Oh, Tsunade, are you here to try this newly opened ramen shop as well?" At that moment, a figure suddenly burst in from outside and approached Tsunade. "Naruto, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in class at the Ninja Academy?" Tsunade exclaimed, surprised at the sight of her younger brother, Naruto. The village is about to hold the Chunin exams, and our teacher sent us out to interview lower-ranked ninjas participating in the exams. However, I searched for a long time and couldn't find a single participant. Interviewing lower-ranked ninjas participating in the Chunin exams? Tsunade chuckled lightly, turning to Lu Xing Isnt. This a coincidence? This big brother right here is about to participate in the Chunin exams. Lu Xing was also eyeing Tsunade's brother, Naruto, who appeared rarely in the original story and was only present in Tsunade's memories as her closest sibling. Upon hearing Tsunade's introduction, Naruto looked at Lu Xing with a face full of confusion. Tsundere as she is, Tsunade was indeed correct. I shall participate in the upcoming Chunin exam, which surely falls within the scope of your interview. Ryusei displayed a faint smile, initially believing that an interview regarding such an original anime plot would not transpire. Yet in the tangible world of shinobi, anything is indeed possible. Wow, big brother, you appear to be older than my sister. Why are you still a genin? Thud. As soon as Shoju finished speaking, Tsunade landed a sharp blow to his head. You brat, have I not taught you to treat everyone with respect? Even if Ryusei is but a genin, he is still your senior, and you speak so rudely. I apologize, sister. I see my mistake. Shoju covered the spot where Tsunade had struck, not daring to retaliate. He's merely a child. There's no need to be overly harsh. I didn't mind what he just said. Ryusei chuckled, glancing at the slightly aggrieved Shoju, surprised that Tsunade's dearly beloved younger brother would face treatment akin to that of Jiraiya. All right, what would you like to inquire about? You may begin your questioning now. By the way, I shall only answer one question. Only one question? Shoju rubbed the spot Tsunade had struck, his eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. Ryusei's reminder compelled him to ponder carefully regarding the question he wished to pose. Indeed, just one question. Ryusei smiled mischievously, discovering for the first time that the little Shoju was quite adorably naive. Well then, I have already answered your query, and this interview concludes here. Huh, what question did I even ask? Shoju looked bewildered, astonished by Ryusei's unexpected response to his counter. You rascal, do you really have to tease even children like that? Tsunade found herself both amused and exasperated. She had just been contemplating what questions Shoju might ask, only to have Ryusei exploit a loophole that left Shoju's interview in vain. This is my first lesson for him, no matter the circumstances. A ninja must be wary of every trap set by their opponents. Ryusei continued to chuckle, the earlier heavy atmosphere between him and Tsunade dissipating after Shoju's antics. All right, Shoju. I shall treat you to ramen. Trust me, you will come to adore the ramen here. In the cemetery of the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, 5 figures stood with grim expressions before a gravestone. I have investigated, and at least 10 clan members' remains have been desecrated. Those that remain untouched are all of clan members whose bodies had already decayed. The third elder of the Uchiha spoke gravely, astonished that the once secure cemetery had fallen victim to theft. Cursed thieves. To obtain the Sharingan, they would go so far as to disturb the dead. The second elder's face darkened, for the usually composed man was now radiating an ominous aura. No outsider could breach Konoha's defenses to enter here. Only a ninja from within Konoha could commit such a deed. Uchiha Jinya calmly analyzed the situation, realizing that merely through Ryusei's single observation, he had uncovered such a terrifying truth. There is no need for conjecture. We must go directly to the third Hokage for answers. The theft of our clan members' remains occurred not long ago, and he, who governs all of Konoha, must provide the Uchiha clan with an explanation. The elder's fury surged, and had Jinya not intervened, he would have been the first to rush to the Hokage's office demanding an explanation. This matter is not so simple. Let us return to the clan and convene an emergency meeting. The Uchiha clan shall not tolerate such an affront. Chapter 68. Kushina's retaliation. Thank you, Tsunade, for accompanying me around Konoha for most of the day. In the cherry blossom grove outside the Senju clan's territory, Ryusei and Tsunade walked side by side. This was merely my duty. Tsunade pouted, adding, and I have yet to express my gratitude. It was you who helped Shoju complete his interview. It's just a small matter. Just as Ryusei was about to say something more, a disturbance from the depths of the grove caught his attention. It seems there is some commotion over there. Tsunade furrowed her brow, noting that this area was typically devoid of visitors. Let us go, conceal our presence, and investigate. After exchanging glances, Ryusei and Tsunade swiftly covered their footsteps with chakra, approaching the source of the noise. That figure must be Kushina, Tsunade whispered, observing the red-haired girl trapped within the grove. Indeed, it is Kushina. It appears trouble has found her once more. Ryusei recognized the scene unfolding before him, one that had previously appeared in Kushina's memories. Realizing that despite his influence, this moment remained unchanged. What a despicable person. Bullying a little girl who has just entered the ninja academy while being a Chunin yourself? I can no longer contain my urge to teach him a lesson. Tsunade's anger flared as she witnessed a leaf Chunin preparing to strike Kushina. Wait a moment, Tsunade. I want to see how Kushina will handle this situation herself. Ryusei found himself intrigued rather than anxious, eager to observe the confrontation, curious to see what resolve Kushina, guided by both Uzumaki Mito and himself, would exhibit. Didn't he even notice the shadow clone technique? Truly just a child. At that moment, the leaf Chunin had knocked Kushina to the ground, reaching out to grasp her flowing red hair. Not only did you make my brother cry at school, but you also had a foreign ninja teach him a lesson? Truly vile outsider. However, your hair is remarkably red, as stiff as a line. The Chunin sneered, finding Kushina's hair bothersome. You shall not speak ill of my hair. Thud. Kushina abruptly thrust her head back, colliding with the Chunin's face. This red hair is the most vital emblem of the Uzumaki clan. To insult it is to insult my family. The Chunin, pained, released his grip on her hair. And disregarding her own discomfort, Kushina turned and delivered a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, mounting him and unleashing a flurry of punches. Behold, my transformation into the red-hot pepper. A nearby boy, of Kushina's age, witnessed the scene and screamed as he fled the cherry blossom grove. While Kushina paid him no mind, continuing to vent her pent-up fury. You shall suffer the consequences for insulting my hair. Well done. Ryusei watched with satisfaction as Kushina emerged victorious, feeling a sense of relief that she no longer despised her hair color. Let us separate them, Tsunade. The leaf Chunin is yours to deal with. Ryusei and Tsunade emerged from their hiding spot, swiftly intervening to separate Kushina from the leaf Chunin. All right, Kushina. Now let Tsunade Annie handle this matter. Andy Tsunade. Upon hearing Ryusei's reference to her, Tsunade's anger ignited, and in the next instant, thud. She delivered a sharp blow to the Chunin's head. Do not dare to cry out in pain. Is it not enough to suffer humiliation already? As a Chunin, you dare bully a first-year student. Tsunade's voice was icy, causing the Chunin, held in her grasp, to stifle his cries of agony. Uncle Ryusei, did you see everything just now? Kushina's face flushed crimson, realizing her actions had been witnessed by others. I saw it all. Well done. The Uzumaki clan shall not tolerate such insults. But remember, you must not allow anyone to insult you either. I shall take this fellow for punishment. Kushina, you are in good hands now. Tsunade shot Ryusei an exasperated glare before dragging the leaf Chunin away towards the village. And you, little one in the tree. I did not say you could leave. After Tsunade departed, Ryusei suddenly turned his gaze towards the treetop of a cherry blossom tree, where a golden-haired youth was preparing to leave the forest. Upon hearing Ryusei's voice, he had no choice but to leap down from the tree to stand before him. Are you here to mock me as well? Upon recognizing his classmate, Minato Namikaze, Kushina pouted in a way that was utterly endearing. You think I'm not being helped just because I am an outsider, don't you? That is not true. Minato attempted to explain. But before he could finish, Kushina interrupted him. Stop pretending. I know I am not accepted in Konoha, but I will never give up. I will become the first female Hokage. Ryusei, who had been watching the exchange between Minato and Kushina with keen interest, reached out and ruffled Kushina's hair. All right, Kushina. If I'm not mistaken, this fellow wishes to protect you. He merely believes you can handle that Chunin on your own, which is why he refrained from intervening. Yes, that is right. Minato nodded vigorously, astonished that Ryusei would defend him. However, young man, love should be expressed openly. Sneaking around after a little girl like that could lead to misunderstandings. Ryusei chuckled at Minato, whose face flushed crimson in response. I must take my leave. Like a startled rabbit, Minato hurriedly fled towards the outer edge of the cherry blossom grove. Uncle Ryusei, why are you teasing him? Has he really been following me all this time? As Minato departed, Kushina gazed at Ryusei, seemingly able to see through him, her large eyes betraying no concern over the jest he had just made. What an amusing little creature. Kushina, in time, you will understand. Ryusei remarked as he turned towards the direction of the Senju clan's buildings. with Kushina following closely behind after pondering his words for a moment. Meanwhile, in the underground assembly space of the Uchiha clan beneath the Nanga Shrine, over a dozen formidable Uchiha gathered. Clan leader, why the urgent summons? What has transpired? As the clan leader remained silent, Uchiha Shun, the current vice-captain of the Konoha Guard, could not contain himself and spoke up. Shun, we may have uncovered the truth behind your father Uchiha Kagami's death. What? The clan leader has news regarding the circumstances of Kagami-senpai's demise? Didn't Hokage-sama inform us that he fell to the ambush of the Cloud Ninja? The others in the assembly reacted with astonishment. As Kagami had been dead for over a decade, and the clan had long accepted the news of his passing. Clan leader, are you suggesting that my father did not perish at the hands of the Cloud Ninja? Shun's expression was one of agitation, having harbored doubts about his father's death for many years. Look at this. Uchiha Jinya gestured for Fugaku to unveil the black cloth that covered the object at the center of the assembly. Instantly, all eyes turned towards it. Impossible. How could an outsider possess Sharingan? As the cloth was drawn back, every Uchiha present felt their eyes turn crimson. Each could see the unmistakable three-tomo Sharingan in the eye sockets of the corpse laid bare before them. Could it be that someone has stolen the Sharingan from our Uchiha clan? Yet, the clan members with three-tomo are unharmed. Where does this pair of eyes originate? This corpse belongs to the third Mizukage. Fugaku explained succinctly before returning to Jinya's side. The Mizukage? A sudden silence fell over the assembly space, which was soon followed by an uproar. Clan leader, does this mean these eyes belong to my father? Shun approached the Mizukage's body, examining the Sharingan closely. I suspected as much, but it wasn't he until I and the three elders discovered a more dire issue. Jinya's expression darkened further, as memories of the bodies of clan members being stolen flooded back to him, striking at his core. In our Uchiha cemetery, at least 10 clan members' remains have been taken. How is this possible? Within the territory of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, there should be no one capable of breaching our defenses. If outsiders cannot accomplish this, then only someone from within Konoha could. This is an affront. It is bad enough that Konoha has excluded our Uchiha clan from the upper echelons. They dare to covet our Sharingan as well. We cannot allow this to stand, clan leader. Our Uchiha clan must not be subjected to such humiliation. Indeed, if they dare to desecrate our clan members' remains today, tomorrow they will not hesitate to harm those of us who still live for the sake of the Sharingan. The assembly erupted once more, with every Sharingan present glowing a fierce red. Silence. Uchiha Jinya raised his hand, finally restoring order to the chaotic assembly space. Currently, no one in our clan has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With our present strength, turning against Konoha would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Success is impossible. Are we to simply accept this? Must we live in fear of our Sharingan being taken from us? Absolutely not. If Konoha shows no mercy, we must not hesitate to act. A wise bird chooses its tree. I refuse to believe that there is no place for our Uchiha clan to thrive in this vast shinobi world. Yes, clan leader, make a decision. If we cannot confront Konoha head-on, why not lead our entire clan away from Konoha? Once we grow strong enough, we can seek vengeance. The second elder, observing the impassioned clan members, furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Everyone, let us remain calm. At the very least, we are still uncertain about who is involved in this matter. Second elder, I know you have always advocated for peaceful coexistence with Konoha, but the evidence is clear before us. Konoha has never regarded our Uchiha clan as part of the village. They have always coveted our Sharingan. Leaving Konoha is no simple task. We have cultivated our roots there for many years. Any movement will surely attract Konoha's attention. Not to mention the many clansmen who are civilians. The second elder continued, acknowledging Konoha's ill intentions, yet also recognizing the complexities of leaving. Moreover, after we depart Konoha, other forces in the shinobi world may not genuinely welcome us. They might take the opportunity to attack us. The Sharingan on the Mizukage serves as a stark reminder of our precarious situation. Even with all these challenges, we cannot remain passive. We must act before Konoha's blade is drawn against our necks. Leaving Konoha, you say? The silent Jinya pondered inwardly, Ryusui's image surfacing in his mind. Perhaps, joining the land of whirlpools is not out of the question. Clan leader, regardless of whether we leave Konoha or not, we must first uncover who has taken our clan members' remains, and, moreover, who was responsible for my father's death. Shun, suppressing his emotions, was the one most eager to uncover the truth. Let us all quiet down. With this noise, we will never ascertain the answers. Finally, Uchiha Jinya waved his hand, silencing the clan members in the assembly space. Our clan's foundation and assets are rooted in Konoha. Leaving is not a matter of simply issuing an order. At present, there is no other place in the shinobi world where we can take refuge besides Konoha. But this does not mean we will relinquish our hatred. The appearance of the Sharingan on outsiders and the theft of our clan members' remains are undoubtedly connected. We must uncover the hidden truths behind this. Finally made a decision. Clan leader. In the gathering space, the majority of the Uchiha clan members' eyes gleamed with intensity. Their dissatisfaction with Konoha had long simmered, and had it not been for the clan leader's constant restraint, they would have already initiated a coup against Konoha. Remember, our current strength is far from sufficient to confront the entirety of Konoha. Once the meeting concludes, I shall meet with the 3 elders to see the 3rd Hokage. The rest of you must swiftly escort the clan members back to the clan grounds. Although Konoha is unlikely to act hastily, if this matter truly involves the Hokage, we must prepare for the worst. Furthermore, Fugaku, you shall lead the investigation into the cemetery alongside Shun, seeking any trace of the thief. What we lack most at present is evidence. Lastly, the body of the Mizukage on the table and the suggestion to investigate the cemetery were both brought to me by the current leader of Uzumaki village, Uzumaki Ryusei. Should anything happen to me or the 3 elders, Fugaku, you are to immediately seek assistance from Ryusei. If Ryusei chooses to remain uninvolved, the direst outcome would be that our entire clan severs ties with Konoha and establishes a new ninja village. Chapter 70. The Troubled 3rd Hokage in the Evening. Within Konoha Village, Hokage Tower. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Jinya and the 3 elders seek an audience. Allow them to enter. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was perusing documents, yet his mind was far from the papers before him. Reports from Tsunade confirmed that the Sharingan had indeed appeared on the Mizukage. How had Kiraigakure acquired such an eye? Hiruzen found himself perplexed. Though many coveted the Sharingan throughout the ninja world, it had never been taken from the Uchiha since the Warring States period, let alone manifested in outsiders. Hokage-sama, working late into the night, how diligent of you. Just as Hiruzen pondered, Uchiha Jinya and the 3 elders entered the office. Please, have a seat. Jinya and the elders have arrived at this hour. I presume to discuss the Sharingan that has surfaced on the Mizukage? Hiruzen stood, abandoning any pretense of authority in such a moment. Evidently, Tsunade had informed him of this matter. Uchiha Jinya offered a polite smile, albeit one that appeared remarkably strained. I have just received this news from Tsunade. Such an occurrence is indeed shocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke. The Sharingan possessed by the Mizukage must have been acquired in past battles. I shall assist you, Jinya, in holding Kiraigakure accountable and demanding reparations for the Uchiha clan. Kiraigakure has recently suffered defeat at the hands of Uzumaki village. Hokage-sama, you are calculating wisely. At this time, they would certainly hesitate to resist Konoha's demands. Before Jinya could respond, the Uchiha elder spoke with a veiled tone. Kiraigakure, despite its current state, remains one of the 5 great ninja villages. Even now, exerting pressure upon them carries immense risk for Konoha. Hiruzen maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the elder's remarks. How to handle Kiraigakure is not something Hokage-sama needs to concern himself with. We have come here to meet with Konoha's higher-ups. Please summon the advisors. Upon witnessing the Hokage's reluctance to assume responsibility, Jinya chose to address the matter directly. Summon the other advisors? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, taking a deep draw from his pipe. What issues does clan leader Jinya wish to discuss with the advisors? If there are requests, as Hokage, I believe I can advocate for you. What if we, the Uchiha, seek a seat among the advisors? That is absolutely out of the question. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, and a voice resounded with undeniable authority throughout the room. Danzo, and you too, what brings you here? Humph, Hiruzen, if we had not come, the Uchiha would likely be riding on our backs. Danzo strode into the room with an imposing presence, his single visible eye radiating a chilling glare. Behind him, advisors Mito Gate-in and Zenkichi Kohei followed with solemn expressions. Val Uchiha, let me make it clear, the advisor positions in Konoha will never be granted to your clan. Danzo, the Uchiha are part of this village. You have no right to unilaterally decide such matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned outrage, yet secretly appreciated Danzo's stance. As I envisioned, Upon hearing of the Uchiha, Danzo would be the first to oppose us. Uchiha Jinya remained composed, as if he had anticipated this very scenario. We, the Uchiha, have made significant contributions to the village and were among the founding families. Is it so unreasonable for us to desire a place among Konoha's elite? You Uchiha already have the Konoha Guard. Allowing you further access to the upper echelons would likely lead to chaos in the village by the next day. Danzo scoffed, continuing. I see through your intentions. You seek to use the Konoha Guard's power to incite discontent among the villagers, then ascend to the higher ranks to undermine Konoha's unity, ultimately achieving your goal of splitting the village. And your meeting with the current leader of Uzumaki village today was likely aimed at sabotaging the alliance, as you indiscriminately ordered the Konoha Guard to detain Uzumaki's Chunin. Even if they were in the wrong, such diplomatic matters should be handled personally by the Hokage. You slander us. The Uchiha clan enforces the law impartially. When have we ever engaged in such despicable acts? I suspect you are the one employing vile tactics and defaming our clan. The Uchiha elder erupted in fury at Danzo's allegations. Enough, enough. Everyone, let us calm down. Hiruzen interjected, sensing the escalating tension. Though he wished to prevent the Uchiha from gaining power, he equally did not want a complete rift between them and the village. Danzo, without evidence, you cannot disparage the Uchiha clan. The Konoha Guard enforces the law without issue. Do not fall into their trap. Elder, remember, our purpose here is not to seek positions of power. Uchiha Jinya took a deep breath, finally suppressing his inner rage. Now that all four of you have assembled, we can address the true issue at hand. I ask you, Shimura Danzo, what is the true cause of Uchiha Kageme's death? That matter was clarified long ago. Are you suggesting that the Uchiha doubt the veracity of our statements? Danzo coldly retorted, seemingly dismissive of Jinya's inquiry. Indeed, clan leader Jinya, we have thoroughly investigated the matter together. We all mourn Kageme's sacrifice. He was highly regarded by our teacher. Unfortunately, the situation was perilous, and we had no opportunity to save him. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded earnestly, sharing in the lamentation for Kageme's loss. Had Uchiha Kageme survived, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha would not be as strained as it is now. Then, may I inquire, Danzo, are you willing to remove the covering from your right eye so that I may see what injury it sustained? Jinya's gaze was unwavering as he focused on Danzo's bandaged right eye and arm. If you are too afraid to unveil the bandage from your eye, I shall have reason to suspect that you were the one who seized Kageme's Sharingan. The Uchiha clan swears vengeance upon you. Chapter 71, Jinya's Mangekyo Val Uchiha. The injury to my right eye is a lifelong shame, and you dare use it to threaten me. Tuanzang's eyes momentarily flickered with panic, but he quickly concealed his true thoughts, adopting an expression of profound anger. I, Tuanzang, have never feared your Uchiha clan. How dare you choose this moment to confront me? It is evident that your clan seeks to instigate a coup within the village. Humph. Are you too cowardly to reveal what lies beneath the bandages? Uchiha Xianyi sneered as he rose to his feet, the three Uchiha elders activating their Sharingan, their gazes filled with animosity directed at Tuanzang. I have long suspected that you orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, not only causing the death of Jing, but also stealing the bodies of Uchiha clan members to obtain their Sharingan. Within the entirety of Konoha, only your rude organization would stoop to such despicable acts. It was you who delivered the Sharingan to the Mizukage to implicate my clan, and it was you who aimed to sow discord between the Uchiha and Konoha. Today, I shall unveil your true nature. Xianye's eyes transformed, his Sharingan morphing into a mesmerizing flower-like pattern, akin to the blossoms of a five-petaled flower. Illusion, Yellow Springs. As Tuanzang and Xianyi locked eyes, an unseen wave of ocular technique surged into Tuanzang's mind, leaving him in a daze as if hypnotized. Stop. The first to react was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who swiftly began forming hand seals with lightning speed. Illusion, Dark Passage. An engulfing darkness swiftly shrouded the entire office, causing Xianye's group to lose their target. Futile. Once ensnared by my illusion, the effect of Yellow Springs will persist until I dispel it. Despite the darkness, Xianye's enchanting petals began to rotate slowly, searching for Tuanzang and the others. Yellow Springs forces the entrapped to relive every sin they have committed throughout their lives, endlessly tormented until they relinquish their will to live. Their consciousness becomes clear, and they will answer all questions posed to them truthfully. Tuanzang, I ask you, what is the truth behind Uchiha Jing's death? Who is responsible for the theft of the Uchiha clan's bodies? And what connection do you have with the Mizukage Sharingan? Though the dark passage obscured sight, it could not mute sound. Hearing Xian Ye's inquiries, Tuanzong instinctively began to respond. Uchiha Jing perished under an ambush from Kiraigakure. However, I secretly retrieved his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's bodies were also taken by my arrangements, all to obtain the Sharingan. As for the Mizukage, Tuanzang's fragmented answers only served to deepen the hatred in Xian Yi and the three elders with each revelation. Just as Tuanzang was about to respond to the third question, his awareness abruptly returned. And one of the three Sharingan hidden beneath the bandages on his right arm shut itself. Damn it! To be controlled by the Sharingan illusion without warning. Could this be the terrifying power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Tuanzang, clearly familiar with the Sharingan, understood that Xian Ye's eyes had evolved into the legendary Mangekyo. Fortunately, I had previously suggested to my own body to prepare for this moment, allowing me to escape peril through Izanagi. However, I must ensure that my efforts to seize the Sharingan remain concealed. With a steely gaze, Tuanzang seized the opportunity afforded by the dark passage, drawing a kunai to stab into his left arm. At last, I have escaped the illusion's grasp. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Danzo, be wary of that Uchiha. I was completely under his control just moments ago. Do not meet his gaze. Suddenly, Uchiha Xian Yi let out a furious roar, and a skeletal structure enveloped his body in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the Hokage building was obliterated by the fully manifested skeletal structure, sending ripples of chakra throughout Konoha. Within the Senju clan's territory, Ryusei was diligently attempting to master the transformation of wind chakra. For someone who had undergone 2 transformations via Sage Body and Sage techniques, mastering the remaining chakra transformations was merely a matter of time. That seems to be the direction of the Hokage building. At that moment, the distant fluctuations of battle jolted Ryusei from his meditative state. In the next instant, he joined his hands and entered Sage mode. Is that Susanoo? In this era, aside from Madara, are there others who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Ryusei marveled at the situation near the Hokage building, realizing that while he suspected the Uchiha intended to confront the Hokage for answers, he never anticipated that one from their clan would wield Susanoo. It seems a grand spectacle is about to unfold. I wonder what the Uchiha have discovered to instigate such a conflict in Konoha. As he pondered, Ryusei stepped outside. Sensing Tsunade and Mito had already taken their positions atop the tallest rooftop, he quickly joined them. There is a battle occurring at the Hokage building. As a member of Konoha, I cannot remain indifferent. Ryusei, please stay here and look after Kushina. I need to assess the situation on site. Are you worried that without your supervision, I might cause chaos in Konoha? Ryusei chuckled softly, then grasped Tsunade's left arm. Since you're concerned about me being alone, take me with you to the Hokage building. I'm curious to see what is happening there. Before Tsunade could refuse, Ryusei was enveloped in a surge of sage chakra. Mito, please take care of Kushina. We should return shortly. With a brief reassurance, Ryusei transformed into a bolt of lightning, propelling himself and Tsunade toward the Hokage building. How lively! Soon, Ryusei and Tsunade arrived at the site of the Hokage building, which had been reduced to ruins. A transparent barrier of purple flames enveloped the Hokage building and the surrounding structures. I never expected to see the purple Susanoo at this moment. I thought I would have to wait until Obito matured to witness Susanoo in this world. Ryusei gazed in astonishment at the half-formed skeletal Susanoo, observing the intricate patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Xian Ye's eyes, protected by the skeletal form. Truly, Uchiha Sasuke's grandfather. It appears this family has all awakened the Mangekyo. I wonder if there is a chance to provoke Fugaku into awakening his Mangekyo early. Chapter 72. The Fierce Battle at the Hokage Building. Tuanzang, you still dare to deny it? Even if you remain silent on the third question, I know for certain that you are the one who delivered the stolen Sharingan to the Mizukage. The Uchiha elder trembled with rage, held back only by Xian Ye's restraint. Tuanzang, tell me, was everything you claimed before truly genuine? Sarutobi Hiruzen had ordered 4 ANBU members to activate the 4 Purple Flames formation, encircling them along with the Uchiha clan members. He understood that today's events would not resolve easily and could only limit the battlefield to prevent the aftermath from affecting the village. Previously, I was completely under the Uchiha's illusion, and I cannot recall what I was saying. Tuanzang raised his left arm, pierced by the kunai. If it weren't for the pain that jolted me back to reality, I might still be under his control. In such a state, the one controlling me could make me say anything, which is an utter fabrication. Uchiha Shienyi, do not think that your clan's possession of the Sharingan can disrupt Konoha. I, Tuanzang, will never allow your schemes to succeed. Tuanzang's ability to distort the truth was remarkable, yet under these circumstances, the Uchiha would undoubtedly not let matters rest. Ryusei approached the four purple flames formation alongside Tsunade, clearly hearing Tuanzang's deceitful claims. Liuxing, is this your ultimate goal? To incite a rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha? Upon hearing Liuxing's soliloquy, Tsunade could no longer contain her inner perplexity. Only she understood the extent to which the current situation was entwined with Liuxing. No, I have never intended for the Uchiha to become adversaries of Konoha. At most, I merely reminded the Uchiha to inspect their ancestral cemetery. There are indeed some who have committed grave misdeeds. By the way, Tsunade, perhaps you should also take a look at the Senju cemetery. The losses suffered by the Senju clan may not be any less than those of the Uchiha. What do you truly know? Why can't you just reveal the truth to me? Tsunade gazed at the increasingly enigmatic Liuxing, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency within her heart. Reveal the truth directly? Liuxing retorted, then continued before Tsunade could respond. If I were to tell you that the third Hokage and his closest associates are the true culprits behind the obliteration of the Senju clan, would you believe me? Liuxing's earnest gaze upon Tsunade stirred an inexplicable turmoil within her. No. Convincing the Senju clan to abandon their surname and merge into Konoha was the arrangement of my grandfather Tobarama. Even Shinsuke and I did not inherit the Senju name. Thus, you could never possibly believe the truth I speak. Only when the truth is laid bare before you will you awaken to it. Just as the Uchiha have now realized that all their tribulations are the doing of Danzo. Liuxing sighed inwardly. Though Danzo is often mockingly referred to as the Shadow, many calamities in Konoha stem from his actions. It is likely that he has long since surreptitiously stolen the corpses of the first and second Hokage for experimentation. Otherwise, if Orochimaru were to excavate them in 10 years, their remains would have lost all value for research and would only serve as vessels for Edo Tensei. By the way, Tsunade, although you have grown strong, Shinsuke is still just a child. You should understand that the simplest way to ensure the Senju clan is wholly forgotten in the annals of history is to allow an accident to befall Shinsuke. Upon hearing Liuxing's words, Tsunade could no longer muster the will to refute him. Her thoughts surged as Liuxing's words acted like a key, unlocking the door that had long concealed the truth and laying it bare before her. Meanwhile, within the barrier, the confrontation between the Uchiha and Danzo was reaching its climax. Hiruzen, are you still defending the Uchiha? Have you forgotten the atrocities committed by the Uchiha clan in the past? Or do you genuinely suspect Danzo? We were all present when Kakashi sacrificed himself. We are more aware than anyone else of Danzo's demeanor. Both Kirin and Mito looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager for him to decide how to handle the Uchiha. Do not forget, Hiruzen, we are the most familiar with each other. Are you really inclined to side with the Uchiha merely on the basis of their slanders? Hiruzen, I know you have been wary of me all these years, but I swear on my life that I, as a member of Konoha's root, have never done anything to harm Konoha. Danzo's single visible eye shone with unwavering determination. Were it not for Liuxing's awareness of his actions, one might have been misled by his demeanor. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of everything that Root had done, and seeing Danzo's resoluteness, he finally made a decision. The Uchiha clan has already caused chaos in the Hokage building. Let us first subdue these four individuals, and we can decide their fate later. Indeed, you four are all cut from the same cloth. It seems that in the end, we must let strength dictate our words. In an instant, the kaleidoscope within Xian Ye's eyes blazed brilliantly. Elders, do not underestimate these individuals. They were once members of the elite guard of the second Hokage. In the next moment, the skeletal Susanoo took the initiative, its massive bony hand reaching out to grasp Danzo. Earth release, earth flow wall. Mito's hands swiftly formed seals, and with a fierce shout, a sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground. Boom. In an instant, the seemingly robust earth flow wall collapsed, forcing Hiruzen and the others to evade the Susanoo's assault. This is the consequence of your hesitation. It allowed the Uchiha to seize the initiative. Danzo's expression darkened. He had recognized that Xian Yi had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The abilities he was now employing filled him with trepidation. Enough with the idle chatter. The opponent possesses eyes akin to those of Uchiha Madara. Ordinary ninjutsu will struggle to harm him. Focus on the battle. Hiruzen shed his Hokage robes, casting a shuriken while quickly forming seals. Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. In the next moment, a single shuriken multiplied into thousands. Fire release, fire curtain technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. As Mito and Danzo completed their seals, a colossal fire curtain appeared in the air, and a violent gale swept through the shuriken, enhancing the flames as they sped towards Susanoo. Such a dense barrage of attacks could not be wholly thwarted by Susanoo at this stage. Xianyi clenched his teeth, preparing to further utilize his ocular power to elevate Susanoo to the next stage. Chapter 73, The Enraged Xianyi. Clan leader, do not continue to wield that power. The three of us old fellows are not yet incapable of fighting. The Uchiha elder discerned Xianyi's intent and hurriedly intervened to prevent him from further utilizing the kaleidoscope Sharingan's power, while the second and third elders simultaneously began forming seals. Lightning release, lightning dragon technique. Before the two elders, two dragons composed of blue lightning rapidly coalesced, charging directly toward the overwhelming shuriken. In an instant, countless shuriken collided against the skeletal Susanoo, dissipating into smoke, while the shuriken near the ground clashed with the lightning dragons, resulting in the destruction of many. Yet, due to the sheer density of shuriken, some still slipped through the gaps, but they were intercepted by the elder wielding a short blade. The weakness of their ninjutsu lies below. They cannot defend against attacks from ground level. Utilize earth release. Kirin, while avoiding direct eye contact with the Sharingan, quickly perceived the first stage weakness of Susanoo. The moment the elder recognized Hiruzen's seals, he understood what technique they intended to deploy. Urgently, he leapt into the air with Xianyi, while the second and third elders swiftly dodged aside. In the next moment, the ground where they had been standing split apart, transforming into a muddy river that filled the crevice. How dare you take to the sky? What an opportunity! Danzo was also not idle. Rapidly forming seals, wind release, vacuum, great sphere. Taking a deep breath, Danzo expelled a high-pressure wind ball from his mouth. Amaterasu. Xianyi had been closely observing Danzo, and at this moment, noticing him casting ninjutsu, activated the Amaterasu contained within his left eye. In an instant, black flames erupted around Danzo. This is Amaterasu. This is getting interesting. It seems Danzo will need to use his Anaji. I wonder how many Sharingan he has transplanted without the cells of Hashirama. Liuxing watched the battle unfold from outside the barrier. Upon seeing the black flames engulfing Danzo, he immediately recognized it as one of Xianyi's kaleidoscope techniques. Danzo, engulfed in black flames, let out a piercing wail, the searing agony consuming him. The vacuum great sphere he had previously unleashed merely collided with Susanoo, causing it to stagger back slightly. Danzo, how are you holding up? You must endure. I will assist you in sealing the flames. Upon witnessing the agonizing visage of Danzo, Hisashi hurriedly made his way towards him. The black flames enveloping Danzo were no ordinary flames, and among those present, only he possessed the sealing techniques capable of extinguishing such fire. Block him, roared Xianyi, and in an instant, the second and third elders had completed their hand seals and unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously. The fire release, great fire annihilation, was executed identically by both, igniting a raging inferno that engulfed half of the barrier space, surging towards the four adversaries. This is dire. Such an assault cannot be withstood physically. Gritting his teeth, Hisashi abandoned his approach to Danzo and instead performed his own ninjutsu. Water release, water barrier. A swirling curtain of water rose around him, encompassing all four of his allies, including Danzo, while the fire techniques clashed violently against the water barrier until they were extinguished a minute later. Hisashi used the dark technique. At that moment, Danzo's voice echoed from Xianyi's position. Without the luxury of time to ponder how Danzo had evaded the fire attack, Hisashi instinctively activated the dark technique, plunging the entire barrier into complete darkness. Damn it, Danzo! You indeed possess the Sharingan, but why would you employ the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanaji? Questioned Xianyi, his voice resonating clearly amid the obscurity. What is Anaji? Your attack merely struck my shadow clone left behind, Danzo retorted, seizing the opportunity to approach amidst their carelessness. Wind release, vacuum blade. With kunai in hand, he coated it with sharp wind chakra and lunged directly at Xianyi, who was shielded by Susanoo. Are we to stand idly by, merely watching as Lord Hokage battles the Uchiha? The number of powerful figures gathering outside the barrier was increasing, and Jiraiya, alongside other surviving strongholds of Konoha, approached Ryusui, witnessing the darkness enveloping the barrier. Rather than worry about Lord Hokage, you should focus on your own safety. Any one of them possesses strength equal to or exceeding ours, retorted Orochimaru without hesitation. Among those present, only Ryusui understood that Danzo had evaded Shin-Ye's terrifying black flames not through a shadow clone, but by some other means. The power of the Uchiha was indeed formidable. Even Danzo could only watch helplessly as his body was consumed by flames. Moreover, the Izanagi they referenced appeared to be a ninjutsu that could only be executed with the Sharingan, allowing Danzo to emerge unscathed behind that colossal skeletal figure. Lord Hokage did not call for our aid, suggesting that everything within the barrier remains under his control. We need only to guard silently from the outside, spoke the masked Shikamaru, his gaze fixed on the barrier as if attempting to pierce the darkness to comprehend the unfolding events. Suddenly, an enraged roar from Shin-Ye shattered the silence within the barrier, and in an instant, the barrier was violently ruptured, the dark technique undone. A terrifying purple giant, exceeding 30 meters in height, emerged into view. Is this the true terror of our Uchiha's legendary third power, Susanoo? The two Uchiha elders watched enviously as the Susanoo, now filled with veins and flesh, towered above them, while Hisashi and his companions gazed in trepidation at the sudden transformation of Susanoo. Danzo was ensnared within the grasp of that giant. The immense Susanoo clenched its hands tightly, and Danzo was seen thrashing violently within its palm. Meanwhile, Shin-Ye, supported by the elder, was bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices, appearing far worse than Danzo. Yet, despite the blood cascading from his eyes, the fury within Shin-Ye's gaze erupted with a fierce light, leaving all to wonder what fueled his madness. You, Danzo, who desecrates the Uchiha's legacy, shall perish. With that, the Susanoo's hands crushed down, and in the next moment, Danzo exploded into a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 74. The despicable Danzo. Had Lord Danzo truly met his demise? At that moment, all present beheld the shocking spectacle of Danzo's obliteration, the scene's impact unparalleled. Cursed be this. Suddenly, Danzo's figure reappeared before the colossal Susanoo, and then everyone witnessed his frantic charge towards Hisashi and his companions. My 3 Sharingan are rendered useless. Only the one in my right eye remains. I must not be slain again. My identity is still concealed. I need to return to the roots to replenish my Sharingan. As Danzo sprinted, he pondered, while behind him, the furious roar of Shin-Ye echoed once more. The giant Susanoo raised its right hand, channeling a pitch-black spear within its palm, and the spear was hurled directly at Danzo. Just as the Ama no Murakumo was about to strike Danzo, a robust Kanabo swept in, launching the unsuspecting Danzo far away. Simultaneously, the Ama no Murakumo struck the center of the Kanabo, penetrating even the indestructible body of the Monkey King, which then reverted to its true form. What a terrifying attack! Hisashi, I can assist you no further. The Monkey King bore a grievous wound upon its abdomen, now barely clinging to life. Even uttering those words seemed to deplete its entire strength. As soon as it finished speaking, it vanished into smoke before Hisashi. Rest well, my friend, Hisashi murmured softly, astonished that the once indomitable Monkey King could be pierced by one of Shin-Ye's attacks. What a fearsome giant! My teacher's concerns regarding the Uchiha's power were not unfounded. If another among the Uchiha were to master such strength, the leadership of Konoha would be uncertain. A deep sense of apprehension flickered in the eyes of Nara Shikamaru, as the might displayed by Shin-Ye instilled in her no desire for confrontation. This is troublesome. It appears we cannot vanquish them alone. Hisashi, summon your disciples and White Fang. We can no longer allow the Uchiha to wreak havoc. Mito gaped and turned his gaze towards Hisashi. Having realized that their small group could not resolve the situation unscathed, especially against Shin-Ye, who had unleashed Susanoo. Hisashi, you have seen it. The Uchiha harbor no intention of ceasing hostilities. We must stop them at all costs, and in the aftermath of this battle, my roots shall take control of the Uchiha clan, ensuring they never threaten Konoha again. At long last, Danzo returned to Hisashi's side, the memory of Shin-Ye's terrifying strike still echoing in his mind. Had it not been for Hisashi's timely rescue, his final life would have been lost in vain to that attack. Shin-Ye, we can discuss this. There must be some misunderstanding. The Uchiha are an integral part of the village. We need not reach this point. While no casualties have occurred, let us cease hostilities. Hisashi called out towards Xianye's location, despite his deep-seated wariness of Xianye's power. However, if this strength could be harnessed for Konoha's benefit, then the village's strength would undoubtedly surge to become the mightiest among the 5 great ninja villages. Third Hokage, today here, Danzo must die. The honor of the Uchiha shall never be trampled by such a person. Xianye gasped for breath. Having briefly entered the 3rd stage of Susanoo to unleash Ama no Murakumo, which had pushed his body to the brink of collapse. You heard it, Hisashi. The Uchiha seek my demise. If we do not act soon, I fear I shall perish first. Danzo replied, a glint of surprise crossing his face in the next moment. Since you lack the resolve, allow me to assume the role of the villain, for have I not always played such a part? As he spoke, Danzo approached Hisashi. And at that moment, 2 members of Root emerged from the crowd, dragging a shadow along to Danzo's side. Upon closer inspection, it was Uchiha Fugaku, the son of Uchiha Genya, whom I had apprehended. Danzo was in high spirits. He had assumed that Uchiha Genya had already orchestrated everything within the Uchiha clan prior to arriving at the Hokage building with the 3 elders. However, he was taken aback to discover that the members of Root had captured Genya's only son, Uchiha Fugaku. Despicable. Uchiha Genya's heart was ablaze with fury. Although he was unaware of how Fugaku had been captured, the fact that Fugaku was now in Danzo's grasp rendered him cautious. Danzo, you truly lack any moral boundaries. Resorting to threatening me with a child. No moral boundaries? Danzo scoffed. Such methods are not excessive when dealing with your malevolent Uchiha clan. Now, I implore you, clan leader Genya, to relinquish any resistance. In doing so, I may spare Fugaku's life, allowing him to continue living under the protection of Konoha. Absolutely not. Danzo, you disturb the peace of the Uchiha clan's departed souls. Even if I must forsake everything, I swear I shall kill you. Uchiha Genya gazed at Fugaku, who was pinned to the ground by 2 Umbu members, his body swarmed by countless insects. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Genya's eyes, quickly overshadowed by overwhelming hatred and rage. Father, do not concern yourself with me. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly lifted his head and roared, his Sharingan faintly tinged with blood. But before he could utter a complete sentence, a multitude of insects surged into his mouth, forcing him to emit only muffled sounds. My child, I am powerless. To avenge our fallen clansmen, I can only subject you to this fate alongside me. Tears of blood streamed down Genya's face as he spat out a mouthful of accumulated blood, steadying himself with the support of the elder beside him. Village Chief Ryusei, the question you previously sought an answer for has been resolved. It was indeed Danzo Shimura from Konoha who delivered the Sharingan to the Mizukichi. Our Uchiha clan has lost over 10 corpses of awakened Sharingan users, and in the recent battle, Danzo has employed the forbidden techniques of the Sharingan no less than 3 times, unequivocally proving that he possesses a significant number of Sharingan. Furthermore, after this matter concludes, our Uchiha clan is willing to sever ties with Konoha and join Kiraigakure. Should I perish, the 3 elders will aid Fugaku in fulfilling this agreement. Outrageous. Clan leader Genya, you repeatedly slander me, and now you wish to embroil Konoha's allies in our internal strife? Upon hearing Genya's words, Danzo hastily retorted, then turned to face Ryusei. Ryusei's prowess was well known throughout the ninja world, and even Danzo held a healthy respect for him. Village Chief Ryusei, while I am unaware of your arrangement with the Uchiha, everything that transpires tonight is a matter for Konoha. I ask that you refrain from intervening. Chapter 75. An unexpected system notification. The Uchiha clan is willing to join Kiraigakure. At this moment, Ryusei's attention shifted away from Danzo and the others, for just as Genya declared the Uchiha's intention to join Kiraigakure, a long-awaited system notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for subjugating the influential Uchiha clan of the ninja world. You have received a reward, a designated sign-in opportunity. Detected sign-in targets: Sarutobi Hisashi, 7 attributes chakra nature transformation, Monkey King, mastery of all attributes ninjutsu. Danzo would release Shursui's Manjikyu Sharingan, fragment, for symbol seal. Uchiha Genya, Manjikyu Sharingan, mastery of fire-style ninjutsu, Uchiha swordsmanship, Kakashi Hitaki, secret blade techniques, White Fang, Konoha's hidden inheritance technique, 1,000 years of pain. Jiraiya, Numerous rewards available for sign-in materialized in Ryusei's mind, leaving him momentarily indecisive. The designated sign-in reward, the system offers such a benefit. Does this imply that? Ryusei's heart swelled with excitement. He had initially believed that he would need to accumulate 100 days to regain the chance for the most formidable 100-fold sign-in opportunity. Although 100 days is not a long time, the process of accumulation had rendered him impatient. Yet, at the moment Uchiha Genya announced his clan's intention to join Kiraigakure, the system unexpectedly presented rewards even more formidable than the 100-fold sign-in. It is worth noting that the 100-fold sign-in could potentially yield rewards he did not desire, while the designated sign-in guarantees the acquisition of the abilities he urgently needs. System, does subjugating other Ninja World factions grant designated sign-in rewards? What other functions are you concealing from me? Speak. Ding. Host must subjugate or eliminate factions recorded by the system to obtain designated sign-in rewards. Ryusei excitedly inquired within his mind, but the system merely provided a brief explanation before lapsing into silence once more. Village Chief Ryusei, you must consider carefully. Accepting the Uchiha clan means becoming adversaries with Konoha. Even though Konoha and Kiraigakure are allies, that does not imply Kiraigakure can act recklessly within Konoha. Seeing Ryusei lost in contemplation and remaining silent, Danzo assumed Ryusei was hesitating and thus spoke again, loud threats directed at him. Though I know you have previously defeated the Mizukage and Reikage, Konoha is not comparable to them. Konoha's strength is far beyond that of your small ninja village. Such incessant drivel. Ryusei was finally roused from his reverie by Danzo's shouting. Being tantalized by the system and with pent-up frustration, he finally found a suitable outlet for his ire. In the next moment, four adamantine chains erupted from behind Ryusei, flying forth with incredible speed, ensnaring Danzo and the two root members tightly, while sealing all chakra fluctuations within them. The fourth chain, however, coiled around Uchiha Fugaku. It is well known that Ryusei's adamantine seals are capable of absorbing chakra. Once entangled, the insects surrounding Fugaku were swiftly drained of chakra, losing their vitality and detaching from his body. Ryusei, what is the meaning of this? Upon witnessing Ryusei's sudden action, Tsunade's expression shifted. While the other Konoha ninjas behind Ryusei cautiously activated their chakra, watching him warily. I had no desire to intervene, but clan leader Genya's words piqued my interest. Just who was responsible for the appearance of the Sharingan in the hands of the third Mizukage? I came to Konoha to uncover the truth behind this matter. Ryusei paid no heed to the hostility emanating from behind him and explained to Tsunade, continuing to stride forward under the watchful eyes of everyone in Konoha toward Danzo's position. Village Chief Ryusei, I implore you to conduct yourself with restraint. Everything that has transpired tonight is merely an internal affair of Konoha, and I request that you do not interfere. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi, could no longer remain indifferent. Seeing Ryusei approach leisurely, he furrowed his brow and positioned himself in front of Danzo. Out of respect for Ryusei's strength, Hisashi did not hastily attempt to rescue Danzo. Having already recognized that Ryusei was employing the unique sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, which posed no threat to Danzo's life. I did not expect our first encounter to occur under such circumstances. Hokage of Konoha. Ryusei did not halt his advance, continuing to approach Danzo. My purpose in coming to Konoha is to ascertain the origin of the Sharingan that appeared on the third Mizukage. If I can confirm that Danzo is not involved in this matter, I shall refrain from meddling in Konoha's affairs. However, before that, I must verify the authenticity of clan leader Genya's claims, which have stirred such commotion. Does village chief Ryusei truly believe he can act with impunity simply because of his strength? Before Hisashi could speak, Karui's expression darkened as she interjected. Let us not forget, this is Konoha, not a place where you, a mere village chief, can dictate terms. White Fang, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, what are you waiting for? You should swiftly suppress the Uchiha and teach this meddler in our Konoha affairs a lesson. Mito Minyan immediately followed up with a loud command, stating that the Senju clan was the only one closely related to the Whirlpool village, and they had no significant connection with it. So they would not stand by and watch Ryusei rampage through Konoha. I apologize, village chief Ryusei, but please do not advance any further. Just as Mito Minyan's voice faded, the masked Kakashi Hatake positioned himself directly in front of Ryusei, his short sword, White Fang, already drawn and firmly gripped in his hand. Though reluctant to confront you, This is Konoha, which I am sworn to protect. Safeguarding it is my duty. Jiraiya also stepped in front of Ryusei, refraining from displaying his power, clearly hoping that Ryusei would cease his aggression. Are you truly going to obstruct my path? Gazing at the two figures blocking his way, Ryusei couldn't help but marvel at the whims of fate. Kakashi, who would later suffer under Danzo's persecution, and Jiraiya, who would lose a disciple due to Danzo, were now standing before him to protect Danzo. Village Chief Ryusei, halt your actions, and no one will be harmed. Witnessing the situation escalate beyond control, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer ignore the potential clash between the two villages and shouted with a hint of menace. It seems you all wish to hinder my pursuit of truth. I had no intention of striking Konoha. Ryusei sighed, his calm eyes sweeping over those who stood before him, silently contemplating. It appears I must utilize this precious designated sign-in opportunity here. Fortunately, among the many present, there is indeed one worthy of my reward. Chapter 76, The Shocking Wood Release. System, designate sign-in target. Tsunade, designated sign-in reward. Would release, Senju Hashirama. Sign in immediately. Indeed, Ryusei ultimately opted to sign in for the wood release. Although one of his objectives in coming to Konoha was to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato Namikaze, the reality was that the Flying Thunder God was not particularly suited to Ryusei's abilities. More importantly, the rewards from Danzo indicated that Hashirama's wood release was entirely distinct from that of all others. It was the very power that propelled him to the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world. Beneath his illustrious reputation lies no falsehood. Thus, among the myriad rewards available for sign-in at the scene, Ryusei relinquished other rewards, including the Mangekyo Sharingan, ultimately choosing the reward most suited to himself in the present circumstances, Hashirama's wood release. Ding. Designated sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the wood release, Senju Hashirama. The system's reward notification echoed in Ryusei's mind, and simultaneously, he noticed that all previously visible designated sign-in rewards had vanished. Indeed, the paramount aspect of a designated sign-in is not merely the rewards obtained, but also the capability to perceive any abilities available for sign-in from others. Ryusei's heart flickered with understanding. After completing the designated sign-in, the abilities available for sign-in from everyone else reverted to secrecy. However, he did not delve deeper and immediately commanded the system internally. System, extract the reward. Ding. Reward has been dispensed. In an instant, a surging and ferocious power erupted within Ryusei's body. The wood release in the ninja world is not a gentle manifestation. Rather, it is one of the most formidable bloodline limits. As such, Ryusei's experience this time was more intense than in his previous two reward acquisitions. More importantly, this time he did not merely gain the wood release bloodline limit. All the ninjutsu mastered by Senju Hashirama flooded into his mind along with the reward. At this moment, he felt as if he had practiced wood release techniques countless times. This sensation was entirely different from the inheritance he received in the Vortex clan's ancestral grounds. Let me attempt to discern how wood release diverges from other ninjutsu in the ninja world. The next moment, Ryusei clasped his hands together, and a tempestuous chakra began to surge wildly within him. Oh no, he is genuinely about to strike. Kakashi Hatake was the first to sense the anomaly within Ryusei, and before Ryusei could raise his hands, Kakashi, wielding a short blade, shot towards him like an arrow. His movements were swift. In an instant, he was but a step away from Ryusei. Yet, that step was one he could never cross. Unbeknownst to him, a branch erupted from the ground, ensnaring him in place. Wood release, wood realm descends. Among those present, only Kakashi detected the danger in time and reacted. The others, even if they sensed Ryusei's movements, merely heightened their vigilance. Yet the next moment, all present found themselves devoid of any chance for resistance. Countless trees sprang from the ground, and under Ryusei's deliberate restraint, they did not affect the village, but all were completely enveloped by the wood realm, including Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya, who were tightly bound by branches in an instant. It is known that while Hashirama's wood release has reached its zenith, he ultimately did not inherit the complete physique of Ashura. Ryusei, however, was different. Thanks to the system's reward, he possessed a physique identical to Ashura at his peak, allowing him to wield the wood release with a terrifying efficiency that surpassed expectations. At this moment, Although Ryusei had yet to utilize Sage techniques, his application of wood release rendered everyone present in Konoha temporarily incapable of resistance, left at his mercy. This is the ninjutsu of the first Hokage. How is this possible? Why can you utilize this technique? Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself bound by branches and suspended in the air. Yet he seemed unfazed by his predicament, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Ryusei. The wood release of the first Hokage. Who exactly is this individual? Could it be that he possesses the bloodline of the Senju clan? Mito Minyin and Toka Shorin trembled slightly, having witnessed the first Hokage in person. They understood precisely what the wood release signified. As for the others, they were overwhelmed, ensnared by Ryusei's seemingly world-altering wood release, surrendering any thoughts of resistance. This cannot be. Even if you have awakened the wood release bloodline limit, without the inheritance of secret techniques, how did you master wood release ninjutsu? Tsunade was among the few not controlled by the wood release. She looked at Ryusei with wide-eyed disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. Mastering sage techniques is one thing, but you have also mastered wood release. Even if you possess the wood release bloodline limit. The Wood Realm Descends is a secret technique created by my grandfather, and such techniques have never been passed down from Konoha. There are many things in this world that you do not understand. Not every matter necessitates my explanation. You need only know that my abilities extend far beyond what you currently perceive. Ryusei offered no further elaboration. After subduing everyone present, including Kakashi who had attempted to impede him, he continued towards Danzo's location. At this moment, Danzo remained enveloped within the confines of the adamantine prison. Fearing that Danzo might utilize Izanagi after being sealed, Ryusei dared not afford him any space for resistance. Soon, with no obstacles in his path, Ryusei arrived before Danzo, and the chains slowly unfurled, revealing Danzo's head before Ryusei. Very well, let me uncover the secrets concealed beneath those bandages. With a swift motion, Ryusei tore away the bandages from Danzo's face, exposing his right eye, which was none other than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya had been keenly observing the movements of Ryusei, unwavering even when ensnared by wood release. However, upon catching sight of the Sharingan in Danzo's right eye, the steadfast resolve within him seemed to waver. Indeed, it is you, Shimura Danzo. The blood debt of the Uchiha clan shall be repaid with your own. The Sharingan in Uchiha Jinya's eyes expanded rapidly, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. He conjured a pitch-black Ama no Murakumo in his grasp, preparing to hurl it directly at Danzo. Chapter 77. Protecting Danzo, Selling Uchiha. Entangled. Ryusei dared not hesitate, directly manipulating the forest of trees to ensnare Susanu's movements. Encircling the Ama no Murakumo. It was no jest. He had witnessed the formidable power of the Ama no Murakumo firsthand, as it had pierced even the indomitable Kanabo that could withstand the Kusanagi. Although Jinya's Ama no Murakumo was not the same as that evolved from the Six Paths power, its inherent strength was by no means inferior. Patriarch Jinya, remain calm. If you continue to wield this power, you will surely perish. Having successfully thwarted Susanu's actions, Ryusei pressed on, urging Jinya not to recklessly pursue Danzo's demise. Initially, Ryusei had intended to kill Danzo, but a prior system notification had compelled him to abandon that thought. It was evident that sparing Danzo would yield greater benefits in the future. A complete Konoha and a ravaged Konoha were worlds apart. Ryusei, for the sake of the relationship between Konoha and Kiraigakure, grant Danzo a reprieve. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having discerned the Sharingan in Danzo's right eye, suppressed his shock and spoke wearily, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha. Even if he erred, only Konoha could judge him. Hiruzen hoped that Ryusei would return him to Konoha. In exchange, he could assure the Uchiha clan's separation from Konoha. Hiruzen understood that once the truth of Danzo's implanted Sharingan surfaced, Uchiha and Ryusei would be seen as the righteous party, leaving Konoha with no justification to obstruct their revenge. Moreover, Ryusei's exhibited strength far exceeded Konoha's capacity to contend with it. Konoha could afford to lose the Uchiha, but could not afford to lose Danzo. In truth, Konoha had always regarded the Uchiha as a ticking time bomb, necessitating the dispatch of Umbu to monitor them covertly. Conversely, Danzo was Hiruzen's most vital ally, with many covert operations in Konoha executed by Danzo and his Umbu. Losing Danzo would jeopardize numerous Konoha plans. Patriarch Jinya. You must understand that even if you can lead the Uchiha away from Konoha with your formidable power, the Uchiha will be branded as rogue ninjas. If you were to join Uzumaki under that title, it would render Uzumaki a target of animosity in the ninja world. To openly harbor rogue ninjas is something the 5 great nations will never permit. Furthermore, Uzumaki has already encountered disputes with Kumogakure and Kiraigakure, and with Konoha involved. Uzumaki would surely face a united onslaught from the 5 great nations. Oh, may I interpret this as the 3rd Hokage threatening me? Although Hiruzen addressed Jinya, his gaze remained fixed on Ryusei, who understood that all of Hiruzen's words were directed towards him. Ryusei, spare him. Just as Ryusei was about to further converse with Hiruzen, the figure of Uzumaki Mido emerged through the forest of trees, arriving at Ryusei's side. Regardless of the circumstances, as a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, he should not meet his end here. Suddenly, without warning, Ryusei reached out and plunged his hand into Danzo's right eye. With a pained scream from Danzo, he extracted the Sharingan from his eye. In consideration of Lady Mido's plea, I shall grant you a reprieve. This is merely a simple lesson for you from the Uchiha clan, though you have successfully preserved your life. I assure you that all that transpires today will haunt you for a lifetime. The adamantine chains began to loosen, eventually binding Danzo's right arm. With Ryusei's control, Danzo's right arm was abruptly severed at the shoulder, exposing the formerly concealed state of his arm to all present. Freed from the adamantine chains, Danzo collapsed, utterly drained of strength, one eye filled with terror as he gazed at Ryusei. The control of the forest of trees was lifted. Ignoring Danzo, Ryusei focused his thoughts, releasing all those ensnared by the forest of trees. However, the tangled roots of the forest remained, as he had no intention of dismantling it. The people of Konoha would forever remember the power he exhibited in this battle. Lady Mido, you two have come to the battlefield. At last, Ryusei approached Uzumaki Mido, gently supporting her. If I had not come, you might have single-handedly toppled all of Konoha. Uzumaki Mido gazed at Ryusei with a complex expression, surprised that he had mastered the bloodline limit and secret techniques of her husband, Senju Hashirama, and that he would incite such a battle in the heart of Konoha. Peace in the ninja world is hard won, and the peace between Konoha and Uzumaki is invaluable. I do not wish for us to be the ones to initiate turmoil in the ninja world. Lord Mido. Hiruzen had also arrived beside Uzumaki Mido, addressing her with utmost respect. Monkeys, while I am uncertain how you and Ryusei have come to this point, the alliance between our villages was established during the era of the 1st Hokage. I do not wish for this alliance to falter in your hands. Uzumaki Mido turned her gaze toward Hiruzen, who, before her, still appeared as the respectful youth she once knew. Such events are unwelcome to us all. I was previously unaware that Danzo had covertly stolen the Uchiha Sharingan. This is a failure of my oversight. Hiruzen lowered his head sincerely, having never anticipated Danzo's audacity to act so recklessly beneath his and the Uchiha's watchful eyes. Once these matters conclude, I shall personally ensure Danzo is imprisoned, allowing him to repent for his crimes. Additionally, Ryusei, I had not anticipated you possessed a bloodline limit akin to that of the 1st Hokage. Our village's relationship should thereby strengthen. I hope this incident will not affect our alliance. Though reluctant to admit it, Uzumaki was but a small ninja village in the grand scheme, relying on Konoha's protection to sustain its existence within the ninja world. Had it not been for the timely dispatch of 3 disciples by the Hokage to support Uzumaki, the losses could have been far graver. Ryusei, no longer flaunting his previous bravado, feigned politeness in his response. From Danzo's actions, I can discern that the 3rd Hokage is certainly not the instigator of such malicious deeds. Now that the culprit behind the Sharingan transfer to Mizukage has been identified, my purpose for coming to Konoha is half fulfilled. It remained uncertain whether the Chunin exams would proceed as scheduled in the aftermath of this conflict. After all, as the newly appointed village leader of Uzumaki, he was still a genin. Should he fail to advance to Chunin in this exam, Uzumaki might become the subject of ridicule throughout the ninja world. Chapter 78. A Word to Orochimaru. Ryusei, you need not worry, with your strength. Even an extraordinary promotion to Jonin would be unproblematic. Were you a Konoha ninja, I would gladly entrust your position to you, Hiruzen responded courteously, though he could not shake the feeling that Ryusei's words dripped with irony. Given the timing of the Chunin exams, I am rather keen to assess whether my capabilities as a ninja are satisfactory. Ryusei smiled, explaining that he could not explicitly state his intention to linger within Konoha. This battle has resulted in no casualties, and thus will not impact the Chunin exams, so please rest assured, Ryusei. Sarutobi Hisashi would not easily interrupt the Chunin exams, which required arduous efforts to organize. He intended to utilize the occasion to showcase the strength of Kiraigakure to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, thereby securing greater financial allocations for the village. However, as long as there were no issues, he would patiently await the commencement of the exams. Before Hisashi could voice his subsequent requests, Ryusei audaciously interrupted him, jesting that it was a hard-won opportunity for the Tree Realm to remain in Konoha, and he would not allow the village to forget this battle easily. The third Hokage had previously agreed to allow the Uchiha clan to sever ties with Konoha and join the Uzumaki village. Now, with the head of the clan in poor condition, Ryusei felt compelled to investigate further. Without delay, he approached Tsunade, seizing her and dashing towards Uchiha Jinya's location. Had they ultimately failed to eliminate Danzo? Uchiha Jinya was currently drenched in blood, surrounded by Uchiha Fugaku and 3 elders, all of whom were filled with anxiety. Father, Danzo has received his just punishment. Ryusei, the village chief, has extracted all his Sharingan, and the third Hokage has confirmed that he will be incarcerated in Konoha's prison. Fugaku, close by, witnessed the unfolding scene, desperately cradling Jinya's frail body, trembling as he relayed the news. Listen to me, Fugaku. Jinya's voice was faint, requiring Fugaku to lean in closely to catch his words. The power of village chief Ryusei is formidable. Even the legendary third power of the Uchiha cannot contend with him. In the future, the Uchiha clan must follow his directives unconditionally upon joining Uzumaki village. I sense that Ryusei harbors no greed for the Sharingan. Aligning with him will undoubtedly yield great benefits for our clan. Alas, I shall not witness any of it, having exhausted my body through the use of the Mangekyo. I fear. Do not utter such despairing words, Jinya. You have yet to fulfill your promise to lead the Uchiha into Uzumaki village. This is not the time for death. Ryusei finally reached Jinya's side, kneeling and immediately channeling his chakra into him. Meanwhile, without Ryusei's prompting, Tsunade also knelt beside Jinya, swiftly manifesting a sphere of green chakra to commence treatment. Jinya's injuries were severe. The depletion of his chakra had exacerbated old wounds, leaving him on the brink of death. Tsunade's expression was grave. She had never treated such a critically injured patient before, and in her estimation, Jinya should have already succumbed. I beg you, Lady Tsunade, please save my father. You are Konoha's finest medical ninja. You must have a way, right? Uchiha Fugaku knelt before Tsunade, regarding his father's safety as more precious than his own life. Ryusei's chakra possessed miraculous properties, awakening the last flicker of life within Jinya, though he remained in a state of mere survival. I must take him to the operating room immediately. Only through surgery can we hope to save Jinya. To the operating room. Without hesitation, Ryusei utilized wood release to craft a stretcher, and under Tsunade's guidance, the 3 elders carefully transferred Jinya onto it, hastily making their way to the Konoha hospital. Fortunately, if Tsunade believed there was still hope, then Jinya would likely survive. Ryusei did not follow them into the operating room. He had done all he could, leaving the final procedure to Tsunade. Ah, so they are taking Danzo away now? Turning back, Ryusei noticed that only Sarutobi Hisashi remained in the Tree Realm, while Danzo, Mito, and Coin had vanished without a trace. They were quite swift. But I had spared Danzo's life to allow him to subtly stir trouble within Konoha. If the village does not endure some turmoil, how can it be expected to abandon its darkness for the light? With a soft chuckle inwardly, Ryusei proceeded towards Orochimaru's location. I believe you desire this, he said, handing over the Sharingan to Orochimaru, harboring serious doubts that this eye might belong to Uchiha Kagami. Ryusei, you have just brought the Uchiha clan under your wing. And you already trust me with the Sharingan? Are you not afraid they will resent you for it? This eye is merely a temporary loan for your research, not a gift for you to destroy. Ryusei rolled his eyes, suspecting that Orochimaru's words were merely a ruse to claim the eye for himself. How could I? I will treasure this invaluable experimental material. Orochimaru replied in a slithery tone, then shockingly opened his mouth to swallow the Sharingan whole. That's disgusting. Can't you develop a jutsu that appears more normal? Ryusei felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of Orochimaru consuming the Sharingan. Each time he witnessed such acts, he found it increasingly intolerable. I will consider your suggestion, but at present, This matter does not take precedence over the experimental material you entrusted to me. Are you referring to White Zetsu? Ryusei had begun to regard White Zetsu's significance with diminished interest. He had initially sought to acquire wood release from Orochimaru's experiments with White Zetsu. But having already attained the strongest Hashirama wood release through Tsunade, White Zetsu's importance had greatly diminished. Indeed, after a brief study, I have discovered numerous unique abilities within White Zetsu. Many of my previously stalled experiments can be restarted through it, and I believe I will soon achieve significant results. Orochimaru appeared somewhat exhilarated. At this stage, he cherished his experiments above all else. Then I should congratulate you in advance on your experimental progress. It seems my choice to partner with you was a wise one. Ryusei smiled at Orochimaru. He had never doubted Orochimaru's capabilities in research, particularly in biotechnology. No one in the ninja world understood Orochimaru's true talents better than he did. By the way, Orochimaru, soon Danzo will contact you and provide even more precious experimental materials. However, be cautious not to stray onto the wrong path, and keep a close watch on Danzo. I need all evidence of his crimes within Konoha. I trust you will learn how to monitor him through your research on White Zetsu. Chapter 79. The Chunin exams commence ultimately. The events that transpired at the original site of the Hokage building were concealed. Konoha classified the incidents of that night as an accident during a wood release experiment. Given the presence of the tree realm, no villagers questioned the authenticity of this narrative. Uncle Ryusei, good luck in the Chunin exams. Kushina believes you can surely pass and become a Chunin. Today was July 1st, the day the Chunin exams commenced. After bidding farewell to Kushina and Mito, Ryusei made his way directly to the Konoha Ninja Academy to participate in the first round of examinations. I wonder how the current Chunin exams in Konoha differ from those of the future? As Ryusei entered the Konoha Ninja Academy, he noticed that due to the impending departure of the Uchiha clan, Konoha was in urgent need of reconstituting its guard forces. Thus Tsunade and the others were occupied with tasks assigned by the village. Hey, Uzumaki brat, get out of the way. A fierce voice suddenly rang out behind Ryusei as he surveyed the layout of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Are you talking about me? Ryusei turned around in astonishment. Being the only ninja from the Uzumaki clan present, he was well aware that the remark was directed at him. He simply never anticipated such a cliché scenario would unfold in his life. Of course it's you, Uzumaki scum. Just seeing your red hair makes me feel nauseous. If it weren't for the fact that we are in Konoha, I would have already severed your head and used it as a chamber pot. Ha ha ha. Before Liuxing stood 3 genin from the grass ninja village, with the one in the center laughing maniacally. Are you deliberately provoking us? I recall that there has been no conflict between the Whirlpool village and the grass ninja village. Liuxing smiled at the grass ninjas, since arriving in the ninja world. He had only interacted with or battled renowned ninjas. Now, facing these 3 genin, he felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation. Of course, there is no conflict. I suppose no one wishes to venture into the desolate wasteland of Whirlpool Village. He continued, moreover, your village is quite pitiful. Dispatching only 1 person to participate in the Chunin exams. Is it true that you cannot even muster 3 suitable genin? Oh, so it was because they saw me alone that they dared to provoke. Liuxing found the situation rather tedious and raised his hand, prepared to deal with the 3 before him. However, he quickly retracted it. How interesting. I unexpectedly encounter acquaintances during the Chunin exams. In the next moment, a boy with a watermelon head, his hair gleaming, appeared before him, dressed in a distinctive deep green bodysuit and a yellow scarf, instantly reminding Liuxing of the man who nearly kicked his way to victory. Fear not, my friend from Whirlpool Village, with might Guy's iron will hear. No one shall harm you. The watermelon-headed boy turned, revealing a dazzling smile that showcased his pearly white teeth, as if flaunting his confidence to Liuxing. Might Guy, why are you running so fast? We almost couldn't keep up. 2 more figures, a boy and a girl, arrived, halting to catch their breath upon spotting Might Guy. Let us not shy away from youth. Iron, Bell, let us declare our youthful spirit to all. What on earth has you so exhilarated, Guy? His teammates wore expressions of exasperation, struggling to tolerate Guy's exuberance. Let us go. Meanwhile, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the 3 grass ninjas exchanged glances and decided to circumvent both Guy and Liuxing, making their way into the ninja academy. Haha, they fled, terrified by my gallant presence. My youth is invincible. Seeing them retreat, Guy burst into laughter, while Liuxing observed him with great interest. I never anticipated that guy would possess such vitality in his youth. No wonder he could mentor the likes of Rock Lee. Are you alright, elder from Whirlpool Village? At this moment, Guy's two teammates, having recovered, approached him, with the girl named Belle casting a concerned glance at Liuxing. Those grass ninjas did not harm you, did they? Thank you for your concern. I am perfectly fine. Liuxing replied with a smile, having disregarded the earlier antics of the three grass ninjas. An elephant pays no heed to the provocations of ants. It simply ignores them and marches forward. Why did you come alone for the Chunin exams? Surely, the village mandates participation in groups of 3. Kazama Tetsu eyed Liuxing warily, aware that even amidst the alliance between Whirlpool and Leaf, one must remain cautious of outsiders. Due to an attack on my village, Whirlpool Village allowed only me to participate in the Chunin exams, and this has been sanctioned by the Hokage. The Hokage permitted you to enter alone? That implies your strength must be considerable. The three before Liuxing exchanged astonished glances at his words. It's nothing. The exam is about to start. Let us head inside. Liuxing smiled and turned towards the Ninja Academy, prompting Might Guy and his team to hurriedly follow him. It seems that the Chunin exams in Leaf have remained unchanged. They still adhere to the same format as in Naruto's time. Liuxing walked calmly past a classroom door guarded by 2 Chunin, his current perception easily discerning the clumsy genjutsu they employed. How could he remain completely unaffected? Is there such a terrifying genin among this cohort? The 2 Chunin felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Liuxing as he passed by, having no knowledge of him. Those who reached the battlefield that fateful night in Leaf were all elite jonin, with Chunin lacking the qualification to approach. Hey, wait for us. Might Guy and his team hurriedly pursued Liuxing, even disregarding the effects of the genjutsu, as they breezed past the 2 Chunin's blockade. Wait a moment, elder from Whirlpool Village. Wasn't the exam supposed to be right there? Why are you heading further in? Look closely. That area was several floors up. Liuxing paused, smiling as he pointed to a nearby sign. This is the 4th floor, while the exam site should be on the 5th. That previous area was likely a trap. If we linger there, we might fail this Chunin exam. Chapter 80. The first exam. Has the exam already commenced upon entering the school? Truly, this is the Chunin exam. I can feel my youth burning with fervor. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, his eyes seemingly ablaze with passion. Don't celebrate too early. This is merely the first step. We haven't even encountered the real exam yet, Belle cautioned, tugging at the exuberant Might Guy. Let us proceed together. Once we reach the 5th floor, we will clearly understand the exam's content. On the 5th floor of the Ninja Academy, mirroring the previous grand door guarded by the Chunin, the classroom door stood tightly shut. Approaching the entrance, Liuxing pushed open the exam room door without hesitation. Such a large turnout for the Chunin exams. Belle's astonished voice echoed behind Liuxing as the moment the door swung open, all eyes in the classroom turned towards him and his companions. Every genin yearned to pass the Chunin exams to ascend in rank, and since this exam imposes no age restrictions, candidates of various ages gathered to participate. Kazama Tetsu quietly responded, clearly having prepared for this scenario. Boss, it's those guys we encountered at the entrance. The 3 from Grass Ninja Village were also present in the classroom and immediately recognized Liuxing and his team. So, they've arrived at this juncture as well. Those insufferable brats. When the time comes to engage, I'll ensure they understand the consequences of provoking me. Hey, you at the door. The exam is about to commence. Are you all clueless newcomers? Hurry up and come in and close the door. At that moment, a Chunin, evidently the examiner, shouted at Liuxing. However, before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, cutting off his words. Apologies, I am the examiner for this first exam, Marino Ibiki. To the candidates at the entrance, please enter the exam room promptly. It appears he recognized my identity. Is he a relative of Marino Ibiki? It seems that in Leaf, even positions are inherited. Seeing the examiner suddenly appear, Liuxing was not surprised. The notion of bloodlines is deeply entrenched in the ninja world. How courteous of the examiner this year. Could this mean the exam will be lenient? Many candidates present were evidently not first-timers in the Chunin exams. Upon witnessing the examiner's politeness, they believed they had encountered a more relaxed version of the exams, but soon, the harshness of the Chunin exams would teach them otherwise. Liuxing and Might Guy's team entered the exam room, while Marino Ibiki focused his attention on the clock hanging on the wall. As the hands approached 9 o'clock, his voice resonated throughout the classroom. Silence, you ruffians. The examination is about to commence. Before it begins, I must convey an important message. within this examination. No physical altercations or disputes are permitted without the examiner's consent. Furthermore, even with such permission, any actions that could potentially endanger a competitor's life are strictly forbidden. Should anyone dare to defy this command, they will be immediately disqualified from the examination. Do you all understand? After scanning the room and observing no objections, Senju Kageyuki announced loudly, "Since there are no questions, let us promptly commence the first round of the Chunin exam. After submitting your application, you will receive a number tag from me, and you shall take your seats accordingly. The examination papers will be distributed once everyone is seated." This method aligns perfectly with the future. Indeed, Konoha has consistently employed this strategy. Ryusei mused internally, subsequently collecting his number tag in order, perceiving the remaining time in Konoha as mere leisure, with the Chunin exam being merely an additive to his life. Before long, all participants were seated according to their number tags, and the examination papers were handed out. Ryusei's gaze drifted to a familiar figure in the corner of the room. This individual, who was also participating in Konoha's Chunin exam, appeared to be Niji's father, Hyuga Hisashi. It was unexpected to see him in this competition. Ryusei understood that members of the main branch of the Hyuga clan did not need to prove themselves through the Chunin exam. Thus, Hisashi's presence indicated he was from the branch family. A genius confined like a caged bird. When would he have the opportunity to break free and soar? Observing that silhouette, Ryusei could not help but lament the fate of the other, realizing that once marked as a caged bird, one's destiny was sealed. Nonetheless, this time, he was determined to alter Niji's fate, ensuring that the stigma of the Hyuga's caged bird became a relic of the past. Several critical rules govern this examination. At the podium, Kageyuki picked up a piece of chalk and began to write on the blackboard. Questions are not permitted during the exam, and I will only explain the rules once, so listen attentively. First, each of you starts with 10 points. There are 10 questions, each worth 1 point. For each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. Second, passing the exam will be determined by the total score of your trio. Third, if any form of cheating or similar behavior is detected by the proctor, 2 points will be deducted each time. This means that some may already find themselves expelled from the examination before the scoring takes place. Engaging in poor attempts at cheating is akin to courting disaster. To aspire to become a Chunin, one must exhibit the behavior befitting an exceptional ninja. The exam comprises 9 questions. The final question will be revealed 15 minutes before the exam concludes, and the total duration of the exam is 1 hour. Lastly, should any member of a team score 0, the entire trio is deemed unsuccessful. Unfair. Just as Kageyuki was about to declare the examination open, a genin from the grass village abruptly stood and vociferated. Why does a single genin from the Whirlpool village get to participate in this exam, while others face immense difficulty? He only needs to look after himself to complete it. The Chunin exam of Konoha is not subject to your scrutiny. The exception for Whirlpool village was personally sanctioned by the Hokage. Are you questioning the Hokage? The terrifying aura radiating from Kageyuki enveloped the genin from the grass village, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Given that this is your first offense, consider it a warning. I made it clear that you are not entitled to question. I trust there are no objections now. With the rules fully articulated, the examination will officially begin at 9:15. 3, 2, 1. The exam has commenced. Chapter 81. The despair of the 10th question. Upon hearing Kageyuki announce the beginning of the exam, Ryusei instinctively glanced over the examination paper. His 9 years of compulsory education prompting an immediate review. The questions are exceedingly advanced. Unsurprisingly, none are within my capability to answer. Setting the paper down, Ryusei began to observe the examination hall. To his astonishment, 3 Chunin were present, one of whom sat directly in front of him, providing the correct answers. Before long, Ryusei noticed that while others were still reviewing the questions, 3 individuals had already begun swiftly writing down their answers, one of whom was seated ahead of him. Although it was generally sufficient to complete only the 10th question to pass, as the village leader of Whirlpool, submitting a blank paper would likely invite ridicule from Grandpa Ashina, who would surely uncover the truth. A faint shadow of determination formed around Ryusei's eyes, and in the next moment, he entered Sage Mode. He was progressing swiftly. It seemed he would not waste much time. In Sage Mode, the answers penned by the prearranged Chunin appeared vividly in Ryusei's mind, prompting him to swiftly take up his pen and respond. Meanwhile, others in the examination hall realized they could not complete the questions on their own and began resorting to various means of cheating. They have underestimated us. Before long, the first cheater was caught and summarily expelled from the examination room, followed by a series of other genin being apprehended for cheating, resulting in a rapid decline in the number of examinees present. No, cheating only results in a 2-point deduction. Why am I being disqualified from the exam? A genin protested, attempting to rebut the proctor's judgment, but the official afforded him no opportunity for resistance. You have not answered a single question on your paper. And with the 2-point deduction for cheating, you have lost 11 points. Your Chunin exam ends here. Time ticked away, and after half an hour had passed, the number of examinees asked to leave the hall dwindled further until the clock struck 10. Those lacking in strength have likely already departed. Now we can proceed to the crux of the matter. Kageyuki glanced at the clock from the podium before turning to address the remaining genin in the examination hall. Excellent. Now let us announce the 10th question. Is it finally here? If I am correct, this question will assess the psychological resilience of the ninja. All eyes in the hall turned toward Kageyuki, including Ryucis. Now, within each trio, one person's examination paper contains a specially crafted explosive tag. The oppressive aura from Kageyuki cast a chilling shadow over everyone in the room. You must individually ascertain whether your paper contains the explosive tag. First, if you successfully identify the paper with the tag, congratulations. Your team has completed the 10th question. Second, if any member wrongly identifies their paper as containing the explosive tag, your entire team will lose the right to participate in future Chunin exams and will forever remain as genin. Third, in the final minute of the examination, the paper containing the explosive tag will detonate, resulting in the elimination of your entire team. However, the other 2 members will advance directly to the second round of the next Chunin exam, while the owner of the explosive tag will forever be barred from participating in future exams. Of course, there is one final option. If you are unable to determine whether your paper contains the explosive tag, you may tear it up, which will count as an automatic failure. However, this will allow you and your teammates to participate in the next Chunin exam. Now, please tell me your answer to the 10th question. No wonder each of our teams was completely separated. It was all for this 10th question. My guy was drenched in cold sweat. As he had not completed a single question in the previous 9, he had placed all his hopes on the final 10th question. But it appeared that this might be the most challenging of all. What should I do? As someone who solely relies on physical techniques, I am utterly unable to detect the explosive tags. What on earth should I do? The vast majority of candidates in the examination hall find themselves ensnared in the nightmare of the 10th question. They are unable to ascertain whether their own papers contain explosive tags, let alone the status of their teammates' papers. Is there an explosive tag on my paper? Lu Xing, taken aback, picked up his paper. At this moment, he was in sage mode, yet despite his thorough investigation, he discovered no explosive tag on his own paper. Could it be that, due to my identity, my paper is secure? Realizing that his paper was free of issues, Lu Xing instantly spread his perception throughout the examination hall. In the next moment, amidst the hundreds of papers, he finally identified the sole paper containing an explosive tag. Indeed, it was a pressure test. The only paper with an explosive tag lay in the hands of a Chunin, suggesting that this was the final trap set by the examiner. I won't take the exam anymore. At last, someone, unable to withstand the pressure of potentially never participating in the Chunin exams, chose to tear up their paper. As they did, their teammates seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and calmly walked toward the exit of the examination hall. One too soon. Over a dozen teams had abandoned the exam, and more than 30 individuals had left the hall, leaving fewer than 50 behind. Is anyone else going to forfeit? I advise you, if you cannot determine the location of the explosive tags, it would be wise to withdraw from the exam early. This way, your entire team can continue to participate in future Chunin exams. Mori no Kagegane's chilling words echoed through the hall, deepening the despair of the already overwhelmed candidates. I cannot fail again. Examiner, I declare that my paper is the one containing the explosive tag in our team. Finally, under immense pressure, the first candidate made their choice. I've already said it would be better to give up sooner. Mori no Kagegane's icy gaze fell upon the candidate who had chosen their own paper. Regrettably, your choice is incorrect. Because of your decision, you and your teammates will no longer be able to participate in the Chunin exams, forever losing the chance to become Chunin. How is that possible? I refuse to believe it. If you are deceiving us, how can we ascertain the truth? I want to check my teammates' papers. Are you questioning me? At that moment, Mori no Kagegane resorted to interrogation techniques. Under his pressure, the candidate's psychological defenses were utterly shattered. Meanwhile, at the front of the hall, another candidate stood up. Examiner, I have made my choice. I believe my paper contains our team's explosive tag. Chapter 82. Congratulations on passing. A smile graced Lu Xing's lips. For the one standing was precisely the candidate among the three arranged who possessed the special paper. Young one, have you thought this through? If you end up like the previous fellow, both you and your teammates will lose the chance to become Chunin forever. Mori no Kagegain continued his performance, his perpetually sinister expression instilling dread in all candidates regarding the fate of the decision-maker. I trust my judgment, examiner. Explode. Mori no Kagegain formed a single hand seal, and the scroll on the candidate's desk emitted a resounding explosion, shattering the entire paper into pieces. Congratulations, you chose correctly. Your team is the first to pass the first examination. Yay, we passed the first exam. Upon hearing Kagegain announce the results, the three disguised candidates expressed their excitement at the opportune moment. Silence. The exam is not over yet. Mori no Kagegain reprimanded, then scanned the remaining individuals in the hall. There are still 8 minutes left. I hope you all can make accurate judgments. Of course, I still advise you to withdraw early, for not everyone possesses the ability to investigate. Abandoning this attempt to participate in the next exam is the wisest choice. What should we do? What should we do? Ling anxiously glanced at Dai. Both she and Kazama Tetsu possessed means of detection. Since neither had discovered the explosive tag paper, it could only be in Dai's possession. Hurry up, Dai. Quickly say that the paper you hold contains the explosive tag. Kazama Tetsu also looked at Dai with urgency. If not for the inability to assist teammates in revealing answers, he would have already made a decision for Might Dai. No, I can't take it any longer. Our team cannot lose the chance to become Chunin. I'm sorry, examiner, but I give up on the exam. Another team chose to withdraw, leaving only 15 teams remaining. Ling and Tetsu remained seated, indicating that it was highly likely that Dai's paper was the special one in their team. However, could the Jonin's methods truly be discerned by mere genin? Even the team from the Hyuga clan had not made a decision. Might Dai was drenched in cold sweat, unwilling to gamble. If he guessed wrong, not only would he suffer, but his entire team would also lose their opportunity to become Chunin. Never mind. If the explosive tag paper truly is with me, then after the exam, they can both skip the first exam in the next round. But if I'm mistaken, we will all lose the chance to participate. Now all he could do was wait for the final answer to be revealed. The examination hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of sweat dripping onto the desk distinctly audible. Every candidate present, save for Lu Xing, was under immense pressure. Chief Examiner, I forfeit this exam. As time ticked away, only 2 minutes remained. Suddenly, a female voice resonated throughout the quiet hall. What? Ling, why would you choose to forfeit the exam? Even without turning around, Might Dai knew who had spoken, but he still found it hard to believe as he turned to look. I'm sorry, Tetsu and Dai. I cannot accept the idea of any of you forever losing the chance to become Chunin. Ling was now softly sobbing, tears soaking the paper she had placed on the desk. It's all right, Ling. This is just our first time participating in the Chunin exams. Next time, we will definitely pass. Kazama Tetsu, now completely relaxed, felt all the pressure dissipate since they had already withdrawn from the exam. It's my fault, Ling. If I could have confirmed that the explosive tag was on my paper, the three of us could pass together. But you know the probability is highest that the explosive tag is on your paper. You want to sacrifice yourself so that the two of us can directly pass the first exam next time. All right, since you have forfeited the exam, your chances in the Chunin exam have come to an end. Mori no Kagegain's cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable tone as he declared the failure of Might Dai's team. For the rest of you, I am giving you one last chance. Now, does anyone else wish to withdraw from the competition? The classroom was eerily quiet. The teams that had persevered until now had long since made their resolutions and would not alter their decisions due to Kagegain's words. Time was up. Since no one could identify the paper containing the explosive tag, Kagegain concluded, since no one has found the paper containing the explosive tag, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Explode." But to everyone's astonishment, the classroom remained silent. Not a single paper was detonated. Congratulations. All of you remaining have passed the first examination. Wait, what is happening? Why did all the remaining candidates pass the exam? Why was no explosive tag detonated? The sole genin who had chosen to identify the explosive tag paper turned pale, suddenly shouting in disbelief as he could not accept the final outcome. Do you know why other teams were dismissed by the examiner while your team was allowed to stay until the end of the exam? Mori no Kajiki observed the questioning lower ninja, a hint of severity etched upon his face. When ninjas undertake missions, the gravest peril lies in acquiring erroneous intelligence. Leading one's comrades into danger armed with false information spells doom for all involved. Individuals such as you, who report fabricated results without proper reconnaissance, are unworthy of the ninja title. I shall inform your superiors to revoke your status as a ninja. It is all over. Hearing Kajiki's verdict, the lower ninja sank to the ground, his complexion pale and his eyes devoid of life. Excuse me, Chief Examiner, why was not a single explosive tag detonated? At this moment, Mike Guy's team had yet to depart, and Suzu, puzzled by Kajiki's explanation, voiced her most pressing question. Among all the exam papers present, only his was specially crafted. The others were mere sheets of ordinary paper. Mori no Kajiki, having reigned in his intimidating aura, still bore an unsettling demeanor born from years of experience, yet he no longer instilled fear. This examination consisted of merely 2 questions. The 9 on the paper served to assess your collective intelligence-gathering capabilities. By the time the 10th question was revealed, its purpose had already been fulfilled. Chapter 83. Worthless at the onset of the examination, I informed you that it was a cumulative score for 3 participants, instilling within you the anxiety of potentially hindering your teammates. Kajiki explained to all the candidates present. Following the examination, you would discover that the questions on the paper were beyond your capacity to complete, compelling you to seek alternative means of scoring. Cheating became the most effective strategy. To provide you with a target, I arranged for 3 Chunin, already privy to the answers, to sit among you in the examination room. In essence, I devised a test that encouraged cheating, thereby assessing whether you lower ninjas possessed adequate intelligence-gathering abilities. Consequently, those lacking sophisticated cheating methods would be disqualified, thus achieving the first layer of elimination. Why design such an examination method? Suzu instinctively inquired. An excellent question. Why indeed did I create this examination format? Kajiki paused for a moment as a Chunin examiner approached him, swiftly shedding his outer garment. How terrifying! What kind of torment has the senior endured? His body seemed devoid of unscathed skin. All candidates were drawn to the injuries of this Chunin, including Ryusei. Such severe wounds. Indeed, for ordinary ninjas, any minor lapse in intelligence can result in the ultimate sacrifice, even for Jonin. Enough, Kajiki commanded, allowing the Chunin to dress once more before continuing to address all the candidates. Behold, this is the consequence of acting on false intelligence during a mission. I wish to impress upon you that sometimes intelligence holds more value than life itself. In the course of executing tasks or on the battlefield, one must often risk their life to procure information. Intelligence obtained from enemies or third parties is frequently flawed. Remember this. Possessing incorrect intelligence can lead to catastrophic repercussions for both comrades and the village. Thus, I had no choice but to employ cheating to evaluate your intelligence-gathering abilities and eliminate those lower ninjas who evidently lacked the necessary skills. Yet I still do not understand the final question you designed. Why does it differ from what you conveyed to us? The 10th question is the true test of this examination, Kajiki said, a slight smile gracing his lips. For the final question, I provided you with 4 options, which, needless to say, are challenging to choose among. I informed you that each group contained 1 individual whose paper concealed an explosive tag. So even if you were utterly convinced that your own paper lacked such a tag, you remained oblivious to the status of your teammates' papers. Subsequently, I had the 3 Chunin reveal the sole paper containing the explosive tag, further solidifying your belief in the existence of such a tag within the papers. This was the false intelligence I conveyed. Therefore, all 4 options were plausible, leaving you unable to definitively ascertain the nature of your own paper or that of your teammates. Each of you found yourselves ensnared in the trap I meticulously crafted. Being unable to participate in the Chunin exam is an unacceptable outcome for you lower ninjas, leading those unable to withstand the pressure to abandon their efforts prematurely. Meanwhile, the faint-hearted, lacking sufficient intelligence, would hastily select an option of uncertain veracity, ultimately dragging both themselves and their teammates into despair. Such individuals only jeopardize the lives of themselves and their comrades during missions. There exists a 3rd type of individual, one who knows their paper is likely the one containing the explosive tag, but, recognizing their own limitations in judgment, chooses instead to await the revelation of the truth, even at the cost of their own chance to become a Chunin, in order to assist their teammates through adversity. Kajiki regarded Mike Guy with an approving gaze, while Guy's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Of course, choosing to forego the competition to prevent your teammates from losing hope is not a misguided decision. Victory obtained at the expense of a teammate's life brings no joy. Yet, sometimes, such decisions must be made for the sake of the mission. The remaining candidates all exhibited a willingness to sacrifice themselves to ensure their teammates succeeded in their tasks. This is the essential quality of a Chunin. Congratulations to those of you who chose the third option. You have successfully passed my first examination. I declare the first round of the Chunin exam concluded. I hope you continue to strive forward. Is that so? I apologize, Guy. It was my unilateral decision. Suzu felt a wave of guilt wash over her upon hearing Kajiki's explanation, realizing that her choice led to her team's failure at the final moment. Do not fret, Suzu. We can still participate together in the next Chunin exam. We rise from where we stumble. That is the essence of youth. Guy awkwardly reassured Suzu, clearly lacking in the art of comforting girls. In my view, you did nothing wrong. Ryusei approached the trio, for he was familiar only with Might Guy among the candidates present. A friend once remarked that while missions are undeniably significant, those who abandon them are often labeled as worthless. However, in his eyes, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. Your regard for your companions will yield different outcomes. Patiently await the fruition of this endeavor. Trust me, in the future, you shall not regret this choice. Ryusei's voice was unrestrained, thus reaching the ears of every ninja present. Those who do not value their comrades are even less than worthless? Kajiki pondered Ryusei's words, feeling a crack in his steadfast belief that missions were paramount. Humph. A person devoid of comrades dares to speak such audacious words. Just wait. I shall surely defeat you in the second round. The lower ninja from the grass village glared at Ryusei's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the examination room swung open, and a figure strode in. Over half were eliminated in the first round. It seems the second round will be exceptionally challenging. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru, the chief examiner for the second round. The individual who entered the classroom was none other than Orochimaru, who surveyed the remaining candidates before settling his gaze upon Ryusei. Lu Xing, the initial examination must seem somewhat tedious to you. I hope that the second examination, which I oversee, can pique your interest to some extent. Chapter 84. The second examination. I never anticipated that you would come here in person. I assumed you would merely dispatch a few responsible Chunin. Lu Xing, amidst the astonished gazes of all the genin, strode directly to Orochimaru's side. Had it not been for Lu Xing's presence, I would certainly not have shown up. Among these individuals, none possessed the caliber worthy of my attention. Perhaps you are mistaken. Among these people, there exists an exceptionally unique individual, although he is yet to reveal his distinctiveness. Lu Xing smiled as he glanced behind him. Even now, when faced with Dai, who had opened the 8 gates, he could only choose to evade. Is there truly a ninja here that warrants Lu Xing's concern? Orochimaru inquired, scanning the surroundings again, yet he still found no one of significance. Lu Xing does not speak falsely. It appears that indeed, the individual in question has yet to demonstrate any extraordinary talent. It seems my discernment does not match Lu Xing's. Esteemed candidates, the time and location of the examination will be communicated by a dedicated Chunin instructor. Upon your arrival at the examination site tomorrow, I shall provide a detailed briefing. By the way, in the second examination, I intend to reduce your number by at least half, so please prepare earnestly. That will be all. You are dismissed. With that, Orochimaru departed the examination hall alongside Lu Xing, amidst the incredulous stares of the genin. At the Konoha Ming Tea Street, in the Sans Maruko shop, Lu Xing and Orochimaru sat facing each other. You guessed correctly, Lu Xing. Danzo has indeed been released from prison. Presently, the one behind bars is merely a scapegoat. The real Danzo has returned to the roots. Orochimaru spoke slowly, having already set up a special barrier around them, ensuring their conversation remained unheard beyond its confines. Lu Xing was not surprised. It seems you are quite confident in your deductions. Danzo and his root organization hold a unique significance for Konoha, especially since the third would not allow his old friend to perish before his eyes. Lu Xing chuckled softly. He had long anticipated such an outcome and was not astonished. What truly surprised him was that the third had consented to the Uchiha clan's relocation from Konoha to the Whirlpool Village. The Uchiha clan is currently in the process of liquidating their assets, while they have opted to leave Konoha for a clan of their stature. Such a relocation is no simple endeavor. Orochimaru continued, stating that his primary purpose for coming here was to relay this intelligence to Lu Xing. Additionally, Konoha has not opted to disband the security forces, surprisingly. The third has chosen to have White Fang resign from his duties in the Umbu and appointed him as the new captain of the Konoha security forces, allowing the unit to recruit 50 members. The Konoha security forces are a trap. Does the third not fear that White Fang might meet a fate similar to that of the Uchiha? If you can discern that the security forces are a trap, can you not also perceive your teacher's intentions? Lu Xing regarded Orochimaru with keen interest. He could not believe that Orochimaru would underestimate the true motives of the third. Yet this did not prevent him from expressing his own views. White Fang's rise to fame has been remarkably swift, although he has yet to achieve any significant military accomplishments. His prowess as a ninja has already garnered the recognition of the Fire Country's daimyo. With a few more accomplishments, he would undoubtedly be the most viable candidate for the next Hokage. The Hokage will never permit anyone to threaten his position. Thus, assigning White Fang to oversee the security forces is the simplest method to undermine his public support. Is the position of Hokage truly so alluring that it can drive the third to such lengths? Orochimaru queried, somewhat puzzled, absorbed in his experiments. He had yet to develop any interest in the title of Hokage. The position is exalted, enough to transform one's very nature. Perhaps initially, the third possessed the most resolute will of fire, yet after prolonged erosion, he has become a beneficiary of the status quo. If I were to tell you that upon becoming Hokage, you could command all the resources of Konoha to facilitate your experiments and research, even waging large-scale wars for the sake of acquiring experimental materials or verifying your results, would you still deem the position of Hokage inconsequential? A bead of cold sweat formed on Orochimaru's brow. Under Lu Xing's penetrating gaze, he felt as though all his thoughts were laid bare. Lu Xing's recent remarks made him acutely aware of the immense allure of the Hokage's position. If that is genuinely the case, then I cannot resist the temptation of being Hokage. Focus on your experiments. The position of Hokage is not something for you to covet. I do not wish for the day when you become a fugitive sought by the entire ninja world, only to come to me for refuge. Lu Xing jested as he swallowed a Sans Maruko, having already provided Orochimaru with more suitable experimental materials and taught him how to deal with Danzo. It is reasonable to assume that there will be no further incidents of Orochimaru being hunted by Konoha. Should that day come, I hope Lu Xing will allow me a place to conduct my experiments. Orochimaru replied with a smile, confident that he would not become a rogue ninja. Keep a close watch. The Hokage Rock up there will not change in the near future. At the pinnacle of Konoha, the Hokage Rock, the statues of the three Hokages basked in the sunlight, their illuminated outlines gleaming, as if proclaiming the prosperity of Konoha. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Outside the Konoha training ground number 44, 39 candidates had long awaited their turn. I apologize for my tardiness. I encountered a lost cat on the way. Lu Xing cheerfully approached the other candidates. In truth, he had not arrived late, but rather, the others had come much earlier, prompting thoughts of Kakashi's awkward excuses for being late. Bang! At that moment, a plume of smoke erupted, and Orochimaru's figure appeared before all the candidates. Esteemed candidates, welcome to the second examination venue, known as the Forest of Death, also referred to as Training Ground number 44. Here, you each face the risk of death. Thus I require your consent. Ordinarily, you would be asked to sign these consent forms. However, I took it upon myself to sign them for you. Consequently, you have no option for retreat and must obediently partake in the second examination under my supervision. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips. His serpent-like eyes menacingly fixated on all the candidates, making them feel as though they were prey about to be ensnared by a serpent. Chapter 85. Entering the Forest of Death now, let me elucidate the rules of the second examination. In essence, this is a challenge of survival limits. The training ground number 44 is encircled by 44 locked gates, encompassing forests, rivers, wetlands, and at its center, a tower situated approximately 10 kilometers from the gates. Within this confined space, you will undergo survival training, and the examination will revolve around a ruthless struggle for scrolls. Orochimaru raised 2 scrolls, his serpentine voice echoing clearly in every candidate's ear. These 2 scrolls are known as the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Your battles will revolve around them. A total of 14 teams successfully passed the first examination, with 7 possessing the Heaven Scroll and the other 7 holding the Earth Scroll. Each team possesses only 1 scroll, meaning your objective is to seize the scrolls of other teams. To pass the second examination, all members of a team must jointly possess both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central tower, indicating that this examination will eliminate at least 7 teams, and potentially more. Additionally, there is a time limit. The duration of the second examination is set at 120 hours, equivalent to 5 days. During this period, you must complete all survival challenges. I certainly do not wish for anyone to perish from starvation in the Death Forest. May I inquire whether one can choose to abandon the endeavor midway? A ninja team boldly posed the question, having already perceived the brutality of the exam as outlined by Orochimaru. The rules do not permit any withdrawal. Thus, within 5 days, your task is to remain steadfast in the Death Forest, continually advancing towards the central tower. Orochimaru smiled, yet his grin sent chills down the spines of every candidate present. By the way, I seem to have neglected to clarify the conditions for failure. First, any team that fails to bring both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls to the tower within the 5-day time frame. Second, any team with deceased members or those unable to continue fighting. Third, you are strictly forbidden from examining the contents of the scrolls before entering the tower. Why the prohibition on inspecting the scrolls? After becoming a Chunin, you will have tasks that involve handling confidential documents, and this requirement is a test of your trustworthiness. Well, that is all I have to say. I have already signed the consent forms on your behalf, so proceed over there to collect a scroll, select an entrance, and await the commencement of the second exam together. Lastly, I offer you one final piece of advice. Do not perish, or else this consent form will be the last item you leave in this world. Look over there. After outlining the rules, Orochimaru vanished without a trace, while the candidates turned their gazes towards the area designated for collecting the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. The collection area was shrouded in curtains, obscuring the view of all, leaving everyone unaware of what scrolls other teams had obtained. They could only desperately seek information. Indeed, once they entered the forest, each team must first assess the nature of their scrolls, for seizing an identical scroll would render them unable to fulfill the exam's requirements. Look, that fellow is boldly heading to collect a scroll. While everyone else was still processing Orochimaru's rules, Liuxing had unhesitatingly approached the scroll collection area, nonchalantly grasping a Heaven Scroll and placing it into his ninja tool pouch amidst the astonished gazes of the staff. He dared to act with such arrogance. But let no one assume that his connection to the examiner guarantees success in the second exam. The true essence of this trial lies in raw strength. And once they enter the Death Forest, this audacious individual's demise will be inevitable. A fierce glare emanated from the leader of the Grass Ninja Village towards Liuxing's retreating figure, and after he had distanced himself, the leader led his team to collect their scrolls second. How mundane. The next 5 days will be spent in the Death Forest. If only I had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, such trouble would be unnecessary. Liuxing silently lamented to himself as he leisurely approached the nearest grand entrance. Indeed, there was a fluctuation of barriers, yet the aura was rather faint, likely only sufficient to deter ordinary Chunin and the beasts of the Death Forest. Time swiftly passed. After Liuxing and the candidates from the Grass Ninja Village made their choices, the remaining teams no longer hesitated, promptly collecting their scrolls before following the Chunin examiner towards the respective entrances to the Death Forest. Creak. The door before Liuxing emitted a piercing sound before swiftly opening. Has the exam begun? The advantage of having fewer teams is certainly the minimal weight. Without a moment's hesitation, Liuxing strode through the door and advanced rapidly into the Death Forest. Before delving into the depths, it would be prudent to deal with those rodents who had provoked me earlier. Indeed, the Grass Ninja Village remains the most detestable of ninja villages at all times. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he formed a hand sign, seamlessly entering Sage mode. In that direction, they are surprisingly close. It seems the Grass Ninja Village has already designated me as their primary target. This works to my advantage, saving me the trouble of seeking them out. I shall await their arrival ahead. Boss, are we truly going to confront him directly? We witnessed how even the Leaf Village examiner treated him with such deference. What if his strength is genuinely formidable? Meanwhile, the trio from the Grass Ninja Village traversed the dim woods, hastening towards the direction Liuxing had entered. How could this be? He is merely a participant in the Chunin exam. Judging by his age, he must have attended numerous Chunin exams, and his strength cannot be that impressive. Moreover, can he possibly surpass the three of us combined? The brawny youth at the forefront, referred to as the boss, wore a face of disdain. I suspect the examiner may have participated in a Chunin exam with him during his Jinin days, hence their acquaintance. After all, Konoha and the Whirlpool Village are allies. It is only natural for them to have connections. The boss is correct. That fellow is no powerhouse. My sensory abilities are infallible. During the first exam, I detected no threatening aura emanating from him. Chimed in the third member of the Grass Ninja team, the sole censor among them, capable of accurately discerning threats in others. I am determined to avenge the humiliation I suffered at the hands of the Whirlpool Village Ninja during our previous mission. The trio continued weaving through the forest at an unyielding pace when suddenly, a melodious flute sound resonated unexpectedly ahead of them. Chapter 86. I was too merciful. The flute's melody was enchanting, yet beneath the dense canopy of the dark forest, it took on an eerily sinister tone. Look, what are those bubbles? Upon hearing the flute, the trio from the Grass Ninja Village halted, and the youth endowed with sensory abilities suddenly felt an urgent alarm within him. Sensing an overwhelmingly terrifying chakra approaching, quickly evade contact with those bubbles. A Grass Ninja shouted, swiftly attempting to dodge to the side. However, Liuxing's assault was beyond the capabilities of mere genin to evade. Although the bubbles appeared to travel slowly, in the blink of an eye, they enveloped the three Grass Ninjas entirely. Zizla, the brawny youth at the forefront, attempted to shatter the bubble with his fist, but upon contact with the bubble's surface, his hand instantly felt as if it had been scalded by intense heat, and a considerable portion of it was corroded away. The excruciating pain made him let out a howl. Boss. The other two witnessed this scene, their hands retracting instinctively from their attempt to breach the bubble. Damn these bubbles. What in the world are they? The brawny youth's hands bore the marks of corrosion, deepening even as he distanced himself from the bubble wall. The corrosive damage persisted, and the bone-deep agony twisted his features into a grimace. Quick, use kunai to pierce the bubble. Surely it cannot withstand a sharp kunai. Hurry. Break the bubble wall to save me. Wait, boss, I am coming. The smaller Grass Ninja hurriedly drew a kunai and thrust it towards the bubble wall. Yet before the kunai could penetrate, it melted before their eyes, transforming into a puddle of molten metal. How is this possible? Even the kunai. The enchanting flute continued to play, but to the trio from the Grass Ninja Village, it sounded like a death knell, heralding their impending demise as they were enveloped by the bubbles, destined to be corroded to nothingness. I cannot perish yet. I must survive. The censor ninja frantically hurled every weapon he possessed against the bubble wall, desperately seeking a sliver of hope for survival in the shadow of death. There was no other option. His hands were incapacitated, unable to perform jutsu, and even his tools were ineffective. The Grass Ninja leader gazed helplessly at his hands, still undergoing corrosion, as despair washed over him. The sound of the flute abruptly ceased. In the next moment, three bubbles exploded instantaneously, erasing all traces of the Grass Ninjas from the ninja world before they could even utter a cry of despair. To think you survived to hear my performance. Indeed, I have shown too much mercy by letting you listen to a melody that does not belong to the ninja realm. Ryusei slowly approached the site of the explosion, where only a scroll lay quietly on the ground. It seems my fortune is not particularly favorable. This Grass Ninja team possesses the same heavenly scroll. I had hoped to enjoy a vacation in the Death Forest after this battle. Picking up the scroll, Ryusei chose not to leave, but instead glanced toward his left. Since you have come, why not reveal yourselves? Discovered. The three hidden figures in the underbrush exchanged glances, realizing they could no longer remain concealed, and soon emerged before Ryusei. Lord Ryusei, I am Hinata Hizashi from the Hyuga clan. You recognize me? Ryusei replied, astonished that Hizashi had identified him. After Lord Ryusei defeated the Raikage and killed the Mizukage, our clan had warned us against conflict with the Uzumaki family, and informed us that Lord Ryusei had succeeded as the leader of Uzumaki village. I never expected to encounter Lord Ryusei at the Chunin exams. I see, this indeed aligns with the cautious nature of your Hyuga clan. Ryusei expressed with a knowing smile, for he had not anticipated that the Hyuga clan would disclose his identity to a mere genin like Hizashi. Now that you are here, let us dispense with idle chatter. What kind of scroll do you possess? Show me if it can assist in completing my tasks. Lord, this is the scroll we have, Hizashi replied without hesitation. Understanding that the figure before him was one of the pinnacle existences in the ninja world, capable of standing toe-to-toe even with the Hokage. Heavenly? Ryusei furrowed his brow, not expecting the second team to possess a heavenly scroll as well. This is of no use to me. Returning the scroll, Ryusei continued. It is too cumbersome for each team to check in with me. This exam requires us to remain in the Death Forest for 5 days. I hope you can acquire enough Earth Scrolls by the 4th day. I will wait at the tower for 4 days. I trust you will not disappoint me. Ryusei had already assessed that none of the teams participating in the Chunin exams could rival Hisashi. Thus, he understood that, barring any misfortune akin to his own, obtaining 2 Earth Scrolls should not pose a challenge. So, I will await your arrival at the tower. Best of luck. With that, before Hisashi could respond, Ryusei transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the depths of the forest. This should ensure success. I will now guard the tower. Even if Hisashi fails, I can easily seize an Earth Scroll in the end. Ignoring all dangers in the forest, Ryusei swiftly covered the 10-kilometer stretch, the red tower coming into view. Here it is, this tower. Ryusei landed at the base and gazed up at the towering red structure. This would be the selection site for the final exam. To minimize complications, I shall modify it beforehand. A smile crept across his lips as Ryusei realized that many from Konoha were observing the exam, and his arrival at the tower had undoubtedly exposed him to all watching. Behold, this is the most classic use of wood release. With hands clasped together, Ryusei's chakra surged rapidly. Wood release, 3 rooms, and a hall. Of course, the name of the jutsu was merely a whimsical creation of Ryusei. This technique was at best a superficial application of wood release. Layer after layer of wooden structures rose from the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire tower within. Damn it! This fool dares to rely on his strength to forcefully participate in the Konoha Chunin exams, moreover wrapping the most critical structure of the exam with his jutsu. In the shadowy depths beneath Konoha, Danzo's right arm was empty, and a new Sharingan had emerged in the eye that Ryusei had previously taken from him. He was watching Ryusei's final actions on the screen, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Lord Danzo, the sacrifice is prepared. Chapter 87. Forbidden Techniques That Should Not Appear Hokage-sama. The leader of Uzumaki village, Ryusei, has enclosed the entire tower with his jutsu. If this continues, it may prevent other ninjas from passing this exam. In the Konoha Chunin exam operations office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the responsible Jonin and Chunin, stared at the now dim screen on the wall. Having just witnessed the entirety of Ryusei's jutsu, what should we do, Hokage-sama? Do we need to send someone to negotiate with Lord Ryusei? Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his brow furrowing deeply as Ryusei's actions left him momentarily perplexed. No, there is no need to concern ourselves with him. Ryusei has not violated any regulations of the Chunin exams. After 3 minutes of contemplation, Hiruzen finally spoke. I believe that Lord Ryusei would not recklessly disrupt the Chunin exams. At this moment, he is merely a participant in the exam, and his actions do not affect its integrity. Is that so, sensei? You don't quite seem like yourself today. Orochimaru, who had been quietly observing the expressions of everyone present from the corner, paid little mind to what Ryusei was doing on the screen. Meanwhile, in the Death Forest, Ryusei was admiring his creation. Under the influence of his wood release, the structure enveloping the tower had transformed into an exquisite 9-story pagoda. To the naked eye, Ryusei's creation was evidently more suitable to be called a tower than the original structure. Indeed, this shall be my abode for the next few days. Even if other ninjas come here, they will only perceive this building as the ultimate destination. Upon entering through the main entrance, they will inevitably arrive at the same location, allowing me to effortlessly procure the necessary scrolls. Clapping his hands, Ryusei gazed contentedly at his masterpiece, and then in a flash, he ascended to the top of the tower he had shaped. Just as Ryusei reclined comfortably in the room at the pinnacle of the tower, outside the Death Forest, beneath a stone wall, a group stood behind 2 kneeling ninjas. Lord Danzo, the sacrifice is ready. During your jutsu's execution, they will offer no resistance. A member of the Root organization stood respectfully at Danzo's side, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited the 2 grass ninjas captured as sacrifices. At last, the moment has come. Danzo, having once again wrapped his right eye in bandages, revealed a left eye glowing with a chilling radiance. You didn't expect this, did you, Ryusei? Your appearance reminded me of a certain forbidden technique still existing within Konoha. After waiting so long, I have finally anticipated your entry into the Death Forest. Here in death, no one will uncover the truth. The Chunin exams inherently carry a high mortality rate, and even Uzumaki village has no means to avert this. Moreover, once you perish, Uzumaki village will once again become prey, and various factions within the ninja world will not resist taking a bite. At that point, I shall have another opportunity to obtain the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. With this thought, Danzo wore a sinister grin and swiftly formed hand seals, while intricate symbols rapidly emerged from the ground. As the hands of Danzo came together in a prayer-like gesture, the dust upon the ground began to swiftly ascend, enveloping the two offerings, who, having already been stripped of consciousness, could offer no resistance. Soon, they were entirely shrouded in dust, which began to take shape, manifesting two figures with closed eyes before Danzo. The first Hokage and the second Hokage, undeniably formidable figures standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Upon beholding their visages, Danzo erupted into a maniacal laughter. Devoid of will, they would merely obey the commands of the summoner. How could Tobirama-sensei have crafted such a flawless technique, only for it to remain untouched for decades? Danzo's expression twisted with a growing malevolence. The hatred he bore for Risei drove him to abandon his last remnant of restraint, plunging him into a state of madness, unhesitant to practice even the forbidden techniques entirely prohibited by the first Hokage. With their aid, he could easily eliminate Risei, and once he was gone, all of Uzumaki village would crumble under his arrogance. Positioning himself behind the two resurrected Hokages, Danzo plunged specially crafted kunai into their bodies. In the next moment, the first and second Hokages lifted their heads and opened their eyes. Mouse, take these two esteemed leaders into the forest of death. Remember, you must not attract any attention. Having completed his orders, Danzo and the others vanished from the area, leaving only the root member who had initially stood beside him and the reincarnated first and second Hokages. Fear not, Lord Danzo. I shall ensure that the despicable leader of Uzumaki village meets a fate worse than death. The masked root member, Mouse, gazed at the spot where Danzo had disappeared, his eyes filled with fervent reverence. It was only half a minute later that he regained his composure and began rapidly forming hand seals. Earth-style, underground movement technique. In the next instant, Mouse, along with the first and second Hokages, delved into the earth, heading toward the depths of the forest of death. In the deepest part of the forest, Risei was utilizing earth-style to conjure a small rock creature, playfully toying with an enraged giant black bear. As I acquired wood style through the system, I simultaneously mastered the transformations of earth and water chakra. Coupled with the wind chakra I had recently grasped and the yang chakra I had learned earlier, I had now attained 4 of the 7 fundamental chakra natures. A thrill of excitement coursed through Ryusei's heart. Although he had no grasp of Yin chakra yet, mastering lightning and fire was merely a matter of time. Bang! A resounding explosion interrupted Ryusei's musings, for in that moment of distraction, the uncontrolled rock creature was effortlessly smashed apart by the massive bear's paw. TCH, how weak. It's less convenient than a spike from the ground. The earth-style rock creature requires my concentration to perform effectively, once uncontrolled. Even a mere beast can easily destroy it. Ryusei scoffed, realizing that the technique he had whimsically created was nothing more than a futile endeavor. Enough of this. I shall not squander any more time. Creating techniques based on existing foundations is a more suitable approach for me. With this thought, Ryusei turned his gaze toward the giant bear. In his hand, a standard spiral sphere swiftly coalesced, and then, under Ryusei's control, the wind chakra began to merge into the sphere. Lucky fellow, if I succeed on the first attempt, you shall be the first in the ninja world to taste the wind release spiral shuriken. Now let the dance commence. Chapter 88. An unexpected visitor, I can sense his location. I shall soon draw near. Deep underground, Mouse finally approached the depths of the forest of death, having avoided triggering the barrier that would waste precious time. With his unique perception abilities, he sensed Ryusei's position and excitedly rushed towards him. At last, I have found you. Once I eliminate you, Lord Danzo will appoint me as his direct bodyguard. When Lord Danzo becomes Hokage, I shall be his most trusted subordinate, and alleviating his burdens will be my greatest aspiration. Die, you vile leader of Uzumaki village, who dared to humiliate Lord Danzo in such a manner. With the assistance of the 2 former Hokages, you shall surely meet your demise. Finally, Mouse reached Ryusei's feet and, accompanied by the 2 reincarnated Hokages, burrowed upward towards the surface. Now let the dance begin. Ryusei was wholly engrossed in developing the wind-release spiral shuriken, blissfully unaware of the peril beneath him. At that moment, the spiral shuriken in his hand was on the verge of achieving a new form, but soon, Ryusei realized that his first attempt was about to fail. Oh no, at such close range, if the spiral sphere detonates, even I will sustain grievous injuries. How could I forget to use a shadow clone for practice? Suddenly, the spiral shuriken in Ryusei's hand lost balance entirely, emitting no sound as it began to swell rapidly, engulfing Ryusei, Mouse, and the two Hokages that had just emerged from the earth. What is happening? Why are the first and second Hokages here? A thought flashed through Ryusei's mind, and in the next moment, an indescribable agony coursed through his entire being. Boom. At last, the spiral shuriken fully expanded and exploded, releasing a terrifying force that left a massive crater with a radius of over 10 meters, obliterating all vegetation in the vicinity, leaving not a trace behind. Within the crater, Ryusei's clothing lay in tatters, and his body had sustained severe cellular damage at a nano level. At that moment, Ryusei's sage body unleashed its full power, swiftly healing the injuries he had sustained. How terrifying. I must never attempt such a thing personally again. A deep sense of dread filled Ryusei's heart. Had it not been for his recovery abilities surpassing even those of Hashirama Senju, he would have surely met his end at the hands of his own replicated technique, becoming a disgrace among all travelers. With a spurt of blood, Ryusei gazed ahead. Strange, was that just my imagination? Why did I seem to see the first and second Hokages from Konoha at the moment of the explosion? And what on earth happened to the fellow lying on the ground? At that moment, Mouse had already lost all signs of life. But due to the nature of the spiral shuriken, his body remained intact. The reincarnated forms of the first and second Hokages, however, were not so fortunate. Their extremely fragile bodies were scattered into dust by the explosion. Wait, what is that? At last, as the residual waves of the spiral shuriken's explosion dissipated, the dust that had been the reincarnated first and second Hokages began to coalesce before Ryusei. Reanimation? How is this possible? Orochimaru could not possibly use reanimation at this time. Could there be others in Konoha who have mastered this forbidden technique? Though uncertain as to why the reincarnated first and second Hokages appeared here, Ryusei had no intention of engaging them in battle. Although their strength diminished upon reanimation, their undead nature rendered them exceedingly troublesome. The greatest fear of reanimation is sealing techniques. He could not afford to allow them to recover. He needed to seal them before that could happen. Instantly assessing the optimal solution, Ryusei prepared to execute the adamantine sealing technique to bind the still recovering first and second Hokages. Oh no, my body won't move. Despite the presence of his sage body preventing his demise in the explosion of the spiral shuriken, the injuries it inflicted, combined with the aftereffects of his failed training, left Ryusei momentarily immobilized. This is troublesome. Once they regain mobility, it will be exceedingly difficult to incapacitate them again. As the bodies of Senju Hashirama and Tobirama gradually regained their vitality, Ryusei could only watch helplessly as events unfolded before him. Cursed be my negligence. Had I known, I would have activated Sage Mode earlier to practice the Raisin Shuriken, thereby avoiding the reckless jutsu that has left me in this dire state. With all his might, Ryusei summoned his chakra, feeling that just a few more seconds would allow him to break free from the aftereffects and unleash the adamantine sealing. Yet, fate has a cruel sense of humor. Despite his remarkable recovery abilities, the reanimated first and second Hokage regained their mobility first. Wood release, advent of the trees. Without the need for hand seals, Senju Hashirama, even with his hands not fully restored, swiftly executed his most familiar wood release technique. In an instant, trees of considerable girth and density erupted from the ground, centered around him, creating a vast forest. This is bad. I'm going to be ensnared by the wood release, Ryusei thought as he watched the trees spring forth, and in the next moment, he found himself bound by the rapidly growing wood. Crash! Just as the wood release continued to ensnare him, Ryusei finally regained control over his body. In a flash, 10 golden chains burst forth from behind him, shattering the trees. Water release, heavenly weeping. Simultaneously, Tobirama Senju, having fully restored his hands, formed hand seals with such speed it resembled a phantom. In the blink of an eye, 5 water needles, as numerous as 1,000, pierced Ryusei's body, leaving 5 penetrating wounds. Would release, silent binding technique. Meanwhile, realizing the trees alone could not fully restrain Ryusei, Hashirama unleashed another jutsu. Countless robust branches began to move as if they were alive, continuously coiling around Ryusei and the adamantine ceiling he attempted to cast. You have truly provoked my wrath. Fury surged within Ryusei. Although Tobirama's injuries were not fatal, the pain was undeniably real. Under Hashirama's relentless control with wood release, his hands remained trapped for the moment. Water release, great exploding water shockwave. In response to Ryusei's predicament, a torrent of water surged forth like ocean waves, enveloping the entire forest, forming an immense sphere of water. At last, the battle within the Death Forest caught the attention of the examiners overseeing the Chunin exams. Without hesitation, this alarming news was relayed to the core monitoring center of the exam. This is grave, Hokage-sama. A terrifying jutsu far beyond the capabilities of mere genin has manifested in the Death Forest. Even from outside the forest, its silhouette is visible. Chapter 89. The Provoked Ryusei Gulp. Ryusei, caught in the bindings, sputtered as water filled his lungs. Since arriving in the ninja realm, he had never encountered such a dire situation. Even during his battle with the Raikage, he had only been harmed once. Due to the constraints of the wood release, Ryusei struggled to mobilize his chakra, and the power of the six tails was utterly suppressed, rendering him unable to free his hands. The adamantine ceiling was completely restrained by the experienced Senju Hashirama's wood release. Is this the disparity in battle experience? Even with immense power at my disposal, facing an opponent of seasoned skill, I find myself unable to deploy my capabilities swiftly enough to control the situation, resulting in comprehensive suppression. Under the dual constraints of wood and water releases, Ryusei finally calmed the fury within him, reflecting on the reasons for his downfall in this battle. Although he appeared thoroughly beleaguered, he was not in immediate danger. It seems I must diligently hone my combat awareness moving forward. At present, I am like a young boy wielding a nuclear bomb, immensely powerful yet ignorant of how to wield it properly. This battle has compelled Ryusei to confront his shortcomings. Although he had faced formidable opponents, the terrifying strength that surpassed that of the Kage had allowed him to dominate the battlefield, until now, when he encountered two Hokage of comparable power, revealing his greatest flaws. Rasengan. Ryusei once again concentrated the Rasengan in both hands, desperately attempting to tear apart the wood release binding him. He had attempted this many times, though each time Hashirama's wood release thwarted him. The distance between his hands was gradually closing. Almost there, just 2 more times, and I will successfully enter Sage Mode. But just then, the water before Ryusei rippled. And in the next moment, an explosive tag appeared on his body. Ninjutsu, explosive tag detonation. Within the massive sphere of water, Tobirama rapidly formed hand seals. Due to Ryusei's restraints, he was unable to approach him with his reanimated body and successfully affixed the explosive tag to him. As Tobirama completed his seals, a terrifying surge of energy emanated from Ryusei. Secret technique, mutual explosive tag. Boom. The colossal explosion instantly created a vacuum within the water surrounding Ryusei, followed by a series of explosions that expanded the void, seemingly beyond recovery. You have truly provoked my wrath. Long before the explosive tag detonated, Ryusei had sensed the danger but failed to break free from the wood release's grasp. Thus, under Tobirama's secret technique, he endured numerous explosions. However, he finally liberated himself from the wood release bindings. Sage Mode. In the next instant, Ryusei clasped his hands together, entering Sage Mode, while the chakra of the six tails surged forth, dissolving the continuously exploding tags. At that moment, Ryusei's eyes glinted with a chilling light, as Sage Chakra erupted outward. With an expressionless face, he murmured softly, "Would release. Advent of the flowering trees." The ground began to tremble. Those around Ryusei, including the 2 combatants beside him, the participating genin scattered throughout the Death Forest, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was rushing towards the forest, all sensed the tremors. Rise. Before the astonished gazes of all, the entire ground of the Death Forest began to upheave, countless trees swiftly rising from the earth, covering forests, swamps, rivers, and wastelands in an instant with rapidly growing timber. The trees grew relentlessly, soon surpassing the massive water sphere created by the great exploding water shockwave, completely engulfing the earlier wood release summoned by Hashirama. Secret technique, Would release. Wooden man technique. At this moment, Ryusei had already ascended to the heights alongside the giant flower buds emerging from the flowering trees, yet he did not cease his jutsu. The fury that had been suppressed during the previous battle erupted at this moment. Look, what is that? Outside the 44th training ground. The examiners gazed in astonishment at the changes unfolding within the Death Forest. The overwhelming fluctuations deterred any of them from daring to step into the forest's depths. What has transpired within the Death Forest? Why such terrifying phenomena? Can this truly be the result of a battle waged by mere genin? Are you foolish? This is evidently beyond the capabilities of the Chunin exams. There must be powerful beings engaging in battle within the Death Forest. I hope this conflict does not endanger others inside. I wonder if this exam can still proceed. Why has the chief examiner not arrived to issue commands? While all the examiners were deep in discussion, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the gates of the Death Forest with all the examiners from the monitoring room. Orochimaru, where are you? Hiruzen's expression was somber, as though he were about to burst into tears. Everything occurring within the Death Forest had far surpassed his control. If it weren't for the fluctuations remaining contained, he would have already ordered Konoha to enter a state of war readiness. Orochimaru had sensed something unusual early on. Leaving alone to enter the exam area, he has not reappeared since the disturbances began. Could this scene be the result of Orochimaru and Ryusei's clash? Hiruzen pondered, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding within the Death Forest. In the village of Wachao, the village chief, Liuxing, what exactly do you aspire to achieve? The small temple of Konoha can scarcely accommodate your colossal presence. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi muttered these words, a gigantic Buddha statue erupted into the sky from the depths of the Forest of Death. Utilizing the wood release technique, Liuxing attempted to capture Senju Hashirama and Tobirama. Yet the cumbersome wooden figure was utterly incapable of seizing them. Instead, it was deftly toyed with by Senju Tobirama, who had prepared the flying thunder god kunai. Ultimately, disregarding all else, Liuxing unleashed the most formidable wood release technique. If the pollen of the flower tree realm cannot affect you, then this great Buddha shall be inescapable. Towering over 1,000 meters, the true Thousand Hands effortlessly pierced through the barrier enveloping the Forest of Death, rendering the defense against lower-ranked ninjas as flimsy as paper. What is that? Could it be the ninjutsu of the first Hokage? At noon, under a clear sky, the true Thousand Hands stood prominently in the Forest of Death, visible even from the streets of Konoha. Danzo, atop the Hokage rock, observed with keen clarity. Is this truly the power wielded by the first Hokage? It is indeed fearsome. If only I could possess such strength. A blazing fire flickered in Danzo's eyes as he envisioned himself commanding similar abilities, stirring great upheaval in Konoha and the entire ninja world. What kind of commotion is this? Is it the doing of Lord Liuxing or the first Hokage? Such a terrifying giant renders even the tailed beasts insignificant. Wood release is indeed the most dreadful bloodline limit. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, concealed in the shadows, could still see the towering Buddha in the Forest of Death. I hope Lord Liuxing emerges unscathed from this battle. Losing such a formidable ally in Konoha would be a great pity. Orochimaru's body melded into the ground, employing this method to continuously track Danzo. He had hidden in the dark long before Danzo approached the Forest of Death, monitoring him due to Liuxing's prior arrangements, and had thus witnessed Danzo performing the reanimation jutsu. Rumors had circulated about a technique in the village capable of resurrecting the deceased. Although this technique seemed unable to restore the consciousness of the dead, a mindless puppet is far easier to control, isn't it? Orochimaru's form vanished entirely, while Danzo continued to stand at the pinnacle of Hokage Rock, his eyes fixated on the Buddha in the Forest of Death. Simultaneously, outside the forest, as the barrier shattered, an endless stream of pollen began to disperse into the outside world. The moment the Chunin examiners on the perimeter caught a whiff of the pollen, they collapsed into a deep slumber. This is bad. The pollen is toxic. Everyone, hold your breath. Do not let it enter your bodies. Sarutobi Hizashi shouted urgently, swiftly beginning to weave hand signs. Wind release, gale palm. A violent gust erupted from his mouth, forming a tempest outside the Forest of Death. The storm swept the pollen away to the other side of the forest. After executing this, Hizashi gasped for breath, even in his prime. Performing such a large-scale jutsu had drained more than half of his chakra. What on earth is happening? Isn't this technique meant only for the first Hokage? The flower tree realm? Could it be that Liuxing can also wield this jutsu? Such talent is simply terrifying. Standing outside the forest of death, Sarutobi Hisashi dared not step a foot inside. Even he, known as the professor of ninjutsu, found himself powerless against such a technique. I hope everything happening here does not affect the village. Look, Hokage-sama. That giant is moving. At that moment, a jonin beside Hisashi exclaimed in astonishment. Hisashi hurriedly turned his gaze to see the myriad of colossal hands behind the gigantic Buddha begin to swing, relentlessly striking forward. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique, which I so desperately wish to acquire, proves to be exceedingly formidable, even under the assault of the true Thousand Hands. Liuxing stood atop the head of the true Thousand Hands Buddha, directing the immense hands as they relentlessly grasped for the reanimated first and second Hokages. At this moment, the reanimation technique was merely a half-finished product. Although Senju Tobarama could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, he was utterly incapable of escaping Liuxing's range of attack. With a slight adjustment, the extending branches of wood release could completely restrict his movements. Under Liuxing's onslaught, Senju Hashirama had long since lost any capacity for resistance. Despite Danzo's choice of a jonin as the sacrifice, the unrefined reanimation had resurrected the first Hokage at less than half of his former power. Senju Tobarama, while possessing about 20 to 30% of his original strength, could still perform the Flying Thunder God. Yet he and Hashirama were forced to evade the relentless strikes of the true Thousand Hands time and again. How troublesome. Such an attack is akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. In my previous rage, I inadvertently unleashed the most powerful attack at my disposal. At this moment, Liuxing regained his composure. However, with the true Thousand Hands already in motion, he chose not to dispel it directly. Instead, he retrieved a vertical flute. In the next instant, a rapid melody resonated through the air, and countless bubbles began to surge into the gaps of the wood release. Dissolution release, exploding bubbles. Using the flute as a medium, Liuxing unleashed an unfathomable number of bubbles, which danced through the openings of the true Thousand Hands assault, leaving Senju Tobarama with ever-diminishing space to evade. Boom. At last, unable to avoid the inevitable, Senju Tobarama inadvertently brushed against a bubble. In the next moment, the bubble erupted, releasing a terrifying corrosive force that left a gaping wound the size of a bowl on Senju Tobarama. The unrefined reanimation's warriors possessed no self-awareness, only the instinct to battle. Unable to sense pain, he remained oblivious to his injuries, dodging once more with Hashirama in tow. But now, the gaps within the wood release were filled with endless bubbles. Just moments after reemerging, Senju Tobarama encountered 3 more bubbles, and Hashirama was not spared either. Several bubbles detonated instantaneously, inflicting injuries upon both of them. Yes, just like this. With continuous contact with the bubbles, their reanimated bodies will inevitably shatter. When that time comes, I shall easily seal them both. Liuxing tucked away the flute. And at this juncture, his victory was all but assured, waiting only for the true Thousand Hands and the exploding bubbles to exhaust the 2 reanimated Hokages until they could no longer resist. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive bubble sounds erupted as Senju Tobarama's reanimated body could no longer recover, disintegrating entirely in an instant. Meanwhile, the now incapacitated Senju Hashirama found himself ensnared within the grasp of the true Thousand Hands. This is the end, Liuxing whispered softly, and in an instant, 10 chains surged forth from behind him, tightly wrapping and sealing both Senju Tobarama, still in the process of recovering, and Senju Hashirama, ensnared in the palm of the true Thousand Hands. Scatter! The towering true Thousand Hands transformed into trees, burrowing into the tree realm, while the previously surging tree realm began to retract into the earth. Soon, Liuxing descended back to the ground, and the bodies of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, sealed within the diamond lock, were restored to their former state. It seems I can never underestimate anyone in the ninja world. I merely wished to keep Danzo within Konoha to continue his machinations, yet I never anticipated that just a few days later, I would face Danzo's retaliation. Liuxing reflected on the battle, feeling a lingering dread. Had he not possessed the sage body physique, he might have fallen prey to the reanimation of the first and second Hokages at the very first opportunity. Chapter 91. The interrupted Chunin exam in the dim and damp underground tunnels. Orochimaru's ghostly figure swiftly maneuvered through various obstacles and surveillance. Danzo remained vigilant. and no one in the root organization could detect my presence. This time, I shall graciously accept the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage. With a beaming smile, Orochimaru reflected on his years spent within the root organization, where he had become intimately familiar with the environment. More importantly, he had previously utilized his latest research to monitor a vast majority of the root's locations. This is the place. Danzo truly possesses remarkable methods. He has managed to gather all records pertaining to the impure world reincarnation within this library. Indeed, it appears that the tolerance my teacher has for him surpasses that of anyone else. As Orochimaru casually flipped through the forbidden technique manuscripts laid out by Danzo, his excitement grew with each page turned. He had initially thought the technique was unremarkable, but to his astonishment, it could resurrect the deceased, allowing them to retain their abilities from life. The second Hokage was still too conservative. If this technique were used to control the renowned deceased warriors of the ninja world, it could potentially forge a terrifying army of the undead. Orochimaru swiftly recognized the more terrifying aspects of the impure world reincarnation, and the cost it demanded was virtually negligible for him. This is not the place for research. I shall put it away for future study. After organizing all the notes on the desk, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, reminiscent of a serpent, as his grin stretched from ear to ear. He then swallowed all the notes whole. If I am to study this technique, the corpses of powerful individuals will be of utmost importance. It seems I will need to secure the remains of both the first and second Hokage. With that thought in mind, Orochimaru silently exited the room containing the forbidden techniques and swiftly made his way toward his next target. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage rock, Danzo was engulfed in profound terror. How is this possible? That giant was summoned by that brat from the Whirlpool village. Why is the first Hokage powerless against him? Clutching a monocular in his right hand, he had recently received it from the root members, allowing him to witness a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. Lord Danzo, that giant has vanished. The disappearance of the true Senju Thousand Hands in the Forest of Death immediately caught the attention of the root members monitoring the battlefield. Danzo was finally jolted awake by the exclamation, raising his gaze toward the distant Forest of Death. This is bad. It seems both Hokages have been defeated. I cannot allow any traces of this technique to remain. Otherwise, that fool Hisashi will surely deduce that I orchestrated this battle. Gritting his teeth, Danzo swiftly performed hand signs to cancel the impure world reincarnation, casting a reluctant glance toward the direction of the Forest of Death. Humph. Even if you have triumphed, what you will gain are merely the corpses of two offerings. In the end, you will have to explain to the Grass Village why their elite ninja fell at the hands of the Whirlpool Village leader. Such news will undoubtedly attract attention from all factions within the ninja world. After muttering a bitter curse, Danzo vanished from Hokage Rock along with the root members. Lord Hokage, that terrifying giant has disappeared. Outside the Forest of Death, the remaining examiners, still awake, were startled by the revelation of the Senju's disappearance and began to shout excitedly. We are still unclear about the situation. We do not know whether the giant's disappearance is a good or bad omen. Prepare yourselves. We must send a reconnaissance team to investigate the Forest of Death. Hiruzen Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his pipe, his eyes clouded with concern. The Chunin exam must be immediately halted. Although we have prepared for this for quite some time, I can no longer allow Ryusei to remain within Konoha. This individual is far too dangerous. Should he rampage within the village again, no one would be able to stop him. Furthermore, immediately mobilize Konoha into an A-rank alert status. If we encounter any unexpected occurrences upon entering the Forest of Death, we must seal off the area. We cannot allow what transpires here to affect the village. Once everything was arranged, Hiruzen led all the elite ninja present into the Forest of Death, while the news of the mobilization was relayed back to the village by a shadowy member. An A-rank alert status? Tsunade gazed incredulously at the third Hokage's decree. Even during the Great War, Konoha had never entered an A-rank alert status. What could have transpired in the Forest of Death to prompt such an extraordinary decision from my teacher? Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he too looked toward the Forest of Death. The immense Senju had been in plain sight, and every inhabitant of Konoha had witnessed the presence of that giant, including Tsunade and himself. That must be a would-release secret technique. My grandfather's secret arts indeed describes such giants. Currently, Ryusei is the only one in the entire ninja world capable of wielding the wood-release Kekkai Genkai, and the giant's appearance coincided with the ongoing Chunin exam in the Forest of Death. Tsunade felt a pang of self-doubt. struggling to comprehend why a mere Chunin exam would compel Ryusei to unleash a technique capable of annihilating an entire village. There is no use in pondering this further. Let us go. Neither of us holds an official position in the village and can operate freely without the constraints of the alert. Together, we shall venture into the forest of death and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, deep within the forest of death, Ryusei had already retracted the Vajra seal. Moments after he released the true Senju Thousand Hands, the sealed remains of the first and second Hokages crumbled to ash, revealing the true nature of the offerings within. Indeed, the one who performed the impure world reincarnation has been observing this place. Who could have mastered such a technique at this time? Ryusei found himself perplexed. In truth, he had been misled by his understanding of the Hokages. Although Danzo had shown no interest in the impure world reincarnation in the original storyline, the butterfly effect caused by Ryusei's actions was monumental. The humiliation Danzo endured ultimately drove him to attempt this forbidden technique. This is troublesome. With the impure world reincarnation now undone, I possess no evidence to prove that I was besieged by two Hokages. Ryusei furrowed his brow. While his strength would deter Konoha from blaming him, being misunderstood in such a manner was intolerable. The dynamics of the ninja world remain intricate. Now is not the time to confront Konoha. Danzo's sordid experiments cannot yet be brought to light. It appears I will have to evade this crisis once more. Very well. Let you live a little longer. One day, I shall reclaim all that is owed. Chapter 92. Hiruzen's Deception. Lord Hokage. There is a chakra fluctuation 3 kilometers ahead. At this moment, in the Forest of Death, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with 3 elite ninja, was hastily making his way toward the depths of the forest. As they advanced, all the lower-ranked ninjas and beasts encountered along the path lay incapacitated by the previous pollen, rendering chakra fluctuations difficult to detect. Thus, the position they sensed must be their target. Resolutely, Hiruzen pressed forward without hesitation toward the detected location. Has someone finally arrived? Perched atop a massive bear, Ryusei opened his eyes. The bear beneath him was the same one he had nearly used to test his Rasengan at the onset of battle. It had fled at first, but succumbed to the pollen and was subsequently captured by Ryusei after the fight. Whoosh! Barely opening his eyes, Ryusei soon found Hiruzen and his party appearing in the clearing. You Konoha ninjas are rather slow in your movements. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Without allowing Hiruzen to inquire, Ryusei was the first to voice his reproach. Village Chief Ryusei, I need to know what transpired here previously. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the fury simmering within him. Although he had long since concluded that the disturbances were instigated by the swirling vortex known as Ryusei, the strength Ryusei had displayed compelled him to maintain a diplomatic demeanor. Lord Hokage, look over there. Those appear to be 2 jonin from the grass village. Before Ryusei could respond, the 3 jonin behind Hiruzen suddenly widened their eyes. The scene beside Ryusei was unmasked, and thus the 2 corpses lying on the ground immediately captured their attention. Why would jonin from the grass village be present in the Forest of Death? Wasn't this area supposed to have been cleared long before the Chunin exams commenced? Hiruzen shared their bewilderment. He had never anticipated the arrival of jonin from another village here. I have yet to demand an explanation from you regarding why I encountered other powerful foes during the Chunin exams in Konoha, yet you are interrogating me first. Ryusei inquired angrily, his tone resolute. He was acutely aware that with the corpse of a root member present, the people of Konoha could not extricate themselves from this predicament. There is another corpse over there. I hope that upon seeing its visage, your attitude will remain as steadfast. Another corpse? Could it be? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, sensing from Ryusei's tone that the identity of the third corpse was of great significance. Without further questioning Ryusei, he swiftly approached a nearby deep pit. This mass belongs to a root member. Upon glimpsing the corpse at the pit's bottom, Hiruzen instantly recognized its identity, his expression darkening considerably. Danzo. Wasn't he instructed to remain in hiding during this time? Why would he send someone to provoke Ryusei? This is troublesome. This must be someone from Konoha. I wonder what Lord Hokage thinks upon seeing this corpse? Ryusei had somehow approached Hiruzen's side, his demeanor suggesting that this was not Konoha but rather the domain of the Vortex Village. Ryusei, I believe there must be a misunderstanding. The barriers surrounding the Forest of Death prevent any unauthorized individuals from entering during the Chunin exams. Are you referring to the barriers that even genin cannot breach? Lord Hokage, you must consider your words carefully barrier techniques, and sealing techniques share a common origin and are abilities we of the Uzumaki clan excel in. Ryusei showed no mercy. Had he not deliberately left behind the bodies of the root members, the consequences of the deaths of 2 jonin from the grass village would have fallen squarely on him if the assailants had escaped alive or destroyed the evidence. While Ryusei feared not the grass village, he wished to avoid the bitter taste of being wrongfully accused. There are many uncertainties in this matter. Perhaps the Konoha ninjas were manipulated or coerced into coming here. Hiruzen continued to attempt to absolve himself of suspicion, regretting his decision to allow a village leader to participate in the Chunin exams. The jonin from the grass village might have aimed to disrupt the alliance between Konoha and the Vortex village, assassinating a Konoha Anbu and bringing his corpse into the forest of death, ultimately framing the attack on Ryusei as Konoha's doing. Lord Hokage's explanation is impeccably crafted. Were it not for my near demise here, I might have believed your words. Ryusei's smile had vanished, realizing that Hiruzen would shield Danzo. But he did not anticipate their bond to be so profound. I recognize this mask. It belongs to one of Danzo's subordinates. The deeper Hiruzen's connection with Danzo, the more advantageous it became for his plans. Yet he was not prepared to let Danzo off so easily. At the very least, he intended to tarnish Danzo's reputation first. Ryusei, I understand your grievances regarding Danzo's actions, but I assure you, since the last incident, Danzo has been imprisoned within Konoha's dungeons. This matter is in no way related to him. Hiruzen confidently guaranteed, though he could not fathom why a member of Root would appear here. He knew Danzo would not resort to such ludicrous tactics against such formidable adversaries. Had it not been for my encounters with those 2, I would have wholeheartedly accepted your explanation, but now. Ryusei's voice trailed off as he turned to gaze into the distance. More friends are arriving. It seems the commotion earlier was indeed considerable. So, Lord Hokage, are you not curious why such a grand battle unfolded in the Forest of Death? Indeed, there were matters surrounding the previous battle that Ryusei had yet to grasp. Hiruzen's expression tightened in his efforts to absolve Danzo. He had overlooked the battle that had transpired in the Forest of Death. Such a scale of conflict could not merely be attributed to the 3 who had perished here. Could it be that other powerful foes engaged you on site, ultimately escaping under your command? Hiruzen could conceive of no other possibilities, only able to speculate. Though the dead were Konoha's, he found himself needing Ryusei's confirmation, a most painful predicament for one in his position as Hokage. Yet Ryusei's strength left him no choice but to tread cautiously. Once they arrive, I shall explain everything to you, although you may not necessarily believe the truths I reveal. In Ryusei's line of sight, 2 figures emerged through the dense foliage of the Forest of Death, stepping into the remnants of the battlefield. Chapter 93. Explanation. Tsunade and Jiraiya. They too have come. It makes sense. They returned to Konoha alongside Ryusei, and Tsunade's relationship with Ryusei is evidently significant. However, where could Orochimaru have gone? Hiruzen regarded the newcomers. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya were his disciples, they had matured into seasoned ninjas, long since free from his control. Ryusei, what transpired here? Was it you who caused the earlier commotion? Tsunade called out before approaching, for the scene that had unfolded on the battlefield closely resembled the strongest ninjutsu of her grandfather. Teacher, what on earth happened here? Why are there corpses of jonin from the grass village? Jiraiya had moved directly to Hiruzen's side, having already spotted the corpses of the grass village ninjas. With a casual glance, he committed the site of the deep pit to memory. Members of Root. Could it be that Danzo's subordinates sought vengeance, leading to this conflict? At this time, Jiraiya held great trust in Konoha, unaware that the Danzo imprisoned in the dungeons had become a mere puppet, while the true Danzo lurked within the shadows of Konoha's Root. Well, now that everyone is present, I should disclose the truth. Without directly answering Tsunade's inquiry or awaiting Hiruzen's response to Jiraiya's question, Ryusei began to explain. What you witnessed. The wood release technique that enveloped the entire forest did not originate from me, and the enormous water sphere that appeared earlier was not my ninjutsu either. How can this be? Aside from you, is there anyone else in this world who possesses wood release? Before Ryusei could elaborate, Tsunade interjected anxiously. For wood release was intimately connected to her. As for whether anyone will master wood release in the future, I cannot say, but in the past, Konoha had a Hokage who excelled at it. Are you referring to your grandfather? Tsunade understood that Ryusei was indeed speaking of her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Yet her eyes remained filled with confusion, for her grandfather had long since passed, and could not possibly appear in Konoha at this time. Indeed, it is your grandfather. The first Hokage, Lord Senju Hashirama. Ryuuchi confirmed Tsunade's thoughts, causing Hiruzen's expression to grow exceedingly grave. Are you implying that the first Hokage attacked you? Jiraiya scoffed, believing Ryuuchi's claim to be utter nonsense. The first Hokage has long since departed from this world. How could he possibly strike against you here? Moreover, if he were to intervene, could you truly stand here conversing with us? I concede that your strength is formidable, yet the legendary first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, has transcended the limits of the ninja realm, reaching an entirely different echelon that you could never hope to surpass. Though I may not wish to admit it, the prowess of the first Hokage is indeed chronicled in our Uzumaki village, requiring no emphasis from you. Had it truly been him confronting me, the scene before you would undoubtedly be quite different. Lu Xing offered no rebuttal. While he was not significantly inferior to Senju Hashirama in sheer power, he was utterly eclipsed in combat experience and instinct by Hashirama. Then why did you earlier assert it was your grandfather employing would release? Tsunade's expression darkened at Lu Xing's mention of Senju Hashirama, evoking discomfort within her. It was indeed the first and second Hokages of Konoha who previously attacked me, wielding wood release and water release techniques. Lu Xing's revelation was startling, and before anyone could counter, he continued. However, those two acted without self-awareness, unable to communicate, resembling mere puppets. More importantly, they could not be vanquished. Each time I painstakingly defeated them, even reducing their forms to mere fragments, they swiftly reformed and regained their strength, their chakra levels remaining entirely unchanged. To my knowledge, only the unique technique created by the second Hokage could accomplish such feats. Feigning a degree of understanding regarding the impure world reincarnation, Lu Xing acknowledged that while the top-tier powerhouses contemporaneous with the second Hokage were aware of this technique, those knowledgeable about it today are exceedingly few. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the other three Jonin present were left in utter bewilderment, with only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bearing a grave expression. This is impossible. If it were truly impure world reincarnation, and if the first and second Hokages were indeed under control, this battle could not have concluded so swiftly. After all, those summoned by that technique would achieve a state of immortality. Is impure world reincarnation the name of that technique? It aligns perfectly. Noticing that his knowledge of the technique did not evoke any reaction from the third Hokage, Lu Xing instinctively exhaled in relief. Even if pressed, he could attribute his knowledge to the records of the Uzumaki village, but explaining such matters could become cumbersome, and he preferred not to linger on this topic. Indeed, I previously stated that even if I shattered their bodies, they could rapidly reform and renew their assault, nearly driving me into a corner. Lu Xing spoke truthfully. Had he not possessed the physique of a sage, he would have long since succumbed to the successive detonations of explosive tags. However, during the skirmish, I discovered that sealing techniques proved remarkably effective against them, which ultimately allowed me to turn the tide and seal them away. Might I inquire as to where you sealed the first and second Hokages? Why is there no trace of them present? Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally aware of the weaknesses of impure world reincarnation and recognized that Lu Xing was not lying. However, until he beheld the two Hokages summoned from the impure world, he could not accept Lu Xing's assertions at face value. They turned to ash. Lu Xing stated bluntly. Though he could not furnish evidence, he felt no need to fabricate tales. Shortly after the battle concluded, they transformed into ash under my ceiling, leaving only the corpses of those two grass village ninjas. Ah, so that is how they came to be. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly grasped the situation. Having previously wondered why two Jonin from the grass village appeared here, it now seemed likely that they were the sacrifices needed for the impure world reincarnation. Your account is but one perspective. While it is true that Konoha possesses the technique of impure world reincarnation, the first Hokage long ago classified it as a forbidden jutsu, and no one in Konoha has practiced this technique. Rather, it is you whose prior use of water release and wood release aligns with your abilities. Perhaps all of this is merely an act on your part? Chapter 94, Danzo's Demise Indeed. What if this entire affair is merely a performance orchestrated by Lu Xing? As the third Hokage raised his doubts, Tsunade and Jiraiya, previously lost in thought, came to the same realization. It must be said that impure world reincarnation is an exceptionally intricate technique. Once the opponent dispels the jutsu, I possessed no evidence to substantiate that it was indeed this technique that confronted me. Lu Xing sighed lightly, spreading his hands as if genuinely at a loss. We shall thoroughly investigate this matter. However, the Chunin exams cannot continue, especially for you, Lu Xing, the village leader. Your prowess needs no validation through the Chunin exams. Should you desire the title of Chunin, I can directly declare you successful. Seeing that Lu Xing appeared devoid of evidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of relief and promptly made arrangements. Do not be hasty, third Hokage. Just now, I have come to a profound realization. Just as Hiruzen believed he had regained control of the situation, Lu Xing's sudden interjection caused a tightening in his chest. If Lu Xing possesses sufficient evidence, he is certainly free to speak. To my knowledge, the technique of impure world reincarnation necessitates the target's body as a medium. However, both the first and second Hokages have been deceased for many years. How, then, could their bodies be under the control of the one who executed this technique? Lu Xing smiled, aware that only he and the third Hokage understood that impure world reincarnation requires only partial materials from the target's body. Others, particularly Tsunade, remained oblivious. Ever since the third confirmed the existence of this technique within Konoha, her mind had been racing. Lu Xing, one cannot speak of matters without evidence. I am not even aware of the conditions required for impure world reincarnation. How could you know it requires a part of the target's body as material? Moreover, your assertions regarding impure world reincarnation are solely your own. I shall personally investigate the veracity of this matter. As for the root and grass village ninjas encountered during the Chunin exams, I will handle it with Grass Village, ensuring it does not affect the relationship between Uzumaki Village and Grass Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen employed his most adept political maneuvers in his mind. The root of all conflicts lay in the uneven distribution of interests, and resolving such disputes was his forte, often concluding with minor concessions to the opposing party. Prior to coming to Konoha, the third Hokage promised to personally investigate, and I trusted him implicitly. However, upon learning that there were individuals in Konoha who indulged in grave robbery, I can no longer simply wait for you, Hokage, to conduct a slow investigation. At last, Lu Xing revealed his true intentions. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that, before resolving the Uchiha matter, Danzo's grave robbing would leave him with a deep pit, just waiting for him to leap into it. Do you wish to verify whether the remains of the two former Hokages lie undisturbed in their graves? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had not expected Lu Xing to propose such a condition. This is not merely my assertion. However, Hokage, I indeed mean exactly that. After all, merely confirming the remains of the two Hokages are intact would ascertain the truth of my claims. Lu Xing replied with a light chuckle. Perhaps, by discovering this matter in advance, I could even help Konoha avert some losses. Impossible. This matter could never come to pass. Everyone in Konoha, myself included, would vehemently oppose the disturbance of the resting places of the first and second Hokages. Lu Xing, your suggestion is an affront to Konoha as a whole. No. I believe it is feasible. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was poised to ascribe Lu Xing a charge of disrespect, Tsunade suddenly interrupted him. The teacher, grandfather, and second great-uncle are all my kin. In this matter, I alone possess the authority to decide. I believe it is imperative to inspect their resting places, Tsunade stated resolutely. It was long ago that Ryusei had cautioned her about this issue during the Uchiha incident, yet she had been indecisive. However, the jutsu that manifested in the Death Forest today shattered her resolve entirely. Moreover, the theft of remains indeed warranted caution, even if everything appeared well upon inspection. She intended to summon Mito to employ sealing techniques to safeguard the remains of the two Hokage. I believe we should first return these three bodies to Konoha. Perhaps the interrogation unit can extract valuable intelligence from them. Jiraiya, who had been observing everything unfold, finally spoke. Although he harbored doubts about Ryusei, he could not shake the feeling that what Ryusei claimed was grounded in truth. I merely wished to prove my innocence. I did not intend to disrupt the Chunin exams. In this affair, I, too, am a victim, Ryusei said with a light chuckle, but his tone shifted, growing considerably colder. Trust me, I will unearth the identity of my assailant, and when that time comes, I shall ensure they regret their actions against me. Hearing Ryusei's almost solemn declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tightening in his chest. He had more than a fair suspicion that the individual responsible for Ryusei's attack was likely Danzo Shimura. whom he had just transferred out of Konoha's prison. What is Danzo up to? Has he truly mastered the impure world reincarnation? Where did the bodies of the first and second Hokage originate? Or could it be that Ryusei has once again deduced the truth? The more Hiruzen pondered, the more plausible it seemed. At that moment, he was tempted to return and confront Danzo directly, demanding to know what was going through his mind. There were dozens of Chunin participating in the Chunin exams still unconscious in the Death Forest, affected by the pollen of that jutsu, who urgently required transport to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Jiraiya was right. We must first return these 3 bodies to Konoha and allow the interrogation unit to handle them. Hiruzen's true thoughts remained buried deep within, as his identity as Hokage necessitated maintaining peace and order above all else. Hearing Hiruzen's approval of his plan, Jiraiya promptly summoned a toad, which quickly devoured the 3 bodies. Let us return to Konoha at once. It may not be long before the truth comes to light. Hiruzen assigned 3 other Jounin to tend to the unconscious Chunin in the Death Forest, while he swiftly led Ryusei, Tsunade, and Jiraiya back toward the village. The 4 moved with great speed, returning to Konoha in less than an hour. However, just as they entered the Hokage building, an unexpected piece of news confronted them. Danzo had committed suicide. Chapter 95, Tsunade's disappointment. What? Danzo is dead. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen's breath quickened. He had only just persuaded Tsunade to abandon her quest to inspect the burial sites of the first and second Hokage. Yet now the news of Danzo's suicide would surely lead her to believe he had taken his own life out of guilt. Indeed, Tsunade's eyes sharpened at Ryusei's side. Her suspicions ignited. Danzo's death was too convenient. No one would believe it was merely a simple suicide. Take us to see Danzo's body, Tsunade stated impassively. As a medical ninja, she could easily discern if Danzo was feigning death. If he were truly dead, she would delve into the implications behind this occurrence. Danzo left no body behind. At that moment, 2 figures entered the Hokage office, and one of them delivered the shocking news. Yamato, what do you mean Danzo left no body behind? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, perplexed by Danzo's intentions. Based on his understanding of Danzo, he could not believe he would resort to such a ridiculous act of suicide. Yet the facts were undeniable. According to the ANBU who had detained Danzo, as the Death Forest displayed anomalies, something unusual had transpired in his cell. His body had suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood, which formed a jutsu pattern in the air, ultimately coalescing into a black sphere that expanded ominously, erasing all matter it touched before collapsing and vanishing after causing significant destruction. Tsunade's gaze turned to Ryusei, filled with skepticism. I do not believe Danzo committed suicide. The manner in which the jutsu was inscribed closely resembles the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. I suspect this was a seal set by village head Ryusei specifically for Danzo, triggered only when sufficient evidence emerged to prove his alibi. We witnessed the disturbances in the Death Forest. Such a commotion could not have been aimed solely at the genin participating in the Chunin exams. Such overwhelming power could only be summoned to capture everyone's attention. I recognize your formidable strength, village head Ryusei, but this is Konoha, a place where you cannot act with impunity. I hope you can provide us with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, do not blame us if we initiate a war against Uzumaki village in retaliation for Danzo's death. Is this your plan, Danzo? Ryusei was astonished. Truly, the old guard of politicians was adept in their manipulations. Though despicable, their tactics proved effective. The evidence presently laid before them was overwhelmingly against him. Were it not for his formidable strength and prior knowledge of Danzo's machinations, he would have found himself ensnared in a web of accusations directed toward Konoha and Uzumaki village. While our clan indeed excels in sealing techniques, such arts are not our exclusive domain, especially since Uzumaki village had lost much of its heritage in previous conflicts with Mist and Cloud. Are you implying that this matter is entirely unrelated to you? Mito's anger flared, seemingly intent on holding Ryusei accountable for Danzo's demise. As for Danzo's true whereabouts, I believe the 2 advisors from Konoha are better informed than I, an outsider. Although Ryusei maintained this stance, he too felt a surge of curiosity regarding the death of Danzo's substitute. It was known that due to his actions, Uzumaki village had not been obliterated. Thus, most of its heritage remained intact. Yet according to Mito's earlier account, Danzo's substitute had perished under the 4 symbols sealing technique. Had he amassed sufficient benefits from the previous conflict to create such a seal? Enough. The truth cannot be discerned through mere speculation. Suddenly, Tsunade, who had remained silent, interjected sharply, turning to stride toward the Hokage building's exit. I care not for Danzo's fate. Whether he lives or dies bears no weight upon me. However, should I discover that the remains of my grandfather and second great-uncle are missing, even if Danzo is indeed dead, I will ensure he faces death once more. Tsunade, please remain calm. This matter is not trivial. We must consider our next steps carefully. Jiraiya hastily pursued her, while Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, knowing that at this juncture, Tsunade could not be dissuaded. Danzo, what a mess you have left me. Should you have indeed stolen the bodies of the first and second Hokage, I shall no longer permit you to remain in Konoha. Observing Tsunade's departure, Mito and Yamato were left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Tsunade had abruptly shifted the conversation to the remains of the previous Hokage. Truly, a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Danzo, I wonder how you would feel witnessing this scene. Lu Xing chuckled softly and swiftly pursued the escapees. He harbored no concerns about Sarutobi Hiruzen informing Danzo. For once Tsunade resolved to examine the remains of the first and second Hokage, everything had already been set in motion. Meanwhile, deep within the roots, Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Who, indeed, could have taken advantage of my absence to abscond with the Forbidden Earth Rebirth Scroll and the remains of the two Hokage? His gaze swept across all those kneeling before him, the crimson glow of his Sharingan outshining the lights illuminating the subterranean chamber. Useless, a band of utter incompetence, allowing such significant artifacts to be stolen without a trace. No member of the root dared to counter his tirade. Danzo continued his invective for over 10 minutes, until finally, another root member appeared bearing a letter, prompting him to cease his outburst and reclaim his seat of authority. Tsunade intends to inspect the remains of the first and second Hokage, and it is that Lu Xing again. Why is he so persistent in meddling with the remains? If this continues, all my deeds will be laid bare. A cold gleam flickered in Danzo's eyes. He could not fathom why Lu Xing had consistently thwarted his plans since arriving in Konoha, yet he understood that this time, even his allies would not forgive him. For he had truly lost the bodies of two Hokage. Cursed thieves! If the remains of the Hokage had not been lost, I could still have returned them. But now everything is beyond redemption. It appears the time has come to temporarily depart from Konoha. All my efforts have been rendered futile. Wait for it, Lu Xing. I shall ensure that you and the Uzumaki clan pay the gravest price. Chapter 96. Tsunade's request in Konoha's vast cemetery. Tsunade, Lu Xing, and others passed through the gates and proceeded directly to the center where the Hokage monument stood. Jiraiya, please assist me in opening my grandfather and great-uncle's tomb. Upon reaching the imposing Hokage structure, Tsunade refrained from taking action herself, instead turning to Jiraiya, who stood beside her. Allow me to handle this. For anyone from Konoha, opening this tomb is not an easy task. Observing the discomfort on Jiraiya's and Hiruzen's faces, Lu Xing volunteered. Though the first and second Hokage were also his elders, he alone was fully aware that the remains entombed here had long been lost. Hiruzen, Tsunade is your disciple. Are you truly going to stand by and let her act recklessly? At that moment, Mito Kazan and Tozen Koha caught up. Earlier, in the office, they had not grasped the meaning of Tsunade's words, but after she departed, Hiruzen explained the entire situation, prompting them to rush after her. Though she is my disciple, she is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. I have no right to stop her in this matter, Hiruzen replied solemnly. At this juncture, even he wished to ascertain whether Danzo had indeed tampered with the remains of the first and second Hokage. The two advisors need not intervene. If there are no anomalies with my grandfather and great-uncle's remains, I will kneel here in apology. However, if they are truly missing, I swear, I will uproot all of Konoha to trace Danzo's whereabouts. Tsunade naturally did not believe in Danzo's demise. In her view, it was merely a ruse to frame Lu Xing. The true Danzo must still be lurking in the shadows. Proceed, Lu Xing. I wish to witness the truth with my own eyes. Since you are certain, I shall commence. Lu Xing clasped his hands together. He had now mastered Earth Release. While not yet formidable in combat, it sufficed for opening a tomb. With a swift incantation, the ground soon fissured, gradually widening until the innermost coffin was fully revealed. Bang! Tsunade leaped into the tomb, immediately lifting the coffin lid, her face betraying an unmistakable fury. It was empty, utterly devoid of contents. Damn you, Danzo, you truly dared to desecrate my grandfather's remains. The others, too, stared in shock at the vacant coffin, their expressions turning grim. How could this be? Danzo actually committed such an act. Did he truly harbor such malice towards his teacher? Hiruzen felt a shiver run down his spine. Rushing to the second Hokage's tomb and employing the same method to open it. Trembling, he pushed the lid aside. Empty. This one too is vacant. The atmosphere descended into a heavy silence. Mito Kazan and Tozen Koha gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Danzo would stoop to such depths. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. The two I battled were indeed the first and second Hokage of Konoha. Lu Xing surveyed the hollow coffins. Although he had anticipated that Danzo would abscond with the Hokage's remains, he was astonished that Danzo had been so brazen as to leave no cover for his actions. Lu Xing, you too possess the blood of the Senju, do you not? Tsunade's voice was calm, yet Jiraiya, hearing her words, suddenly paled. He understood all too well that this state signified Tsunade's genuine wrath. If the Senju clan had not disbanded, my mother indeed hails from their lineage. Lu Xing did not deny it. Though he had only recently learned of this fact, it was indisputable. I am certain Danzo is not dead, cunning as he is. He must be seeking to feign death to escape. And you all, merely seeking ways to absolve Danzo. Do you mean to suggest that you share complicity in these events? Tsunade gritted her teeth, her eyes scanning Hiruzen and the two Hokage advisors with a thunderous glare, her inner fury threatening to unleash a murderous intent. Mito Kazan and Tozen Koha remained silent as the weight of Tsunade's accusations hung heavy in the air. They had not anticipated that Danzo would go so far as to steal their teacher's remains. Hiruzen, consumed with rage, felt the smoking pipe in his hand snap under the pressure of his grip. He had always believed that, despite his underhanded methods, Danzo maintained a moral line. Only now did he realize that Danzo had discarded all pretense of ethics. Danzo may still be within Konoha. Lu Xing, I beseech you, please, you must eliminate him. I cannot allow one who has defiled the remains of my family to continue existing in this world. Seeing Hiruzen remain silent, Tsunade no longer hesitated. She understood that with her strength alone, even in a one-on-one confrontation, she would struggle to vanquish Danzo. Yet Lu Xing possessed the capability to easily dispatch him. I have awaited your words. Lu Xing did not offer solace to Tsunade. He recognized that for her, ensuring Danzo's eradication was the truest form of consolation. Though Lu Xing had initially considered allowing Danzo to continue his machinations within Konoha, the vivid memory of the two Hokage being slain by the reanimated corpses had solidified his resolve. He would never permit his enemies a chance to rise again. In the next moment, Lu Xing clasped his hands together, swiftly entering Sage Mode. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantaneously, thousands of Lu Xing's clones dispersed throughout the cemetery, flooding the entirety of Konoha in a rapid search, leaving Hiruzen and the others in stunned silence. I have found you. The sensory capabilities of Sage Mode covered vast distances. And with Lu Xing's thousands of clones spread across Konoha, he quickly detected Danzo's presence. Is that location the root? It is indeed well concealed. In Lu Xing's perception, Danzo's aura lay buried nearly 100 meters underground. Had it not been for the all-encompassing sensory abilities of Sage Mode, it would have been challenging to penetrate such depths to uncover the location of the root. Now that I have located you, Danzo, this time, I shall ensure you have no means of escape. Lu Xing did not hastily strike at Danzo. Instead, he meticulously orchestrated his 12 clones to disperse to specific locations. It was the perfect opportunity to test the Sage Art, 12 Heavenly Gods Quadrant. In the next moment, 12 transparent screens ascended into the sky, completely enveloping the location of the root. Danzo, will you come out on your own, or shall I personally compel you? Chapter 97. Izanagi perched atop a colossal water tower above the root. Lu Xing bellowed without reservation. He was unconcerned that Danzo might not hear him underground, as this was Danzo's territory, and every whisper of movement would be under his vigilant watch. Damn it, how could he find this place so swiftly? Just how many formidable ninjutsu techniques does that accursed Uzumaki clan possess? Danzo, hidden underground, had already sensed Lu Xing's presence. He believed he had prepared for a timely retreat. But before he could organize his precious documents, Lu Xing appeared above the root. Oof, this is my domain. If you have the audacity, come here to battle me. I shall not be defeated as easily as before. Danzo dismissed Lu Xing's threat, convinced that the fortified root was impenetrable. Once he gathered all his materials, He planned to escape through a secret passage, avoiding any direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Lu Xing, losing his patience after waiting 30 seconds without a response from Danzo, declared, "I had not intended to resort to violence, but since you refuse to show yourself, I shall have no choice but to annihilate everything." Sage Art, Dissolution Technique. Wolf Decay with his hands pressed together, an ethereal six-tailed apparition enveloped Lu Xing. Subsequently, the apparition unleashed a torrent of highly corrosive acid through a direct path into the underground. Sizzle. The potent acid of the Wolf Decay technique could dissolve even the very essence of wood release. The moment it touched anything within the root's base, it began to corrode, producing a continuous hissing sound as it flowed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It obliterates my body upon contact. Danzo's figure manifested in a hidden passage, having narrowly escaped the corrosive acid thanks to the replenishment of his Sharingan, which allowed him to utilize Izanagi and avert disaster. I can no longer afford to wait. This single technique has eradicated over 80% of the root's members. Alas, all the precious data and materials I have collected over the years cannot accompany me out of Konoha. With that thought, Danzo strode deeper into the passage he had long prepared, which led directly outside Konoha. He had no intention of battling Lu Xing. His sole focus was to flee as swiftly as possible. Attempting to escape, Lu Xing sensed Danzo's movements and refrained from intervening, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You wish to leave without my consent?" Bang! Danzo navigated the tunnel rapidly, but soon collided with an invisible wall. His body propelled back like a cannonball, embedding him into the wall. What was that? The force of the rebound was far more terrifying than my collision. Struggling to extricate himself from the wall, Danzo's left eye blazed crimson, the impact having inflicted considerable internal damage. Lu Xing, observing the scene from above, wore a smile. "This barrier is a technique I have inherited from my ancestral memories, one that has not been wielded by my kin for over a century. Even the forebears who passed down this knowledge never mastered it. As I suspected, this technique likely draws inspiration from the Rinnegan's ability to repel and rebound everything that touches the barrier, including ninjutsu itself." Danzo continued to experiment within the underground tunnel, but no matter what method he employed, he could not breach the barrier's perimeter. Well then, the game ends here. It is time to eliminate you. Once Lu Xing sensed that he had sufficiently comprehended the strength of the 12 Heavenly Gods Quadrant barrier, he pressed his hands together once more. Sage Art, Wood Release. All-encompassing bag technique. Lu Xing infused his wood release chakra into the ground, causing dozens of massive wooden hands, each over 2 meters in length, to sprout forth, reaching directly for Danzo's location. The confined space underground rendered Danzo's evasive efforts futile. He could not escape capture by the wooden hands. Cough, cough. As one of the enormous hands firmly grasped him, Danzo began to cough violently after a brief moment of asphyxiation. Diamond Lockdown. Lu Xing paid no heed to Danzo's current state. He knew the injuries he had inflicted could not bring about Danzo's demise. Seizing the opportunity before Danzo could activate his Izanagi, he aimed to seal his movements. In the next instant, a chain erupted from behind Lu Xing, weaving through the giant wooden hand and wrapping around Danzo like a cocoon. "I can't believe that in just a few days, your appearance has undone over a decade of my planning." Danzo spoke, his gaze lacking hatred, replaced by a sense of relief. "You should not have provoked me, Danzo. Had it not been for the events in the Forest of Death, I would not have resorted to this." Lu Xing regarded the bound Danzo, assured that his chakra was entirely sealed, leaving Lu Xing unconcerned about any potential escape. "Uzumaki Lu Xing, I admit your power is formidable. Even my resurrected first and second Hokages could not defeat you. I underestimated you. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in this predicament." Danzo's demeanor was calm, as if speaking to a friend, looking at Lu Xing with his remaining eye. "I have lingered too long in the root, to the point where I almost forgot I once emerged from the earth, basking in the sunlight. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire endures. I too should have flourished under the sun, yet I willingly embraced the darkness buried in the soil. For Konoha, I am willing to shoulder all its shadows. Some tasks must be undertaken, even if they invite scorn. Haha. Uzumaki Lu Xing, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Danzo suddenly burst into laughter, and sensing the impending danger, Lu Xing manipulated the chains to draw Danzo closer. However, in the next moment, the bound Danzo vanished from the chains. Chapter 98, Danzo's Escape. The annihilation of the root Izanagi. Lu Xing's eyes narrowed. He understood that such a feat could only be achieved through the sacrifice of a Sharingan, a forbidden technique. I was careless. Danzo must have activated his Anaji before I sealed him, thus rewriting everything he endured within that minute. His perception rapidly expanded, and in an instant, Lu Xing identified Danzo's location. Back in the tunnel? Futile. With that barrier in place, unless you can unleash an attack far beyond what the barrier can rebound, you will never breach it. The moment I successfully established this barrier, it was destined that you would not escape today. Confident, Lu Xing once again commanded the giant wooden hand to delve into the earth, but before the hand could reach Danzo's location, Lu Xing sensed that Danzo's presence had completely vanished from the range of his perception within Konoha. How is this possible? Lu Xing's countenance abruptly changed at this moment. His clones were virtually scattered throughout Konoha, leaving no corner untouched by his perception. Yet, the aura of Danzo vanished right under his very eyes. Have you located Danzo? Lu Xing? Just then, Tsunade and the others arrived at Lu Xing's location. In my perception, Danzo's presence has completely dissipated. Konoha has failed to detect any trace of him. Lu Xing did not conceal the truth, understanding that there was no need for subterfuge in this matter. He swiftly relayed the events that had just transpired to Tsunade and the others. This is the reverse summoning technique, akin to my journey to Mount Myaboku. Danzo must have employed reverse summoning to leave Konoha directly. Upon hearing Lu Xing's description, Jiraiya instinctively remarked, for among those present, he was the only one who had previously utilized reverse summoning to reach Mount Myaboku. Reverse summoning? Lu Xing was taken aback. It is worth noting that this technique is nearly exclusive to Mount Myaboku, and he had never heard of anyone else employing it. As for Danzo, Lu Xing had never contemplated that he would wield time-space ninjutsu. Reverse summoning necessitates prior preparation from the other party. Thus Danzo must have been well prepared for his escape. Jiraiya continued to elucidate, and upon hearing his explanation, Tsunade immediately scoffed. I had harbored a sliver of doubt regarding whether Danzo was the true culprit, but it now appears evident that my grandfather and second uncle's bodies were undoubtedly stolen by him. Furthermore, given his ability to orchestrate an escape, it stands to reason that one among us must have provided him with advance warning. Am I correct, Sensei? Tsunade's piercing gaze fell squarely upon Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, in the face of Tsunade's inquiry, Hiruzen merely sighed. Prior to this, I never anticipated that Danzo would act with such madness and devoid of any moral compass. Starting today, I shall issue a bounty, declaring Danzo an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Wherever he may appear, Konoha will ensure that he finds no refuge. Tsunade, while Danzo has erred, this matter should not involve an outsider in its resolution. Your recent request for Lu Xing to intervene in Konoha's affairs has already surpassed the limits of our village. Suddenly, Mitarashi Anko interjected, well aware that she could not contend with Lu Xing, and thus she directed her admonition at Tsunade. And as for you, Lu Xing, the previous events pertain to our Konoha's internal matters. Your intervention was due to Tsunade's request. Now that Danzo has fled, we will handle the subsequent affairs ourselves without your involvement. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Mitarashi Anko's seemingly polite, yet subtly exclusionary remarks, Lu Xing raised his head and smiled coldly. Advisor Anko makes a valid point. However, who could have anticipated that Danzo would also provoke my ire? I am not one to leave potential hazards unchecked. If I recall correctly, Danzo possesses a clan and an elite unit, does he not? Rest assured, once I ensure their complete eradication from the ninja world, I shall cease my involvement in Konoha's affairs. As Lu Xing's smile lingered, Mitarashi Anko felt an icy chill run through her. That is utterly impossible. Although Danzo is at fault, the Root and Shimura clan's culpability is still in question. Besides, they are not for you to judge. We of Konoha will manage them ourselves. Mito Gate Kane retorted excitedly, simultaneously moving swiftly towards the Root passage. Cough, cough. In an instant, Mito Gate Kane swiftly retreated, beginning to cough violently. The underground was already completely corroded by the potent acidic solution of Zhilang Xiao, rendering even the air lethal to ordinary ninjas. What on earth have you done? Is it possible that the Root has already? Mito Gate Kane dared not continue, as the answer had already formed in his mind. Indeed, to seal off Danzo's escape, I employed my own ninjutsu here, and I suspect that there are no living souls remaining underground. Lu Xing spoke truthfully. He was still maintaining his sage mode, and in his perception, the members of Root had all lost their life force. The members of Root swore unwavering loyalty to Danzo, They were long overdue for such retribution. Surprisingly, Tsunade at that moment also endorsed Lu Xing's actions. Tsunade, cease your bickering. At this juncture, everything has already been settled. Your continued dispute is utterly futile. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally interjected, his gaze fixed intently upon Lu Xing. Root indeed requires judgment, but Konoha's internal matters do not necessitate your involvement, Lu Xing. Let this be the end. Halting my actions is quite simple. My only objective is to eradicate all of Danzo's living forces. I kindly request the Hokage to declare the disbandment of Root and the Shimura clan, after which I shall naturally refrain from further interference. Lu Xing spoke calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. That is impossible. Both Root and the Shimura clan are vital forces within Konoha. They will never be easily disbanded at your behest. Upon hearing Lu Xing's demands, Mito Gate Kane's expression turned frosty, glaring angrily at Lu Xing. Since Lu Xing arrived in Konoha, the village has suffered the most grievous losses since the first Great Ninja War. Should you persist in your demands, do not blame Konoha for declaring war on Uzumaki village. Had it not been for Danzo's provision of the Sharingan to deal with Uzumaki village, how would I have contended with him? Lu Xing scoffed lightly. Mito Gate Kane's threat was merely a jest in his eyes. Moreover, given his understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi, if disbanding the two organizations could resolve Konoha's crisis, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Advisor Kane, you should be well aware of the outcome of the Mist Village's war against Uzumaki village. If Konoha were to wage war against Uzumaki village, I can assure you that the current scene en route will spread throughout Konoha. Chapter 99. Hiruzen Sarutobi's request. Upon hearing Lu Xing's threat, everyone present, including Tsunade, felt a tightening in their chests. In that moment, they suddenly realized that everything Lu Xing had stated was no mere boast. You have dispersed your shadow clones throughout Konoha not only to locate Danzo, but to now threaten us. To threaten Konoha? Mitarashi Anko gasped, now comprehending that from the very beginning, this young leader of Uzumaki village had laid a trap for them, a trap from which they had no means of resistance. Not at all. Initially, I merely intended to eliminate Danzo. After all, I nearly lost my life in his assassination attempt. However, with Danzo having escaped and Advisor Kane hastily threatening me, I had no choice but to make you all see the reality. Lu Xing smiled, knowing that at this moment, the vigilance of those before him had reached its zenith. Lu Xing, are you truly prepared to take it this far? The root has been annihilated, rendered non-existent. And within the Shimura clan, there are many ordinary villagers. Tsunade now recognized that Lu Xing's demands were somewhat excessive, while she wholeheartedly agreed with taking action against Root. Demanding the disbandment of the Shimura clan left her perplexed. The Senju clan could disband for the sake of Konoha, even relinquishing their surname. Why should the Shimura clan not be able to disband? I merely ask them to abandon their surname. I do not wish for them to accompany Danzo to the grave. The truth finally emerged, and Lu Xing articulated his reasoning for demanding the disbandment of the Shimura clan. This revelation struck Tsunade's mind like a thunderous explosion, completely shaking the foundations of her worldview. Indeed, if the Senju clan can disband, why is the village still under the control of various clans? Tsunade mumbled, her expression suddenly becoming vacant. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that the time for action had come. I agree to your terms. I will thoroughly disband Root. And the Shimura clan will also relinquish their surname and integrate into Konoha. Once the news of Danzo becoming a rogue ninja spreads, the Shimura clan will no longer have the face to remain in Konoha. Disbanding is the most suitable choice for them. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a pang of regret. Had he known that Lu Xing would respond to Tsunade in such a manner, he would have readily acquiesced to Lu Xing's demand from the outset. At this moment, Ryusei's thoughts sank deep into his mind. Just after Sarutobi Hiruzen had consented to his request, the system suddenly reminded him, ding. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a significant faction in the ninja world, the Konoha Root, and receiving a reward, a designated sign-in opportunity. To think that Danzo's survival could still be counted as my victory over Root. It appears the system's criteria differ from my expectations. Overwhelmed with joy, Ryusei had longed for a designated sign-in reward, not for the sake of acquiring items or abilities, but to gain insight into the potential treasures each individual possessed. However, it seemed that the Shimura clan was not included in the system's recorded factions, which was understandable, as aside from Danzo, this family had little prominence in the original narrative. The opportunity for a designated sign-in was an unexpected delight for Ryusei, as he initially believed that Danzo's escape would render it impossible to fully eradicate Root, thus preventing its downfall. Ryusei, I have granted your request, and now I have one of my own, which I hope you will acquiesce to. Seeing Ryusei remain silent for an extended period, Hiruzen, feeling regretful for allowing Ryusei entry into Konoha, deemed it imperative that Ryusei exit the village swiftly. I have decided to terminate this Chunin exam. Therefore, I hope you will leave Konoha. The hospitality here has been inadequate. I ask for your understanding. So, they truly wish to expel me? It seems I shall not be able to remain in Konoha for even 100 days. Ryusei had naturally shifted his attention to Hiruzen. The fleeting moment spent checking the system notification was but a brief interlude. How unfortunate. I had hoped to pass the Chunin exam this time. Remaining a Genin while serving as a village leader seems rather inappropriate. Noticing Hiruzen's increasingly dark expression, Ryusei chuckled lightly and swiftly changed the subject. However, given the numerous issues plaguing Konoha, it is indeed unsuitable to continue the Chunin exam. Nevertheless, I shall eagerly anticipate participating in the next Chunin exam held by Konoha. With his hands clasped together, the next moment, the clones scattered across Konoha dissipated into smoke, and the barrier enveloping the area also vanished. Before I depart, I wish to bid farewell to Granny Mido and Kushina. Surely, the Hokage would not deny me this small amount of time. Coughing strategically, Hiruzen responded, Of course not, Ryusei. You may continue to reside in Konoha. However, as a village leader, you should prioritize the reconstruction efforts of Kiraigakure. I have heard that the rebuilding process is somewhat sluggish. And coincidentally, I know an architect from the Land of Waves who could assist you. Ryusei, possessing the wood release, could easily reconstruct Kiraigakure, should he desire to do so, without needing aid from the Land of Waves. Before Ryusei could respond, Tsunade decisively took his hand and led him towards the Senju clan's territory. I shall take Ryusei to bid farewell to Granny Mido. You all can handle the mess left behind. In the cherry blossom grove outside the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade and Ryusei walked side by side. Ryusei, could it be that Grey Tunkle's decision back then was truly a mistake? Tsunade, burdened with heavy thoughts, felt a deep chill from the theft of Hashirama and Tobarama's remains, and Ryusei's mention of the dissolution of the Senju clan left her feeling lost for the first time. One cannot say it was a mistake. The second Hokage was indeed very far-sighted. He simply did not anticipate that the other clans in Konoha would gradually grow and suppress its development. Observing the confusion in Tsunade's eyes, Ryusei began to respond to her query. After the establishment of the ninja village system, the integration of clans and villages became imperative. In order to expedite this process, Lord Tobarama chose to disband the clans, allowing the Senju clan to directly assimilate into Konoha. The advantage of this approach was that it would spread the Senju bloodline throughout Konoha and even the ninja world, regardless of the calamities faced. The Senju legacy would not be extinguished. However, this also resulted in the Senju clan losing its opportunity to unite. In the absence of the Senju, Konoha did not alter its structure, and it remained under the control of the original clans, allowing them to monopolize vast resources, making it difficult for common ninjas to rise. Even with exceptional talent, if not nurtured, they would ultimately fade into obscurity, and the Senju, now diminished to mere commoners, would not see any powerful individuals emerge to rival you in the future. Chapter 100. The 100 Healing Technique and Creation Rebirth. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower. Orochimaru, where were you when unusual occurrences transpired in the Forest of Death? Seated in the Hokage's chair, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff from his pipe, seemingly to alleviate the turmoil within his mind. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled a thick plume of smoke, filling the entire office. Teacher, your health is paramount. If you continue to smoke like this, before long, your voice will surely become hoarse. Orochimaru smiled slyly, and then performed a basic wind release technique to dissipate the smoke in the room completely. Your teacher is not that fragile. Now answer my question. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Orochimaru, Hiruzen once again placed the pipe to his lips. All right. Orochimaru replied reluctantly. I noticed some anomalies with the barrier long ago. But since the sealing team did not trigger an alarm, I had no choice but to venture into the Forest of Death myself for investigation. Shortly after I entered the forest, the battle commenced. In order to reach the location of the conflict as quickly as possible, I expended all my chakra on traveling. To my surprise, The battle at the deepest point employed a terrifying large-scale technique. When I discovered the enormous flowers blooming, it was already too late, caught off guard. I fell into a deep sleep in the forest of death, only to be awakened by the village's rescue ninjas. Were you also put under that technique's hypnosis? Hiruzen's expression darkened, as if he were deep in thought. After a moment, he continued, Orochimaru, I ask you, who cast the flower tree world descending and the true thousand hands technique in the forest of death? Did you see anything, being the closest one at the scene? Isn't the wood release technique solely Ryuuchi's domain? Could it be that Konoha harbors others capable of wielding wood release? Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen in astonishment. While Hiruzen scrutinized Orochimaru's expression, only to be disappointed, for he did not see the reaction he had hoped for on Orochimaru's face. Forget it. You go on and handle the aftermath of the Chunin exam. With the unexpected events during this exam, I need to explain to Kiraigakure the reasons behind the deaths of their entire team, including their leading ninja. After Orochimaru exited the office, the third Hokage once again inserted the pipe into his mouth. For some reason, he felt that all three of his students, including Orochimaru, had changed from who they once were. Outside the Senju clan's territory, Ryuuchi and Tsunade emerged from the cherry blossom garden and entered the street. I had no interest in the position of Hokage before, but only now do I realize how significant that role truly is. Tsunade's demeanor was serious. She had finally comprehended why the position of Hokage could transform so many individuals. What Tobirama-sensei did not foresee was that upon becoming Hokage, he would witness the future of all of Konoha, while the Senju had become an impediment to Konoha's development. Ryuuchi continued to elucidate. Maintaining the clan will only allow the Senju to become the greatest parasite in Konoha, yet dispersing them will instead lead to unprecedented growth for the village. The tenure of the esteemed Kaifei was regrettably brief. Although he was an unprecedented statesman who firmly established the developmental trajectory of Konoha during his reign, certain matters remained unaddressed. As he tragically fell in battle. If my conjecture is correct, following the dissolution of the Senju clan, his next target for dissolution was the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha was insurmountable, and the Uchiha he had placed his hopes upon, Uchiha Kagami, perished in the same conflict. As for his other disciples, at this point, Liuxing paused momentarily, aware of the profound impact these revelations had on Tsunade. When the Shimura clan disbands, you may discreetly investigate the matter. I trust you will arrive at your own conclusions. I appreciate your insights. Had it not been for you, I might have naively believed that all of Danzo's actions were for the benefit of Konoha. Tsunade's expression softened slightly. She had long been aware of certain actions taken by the root, given that Orochimaru was once a member. However, she was taken aback by how much the essence of their deeds had morphed under Danzo's leadership. While my brief time in Konoha may have stirred chaos for you, I believe I have accomplished a good deed, as I helped you uncover a high-ranking official ensnared in darkness. Liuxing suddenly smiled, recognizing that despite the divergence from his original plans for this trip to Konoha, the outcomes had proven remarkably fruitful. By the way, Tsunade, I shall soon depart from Konoha. But before I do, there is something I must impart to you. What is it? Tsunade turned her head in surprise to regard Liuxing. You must have obtained the Yin seal from Granny Mido. Yet for you, the Yin seal merely serves as a vessel for storing chakra. You have yet to devise a method for its application. Liuxing halted his steps. Although Tsunade would eventually discover an optimal way to utilize the Yin seal, she was still far from mastering the Baika no Jutsu or creating regeneration techniques. To you, the Yin seal is akin to a treasure trove brimming with riches. Yet you lack the means to harness its true potential. Is it not true that each time you unseal it, your chakra flows away like a dam bursting, much of it rendered unusable by your own hand? Indeed, even Granny Mido remarked that the Yin seal is a rather impractical sealing technique, only proving useful in her battles against the Nine-Tails. The vast chakra accumulated within it dissipates before it can be effectively utilized. Tsunade was well aware of the Yin seal's shortcomings, yet for her, it allowed her to sustain surgeries for extended periods. Although it resulted in considerable wastage, its utility was irreplaceable. Have you considered creating a unique ninjutsu that enables the immense chakra of the Yin seal to instantaneously pervade your entire being? Thus, through the exquisite chakra control of the Senju clan, each of your movements would be imbued with extraordinary power. Indeed. In combat, I could activate the Yin seal, allowing the vast chakra to ensure that I could launch attacks from any part of my body at any moment. Tsunade's eyes brightened. Liuxing's words illuminated a conundrum that had long plagued her, and she instantly recognized the potential impact of such a ninjutsu. Moreover, once the chakra spreads throughout my body, the techniques I am currently developing would gain even greater efficacy. However, this means that the chakra stored in the Yin seal will still dwindle, as you cannot launch attacks at all times. Despite observing a change in Tsunade's demeanor, Liuxing continued, unable to discern her inner thoughts. I believe you can also draw inspiration from your medical ninjutsu to create a technique for rapid bodily recovery from injuries. Just like your grandfather. As long as there is chakra, one can recover swiftly. Even grave wounds can be healed in a short time. Liuxing recalled Tsunade's remarkable speed of recovery displayed during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Even being bisected was not fatal for her. Impossible. How do you know that I am currently developing a ninjutsu of my own? This is my greatest secret. Tsunade was momentarily speechless, astonished that her endeavor had been revealed by Liuxing. It appears we are on the same wavelength. For you, who excels in close combat with extraordinary strength, this kind of ninjutsu is most fitting. Liuxing felt a slight flush on his face, realizing that he was discussing techniques that Tsunade would one day create. And he felt an embarrassing sense of being caught by the subject herself. Well, we have arrived. Let us enter. After bidding farewell to Granny Mito and Kushina, I shall take my leave from Konoha and return to the Uzumaki village. Oh. Tsunade suddenly realized that she and Liuxing had already arrived at the door of Granny Mito's residence. Although she felt an odd sensation in her heart, seeing Liuxing stepping into the room made her dismiss her thoughts and follow him into the courtyard. Why so soon? Uncle Liuxing, did you fail the Chunin exam? In the courtyard, the young Kushina was practicing her ninjutsu and instinctively asked as Liuxing entered. Yes, unfortunately, I still did not succeed in becoming a Chunin this time. Liuxing chuckled as he approached Kushina and tousled her orange hair. Over the past few days, Kushina had grown accustomed to this, merely pouting and shaking her head. Poor Uncle Liuxing, not passing the Chunin exam. Will you have to remain a genin for life? Once I become a genin, I will surely pass the Chunin exam in one go, and then I shall protect you. Very well, I will wait for you to protect me. When you can defeat me, I will hand over the position of the Uzumaki clan leader for you to inherit. Seeing Kushina's adorable demeanor, Liuxing could not help but ruffle her hair once more. I just saw the first Hokage's technique manifesting in the direction of the Forest of Death. Was that you, Liuxing? At that moment, a gentle voice drifted from within the room, and soon, a rejuvenated Mito Uzumaki emerged, appearing as though she had regained her youth. Indeed, some unforeseen occurrences arose in the Forest of Death, necessitating my use of wood release to cope. As Liuxing gazed at Mito, he noted that since the influence of the Nine-Tails had waned, she appeared increasingly vibrant each day. The Chunin exam has been suspended by Konoha, and therefore I have returned to bid you farewell. I will soon depart from Konoha. Observing Mito's recovery brought Liuxing a sense of fulfillment. Although he had not achieved his goal of becoming a Chunin, the classification of ninja ranks held little significance for him. Your position as the current village head of the Uzumaki clan means no one would dare to label you merely a genin. Mito Uzumaki smiled as she approached Liuxing. Previously, she had felt some concern upon witnessing the true form of Senju, but upon learning that it was Liuxing's doing, she was entirely at ease. You truly ought to return to Uzumaki village. The village has just endured an invasion, and your presence will facilitate a more rapid restoration. As for me, you need not worry. The Nine-Tails is currently quite docile, although it still does not pay me much mind. It no longer interferes with me using its chakra as it did before. Uncle Liuxing, will you come back to Konoha to see me again? At that moment, Kushina shyly hid behind Mito, seemingly embarrassed to ask. Rest assured, I will return to see you. Liuxing smiled as he looked at Kushina, who was peeking out from behind Mito. However, you must diligently train. I recall you mentioning your ambition to become the first female Hokage, and I shall eagerly await that day. You little rascal. Mito lovingly ruffled Kushina's hair. Since Kushina arrived in Konoha, her life had become significantly richer, with her extraordinary talent. Mito believed that under her guidance, Kushina could undoubtedly become a capable ninja. Well then, Tsunade, I cannot leave this place, so I must ask you to accompany Liuxing. Mito, rest assured, I shall escort Risei away from Konoha. At the gates of Konoha, thousands of Uchiha clan members are quietly assembled. The clan leader, Uchiha Shun, gazes longingly at the village he has called home for over a decade, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance as they prepare to leave. If we remain in Konoha, we shall never achieve our vengeance. Uchiha Jinya, equally torn, stares in the direction of Konoha, struggling to see clearly due to the overuse of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Father, Shimura Danzo has been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha. We can surely exact our revenge and make it known that the Uchiha are not to be trifled with. Uchiha Fugaku supports Jinya, believing that Danzo is the root cause of their departure from Konoha. Fugaku, you still fail to grasp the essence of our exodus from Konoha. However, perhaps it is for the best, leaving may simplify the future of the Uchiha for you. Jinya shakes his head, refraining from elaborating further. At that moment, the three elders of the Uchiha clan approach him. Clan leader, the family is ready to depart. We only await the arrival of village head Ryusei before we can set forth. Ryusei had already dispatched a clone to inform the Uchiha, which is why the entire clan had arrived at the Konoha gates earlier than Ryusei himself. You all arrived swiftly. I had anticipated a longer wait. At that moment, Ryusei and Tsunade finally reached the gates of Konoha. Village head Ryusei, we are adequately prepared to depart. The relocation of 381 Uchiha members is no trivial matter. Upon Ryusei's arrival, Jinya exhales deeply, realizing that the Uchiha's journey in Konoha has reached its conclusion. I had expected the third Hokage to persuade you to stay, but it appears he too believes that the Uchiha's departure is the more prudent choice. Chapter 102, the first-generation necklace. Ryusei surveys the area, noting that aside from Tsunade, no other high-ranking officials or powerful figures from Konoha have come to bid farewell. The departure of an entire prestigious clan to join Uzumaki village is an inconceivable affront to Konoha. Were it not for your presence, the Uchiha would have faced annihilation without the possibility of leaving Konoha. Uchiha Jinya smiles at Ryusei, having seen through Konoha's true nature. Failing to eliminate Danzo was my mistake. However, securing the Uchiha's allegiance to Uzumaki village is a fair exchange. Ryusei's face mirrors the joy of the unexpected alliance. Confident that he can guide the Uchiha's young talents away from Konoha's distorted will of fire, he then turns to Tsunade, their relationship having been the most genuine since his arrival in Konoha. Thank you for seeing me off, Tsunade. Remember everything I have told you, and I hope that when we meet again, you will have developed your own unique ninjutsu. Without waiting for her response, Ryusei turns to leave Konoha. Wait a moment, Ryusei. Tsunade suddenly calls out, her cheeks flushed with an unusual warmth. With determination, she rushes to stand before him. This necklace belonged to my grandfather. It contains a trace of his power. Since you share his bloodline limit, I believe it is fitting for you. Removing the green necklace she has worn for so long, Tsunade solemnly hands it to Ryusei. You are giving this necklace to me? Ryusei accepts the necklace, recalling its immense significance to Tsunade in his original world. It seems this necklace can no longer be referred to as a death necklace. With that thought, Ryusei shifts his gaze from the necklace to Tsunade's eyes. Thank you for your gift, Tsunade. I apologize for not being able to offer you something of equal value this time, but I promise to bring you a grand gift when we meet again. Adorning the necklace around his neck, Ryusei waves farewell to Tsunade and departs Konoha with the Uchiha clan. July 5th, Grass Ninja Village Conference Hall. Those despicable Konoha scoundrels. How dare they treat us with such disdain? Yuta and Yudo have quietly perished in Konoha. Their deaths are undoubtedly linked to that village. But what can we do? Konoha is not a foe we can confront, and even if we were to wage war against them, it would merely be a jest in their eyes. The conference hall of Grass Ninja Village erupts in chaos, as the loss of 2 Jonin is an unbearable blow for a village already short on elite shinobi. Everyone, quiet down. At that moment, the usually silent village leader, Kazekage Chihayakiri, speaks up. Indeed, if it were solely Grass Ninja Village, we would stand no chance against Konoha. However, the ninja world is not dominated by Konoha alone. There are at least 5 other nations that stand on equal footing with them. Gazing around the room and noticing the silence, Kazekage adjusts his monocle and continues. Danzo, the Hokage's assistant, has defected to become a rogue ninja, and the Uchiha clan has relocated entirely from Konoha. Even if we are unaware of the full truth, it is evident that significant turmoil exists within Konoha. This morning, we received word from the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure, inviting us to join forces against Konoha. Sunagakure has allied with Amigakure and Quinakich with our Grass Ninja Village. We can surely make Konoha pay the price it deserves. Is it true, leader? Have they genuinely invited us to ally with them? An elder from Grass Ninja Village. donned in a dog mask, speaks up excitedly upon hearing Kazakage's announcement. Sunagakure and Amigakure are villages of equal stature to Konoha, especially with Hanzo of the Salamander, whose strength is said to surpass that of the 5 Kage. Indeed, Hanzo is recognized as a formidable force, his reputation rivaling that of Konoha's 3rd Hokage. Leader, we can unite with them, and once we have defeated Konoha, we shall demand reparations for all we have lost. The members of Grass Ninja Village are invigorated, realizing that by allying with the other 3 ninja villages, they now have a viable chance to vanquish Konoha. I have already consented to the Kazakage's proposal. At sunset today, we shall launch a surprise attack on Konoha. A smile graces Kazakage's lips. He recognizes this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike against Konoha and will show no mercy. Everyone, make preparations. This time, we will ensure that Grass Ninja Village's name resonates throughout the land, teaching Konoha the dire consequences of provoking us. Meanwhile, within the vast wind shadow fortress of Sunagakure, Chiyo exclaims, the first wave of ninjas prepared to assault Konoha is ready. The usually stern face of the 3rd Kazakage, Taizuka, beams with enthusiasm, his blue hair resembling an explosion as he looks eagerly at the 4 individuals before him. At last, the opportunity to confront Konoha has arrived. This time, Konoha should not have directly released information regarding Danzo. To my knowledge, the relationship between the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo is significant. Any rift between them must stem from considerable matters. At this moment, Chiyo is far from the frail figure depicted in the original narrative, though her appearance remains similar. Her strength is at its zenith. Moreover, one of Konoha's prominent clans, the Uchiha, has completely severed ties with the village. Although they have allied themselves with the Whirlpool village, which has recently endured an invasion, having repelled the attackers, their village has suffered substantial damage. Ebizong followed up on Chiyo's remarks, noting that they have long been constrained by the barren resources of the desert, while the bountiful Konoha remains the object of their envy and the most suitable target for invasion. The Uchiha's decision to join Whirlpool Village at this juncture is undoubtedly motivated by ulterior motives. But what concern is that of ours? Chiyo scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Whirlpool Village. A mere small village, it cannot possibly stir any significant waves amidst this war. We have allied with 3 other ninja villages, and this time, we must defeat Konoha. The future of our village will flourish from the fruits of this battle. Chapter 103, News from Konoha, finally back. Outside Whirlpool Village. Gazing at the distant village under reconstruction, Ryusei could not help but exclaim in wonder. Just then, a snow-white figure dashed out from within the village, transforming into a luminous streak that leaped directly into Ryusei's embrace. Long time no see, Shosetsu. After a period of separation, Shosetsu's fur appeared even softer, and she seemed more reliant on Ryusei. You've returned, Ryusei. I've heard that many unusual occurrences have transpired in Konoha recently. Are they all related to you? Following Shosetsu was Uzumaki Ryujin, who managed all affairs of Whirlpool Village on behalf of Ryusei. Perhaps some are related to me, but more of it stems from Konoha's own hidden dangers. Ryusei released Shosetsu from his arms and turned to address the Uchiha clansmen behind him. Captain Ryujin, allow me to introduce these individuals. They are members of the Uchiha clan who have chosen to join us in Whirlpool Village at my invitation. Welcome. Whirlpool Village is currently undergoing construction, and it is our village's honor to gain the recognition of such a prominent clan as the Uchiha. Ryujin's gaze was filled with enthusiasm as he regarded the Uchiha clansmen. Beyond Konoha, the entire ninja world is aware of the Uchiha's immense power and fearsome reputation. Captain Ryujin, you flatter us. We are merely a clan discarded by Konoha, and it is a stroke of luck to be accepted by Whirlpool Village. Uchiha Jinya spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. Though times have changed, the Uchiha still possess a formidable strength, with no fewer than 20 clan members reaching the rank of Jounin. I have long heard tales of the Uchiha's might. With your addition, Whirlpool Village's power will elevate to new heights. Ryujin smiled genuinely. Originally, Whirlpool Village was just an ordinary ninja village, but with the Uchiha's inclusion, it now possesses sufficient strength to stand alongside other ninja villages. By the way, you have been traveling for some time. Perhaps there is news you have yet to hear. What news? Noticing Ryujin's deliberate pause, Ryusei inquired with curiosity. Just last night, Konoha experienced an unprecedented attack. Leading the charge was Sunagakure, joined by Amigakure, Kuzagakure, and Sora no Kuni, all launching a simultaneous assault on Konoha. Although Konoha managed to fend them off with its formidable strength, it suffered considerable losses. Ryujin continued. Even though Whirlpool and Konoha are allies, after our village was attacked, Konoha only sent 3 individuals for support, arriving only after everything had settled. While I cannot deny Tsunade's contributions in healing Uzumaki Ashina, witnessing Konoha endure a fate similar to that of Whirlpool Village brought a smile to my face. What? Konoha was ambushed by 4 ninja villages? Ryusei stared at Ryujin in astonishment. He had not anticipated such events occurring in Konoha during his absence. Is this the chain reaction I have instigated? Danzo has turned rogue, the Uchiha clan has departed from Konoha, and even Kiraigakure, which had previously been indecisive, has sided with Sunagakure. It seems the second great ninja war has commenced ahead of schedule. What about Kumogakure and Iwagakure? Kumogakure and Iwagakure are still testing each other at the border. After Iwagakure's ambush on Kumogakure, both sides have developed a deadly enmity, making their involvement in Konoha's conflict with Sunagakure unlikely. Ryujin swiftly responded. As he was currently overseeing Whirlpool Village's governance and naturally kept a close watch on the dynamics within the ninja world. Now that Konoha has dragged the war into a protracted engagement, it is not facing immediate catastrophe. Moreover, Konoha sent out a distress signal last night. I have dispatched 3 teams of Jounin to assist them, as we are still nominally their allies. That may not suffice. Konoha's current strength is already struggling against the combined forces of Sunagakure and Amigakure. Although Sora no Kuni and Kiraigakure are smaller, their power should not be underestimated. Ryusei gazed in the direction of Konoha, his mind racing through the current situation. It appears that just as I have returned from Konoha, I must venture back once more. Without space-time ninjutsu, it is indeed inconvenient. It is regrettable that I have yet to acquire the means to use Kimui. Ryusei was reluctant to return to Konoha so soon. After grasping the relationship between the seinen items and the seinen targets, he realized that while Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido were intricately connected to Senju Hashirama, Sage techniques and wood release could only be obtained from Tsunade. Mido's sign-in rewards primarily involved the Nine-Tails. As for the Uchiha clan members, he had already examined them. Only Jinya and Fugaku possessed the option of the Mangekyo Sharingan, while the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan options had yet to appear. For Ryusei at present, the Mangekyo without the Eternal variant held no significant value. Moreover, he yearned for the Rinnegan, excluding Obito's Mangekyo, as Kimui was the most expressive of the Mangekyo techniques within the narrative of Naruto. By the way, I had previously instructed my clone to gather intelligence in Whirlpool Village. I wonder if the clone managed to obtain sufficient results. In the next moment, Ryusei focused his thoughts, and his clone that had remained in Whirlpool Village instantly dissipated, its memories flooding into Ryusei's mind. There was still no news of Obito, and he was uncertain whether Nagato had even been born. He did not know when Obito would implant the Rinnegan in him. Now was not the ideal time to seek him out. The other tailed beasts remained under the protection of their respective villages. Although there had been rumors of a disturbance involving the 3 tails and Kiraigakure, it was quickly quelled. And Kiraigakure currently possessed only the 3 tails, preventing them from being driven to the brink of despair. Due to the ongoing conflict with Iwagakure, Kumogakure's defenses were exceedingly tight, leaving little opportunity to gain advantages from their plight. Soon, Ryusei perused through the memories of the matters he had been attentive to. It seemed there were indeed no other significant events, except for the disappearance of Uzumaki Anoka during a mission in the Land of Water. Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Ryusei swiftly rifled through his memories, and soon, the visage of a young girl surfaced in his mind. Oh, it is her, the girl who appeared on the island of summoning. The images of 2 figures overlapped in his memory, and Ryusei instantly grasped Anoka's identity. Indeed, there exist not just Konoha and Whirlpool Village, but also forces such as Sora no Kuni and the Island of Summoning within the true ninja world. It appears I must not underestimate any faction lightly. Chapter 104. Dragging the Second Ninja World War into a protracted conflict. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If I can ensnare all the other ninja villages in the quagmire of war, there will be no one to thwart my endeavors. Ryusei's eyes gleamed with excitement as the news from the Land of Water suddenly provided a breakthrough for his previously vague plans. Thus, I must refrain from joining the battlefield with Konoha and the other 4 ninja villages. Instead, I need to balance the power dynamics, ensuring that all 6 major factions, including our Uzumaki village, become embroiled in a prolonged struggle. In doing so, everyone's attention will be diverted to the front line. What are you all doing standing at the village entrance? Ryusei, quickly usher the guests inside and treat them well. As Ryusei contemplated his strategy, the aged voice of Uzumaki Erasure resonated in everyone's ears. Lord Daimyo. Upon seeing the newcomer, Uchiha Jinya immediately bowed respectfully. In the ninja world, the status of a daimyo far surpasses that of a mere ninja. Even though Uzumaki Erasure is the daimyo of a small country, his standing is comparable to that of other daimyos. Please rise. The Uchiha clan has traveled a long way. Should there be any inadequacies in our hospitality, I ask for your forgiveness. Uzumaki Erasure entered with a genial smile. As a formidable figure who had traversed from the Warring States period to the present, he felt indescribable joy witnessing former adversaries now become his subordinates. My apologies. I was lost in thought about Konoha and completely forgot we were still at the village entrance. Ryusei snapped back to reality, using Uzumaki Arashi's words to explain his moment of distraction. Please, follow me into the village. I shall assist you in constructing your living quarters. Rest assured, the places I create shall not be unfamiliar to you. During his search for Danzo, Ryusei had memorized the architecture of various locations within Konoha, and the Uchiha clan was no exception. Captain Ryuji, please lead us to the designated living area for the Uchiha. The living area for the Uchiha? Ryuji and Uzumaki Erasure exchanged glances. Although they had long designated a space for the Uchiha clan, the reconstruction of Uzumaki village was still in its infancy, and no structures had yet been erected for the Uchiha. Do not worry, Captain Ryuji. Simply guide us there. Ryusei winked reassuringly at Ryuji. In that case, please follow me. In the northwestern corner of Uzumaki village lay a vast area transformed entirely by earth release techniques. This space, encompassing 3 million square meters, has been graciously allocated to you. You may construct any buildings you desire upon this land. Ryuji enthusiastically gestured towards the cleared expanse before them, introducing it to the Uchiha clan members led by Jinya. My goodness, such a vast area. This land is nearly 1% of Konoha. Are we truly entrusted with this enormous space? The elder of the Uchiha clan gazed in astonishment at the designated area, murmuring to himself. It is worth noting that although Konoha's area approaches 40 million square meters, only 1/10 is allocated for residential purposes, with the majority occupied by civilians. Consequently, the original territory of the Uchiha was less than 100,000 square meters. Now, Uzumaki village has directly allocated 3 million square meters, nearly matching Konoha's original total residential area. We are unsure how to express our gratitude. Rest assured, we will take meticulous care of this area, remarked the Uchiha's second elder, who had produced a sheet of drawing paper and begun sketching plans. You have journeyed so far to Uzumaki village. How could I allow you to remain without even a temporary residence? Ryusei laughed heartily, stepping forward and joining his hands before suddenly striking the ground. Ninjutsu would release the House of Pillars. In the next moment, 2 rows of exquisite wooden houses rapidly emerged within the Uchiha's designated area. With Ryusei's immense chakra and his deft control, a 3-kilometer-long street materialized before the astonished onlookers. Is this truly wood release? I have long heard that the first Hokage's wood release is among the most potent of bloodline limits. Yet I never imagined it could achieve such feats. Ryuji gazed in awe at the buildings sprouting from the earth. He had anticipated that the Uchiha clan would require a significant amount of time to establish their domain, but now, thanks to Ryusei's jutsu, a neighborhood sufficient for thousands to inhabit had been created. This is merely the beginning. Ryusei's chakra continued to surge forth as a complete courtyard blueprint unfurled in his mind. Ninjutsu would release Grand Mansion Technique. Casually adopting a name he had once jokingly exchanged with an online friend, Ryusei's mental construct rapidly rose from the ground, soon revealing an Uchiha estate identical to that of Konoha at the end of the newly formed street. This will suffice, clan leader Jinya. Do you have any further requests regarding the new Uchiha estate? Ryusei rose, patting the somewhat dazed Uchiha Jinya on the shoulder. At this moment, apart from Ryusei and Uzumaki Erasure, the rest were left speechless by Ryusei's miraculous creation of the Uchiha estate. Enough. This is more than sufficient. With the assistance of village head Ryusei, I firmly believe the Uchiha clan will flourish in the times to come. Jinya envisioned the future of the Uchiha through the structures before him. Unfettered by Konoha's constraints, the Uchiha would undoubtedly thrive, ultimately becoming far more powerful than during the Konoha era or even in the Warring States period. Clan Leader Jinya, please arrange for the Uchiha members to settle into their new estate. Once everything is in order, we shall convene to discuss subsequent matters. Uzumaki Erasure chimed in, his satisfaction with Ryusui's mastery of wood release evident. After all, Ryusui possessed half of the Senju bloodline, so his sudden command of wood release was not surprising. As the village head of Uzumaki village, Ryusui's assistance is essential for the village's construction. I shall escort him away for now. Once clan leader Jinya has settled family matters, please visit the village head's office in Uzumaki village for further discussions. Without waiting for Ryusui to respond, Erasure took him by the arm and steered him towards the ongoing reconstruction of the village, reminding him before they departed, by the way, the village head's office will be the tallest building in the village. In due time, clan leader Jinya will recognize this structure, and from any vantage point in Uzumaki village, one shall never lose their way to the village head's office. Chapter 105, Ryusui's analysis. Yes, we should construct a training ground here. All future grand events of the village can be held in this space. Absolutely. The hospital can be built like this. We should establish 2 hospitals to prevent occurrences like this from happening again. This height is insufficient. What are you hesitating for, Ryusui? Did you not hear me say this will be the tallest building in the village? Are you reluctant to expend your chakra? After departing from the area designated for the Uchiha, Uzumaki Erasure led Ryusui through various corners of the village. The village, which would have taken years to build, was rapidly rejuvenated under Ryusui's wood release. Grandfather Erasure, while my chakra is considerable, even I cannot endure you persistently drawing upon it. Ryusui, panting heavily, sat before the newly constructed village head's office. Of course, his exhaustion was not solely due to chakra depletion. He was merely concerned that Uzumaki Erasure might impose further unreasonable demands upon him. Just moments prior, Uzumaki Erasure had taken him on a whirlwind tour of Uzumaki village, covering not only the areas devastated in the previous war, but also many newly opened regions, all of which Ryusui had been tasked with constructing. This marks the 8th modification of the village chief's building by Ryusui. At the request of Uzumaki Amino, the structure has now subtly exceeded a height of 100 meters. Were it not for the peculiarities of wood release, Ryusui would genuinely fear that this edifice might one day come crashing down. Haha, splendid indeed, little Ryusui. This wood release is truly more remarkable than other ninjutsu. I was once curious about how Konoha constructed so swiftly, and now I comprehend that their rapid development relies entirely on the ninjutsu of that fellow, Hashirama. Uzumaki Amino chuckled as he gazed at the towering village chief's building, then approached Ryusui, patting him on the shoulder. Enough testing, Ryusui. Restore this place to the form I initially requested. I assure you, this will be the last time I ask for modifications here. Understood, Ryusui replied, hands clasped in resignation. Soon, the Hokage building reverted to its original height of over 30 meters, resembling the initial design of the village chief's structure. Although the height had been reduced by 2/3, the village chief's building remained the tallest structure in Uzumaki village. Finally done. At that moment, within the newly constructed village chief's building, Ryusui sat opposite Uzumaki Amino. Cease your complaints. I merely tested your mastery of wood release. It appears you have grasped it quite well, reaching a level comparable to that of Senju Hashirama. Observing Ryusui feigning discontent, Amino, unperturbed, poured himself a cup of tea. I am still uncertain whether your decision to accept the Uchiha into Uzumaki village is right or wrong. While this clan possesses formidable strength, the curse associated with their Sharingan is exceedingly troublesome. Neither of us knows when an unforeseen incident may arise. Having now directed the conversation to the crux of the matter, Amino fixed his gaze intently upon Ryusui. I wonder if you have thoroughly researched this clan. The records preserved in the village reveal just how perilous they are. Even Konoha must remain vigilant against them. Do you truly believe that integrating them will fortify our village? Rest assured, Grandpa Amino. Ryusui, shedding his pretense, spoke earnestly. The Sharingan's Mangekyo can lead to drastic personality changes in its wielder, but that occurs only under improper guidance. If effectively guided, awakening the Mangekyo can instead deepen their emotional bonds. What the Uchiha lack is connection. As long as we foster sufficient ties between the village and the Uchiha, we need not worry about them. Moreover, I possess ample strength to suppress any Uchiha. Even if they wield multiple Mangekyo, I am capable of ensuring they do not raise any storms. Since you are prepared, I shall not linger on the matter. I am eager to see what position our Uzumaki and Uchiha alliance will elevate Uzumaki village to within the ninja world. Amino lifted his cup of tea. In truth, he only harbored a faint concern regarding Ryusei's decision to bring in the Uchiha. Having once experienced the prowess of Uchiha Madara, naturally, he remained exceedingly cautious of the Uchiha. Yet, Ryusei's strength alleviated his apprehension. After all, even the mighty Uchiha Madara could only narrowly lose to Senju Hashirama, so Ryusei, possessing similar ninjutsu, would surely be capable of achieving such feats. By the way, what are your thoughts on the war between Konoha and the surrounding four nations? What role should Uzumaki village play in this conflict? For me, this represents a splendid opportunity. In times of peace, no one pays heed to a nation or ninja village's growth. However, with my presence, Uzumaki village has captured the attention of most in the ninja world. This impending war between Konoha and the other four villages has completely shifted the focus of various nations away from us and onto Konoha's battlefield. Look here, Grandpa Amino. Ryusei unexpectedly produced a map of the ninja world and began marking it. Konoha, with its formidable strength, has withstood the initial wave of ambushes. Consequently, the subsequent battleground will gradually shift away from Konoha, even distancing from the land of fire, ultimately entering the territories of the land of grass, land of rain, and land of rivers. The land of rivers, situated between the land of fire and the land of wind, will undoubtedly suffer the greatest blow amidst this conflict. The Sky Ninja Village in the land of rivers will be the first to be eliminated. As for the Grass Ninja Village, I have interacted with them. They are arrogant yet cowardly. Under the pressure of war, they will realize they have offended Konoha and will inevitably lean towards Iwagakure. Do you believe Iwagakure will also enter the war against Konoha? Hearing Ryusei's analysis, Uzumaki Amino's eyes sparkled, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Iwagakure lacks sufficient interests with Kumogakure, making a full-scale conflict unlikely. However, witnessing Konoha, once robust, gradually weaken due to the burdens of war, Iwagakure will surely be unable to resist joining the fray against Konoha. Ryusei, oblivious to Amino's gaze, continued expounding his thoughts. In the end, the Rain Ninja Village, bolstered by Hanzo's presence, possesses considerable strength, successfully repelling Konoha's counterattacks. Yet, due to its geographical location, it has become a battleground for Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. In this war, the Sky Ninja Village will undoubtedly be annihilated, while the Grass Ninja Village may switch sides to preserve itself. As for Konoha, this trial will only serve to strengthen its might. Absent any unforeseen factors, Konoha will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Chapter 106. A reckless plan. Is Konoha truly that powerful? Witnessing Ryusei's unwavering confidence in Konoha's victory, Uzumaki Amino could not help but inquire again. It is not merely Konoha's strength that assures victory. More importantly, Sunagakure and Iwagakure will not commit all their resources to this war. Ryusei shook his head. If Konoha could indeed defeat an alliance of so many villages solely by its own might, then the other four nations of the five great nations should hasten to submit to Konoha. Konoha, in its determination to protect both the village and the land of fire, will undoubtedly expend all its military strength. Therefore, the outcome of the war can be discerned from the onset. Konoha will not falter, nor will it suffer a disastrous defeat. Then, it seems there is no necessity for our village to partake in this war, as Konoha is unlikely to face any risk of defeat. After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Amino spoke again. No, we must not only intervene, but also assist Konoha in fending off the enemies of two villages. A glimmer of determination shone in Ryusei's eyes, for he had long devised his own plans regarding this war. Although Konoha faced no risk of defeat against a united front of enemies, including the eventual entry of Iwagakure, Konoha would surely seek to conclude the war swiftly, even at a significant cost. If the war ended too quickly, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Uzumaki village, as my plan entails rapid expansion for our village. Without a greater goal to capture attention, Uzumaki village would inevitably become a target for all nations. Thus, we must deploy troops to the battlefield to support Konoha, as long as we can intercept the weakest Sky Ninja Village and Grass Ninja Village. Konoha will glimpse the hope of victory in this war, ensuring they do not allow it to conclude easily. Furthermore, the Grass Ninja Village will perceive their strength as comparable to ours, consequently refraining from allying with Iwagakure. leaving Konoha to contend solely with the formidable foes of Sunagakure and Rain Ninja Village. War is no trivial matter. Do you comprehend the severe losses we may face by undertaking such actions? A flicker of internal conflict crossed Uzumaki Amino's face. For sending the village's ninjas into battle was nearly tantamount to sending them to their doom. Were it the previous village, I would naturally refrain from making such a decision. But have you forgotten, Grandpa Amino? Even if we live self-sufficiently within Uzumaki village, we will still attract the covetous gazes of other villages. Liuxing has gained a profound understanding of the essence of the ninja world. Despite the efforts of the Whirlpool village to distance itself from war, conflict relentlessly encroaches upon it. Moreover, our objective is not to engage in the most intense battlefields. I will arrange for the Uchiha clan to send individuals to confront the battlefield against the Sky Ninja Village, while the remaining members will face the Grass Ninja Village. In confronting these two villages, our losses will certainly be manageable. Ha ha ha. It seems I have made the right choice, Liuxing. You truly are the most suitable genius to become the village leader. At that moment, Vortex Looming suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Liuxing, who had been speaking confidently, momentarily bewildered. Grandfather Looming, are you not concerned? Indeed, I worry about the injuries our village's ninjas may sustain on the battlefield. However, simultaneously, I am assessing your capability as a leader. Looming gazed at Liuxing with a look of satisfaction. It brings me great joy that you can consider others. While in this world, those who resort to any means are more likely to succeed. Only a compassionate leader can truly earn the recognition of all. I have witnessed the tumult of the Warring States period, where conflict erupted almost daily. Even though our Vortex clan is formidable, we have been worn down by countless wars. Thus, for me, war has never been something to be admired, and I have always endeavored to keep Whirlpool Village away from it. Yet, everything that has transpired in the village has made me realize that war is unavoidable. What we can do is protect what and whom we hold dear amidst the chaos. My greatest fear is that you may become a tyrant, resorting to any means for your ends, forsaking the very goals you initially sought to protect, ultimately becoming a mere puppet of power. But your previous arrangements have reassured me that my choice of you was not in vain. You remain the kind-hearted Liuxing I knew, and although war is inevitable, you will safeguard those you cherish during it. Furthermore, you have not allowed your kindness to render you naive. You possess your own ambitions and are willing to take the initiative to achieve them. It appears that under your leadership, our village is destined to ascend to a new level. Having expressed his thoughts, Vortex Looming felt as though a great weight had been lifted, his demeanor relaxing immensely. Grandfather Looming, Upon hearing Looming's words, Liuxing appeared somewhat astonished. He had initially believed Looming appointed him as clan leader and village chief solely due to his strength. But he had not anticipated that Looming had begun to evaluate his character unbeknownst to him. Enough said. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. After all, you are the successor I have chosen, and I eagerly await the day the Vortex clan stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world under your guidance. Vortex Looming interrupted Liuxing's attempt to speak, having discerned Liuxing's character from the plans he had just articulated. However, you have arranged so much yet have neglected to reveal your true intentions. Tell me, what do you plan to accomplish while instigating conflict with the other villages? It's simple. I have observed that some of our clansmen have gone missing in the Land of Water. I intend to journey there to search for our kin, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to dismantle the regime of the Land of Water, fully reclaiming its territory for the Land of Vortex. Liuxing circled the entire area of the Land of Water on the map, realizing that at this juncture, there was no longer a need to conceal his plans from Vortex Looming. You intend to annihilate the Land of Water. No wonder you require the wars of several major ninja villages to mask your true actions. Vortex Looming's eyes widened in shock at Liuxing's revelation, his heart racing with unease. Liuxing, you must understand that although the Land of Water is remote, comprising mostly of ocean with scattered islands, it remains a nation with a long-standing legacy. Their feudal lord holds a status equivalent to mine. If news of your intention to obliterate the Land of Water spreads, even if the major ninja villages are embroiled in conflict, their feudal lords will be compelled to cease hostilities and unite against you, the first ninja to break the rules. But what if I were to subsequently destroy the Land of Earth, incorporating it into the Land of Vortex as well? Liuxing confidently marked an X on the map. If I were to conquer both the Land of Water and the Land of Earth simultaneously, then even if the other ninja villages band together, they would hesitate to act rashly in the face of my power. Moreover, under my influence, other major countries might very well choose to recognize the Land of Vortex's status, elevating it to one of the 5 great nations of the ninja world. If we were merely to eliminate the Land of Water, a nation lacking military strength, we might indeed face a siege. However, if we successfully conquer one of the 5 great nations, the only thing awaiting us would be accolades. Vortex Looming's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. For us, the annihilation of the Land of Water would typically be a task akin to an ant swallowing an elephant. Yet, with your presence, Liuxing, we may well be able to bring the Land of Water under our control. Moreover, as the Land of Vortex is already one of the ninja world's nations, no one can question your identity as a ninja. In war, there are only victors and vanquished. If we truly defeat the Land of Water, then everyone, including the feudal lords of the other 4 great nations, will have no choice but to acknowledge the standing of the Land of Vortex. Go forth with confidence, Liuxing. Once the Land of Vortex becomes one of the 5 great nations, we will never again have to act according to the whims of Konoha, nor will we have to send our clansmen to serve as Jinchuriki for them. Vortex Looming's excitement grew as he spoke. He had long felt ashamed of sending his clansmen to Konoha as Jinchuriki, yet due to Konoha's status and strength, he had been compelled to comply with their demands. However, the recent calamity that had befallen the Whirlpool village, coupled with Konoha's lackluster response, merely dispatching 3 elite jonin after the dust had settled, had filled Vortex Looming with dissatisfaction. Breaking free from Konoha's constraints had become his most fervent aspiration. Rest assured, Grandfather Looming, once the Land of Vortex is recognized as one of the 5 great nations, I will personally return to Konoha to bring back Granny Mido and Kushina to Whirlpool Village. Our clansmen will no longer have to rely on Konoha. I alone can safeguard all our kin. Liuxing discerned the underlying meaning in Vortex Looming's words. However, he understood that now was not the optimal time to bring Kushina back to Whirlpool Village, as her relationship with Minato had yet to blossom. Your assurance is sufficient. The village is not the responsibility of a single individual. Every villager is a part of it, and they will all contribute their strength to protect it. Do not underestimate the power of collective unity. Vortex Looming looked at Liuxing with a smile. Seeing that Liuxing had grown from the youth he once knew into a capable adult he could rely upon. You may proceed with your plans without worry. The affairs of the village will be managed by Ryunosuke and me. I will also arrange for our own team to join the Uchiha in the battlefield against Konoha. My journey to the Land of Water must remain undisclosed to others for now. I will leave a wood clone in the village, capable of sharing sensory information with me in real time. Thus, even in my absence, my clone can effectively impersonate me. Liuxing joined his hands, and soon, a wooden stake emerged from his body, transforming into a perfect clone that resembled him entirely. A wood clone. Such a wondrous technique. Vortex Looming marveled at the clone, which bore an almost identical aura to Liuxing's essence. By the way, how do you plan to reach the Land of Water? Creating a ship out of thin air poses no challenge for me. I merely need to construct a vessel upon the uninhabited sea to easily resolve the issue of transportation. Constructing a ship. Vortex Looming's eyes gleamed once more at Liuxing's words. Little Liuxing, I have a request for you, and I hope you will grant it. Several hours later, Liuxing distanced himself from Wuchao village, lying within the cabin of a sailboat crafted from wood release, while Shuangxue nestled obediently in his arms. I never imagined that before leaving the village, Grandpa Lu Ming would conscript me as a laborer. Had I known, I would have remained silent about my abilities. Indeed, after Liuxing expressed his capability to construct ships using wood release, Vortex Lu Ming had taken him to the seaside, where Liuxing was tasked with building nearly 1,000 various types of sailboats for Wuchao village before he was permitted to depart. The maritime travel is quite cumbersome, and I am still unaware of the location of the Spirit Communication Island. Thus, I shall proceed towards the land of the sea, and, upon encountering its inhabitants, I will endeavor to locate the Spirit Communication Island. Knowing that Vortex Suanao would not appear unexpectedly in the near future, Liuxing felt no urgency. Besides, there was no use in hurrying. The position of the Spirit Communication Island is not clearly marked on the known maps, so he could only advance towards the last known whereabouts of Suanao. It was determined that during this time, he would master the remaining lightning and fire chakra transformations, thereby completing the 7 basic chakras, leaving only the Yin attribute to acquire. Without hesitation, Liuxing clasped his hands together, and in the next moment, 100 shadow clones appeared neatly within the cabin. Fortunately, the vessel he had constructed for himself was sufficiently spacious to accommodate all the clones. Half of the clones began training in lightning release, while the other half focused on fire release. Thus, the training commenced. As time passed, Liuxing and his clones were immersed in their cultivation, and 3 days swiftly elapsed. Look over there, boss. There's a ship without any markings. On the boundless sea, another vessel drifted towards Liuxing's ship, having spotted it before Shuangxue could sense its presence due to the expansive visibility. No matter which faction this ship belonged to, anyone daring to traverse their territory must pay a toll. Moreover, this ship had not even raised its sails and could not flee quickly. Change course. This could be a lucrative opportunity. The man referred to as boss, with a rotund figure and a short scimitar in hand, waved his arm, prompting his crew to swiftly turn the ship towards Liuxing's vessel. Roar. Just 10 kilometers away from Liuxing's ship, Shuangxue, who had been peacefully resting in Liuxing's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes, sensing the malicious intent of the individuals aboard the approaching ship. Enemies are approaching? Hearing Shuangxue's warning, Liuxing withdrew from his meditative state. Initially, he had thought it improbable to encounter others on the vast ocean, yet now there were individuals drawing near to his position. Malicious intent, you say? That is even better. I was worried they might be well-meaning, making it inconvenient to act. Now that I know they harbor ill will, I shall not hold back. Chapter 108. Encountering Pirates. Hurry. Lads, don't hold back your strength. Aim your hooks accurately. Whoever boards the opposing ship first gets to choose a prize. The corpulent leader gazed greedily at Liuxing's sailboat, while his crew stood at the edge of the ship, swinging their iron hooks attached to thick ropes. They awaited the moment the two vessels drew closer to launch their hooks onto the opposite ship and climb aboard. Wow, quite a crowd. At that moment, having dispelled his clones, Liuxing emerged from the cabin with Shuangxue, observing the throng aboard the opposing vessel with keen interest. Pirates from the Naruto world, it seems. Judging by their appearance, they hardly looked like ninjas, yet they dared to intercept ships at sea. Liuxing had not activated Sage Mode, and thus his sensory abilities were not exceptional. Nonetheless, he could easily deduce the identities of the intruders. After all, even within the ninja world, the majority were ordinary people. Ninjas constituted a mere fraction of the population, less than 1 in 10,000. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Liuxing was musing over their audacity, the opposing ship drew nearer, and the pirates launched their iron hooks, swiftly pulling back the ropes. The specially designed hooks latched onto the side of Liuxing's ship, forming a makeshift bridge of ropes between the two vessels. Charge. Let us go. It's been ages since we encountered a ship of this size. It must be laden with treasures. The pirates eagerly scrambled along the ropes towards Liuxing's ship, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of Shuangxue, the white fox, which they deemed a rare prize that would surely entice the nobles of the land of the sea. Shuangxue, I believe I overheard them plotting how to deal with you. Why don't you entertain them a bit? Just leave one alive for me to inquire about the location of the Spirit Communication Island. Upon hearing the pirates' foolish intentions regarding Shuangxue, Liuxing chose not to wait for their sluggish approach along the ropes, and instead allowed Shuangxue to handle the situation. In an instant, provoked by their malicious intent, Shuangxue was enveloped in a surge of red-tailed beast chakra, which coalesced into massive hands that reached out towards all the pirates. Monster! It's a monster! Run! The first to sense the impending doom were the pirates still on the deck. To their horror, countless terrifying red hands emerged from the once pure white fox, swiftly advancing toward them. Flee! There's a monster on the ship. At this moment, the pirates on the ropes finally grasped the gravity of the situation. But it was too late. Enraged, Shuangxue disregarded everything else, and the giant hands of chakra ensnared everyone present without exception. Please, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have intercepted your ship. Spare me, I beg you. I have little meat on my bones. Eat our boss instead. He is the fattest. The captured pirates hastily threw their leader under the bus, and had they not been ensnared by the chakra hands, they likely would have banded together to bind their boss and present him to Shuangxue. How disgusting. Shuangxue transmitted her feelings to Liuxing for the first time so clearly, prompting a chuckle from him. You wretched fools. After encountering a mere spirit beast, you dare to betray me? Once I escape this ordeal, I shall toss you all into the sea to feed the fish. The rotund pirate captain struggled momentarily, only to realize he could not escape the grip of the chakra hands. He then turned his gaze to Liuxing and Shuangxue on the deck and shouted menacingly, Hey, red-haired kid, You're here to buy a spirit beast from the Spirit Communication Island, aren't you? Release me, or you'll never acquire any spirit beast. Oh. Upon hearing the pirate captain's words, Liuxing, who had initially dismissed the pirates, was taken aback. The Spirit Communication Island is well known here? Why have I never heard of this place before? Humph. You ignorant ninja, of course, you're unaware of the immense power of the Spirit Communication Island. Liuxing had not donned any identifying insignia during his travels, and as a mere human, the pirate captain had no understanding of the significance of Liuxing's red hair. Looking at him with contempt. With a wandering ninja like you, a single spirit beast casually dispatched from the Spirit Communication Island could tear you apart. I have close ties with the Spirit Communication Island. Release me, and perhaps I might, out of goodwill, speak a kind word on your behalf, enabling you to acquire an even more formidable spirit beast. However, you must hand over that fox to me. The pirate captain's eyes glimmered with avarice. The pristine white fur of Frosty represented boundless wealth in his gaze. The elite of the Sea Kingdom held a particular fondness for such rare furs from the continent. Initially, he had hoped to extract the location of Spirit Island from your lips, but little did he expect your eagerness to court death. Liuxing's expression turned frigid. He had regarded this band of pirates as mere amusement, but their repeated displays of greed towards Frosty had swiftly depleted his scant patience. With a wave of his hands, he casually cast the most elementary of illusions. While this technique could be easily unraveled by ninjas, for ordinary individuals, falling under its spell was tantamount to losing all consciousness. In that instant, all the pirates' eyes glazed over, their minds ensnared by the illusion. Tell me, where's the location of Spirit Island? I only heard it through the grapevine. One pirate stammered. They say to head southeast from here, and you will reach an island inhabited by colossal beasts unseen elsewhere. That is Spirit Island. Liuxing was taken aback by their audacity. They dared to threaten him without even knowing the precise location of Spirit Island. Frosty, I leave them to you. With that, Liuxing entrusted the pirates' fates to Frosty and stepped to the edge of the ship, once again clasping his hands together. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The next moment, an inferno erupted from his mouth, reducing the pirate's ship to ashes. After days of rigorous training, he had finally mastered the transformation of fire chakra. Fire style had proven to be exceptionally convenient, and he had also acquired the entirety of the Uchiha clan's fire techniques. Once he mastered lightning style, he would attain proficiency in all 5 elemental natures. Chapter 109. Spirit Island with the wind swirling like gauze, tinged with the briny scent of the sea. A piercing hum resonated across the waves, followed by a tremendous roar as the upheaved waters spread outward. At last, after 10 arduous days, I had achieved the completion of the spiral shuriken without needing to enter Sage Mode. Liuxing gazed joyfully at the rippling waves. After dispatching the pirates, he continued onward in the direction indicated, drifting for 10 days without utilizing the spiral sphere to hasten his vessel, yet mastering the spiral shuriken in the process. Finally, with the foundation of wind-style spiral shuriken established, the era of the spiral sphere was upon us. Frosty approached Liuxing, her eyes seemingly piercing through the mist. Gazing into the distance. Did you discover something, Frosty? Noticing her peculiar behavior, Liuxing also gazed ahead, but the fog enveloped their surroundings, obscuring visibility beyond 100 meters, rendering anything other than the sea invisible. Just as Liuxing pondered, a sound akin to a rupture in the air echoed above him, as if a colossal entity soared overhead. Is it an enemy? Seeing Frosty remain silent, Liuxing clasped his hands and entered Sage Mode. It is not an enemy. I sense no malice from it. Frosty communicated through their bond. But Liuxing's heightened perception in Sage Mode allowed him to discern the form of the massive creature that had passed overhead. It was an eagle from Spirit Island, evidently. The pirate captain's information had not been erroneous, for they were indeed approaching Spirit Island. With certainty in his heart, Liuxing understood that he was finally nearing Spirit Island. Otherwise, the eagle would not have appeared above. This fog is truly obstructive. It prevents me from seeing the surroundings clearly. With the technique Wind Style, Typhoon, Liuxing maintained his Sage Mode and swiftly altered the environment through his chakra. A powerful gust materialized, effortlessly dispersing the fog over a wide area. There it is. At last, a peculiar island emerged within Liuxing's view, and from its direction, 3 eagles swiftly approached him. It seemed a welcoming committee awaited their arrival. Relieved to have located Spirit Island after nearly half a month adrift at sea, Lu Xing was eager to bid farewell to this monotonous journey. The eagle above emitted a clear cry before resuming its flight toward the island. Meanwhile, the three eagles that had just departed from the island turned back upon hearing the call. Had something unforeseen occurred on the island? Lu Xing gazed in astonishment at the scene above. He had assumed the eagles were under the dominion of Spirit Island's master, yet they appeared unrestrained. It seemed only by reaching the island could he uncover the truth of the situation. Creating a shadow clone, Lu Xing utilized the spiral sphere to accelerate the ship's speed, propelling it swiftly towards Spirit Island. Thick smoke indicated that an incident had transpired. As they drew closer, Lu Xing finally discerned the island's full visage, which appeared to have suffered an assault, marked by charred remnants. In the southeast corner of the island, fierce flames continued to blaze. "Come on, Frosty. Let us investigate what has happened." In an instant, Frosty returned to her original form, and Lu Xing positioned himself atop her head as she charged toward the island's southeastern corner, obliterating the vessel in the process. "We're almost there. Hold on a little longer. Anoka, just a bit more, and we can put the ultimate spirit beast back to sleep." At that moment, in the southeast corner of Spirit Island, a girl was restraining a massive spirit beast with 4 chains, while other researchers clad in white lab coats injected unidentifiable potions into the creature. "Hurry, hypnotize it. I can barely maintain control." With her crimson hair cascading to the ground, Anoka pressed her hands against the earth, exerting her utmost effort to perform the sealing technique. It's done. The ultimate spirit beast has successfully fallen into slumber. Finally, Anoka felt the ultimate spirit beast gradually cease its struggles under the diamond seal, and the shouts of the researchers brought her a sense of relief. At last, it is over. Suddenly, the ground of the island trembled as if an earthquake had struck, accompanied by distant thunderous stomps that grew increasingly closer. "What is happening?" Anoka gasped, lifting her head to see a colossal snow-white nine-tailed fox approaching her position. "Hurry, Anoka. Don't dawdle." The ultimate spirit beast senses the threat of that approaching creature and is waking rapidly. "Our drugs can no longer contain it." A researcher in white shouted desperately, having noticed Frosty's approach. However, if they could not suppress the ultimate spirit beast, it would annihilate them before Frosty could arrive. "What are you waiting for, Anoka? Do you wish to witness the ultimate spirit beast run amok? Forget about that fox. It might just be another spirit beast lurking on the island. Its size does not equate to strength." The researcher closest to Anoka urged, aware that without her power, the ultimate spirit beast was beyond their capacity to control. This experiment was spiraling into an irretrievable disaster. "Quickly, use the sealing technique to bind it. The ultimate spirit beast is our most formidable creation. If it escapes, it will devour every spirit beast in its path, even humans. Sooner or later, it will become a catastrophe capable of consuming the entire ninja world." "I understand." Finally, Suenokawa shifted her gaze from the rapidly approaching colossal nine-tailed fox, regaining control over the 4 chains to suppress the ultimate spirit beast. Was that merely an illusion? I seem to have glimpsed a figure with red hair atop the giant nine-tailed fox's head. Could it be someone sent from my clan? Chapter 110. Vanquishing the ultimate spirit beast. No, I cannot hold him back any longer. The 4 golden chains were violently torn asunder by the ultimate spirit beast, causing Suenokawa to spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, her hands formed seals once more. Sealing technique. Square seal. As Suenokawa completed the seals, 6 chains composed of runes coiled around the recently liberated ultimate spirit beast. Yet, how could a beast that even the diamond seal could not restrain be contained by a basic square seal? Moments later, it shattered the square seal effortlessly and extended its tentacles, its terrifying head looming directly before Suenokawa. "Help! Someone save me." In a moment of desperation, from the ground in front of Suenokawa, 8 sturdy wooden stakes surged upward, forming a cage to ensnare the ultimate spirit beast, with additional stakes wrapping around its form, completely immobilizing its movements. "Phew, I finally made it." Leaping down from Frostnow's head, Liuxing landed beside Suenokawa. "So, this is the ultimate spirit beast? It truly is hideous." Liuxing cast a disdainful glance at the thrashing ultimate spirit beast. Although he did not know why it had nearly killed Suenokawa, now that he had arrived in time, he would ensure her safety. "What surprise awaits me? You are Uzumaki Liuxing, brought here by the ninja from the Spirit Island." Suenokawa was unaware of the events transpiring in her village. Isolated from the village, she had only heard that the Uzumaki clan was under attack. But no further news had reached her. Though she knew nothing of the village's happenings, the person who appeared before her was not unfamiliar. The name of Uzumaki Ryoshing, a long-standing ninja from the village, was widely known, even to someone like her, who had never worked alongside him on a mission. I never expected you to recognize me. Ryoshing looked at Suenokawa in astonishment. Until now, they had never interacted. Upon hearing of your disappearance during a mission, I set out directly from the village to search for you. Fortunately, I arrived in time to save you. Thank you. For a moment, I believed I was doomed. With no chance of survival, Suenokawa rose to her feet. Although her sealing technique had been repeatedly thwarted as a member of the Uzumaki clan, her recovery abilities far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing her to act normally. Are you also a member of the Uzumaki clan? I am deeply grateful for your assistance in restraining the ultimate spirit beast. At that moment, one of the researchers, previously paralyzed with fear, finally regained their composure and hurriedly approached Ryoshing. My name is Uzumaki Ryoshing. Which village do you belong to, and who controls this place? After stating his name, Ryoshing carefully scrutinized the expressions on everyone's faces. To his surprise, upon hearing his name, none of them displayed any change in expression, as if they were entirely oblivious to the significance of his name. We are researchers commissioned to cultivate spirit beasts here. This place is controlled by a group of ninjas, but we are unaware of their identities. We have all been captured here one after another, with no means of escape from this island. The nearest researcher spoke nervously, filled with dread towards the Uzumaki clansmen who had effortlessly subdued the ultimate spirit beast. It was known that even the ninjas who created this place could not restrain the ultimate spirit beast. All captured, Ryoshing gazed incredulously at everyone present. He had assumed this was a testing ground for some great nation, and that the researchers would at least be aware of their origins. He never expected them to be just like Suenokawa, all brought here against their will. Suenokawa, do you know the identity of the ninja who captured you? Finding no answers from the others, Ryoshing turned his attention to Suenokawa. They did not wear headbands, so I am also unaware of their identities. However, the ninja who captured me used the hidden mist technique. Perhaps they belong to the hidden mist village. Suenokawa's face flushed. As a Chunin from the Uzumaki village, she felt a twinge of shame for being captured without knowing her enemy's identity. Ryoshing, those individuals are suspicious. At that moment, Frost Snow, having shrunk in size and approached Ryoshing, relayed a message. In its perception, 3 researchers harbored ill intent towards Ryoshing and the others. Bind. Ryoshing's expression darkened, and he raised his hand. 3 wooden stakes swiftly erupted from the ground, restraining the 3 individuals identified by Frost Snow. What are you doing? Let me go? Uzumaki clan member. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Do you know who owns this spirit island? Foolish boy, you have no idea whom you have offended. Dare to confront us, and when the master of this island arrives, your regrets will be futile. Indeed, it would be wise for you to assist us in returning the ultimate spirit beast to the experimental pool. We have invested a tremendous amount in cultivating it, and should anything happen to it in your hands, can you afford the consequences? Seeing their exposure, the 3 ceased their pretense, gazing at Ryoshing with contempt, as if they were the superior beings and he was merely beneath them. Oh, so brazen. I am eager to discover who your master is. To dare to speak so boldly at this moment. Ryoshing suddenly chuckled. He had initially thought these individuals were ninjas hidden within the research team, but after easily subduing them, he realized they were merely ordinary people. As such, their audacity to threaten him suggested a significantly powerful entity behind them. This being you refer to as the ultimate spirit beast is quite important to you. I assent it? Ryoshing raised his hand, manipulating the wooden stakes to extend further, swiftly bringing the ultimate spirit beast above everyone's heads. Then, if I were to destroy it, that powerful entity behind you would surely come seeking retribution, wouldn't they? Ryoshing lifted his right hand, chakra rapidly gathering in his palm, soon forming a wind release, spiraling shuriken. What are you doing? Stop. Upon witnessing the visible ninjutsu materialize in Ryoshing's hand, the restrained 3 panicked immediately. Yet, seeing their reaction only solidified Ryoshing's conviction. In the next moment, the spiraling shuriken tore through space, instantly obliterating the ultimate spirit beast. Chapter 111. The presence behind Spirit Island. No. The 3 bound by the wooden stakes watched in horror as the ultimate spirit beast was utterly destroyed by the spiraling shuriken. Such a pathetic spirit beast. Is this what you call the ultimate spirit beast? Having easily vanquished the ultimate spirit beast, Liuxing couldn't resist mocking it, for in his eyes, the only remaining threats in the ninja world were few, and he did not believe such a powerful entity lurked behind this place. I have destroyed your most valuable ultimate spirit beast. Your superiors should be receiving word of this, shouldn't they? You have no idea whom you have offended. Trust me. Not just you, but the entire Uzumaki clan will pay for your actions. The researcher with a horse-like face spoke menacingly. His eyes filled with rage as he glared at Liuxing. Even the hidden mist village would not dare to utter such words, unaware of the formidable presence standing behind you. How audaciously brazen you are. Liuxing would not indulge them. The more arrogant they became, the more curious he grew about the individuals backing them. Allow them their moment of arrogance, for once the events here reach the ears of that esteemed figure, their only option will be to await their demise. Illusion. Observing that they still refrained from revealing the identities of their allies and continued to threaten him, Liuxing wasted no more time and clasped his hands together to cast an illusion. I ask you, who exactly founded this place? This territory originally belonged to the land of the sea, but it was discovered by the people of the land of water, who found it remarkably suitable for spirit beasts to dwell in. Hence, it has now become the domain of the Lord of the land of water. Under the haze of confusion, the researcher with the horse-like face divulged the truth, causing the expressions of the other two unaffected individuals to change dramatically. Given your reactions, what he said must indeed be true. Satisfied by their shifting countenances, Liuxing smiled. So, it is the property of the Lord of the land of water. Just when I was at a loss for how to confront them, this place conveniently provides me with a legitimate reason. You must have a way to contact your superiors. I grant you the opportunity to inform them of everything that has transpired here, without alteration. The wooden stakes were released, and the three controlled individuals regained their freedom. Liuxing, will this not lead to a conflict between the village and the land of water? At that moment, Swanoka, finally returning to her senses, shook Liuxing's arm. Having been away from Whirlpool Village for over a month due to the mission and her abduction by ninjas from the land of water, she was unaware of everything that had transpired. Do not worry. Even without the events here, I would have sought trouble with the land of water. Turning to the young girl of 16 or 17 beside him, Liuxing revealed a reassuring smile. This island seems rather extraordinary. Please enlighten me about it. Within the research base of Spirit Beast Island, Liuxing perused the files pertaining to the island, while a bespectacled researcher stood respectfully beside him. I see. This island is indeed highly suitable for spirit beasts, and your objective here is to facilitate their continuous breeding for profit. Precisely, that was our initial purpose. However, 5 months ago, new orders were issued, demanding the cultivation of the strongest ultimate spirit beast, which is the origin of the disturbances that occurred earlier. The researcher adjusted his glasses, still astonished by the scene of Liuxing effortlessly annihilating the ultimate spirit beast they had created. The spirit beast trade in this place is thriving. Each month, individuals come to procure the spirit beasts we breed, and this month's collection day is imminent. Very well. I now comprehend everything here. Liuxing summoned a colossal serpent through a spirit beast summoning technique, which consumed the documents in his hand and then vanished without a trace. Orochimaru might find this place intriguing. I shall send him the information. Liuxing was not particularly invested in such experiments, but Orochimaru reveled in curious endeavors. So as his partner, Liuxing naturally relayed the news of the island to him. By the way, I was brought to this island by a giant eagle. Do you know its identity? Initially, Liuxing thought the eagle was merely a spirit beast belonging to someone on the island. But since there were no ninjas aside from Swanoka, the eagle's identity appeared extraordinary. A giant eagle. The researcher displayed a look of surprise before explaining to Liuxing. The only creature on this island that could be deemed a giant eagle is the one residing atop the highest peak, along with its offspring. It is the most powerful spirit beast here, and even the ninjas who brought us here are no match for it. Fortunately, it has a gentle disposition and does not attack unless provoked, allowing it and its young to live undisturbed. However what? Noticing the researcher's sudden pause, Liuxing furrowed his brow. That eagle possesses a peculiar habit. Whenever it hatches new offspring, it abducts a person to care for them until the young ones can fly independently, at which point it releases the captured individual. Indeed, it was the same eagle that would eventually capture Kai. Little did he know it had already been residing on the island at this time. Spirit beasts have remarkably long lifespans, so Liuxing was not surprised by its longevity, yet he pondered the fate of its offspring. Uncertain whether they had been devoured by the ultimate spirit beast or had flown away from the island on their own. All right, gather your people. I will lead you off this island. As for those three, let them fate in your prison. Lu Xing did not intend to directly eliminate the three puppets of the Land of Water. To him, mere ordinary individuals were not worthy of his attention. What truly piqued his interest was the Lord of the Land of Water. With Orochimaru around, he had no need to retain these ordinary researchers. Perhaps even an assistant casually dispatched by Orochimaru would surpass these researchers by leagues. Take us away. The researcher's face lit up with joy. After being brought to this desolate island, he had thought he would spend the remainder of his days in solitude, but now, the hope of returning home lay directly before him. Lu Xing paid no further heed to the elated researcher and turned to Suenoka, who had been gazing at him with curiosity. You likely do not possess a spirit beast yet, Suenoka. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you. Chapter 112. The giant eagle of spirit beasts. Though Spirit Beast Island is merely a small isle, its actual area is quite substantial. After an hour of travel, Lu Xing and Suenoka finally reached the summit of the island's highest peak. Caw! At that moment, a sharp cry of an eagle echoed, and the enormous bird flapped its mighty wings, its piercing gaze fixed upon the uninvited guests, Lu Xing and Suenoka. Do not worry, we mean no harm. Lu Xing approached the eagle with ease. Regardless of the circumstances, the creature posed no threat to him, and even Frost did not sense the slightest malice emanating from it. Seemingly aware that Lu Xing was not an enemy, the eagle slowly retracted its wings, cautiously shifting aside to reveal the scene concealed behind it. In the massive nest, two slightly smaller eagles flitted anxiously, while between them lay an injured eagle, covered in wounds and barely clinging to life. I see, your offspring is injured, and you seek a human to aid in its healing. Lu Xing finally understood why the creature had first appeared above the sea. The researchers must have been within the grasp of the ultimate spirit beast, leaving it no choice but to seek help off the island. Regrettably, I am not a medical ninja. However, those researchers should have the means to heal it. If you trust me, I can take it to the research facility for an attempt. Caw! The largest eagle spread its wings once more, shielding the injured young eagle behind it. If you do not allow me to take it, I have no way to heal it. Lu Xing-senpai, may I try? At that moment, Suenoka's voice rang out from behind Lu Xing. I have also learned some medical ninjutsu. Perhaps I can assist it. Suenoka cautiously approached the eagle, her heart racing with fear. Yet her kind nature compelled her to alleviate the suffering of the young eagle. You have indeed mastered the medical ninjutsu. Ryusei gazed at Suenoka with a hint of astonishment. Perhaps this aspect of her identity was mentioned in the village records. Yet Ryusei had not scrutinized Suenoka's information in detail. He had merely recognized her identity upon seeing her name and image. As Suenoka approached, and after confirming there was no imminent danger, the eagle retracted its wings, clearing the path to the nest. Little hawk, come here, let me tend to your wounds. Suenoka formed hand seals, and a vibrant green light emanated from her hands. She then gently placed her hands upon the surface of the young hawk's injuries. Watching this scene, Ryusei was suddenly amused. Suenoka's actions bore a striking resemblance to a character from an anime he had once seen, though that character's powers were far more formidable than Suenoka's. The chakra steadily transformed into healing energy, flowing into the little hawk's body. Soon, the injuries were under control, and vitality began to radiate from within. Perhaps this was the very hawk that would eventually capture Might Guy in the future. It was only upon witnessing the healing progress that Ryusei recognized a flaw in his earlier assumptions. No, the chakra is nearly depleted. Although Suenoka belonged to the Uzumaki clan, the chakra within her was only marginally greater than that of an ordinary ninja, amounting to merely 10 units. The medical ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan was particularly taxing on chakra, and thus, her efforts had only restored a fraction of the young hawk's injuries before her chakra was on the brink of exhaustion. However, in the next moment, Ryusei's hand rested on Suenoka's shoulder, and an overwhelming surge of chakra poured into her, akin to a mighty tide. Do not worry about exhausting your chakra. You should be able to continue performing medical ninjutsu. Ryusei's calm voice resonated in Suenoka's ears, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The chakra felt so warm, and within it, there seemed to be an astonishing vitality. Ryusei possessed the physique of an Ashura sage, and the life force contained within his chakra surpassed even that of Hashirama Senju. With this aid, Suenoko found the execution of medical ninjutsu to be remarkably effortless. With a resounding cry, the young hawk's injuries were entirely healed. The now-recovered hawk affectionately nudged Suenoko with its head, while the previously wary eagle softened its demeanor. "Eagle, you should be able to understand my words." Ryusei stepped away from Suenoko and approached the eagle, unsure if it had a name of its own, so he simply referred to it as the eagle. "You and your offspring are somewhat underappreciated living on this island. I ask you, would you be willing to become her summoning beast? If you agree, I promise to protect you and your kin for eternity." In the ninja world, methods of flight were exceedingly rare, and this eagle and its young could carry individuals through the skies. Particularly, the largest eagle before Ryusei had ample space on its back to accommodate 5 people. Thus, he felt no need for formality after healing its child. It was the perfect moment to negotiate terms. "You must have witnessed me vanquish the ultimate summoning beast that posed a threat to you. What you do not know is that this was merely a fraction of my power. Safeguarding you and your offspring is an exceedingly simple task for me." Observing Ryusei's earnest expression, the eagle gradually lowered its head. Possessing considerable intelligence, it understood that consenting to Ryusei was its wisest course of action. "Excellent. Let us proceed to establish a summoning contract." Upon receiving the eagle's agreement to become Suenoko's summoning beast, Ryusei smiled with satisfaction. He then retrieved a large blank scroll from his storage seal and began to inscribe the summoning contract at its end. In Ryusei's view, the potential of the eagle and its offspring was extraordinary. Even in terms of flight ability alone, they held great importance. Therefore, he did not intend to create the simplest of contracts, but rather one akin to the contracts of the Dragon Cave. Of course, the contract Ryusei devised would pale in comparison to the natural contracts of the 3 great sacred lands. Yet as long as the eagle and its offspring, including any that might be born in the future, left a drop of their blood on this scroll, they could be summoned through this pact. Now, simply drop a drop of your blood onto the center of the scroll. Upon hearing Ryusei's instructions, the eagle did not hesitate. It pierced its claw and let a single drop of blood fall onto the center of the scroll. Following suit, Ryusei facilitated the same for the eagle's 3 chicks, ensuring they too left a drop of blood on the scroll before finally presenting it before Suenoko. "Here, inscribe your name with your blood, and then let the tips of your 5 fingers touch your blood, sealing the contract below your name. This will complete the summoning contract." Ryusei refrained from signing the contract himself, although he had yet to acquire the ability to fly within the battles he had endured. Even a slight ripple could spell doom for the eagle. Furthermore, the eagle's flight speed was not faster than his own on the ground with frost snow. Thus, he found no need to formalize the contract for himself. "Thank you." Suenoko's cheeks flushed, bewildered by Ryusei's willingness to entrust such a powerful summoning beast to her. Yet, she understood that this was an immense opportunity for her. Soon, Suenoko completed the signing of the summoning contract, and the majestic eagles became her summoned beasts. With the little hawk she had healed growing particularly affectionate towards her. "Senior Ryusei, we can ride on their backs. They are willing to fly us directly back to the volcano. There is no need for such trouble. Take them to the laboratory and gather all the researchers at the southern seaside of the island. There is no longer any reason to remain here. I will prepare a ship for you at the shore, in the land of water, within the daimyo's estate." "Are you suggesting that our summoning beast business has been disrupted?" The name Uzumaki Ryusei seems somewhat familiar. The daimyo of the land of water leisurely fanned himself, reclining comfortably against 2 of his maidens. "Oh, I remember now. He is the newly appointed village chief of the Whirlpool Village, who compelled the Mist Village to compensate by ceding several islands under my dominion. This individual is quite detestable. Daimyo, in terms of strength, we are no match for that individual. Moreover, the Mist Village has just endured a cataclysm, and internal strife has erupted multiple times in the competition for the position of the 4th Mizukage, to the point where even the Yuan Master cannot maintain control." The prostrate official trembled as he spoke. Indeed, the land of water faced numerous internal and external troubles. "Humph, these wretched ninjas. I expend so much effort to support them. Yet when I require their assistance, they always let me down." And the Yuan Master. "We aided him in attaining his current high position within the Mist Village to leverage against them, not to assist other nations in negotiating compensation. I was deeply dissatisfied with the previous compensation to the land of Whirlpool." At this point, the daimyo of the land of water sat up, his previous relaxed demeanor evaporating. "Forget it. The matter of the summoning beasts is trivial, merely a minor enterprise. Those ninjas possess little wealth, and their demands are only escalating. As for the Mist Village, they must not be allowed to descend further into chaos. Coincidentally, I have just received an audience with a rather special guest. One I believe is well suited to become the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village. Come forth, Yagura. As the daimyo's gaze fell, a petite figure wielding a uniquely shaped iron hook emerged from the shadows. Allow me to introduce, this is the newly appointed fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karasuba, who has perfectly mastered the powers of the Three Tails. He is far superior to that waste of the third Mizukage. I am confident that under his leadership, the Mist Village will restore its former glory. However, the clans possessing bloodline limits in the hidden Mist Village have grown somewhat unruly. Seizing this opportunity, you shall accompany Yagura with a contingent of samurai to assist him in successfully succeeding the fourth Mizukage, while simultaneously eliminating all those who resist discipline, particularly that detestable Kagaya clan. Furthermore, remember to reassign some individuals to that island. Although the summoning beasts represent a mere trifle, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. The azure sea surface glimmered like a mirror, with the enveloping mist having completely dissipated. Suddenly, a sailing ship swiftly sliced through the tranquil waters, causing the once mirror-like surface to fracture and extend in a widening crack. We are soon to arrive at the land of water. However, Ryusei-senpai, are we truly going to assassinate the daimyo of the land of water? Hoshino stood beside Ryusei, timidly inquiring once more. After departing from the island of summoning beasts, Ryusei had casually provided a ship for the researchers to leave on their own, while he continued onward toward the royal city of the land of water with Hoshino. What do you mean by assassination? While we are indeed ninjas, our goal this time is not to act as shadowy rodents. Rather, we shall boldly put an end to the tyranny of the daimyo of the land of water and reclaim our territory in the land of whirlpool. Ryusei gazed steadfastly at the land that was now faintly visible in the distance. You have misled me. The leader of the land of water should not be referred to as a daimyo, but as a king. However, did we not establish our land of whirlpool with its current territory? Why then do we claim the land of water as part of the land of whirlpool? Hoshino questioned again, and Ryusei finally turned to her, earnestly elucidating. Indeed, the land of whirlpool was initially established with such limited land. Yet our Uzumaki clan was once a royal lineage in ancient times, ruling over the entirety of the ninja world. Our clan has merely fallen into decline. What I aim to accomplish now is to reclaim the entire ninja world and restore our Uzumaki clan to its former glory. Observing Ryusei's serious demeanor, Hoshino instinctively nodded in agreement. Haha, silly girl, do you truly believe my words? Suddenly, Ryusei erupted into laughter, drawing puzzled glances from several giant eagles perched on the mast. I jest. The events of ancient times have long been buried in the annals of history. Even if our Uzumaki clan boasts a glorious past, there exists no evidence to substantiate it. Ultimately, my purpose in the land of water is to bring it under the dominion of the land of whirlpool, devoid of any grandiose pretenses. If one were to insist on a reason, it would be to prevent the continuation of war in the future ninja world. To achieve this goal, I must unify the entire ninja world, establishing a harmonious and orderly system. I am acutely aware that the strife within the ninja world has persisted for ages, with entrenched grievances and animosities among the various nations and ninja villages. Therefore, to put an end to all of this, I must wield the sharpest scalpel to eradicate all roots of affliction. This process is destined to be anything but peaceful. To accomplish such a feat will undoubtedly be fraught with warfare and sacrifice. Nevertheless, the entire ninja world is already shrouded in the clouds of war. Only through striking like lightning can we dispel these ominous clouds forever. For the future of the ninja world, and to spare all living beings from the ravages of war, I am willing to bear this burden, even if it brands me a sinner in the annals of history. Chapter 114. The Royal City of the Land of Water. However, Hoshino bit her lip, wanting to say something, yet for some reason, the words that came to her lips felt feeble and powerless. Do not overthink it. We have arrived. Ryusei suddenly turned his gaze toward the direction of the ship's course. Unbeknownst to them, they were nearing the shore. The land of water is but a small nation, with its political center located in the royal city on this island. Leaving the giant eagles aboard the ship, Ryusei, accompanied by Shuangxue and Hoshino, stepped directly onto the main island of the land of water. It seems we have fortuitously stumbled upon their festival. Before even entering the royal city, Ryusei and Hoshino encountered numerous individuals adorned in peculiar attire, also making their way toward the royal city. Are you outsiders? At that moment, a boy clad in an elephant seal costume curiously scrutinized Ryusei and Hoshino. Today marks the king's coronation ceremony, and we, the people of the land of water, don the garb of marine creatures to bestow blessings upon our king. Your lack of ceremonial attire indicates you are evidently unfamiliar with our customs. The boy proudly shook his elephant seal head, clearly pleased with his outfit. Indeed, I am a traveling merchant from the land of water, preparing to procure a batch of goods in the royal city of the land of water. However, this is my first visit, and I was unaware that today is the day of your new king's coronation. Not a new king. We hold this ceremony annually to commemorate the king's coronation. This marks the 23rd year of the king's reign. The boy shook his head, then turned his gaze toward the royal city. However, it is regrettable that neither of you wears ceremonial attire. The guards of the royal city will not permit you entry. In previous years, such a requirement did not exist during the celebrations, but this year, a new rule has been imposed, the reason for which remains unclear. Nevertheless, this rule does not pose an inconvenience for us, as even without the stipulation, we would don our marine beast attire on this day. My mother says that doing so will make the marine beasts regard us as kin, thereby preventing them from attacking us while fishing. At that moment, the boy's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. I have extra ceremonial attire at home. Why don't you come with me to fetch it? Thank you immensely for sharing this information, but we are here for business. Since today is your royal city celebration, I shall have to wait until tomorrow to enter the royal city, as it would be inconvenient to conduct business today, even if we were allowed entry. Ryusei smiled as he retrieved a small silver coin from his pocket and tossed it to the boy, understanding the boy's intentions upon hearing his last statement. Let us depart. We shall return tomorrow. Hoshino was somewhat perplexed by Ryusei's actions, uncertain as to why he chose to deceive regarding his identity. Nor did she grasp why he abandoned the idea of entering the royal city after hearing the boy's words. Nonetheless, despite her confusion, Hoshino followed closely behind Ryusei, ready to persuade him against waging war on the land of water at the opportune moment, and Ryusei's actions now aligned with her intentions. Are you curious as to why I am turning back? Upon leaving the boy's sight, Ryusei smiled at Hoshino. Shuangxue has just sensed that there may be some developments within the royal city. Perhaps we can achieve my goals without resorting to war. Follow me. I shall lead you into the royal palace. The land of water possesses no ninjas, allowing Ryusei and Hoshino to effortlessly infiltrate the royal palace. At this moment, Ryusei had activated Sage Mode, and in this heightened state, he perceived everything within the palace with unparalleled clarity. Over here, soon. Ryusei guided Hoshino to the entrance of the king of the land of water's inner chamber, where they began to peer inside through the window. Esteemed high priest of the sea, I have commenced the sacrificial ceremony as scheduled. Why then do you lay hands upon my family? The king of the land of water glared furiously at the three shadowy figures cloaked in black before him, with the final figure grasping a young girl dressed in a mermaid gown. The girl struggled incessantly, yet her efforts appeared feeble against the grip of the imposing hand, which only tightened in response to her resistance. Please, your majesty, calm your anger. The princess, for reasons unknown, bypassed the guards and ventured alone to our sacrificial site. Witnessing the ceremony firsthand, we beseech your majesty to pass judgment. The king of the kingdom of the sea clenched his teeth, having always heeded the words of the sea god, yet this time, his only daughter had been captured by them as leverage against him. She is my daughter, not someone you should dare to touch. Oh, it appears the esteemed king has forgotten who the true master of this realm is. At this moment, the leader of the sea god sect suddenly revealed his scaly hand from beneath his cloak and seized the king by the throat, lifting him into the air. Do you see this divine form of the sea god? You should understand that only those of us who possess the sea goddess physique are the true powers of this nation, while you, merely a puppet thrust into the limelight. How audacious to think you could bargain with us. It seems your confidence has swelled after over 20 years in power. I had thought you would comprehend your place. It appears it is time for a new ruler for the kingdom of the sea. Fortuitously, today's coronation ceremony is imminent, so we need not squander any more time awaiting the next celebration. Indeed, father, it is time for you to abdicate. This position should have rightfully been mine to inherit. At this moment, the final figure shrouded in the bishop's black robe, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. unveiling a face strikingly similar to the king's. Could it be you, Shinji? The king of the Kingdom of the Sea struggled to articulate a complete thought as the bishop tightened his grip around his throat. Suddenly, filled with disdain, the bishop flung the king into the throne, then picked up a clean towel to meticulously wipe his scaly arms. Disgusting. How dare you let your saliva touch my divine form? Truly abhorrent. Shinji, kill him. The throne of the Kingdom of the Sea is now yours. As you command. Great bishop. Shinji bowed respectfully to the bishop before slowly approaching his father. Cough, cough. I never expected you would become a dog for the sea god sect. I had thought you among all my children were the most likely to stand against them. As he watched his son approach, despair filled the king's eyes. Why, Shinji? Shui is your sister. You would offer her up as a sacrifice to them. Chapter 115, The King and the Sea God Sect. Shui is indeed my sister. But precisely because of that, she should willingly sacrifice herself for the long-term stability of our Kingdom of the Sea. Shinji's expression twisted. Father, do you know? You have been king for 23 years, and I have trained in swordsmanship for the same duration. Yet my sword cannot even cut through the skin of a single member of the Sea God sect. Fortunately, the bishop has not pursued my indiscretion, instead granting me a chance for redemption. If I deliver my sister as a sacrifice, I will gain a physique akin to that of the Sea God sect members. After I slay you with my own hands, I shall inherit your position, and all power and authority will be firmly in my grasp. What difference is there between you and a beast? Anger surged in the eyes of the King of the Sea as he beheld his most cherished son in such a state. What right do you have to judge me? Do not think I am unaware. The bishop has revealed the entire truth to me. You are, like me, a man devoid of principles. Shinji seemed to finally unleash the secrets hidden deep within him, roaring in retort. No, it should not be said that you and I are the same. Rather, I have inherited from you. Everything I have done is merely a reflection of your past actions, and you have committed even greater excesses than I. But all I have done is to protect you. Protect us? Shinji's expression contorted. Your words are grandiose. Yet we both know you merely seek to secure your current position. Do you truly believe that allying with the ninjas of the Water Kingdom against the Sea God sect is clandestine? No, in the Kingdom of the Sea. The Sea God sect knows all and sees all. The ninjas of the Water Kingdom have long since forged an alliance with the Sea God sect. And you are merely floundering in desperation. I have shared all this with you, and you shall die. After your demise, I will announce to the citizens that you passed away due to illness, and I shall formally ascend to the throne as the new king of the Kingdom of the Sea. Drawing his sword from his waist, Shinji, under the astonished gaze of the king, swiftly thrust the blade towards the king's heart. Wind release, wind scythe. Suddenly, countless tiny wind blades sliced through Shinji's sword, shattering it into pieces. Even the hilt was not spared. Who dares? Shinji's face turned to shock as he looked up to the high hall, while those present began to search for the unexpected intruder. I had thought the Sea God sect was truly omniscient and omnipotent. Yet it seems they do not even know when I arrived or where I stand. A mocking voice echoed throughout the royal chamber, but none could ascertain its source. Oh, let them search for another decade, and they might not find me. However, in light of your eagerness to see me, I shall graciously present myself before you. In the next instant, Liuxing appeared directly before Shinji, causing him to stumble back and fall to the ground. Haha, look at this fellow, with such abilities. He dares to aspire to kingship. Observing this scene, Liuxing gestured towards Suinai, while Suinai cautiously regarded the members of the Sea God sect, fearing to act as casually as Liuxing. Relax a bit. They are a bunch of individuals not even worthy of the title of ninja, though they may have peculiar skin. They pose no threat to us. Liuxing patted Suinai's shoulder, then turned his gaze towards the bishop of the Sea God sect. Such strange arms. Might you remove your garments and reveal your skin for me to examine? It is my first encounter with such skin. Could it be you are not human, but rather fish people? You insolent wretch. Where do you come from to dare intrude upon the palace of our Kingdom of the Sea? Before the bishop could respond, Shinji, who had fallen, scrambled to his feet and shouted at Liuxing. Enough noise. I was not speaking to you. Frosty Snow, silence him. Liuxing leisurely observed Shinji. Then a massive hand of chakra erupted from Frosty Snow, grasping Shinji entirely, effectively silencing him. Now, with this, no one shall interrupt our conversation. Might you answer my previous inquiry? Who are you? In contrast to Shinji, the bishop of the Sea God sect appeared far more vigilant, fully prepared for battle. while the figure behind him had concealed the princess of the Kingdom of the Sea within his dark robe. Body flicker technique. Still in Sage mode, Liuxing noticed the movements of the adversaries, and in the next moment, his figure materialized before the one holding the princess, swiftly delivering a slash that severed both arms of the Sea God sect member. It seems this princess holds great importance to you, as you chose to hide her first in such circumstances. The two members of the Sea God sect hastily retreated, while the one who had lost his arms contorted his face in agony, yet soon, his arms miraculously regrew. Regeneration of severed limbs. Liuxing, initially intending to extract information from them, was utterly astonished upon witnessing their ability to regenerate. It was known that even Naruto and Sasuke could not achieve such a feat. Who are you? Is there truly a sea god that exists? We must withdraw. We are no match for him. The two members of the Sea God sect did not respond to Liuxing. Realizing they were outmatched, they cast one last deep glance at Liuxing before fleeing the royal chamber. They have disregarded me. Liuxing gazed in astonishment at the two fleeing figures, making no attempt to impede their escape. His senses permeated the entire palace. Regardless of where they ran, they merely served to guide him. More crucially, the princess, of immense significance to them, remained cradled in his arms. Hey, wake up! Are you all right? With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a small jet of water, splashing it on the princess's face. In an instant, she opened her eyes, startled by the cold water. Where am I? Fortunately, it appeared she was still conscious. Upon witnessing her awakening, Liuxing casually released his grip, letting her tumble to the ground. You are in your father's royal chamber. Look, both your father and brother are here. The princess, initially dazed, suddenly seemed electrified, forgetting the presence of the two outsiders as she called out to the king. Father, I have discovered that a cult within the kingdom is sacrificing children to the sea god. Chapter 116. The origins of the sea god cult. To think my child would be the one most concerned about this matter, the king said, having risen without Liuxing noticing, a distinct trace of blood trickling from his lips. Father, are you injured? The princess, finally aware of the anomaly, rushed to support her father with utmost care. If you knew that this matter is orchestrated by the father you hold in such esteem, would you still stand before me as you do now? The king inquired gently, gazing at his youngest daughter. What? It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Haishang Qianshui was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the king. Indeed, you have not erred. All of this is orchestrated by your father. The missing children in our land have been taken by the sea god cult as sacrifices, all under my indulgence. Haishang Qian sat on the ground, her eyes bloodshot, seeming to confront the harsh reality as she muttered, all are monsters. All are monsters. I once believed I could exchange my conscience for the incredible powers of the sea god cult, yet their seemingly indestructible forms were easily severed by your blade. I didn't even see how you struck. Who are you? What is your purpose in the Sea Nation? Who am I? Liuxing pretended to ponder for 3 seconds before responding. Listen closely. I am merely the village chief of Whirlpool Village. I know you, Whirlpool Liuxing, the newly appointed chief of Whirlpool Village, who single-handedly defeated the formidable warriors of Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing Liuxing's self-introduction, the king of the Sea Nation finally recalled his intelligence. You are actually in our Sea Nation. I heard that Whirlpool Village is currently aiding Konoha in its conflict with the other 4 great ninja villages. I never expected the chief of Whirlpool Village to quietly appear outside my royal chamber. So, are you here to assassinate me? Do not even think about assassinating my father. If you wish to strike, you must first step over my body. Before Liuxing could respond to the king's suspicion, Haishang Qianshui shielded her father with her own body. To think that after coming to know of my sins, you would still choose to stand before me. My dear child, please, step aside. I must atone for my wrongs. All right. Do not be so melodramatic before me. It makes me seem as though I truly came to assassinate you. Liuxing sighed, rolling his eyes, though he had never encountered such absurd demands. He was not a benevolent soul. The fleeting thought of stepping over the princess quickly vanished. Not here to assassinate me? Then might I assume you are merely visiting the Sea Nation for leisure? The king, pulling the princess behind him, regarded Liuxing with a look of surprise. Let me make myself clear. I have come to the Sea Nation to bring it under the dominion of the Whirlpool Nation. I trust you understand that. Liuxing stated bluntly, causing the 3 members of the Sea Nation to look at him with an incredulous expression, as if 1,000 seahorses were stampeding through their minds. You are here to wage war. The princess was the first to speak, Though Lu Xing hadn't explicitly stated it, his intent was unmistakable. Had I not uncovered the sordid affairs within your Sea Nation, I would indeed have had to initiate a conflict. However, at this juncture, I believe we can engage in a discussion of cooperation, thus sparing the common folk from harm. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with determination. But the king felt a heavy weight in his heart as he gazed into those eyes. Princess of the Sea Nation, surely you do not wish for your people to endure the ravages of war. What terms can we negotiate? Jin Shui is still young. Please do not treat her this way. The king of the Sea Nation positioned himself protectively in front of the princess, watching Lu Xing warily. Princess should not be treated as a fragile chick. She is of an age to govern the Sea Nation more adeptly than you, king. Lu Xing disregarded the king's actions, for he now held complete dominion over the situation. Now, enlighten me about the sea god cult. What is their origin? And how have you allowed them to abduct children for sacrifices to the sea god? This tale is lengthy, the king began, seemingly resigned to his fate. 23 years ago, my ship encountered a storm at sea, and I was cast into the ocean. Get to the point. There is no time for lengthy storytelling. Understood. The king's face flushed with embarrassment, and he continued. 23 years ago, I faced a life-threatening crisis, and I was rescued by the sea god cult. They helped me return to the royal city and assisted me in claiming the throne. The price of this assistance was that I must organize a grand ceremony each year. During this celebration, I am powerless to intervene in their actions, while they ensure my continued reign. Since then, I have organized the ceremony on the anniversary of my coronation, during which they seize the opportunity to abduct children, offering them to the sea god in sacrifice to gain terrifying powers. You must have seen their exposed scales. That is the strength they derive from these sacrifices. Initially, they were discreet, capturing only a few children at a time, but gradually their appetite grew. Last year, it reached a point I could no longer conceal, forcing me to use scapegoats to appease the populace. This year, they have even targeted my own children, intending to sacrifice Qian Shui to the sea god, claiming they have waited 18 years for this day, which led to my conflict with them. I never anticipated that my youngest son would be so easily swayed, contemplating offering his own sister as a sacrifice. I see. So you are also unaware of their origins? Lu Xing realized, understanding that the sea god cult was not formidable. Elite shinobi like those of the 7 ninja swordsmen could easily deal with them. It was likely that the previous incarnation of the sea god cult had been dealt with by Hidden Mist Village. For such a peculiar force could not have remained unnamed in the original narrative. The notion of gaining power through sacrifice seemed to resonate within the ninja world. Both the god of death and the evil god had employed similar methods, and now the sea god followed suit. Lu Xing's thoughts were abruptly diverted by the 2 fleeing figures. Hanoka, you take care of the princess of the Sea Nation. As for those 2, Lu Xing gestured, and 2 branches erupted from the ground, binding the fleeing figures tightly in place. Wait here for me. I shall swiftly resolve this sea god cult matter. Chapter 117. The mad priest. Deep beneath the palace of the Sea Nation, in a vast chamber, stood a multitude of grotesque beings adorned with features reminiscent of marine creatures, all gathered around a towering statue of the sea god. At this moment, before the statue, hundreds of unconscious children lay arranged on the ground, as orderly as lambs awaiting slaughter. Where is the bishop? Without the most essential sacrificial offering, the ritual cannot commence. The peculiar individual, whose hands resembled lobster claws, glanced anxiously toward the only entrance to the subterranean space. The time for their sacrifice was drawing near, yet both the bishop and the crucial offering had yet to arrive. Fear not, the bishop possesses his own judgment and will not delay the ceremony. A member of the sea god sect, propped up by 8 octopus tentacles, shot a dissatisfied glance at the lobster-clawed member, seemingly irked by his words. Look, the bishop has returned. Indeed, just as he uttered this phrase, the bishop of the sea god sect, accompanied by a figure with a dolphin's head, swiftly entered the underground space, carrying a sleeping boy. What is this? This is not this year's main offering. It should be the princess of the sea kingdom. At that moment, a keen-eyed member of the sea god sect recognized the boy being carried by the dolphin-headed figure and exclaimed in confusion. There was an unforeseen incident in the royal capital. A powerful ninja intervened and rescued the princess, so I could only bring this boy as a substitute. The bishop explained as he approached the central statue of the sea god. But this boy is still immature. Using him as a sacrificial offering will yield insufficient returns, far less than what the princess would have brought. An elder, adorned with a turtle shell, regarded the bishop's offering with discontent. There is no time left. The ninja who appeared in the Sea Kingdom is none other than the renowned new village chief of Whirlpool Village, Uzumaki Risei. I believe you all understand the implications of that name. It's him, the elder with the turtle shell, along with other prominent members of the Sea God sect. Felt their expressions shift dramatically. How did he arrive here? Even the entirety of the Mist Village cannot contend with him. What kind of conditions did the Sea Kingdom use to hire him against us? I have long said we should eliminate the king first. He knows too many of our secrets and poses the greatest threat to us. Yet you all hesitated, and now look where we are. Enough with the complaints. After 18 years of preparation for this divine ritual, we cannot afford any failure. Although the main offering is not yet mature, even a partial yield will be sufficient for us to ascend as the strongest organization in the ninja world. The bishop finally reached the statue of the sea god and placed the boy at the core position. Let the sacrificial ceremony begin. Prepare to welcome our magnificent sea god into this world. The arrival of the sea god is indeed intriguing. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed in the bishop's ear. He turned in shock to see Ryusei, now accompanied by Xuanxue, inexplicably standing beside the unconscious boy. However, I'm afraid I cannot simply stand by and watch you harm these children, especially since this boy is still my guide. I cannot allow you to use him as a sacrifice. Ryusei realized his previous thoughts were somewhat limited. Having expanded his perception, he had not considered exploring the underground. Fortunately, the bishop's inability to conceal his whereabouts had led him to their stronghold. Uzumaki Ryusei, we were meant to coexist peacefully. Yet your hand has intruded upon the territory of the Sea God sect. Do not presume that only your clan holds divine power. The sea god we venerate is equally magnificent. The elder, cloaked in a turtle shell, proclaimed with a voice that resonated throughout the subterranean space. This world is not inhabited solely by ninjas. While our conflict has not reached an irreconcilable point, it would be wise to withdraw. We can coexist in peace. I assure you, the Sea God sect will not encroach upon your Whirlpool Kingdom. You are blind to reality. Knowing my identity, you should understand that my presence here has already determined your fate. Do you not feel your threats are somewhat illusory? Ryusei scoffed at the elder, dismissing the Sea God sect as mere underlings, absurdly attempting to threaten him. This is your doing. The reply did not come from the turtle-covered elder, but from the bishop, who had remained silent until Ryusei's appearance. He cast aside his dark robe, exposing his sea beast form to the outside world. I am aware of your unfathomable strength. Yet the Sea God sect has endured for millennia and is not to be easily trifled with. I hope your reputation as a strong warrior is not merely a product of boasting, for if so, you shall face a crushing defeat this time. As the bishop's voice lowered, all members of the Sea God sect began to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes filled with fervor and devotion. Are you truly resorting to this tactic right away? The elder with the turtle shell gazed earnestly at the bishop. To become the most powerful warrior of the sea god is the most significant aspiration of my life, and that day has finally arrived. Uzumaki Ryusei, you will pay a heavy price for your foolishness. At this moment, Ryusei sensed a dark wave emerging within the underground space, growing in strength. Haha, you feel it, don't you, foolish one? Initially, you might have disrupted our ultimate technique, but now, the process has become uninterruptible. The bishop laughed maniacally, and Ryusei found himself admiring the bishop's decisiveness in leading the Sea God sect to execute their final gambit without hesitation. Suddenly, water surged within the subterranean space. Observing this scene, Ryusei simply cast the ninjutsu bubble barrier, encasing all the still sleeping children within protective bubbles. Your grand technique must come at a steep price. Are you not concerned that the rumors about me being just an ordinary ninja are inaccurate? Ryusei, are you afraid? Even now? You attempt to use such schemes to thwart our ultimate technique. The bishop's eyes brimmed with madness, and his body began to attract all nearby members of the Sea God sect toward him. There are no wrong names, only misapplied titles. You should know what the inhabitants of the Sea Kingdom call you. Crimson-haired demon. Haha, crimson-haired demon. The bishop continued to laugh maniacally, while the members of the Sea God sect began to merge into his form. Let me experience your demonic methods. Be cautious. I sense an unprecedented malevolence emanating from them, and the aura they exude is deeply unsettling. Furthermore, the statue at the center disgusts me. Xuanxue conveyed her feelings to Ryusei, manifesting her chakra into a fist aimed directly at the sea god statue. Damn it, You dare to attempt to destroy the statue of the sea god. Upon witnessing Xuanxue's action, the bishop, though no longer fully human, was filled with an insatiable murderous intent in his wild eyes. Oh, it's surprisingly sturdy. Ryusei was astonished to find that after Xuanxue's attack, the sea god statue merely swayed slightly, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Shikue awakened. Have you heard of the sea god? I do not know who the sea god is, but everything around you fills me with profound aversion. Anything that evokes such disdain must be extraordinary. Shikue responded to Ryusei's inquiry, and though it too was unaware of the sea god's identity, its shared feelings with Xuanxue confirmed Ryusei's inner suspicions. Indeed, the sea god, the evil god, and the god of death are among the primordial forces within the ninja realm, capable of inciting such profound hatred from the tailed beasts. Liuxing observed the rapidly transforming bishop. His body swelled violently, resembling an overinflated balloon, his scaled skin drenched in blood. Upon contact with the bishop's skin, all members of the sea god sect were directly consumed into his being. In no time, they merged into a colossal egg, filling half the underground space. With a resounding bang, the giant egg burst forth, uprooting all matter above it in the underground realm, exposing itself to the air and to the citizens of the sea nation who were partaking in the festivities within the royal city. What is that? Exclaimed the onlookers in horror. A monster? How could there be a monster in the royal city, especially in the direction of the palace? The entire celebration descended into chaos as a grotesque creature emerged from the colossal egg. Liuxing felt a tempest of emotions stirring within him. Had he crossed into a world akin to Cthulhu? Before him stood a creature composed of countless twisted human forms, heads bobbing amid the viscous surface. Adorned with features of marine life seemingly haphazardly assembled, each aspect assaulting Liuxing's mental defenses. Ha ha ha! Behold the ultimate technique of our sea god sect. Are you frightened? Do you tremble in despair? The bishop's voice faintly echoed through the chaos, and Liuxing yearned to strike down this abhorrent entity that resembled a being from a Cthulhu mythos. The palace had been reduced to ruins. The monster formed from the bishop brandished grotesque limbs extending from its body, tearing everything around it to shreds. Frosty Snow. I cannot bear to witness this creature loitering before me any longer. Assume battle form. I shall shield you from that repugnant slime. Frosty Snow emitted an unwilling howl. Had it not been for Liuxing's command, it would never have approached such a vile creature. Even during its transformation back to its original size, it meticulously controlled its chakra to form a barrier. Soon, Frosty Snow regained its full form, towering over 70 meters, while Liuxing swiftly clasped his hands together, shouting, Senjutsu, would release, Nine-Tails. As his words resonated, armor fashioned from wood release enveloped Frosty Snow flawlessly, increasing its size to over 100 meters, casting a shadow that enveloped the grotesque monster conjured by the sea god sect. Impossible. How can one person wield such terrifying power? At that moment, the bishop and all consciousness merged within the monstrous form were engulfed in disbelief. Their decades of effort culminating in this ultimate technique seemed feeble against the ninja's solitary display of prowess. Meanwhile, the citizens of the sea nation beheld an unforgettable spectacle. The colossal, armored Nine-Tails raised its 9 robust tails, obscuring the sky, and struck down with tremendous force, reducing the monster they had first seen into a puddle of muck. Is it over? Flashed through the minds of the onlookers. Yet beneath Frosty Snow, the creature that had been smashed into sludge was not vanquished. Rather, it was rapidly regenerating. Futile. Though we cannot perform ninjutsu like you ninjas and must rely on the most fundamental forms of attack, the body bestowed upon us by Lord Sea God is immortal. You cannot destroy us. Immortal? You underestimate the methods of ninjas. Liuxing maintained his hand position, maximizing the efficiency of his jutsu. Would release, forest domain. Countless gnarled trunks erupted from the earth, completely submerging the sea god sect monster within a forest. Ha ha ha. Our bodies are made of seawater. These trees cannot harm us. But it is not over yet. Liuxing disregarded the bishop's taunt and proceeded with the next jutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fireballs, akin to meteorites plummeting from the sky, descended from Liuxing's mouth, igniting the entire forest and plunging the royal palace into an inferno. We cannot be burned to death. The sea god provides us with boundless seawater. As long as there is seawater, we can endlessly reform our bodies. Vapor began to rise, forming clouds above. Perfect. I shall experiment with this S-rank ninjutsu that has only appeared once in the original work. During his journey from the Spirit Island to the main island of the Sea Nation, Liuxing had fully mastered the transformation of lightning chakra, and now, brilliant thunder began to flicker within the mist. Senjutsu, lightning release, infinite Kirin. The thunder transformed into a Kirin, roaring like an enraged divine beast, descending as an assault that enveloped the entire battlefield, including Liuxing and Frosty Snow, who were both subjected to the divine beast's thunderous baptism. Chapter 119. The weakness of the statue. The thunder struck relentlessly, and the flames continued to burn, evaporating seawater to form cumulonimbus clouds. Beneath it all, the anguished cries of the transformed sea god sect members echoed through the heavens. Finally, after a relentless barrage of 81 lightning strikes, the flow of seawater ceased, and the creature's wails faded into silence. How difficult to kill. How was this fiend dealt with in the original story? Liuxing marveled at the pitiable, yet still regenerating sea god sect monster, filled with confusion. Even Susanoo could not withstand 81 Kirin strikes. Surely I have overlooked something. Suddenly, Liuxing glanced at the sea god statue beside the monster. Despite the previous attacks, the statue remained unscathed. Ninjutsu and chakra attacks are ineffective against it. Could it be? An audacious hypothesis formed in his mind, and he retrieved a simple kunai from his ninja tool pouch to hurl at the sea god statue. No. The bishop cried out in anguish, but the monster's body had already crumbled, its regeneration painfully slow, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Merely watching as the kunai pierced the sea god statue. With a swift thrust, the kunai effortlessly punctured the statue, and an eerie crimson liquid flowed from the wound. While the conglomerate monster of the sea god sect erupted with a loud bang, a massive injury appearing on its form. Is it this simple? The statue seems to be the true body. Destroying it can easily defeat the amalgamated monster. No wonder no rumors about them have circulated. Liuxing finally comprehended why the sea god sect had remained obscure in the original narrative. The statue of the sea god evidently feared ninja tools or physical attacks, and the most fundamental method of attack for ninjas was to use ninja tools. Moreover, the hidden mist village, which the Sea Nation sought assistance from, boasted the 7 swordsmen known for their combat prowess with ninja tools. Perhaps the members of the sea god sect had yet to fight for their lives before being completely annihilated by the stealthy and lethal ninjas. If it weren't for Liuxing coincidentally training in 5 elemental ninjutsu, he would have first tossed a shuriken to probe the enemy. Lord Liuxing, I implore you to show mercy. We of the sea god sect are willing to divulge all our secrets. Please do not harm the sea god statue. The bishop, now dominant within the monster, anxiously maneuvered its massive form to shield the statue while pleading with Liuxing. Creatures as repugnant as you, I do not wish to spare even a glance. It is best for you to vanish from this world. Liuxing gazed with disdain at the grotesque forms of the sea god cultists. Initially, he had been intrigued by their ability to regenerate from severed limbs, but upon witnessing their true nature, any thought of entrusting such beings to Orochimaru for research was extinguished. In the next moment, Shuangxue wielded a colossal hand formed from chakra, swiftly slicing through the void with the Kusanagi sword, instantly shattering the entire statue of the sea god. No, the sea god is immortal, and so are we. Even if we perish now, one day, we shall return to this world at the behest of our Lord. The sea god, await your fate, Vortex Liuxing. You have no inkling of the dire consequences you have brought upon the land of the vortex. The amalgamation of monsters roared in anger. One by one, the fused members of the sea god cult cursed Liuxing, but regardless of their struggles, they could not escape the clutches of death. Before long, the monsters had entirely dissolved into seawater, filling the depths of the palace. Look, the monsters have vanished. Just before the battle commenced, Liuxing had instructed Shuangxue to escort all the children protected by bubbles out of the depths and into the air above the palace. The previous vibrations of the fight had already awakened the children encased in the bubbles. It was that big brother who defeated the monsters. He saved us. Indeed, the one who exclaimed this was the chief sacrifice. Rescued by the bishop at the last moment, and the same little boy who had informed Liuxing of the festival news outside the royal city. Though he remained oblivious to the full extent of the events, his cleverness had directed all the children's attention to Liuxing creaking and cracking. The wooden armor enveloping Shuangxue began to peel away, reforming into a sturdy platform above the ruins of the palace, while Shuangxue's figure swiftly diminished, returning to a petite form. Lu Xing Sr. In the distance, Vortex Suka, accompanied by the princess and the king, rushed towards Lu Xing. Although Suka had learned of Lu Xing's current identity from the king of the Sea Kingdom, she still could not alter her address for him. Soon, the three had reached Lu Xing, traversing the platform constructed from wood. But what of the other prince? Why was he not brought along? Lu Xing inquired, casting a curious glance at the king. Despite the extensive devastation wrought by his battle with the sea god's monsters, the sleeping quarters of Suka and her companions had remained unharmed due to his deliberate protection. That child became too enamored with the allure of power. Upon witnessing your summoning of thunder, he foolishly sought to attain comparable strength and rushed into the tempest, only to dissolve into nothingness before our eyes. A hint of sorrow flickered in the king's eyes. After all, the prince was his own flesh and blood. To witness his child's demise was a source of unbearable anguish. Especially since, apart from his daughter, it seemed that all other children in the palace had perished in the aftermath of the battle. I am sorry, village head Lu Xing. I could not protect them. Suka bowed her head, feeling a pang of guilt. Yet, she too had been captivated by Lu Xing's ninjutsu, and could hardly have anticipated that the prince would venture outside the sleeping quarters at such a perilous moment. Forget it. It matters not. Lu Xing waved dismissively, summoning the children still floating in the air to the platform with his controlled bubbles. Children, those are my children. The people outside the palace had already witnessed the children who had previously floated in the air. It had been over 20 years since the kingdom had experienced the disappearance of children. Even though the king had suppressed the news, the families of the missing would never forget. Moreover, the parents of the children saved by Lu Xing were also within the royal city. They had rushed towards the palace anxiously while Lu Xing and the monsters battled, and now they finally entered the palace. Look at those children. Because of you, they almost lost their lives at this tender age, becoming sacrifices for those repugnant cultists. Your sins are now too profound to absolve. Chapter 120. City of the Sea. This is all my fault. Had I not been greedy in seeking the aid of the sea god cult, the Sea Kingdom would not have descended into its present state. The voice of the Sea Kingdom's king trembled, his body wavering as he sank to his knees before all the children. I am guilty. I am no longer worthy to continue as the king of the Sea Kingdom. I will grant you a chance. Confess your sins to your people, for they shall judge your fate. Lu Xing observed the throngs of people flowing into the palace from a distance. He had envisioned this very scene once the battle concluded, and thus had constructed a platform large enough to accommodate everyone. I will atone for my sins. Any repercussions are justly deserved. However, my only child is now Kiyuki, and she knows nothing of this. I beseech you, village head Lu Xing, to grant my daughter a chance at life. Father. The princess, Kiyuki, gazed at her father with a complex expression. The one she had always revered had indirectly caused the demise of so many children. In an instant, she found herself at a loss for how to confront her father or the citizens of the Sea Kingdom. Rest assured, I possess the discernment of right and wrong. The kindness of the princess assures me she is a far more fitting candidate for the throne than you. She shall be unharmed. Lu Xing patted Shuangxue on the head. In Shuangxue's perception, there had never been a trace of malice emanating from the princess. However, there shall no longer be a Sea Kingdom. This shall henceforth be the city of the sea in the land of the vortex. The princess shall only serve as a city lord. I trust you have no objections? Lu Xing calmly declared the future of the Sea Kingdom, and to his surprise, neither the king nor the princess protested. The Sea Kingdom merging into the territory of the land of the vortex seemed a fitting resolution, for the Sea Kingdom had never possessed its own military force. In the realm of shinobi, few nations were weaker than the Sea Kingdom. The king remained kneeling, yet a smile began to emerge on his face. Village head Lu Xing. You may not comprehend the sacrifices we made each year to secure the meager protection of the water country. What we called protection was merely a garrison in our land, composed not just of ninjas but also samurai, all while forbidding us from establishing any military of our own. I have always harbored resentment, resenting our inability to wield our own power, resenting the ever-greedy demands of the water country's daimyo, resenting the daily humiliations from the sea god cult. Yet I felt powerless to change anything. However, today, you have effortlessly resolved the long-standing menace of the sea god cult. Perhaps other seemingly insurmountable issues can also be easily addressed by your hands. Merging the Sea Kingdom into the land of the vortex may indeed be the most suitable choice. At this juncture, the king turned to look at the princess beside Suka. Kiyuki, I have always protected you well, and it is fortunate that I did so, otherwise, you too would have been ensnared in this vortex of evil. Now, it is time for me to atone for my sins, but your journey is just beginning. I understand that your kind heart now faces a difficult choice, but do not let it trouble you. I have long suffered for my actions, and being able to atone for them now brings me a sense of relief. I will reveal the entire truth to my people. Though this may render your path ahead arduous, once you traverse this road, you shall undoubtedly grow into a most capable city lord. You seem quite perceptive. I had expected you to resist until the end, yet you willingly relinquished the Sea Kingdom. Lu Xing looked at the king of the Sea Kingdom in astonishment. After learning about the Sea God cult, he had assumed this king would be a man willing to pursue power at all costs. Yet, before he could take action, the king had chosen the most righteous path on his own. In truth, before this, the kingdom of the sea was nearly a mere shadow of its former self. Perhaps after it transforms into the city of the sea, my daughter's power could rise a bit in comparison to mine. Has the kingdom of the sea been infiltrated to such an extent by the kingdom of water? Lu Xing gazed in astonishment at the king, realizing that this scarcely mentioned nation in the original text was now almost under the control of its neighboring kingdom of water. My child, my dear Xiaobao, and Wanwan. The anxious parents finally found their children, and in the distance, nearly all the citizens of the Kingdom of the Sea who had attended the celebration had gathered on the platform of the palace. Look, that's the big brother who saved us. A little boy dressed in a sea elephant costume shouted excitedly, catching Lu Xing's attention. Before his voice faded, everyone turned to the spot where Lu Xing stood. Indeed, it's this big brother. I saw him defeat the monster alongside a great white fox. The little boy continued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was amazing, taking us up into the sky with bubbles until the monster was vanquished before bringing us back to the ground. The children, having awakened only during the later stages of the battle, remained untouched by the sea god's monstrous influence. Thank you for saving our Xiaobao. Thank you. The first child's parents bowed respectfully to Lu Xing, followed by a chorus of parents who did the same. Come here, Lu Xing called to the little boy, wrapping his voice in chakra as he waved him over. In no time, the bright-eyed boy dashed through the crowd to Lu Xing's side. Where are your parents? Lu Xing inquired, having already ensured that every parent had found their child, except for this little one. My parents returned to the ocean long ago. I live on my own, all alone. Lu Xing looked at the child in surprise, realizing why the boy had been explaining the Kingdom of the Sea's festivities to them. Perhaps selling sea beast costumes was one of his few means of survival, and he appeared to be no older than 12. What is your name? Big brother. My name is Storm, because I was born during a tempest, so my parents gave me this name. The boy, Storm, looked at Lu Xing with bright eyes, fully aware that this might be his only chance. This is the method to refine chakra. If you can master it before I leave the Kingdom of the Sea, I will take you away from here. Chapter 121. Unexpected news. Is this truly the method that can lead one to become powerful? Storm treasured the chakra refining method Lu Xing handed him, clutching it tightly, as if afraid it might slip away. All right, no one can take this from you. Seeing the boy's eagerness, Lu Xing intended to pat his head, but as he raised his hand halfway, a memory surged into his mind. Nagato has been found. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before leaving Whirlpool Village, he had left 3 shadow clones behind to facilitate swift communication in case of significant developments. Just moments ago, news of the discovery of the Uzumaki clan in the Rain Village reached Whirlpool Village. Onoka, I have matters to attend to and must temporarily leave. Handle the affairs of the Kingdom of the Sea, and remember to swiftly announce its allegiance to the Kingdom of Whirlpool across the entire ninja world. Quickly delegating the matters of the Kingdom of the Sea to Onoka, Lu Xing formed a wood clone with his hands, and then vanished from sight before the gazes of the crowd. Even Frost Snow unable to return to Lu Xing's body in time. In Whirlpool Village, atop the village's main building. Summoning technique. Lu Xing's clone struck the scroll laid out before him, and soon Lu Xing's true self appeared in that location. Isn't the appointed time rather short? I hardly had the chance to relay more instructions, but thankfully I left a clone there. Lu Xing casually stored the scroll away. Lacking mastery of space-time ninjutsu, he had to rely on the summoning technique for long-distance transportation. However, both summoning and reverse summoning required the other party to respond. So he instructed the clone to summon him back after a minute to avoid disrupting the ongoing matters. This time, capturing the Kingdom of the Sea did not yield the designated sign-in opportunity. I wonder if it's because the Kingdom of the Sea does not meet the criteria, or if it's due to my status as not being the daimyo of the Whirlpool Kingdom. Never mind. I shall procure the Flying Thunder God sign-in opportunity soon after, and once the Kingdom of Water is eliminated, I will surely be rewarded with a designated sign-in chance. Straightening his attire, Lu Xing hastened outside. Having received news of Nagato, it was imperative to obtain the Rinnegan from him as soon as possible. In the office of the village head on the second floor of the village head's building, Uzumaki Ryanosuke was meticulously reviewing intelligence from the battlefield in Konoha when Lu Xing pushed the door open and entered. Village head, what brings you here? Uzumaki Ryanosuke looked at Lu Xing in surprise, well aware that Lu Xing was not in the village. The only presence in the village head's building had been Lu Xing's clone, which typically did not venture out. I received news from Konoha that traces of our Uzumaki clan members have been found within the Land of Rain. Ah, so that is what it is. Indeed. You previously asked me to keep an eye on Uzumaki Fuseo who married into the Land of Rain. I even dispatched a small team to infiltrate the Land of Rain to search for her, but we found nothing. Uzumaki Ryanosuke realized. Long before Lu Xing's first visit to Konoha, he had asked him to look for clan members in the Land of Rain, yet they had failed to locate her. After all, she had initially gone to the rain-hidden village against her family's wishes and had long since lost contact with the village. During this war, I also issued a mission in Konoha to search for Uzumaki clan members. Thus, when Konoha's ninjas discovered individuals resembling our clan, they immediately relayed the information back to Konoha. And I received the news in sync with Konoha. Finally found her. Lu Xing exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Why are you so invested in Fuseo's news? I recall she is not a ninja, and you shouldn't have had much contact with her. Uzumaki Ryanosuke looked at the enthusiastic Lu Xing in confusion. Aware that there were other scattered clan members besides Fuseo, yet he could not understand Lu Xing's intense focus on her. Once I bring her family back to the village, you will understand the reason. Lu Xing did not explain further, but walked directly to the center of the room, standing before the table. Tell the Uchiha clan not to deal a fatal blow to the sorcery village. At this rate, the village is on the brink of destruction. Grant them a moment to breathe. The time to obliterate them has not yet arrived. Lu Xing swiftly unfurled the scroll placed on the table, articulating his battle strategy. While Ryanosuke would naturally handle some of the finer details, he was cautious about making major decisions independently. As his clone dissipated, Lu Xing's mind was already filled with all the intelligence from the village, allowing him to process matters with remarkable speed. On the battlefield of Grass Ninja Village, everyone ought to refrain from recklessness. The Grass Ninja Village possesses the legendary Six Paths ninja tools, the Paradise Box, and the clan members on the battlefield are still unable to contend with that fabled weapon. As for the leader of the Xuanya clan, Lu Xing rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Ever since arriving in Whirlpool Village, Xuanya had persistently sought to single-handedly annihilate the Kingdom of Water, and Lu Xing had intervened on multiple occasions. He had not anticipated that such an aggressive father would have a son like Futake, who was as timid as a pigeon. My clone will stop him. The Kingdom of Water will not last much longer. Once I return from the rain-hidden village, I will head directly to the Kingdom of Water. Liu Xing felt that his schedule was rather tight, having had no time to trouble Yunin Village. Were it not for his unwavering desire to obtain the Rinnegan, he would have long since reserved his final designated sign-in opportunity for the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. By the way, the Land of Water has been subdued, and all its territory will henceforth belong to our Uzumaki clan. Should any other nations harbor ambitions, they may declare war without my consent. Closing the scroll in his hand, Liu Xing gazed fervently at Uzumaki Ryanosuke. Furthermore, I intend to establish new clan regulations. Both our Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan shall open a reproductive program, encouraging all clan members to procreate. Captain Ryanosuke, it is your responsibility to devise a detailed plan and have Grandpa Ashina promote it within the clan. We currently lack nothing in our clan except for people. Our population is the foremost priority among all tasks. Within the Land of Rain, after arranging matters concerning the village, Liu Xing set off directly for the Land of Rain. After 2 days of arduous travel, he finally arrived in this nation. The perpetual weeping sky of this land indeed evokes a sense of discomfort. Liu Xing adjusted the conical hat atop his head. At this moment, his attire, save for the absence of red cloud patterns, bore an unmistakable resemblance to that of the Akatsuki. Should the Akatsuki come into existence in the future, they would likely owe me royalties for the design. silently mocking the situation in his heart. Liuxing continued onward into the land of rain, simultaneously expanding his perception to its utmost range. Chapter 122. Cautious Black Zetsu. Liuxing had grown accustomed to maintaining Sage Mode continuously. In his haste, he had not exited this state. Wherever one may be, the agony wrought by war is invariably the most brutal. The battlefield between the Rain Village and Konoha had long since advanced into the land of rain. Within Liuxing's perception, the land lay in ruin, filled with the acrid scent of conflict. It must be exceedingly difficult to flee with children under such circumstances. I wonder if Madara has already implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato. As he explored, Liuxing pondered. Although previous sign-in attempts indicated that Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan did not impact his sign-in. If Madara had indeed placed the Rinnegan within Nagato's body, perhaps this could lead to Madara being eternally deprived of resurrection. Suddenly, Liuxing's expression brightened. Within his scope of perception, a familiar presence emerged. White Zetsu. It seems Madara has indeed set his sights on Nagato. Since White Zetsu is here, Nagato's family must be nearby as well. Liuxing quickly concealed his presence and swiftly approached White Zetsu's location. In Sage Mode, his perception covered a vast area, allowing him to detect White Zetsu and remain undetected until he drew near. Diamond Lock. Chains shot forth from behind Liuxing like lightning, sealing White Zetsu in an instant, leaving him with no opportunity to relay any messages. Where is Nagato's family? Liuxing looked toward the distant valley. Due to the distance, his perception could not encompass that area entirely, yet he could still discern several homes faintly visible. Although it was unclear why White Zetsu was monitoring Nagato from such a distance, it did not hinder Liuxing from sealing White Zetsu into the scroll. Having completed the sealing of White Zetsu, Liuxing hurried toward the valley. Shortly after he departed, a carnivorous plant emerged from the position where White Zetsu had been. This creature again. It seems to have grown significantly stronger. I cannot possibly match it. It appears I must inform Madara of the situation here. With that, it prepared to retreat underground, using the floating technique to swiftly return to the mountain graveyard. Sage Art. Sealing barrier for Red Sun's formation. Just as he was about to submerge underground, for voices echoed around him, and the next moment, a barrier of red flames enveloped the space entirely. How unfortunate! Have I been discovered? The carnivorous plant could do nothing but emerge from the ground again, while Liuxing's true form suddenly appeared before it. Not Black Zetsu. Seeing White Zetsu after it had opened, Liuxing's expression darkened. To prevent Black Zetsu from escaping, he opted not to attempt the 12 divine realms and immediately employed the strongest barrier he could manage, the 4 Red Suns formation. Where is Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu. The White Zetsu, encased within the plant, spoke in a cold, emotionless tone, as if it were a mere automaton. This is our first meeting, Uzumaki Liuxing. Yet you seem quite familiar with me? Even with Akatsuki, it is surprising that I have only confronted ordinary White Zetsu once. And Black Zetsu has already taken precautions against me. Realizing the reason, Liuxing exhaled a breath of frustration. Though he yearned to eliminate the mastermind behind the ninja world at that very moment, since the opponent was not present, he could not force the issue. It seems you are merely a fraction of him. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. I must dispose of you quickly and return to retrieve my clan members to Uzumaki village. Ah, so you hold such concern for your kin? However, do you truly believe I will be so easily dealt with? Carnivorous plant technique. In the next moment, White Zetsu's body began to swell, transforming into a massive white monstrosity with numerous carnivorous plant mouths, swiftly lunging toward Liuxing. Sage Art. Sealing technique. 5 elements sealing. Ever since mastering the method of utilizing Sage Chakra to perform ninjutsu, Liuxing had been experimenting with Sage Art sealing techniques. This transition was not overly complex, and he had quickly grasped the majority of Sage Art sealing techniques. Before the carnivorous plant could reach Liuxing, a powerful force of suction enveloped it, sealing its entire form into the scroll in Liuxing's hand. This is troublesome. Although he had dealt with the carnivorous plant White Zetsu, Liuxing understood that confronting Black Zetsu had become exceedingly complicated. The latter was adept at hiding and would now be extremely wary of him. It was likely Black Zetsu would never again reveal himself. It is known that Black Zetsu would rather wait for a millennium than take risks. Yet, Black Zetsu possesses an eternal lifespan, capable of enduring through thousands of years, whereas I have but a century or so left. Must I truly rely on Orochimaru's techniques to achieve immortality? soliciting suggestions for techniques within Naruto that grant longevity. Guesses are welcome regarding how Liuxing will ultimately achieve immortality. Casual as he dispelled several clones around him, the four red suns formation dissolved, and tranquility returned to the area. However, the inhabitants of the distant valley were already thrown into disarray by the battle, with several villagers gathering to pray that the war would not affect their village. Rest assured, I have hidden Nagato well. No one shall discover him. Among the crowd, a young man with black hair held a red-haired girl tightly in his arms. They were the parents of Nagato, and having interacted with ninjas before, they understood that upon noticing Nagato's unusual eyes, they must keep his existence hidden from the ninja world. I hope they are merely passing through. Our village is comprised of ordinary folk, and should not attract their attention. Fusang spoke cautiously, harboring deep regret for not possessing the power to protect Nagato. Look, someone is coming. Nagato's father, Ise, was the first to spot the swiftly approaching Liuxing. Following the previous battle, Liuxing had removed his conical hat, revealing his long red hair, which triggered a wave of memories in Fusang. You are the Uzumaki Liuxing from our clan? Ninjas are a relatively rare group. Even among the Uzumaki clan, only a few possess the qualifications to become ninjas. Thus, although Fusang had left Uzumaki village 2 years prior, she was still not unfamiliar with Liuxing. Long time no see, Fusang. I have come to bring you and your family back to the clan. Upon hearing Fusang's acknowledgement of her identity, Liuxing finally allowed a faint smile to grace his features. The earlier dissatisfaction stemming from Black Absolute's escape was swiftly dispelled, and soon after, he heard the prompt from the system. Chapter 123, Young Nagato Humph. How audacious of the land of whirlpools to claim dominion over the land of water. Have we received any news from our stationed forces in the land of water? In the grand hall of the land of water's daimyo, the lord, in a fit of rage, overturned all the tableware, crashing them to the ground. With the assistance of his attendants, he sank back into his recliner, his voice laden with fury as he interrogated the trembling servant standing at the door. Reporting to the daimyo, all our forces in the land of water, including the ninja corps, have lost contact. Useless. All of you are useless. The daimyo of the land of water leapt from his chair once more, continuing to smash everything within reach. After all this time nurturing them, they can't even handle a single opponent. Bring me the troops. I shall wage war against the land of whirlpools, and contact the other 4 daimyos. Since the land of whirlpools dares to make the first move, I shall unite with the other 4 great nations to eliminate them. Ouch! As the daimyo spoke, he sat down once more, unaware that shards of porcelain had somehow landed on his chair, piercing him and eliciting a thunderous wail. Someone quickly, help the daimyo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subjugating the significant force of the ninja world, the land of water, and earning a reward, a designated sign-in opportunity. The system's voice echoed suddenly in his mind, leaving Liuxing momentarily dazed. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he continued to smile at Fusang. The land of rain is currently perilous. You may soon find yourselves embroiled in a conflict amongst several nations. Therefore, I have come to retrieve you. But I left secretly, without informing my clan. I have violated the village's rule of not engaging with hostile forces. Fusang spoke cautiously. Although she yearned for the village's protection, she understood that once she had departed, returning was no longer an option. Here, she could scarcely mention her surname. When did the Hidden Rain village become an enemy of the village? Upon hearing Fusang's words, Liuxing did not respond directly, but instead countered with his own question. The village chief stated that to be an enemy of Konoha is to be an enemy of the land of whirlpools. And since the Hidden Rain village is an enemy of Konoha, it is also an enemy of the land of whirlpools. Perhaps your prolonged stay here has left you unaware of the ninja world's dynamics. Fear not, with me here. Our village is no longer the weak ninja village reliant on Konoha's favor. The land of whirlpools is now the most formidable of all ninja villages. Previously, Liuxing had hesitated to declare the land of whirlpools the strongest village in the ninja world, but with the system's recent prompt to sign in, he felt empowered to assert his position as the mightiest in the current ninja realm. Detected sign-in target, Nagato, Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Liuxing's focus narrowed solely to the Rinnegan. Without hesitation, he issued the command in his mind. System, select sign-in target. Nagato, designated sign-in reward. Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. Commence sign-in immediately. Ding. Designated sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara. The system's emotionless mechanical voice brought a wave of exhilaration over Liuxing. With the acquisition of this eye, the most crucial piece of his power puzzle was now complete. In this moment, without the Otsutsuki clan present, none in the ninja world could rival his strength. System, extract the reward. No prompt sounded, yet Liuxing felt an unprecedented energy surge within him, and his eyes rapidly transformed to a deep crimson. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo, Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Before the astonished gazes of Fusang and Ishii, Liuxing's eyes underwent a continuous transformation, ultimately settling into a swirling pattern of violet hues. The Rinnegan. Indeed, unlike Nagato, who could only maintain the Rinnegan's activation, Liuxing, through the system, possessed not only the Rinnegan but also all prior stages of the Sharingan, and he wielded the Uchiha clan's bloodline, granting him the ability to control the eye at any stage he desired. How is it that you possess the same eyes as Nagato? Could it be that this eye is also a bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan? Ishii instinctively inquired. Oblivious to the presence of other villagers and evidently unaware of the capabilities of the Uzumaki clan. Upon seeing Liuxing with eyes identical to Nagato's, he presumed these eyes too belonged to the Uzumaki bloodline. No, that is not the case. Our clan has never possessed an eye with such attributes. Liuxing, what is the meaning of this? Fusang asked anxiously, fully aware of her clan's abilities, realizing that neither Nagato's nor Liuxing's eyes belonged to their bloodline. Upon hearing Fusang refer to him as brother, Liuxing felt a momentary daze, quickly recognizing that in the ninja world, individuals often married and bore children at a young age. Though Fusang had given birth to Nagato, she was indeed younger than him. Fear not. Although Nagato's eyes are not inherently his, he will not face danger in the near term. Returning his Rinnegan to its original state, Liuxing's eyes shifted back to their natural black hue as he addressed her. You know Nagato. Does that imply the village has been monitoring us all along? Upon hearing Liuxing utter Nagato's name, Fusang instinctively assumed the village had been sending people to watch over her. This is the land of rain. How could the village possibly send anyone to monitor you? My abilities are rather unique, allowing me to glimpse certain events in the future, which is how I came to know Nagato's name. Liuxing smiled as he maneuvered past Fusang and Ishii, making his way to a room behind them. Moreover, having been away from the village for so long, have you forgotten that one of the Uzumaki clan's abilities is an extraordinary sense of perception? Even though I do not know Nagato's identity, he remains remarkably conspicuous in my perception. Furthermore, the place you are hiding Nagato is far too perilous. Should he merely roll over, he could fall and injure himself. Gently cradling Nagato, who was less than 100 days old, Liuxing endeavored to soften his expression. Despite the unfamiliarity, Nagato did not cry, but instead reached out with his tiny hands, yearning for Liuxing's embrace. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Liuxing burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if the Uchiha bloodline had unlocked a new door within him. His exuberant laughter startled both Fusang and Ishii, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Chapter 124. The Fate of Rope Triahem. My apologies. Liuxing felt his face flush, matching the color of his hair. Had he not been holding Nagato, he would have covered his face with his hands in embarrassment. Damn that Uchiha bloodline. Can it not rid me of this propensity for laughter? After a swift internal critique, Liuxing regained his composure. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing the new life within our clan, hence my inability to restrain my laughter. By the way, Nagato possesses remarkable talent. Even without these eyes, he would achieve great things, and I will strive to assist him in mitigating the negative repercussions of possessing these eyes. Liuxing was uncertain about resolving the curse mark within Nagato's heart, but he could effortlessly address the influence of the Outer Path's golem, as his eyes were not bound by the same limitations as Nagato's Rinnegan. I almost thought. Fusang's expression turned awkward. She had nearly misjudged Liuxing's intentions, fearing he would harm Nagato. Fortunately, before she could react, Liuxing had already returned to normalcy. All right, let's tidy up. I shall take you back to the land of whirlpools. Henceforth, it shall be your new home. At the border of the rain country, Ryusei sat atop a wooden turtle, having heeded the request of Fuso to escort the residents of their village away from the rain country. To expedite their journey, he crafted a large turtle from wood to carry everyone. As they neared the borders of Kiraigakure, what had once been a tranquil passage now erupted in the chaos of battle. It seemed that Hanzo had commenced a fierce counterattack. Ryusei extended his perception over a radius of several kilometers. Upon awakening the Rinnegan, he also acquired the chakra of the In attribute, thereby completing the final link of the 7 attributes. Furthermore, the previously elusive Kagura Shingon now came to him with ease. Suddenly, a blond boy intruded upon the periphery of his senses, unwittingly advancing towards a series of traps laid by the Rain Ninja. Alarmed at the impending danger, Ryusei did not hesitate. He activated his Rinnegan and leapt from the turtle's back. Once I achieve enough merit on the battlefield, my sister will surely regard me with newfound respect. I shall demonstrate my growth, proving that I no longer require her protection. Meanwhile, Shoshin continued to advance, completely oblivious to the peril that loomed just ahead. Boom. As Shoshin reached the treetops once more, the traps of the Rain Ninja detonated in an instant, and he found himself at the epicenter of the explosion, with no means of escape. Is this the battlefield? Must I truly perish here? Shoshin's expression barely had time to shift as Tsunade's teachings resonated in his mind. He realized that under such circumstances, survival was an impossibility. Forgive me, sister. I may have to break my promise. In the nick of time, Ryusei's voice echoed in Shoshin's ears, followed by a swift embrace that shielded him from the blast. An invisible repulsive force emanated from Ryusei, dispersing the explosion in all directions. That was close. Ryusei wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, acknowledging the gravity of the moment. Had he not gained the ability to fly with the Rinnegan, reaching Shoshin in time would have been impossible. It's you, brother Ryusei. Shoshin emerged from the remnants of the blast, gazing up at Ryusei with immense gratitude. Shoshin, shouldn't you still be at the Ninja Academy? How did you end up on the battlefield of the Rain Country? Ryusei inquired, already aware that Shoshin was meant to have perished in the traps set by other village ninjas. However, just days prior, when Shoshin participated in the Chunin exams in Konoha, he was merely a student at the academy. How could he have suddenly appeared in such a dire situation? Due to the sudden outbreak of war, our village's ninjas were severely depleted. Thus our cohort was promoted to Chunin to undertake missions. Shoshin sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that he should not have been there. But his eagerness to prove himself had driven him to sneak into the Rain Country. Is this the will of fire of Konoha? The Hokage luxuriates in the village while sending children to fight and die. It is laughable, truly laughable. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. But this flame, was it merely meant to warm the so-called elite of Konoha? Ryusei released Shoshin, his heart brimming with disdain for Konoha. Living in this world had unveiled the fundamental nature of ninjas to him. Even within Konoha, the higher-ups regarded ordinary ninjas as mere tools. Even if you become a genin in times of war, the burdens of battle should not fall upon one who has only just attained that rank. Come, I shall escort you back to Konoha. But I snuck away to the Rain Country after my mission. Brother Ryusei, please do not tell my sister. Shoshin feigned a pitiful demeanor, but Ryusei was not so easily deceived. Tell me, who is your commanding ninja? Is he a jonin or a chunin? Shuda-sensei is my commanding ninja. He is a jonin of the village. Shoshin's excitement surged at the mention of his teacher, for it was rare for a team to be led by a jonin in their cohort. Are you saying you escaped under the watchful eye of a jonin and traversed here to the battlefield of the Rain Country? Ryusei scoffed, confident that Shoshin was not foolish enough to misunderstand his insinuation. Upon hearing Ryusei's words, Shoshin froze in place. He was not simple-minded. He comprehended the implications of Ryusei's statement. Yet it was his most respected teacher. Let us go. I happen to be passing through Konoha. Taking you along is no trouble. As Shoshin began to ponder, Ryusei turned and guided the wooden turtle closer to their location. It seemed that the butterfly effect I initiated was quite significant. Shoshin was not due to become a genin for another year, and his commanding jonin was not this individual. However, none of that altered the fact that he was destined to die on the battlefield. Was there truly someone orchestrating these events from the shadows? Squinting slightly, Ryusei finally closed his Rinnegan. Thus, if Tsunade or Shoshin were indeed to rebuild the Senju clan, those individuals would surely emerge at the first opportunity. It might be prudent to seek a means to eliminate these wretched characters. Otherwise, even if Konoha were to merge with the Uzumaki village, I must remain vigilant. Chapter 125. Confrontation with the third Hokage Konoha, Hokage Tower. You say a newly promoted genin like Shoshin has gone missing under your watch, Shoyuda? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your identity? Tsunade, having hurried back from the battlefield against Sunagakure, seized the dark-haired man, Shoyuta, practically spitting fire from her eyes. Tsunade-sama, the Shimura clan is a thing of the past. I am now merely an ordinary jonin of Konoha. Shoyuta, Shoshin's commanding jonin, spoke expressionlessly, as if confident that Tsunade would not dare act against him. Shoshin strayed from his team during a mission. Even if he returns to the village, he cannot escape punishment. Besides, a ninja must complete their task. In such circumstances, I could not abandon the mission to retrieve Shoshin. Wait for me. If anything happens to Shoshin, you shall be the first to accompany him to the grave. With a forceful toss, Tsunade flung Shoyuta into a corner of the room, then turned her attention to the main seat of the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, continued to puff on his pipe. Teacher, was this all you're doing? Concerning her brother's life and safety, Tsunade wasted no time in questioning the third Hokage. Tsunade, I understand your urgency, but you should not have abandoned the battlefield for Konoha. Moreover, that Shoshin voluntarily left the team and forsook the mission is an established fact. It will not change because of Shuta's identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose from his chair and approached Tsunade, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I have dispatched individuals to locate Shoshin. Considering this is his first offense, I can overlook it this time. However, the battlefield in the Rain Country requires your healing skills. Once you have rested, you should proceed there. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are also present. Humph. Tell me the location where Shoshin went missing. I will personally retrieve him. As for the battlefield of the Rain Ninja, let Orochimaru find his own way. Tsunade shrugged off Hiruzen's hand and, after casting him a deep glance, exited the room. Just then, an Umbu suddenly flashed into the room, whispering into the third Hokage's ear. Tsunade, there is no need for you to search. The village leader Ryusei from the Uzumaki clan has found Shoshin outside and is bringing him back to Konoha. The third Hokage's expression was somewhat complicated. Yet Ryusei had already reached the village entrance. He was acutely aware of Tsunade's connection with Ryusei, and if she were to encounter him directly, she might implore Ryusei to discipline her own subordinates. I shall accompany you to the village entrance, he said. Having just received the news that the land of water had surrendered to the land of whirlpools, which had now become a formidable force not to be underestimated. Tsunade paused, reluctant to join the third, yet acknowledging him as her mentor and feeling less anxious now that she knew Shinjutsu was safe. Let us proceed. Since you recognize the importance of the situation, refrain from hesitating and put aside your authority as Hokage. Konoha's infrastructure was indeed commendable. Had the second Hokage not perished prematurely, Konoha would not be in its current state. Standing at the entrance of Konoha, Ryusei scrutinized the village once more while awaiting Tsunade's arrival. He had brought along a group of ordinary citizens and thus did not intend to enter the village itself. Ryusei village chief. It is astonishing that in just a month's time, you have managed to bring the land of water under your control, exclaimed Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he and Tsunade swiftly approached the village entrance, the congratulatory words reaching Ryusei's ears before they arrived. To Ryusei's surprise, the news had already reached Konoha. The ninjas who had imprisoned those from Yuzu village would naturally pay the price. He had not anticipated their cowardice, as a mere threat had compelled them to relinquish the entire land of water. Ryusei spoke candidly, his strength now fully capable of supporting such assertions, and Hiruzen discerned the underlying threat in his words. Your courage is commendable, Ryusei village chief. Konoha is currently ensnared in the vortex of war, and as Hokage, I bear immense burdens each day. Before Ryusei, the third Hokage exhibited no change in expression in response to his words. By the way, although I am unaware of how you crossed the border into Konoha, I am grateful you brought back Shinjutsu. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the trouble he might have caused outside. Indeed, I did not notify Konoha before entering the Land of Fire, and my actions were certainly not in accordance with the rules. However, in these extraordinary times, I acted solely to rescue my kin. Ryusei had no intention of engaging in pleasantries with the third Hokage, but given that Hiruzen had brought the topic to him while chastising him for disregarding the rules, he felt no need to hold back. Unlike you, Hokage, who espouses the will of fire, it seems your true intent is to send children into battle to illuminate your own position. What do you mean, Ryusei village chief? Hiruzen could no longer maintain his composure. His expression darkened instantaneously. Had it not been for his wariness of Ryusei's strength, he might have acted impulsively. It is nothing of consequence. Merely a straightforward observation of your conduct, Hokage. As the village's strongest, to fail in protecting your citizens and their future compelling the next generation to bear arms, is indeed a grave misstep. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present shifted, and the Umbu encircled them tightly. Oh, it appears that these formidable Umbu have not gone to the battlefield. I had assumed the strength within Konoha had waned, only to discover that the mightiest ninjas are preoccupied with fending off external threats. Ryusei was unyielding. He was not a ninja of Konoha, and even if he were to declare war upon them, he would bear no burden of conscience, merely a deviation from his plans. Ryusei village chief, you jest. The safety of our villagers is paramount. I merely fear that leaving Konoha might expose it to a surprise attack, a loss Konoha cannot afford. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared grave, yet he raised his hand to halt the restless Umbu beneath him, fully aware of Ryusei's true capabilities. If Ryusei were to strike Konoha, it would require the collective strength of all its ninjas to stand a chance. Shinjutsu, return to the village with Tsunade. Considering this is your first offense, I shall overlook your abandonment of duty. However, you shall not be permitted to undertake any missions for the foreseeable future. Hold on. Chapter 126, Tsunade's Realization. Suddenly, Ryusei called to a halt, shielding Shinjutsu behind him. I have come to realize that Konoha is perilously dangerous. Allowing such a young child to engage in battle, perhaps sending Shinjutsu back, was a mistake. Half of my bloodline hails from the Senju clan, and since Konoha no longer provides a nurturing environment for the Senju, perhaps it would be wise for Shinjutsu to accompany me to Yuzu village. You must agree with me, Tsunade. Since arriving, Tsunade had remained silent. Even during the verbal sparring between Ryusei and the third Hokage, lost in thought, until Ryusei shifted the focus onto her. Ryusei, thank you for bringing Shinjutsu back. I wish to know, was he in danger when you found him? Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall not wander again. Before Ryusei could respond, Shinjutsu interjected. Terrified of Tsunade, unwilling for her to discover that he had nearly met his demise. Be quiet. I shall address your unauthorized departure later. For now, you shall explain why you left your team. Tsunade's voice was icy, and familiar with her wrath, Shinjutsu's legs buckled, causing him to kneel before her. I am sorry, sister. I merely wished to contribute to the village sooner. Shinjutsu evidently did not grasp the gravity of the situation, believing that not returning promptly after completing a task was not a breach of village rules. While I was assigned my previous mission, I learned of the dire situation at the battlefield in the Hidden Rain village. So you secretly ventured to the battlefield in the Hidden Rain, forsaking your own mission? Tsunade was incredulous, her laughter tinged with disbelief. This expression was far more terrifying to Shinjutsu than any prior display. I did not abandon my mission. I left only after completing it. Brother Ryusei, please save me. Otherwise, my sister will take my life. Clinging desperately to Ryusei's leg, Shinjutsu appeared pitiable and helpless. But Ryusei was unmoved. Though Shinjutsu implored me to keep this incident from you, I believe it is imperative that you understand the dangers he faced. With a flicker, Ryusei's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. Tsunade only needed to meet his gaze for a moment, and in the next instant, Shinjutsu's harrowing experiences in the Hidden Rain village unfolded before her. Ryusei presented the events from his perspective, revealing not only the damage from the trap that Shinjutsu had triggered, but also 3 Chunin from the Hidden Rain who had emerged from their ambush, ready to attack once the trap had inflicted its harm. However, these 3 were obliterated by Ryusei's Shinra Tensei, leaving them lifeless. So, you nearly perished on the battlefield. I almost lost you, my only kin. After witnessing the peril Shinjutsu had encountered, Tsunade trembled as she approached him, kneeling to embrace him tightly. Sister. In that moment of warmth, Shinjutsu felt a sense of security, softly calling out to Tsunade. Thud. As Ryusei had anticipated, Tsunade raised her hand and struck Shinjutsu on the head with considerable force, a large bump quickly forming atop his skull, reminiscent of Jiraiya's antics. Ouch. Please, sister. No more. Having experienced such beatings before, Shinjutsu shielded his head and pleaded for mercy. Sage. The third Hokage's expression was grim. Ryusei had just used the Rinnegan and did not evade his gaze. Thus he witnessed the transformation of Ryusei's eyes, deepening his unease towards him. What transpired, Tsunade? Lord Third, my brother, my only kin, nearly perished on the battlefield of the Rain Village. Tsunade released Shoju and turned to look coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, marking the first time she did not address him as her teacher. You should have heard it as well, Shoju interjected. We learned of the dire situation in the Rain Village when undertaking our mission. I am baffled as to when the village's intelligence operations deteriorated to such a degree that even a Chunin could ascertain the state of affairs. Moreover, the instructor you assigned him, a Jonin, could merely stand by and watch a Chunin leave the team after the mission, returning to the village only to slander him for supposedly fleeing during the assignment, nearly causing the mission to fail. Pray tell, what else is the village capable of? Was this truly orchestrated by you? Does the village truly harbor such disdain for our Senju clan that even Shoju and I have forsaken our surname only to be pursued relentlessly? It is not as such. Tsunade, no one anticipated Shoju would venture alone to the Rain Village. Promoting this cohort of students directly to Chunin was a unanimous decision of the higher-ups. Higher-ups? Is it merely your few comrades' unilateral decision? Tsunade left no shred of dignity for the third Hokage. At this juncture, she had completely discerned her teacher's true nature. All schemes appear trivial in the face of absolute strength, and Ryusui's prowess far exceeded the third's estimations, rendering her plans easily laid bare. Tsunade, I recognize your suspicions regarding Shota. I shall conduct a thorough inquiry. Rest assured, I will not spare anyone who attempts to harm the younger generation of ninjas. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that he could hesitate no longer if he did not expel the Shimura clan members to serve as scapegoats. His relationship with Tsunade would be irreparable. Subsequently, he discreetly signaled with the hand hidden behind his back. Furthermore, Ryusui, although you share a bloodline connection with the Senju clan, Shoju is now a Konoha ninja and must not accompany you to the Uzumaki village. Should I leave Shoju here to await his demise at your hands? Tsunade had thoroughly grasped her teacher's disposition. Shoju's upbringing had already indoctrinated him, and he remained oblivious to the naivety of his thoughts. Yet Tsunade would not be deceived by such words. Shoju, do you not aspire to become a powerful ninja like grandfather? Here lies your opportunity. Ryusui possesses abilities identical to grandfather's. He could be your finest mentor. Go with him to the Uzumaki village for training. Once you master grandfather's wood-release techniques, I shall acknowledge your capability to protect yourself, and then I shall not hinder you any longer. Really, sister? As Shoju's eyes began to gleam with hope, suddenly, a bloodied figure burst through the surrounding umbu. Collapsing before the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, urgent news from the front. What is it? Speak. Immediately aiding the fallen ninja, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquired anxiously. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, launched a sudden assault and decimated our entire unit. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya fought valiantly to cover our escape. But Lord Jiraiya was poisoned by Hanzo's venom and is in grave danger. The ninja, supported by Hiruzen, trembled as he relayed the frontline information without regard for the gravity of the situation. What was Orochimaru doing? Such critical intelligence. Why did he not use summoning techniques to inform the village but instead sent you back alone? Hiruzen's face reflected urgency. Had Ryusui not already discerned the truth? He too might have been convinced of Hiruzen's genuine concern for Jiraiya. Hanzo's poison is too potent. Lord Orochimaru's summoned beasts cannot withstand it. I was instructed to return to the village to report on the circumstances in the Rain Village and to request Lady Tsunade's assistance on the battlefield to neutralize Hanzo's venom. Those two. Upon hearing Jiraiya had been poisoned, Tsunade's expression turned anxious. Hanzo is a formidable entity in the ninja world. How could they be so careless? No. I must hasten to the front lines to assist them. Rest assured, that guy Jiraiya is certainly not so fragile. You will make it to the Rain Village in time to aid him. Ryusui smiled and patted Tsunade's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Ryusui, did you encounter Jiraiya when you were in the Land of Rain? I did not venture deeply into the battlefield. However, though Hanzo is powerful, the overall strength of the Rain Village pales in comparison to Konoha's, and he would not dare provoke us. Therefore, Jiraiya will not come to harm. Ryusui understood Hanzo's mindset well, and even without holding back, Jiraiya's myriad of techniques and the toads of Miyaboku would ensure he would not succumb to mere poison. The true threats to Jiraiya lay among those behind him. Regardless, Jiraiya is still my comrade. I cannot stand idly by while he suffers from venom. I am the only one in Konoha capable of counteracting Hanzo's poison. Moreover, to enable my departure from the battlefield against Suna, advisors Kurama Shikaku and Mito Hamura have taken my place. Though they may not be able to neutralize Hanzo's poison, they are exceptionally skilled at dealing with Suna's Chiyo. Tsunade rose again, ruffling Shoju's disheveled hair, inadvertently aggravating the bump she had caused, prompting Shoju to wince. I will trouble you to look after Shoju. He is still too young. Due to grandfather and uncle's influence, he is overly eager to contribute to Konoha, yet his talent has yet to be fully developed, and his strength remains insufficient. You are the only one I know who has inherited grandfather's wood release. Perhaps you could guide him and allow his true potential to shine. Very well, then I shall take it upon myself to mentor Shoju. Speaking of which, I do not yet have a disciple. Observing the sincerity in Tsunade's eyes, Ryusei instinctively agreed. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened ominously, had he not feared that speaking further might lead Tsunade to abandon her post. He would never have allowed Shoju to depart with Ryusei. Since it is so, I shall not detain you. Indeed, under Ryusei's tutelage, Shoju's future is boundless. One could not help but admire Hiruzen's resilience. Even in such dire circumstances, he gritted his teeth and offered praise. You need not worry about Shoju's future, Lord Hokage. Since you must safeguard this village, focus on its protection and avoid drawing powerful enemies. Without glancing back, Tsunade severed her ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Konoha was a place fiercely defended by her grandfather and uncle, and she could not relinquish her attachments there. Otherwise, she too would have departed alongside Ryusei. Jiraiya is awaiting my assistance with the antidote. I shall head directly to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. I hope that when we meet again, the ninja world has returned to peace. Tsunade placed particular emphasis on the word peace, clearly recalling Ryusei's dream. It served as her unique farewell to him. Also, thank you for saving my brother. He is of utmost importance to me. With that, Tsunade hastily departed for the Land of Rain, while Ryusei, after using the Kagura mines, to sense the conditions of Kushina and Mito, set off towards the Uzumaki village with Shoju, Nagato, and their companions. Due to their travel by the wood tortoise, even with a majority of ordinary individuals in their party, Ryusei managed to return to the Uzumaki village within just 2 days. Why has the village entered a state of readiness for war? Standing before the newly constructed entrance of the village, Lu Xing's perception had already enveloped the entire area. In the next moment, a shadow clone atop the village chief's building dissipated into smoke. The Land of Water has surprisingly declared war on us. I never anticipated that my actions in subjugating the Land of the Sea would provoke such a vehement response from the Land of Water. Even the Hidden Mist village has once again declared war on the Vortex village, reclaiming all the territories that were previously compensated. The memories of the shadow clone surged into Lu Xing's mind, and he quickly grasped the unfolding events within the village. I did not expect the daimyo of the Land of Water to be so rash. I thought I would need to provoke them further by visiting their land before they would resort to violence. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Xing's face. With the Land of Water taking the initiative against the Land of Vortex, he now had a justifiable opportunity to retaliate. Village Chief. Upon seeing Lu Xing arrive with a multitude of people at the village entrance, the 2 ninjas stationed there hastily stood up. Do not be alarmed. Please register them all. From now on, these individuals shall be residents of Vortex Village. Are all these people? The Chunin guarding the entrance asked in astonishment, gazing at the hundreds following Lu Xing. Just register them as instructed. Although you belong to the Uzumaki clan, you cannot question the chief's decisions. Another Chunin quickly covered his teammate's mouth, fearing that his companion's remarks might provoke the newly appointed village chief. Lu Xing did not intervene. Rather, this scene filled him with warmth, as it seemed to imbue the village with genuine vitality. Let me go? Finally breaking free from the grip of his comrade. This Uzumaki Chunin looked in surprise at a girl in the crowd with striking red hair, cradling a similarly red-haired infant. Is that you, Fusang? You have finally returned to the village. Chapter 128. The anxious Uchiha Xianyi brother Lu Gue. It's me. I'm back. Fusang approached slowly, holding Nagato. Although she had been away from the village for over 2 years, she still recognized the vast majority of the clan members, especially since Lu Gue had been her neighbor during her time in Vortex Village. It truly is you. After your grandfather's passing, you left the village alone. You must have endured hardships during these years. Lu Gue expressed surprise, having anticipated a reproach, but instead receiving such a heartfelt greeting. Let us not dwell on the past. What matters is that you have returned. This must be your child. How adorable. He smiled, glancing at the little boy in Fusang's arms. The clan has recently established a rule. For every child born, a property will be awarded in the village, and the village will also cover all child-rearing expenses. Furthermore, The village chief has stated that even those who have been away can benefit from this policy upon their return. I didn't expect Captain Longji to act so efficiently. It has been less than a week since I left, and he has already fulfilled my request. Upon hearing Lu Gui's explanation, Lu Xing immediately understood that this policy was implemented by Uzumaki Longji in response to his orders, perhaps announced only recently, as his clone had yet to receive this information. Village chief, you have finally returned. Just then, a voice filled with joy echoed from afar, followed by a figure clad in black robes swiftly approaching Lu Xing Xianyi. You. Lu Xing was taken aback to find that the first person to rush out to greet him was not a member of the sealing team, as he had anticipated, but rather Uchiha Xianyi, who had only recently relocated to Vortex Village. Village chief, upon hearing the news of the Land of Water declaring war on us, I have been eager to meet you. However, Captain Longji informed me of your absence, so I waited at the village entrance for your return. Uchiha Xianyi was filled with excitement, as if the declaration of war by the Land of Water was something to celebrate. Can I now take action against the Hidden Mist Village, village chief? Please issue the order. I must ensure that the people of the Hidden Mist understand the consequences of provoking the Uchiha clan. Xianyi, please calm down. Both the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village will receive their due punishment. Lu Xing hurriedly reassured him, concerned that if he did not intervene, Uchiha Xianyi might lead their clan directly to the Hidden Mist Village. Xianyi, your eyes have reached their limit. You cannot further overexert the power of the Mangekyo. You have more important matters to attend to, ensuring that the members of the Uchiha clan marry and procreate swiftly to strengthen our lineage. Captain Longji should have already informed you that both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans are to permit intermarriage. Regardless of whether they are ordinary villagers or members of other clans, even those from outside villages, as long as they are not adversaries, marriages are permitted. The next generation truly represents the future of the village. Uchiha Xianyi was momentarily speechless, struggling to keep pace with Lu Xing's thoughts. I am discussing revenge and war, and yet you speak of marriage and childbirth. Of course, Xianyi did not voice these thoughts, merely responding tentatively. The Uchiha clan is not particularly fond of socializing. Matters of marriage and childbirth are unlikely to pique their interest. What they desire is battle. Battle is for what purpose? It is to ensure that the next generation does not have to fight. We must urgently alter this outdated mindset. I do not wish for the next generation to be born into a world ravaged by war. Lu Xing interrupted Uchiha Xianyi's explanation. He understood well that urging the Uchiha clan to marry and have children was a rather absurd notion, but without encouraging them to adapt. How could the Uchiha clan develop and flourish swiftly? By the way, Fusang, bring Nagato over here. He beckoned for Fusang to bring Nagato to his side, having no intention of concealing the fact that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan. After all, even if he were to hide it, it would eventually be discovered. It was better to reveal this information up front, allowing Nagato to receive the best training from an early age. How is this child possible? This is the sage I recorded within the clan. Nagato did not feel intimidated by the surrounding crowd. His Rinnegan glimmered with a faint purple light. Upon seeing Lu Xing, he opened his arms, eager to embrace him. Uchiha Xianyi, too, immediately recognized Nagato's unique eyes, but in an instant, he was so astonished that he could not articulate a coherent sentence. Nearly every major clan and faction in the ninja world possessed records regarding the Sage Eye. Yet only the Uchiha clan had the most comprehensive documentation. There were even rumors within the clan that the Sharingan evolved to its ultimate form would transform into the legendary Sage Eye. Indeed, you see it as well. This child is born with the legendary Sage Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Since your Uchiha clan excels in combat using ocular techniques, I hope you can assist me in training Nagato, Lu Xing said, cradling Nagato as he gently rubbed the boy's nose, prompting Nagato to swiftly push his hand away. Of course, I shall not ask for your help without recompense. If the Uchiha clan wholeheartedly assists me in training him, I shall promise that when you overthrow the Land of Water and the Rain Ninja Village, you may utilize the full extent of your Uchiha clan's abilities. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Uchiha Xianyi instinctively gazed into Lu Xing's eyes, and in the next moment, his mind came to a complete halt. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan indeed. As Xianyi looked at him, Lu Xing's eyes rapidly transformed, activating the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is impossible. Why do your eyes resemble those of the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara? Since the inception of the Uchiha clan's records, There has never been a pair of Mangekyo with identical patterns. Could it be that your true identity is Uchiha Madara? Xianyi harbored no doubts that Lu Xing had found the eyes of Uchiha Madara and transplanted them onto himself. Without the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan could not be controlled autonomously. However, Lu Xing had just awakened the Sharingan on his own, which clearly indicated that those eyes were inherently his. Xianyi, the clan leader, urged caution in his words, as Lu Xing was someone he had watched grow up. Lu Xing had undergone a bloodline resurgence, naturally possessing many unspeakable secrets. Regarding his mastery over the Uchiha Sharingan, it likely related to a faint trace of Uchiha blood in his ancestry. Chapter 129. Taking over the land of water, Lord Daimyo. Grandpa Lu Ming, Xianyi, and Lu Xing turned their gaze toward the village entrance, where Vortex Lu Ming was swiftly approaching with 5 captains from the sealing team. I'm not mistaken, am I, Lu Xing? Grandpa Lu Ming, you are correct. I indeed awakened the Sharingan on my own. Lu Xing realized that Vortex Lu Ming was exceptionally skilled at self-persuasion. No matter what new ability he had acquired, he could always attribute it to his bloodline resurgence. This was advantageous, for otherwise, Lu Xing would have to concoct an explanation for his possession of abilities that were not originally his. Now that we have returned to the village, we should not linger at the entrance. What kind of appearance is this? Vortex Lu Ming chastised Lu Xing with a smile as he approached quickly, deftly taking Nagato from Lu Xing's arms. Look at this hair color. This child's vortex bloodline is remarkably pure. And these eyes, are they not the sage eyes recorded in our clan? Legend has it that only the sage of 6 paths possess such eyes. It seems this child's future achievements are boundless. Proudly displaying Nagato's Rinnegan to the 5 sealing team leaders behind him, Vortex Lu Ming then shifted his attention to the red-haired maiden beside Lu Xing Vortex Fusang. The village had no choice but to separate you two back then. However, now that the village has regained its voice, I hope you will not harbor resentment over past events. Clan leader, it was indeed my youthful folly. Enough about the past, let us not speak of it again. Welcome back to the village. Also, the current clan leader is Vortex Lu Xing. If you wish to express your gratitude, it is he who deserves it, for he has transformed everything for our Vortex clan and Uzumaki village. Vortex Lu Ming interrupted Fusang, not wishing for her to develop negative sentiments towards the village due to past occurrences. By the way, have you chosen a name for the child? Nagato. I named him with ISC. Does he not have a surname? Lord Daimyo, my status is that of a commoner, and I have no surname. ISC, having discerned the old man's status, directly addressed Lu Ming as Daimyo, following Xian Ye's lead. Without a surname? Then, from now on, both you and he will be members of the Vortex clan. Starting today, his full name shall be Vortex Nagato. As the elder leader of the Vortex clan, Vortex Lu Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the birth of another exceptionally gifted child in the village's future. Strangely, Nagato, cradled in Lu Ming's arms, remained calm and did not cry, seemingly aware that this grandfather would never harm him. Now, let us bring everyone into the village. Due to the declaration of war from the land of water, the village is currently on high alert, but this will not affect your lives. On the 3rd floor of the Uzumaki village's main building, Vortex Lu Ming sat at the head of the conference table while Lu Xing occupied the seat opposite him. Lu Xing, how do you plan to respond to the declaration of war from the land of water? Should we recall the ninjas stationed at the battlefields in the Sky Ninja Village and the Grass Ninja Village? One person is sufficient for the battlefield in the land of water. There is no need for anyone else to intervene. Lu Xing confidently opened the ninja world map before him. What is the situation regarding our forces in the Sky Ninja Village and the Grass Ninja Village? The Sky Ninja Village is weak. Had it not been for your order, we would have eradicated them long ago. The second elder of the Uchiha clan sat to the left of the conference table, alongside Uchiha Xianyi. Do not underestimate this village. Their flying abilities are a missing element among our major ninja villages. Although their individual combat strength is poor, it does not imply that their hidden capabilities are feeble. To my knowledge, they possess a fearsome beast known as the Zero Tail. Though it does not match the strength of any tailed beast, it should not be taken lightly. Lu Xing understood the intricacies of the Sky Ninja Village. However, their hidden strength was limited, and accumulating power was exceedingly difficult for them. Furthermore, gather intelligence on their flying devices on the battlefield. It would be ideal to locate information regarding their aircraft carriers. As the battle has reached this stage, it is time to reap the rewards, and Lu Xing would not neglect to mention this task. What about the situation in the Grass Ninja Village? Currently, the battlefield in the Grass Ninja Village has ceased hostilities comprehensively. Their ninjas have retreated into the village, and we have yet to ascertain their true intentions. Vortex Long, Ji replied swiftly. This news was the latest report sent back to the village, and even Lu Xing's clone remained unaware of it. Order our ninjas to simultaneously retreat back into the borders of the Land of Fire. I suspect the Grass Ninja Village has sought assistance from the Rock Hidden Village. They are likely awaiting the arrival of their ninja army. Lu Xing instantly recognized the implications. He had initially thought the Grass Ninja Village would engage in a performance within the Land of Grass, ensuring minimal losses for both sides. But it seemed the Grass Ninja Village had different plans. Clan leader, the individuals you brought back have been arranged. At that moment, Vortex Haido entered the conference room, tasked with managing the affairs of Nagato's family and the villagers he had brought back. Now let us discuss the arrangements for the Land of Water, as their territory is several times larger than our Uzumaki land. As Vortex Haido took his seat, Lu Xing continued. Indeed, even disregarding the maritime territory, the 4 main islands of the Land of Water alone are 3 times the size of our Uzumaki land, not to mention their vast seas and countless islands. Vortex Lu Ming chuckled as he regarded Lu Xing. With such a vast expanse, the village lacks sufficient manpower for management. You have left the village with an enormous dilemma. What difficulty is there? We can directly dispatch personnel to establish a presence on their main island. I do not believe they possess the capacity to resist us. Vortex Chang's boisterous voice rang out, but he soon noticed the resigned expression on Vortex Lu Ming's face. I believe this meeting should not have occurred. Their collective intellect is less than that of Long Ji alone. We must employ peaceful means to firmly establish control over the entire Land of Water, rather than resorting to forceful domination as invaders. Lu Xing turned to Vortex Long Ji, understanding that only he could propose the most reasonable plan. Our manpower is somewhat scarce. Daimyo, perhaps you should slow down your plans for dominating the ninja world. Chapter 130. Targeting the forces of the Land of Water. Vortex Long Ji smiled wryly at Lu Xing. All the methods I can conceive require a substantial number of specialists. First and foremost, we need to establish a landmark in the Land of Water, preferably a unique structure that embodies the characteristics of the Uzumaki land, so that the citizens of the Land of Water understand they now belong to the Uzumaki land. Secondly, we must swiftly take control of all ports, transportation routes, and strongholds that originally belonged to the Land of Water. Given that you returned to the village in haste, I suspect you have yet to address these locations. Lastly, we need to promptly implement new policies and ensure they spread rapidly throughout the Land of Water, while also making commitments to help the former citizens of the Land of Water recognize that the Uzumaki land is a more competent ruler. Subsequently, we must swiftly establish a maritime route between the Sea Country and the Whirlpool Country. This route embodies communication, transportation, and mutual interests. Only upon the complete construction of this route will the Sea Country truly integrate into the Whirlpool Country. Ultimately, we need to initiate an educational system within the Sea Country, ensuring that every child in the next generation is indoctrinated from the very beginning under the rule of the Whirlpool Country. We might even consider establishing a ninja academy, as the Sea Country has never systematically trained ninjas, representing a significant resource for us. With your leadership, we shall not lack for ships. However, we do not possess sufficient population to construct this route, not to mention the myriad details yet to be clarified. Rest assured, the forces of the Water Country within the Sea Country have already been eliminated by me. Ryusei is certainly aware of this. Before departing from the Sea Country, he left a shadow clone behind. Given Ryusei's prowess, even if that clone were to create thousands more, each would be more than capable of overpowering the stationed forces of the Water Country. Of course, Ryusei would not resort to such measures. A few hundred clones are more than sufficient to cleanse the Sea Country, which now harbors no remnants of the Water Country. I had also intended to hold a ceremony for his inauguration as village chief after he completed the Chunin exams in Konoha, but unforeseen circumstances in the ninja world have prevented me from finding the opportunity. Vortex Arena chuckled as he stroked his beard, never having anticipated that in his twilight years, the Whirlpool Country could experience such robust development. Observing the village flourish under Ryusei's leadership, he felt an immense satisfaction with his earlier decision. Proceed to establish the fleet and seize control of the maritime routes. Governing a new territory is no trivial endeavor. Wait a moment. Is there a means of communication through chakra within the village? Ryusei suddenly recalled the communication method that would emerge in the future ninja world, contemplating that if a wireless communication system were to develop, the entire ninja world would be seamlessly interconnected, thus facilitating the rule over the sea country and even the entire ninja realm. Chakra can indeed facilitate short-range communication. Why do you inquire about this, village chief? Vortex Tenjin looked at Ryusei with curiosity, unable to fathom the concept of linking the entire ninja world through limitless communication. We shall establish a communication research department within the village to immediately explore communication via chakra or other means, such as radio or wired communication. I set the department's objective to unify the entire ninja world through technological advancements, to connect the ninja realm as one entity. All present were astonished by Ryusei's proclamation. The ambition to unify the entire ninja world is a vision of monumental proportions. Very well, let this meeting conclude. I must proceed to the water country, where I am certain they await my arrival with bated breath. Lord Mizukage, the green-haired child, wielding a black iron hook, stood at the shoreline, flanked by 4 uniquely shaped ninjas. One of them, a blue-haired girl, spoke nervously. I do not understand what you are afraid of, Okido. You have always hidden within the village. Now is the time to exhibit the spirit befitting the Hozuki clan. We are to face the entirety of the water country. Nara Shinpachi slammed his colossal explosive blade into the ground with disdain, gazing at the blue-haired girl. Ever since the passing of the second Mizukage, your Hozuki clan has seemingly been cursed, lacking even a single competent ninja. Were it not for the other 3 swords failing to cultivate suitable heirs, you would not even be on the battlefield. But I have heard that the former 7 ninja swordsmen met their demise in the Whirlpool village. Will we not suffer the same fate? The girl spoke timidly, clearly terrified of following in her predecessor's footsteps. The old man perished in the Whirlpool village due to his own foolishness. His twin blades were neither swift nor fierce enough. A sinister smile crept across the face of Yukeku, the master of the twin blades. This time, we are not merely sending the Kiraigakure. The entire might of the water country is converging. Do not forget, the power wielded by the daimyo is no less formidable than that of the Kiraigakure. Senior Koko, I recall your strength pales in comparison to your father's. Do you truly believe you can contend with the one who single-handedly brought our Whirlpool village to its knees? What do you mean by that? Yukeko's expression darkened. The timid girl's words, though seemingly concerned, pierced his heart. All right. This time we simply need to follow Lord Mizukage's directives. He has fully harnessed the power of the 3 tails. We shall surely redeem ourselves. Kurasame Shimaru, with bandages wrapped around his exposed skin and a long sword slung across his back, felt confident in the upcoming battle, understanding the strength of the new Mizukage, Koki Yatsukura. Enough chatter. We are about to depart. This time, we must make the Whirlpool village understand why the water country ranks among the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Yatsukura, missing an arm, felt a surge of determination for vengeance. That old coot, still hoping to remain passive and avoid provoking the Whirlpool village. A mere small village. With only Ryusei as a formidable opponent, none others pose a threat. How dare they challenge the entire water country, with the daimyo leading the charge? As long as I can restrain Ryusei, the entirety of the Whirlpool village will surely be obliterated by the water country's forces. As he gazed at the hundreds of ships raising their sails along the coastline, Yatsukura felt a weight lift from his heart, invigorating his spirit. Let the entire army advance. Chapter 131. Encountering the enemy. Has Nagato been brought back to the Whirlpool village by the new village chief, Ryusei? Uchiha Madara sat upon a colossal stone seat, his right arm entwined with numerous black tubes connecting him to the immense outer path golem. Indeed, and my clone was easily dispelled by him. What exactly transpired there is beyond my comprehension. Kuro and Shiro opened their pitcher plant, their yellow-brown eyes betraying no hint of their inner turmoil. Moreover, he has also subjugated the Sea Country. The capital of the Sea Country has been renamed Sea City, and everything belonging to the Water Country has been completely eradicated. Is the daimyo of the Water Country not driven to madness by his actions? Madara gazed at Zetsu in surprise, aware that the power wielded by the daimyo was formidable enough to trouble even him, who was devoid of the Rinnegan. Otherwise, he would have long since eliminated the daimyo of the Fire Country. The daimyo of the Water Country has declared war on the Whirlpool Country. He has gathered his subordinates and the Kiraigakure, forming a massive fleet that is now heading toward the Whirlpool Country. It is only a matter of time before a decisive battle ensues. Zetsu, well aware of the water country's movements, understood that such a commotion had drawn the attention of the entire ninja world, causing even the conflicts between Konoha and the neighboring villages to quiet considerably. However, as far as I know, Ryusei possesses the same power as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The entire fleet of the water country may not be his match. What? This fellow has also mastered wood release. Madara, filled with excitement, leaped from his stone seat, for he knew that only Hashirama had ever wielded the power of wood release. Indeed, and the entire Uchiha clan has joined him in the Whirlpool village. Those short-sighted Uchiha, wherever they go, are merely tools, forever ignorant of how to seize their own destinies. Humph, the daimyo of the Whirlpool country is the only one among all nations to be unified with a ninja village. How fitting for them to confront those wretched daimyo of the other countries. I never imagined that in just a few days of my slumber, so much would have transpired in the outside world. With a cold snort, Madara sat back down, immediately shifting his gaze to the colossal Outer Path Golem. My life is nearing its end. Had it not been for the Outer Path Golem, I would have long since perished. At this moment, I find it difficult to unleash any significant combat power. That detestable guy, Ryusei, has thwarted several of my plans. Had I been in my prime, I would have been the first to eliminate him. Cough, cough. Perhaps due to my agitation, Madara began to cough violently, taking a long while to regain his composure. Well, I shall temporarily entrust my eyes to the village of Kiraigakure. That infant is a member of the Uzumaki clan. They would never suspect those eyes, and would instead go to great lengths to nurture him, perfectly aligning with my plans. Once my awaited successor appears, I can confidently hand everything over to him. Nagato still bears the curse mark I left behind. There is no need to worry about him breaking free from my control. Jubi, continue your observation. Find the Uchiha clan member most suitable to become my successor. My body cannot endure much longer. On the vast, boundless sea, hundreds of ships hoisted their sails, all advancing in the same direction. At last, I have found you. Ryusei's eyes, glowing with the Rinnegan's purple light, soared through the sky for 2 hours after departing from Kiraigakure, eventually confronting the forces of the Land of Water. What is that? Quick, identify the enemy. All personnel, assume a state of alert. The Land of Water's fleet, already replete with countless sensory ninjas, quickly noticed Ryusei's unmasked silhouette in the air. Is someone actually coming to confront us alone? One must admit, this fellow is remarkably arrogant. Kagura Yashiro stood on the deck of the foremost ship, gazing up at Ryusei's floating figure. Lord Mizukage, is he the leader of Kiraigakure? Kagura Yashiro's companion, Hozuki Yagura, quietly inquired. Indeed, he is the Mizukage of Kiraigakure. The one who cost me an arm. He looks formidable. Perhaps, Lord Mizukage, we should seek peace with him. I believe he would agree to a truce with the Land of Water. Hozuki Yagura timidly suggested, seemingly frightened. Are you truly so naive, Hozuki? The daimyo has assembled such a large army. How could we back down now? Even if we cannot defeat him, we must at least destroy Kiraigakure. At this moment, Yukiko also ceased his previous arrogance, yet he firmly believed that the Land of Water would surely annihilate Kiraigakure. But how do we strike him down while he is airborne? There is no but. While he may be difficult to deal with, he poses no threat to us from above. No, it is different. If he harnesses the power of the tailed beasts, then no matter how many of us there are, he could easily obliterate everything here. Among those present, only Kagura Yashiro understood the true terror of the tailed beast's power, especially when unleashed at full strength, capable of effortlessly destroying a small nation. Prepare yourselves. He is in the air, and we are the only ones who can confront him. Most of the daimyo's forces are samurai, and they will be ineffective against such an enemy. The samurai's methods are rather singular, although there are undoubtedly some powerful individuals among them. They will struggle to leverage their advantages in this battle. Meanwhile, Ryusei rapidly approached the fleet of the Land of Water. How could they cluster so closely together? Do they not recall how I defeated the Mist Village's ninja army last time? Observing the positioning of the hundreds of ships, Ryusei felt somewhat speechless. He had initially thought it would require him to dismantle the Land of Water's ships one by one. Yet their arrangement was so dense that he hesitated to destroy the fleet outright. After all, whether it was the tailed beast power he had mastered earlier or the Rinnegan he had just acquired, he excelled in large-scale attacks. Forget it. I should eliminate these foes swiftly so that I can enter the Land of Water and directly judge their daimyo. Extending his arms wide, Ryusei did not hesitate. Anyone who joined this fleet was an enemy prepared to confront the land of water. Against foes, he never held back, only considering whether they possessed any value. And these individuals had long since lost any worth. Super Shinra Tensei Chapter 132 Super Shinra Tensei, a bag of rice weighs heavily on the second floor. Before truly unleashing the Rinnegan's secret technique, Ryusei recounted Nagato's classic quote once more. He would never have the opportunity to say those words again upon returning to the village. Super Shinra Tensei in that moment, the world seemed to fall silent, as if all sound had been drawn away, even the heartbeat fading into an absolute stillness. Buzz. Immediately. A transparent spherical force field, distorting light completely, expanded from Ryusei's core. The sea surface began to concave downward, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down. And though there should have been no wind, a furious hurricane suddenly surged forth. No, that is not wind. It is the very fabric of space roaring in fury. In the first second, the repulsive force field made contact with the central ship of the fleet. There was no explosion, no shattering. This vessel, laden with the daimyo's high-ranking officials, disintegrated instantaneously into the most primitive powder, as if it were a sand sculpture erased from the beach. Yet this was not the end. The powder was further decomposed, cast away, and obliterated, until not a single trace of its existence remained. In the second, the shockwave had already enveloped 1/10 of the fleet. The drawn swords of the samurai vanished as smoothly as butter meeting high heat, and those wielding swords. Along with the masts on the deck, the tables and chairs in the cabins, and the uneaten meals, all evaporated into nothingness in the same millisecond. A few ninjas, realizing the danger, attempted to leap into the sea, but at that moment, their forehead protectors, weapons, clothing, flesh, and bones peeled away layer by layer, transforming into a fleeting crimson mist, which was then erased. In the third second, the shockwave swept over half of the fleet. The central sea surface was pressed into a hemispherical depression by the invisible force field, which continued to deepen. Samurai, with all their might, swung their swords. But the blades met an invisible barrier, producing a crisp sound before being crushed alongside their wielders by the force field. And the ninjas, who thought they could perform ninjutsu, found their bodies being torn apart, elongated, twisted, and then engulfed by the endless invisible force field. In the fourth second, Hozuki Yagura, witnessing everything unfold, transformed into water, flowing off the deck to avoid being completely erased by the force field. Kagura Yashiro leaped from the deck, conjuring a water mirror at the tip of a black iron hook. Ryusei's figure was perfectly reflected in the smooth surface. And then the mirrored Ryusei stepped out of the water mirror in full. Stop! Kagura Yashiro shouted in rage, because he mastered this technique that could flawlessly replicate enemies. He had confidently claimed he could single-handedly stop Ryusei. Yet, the moment Ryusei emerged from the mirror, he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. Time seemed to fast forward for Yashiro. His visage aged dramatically in an instant. He never anticipated that replicating Ryusei would demand such a heavy toll. He had believed that with the chakra of the three tails within him, he could easily replicate Ryusei. It was only when the chakra of the three tails was depleted that he understood the grave price he would have to pay for his erroneous decision. The force field remained unaffected by the changes in the citrus tree, as the shockwave finally crushed all the ships. In the fifth second, the force field reached the seabed, where the water around Liuxing was repelled by an invisible force, exposing the bare riverbed, which was rapidly eroding under the force field. Suddenly, the force field ceased. It did not dissipate slowly but vanished abruptly, just as it had appeared. The displaced seawater began to rush back, while the tsunami previously stirred by the force field had yet to reach its boundary. In an instant, the returning water crashed like meteorites, producing a tremendous roar. Following that, the water, now moving even faster, seemed to split into two parts. The central water surged back into the spherical space created by the force field, while the outer water whipped up monstrous waves that completely engulfed the last remnants of the fleet. The distorted light returned to normal, sunlight once again gracing the ocean's surface. Yet the waves raged on, leaving no trace of the water nation's vessels. Indeed, the power of this technique far surpassed the meager display shown by Pain's Devapath. Liuxing, satisfied with the now pristine surface of the sea, could not help but reflect upon how he had long sensed that the might of the Super Shinra Tensei was on par with any ninjutsu from the late stages of his time. albeit somewhat ineffective against formidable foes. Above in the sky, Liuxing rapidly descended toward the ocean's surface, having unleashed the Super Shinra Tensei. His Rinnegan was momentarily unable to be used, and his eyes had returned to their normal state. Vortex Liuxing. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from afar. Following the sound, Liuxing turned to see a figure identical to himself flying swiftly toward him, grasping an aged, disheveled old man. The old man had sprouted 3 tails, each entwined with a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What have you done, demon, executioner monster? You are the most terrifying scourge in this ninja world. The heart of Citrus Yagura bled. 30,000, exactly 30,000, of Kiri's 5,000 ninjas and 25,000 warriors from the Water Nation had been absurdly erased from existence before they could even comprehend the enemy's presence. Are you Citrus Yagura's grandfather? The area previously occupied by the fleet was so vast that even Liuxing's perception could not cover it entirely. Hence he did not witness Yagura's use of the water mirror technique to replicate himself. Observing the approaching figures, Liuxing instinctively inquired. Without answering Liuxing's question, Yagura unleashed his most powerful water release attack, hurling it directly at Liuxing, who was still suspended in midair and unable to stabilize himself. With a resounding clap, the massive chakra water sphere was shattered. Liuxing had long since developed immunity to such mundane ninjutsu. Following this, he brought his hands together, and a stout wooden pillar swiftly emerged from the water surface, extending into the air to provide him with a solid platform to stand upon. I see. So you are Yagura. While I know your age does not reflect your youthful appearance, when did you become so aged? Enough with the pleasantries, Liuxing. I may not be your match alone, but can you contend with yourself and our combined forces? Chapter 133. Susanoo, I understand now. Is this the version of me created using the water mirror technique? Liuxing had already discerned the figure that mirrored himself, although the Rinnegan's purple glow still resided in the opponent's eyes. Before Liuxing could speak again, the water mirror clone raised its hand to unleash a secret technique of the Rinnegan, and in the next moment, Liuxing felt as if he had been struck by a supersonic aircraft, crashing straight toward the ocean's surface. With a thud, the sea, as hard as rock, erupted upon impact, sending a massive splash into the air. Before Liuxing could react, the clone extended its right hand once more. Universal pull. Another loud bang resonated as Liuxing broke through the water's surface, being drawn closer by the gravitational pull emanating from the clone's hand. The others brought into the air by the clone immediately entered combat mode, with Wooly Shinhachi executing the most potent single-target technique of the exploding blade, causing the explosive tag within the blade to detonate, dramatically increasing its speed as it surged toward Liuxing. Meanwhile, behind Liuxing, the dual swords of Yuji Akira glimmered, their blue chakra extending their reach as they struck in a pincer movement towards Liuxing's back. Simultaneously, within the shadow of the dual swords, Kurosaki Tamari manipulated a long sword, aiming directly at Liuxing's heart. Liuxing, taken aback by the Rinnegan techniques proving to be so formidable, realized that even with his considerable arsenal of abilities, he remained powerless against these specific techniques. Calmly, he gazed at the approaching clone, dismissing the 3 swords assault entirely. Ridiculous. Not even the third Raikage's ultimate move could finish off someone who has just attained Sage Mode. While the attacks of the 7 ninja swordsmen may possess devastating lethality against others, to him, their weapons were mere toys, with only the blade Samahata holding any intrigue. Having experienced the Rinnegan's secret techniques, Liuxing was not about to passively endure an onslaught from 3 ninja swords. With hands clasped together, a towering wooden Buddha, towering hundreds of meters, rapidly solidified beneath him. With a single swat, the swiftly approaching trio of ninja swords were effortlessly sent flying. Even Citrus Yagura's attempt to ensnare them with his 3-tailed coral tail was shattered, sending all 3 swords crashing toward the sea at a speed even greater than when they had come. Though the events seemed to unfold slowly, they transpired in less than a second. Upon witnessing the emergence of the wooden giant, the clone immediately employed the Rinnegan's amplified summoning technique, like Liuxing. It had never considered others as worthy allies in battle. With a howl, the Hellhound lunged at the wooden giant, followed by the Yata bird, which swooped down, dropping hundreds of explosive bird eggs. Subsequently, the chameleon, hell scorpion, and bullfighter, each a summoning beast specially crafted by Nagato, emerged upon the ocean, all charging toward the wooden giant. But it was not over yet. After invoking the amplified summoning technique, the clone once more clasped its hands together, and a wooden dragon, hundreds of meters long, roared forth, coiling tightly around the wooden giant summoned by Liuxing, rendering it immobile. A perfect opportunity. On the ocean's surface, a cluster of seawater suddenly coalesced into the upper half of Kaigetsu's body, her arms raised, fingers forming the shape of a pistol. As Kaigetsu made her move, the other mist ninjas who had narrowly escaped the Super Shinra Tensei revealed their fangs. An ice mirror quietly floated behind Liuxing, and in the next moment, countless ice mirrors formed a cage-like space around him, enveloping him within. With a booming laugh, a powerful member of the Kagaya clan, encased in hardened bone, emerged from the water, their bones flowing like liquid to envelop their arms, forming a massive bone spear that pierced through the confines of the magic mirror, directly aimed at Liuxing's heart. Following this, more assaults rained down upon Liuxing. Although the Super Shinra Tensei was immensely powerful, it ultimately was not a technique for annihilation. Many of the peripheral mist forces had managed to survive the tsunami. I never anticipated so many would slip through the cracks. It seems the bloodline limits of the Mist Village are indeed extraordinary. Having endured a powerful assault, a significant tear appeared in the chest of Liuxing's garment, followed closely by the swift approach of Kagaya's skeletal whip, ready to envelop his entire being. Yet, at that moment, Liuxing unexpectedly closed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the imminent peril. Though he had not intended to employ this technique here, the complexity of self-infliction was a burden he wished to avoid. Thus, as a spectacle of his inaugural display of this ability within the ninja realm, it would serve as a fitting denouement to your existence. Upon reopening his eyes, the scarlet hues of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan radiated a mesmerizing brilliance. Third power, Susanoo, he uttered softly, as a torrent of inky black chakra surged forth from his being. In an instant, a dark skeletal frame materialized beside him, shattering the ivory bones of Kagaya's clan upon impact. The surroundings were engulfed in an overwhelming darkness, as blackened flesh swiftly enveloped the skeleton, forming a terrifying colossus. Yet, the transformation was far from complete. Once Susanoo's form solidified, an exquisite, matte black armor enveloped it, adorned with scale-like patterns rather than a smooth surface. Ebon flames blazed upon the armor, and the towering Susanoo, nearly 300 meters tall, shattered the magical ice crystal shrouding Liuxing, incinerating the fanatics of Kagaya's clan. Unlike the Crow Tengu armor of Madara, Liuxing's Susanoo bore armor reminiscent of the divine armaments of ancient myths. A majestic dragon's head was embedded upon its shoulder, and behind it, a grand cape forged from pure black energy billowed. The cape rustled as Liuxing's formidable Susanoo hovered in the air, and from the six-pointed star-shaped black crystal upon its forehead, he exhaled a breath of murky air, causing the eternal rotation of his Mangekyo Sharingan to finally cease. Simultaneously, the colossal Susanoo's tightly shut eyes opened, unleashing two crimson beams that pierced through the fabric of space, striking Liuxing's clone. An inferior imitation can never comprehend the true power that resides within this body. Chapter 134. The Great Buddha of Susanoo. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning split the cloudless sky, followed by a dark spear, exceeding even the height of Liuxing's Susanoo, plummeting as if from the heavens, firmly grasped in Susanoo's right hand. Each individual's mastery over the third power differs. Though Liuxing's clone wielded the eyes of Uchiha Madara, his Susanoo remained distinctly unique. Is my Susanoo the closest to the Sage of Six Paths due to the Ashura Sage body? Liuxing perceived the entire battlefield, clearly recognizing the full stature of his Susanoo. Towering at 300 meters, far surpassing any other, only slightly shorter than the legendary Sage of Six Paths Susanoo. Contemplating this, Liuxing maneuvered Susanoo, his right hand sweeping forth as the spear, over 500 meters long, cleaved through the void, bisecting the wooden figures and dragons upon the sea, as well as all summoned beasts of the clone. The severed beasts writhed in their last moments, yet the heavenly annihilation spear, one of Susanoo's divine artifacts, was no ordinary weapon. Even with a casual swing, it severed the life force connection between the injured parts and their bodies, rendering even the infinitely splitting hellhounds powerless, leading to their complete dissolution. What on earth is happening? The aged face of Kiraigakure Yatsukasa paled as he observed the remnants of Mist Village's surviving ninjas attempting to confront Liuxing. Witnessing the pinnacle warriors of the Yuki and Kagaya clans being consumed by the black flames unleashed by the colossal figure. Why? Why does such terrifying power exist in this world? Kiraigakure Yatsukasa's resolve wavered. Had Liuxing's clone not been holding him, he would have plunged into the sea in despair. Right. I still have him. I still possess the clone. I have not lost. Kiraigakure Yatsukasa's twisted visage reflected newfound determination, having perceived Liuxing's true might. Yet it only solidified his intent for Liuxing's demise. Kill him for me, at any cost. Suddenly, he felt himself plummeting toward the ocean. While the clone of Liuxing clasped its hands together. Would release, Flower Tree World. The clone, having expended all the chakra of the three-tailed beast and 50 years of Yatsukasa's lifespan, was indeed extraordinary. Trees sprouted en masse from the sea, ascending until they covered an expanse of over 10 kilometers. Would release, would golem technique. Would release, would dragon technique. Yet it did not cease. Upon the arboreal domain, the clone continued to cast ninjutsu, and soon, towering wooden giants surged forth, entwined with wood dragons, merging into a singular entity. Futile. Though the water mirror technique exceeds my expectations, it has its limits. You merely replicated my capabilities at the moment I activated the Rinnegan. Lacking sage techniques, Susanoo, and even a fraction of my full strength cannot be perfectly manifested. With a swift motion, the heavenly annihilation spear cleaved through the wooden giant and dragon, rendering the formidable constructs of the clone impotent before they could unleash their potential. Even with all its efforts, the wooden giant could not mend the severed connection. Conceptually cleaved apart. Universal pull. The clone raised its hand once more, attempting to draw Liuxing from the six-pointed star atop Susanoo's forehead. Yet the complete Susanoo could even negate infinite Tsukuyomi, rendering the universal pull trivial. The heavenly annihilation spear served solely to sever connections. All things are interlinked. And once struck by the spear, the connection between the water mirror technique and the clone would sever instantaneously, leading to its dissolution. Shinra Tensei. Without hesitation, the clone hastily invoked Shinra Tensei to repel the heavenly annihilation spear, then swiftly ascended into the sky, palms pressed together, releasing a dark orb of energy. Earth-bursting heavenly star. A potent gravitational force emanated from the black sphere, yet before it could fully manifest, Liuxing commanded Susanoo to close the distance, and the heavenly annihilation spear thrust forth, puncturing the black sphere. In an instant, the orb disintegrated, and the gravitational force vanished. Celestial shockwave. Witnessing the core of the earth-bursting heavenly star obliterated, the clone wasted no time, pointing toward the heavens. The sky darkened ominously, as if the sun were obscured. Liuxing gazed upward, witnessing a colossal meteor breach the atmosphere, engulfed in searing flames, hurtling towards Susanoo's position. This is madness. A mere clone can achieve such feats. Had I known the water mirror technique was this formidable, I should have demanded compensation from Mist Village. Liuxing silently lamented, yet his actions remained unwavering, aware that another, even larger meteor would follow the first. Even if he cleaved the first, he would have no time to sever the second. The simplest response, therefore, was to evade the celestial shockwave through sheer speed. Universal pull. Yet before he could escape the meteor's shadow, the clone invoked universal pull once more, this time targeting the entirety of Susanoo under Liuxing's control. Caught off guard, Liuxing found himself drawn back into the center of the meteor's trajectory. There's no escaping now. I never anticipated being cornered to this extent. With a wry smile, Liuxing realized that even with Susanoo, evading the celestial shockwave was no longer an option, and thus, he clasped his hands together. In the mode of the sage, the true art of the wood release, true thousand hands, and the formidable Susanoo manifested. A colossal statue of Avalokiteshvara, towering over 1,000 meters, rose majestically from the ground. Almost immediately, a Susanoo engulfed in black flames enveloped the statue, marking the unprecedented appearance of the Susanoo wrapped around the great Buddha within the ninja world. With a thunderous roar, the first meteorite descended, crashing down upon the true thousand hands before the Susanoo could fully materialize. The immense impact shattered countless Avalokiteshvara arms. Yet in an astonishing display, new arms sprouted forth, maintaining the integrity of the body amidst the chaos. Break! Ryusei bellowed, and in that instant, the gigantic meteorite shattered above the Buddha's head. The black flame Buddha appeared unyielding, and one might mistakenly believe that this strike had inflicted no harm. Were it not for the newly formed thousand arms regrowing in response, the assault was far from over. Ryusei understood that the attack of the heavenly obstruction star had not yet concluded, and his countermeasures were just beginning. The sage arts inherently possessed the ability to amplify ninjutsu, and one of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan powers could further enhance the might of ninjutsu. Let us see how much power this technique can be magnified when executed by the great Buddha. Chapter 135. The sky full of stars. What a terrifying ninjutsu! Who could be engaged in such a battle, or have other villages evolved to such a degree? Far from the battlefield, ninjas dispatched by various ninja villages observed intently, as the Land of Water initiated hostilities against Uzumaki village. Consequently, other nations and factions were closely monitoring every move of the Land of Water, and the events unfolding on the battlefield were clear to all. Uzumaki village's chief, Ryusei, wielded such fearsome power. This news must be relayed to Lord Tsuchikage without delay. Perhaps we should refrain from intervening in the conflict with Konoha. The reconnaissance ninja from Kiraigakure swiftly documented the battlefield situation. Given the earlier failures of Kiraigakure and Kumogakure, Kiraigakure had been wary of Ryusei's strength, and now they finally grasped the extent of his abilities. On the distant sea, a pitcher plant unfurled, revealing a face that was a striking contrast of black and white. Wow, what an impressive ninjutsu. Kuro, do you think if I were within its range, I would truly grasp the sensation of death? I cannot say whether you would comprehend the feeling of death, but I am certain you would perish, leaving no trace behind. Kuro and Shiro spoke in unison, their voices in eerie juxtaposition. Anyone witnessing this scene would find it profoundly unsettling. No, I still don't know what it feels like to relieve myself. I cannot die yet. Shiro exclaimed dramatically, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the location of the falling meteorite. What was happening? How could there be someone using Susanoo and the Rinnegan in that battlefield? Had Ryusei extracted and transplanted Nagato's Rinnegan for himself? Kuro maintained a facade of calm, yet within, he was a tempest of confusion and disbelief. Unable to fathom why all the intricate powers of the ninja world seemed to bend to Ryusei's will. After this battle concludes, I must inform Madara of these circumstances. Perhaps the plan has encountered unforeseen deviations. Ryusei pressed his hands together, and the black flames enveloping Susanoo began to harmonize under the power of the Sharingan. Simultaneously, the colossal hands of the Buddha started to gather chakra. Wind release, super giant raisin shuriken. Fire release, additive earth command. Combined ninjutsu, sage art, scorch release, light wheel whirlwind black arrow 0. Within each of the Buddha's hands, gigantic raisin shuriken, several dozen meters in size, coalesced, each infused with the black flames of Amaterasu, turning them into a darkened hue. Go! Ryusei roared, and the multitude of dark raisin shuriken, no, thousands of scorch release, light wheel whirlwind black arrows, were launched from the Buddha's hands, hurtling towards the descending meteorite. In an instant, amidst the fiery sky caused by the meteor's atmospheric entry, hundreds of eerie stars emitting black luminescence appeared, colliding together in the next moment. There was no violent crash nor blinding light. Thousands of light wheel whirlwind black arrows began to violently expand upon contact with the meteorite, the black flames entirely enveloping it. The relentless Amaterasu flames consumed everything, ultimately extinguishing themselves when there was nothing left to burn. Phew, what an exertion. Yet it seems my strength has indeed reached a terrifying level. Ryusei's crimson hair billowed in the wind as he gazed at the now serene blue sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Having entered the ninja world for merely over a month, Ryusei's power had already surpassed that of any other, save for the Otsutsuki clan. Suddenly, a booming laughter resonated from the inferno beneath Ryusei, as the previous meteor's descent had transformed the entire flower tree world into a sea of flames. While the ocean continued to churn with ferocious waves, none of this could deter Ryusei or the laughing Kiraigakure. Ultimately, the clone is merely a product of your water mirror technique. After employing so many of my abilities, his chakra must be nearly depleted. Ryusei understood that the techniques utilized by the clone were beyond what Kiraigakure could sustain alone. So, with death imminent, what exactly are you laughing about? Uzumaki Ryusei. I concede, I underestimated you. Were it not for my possession of the Nine-Tails Chakra and the sacrifice of 50 years of my life, I could never have replicated you using the water mirror technique. At last, The laughter ceased, and Koki Yagura's aged voice emerged. I laugh. I laugh at the folly of the land of water, and I mock the ignorance of the ninja world. Only someone who perfectly masters the power of the three tails, like myself, can comprehend the terrifying strength you wield, Ryusei. Even what you have displayed thus far is likely just the tip of the iceberg of your capabilities. To draw out even this semblance of your might, I have sacrificed the entire living force of the land of water. Master Yuan was indeed correct. I should not have opposed you, nor should Kiraigakure have. This battle is our defeat. Does this imply you intend to surrender? Ryusei queried, astonished at Koki Yagura's words. He had anticipated that at this juncture, the opponent would choose death in battle, but the current turn of events was unexpected. Surrender? Ha ha ha. I shall never capitulate. A hint of madness flickered across Koki Yagura's aged visage, and then his body ignited violently, a genuine conflagration, along with the three tails within him. Endless chakra surged into the clone through this fiery transformation. This is not over, Ryusei. Although I know I cannot defeat you, vanquishing the clone will not be so easy. I can sense that as long as I pay a sufficiently great price, this clone can unleash even more terrifying power. Stop. Realizing the madness in Yagura's demeanor, Ryusei quickly commanded Susanoo to fly towards him. Shinra Tensei. The clone unleashed Shinra Tensei once more, repelling both Ryusei and Susanoo into the distance. Yet, in the next moment, the black Tenzin spear pierced the void, directly penetrating Yagura's body and severing his connection with the three tails. Coughing violently, Yagura spat blood. His eyes filled with venomous intent as he gazed at Ryusei, his face contorted with madness. Ryusei, your interference has come too late. My preparations are sufficient. In the next moment, the clone clasped its hands together, and the eyes, imbued with the Rinnegan, emitted a deep, purplish glow. Suddenly, the sea was once again disturbed as the slender yet towering figure of the outer path golem emerged, roaring furiously into the sky. Who has summoned me to this place? At that instant, an ancient voice pierced through the golem's roar, directly reaching the ears of the three present. Who dares? The last remnants of strength in Yagura's body waned as he turned to behold the golem, which held aloft a stone chair, upon which sat a figure with hair as white as snow, yet exuding an aura of immense pressure. Are you the one who summoned me here? Uchiha Madara's gaze was piercing. With a mere glance, he discerned that the clone was but a manifestation of Yagura's jutsu. I cannot believe that my Rinnegan has been seized by a mere child and affixed to himself. Truly, one must know their limits. These eyes are not meant for just anyone to wield. I am Uchiha Madara. Little one, though you have interrupted my meditation, I shall grant you a swift end for delivering the three tails to my doorstep. Die, and do not tarnish my sight any further. With a dismissive glance akin to that one would cast upon refuse, Madara shifted his focus to the approaching Ryusei. What is this? Why does this child of the Uzumaki clan wield the third power of the Uchiha? Moreover, his Susanoo appears more formidable than any I have encountered. Gazing upon Ryusei's colossal black Susanoo, despite Madara's extensive experience, he felt a significant pressure. I cannot afford to engage him directly. My arrival was too hasty, and my body is far from its prime. Thus, I shall allow the golem to feast first. With a swift motion, a long metallic rod extended from within the golem, connecting to it at one end while penetrating the clone at the other, instantly draining its chakra and transforming it into a stream that vanished. I had intended to allow you to end your own life, but alas, the golem is in dire need of chakra, and I must make use of yours. As he spoke, the chakra receiver of the golem reached towards Yagura, poised to pierce his body. At this critical juncture, another summoning of the Rinnegan occurred. In midair, Ryusei's eyes within the Susanoo had transformed into the Rinnegan, having just executed the summoning. To his surprise, this individual had summoned the outer path golem directly, and Madara had followed it here. Ryusei felt a sense of urgency. He had intended to set up a sealing formation after stabilizing the situation, and then summon the golem to potentially eliminate Madara. However, it became evident that Madara would appear alongside the golem, leaving him with no choice but to seal Madara directly. Boom! The golem burst forth from the water, its position shifting to where Ryusei had previously stood, while Ryusei had already directed his Susanoo towards Yagura, leaving Madara and the golem locked in a standoff. Sealing technique. Contract seal. Stepping forth from the six-pointed star on the Susanoo's forehead, Ryusei swiftly approached Yagura. Without a moment's hesitation, enacting the contract seal that would bind Yagura to the Three Tails. In the next instant, the Three Tails, severed from its connection by the Alma no Murakumo, erupted from Yagura's body. Go in peace. You have drawn forth enough of my power. As the tailed beast departed, the exhausted Yagura instantly lost all signs of life. Yet his face bore a look of tranquility. Indeed, he had done his utmost. And to have compelled Ryusei to reveal multiple hidden cards with his mortal body and the power of the Three Tails was a source of pride. Sealing technique, adamantine chains. In an instant, 10 adamantine chains surged forth from behind Ryusei, binding the newly detached Three Tails, which was still unaware of the situation. Sealing technique, for symbol seal. Having mastered all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Ryusei effortlessly completed the 4-symbol seal. The 10 chains erupted with immense pulling power, and the bound Three Tails had no means of resistance, being drawn into Ryusei's body for sealing. 6 Tails, please calm the Kyuubi for a moment. I have a formidable opponent to face and no time to converse with it. After instructing the 6 Tails, Ryusei wasted no time and turned back towards Uchiha Madara. Although he had surpassed Madara in terms of raw power, the combat techniques Madara had honed over nearly a century were not to be underestimated. Sage art. Would release, multiple wood clones. In an instant, hundreds of black Susanoo manifested above the sea, encircling the golem. Truly remarkable. Wood release combined with the Sharingan can achieve such feats. Had I possessed such abilities in my time, Hashirama would have never stood a chance. Madara observed Ryusei's techniques with a calm demeanor, yet internally, a tempest was brewing. His mastery of wood release had long reached its limits. And there had been no one worthy of his direct involvement in the ninja world for years, so he had never tested his own boundaries. However, Ryusei had just provided him with an answer. The combination of wood release and the Sharingan indeed possessed extraordinary power, even allowing for the mass production of Susanoo. The Uchiha clan's strongest third power, when paired with wood release, underwent a qualitative transformation. Fortunately for Madara, he arrived just a bit too late. Ryusei had already dispelled the true Senju Thousand Hands. Otherwise, upon witnessing the Susanoo clad in the Great Buddha, Madara would surely have regretted turning against Hashirama so hastily. With that technique alone, sweeping through the ninja world would merely be a matter of time. Child of the Uzumaki, how does my Rinnegan fare? At this moment, Ryusei did not retract the Rinnegan. Unlike the abilities of the Sharingan, the third power of Susanoo was akin to an eternal truth, once mastered. One could wield it even without the Sharingan, relying solely on their bloodline. Uchiha Madara, you have been deceived by Kaguya. Kaguya is not a being of the ninja world. All your perceptions have been twisted by it, just as these eyes do not belong to you. Otherwise, you would have sensed their true nature long ago. Ryusei's pupils shifted dramatically, transforming from the Rinnegan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then into the Three Tomo, before reverting to their original hue. He understood that sincerity was the most potent weapon against a figure like Madara. Had it not been for his limited understanding, Madara would have achieved his ambitions long ago. Chapter 137. Revealing the truth. Madara was equally astonished by this scene. He recognized Ryusei's words to be true. While the eternal Mangekyo and Rinnegan in Ryusei's eyes bore a striking resemblance to his own, he knew that those eyes were not his. If they were, he would have long since felt their presence. Yet, through years of cultivation, Madara had learned to mask his emotions, remaining composed as he sat in the stone chair. Intently scrutinizing Ryusei, who stood at the 6-pointed star on Susanoo's forehead. You seem to know me well, yet Kaguya is merely an embodiment of my will. How could it deceive or distort my perception? Words are futile, you should see for yourself. Ryusei did not hesitate, knowing that mere words could not elucidate the truth to Madara. If he wished for Madara to believe him, he must present the facts directly. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. In an instant, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan materialized in Ryusei's eyes, pulling Madara's consciousness into the illusion of the Sharingan. As the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and his brother, Otsutsuki Hamura, sealed Kaguya, knowing she could not escape, she utilized her blood to create her third child, now known as Black Zetsu. As if unfolding in reality, the scenes from the moment of Kurizetsu's birth vividly appeared before Madara's eyes, and in an instant, his gaze transformed, brimming with murderous intent. So it was. This deceiver Kurizetsu had been tricking me all along, Madara contemplated, yet the illusion conjured by Ryusei persisted, and the next scene swiftly transitioned. After sealing Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths extracted the chakra from the 10 tails, sealing the physical form of the 10 tails, known as the Outer Path Golem, within the moon. He divided the chakra of the 10 tails into 9 parts, thereby creating the 9-tailed beasts we know today. Subsequently, the sage traveled through the ninja world, establishing the ninja sect, and fathered 2 sons, Ashura and Indra. Among them, Ashura was the progenitor of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, while Indra was the forebear of the Uchiha clan. The elder brother Indra possessed innate formidable power and advocated for achieving peace through strength, whereas the younger brother Ashura, despite his initial frailty, relentlessly trained to become his equal, promoting love as the path to peace. The Sage of Six Paths entrusted the legacy of the ninja sect to Ashura, which bred resentment in Indra. Manipulated by Kurizetsu, Indra became adversarial towards Ashura, leading to numerous battles between the two. Even as their lives drew to a close, Indra remained unable to relinquish his fate-bound rivalry with his brother, resulting in the perpetual reincarnation of their chakras in their descendants, with each rebirth marked by conflict. Until your birth, with Hashirama as Ashura's reincarnation and you as Indra's, you inherited their fated enmity, leading to incessant battles. However, upon mastering the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you inadvertently provided Kurizetsu with the opportunity to resurrect his mother, Kagaya. Long before the sage's demise, Kurizetsu had altered the content of the Uchiha clan's inheritance stone, meaning every inscription you read was a fabrication. The moon eye plan you held dear was merely a step in his scheme to resurrect Kagaya. Soon, Ryusei revealed the entirety of Kurizetsu's truth to Uchiha Madara. And as the illusion dissipated, he continued, "Only the Otsutsuki clan is the true enemy of our ninja world. Although I am a descendant of Ashura, I am unperturbed by the thought of conquering the ninja world through force. For I know that when the Otsutsuki truly descends, the path of infighting only leads to our demise. Uchiha Madara, you must comprehend the significance of all this. Were you not among the pinnacle of the ninja world, I would not have divulged these truths to you. Even aware of your deception by Kurizetsu, you have never posed a threat to me. You wish for my assistance against the Otsutsuki?" In that instant, Madara grasped Ryusei's intention. Despite merely witnessing scenes through the Sharingan, he sensed the power wielded by the Otsutsuki clan, thus understanding Ryusei's need to confide in him. Indeed, the Otsutsuki clan is formidable. I alone am insufficient to protect the entire ninja world. Moreover, I do not desire to merely defend passively. I require allies capable of confronting the Otsutsuki. For only then can I transcend the ninja world and eradicate the Otsutsuki entirely. Ryusei fixed his earnest gaze upon Madara, and the determination in his eyes made Madara realize that this youth might genuinely possess the capability to bring such aspirations to fruition. If that is the case, I shall place my trust in you for now. Without the outer path golem's sustenance, I will soon fall into slumber, and presently, I cannot assist you further. Rising from the stone chair, Madara withdrew the needle connecting him to the outer path golem. Yet before I sleep, I shall endeavor to investigate the truth you spoke of. Do not be deceived by my current state. My means are far from simplistic. Kurizetsu has already been summoning me. When the day arrives that you truly conquer the entire ninja world, come to the mountain graveyard of the Land of Iron. I shall await you there." As the words left his lips, Madara's figure vanished into thin air, leaving Ryusei and the solitary outer path golem behind. Indeed, he had prepared contingencies long ago. Ryusei realized that when Madara implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, he had already anticipated that it might be taken from him, and thus, it was impossible for him to eliminate Madara at this juncture. Furthermore, even if he succeeded in killing Madara, it would avail him little. Kurizetsu would undoubtedly find a way to resurrect him for the sake of reviving Kagaya. If this took place after Madara's demise, the chance to impede it would be lost. It was better to reveal the truth to Madara and allow him to depart. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it will inevitably grow into a towering tree. And with Uchiha Madara's capabilities, he would soon uncover Kurizetsu's true nature once he recognized the anomalies surrounding him. First, I must find a place to store the outer path golem. Dispelling all the shadow clones in the sky, Ryusei ceased the Susanoo technique, his eyes reverting to the Rinnegan, before soaring towards the still outer path golem upon the ocean's surface. Oh, I should check what rewards I may receive for designating the outer path golem as a sign-in target. Perhaps the sign-in rewards will bring me some surprises. Standing upon the stone chair where Madara had been moments ago, Ryusei opened the system panel, only to be astounded by the rewards displayed before him. Detected sign-in target. Outer Path Golem of the Ten Tails. Complete 10 Tails. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chakra Fruit of the God Tree. Chapter 138. Chakra Fruit. The excitement within Ryusei surged. Even in the original narrative, only one complete chakra fruit of the God Tree had ever been mentioned, and now, one lay before him, ready for the taking at his will. To think that upon merely arriving in the ninja world, I would already be tempted to forsake my humanity. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Ryusei promptly selected the sign-in option. While designated sign-in opportunities could be regained, the necessity of utilizing the chakra fruit to enhance his strength was urgent. System. Select sign-in target. Outer Path Golem. Designated sign-in reward. Chakra Fruit of the God Tree. Commence sign-in immediately. Ding. Designated sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Chakra Fruit of the God Tree. As the words materialized on the system panel, a robust vine erupted from the depths of the ocean, shooting skyward and piercing through the clouds in the blink of an eye. This is not good. It seems the chakra fruit will not simply manifest before me, but will appear in this manner. Recognizing the urgency, Ryusei hastily ascended towards the heavens. Even within the current ninja world, the presence of an Otsutsuki lingered. Utilizing the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, Ryusei propelled himself through the clouds like a missile, ultimately reaching the apex of the vine. Fortunately, Ishiki had not detected this location. The Otsutsuki Ishiki possessed spatial abilities. Should he discover the chakra fruit, its ownership would become questionable. Reaching out, Ryusei touched the surface of the immense purple chakra fruit, and in that instant, the patterns of the Rinnegan within his eyes began to whirl frantically. A torrent of chakra, far exceeding Ryusei's imagination, surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. This was not a gentle infusion, but a violent invasion. The deep crimson chakra flowed through Ryusei's veins, overwhelming his very being, as even Ashura's sage body could not withstand such a formidable onslaught. Meridians, bones, and flesh were relentlessly torn apart by the vast chakra, yet simultaneously, Ryusei's body was being reconstituted. Gradually, he became more radiant than diamond, as his blood boiled and evaporated, replaced by the overwhelming crimson chakra that surged through his veins. Gradually, Liuxing hovered at the pinnacle of the tree vines, where the fruit once resided. The space around him began to warp, and his once deep crimson hair was replaced by a pure white hue, resembling a cloud drifting through the sky. Simultaneously, a pair of vertical pupils unfurled at the center of Liuxing's forehead, crimson radiance emanating forth, followed by swirling black patterns interspersed with nine tomo. The instant the nine tomo converged into the Rinnegan, the previously silent and statue-like outer path demonic statue suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. Yet, Liuxing remained oblivious to this occurrence, as the transformations enveloping him continued unabated. Within Liuxing's left eye, the purple glow of the Rinnegan deepened, and soon, nine tomo subtly appeared, adorning the intricate patterns of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, in his right eye, the purple light gradually faded, replaced by a golden gleam. Just as the transformation of his eyes reached completion, two glass-like horns erupted from the sides of his forehead, accentuating his divine appearance. At last, all anomalies began to converge. Liuxing's diamond-like physical form gradually dimmed, his skin taking on a shade as white as the sacred tree, while his equally snow-white hair danced in the wind, having grown to a length of 3 miles due to its previous unrestrained growth. However, he now exercised control, retracting his hair to a more manageable waist length. The horns remained glassy, and the Rinnegan on his forehead had closed, leaving no seam. At this moment, Liuxing's visage had reverted to an almost human form, yet the distinct colors of his Rinnegan still held an unfathomable depth, exuding a tranquil pressure that commanded the submission of all beings. Is this the essence of the Otsutsuki clan? Liuxing felt the immense power within him, equivalent to the entirety of the shinobi world. He raised his hand, feeling not merely chakra swirling in his palm, but a higher dimensional force imbued with the power of the 6 paths, suffused with yin-yang release. With a casual motion, a pitch-black shinjutsu orb materialized in his grasp. Gazing upward at the heavens, countless coordinates flickered before his eyes, remnants left by other Otsutsuki. In their eyes, Perhaps the shinobi world was merely one of these luminous points. Now, even if Kagaya were to resurrect and confront me, I could at least stand on equal footing. Indeed, due to his lineage, even after consuming the chakra fruit, Liuxing had yet to awaken any abilities related to the Byakugan. Nevertheless, this very fact elevated his Rinnegan and Tomo to a higher echelon. To his surprise, the garments of the Otsutsuki clan were conjured directly through Yin-Yang release. A most convenient method. During the process of absorbing the chakra fruit and evolving, his original attire had long since turned to ashes. At this moment, chakra flowed around him, materializing a moon-white robe adorned with black tomo patterns at the collar, while the crest of the Uzumaki clan remained at his heart. Dissipate. With a mere flick of his wrist, the towering vine disintegrated into ashes, having fulfilled its purpose after the birth of the chakra fruit. Now, it scattered as ash upon the sea, serving as a testament to its existence within the shinobi world. Yomi no Hirazaka. The 9 Tomo and Liuxing's left eye began to rotate slowly. In the next moment, a pitch-black spatial portal appeared before him. Stepping through, he found himself atop the Outer Path demonic statue, an intriguing mortal who has seized the power of the Otsutsuki. Do you truly believe you can wield such power on your own? A voice, almost mocking, resonated from the sea as Liuxing emerged from the dark portal. You dare to appear before me? You are Otsutsuki Ishiki, are you not? Observing the transformed figure that had materialized on the water's surface, Liuxing understood it to be merely a puppet dispatched by Ishiki. You recognize me. It seems you are indeed a rather unique mortal. The puppet, under Ishiki's control, expressed surprise at Liuxing's knowledge of its identity. The tone of its voice elevated. You must have seen me consume the chakra fruit and yet dare to confront me. Do you not fear that I might unearth you and obliterate your last vestige? Chapter 139, Ishiki's Warning. You cannot locate me. You are not the true Otsutsuki. Nor do you belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Regardless of how formidable your power may be, it cannot alter the fact that you are but a mortal. The puppet, manipulated by Ishiki, gazed placidly at Liuxing as he descended from the head of the Outer Path demonic statue, showing no signs of emotion. I anticipated you would attempt to seize the chakra fruit from me, yet you failed to appear. As he approached Ishiki's puppet, Liuxing responded with a smile. Previously, he had been no match for Ishiki, but after absorbing the complete chakra fruit, he had acquired power far surpassing Ishiki's, and thus no longer felt apprehensive. I was indeed careless. Who would have thought a second mature chakra fruit existed on this planet, manifesting without warning? Otherwise, the warfare among mere mortals would hardly pique my interest. Ishiki did not dismiss Liuxing's words, but patiently replied instead. By the time I discovered the chakra fruit's emergence, you had already fully absorbed it using your Rinnegan. Your actions intrigued me, hence I dispatched a puppet to observe this being who dreams of becoming an Otsutsuki. Despite Ishiki's calm demeanor, Liuxing detected a hint of derision in his words, prompting him to retort without reservation. Become an Otsutsuki? No, my goal is to obliterate the Otsutsuki, to ensure they vanish from the cosmos. A grand ambition, yet you presume to annihilate the Otsutsuki merely by consuming a single chakra fruit. It appears your understanding of the Otsutsuki is rather limited. Ishiki remained composed, seemingly unfazed by Liuxing's declarations. However, you do possess considerable courage. I am unsure how much you comprehend regarding the chakra fruit, but even our Otsutsuki clan does not consume the chakra fruit in such a manner. That you have not perished from such an act surpasses my expectations, and you have even gained the unique powers of the Otsutsuki through the chakra fruit, which is entirely beyond my anticipation. Mortal, you are fortunate, yet also unfortunate. The power of the chakra fruit is indeed formidable, yet it demands a grave price. The curse it carries is something even the true Otsutsuki cannot evade. Before long, the will embedded within the chakra fruit will alter you, ultimately leading to your demise. Much like Kagaya, such is the fate of those who consume the chakra fruit directly. Nevertheless, your presence has enlightened me to one thing. This world you refer to as the shinobi realm is indeed peculiar, harboring a second chakra fruit. Once you have been consumed by the backlash and lost your consciousness, perhaps even your life, I shall return here to thoroughly investigate the secrets this world holds. Ishiki, controlling the puppet, continued unabated, articulating his thoughts in one breath before abruptly severing his consciousness from the puppet's form. The now unconscious modified puppet lunged at Liuxing with a primal roar. Shinra Tensei. With a casual gesture, Liuxing unleashed the Shinra Tensei of the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, which transcended mere repulsion, It obliterated all traces of the modified puppet from existence, reducing it to nothing but fine dust. The curse of the chakra fruit. As he watched Ishiki depart, Ryusei felt a terrifying anger ignite within him. Unlike the fury he experienced when his kin were slain, this rage stemmed solely from the audacious manner in which Ishiki vanished without a trace before him. Could it be that consuming the chakra fruit directly was indeed a misguided approach? Reflecting on Kagaya's drastic transformation, which nearly rendered her a second Ten-Tails, Ryusei suddenly found the chakra fruit's allure diminished. Although it granted him terrifying power, losing one's self-awareness would be tantamount to death. No, he couldn't allow himself to be so easily unsettled by Ishiki's words. After all, Ishiki had never consumed the chakra fruit himself. His assertions were merely speculative. Furthermore, the side effects were linked to the fruit born of the god tree, which bore no relation to the fruit he obtained from the system. Soon, Ryusei set aside his doubts. Even with curses and side effects, Kagaya had undergone a millennium of changes after consuming the chakra fruit. He had only just ingested it. Surely, he could not be so swiftly afflicted by its aftermath. You lot, having watched this spectacle for so long, are you not yet satisfied? A ripple emanated from Ryusei, expanding in all directions. Ninjas from neighboring villages, miles away, were instantaneously propelled away by this force, and had it not been for the sea beneath them, they might have perished under this wave of energy. At last, tranquility reigned. With all potential witnesses eliminated, Ryusei's third eye finally opened, revealing the crimson Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. Within the realm of the heavenly sovereign, space trembled, and in the next moment, Ryusei, accompanied by the outer path golem, found himself in a void of silence. This was my exclusive origin sphere, still in a relatively primitive state. Ryusei surveyed the origin sphere before he began to sense other spaces within the heavenly sovereign. Strangely, there was only the singular origin sphere. Did this mean my heavenly sovereign was inferior to Kagaya's? Ryusei furrowed his brow, for his perception revealed that the heavenly sovereign was connected solely to this origin sphere, lacking the multiple spaces Kagaya commanded. No, that wasn't the issue. It became clear that other spaces within the heavenly sovereign needed to be independently established. Suddenly, the space before Ryusei fluctuated, and he found himself in an entirely independent and peculiar realm. Wood release. He sensed the essence of wood release. It seemed the spaces created within the heavenly sovereign reflected the abilities he possessed. This realm was dense with forests, with towering, colossal flowers that bore a striking resemblance to the flower tree world. If that is the case, could I not create numerous spaces? A spark of joy ignited within Ryusei, and he activated the heavenly sovereign once more, swiftly establishing acid space, Amaterasu space, and ceiling space. Just as he contemplated creating additional spaces, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His chakra was nearly depleted. Chapter 140. The path of the strong has just begun. How could this be? The chakra fruit contained the chakra of an entire planet. Why had I exhausted all my chakra after merely establishing 5 spaces? Alarmed, Ryusei had thought that consuming the chakra fruit would eliminate any issues of chakra deficiency, yet it appeared that the fruit's chakra was far from sufficient for extravagant use. What Ryusei did not realize was that establishing and maintaining spaces within the heavenly sovereign required an astronomical amount of chakra. For millennia, Kagaya had only managed to establish 6 spaces, and Ryusei, in a single breath, had opened 5, which naturally drained all his chakra. Fortunately, he still harbored 2-tailed beasts within him. Otherwise, he might have been utterly drained by these 5 spaces. Ryusei then understood why the Otsutsuki clan often faced difficulties in Boruto, and why Kagaya could not swiftly transition between spaces within the heavenly sovereign. The root of it all lay in the finite nature of chakra. Even with rapid recovery, achieving balance in battles of equal caliber remained elusive. In the next moment, Ryusei exited the space of the heavenly sovereign and returned to the ninja world, where his chakra began to rapidly regenerate. Though still far from his peak, he would not be trapped in a state of chakra depletion. Ryusei, what on earth happened? I sensed a monumental shift in your chakra. The voice of the 6 tails, Saiken, echoed within Ryusei's consciousness. He seldom initiated conversation, but Ryusei had momentarily siphoned a substantial amount of chakra from him and the 3 tails, leading to an acute awareness of Ryusei's transformation. Indeed, in my perception, your chakra seems to have taken on qualities akin to that of the 10 tails. The 3 tails, Isabu, added, having learned of Ryuusei's identity and power through Saiken. However, when it had previously sensed Ryusei, the disparity was profound. In its perception, Ryusei resembled a humanoid Ten-Tails. This is due to my fortuitous absorption of a chakra fruit. Ryusei admitted without reservation, his consciousness delving into the space sealing the two-tailed beasts. Standing face to face with them. Isabu, I am Uzumaki Ryusei. I believe Saiken has conveyed all pertinent information regarding me to you. Indeed, I have learned of you from Saiken, but he failed to mention that you could so rapidly master powers more formidable than your father's. Isabu, resembling a massive turtle, loomed before Ryusei, its single exposed eye shimmering with peculiar ripples akin to the Rinnegan. Saiken, Isabu, you must possess fragments of the Ten-Tails memories. I wish to understand. Does anyone who directly consumes a chakra fruit inevitably trend towards becoming a Ten-Tails? Ryusei finally posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Hopeful that the two-tailed beasts, born from the Ten-Tails, might possess some hidden insights. We are uncertain. Our memories of the Ten-Tails are exceedingly vague. What we know is merely superficial, Isabu responded solemnly. Although they were separated from the Ten-Tails chakra, their recollections of it were scant. However, we can assist you in contacting the other seven-tailed beasts. Perhaps one of them may possess memories relevant to your inquiry, Saiken remarked. Having spent considerable time with Ryusei and understanding his current state of mind, with Ryusei's power now at such heights, he hoped Ryusei could fulfill his earlier promise more swiftly, thus becoming more eager to assist him. Never mind, aside from the Nine-Tails, I have yet to forge bonds with the other six-tailed beasts. They are unlikely to share the answers I seek. Ryusei was acutely aware that tailed beasts were proud beings, and even though Isabu and Saiken had summoned all the tailed beast consciousness into their bodies, he could not expect to gain the knowledge he desired from them. Saiken, Isabu, you may dwell peacefully within me. I anticipate that it will not be long before I unify the ninja world, at which point, I promise to restore your freedom. Seeing you in this state reassures me that my initial choice was not in vain. However, you must exercise caution regarding your father. Long ago, he vehemently opposed the unification of the ninja world through force, and his power is the most formidable I have ever witnessed. I doubt he perished so easily. Saiken expressed concern, torn between revealing the truth about Hagoromo and his desire for freedom from Ryusei. Fear not, even should Hagoromo himself appear. He would pose no threat to me now. Lu Xing replied with confidence, fully aware that Lu Tao was correct. Although the Sage of Six Paths had perished, his spirit continued to exist in the Pure Land and could return to the mortal realm at any time. However, he no longer feared the likes of the Sage. Even at his zenith, Lu Xing felt assured in his ability to triumph over him. After all, the deepest secrets of the Sage's esoteric arts had long been mastered by Lu Xing, and he far surpassed the Sage in other means. As his consciousness departed from the realm of the tailed beasts, Lu Xing's eyes regained their original deep black hue. Unlike Otsutsuki, his eyes were simply ordinary, allowing him to shut off all ocular techniques at will. The difference between flying directly and employing the Rinnegan to manipulate gravitational and repulsive forces was now clear. He could finally traverse the ninja world with ease. Lu Xing exhaled a breath of stale air. Having initially believed he would need to accumulate 10 rounds of 100-fold sign-ins to attain a power equivalent to Naruto and Sasuke at the conclusion of the Shippuden arc. To his surprise, even before completing his first 100-fold sign-in, he had already gained strength far surpassing that of Naruto and Sasuke. However, his eyes now harbored multiple ocular techniques, and he wondered if he could eventually find a way to accommodate all of them in a single pair of eyes. Otherwise, if he were to become like the Sharingan, even without concerns about his appearance, he would ultimately find that visage unacceptable. Lu Xing had not anticipated such a convoluted experience during his battle with the ninjas from the Land of Water. Had it not been for the manifestation of the gourd's citrus Ichong's controlled replica summoning the Outer Path Golem, he would have likely waited until the next 100-fold sign-in to opt for summoning the golem. It was time to resolve the issues concerning the Land of Water. He wondered how the daimyo of the Land of Water would react upon learning of the events at sea, though it was likely he would never have the chance to know what transpired here. A portal of darkness materialized beside Lu Xing, and he stepped through, vanishing from above the sea. Chapter 141. The reaction of the Land of Lightning. Have you heard? The daimyo's residence in the Land of Water seems to have been struck by a falling meteor, leaving a massive crater in its wake. But what of the daimyo of the Land of Water? Surely he hasn't perished within the confines of his own residence? He is undoubtedly dead. No one survived within the daimyo's residence. I've also heard that the Hidden Mist village has rebelled, usurping the daimyo's authority to become the new leader of the Land of Water. Your information is far too outdated. There is no longer a Land of Water. The Hidden Mist village has allied itself with the Land of Whirlpool, rendering the Land of Water a mere relic of history. Now the Land of Whirlpool stands among the new 5 great nations. I am aware that the Land of Water mobilized a formidable fleet, intent on annihilating the Land of Whirlpool. However, the Land of Whirlpool only deployed the leader of the Whirlpool village, who single-handedly decimated the entire fleet of the Land of Water. The leader of the Whirlpool village must be terrifying indeed. A single individual capable of countering an entire fleet assembled by a great nation is an unfathomable force. Who could argue otherwise? Rumor has it that during that great battle, meteors fell as well. Could it be that the daimyo's residence was destroyed by his manipulation of meteors? It seems highly plausible. Otherwise, how could the entire Land of Water have aligned with the Land of Whirlpool? Surely that leader from the Whirlpool village must have coerced them through force. I wonder if anyone in our land could contend with that leader known as Lu Xing from the Whirlpool village. If he were to set his sights on the Land of Lightning, would we not also suffer a fate akin to that of the daimyo's residence in the Land of Water, inexplicably destroyed? Enough, enough. Let us cease our discussions. The daimyo has arrived, and the raikage should be here shortly. I believe this gathering is to strategize on how to confront the Land of Whirlpool. Suddenly, the doors burst open with a loud bang as the imposing figure of the 3rd raikage strode into the conference room. Lords, I apologize for the delay. Our journey took longer than anticipated. As the raikage stepped aside, the Tsuchikage followed closely behind him. Now that everyone is present, let us take our seats. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, dark-skinned yet robust compared to the average person, welcomed the raikage to sit beside him. Given that all are gathered, it is clear that we are here to discuss the reasons behind this meeting. The daimyo's expression was filled with apprehension and concern as he spoke. The rapid expansion of the Land of Whirlpool, led by the newly appointed leader of the Whirlpool village, Lu Xing, had resulted in the absorption of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, the Land of Water, and the Land of Lightning, which had stood as one of the 5 great nations. If their trajectory continues, it may soon be the Land of Lightning's turn to suffer. With a fierce strike, the 3rd raikage slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters. That despicable wretch only dares to bully the militarily weak Land of Water and the bereft Land of Water. With my presence and the ninjas of Kiraigakure, he poses no threat to the Land of Lightning. But I have heard that you, the 3rd raikage, recently allied with the Mizukage to launch an assault on the Whirlpool village, only to return in disgrace, nearly causing Kiraigakure to fall victim to an ambush by Iwagakure. And the Mizukage perished on the spot? Among the officials of the Land of Lightning, there were those who had long held disdain for the raikage, believing that a ninja of his stature should not sit among them. They seized this opportunity to mock him without reservation. What did you say? The 3rd raikage's fury ignited. Although he respected the daimyo, he would not tolerate the scorn of others. Am I not clear enough? Let me reiterate. You, 3rd raikage, are a waste. A pathetic ninja reduced to a stray dog by the Whirlpool village. Silence. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning glared at the offending official. While he too was displeased with the raikage's earlier defeat, the raikage remained the strongest ninja of the Land of Lightning, and Kiraigakure was their greatest military force. My lord, I believe you are mistaken. The raikage did not fall to Lu Xing of the Whirlpool village. Rather, he faced him directly and emerged victorious. It was the extraordinary regenerative abilities of Lu Xing that allowed him to survive, while the Mizukage fell to the siege of others from the Whirlpool village, forcing the raikage to retreat. Seeing both the raikage and the official quiet down due to the daimyo's interjection, the Tsuchikage seized the opportunity to clarify. In that battle, the raikage did not bring any powerful allies with him. Thus he could not unleash his strongest techniques. Moreover, our village possesses 2-tailed beasts as combat assets. Had we faced them directly, the Whirlpool village would have stood no chance. Indeed, I have directly fought Lu Xing. He merely capitalized on his superior regenerative abilities. His offensive capabilities are nowhere near my level. Were I to partner with others, I could easily sever his neck. The 3rd raikage resumed his seat, casting a confident glance at the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Having engaged Lu Xing less than 2 months prior, he certainly did not believe that Lu Xing's strength had undergone a radical transformation. He assumed that the weakened state of the land of water, bereft of its Mizukage, had rendered it vulnerable to the encroachments of the land of Whirlpool. Moreover, news of their invasion of the Whirlpool village had spread widely within the ninja world. If Lu Xing had any confidence in defeating him, he would have long since come to the hidden mist village to demand reparations. Yet, such an occurrence had not transpired. Do you not all realize the reason behind this? Oh, the Raikage is aware of why I have not sought reparations. Pray tell, let us hear your thoughts. I wonder if they align with my own. Suddenly, a pitch-black portal materialized in the center of the Raikage's office in the Land of Lightning. In the next instant, the figure of Ryusei stepped through the portal, standing directly before the Raikage. Vortex Ryusei. All present were thrown into a panic, rushing toward the exit, including the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, for they were merely ordinary individuals, defenseless against any residual force from a confrontation between Ryusei and the Raikage. Fear not, everyone. I have come solely to discuss the compensation for the Land of Lightning's invasion of the Vortex Village with the Raikage and the daimyo. I assure you, I will not harm anyone present. Chapter 142. Ryusei's demands. With a snap of his fingers, all those fleeing were inexplicably drawn back to their original positions, as if ensnared by a strange energy. Protect the daimyo. The third Raikage shouted, arcs of lightning crackling around him, while the Tsuchikage behind him swiftly began weaving hand signs. Earth Hell Spike. The Raikage summoned nearly all his strength into his arm, for fingers radiating with crackling lightning as they lunged toward Ryusei's chest. You remain as impulsive as ever, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Had I not previously experienced your technique, I might have feared for my safety. Ryusei's right hand, having snapped its fingers, suddenly moved with such speed that even the Raikage could not perceive it. In the next moment, he found his wrist, which had been poised to strike, firmly grasped, rendering him utterly immobile. How is this possible? The third Raikage's face flushed crimson. Despite summoning every ounce of chakra and pushing his muscles to their limits with lightning release, that hand felt as unyielding as stone. Is it so perplexing? This is the disparity in our strengths. It appears you have yet to grasp this reality. Ryusei gazed coldly at the Raikage, his grip tightening. Aya! The Raikage's anguished cries echoed as Ryusei effortlessly twisted his wrist, contorting it as if it were mere pliable clay. Melt release, protective sphere. At that moment, the Tsuchikage finally completed his hand signs, exhaling a rubbery substance that coalesced into a sphere, safeguarding the daimyo and all officials within. Lord Raikage, flee. You are no match for him. Protect the daimyo and escape. The Raikage was drenched in sweat, the agony from having his arm twisted rendering speech a struggle. Yet, he refused to yield, raising his left hand to thrust his fingers like spears toward Ryusei's forehead. Jinjutsu Rinnegan. In an instant, the nine tomo in Ryusei's left eye spun, and the Raikage's gaze met his eyes transforming into the Rinnegan as his thrust froze mid-air, leaving him in a daze. Stop, you despicable fiend. Release Lord Raikage. The Tsuchikage completed another series of hand signs and expelled a high-temperature, rubber-like liquid toward Ryusei's lower body. Ninjutsu absorption. Just as the liquid was about to make contact, a brilliant light flickered from Ryusei's right eye, and the Tsuchikage's melt release was entirely devoured, as if swept away by a tide. How is this possible? My ninjutsu has been absorbed. Witnessing Ryusei effortlessly consume his technique, the Tsuchikage lost his composure, staring blankly at the entranced third Raikage. Excellent. You have wisely ceased your attacks. It seems you possess some intelligence. Ignoring the entranced Raikage, Ryusei approached the dais where the daimyo had been seated and took a seat himself, scanning the officials of the Land of Lightning before fixing his gaze upon the daimyo. I have previously stated that my purpose in coming to the Land of Lightning is to discuss the compensation for the Raikage's actions against the Vortex Village. Rest assured, as long as you do not provoke me like the Land of Water, I shall not inflict harm upon you. The leader of Vortex Village has traveled from afar, and indeed, our conduct towards the Vortex Village was improper. We are willing to offer compensation. The daimyo, though terrified, had no choice but to muster the courage to engage in dialogue with Ryusei. Indeed, we are willing to compensate. Absolutely. As the daimyo spoke, the other officials quickly echoed his sentiments, for it was now a matter of life and death, and they were unwilling to sacrifice their lives over material possessions. What have you done to the Raikage? Why does he appear to have lost his autonomy? At that moment, the Tsuchikage's voice rang out again, as he realized that even though Ryusei had ceased his assault, the Raikage remained frozen in his previous stance, showing no signs of recovery. Silence, you wretched ninja. How dare you question Lord Ryusei? Must he explain himself to you? Indeed, Tsuchikage, mind your place. The daimyo is currently negotiating an important matter with Lord Ryusei, and you have no right to interject. All the officials of the Land of Lightning began to vociferously rebuke the Tsuchikage, fearful that he might incur Ryusei's wrath, which could result in their untimely demise. However, the Tsuchikage's countenance darkened. While the Raikage's fate remained uncertain, the officials were paralyzed by fear, unable even to question Ryusei. He struck at me, and naturally, I must teach him a lesson. However, the Raikage's life is not in peril. He is merely ensnared in my Jinjutsu. Ryusei glanced at the Tsuchikage, then casually explained that his visit to the Land of Lightning was merely a warning. The Vortex Nation was not yet prepared for further expansion, and thus he had no intentions of arbitrarily killing the Raikage. Lord Ryusei is wise. The Raikage has shown blatant disrespect. We have long harbored grievances against him. This time, your intervention is most welcome. Enough with the idle chatter. As one official continued to prattle on, Ryusei grew impatient, turning to the individual, who was promptly engulfed in a plume of inky flames, unable to utter a single cry. Pray tell, what form of compensation does Lord Ryusei seek? The daimyo of the Land of Lightning swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he inquired, while the other officials were paralyzed with fear at the sudden appearance of the black flames, none daring to utter a word. My demands are quite simple, and I have only 5. Ryusei extended 5 fingers, proceeding to enumerate his terms. First, the Land of Lightning must provide a one-time compensation of 300 billion ryo in currency or goods to the Vortex Village. Second, Kiraigakure must compensate with 1,000 types of ninjutsu, including no less than 20 A-rank techniques. Third, the Land of Lightning must permanently open all trade routes to the Vortex Nation, allowing free trade between our two nations. Fourth, the Land of Lightning must seed a mine rich in chakra-conducting metals and ensure that its extraction remains unaffected. Fifth, Kiraigakure must publicly apologize to the Vortex Village before the entire shinobi world and pledge that the Land of Lightning will never infringe upon the Vortex Nation again. Chapter 143. The Land of Lightning submits. Had Ryusei presented these demands earlier, perhaps we would not have reached such a tense impasse. Upon hearing Ryusei's demands, all officials, including the daimyo, exhaled in unison, relief flooding the room. Oh no, it's too little. Observing the reactions of the officials, Ryusei understood that the compensation he sought was insufficient. Given the financial situation of the Vortex Village, his initial demand of 10 billion ryo had seemed reasonable at first. But after the destruction of the Land of Water, he realized that such an amount was trivial for them. Upon learning of this, during his visit to the Land of Thunder, he boldly demanded a compensation of 300 billion ryo, anticipating that such a staggering amount would severely impact the Land of Thunder and perhaps lead to negotiations. To his surprise, the representatives of the Land of Thunder appeared rather relaxed upon hearing his request. Rest assured, village chief, we can agree to your 5 conditions. The Raikage is currently indisposed, but I can decisively represent the Hidden Cloud Village. All compensation will be delivered to Whirlpool Village within half a month. As for the public apology, I can draft the letter immediately and ensure its dissemination throughout the entire ninja world. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder spoke swiftly, eager to secure the agreement. For in the context of the 5 great nations, 300 billion ryo was but a trifling sum, hardly worth mentioning, especially compared to the value of his life. It seemed imperative to gain a deeper understanding of the economic dynamics within the ninja world, had he not dispatched Kakuzu so hastily. Retaining him to manage his finances might have yielded unforeseen benefits. Silently chiding himself for his ignorance, he finally spoke. Since the daimyo of the Land of Thunder has acquiesced to my terms, I shall await the arrival of your emissaries in Whirlpool Village. I trust you will not keep me waiting long. With the terms laid out, he was resolute. For 300 billion ryo was a considerable sum for the Land of Whirlpool, sufficient for prolonged development, especially since the Land of Water and the Land of the Sea had fully integrated into the Land of Whirlpool, ensuring that its future growth would be swift. The illusion would persist for another day, after which the Raikage would awaken. He must remember to attend to his injuries promptly. Delay could result in the permanent loss of an arm. You should be grateful that you so readily accepted my conditions. Upon concluding this thought, a pitch-black portal materialized, and he stepped through, vanishing from sight. In the remnants of the former royal palace of the Sea City, he arrived. Village chief, Sea City is now under our supervision. However, are we truly to appoint the former princess of the Land of Water as the city lord? After departing from the Land of Thunder, he did not return to Whirlpool Village but instead proceeded directly to the Land of Water, for he had not forgotten about the intriguing young individual awaiting him. With Sea City newly subjugated, she was the most suitable candidate for the position of City Lord, as stability was our paramount concern. Redirecting his attention to the two upper ninjas from Whirlpool Village who had inquired, he smiled gently as he explained, "Moreover, your role will be to oversee the City Lord of Sea City. Did you think I brought you here merely to inquire about the situation in Sea City?" The two upper ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, at present, there is no method for real-time long-distance communication in the ninja world, even though Sea City now belongs to us. If this situation continues indefinitely, it may revert to being an independent territory. Therefore, I plan to establish an inspection department. Finally reaching the center of the palace ruins, he halted. Furthermore, not only in Sea City, but I shall also set up inspection departments across the various islands of the former Land of Water and its major cities. In due time, the inspection department will become the most vital entity in managing the entire land of Whirlpool. Prepare yourselves, for here I shall construct the first inspection department. You two shall serve as the inaugural inspectors of the land of Whirlpool. Who would have thought you had already devised a plan for managing all of this, village chief? Rest assured, we shall ensure that Sea City becomes an integral part of the land of Whirlpool. The two upper ninjas gazed at him with excitement, already envisioning how they would govern Sea City as inspectors. With a flourish, he pressed both hands against the ground. In the next moment, the very earth of Sea City began to tremble, and countless branches erupted from the depths, intertwining and coalescing in the air. Soon, a towering structure, over 100 meters high, was erected in the former royal palace's location. Incredible! Is this the power of our village chief? The two upper ninjas at the pinnacle of the structure were awestruck, although they had long known of his formidable strength. It was only at this moment that they glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities. This will become the sanctum of Sea City, serving multiple functions including oversight, training, and management. I believe that in no time, all residents of Sea City will regard entry here as their greatest aspiration. He surveyed his creation with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Since consuming the chakra fruit, his chakra levels had ascended several tiers. Even without employing sage techniques, his wood release surpassed that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Village chief, you can entrust this place to us. We will transform Sea City into the first core city of the land of Whirlpool. Lord Ryusei. At that moment, a loud voice echoed across the distance, reaching Ryusei's ears. Which young one is that? I did not anticipate he had truly refined his chakra. Ryusei then noticed that as he was constructing the tower, the people of Sea City had recognized the anomaly. And now the newly appointed princess had brought along Suka and a boy named Storm to the vicinity of the tower. A dark portal appeared out of thin air, and Ryusei stepped through, instantly arriving before the city lord. Lord Ryusei, I was not informed of your personal visit to Sea City and could not greet you promptly. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any oversight. Chinshue, now adorned with the air of a city lord, bowed respectfully. Since inheriting the position, her demeanor had significantly transformed, while Suka remained largely unchanged, and the boy Storm's eyes sparkled with anticipation for Ryusei's arrival. Lord Ryusei, you have finally come. I have learned to harness the power of chakra, and moreover, I have awakened a terrifying ability. There is no need for such formalities. The land of Whirlpool is different from the land of water, and such trivial customs need not be carried into Sea City. Ryusei gently admonished Chinshue, who, despite her new role, had not entirely shed her royal upbringing. As for you, little Storm, let me witness what ability you have awakened. Ryusei was not surprised that Storm had unlocked other powers. After all, over the course of millennia, the bloodlines of the Yu clan had permeated the entire ninja world. Though some remained deeply hidden, without a method for extracting chakra, one might never awaken their abilities. Lord Ryusei, I still struggle to control this power. There are too many people here, and I fear I might inadvertently harm someone. The boy Storm scratched his head in embarrassment, eager to showcase his abilities. Yet the near mishap during his first awakening still haunted him. Indeed, Lord Ryusei, had it not been for the coincidence of my testing his chakra refinement progress during his awakening, the surrounding residents would have been in grave danger. Suka explained, having closely monitored Storm since Ryusei's departure. Upon learning of his successful chakra refinement, She had curiously gone to check, only to find herself witnessing his awakening. Had she not been adept in sealing techniques, even she might have struggled to contain Storm's power during his awakening. Even Suka finds your awakened ability formidable. It seems your newfound power is indeed intriguing. Observing Suka's apprehension towards Storm's powers, Ryusei's curiosity deepened. Fear not, for I am here. You shall not harm anyone. Now, unleash your abilities. I understand, Lord Liushing. With the approval of Liushing, the Storm excitedly formed an unmarked seal with his hands, and soon thereafter, his chakra surged rapidly towards his eyes. Awaken, he shouted, and immediately, a crimson mist emanated from his body, his eyes turning a blood-red hue, with a straight line pattern revealed in the center of his black pupils. The blood dragon eyes. As soon as the transformation in Storm's pupils occurred, Liushing recognized the origin of these eyes. Just then, Storm suddenly shouted, his eyes bursting forth with a fierce light. His hair standing on end as the red mist expanded in all directions, as if controlled by a mysterious force. Awaken. Witnessing Storm's state, Liushing instantly understood that he could not yet control this power. He approached Storm and placed a finger on his forehead. Did I lose control again? The blood-red hue faded from Storm's eyes, and he appeared somewhat timid, feeling dejected for losing control in front of someone he respected deeply. It's all right, little one. You performed admirably. The awakening of your eyes has granted you a formidable ability. Liushing discerned Storm's thoughts and comforted him with a smile. These eyes are known as the Blood Dragon Eyes, a Kekii Genkai belonging to the clan of the Blood Pool. You must have refined your chakra to such an extent that your emotions overwhelmed you, leading to this awakening. So, my awakened ability is indeed powerful and can assist you. Lord Liushing? Indeed, these eyes are quite powerful. But at this moment, do you still refer to me as Lord? Liushing chuckled as he observed the somewhat bewildered Storm, who quickly grasped his meaning and knelt before Liushing. Disciple Storm, I pay my respects to my master. All right, rise. Liushing extended his hand to help Storm up, feeling satisfied with his second disciple. While his first disciple, Shinshu, was accepted out of respect for Tsunade, Storm earned his recognition through sheer effort. Lord, the Sea City is the first city established in the Land of Waves, and I will be closely monitoring its development. I hope you will do your utmost to ensure that the Sea City and its residents lead prosperous lives. At that moment, the two Jonin from Chaos Village finally approached Liushing. Liushing turned to the city lord, Haishang Qianxue, and expressed his core expectations for the Sea City. Please trust me, Lord Liushing. I will not let you down. Under the guidance of the Land of Waves, Sea City will undoubtedly become a powerful city renowned throughout the ninja world. Haishang Qianxue gazed firmly at Vortex Liushing, harboring only admiration for him, despite the fact that the Land of Sea had become a thing of the past. Her wish was for all citizens of the Land of Sea to lead happy lives. Indeed, Village Chief Liushing, with our assistance, the development of Sea City will surely meet your expectations. The two Jonin responded respectfully, their hearts filled with enthusiasm for construction, eager to make significant contributions to Sea City. The further development of Sea City is entrusted to you, Storm and Suenokawa. Let us return to the village together. After ruffling Storm's hair, Liushing prepared to lead Storm and Suenokawa back to Chaos Village, as there were still many matters that required his personal attention. Village Chief, may I speak with you privately? Suenokawa finally could not contain her curiosity. Ever since Liushing's appearance, she had noticed his changes, and at this moment, she decided to muster the courage to ask him. A private conversation? Liushing looked at Suenokawa with surprise, puzzled about what she needed to discuss with him alone. Nevertheless, he chose to accommodate her request, and with a thought, he conjured an invisible barrier that concealed them. All right, speak. What is it that necessitates a private discussion? Have you discovered something left behind by the Land of Sea? No. The city lord has done remarkably well, and there are no lingering impacts from the Land of Sea. It's just that I do not understand why you, Lord Liushing, have chosen this path. Tears welled up in Suenokawa's eyes, and her sudden questioning left Liushing bewildered. Seeing her cry made him feel utterly at a loss. What have I done? Do you disapprove of my methods in subduing the Land of Sea? The ninja world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, a truth I learned as a genin. Moreover, your approach to subduing the Land of Sea has been exceedingly gentle. I would never harbor discontent against you for this. Suenokawa continued to weep, and Liushing sensed her deep concern for him, yet he could not fathom the reason behind her emotions. Suenokawa, why do you weep? Chapter 145, Suenokawa's concern it is because you, Lord Liuxing, neglect your own well-being entirely. Your hair has turned completely white. As a member of the Vortex clan, you should understand what it means for hair to turn white. It signifies that one's lifespan is nearly exhausted. Tears streamed from Suenokawa's eyes as her worry for Liuxing reached a peak. You must have resorted to some method that drains your lifespan to gain such immense power. I am aware of the village's recent attack and the immense pressure it bears, but this burden should not rest solely on your shoulders. I implore you, Lord Liuxing, please promise me you will not continue to deplete your lifespan. Let us find a way together to reclaim what you have lost. Wait, Suenokawa, I believe you are misunderstanding. Liuxing snapped back to reality and hurriedly interrupted her. Indeed, since consuming the chakra fruit, he had been constantly on the move and had not returned to the village, leading him to overlook this issue. For members of the Vortex clan, as death approaches, hair color fades, ultimately turning pure white. However, my hair has not turned white for this reason. It has changed due to other factors. Liuxing finally recalled what he had been neglecting. After mastering his current power, he had skillfully controlled the changes in his body, reverting everything else to its original state, except for the color of his hair. Due to the influence of frost and snow, Liuxing had always favored the color white. Once his hair turned white, he subconsciously chose to retain that color, leading to Suenokawa's misunderstanding. Look, my hair color is entirely under my control. I merely chose to keep it white because I like it. Under Suenokawa's gaze, Liuxing's hair rapidly transformed from snowy white to deep crimson. Really, Lord Liuxing? You are certain you are not deceiving me? As Suenokawa witnessed Liuxing's hair revert to its original color, though her tears had yet to cease, her expression underwent a remarkable change. Rest assured, if depleting my lifespan could easily grant me power equal to yours, I believe anyone would be tempted to make that exchange. Liuxing laughed heartily, realizing that if Suenokawa were aware of the magnitude of his current strength, she too might be tempted to make such a trade. Now you can relax, right? Stop crying. If we return to the village and Grandpa Amina sees you like this, he might think I have bullied you. With a chuckle, Suenokawa finally managed to stifle her tears and burst into laughter. I apologize, Lord Liuxing. I misunderstood the situation and made a mistake. It matters not, for it is the concern of kin like you that has allowed me to grow step by step to this point. I should indeed feel grateful. Ryusei would not dwell on this matter, as Suenoka's intentions stemmed from her own worries. Very well, in your current state, it would be inconvenient for you to meet others. So I shall take you and storm to the other 3 islands to establish the observation office. Otherwise, I cannot foresee when I shall next have the time to visit those islands. In the public eye of Huangquan Buranzaka, a pitch-black portal appeared out of thin air. Amidst the bewildered expressions of those around, Ryusei led Suenoka and stormed through the portal, which then vanished without a trace. In Wichao village, within the office on the 2nd floor of the village chief's building. Finally, I have returned. The village has changed significantly in my brief absence. After departing from the City of the Sea, Ryusei had rapidly visited Dallin Island, Jiran Island, and Strange Island, establishing observation offices on each. And now he was finally back in the village. He gazed out the window, observing Wichao village adorned with festive decorations, bustling with life. Village chief, you have returned, exclaimed Vortex Ryanosuk, who was still attending to official duties, rising from his chair with fervent eyes fixed on Ryusei. What is this state you are in? You must regain your former self. Seeing you like this is somewhat difficult for me to accept. Ryusei's perception was astutely sharp, and Ryanosuk's gaze filled him with distaste. Had it not been for the fact that Ryanosuk was a trusted representative of the village chief, Ryusei would have swiftly dealt him a blow, for he was, after all, a normal man. Village chief, the news of your annihilation of the Water Nation has spread throughout the ninja world. Legends about you abound, even causing the war in Konoha to come to a halt. Upon hearing Ryusei's warning, Ryanosuk finally moderated his excitement, though it was still evident. The war in Konoha has paused. This poses a bit of a dilemma. I had anticipated gaining further benefits elsewhere. Ryusei sighed with regret. He had been intrigued by the aircraft carrier of the Sky Ninja Village and the evil god cult of the River Country. Had the war there not ceased, he would have intended to make a trip to the River Country. However, prior to this, the Uchiha team, upon learning of the village chief's destruction of the Water Nation, had acted impulsively, obliterating the Sky Ninja Village and seizing their aircraft carrier along with the secret weapon, Zero Tail. They would return shortly. The Sky Ninja Village has been destroyed? Ryusei gazed at Ryanosuke in astonishment. His surprise did not stem from the fact of the village's destruction. After all, it was exceedingly weak, possessing only troublesome flight capabilities, but rather from the absence of any system notifications regarding his prior obliteration of the Water Nation or the current annihilation of the Sky Ninja Village. It should not be. Even if the Sky Ninja Village did not meet the system's criteria, the Water Nation certainly did. For even the subjugation of the minor sea country had granted him a designated sign-in reward. As this thought crossed his mind, Ryusei began to call upon the system internally. Now aware that designated sign-ins could yield chakra fruits, a reward of great significance to him. Each designated sign-in represented a potential leap in his power. System, come forth. Why did I not receive the due rewards for the annihilation of the Water Nation? Beep. System upgrading. All rewards will be accumulated and distributed upon completion of the upgrade. Please be patient, host. The system's response was exceedingly succinct, yet Ryusei's expression shifted slightly. System, why did you initiate the upgrade without notifying me? Chapter 146, Succession Ceremony. Beep. After the host consumed the chakra fruit, the system met the conditions for upgrading and, following a designated inquiry period of 10 minutes, defaulted to the upgrade option. Fortunately, the system's response function had not been disabled during the upgrade process, and Ryusei's inquiries were promptly answered by the system. I see. It was my consumption of the chakra fruit that allowed the system to meet the conditions for an upgrade, thus initiating the upgrade during my transformation. Ryusei finally comprehended when the system had begun its upgrade, realizing why he had received no rewards despite the obliteration of several factions. Very well. Take your time with the upgrade. Ryusei was in no rush. He was now the strongest in the ninja world, and only Kagaya's resurrection would present a challenge to him. Others would fall before him, one by one or two by two, thus there was no need to hasten the system's upgrade. Returning his focus to Ryanosuke, who was still awaiting Ryusei's questions, he suddenly heard a voice. Ryusei, you have returned. Who is this child? At that moment, Vortex Aruna pushed open the office door and walked in. Though he found it curious that the guards at the village entrance had not informed him of Ryusei's return, he dismissed the thought upon recalling Ryusei's newfound flight abilities, instead showing interest in the Storm that Ryusei had brought back. Grandfather Aruna, this child is Storm, my disciple from the Water Nation, Ryusei promptly replied, hastening to assist Aruna into a nearby chair. Oh dear, at my age, to witness a member of the Vortex clan rise as a formidable warrior such as yourself brings me great joy. Grasping Ryusei's hand with a beaming smile, Aruna continued. And you have already grasped the importance of mentoring disciples at this juncture. It seems your foresight is commendable. Moreover, now that you have brought Swanoka back, there are matters I can disclose to you. Swanoka is the most cherished heir of your grandfather, and upon learning of her peril, he was nearly compelled to leave the Nami Hall in haste. However, once he learned of your endeavor to rescue her, he felt a great sense of relief. Though he forbade me from revealing this to you. So Swanoka is indeed my grandfather's disciple? Ryusei regarded Swanoka with surprise, yet soon his heart enlightened, after her prolonged demise. Her soul persisted on Forgotten Island, ultimately employing sealing techniques to control the ultimate summoning beast, indicating she had likely encountered the path of soul cultivation long ago. Why should it be solely your privilege to teach disciples? Is it not entirely reasonable for your grandfather to seek an heir? Just then, a voice echoed beside Ryusei, and he turned to see the ethereal figure of Vortex Arushing seated beside Vortex Aruna. Teacher. Upon witnessing the appearance of Vortex Arushing, Swanoka joyfully dashed to him. Previously unable to interject during the conversation, she could no longer feign invisibility now that her mentor had arrived. What is this? Swanoka, why are your eyes red? Has this rascal Ryusei been bullying you? Despite Ryusei having spent time on the other 3 islands of the Sea City before returning to Wichao Village, traces of Swanoka's tears remained, easily discerned by the perceptive Vortex Arushing. No, teacher, it has nothing to do with village chief Ryusei. Swanoka quickly glanced at Ryusei and firmly shook her head in explanation. If that rascal is indeed troubling you, you must tell me. I shall see to it that he is dealt with. Enough, Arushing. As the clan leader, how could Ryusei bully his own kin? Vortex Aruna chuckled, while Vortex Ryanosuke stood in stunned silence. Arushing is not supposed to have perished during the mission. How can he? Do not forget there are outsiders here. Ryanosuke. Focus on your duties and do not allow this rascal Ryusei to turn the village into chaos. Vortex Rushing, familiar with Ryanosuke, reprimanded him without hesitation. Ryanosuke, matters concerning Rushing involve the family secrets. I hope you will maintain discretion and refrain from leaking this information. Lu Ming promptly spoke, stating that Vortex Ryanosuke, as his most trusted subordinate, naturally required no further measures. However, Liuxing, it would be prudent to seal your memories regarding your grandfather. For the fewer individuals privy to such matters, the better. I understand, Grandfather Lu Ming. Liuxing naturally comprehended the gravity of this matter. The Namiya Hall was the most significant heritage of the Vortex clan, and it was indeed wise for knowledge of it to be as limited as possible. By the way, why does the village appear so festively adorned? Has some momentous event transpired? Liuxing finally recalled the vibrant scene outside the window. It was worth noting that there had been no festivals recently, yet the village was suddenly draped in such celebratory decor, indicating that something important must have occurred. Do you truly believe that the village would remain indifferent after your substantial territorial expansion for the land of Vortex? Vortex Lushing replied with a hint of irritation. For some reason, he had always spoken to Liuxing in a rather brusque manner. Enough, Lushing. Liuxing is now the village chief. There is no need for you to adopt that parental demeanor, Lu Ming interjected, abruptly halting his previous thought and turning his attention back to Liuxing to elucidate his query. The village's festive atmosphere serves two purposes. Firstly, to celebrate your conquest of the entirety of the territories of the land of Vortex and the land of Sea. Secondly, to host your succession ceremony. Indeed, although the world is already aware that you are the village chief of Vortex Tide Village, your succession ceremony has yet to be held. And thus the village intends to seize this opportunity to organize a grand ceremony for you, aimed at the entire shinobi world. Wow, a celebration for the entire shinobi world. It must be incredibly grand and splendid. Upon hearing the news of the celebration, Liuxing remained composed, yet his disciple, Storm, could not contain a gasp of astonishment. It seems you have quite the fondness for celebrations. Indeed, the first time I encountered you was during a festivity in the capital of the Land of Sea. Liuxing smiled warmly, sensing that Storm's excitement about the grand ceremony was heartfelt. Yes, Master, I adore celebrations. Seeing everyone happy brings me immense joy. Storm, emboldened by Liuxing's response, bravely expressed his thoughts. Excellent. In that case, during this celebration, I shall publicly announce that you are my disciple. There is no need for my disciple, Liuxing, to grow in obscurity. The entire shinobi world shall be your finest training ground.